Lin Hao was originally an ordinary young man in the modern world. Who would have thought that a twist of fate would lead him to travel to a fantasy world where thousands of races existed? In this place full of powerful people and conspiracies, he unexpectedly became the son-in-law of the Zhao family. He originally thought that he would live a dull life, at the mercy of others, until an unexpected change bound him to a god-level evolved animal system. Ding! Your fly killer has strengthened its claws and carries metal weapons, as sharp as a blade. Ding! Your pet spider has evolved and gained a special skill, deadly toxin. These magical tips brought about earth-shaking changes in Lin Hao's life. He was originally just a nobody, but with the help of the system, he can evolve animals into invincible combat power and cultivate a deadly army of his own. As his power gradually increases, a mysterious killer organization is quietly born in the world. The members of this organization are not humans, but various animals with special skills. Lin Hao is low-key, yet powerful. He controls these animal elites to complete unimaginable assassination missions. Even his enemies did not realize that death had already arrived quietly. When Lin Hao stood on the battlefield, looking down at the terrified enemy, he said calmly, "I'm sorry, my soldiers are actually breeders. The real legion will always be these animals." In the kitchen yard of Zhao's residence in Tianwu City, Lin Hao, a young man in white, was waving his hands. His movements seemed casual, but they affected the flight paths of the flies around him. The chefs around laughed, mocking the strange behavior of the blind son-in-law. They turned a blind eye to Lin Hao's blindness and even thought that he was just an incompetent person who couldn't even catch a fly. "Look, this is our Zhao family's eldest brother-in-law, an expert at catching flies." One of the cooks laughed, his tone full of contempt. However, just as everyone was laughing, Lin Hao's hand suddenly stretched out accurately, as if he sensed something, and with a snap, he actually caught a fly. At the same time, a clear system prompt sounded in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for capturing a fly and successfully activating the god-level animal evolution system." Lin Hao's heart was shaken. This voice seemed to make him feel hope in an instant from his stagnant life. As a time traveler, he naturally knew what the system meant. Although it came a little late, it was undoubtedly a timely help. To activate this system, he actually had to catch a fly with his own hands, which was almost a helpless task for him. He had been looking for a fly in the kitchen for 3 days, experiencing countless ridicule and disdain, but in the end, he finally caught the fly. Just as he was about to let go of his hand, the system prompt sounded again. "Ding! The host has captured a fly. Do you want to take it as a pet?" Lin Hao chose yes without hesitation. Congratulations to the host for accepting a pet. The pet can be named Kung Fu Fly. Lin Hao was suddenly inspired and thought of a science fiction movie in his previous life, so he gave the fly this name. "Ding! The pet has been named." Then, the data panel in his mind displayed the detailed information of the pet Kung Fu Fly. Lin Hao was pleasantly surprised to find that the system was very powerful and could enhance the combat effectiveness of animals for his own use. There were 2 types of enhancements, full body enhancement and advanced enhancement. However, faced with the huge cost of improving combat power, Lin Hao couldn't help but frown. He was penniless now. How could he evolve these animals? Just as he was lost in thought, the system prompt sounded again. "Ding! The host is detecting the first time to bind a pet. Congratulations on receiving a novice gift package. Do you want to receive it?" Lin Hao chose yes without hesitation. Congratulations to the host Lin Hao for obtaining an Animal King level enhancement for free. Congratulations to the host Lin Hao for obtaining an animal advancement for free. The system's reward made Lin Hao feel like he had just woken up from a dream. So, he strengthened and advanced the fly without hesitation. Ding! The strengthening is successful. Kung Fu Fly has been comprehensively improved. As the system prompt sounded, Lin Hao saw that the panel of Kung Fu Fly had undergone tremendous changes. Its combat power soared from 1 to 1,000. Its speed, strength, and senses were significantly improved. And most importantly, its lifespan was extended to 500 days. Ding! Successful advancement. Congratulations to Kung Fu Xiaoying for upgrading to rank C and obtaining the special skill, Bloodblade Sickle. Lin Hao was pleasantly surprised to see that the originally skinny little fly had turned into a well-trained warrior, with clear muscle lines, 6 more powerful legs, claws as sharp as metal sickles, and even a murderous aura. What surprised Lin Hao even more was that he could actually see the world around him through the perspective of Kung Fu Fly. Although he still couldn't see with his own eyes, he could accurately perceive everything around him through the vision of the little fly. While he was immersed in this surprise, the chefs of the Zhao mansion were still sneering from a distance, completely unaware that this son-in-law was no longer the incompetent person in their eyes. Lin Hao knows very well that his transformation has just begun and there will be more amazing changes waiting for him in the future. Even if you look down on me, now you probably won't be able to laugh at me anymore. Lin Hao thought to himself that with the new power, his future would definitely no longer be ordinary. Lin Hao's steps were steady, and every step revealed a confidence that could not be ignored. When he crushed the apprentice's ankle, at that moment he seemed to have completely broken away from his previous identity as the despised blind son-in-law. Whether it was the precision of the movements or the intense pain that followed, all the changes shocked the chefs present. Lin Hao's changes came too fast for them to even understand. But when the fat chef raised his hand and planned to retaliate against Lin Hao, the situation took a dramatic turn again. The Kung Fu Fly swooped down quickly, and with its amazing speed and sharp claws, it directly cut off 3 fingers of the fat chef. The cooks were barely able to react and watched everything happen, unable to stop it. What a fast speed! Lin Hao's heart was shocked. Witnessing all this, he knew very well how powerful this enhanced fly was. It is just a basic enhanced pet, but it can display such amazing combat power, not to mention those advanced pets. Lin Hao suddenly realized that this god-level animal evolution system could not only allow him to stand out in this world, but it might even allow him to take control of the entire situation. He knew that capturing animals was just the beginning, and now he had to make his legion stronger through money and resources. He walked out of the gate of Zhao's house, with a Kung Fu Fly on his head and the afterglow of the setting sun on his shoulders. Looking at the city, he felt an unprecedented confidence. The Sky Continent is not dominated by immortals like in the novels, but more of a world of warriors and mages, and his current ability is one of the most unique powers in this world. As he walked, Lin Hao stopped in front of a mysterious shop. There was no marking on the exterior of the shop, and the black plaque looked particularly strange. He couldn't help but smile when he heard the story behind this store. Half a year ago, his humiliation started right here. Since this is the beginning, let's end it here, he whispered, picked up the bamboo hat on the wall next to him, put on his head, and covered his now confident face. He walked into the store, the aroma filled his nose, and he silently decided in his heart that today he would start to change everything. When he walked into the store, he saw a woman approaching with the help of his Kung Fu Fly vision. The familiar scent on her body made Lin Hao's heart tremble, and he recognized her immediately. She was Zhao Linger, his nominal wife and an important figure in the Zhao family. Although there were many barriers in their marriage life during the half-year, Lin Hao had gained some understanding of Zhao Linger. Not only does she possess amazing business talent, she is also a 4th-level magician. The reason why Zhao Linger chose to marry Lin Hao and her family was because of her proud character, and she was unwilling to give herself to an unreliable man. Lin Hao's identity just met her needs. As the two men passed each other, a sneer flashed in Lin Hao's eyes, and he swore to himself, "You look down on me now, but in the future, I will make you regret it." As Zhao Linger left, Lin Hao walked into the store. His future path had already been decided by him. The moment Zhao Linger's eyes passed by Lin Hao, she seemed to catch a glimpse of familiarity. She couldn't help but look back, but quickly denied her idea in her heart. After all, Lin Hao was just a blind man. How could he appear here? However, Lin Hao's steady pace made her look at him a few more times. That was not the pace of an ordinary blind person. She frowned slightly, then turned and left without thinking anymore. Lin Hao had already entered the seemingly ordinary shop that had a special mission. The atmosphere in the shop was strange and silent, filled with the cold breath of weapons. When the shopkeeper saw Lin Hao walk in, a hint of vigilance flashed in his eyes, but he still spoke to Lin Hao in a tentative tone. Lin Hao responded calmly and made no secret of his purpose. "I'm here to find a job." He was straightforward, suppressing his inner urgency and showing his determination to the assassination mission. The shopkeeper then signaled and prepared an ordinary level task for Lin Hao. The target was a villain named Chun Daejiu, the owner of an underground casino. Through the mission information, Lin Hao learned that Chun Daejiu not only had bad behavior, but also had a team of thugs composed of first-level fighters. The bounty for this mission was as high as 100,000 taels. After deducting the commission, Lin Hao could take away 70,000. Carrying the mission information, Lin Hao quickly left the store and headed straight for the target location, Tian Casino. The atmosphere in the casino was oppressive, with noise coming one after another. The gamblers' anger and shouts mixed together, filled with a gloomy atmosphere. Instead of going directly into the casino, he gave the task to his pet, Kung Fu Fly. Lin Hao can accurately lock onto the target through the perspective of a small fly. Chun Daejiu was standing at the back of the casino, looking very imposing, and the ferocious scar on his face made him look even more intimidating. Kill. Lin Hao gave the order without any hesitation. Kung Fu Fly, after evolution, is no longer the weak fly. Its speed and intelligence have been greatly improved, and it has fully acquired the qualities of an assassin. It did not choose to attack directly, but flew around Chun Daejiu, waiting for its opportunity to strike. The Kung Fu Fly knows that it must choose the best moment to kill with one strike. It keenly observed Chun Daejiu's movements, waiting for an opportunity to act. About 10 breaths later, the small fly began to approach its target, quietly approaching behind Chun Daejiu. However, Chun Daejiu was obviously also an experienced fighter. He was very perceptive and noticed something was happening behind him. His eyes darkened, and he turned around abruptly. But the Kung Fu Fly nimbly avoided his sight, quickly changed its flight trajectory, flew to the back of a prostitute next to him, and continued to wait patiently for an opportunity. The fly's movements became more and more sophisticated, calm, and intelligent. It knew that as an assassin, it had to complete its mission in the most elegant and deadly way. Lin Hao nodded secretly in his heart. Just as he expected, this evolved fly already possessed extraordinary combat capabilities. In the future, he will have countless such elite troops to challenge the entire world. TSK, it turns out to be a fly. Chun Daejiu smiled contemptuously, without any fear in his eyes, as if the fly in front of him was not worth paying attention to. His eyes vigilantly swept over the gamblers and thugs in the field, and he was secretly alert in his heart. I heard that someone recently hired an assassin to kill him, so he must remain vigilant, or he would be in trouble if he were to be assassinated someday. If I find out who the employer is, I will skin him alive. Chun Daejiu snorted angrily, then picked up the wine bottle and drank it in big gulps, trying to calm his restlessness. At this time, the Kung Fu Fly had already silently flown to Chun Daejiu's throat. Its action was swift and precise, without any delay. With a whoosh sound, the sharp claws cut through the air and pierced into Chun Daejiu's neck like lightning. Chun Daejiu suddenly felt a sharp pain in his neck. He subconsciously reached out to cover the wound, but he only felt blood gushing out, instantly dyeing his palm red. Puff! He opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood, then felt a severe feeling of suffocation and his body spasmed. Then his eyes gradually lost focus, and he finally fell to the ground, completely losing his life. Ah! The prostitute screamed in fear, her voice piercing the noise of the casino and instantly attracted the attention of the surrounding gamblers and thugs. Chun Daejiu was killed. As the news spread, the atmosphere in the casino suddenly became solemn, and everyone was shocked by what had happened. The thugs were panicked and completely unable to comprehend this sudden death. They were killed without even a warning. However, the fly had already quietly flown out of the window, and the blood stained it quickly disappeared into the night, as if it had never existed. Lin Hao stood in a corner of the street. Seeing Xiao Ying complete his task, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he felt relieved in his heart. Well done, he said softly, his eyes calm, as if the whole incident had nothing to do with him. He did not stay in the casino, but went straight to the black shop to collect the mission reward. When he walked into the store, the shopkeeper's eyes fell on him with a hint of confusion and contempt. Could it be that this rookie felt that there were too many thugs in the casino and was scared, so he came here to cancel the mission? The shopkeeper secretly despised him in his heart, but still maintained a professional smile on the outside. Have you completed the mission? The middle-aged shopkeeper asked softly. He did not take Lin Hao seriously in his heart, because assassins usually acted at night, and it was rare to complete the mission during the day. Well, yes, Lin Hao replied indifferently without further explanation. The shopkeeper was obviously startled by Lin Hao's response. He raised his eyebrows and looked at him with suspicion. Did you really kill Chun Daejiu? He couldn't believe that someone actually stabbed Chun Daejiu to death in broad daylight. If you don't believe it, you could go to the casino to check. Deji died by having his throat slit. Lin Hao responded calmly. He pulled out a chair and sat down calmly, ready to wait for news. The middle-aged shopkeeper's expression changed, and he no longer dared to question Lin Hao's words. Just when he was about to find someone to verify it, a young man in black rushed in and brought the latest news from the casino. Shopkeeper Tong, Deji was just killed. The young man in black panted and said, "The killer seems to be a martial arts master." He was able to slit Deji's throat silently among the many thugs in the casino. Hearing this news, the shopkeeper's face turned pale. He understood that the young man in front of him was the assassin who killed Deji. Lin Hao completed the task with such ease that the shopkeeper couldn't help but feel in awe. "How is it?" Lin Hao asked casually, crossing his legs. "I'm a humble man who did not recognize a great man. Please forgive me if I have offended you just now." The shopkeeper nodded hurriedly, his face full of awe. Lin Hao didn't care. He only cared about the remuneration. "Can you waive the 30% commission?" he asked. "Due to your extremely high efficiency, our store can waive the 30% commission for this task." The shopkeeper smiled apologetically and immediately took out 10 gold notes, each with a value of 10,000. Lin Hao took the gold note without hesitation and turned to leave the black shop. The shopkeeper carefully bid farewell behind him, full of doubts. Why did this master choose an ordinary level task? The shopkeeper thought to himself, but he did not dare to look down on Lin Hao anymore. After leaving the black shop, Lin Hao changed into another set of clothes and left in a low profile, hiding his identity as an assassin. It seemed that all this had just begun. Lin Hao walked out of the clothing store, having changed into a new set of clothes. He was going to continue to Zhao's house to start his new plan. Just as he was walking out of the store, he saw a spider web in the corner of the wall. In the middle of the web was a small gray-brown spider, about the size of a thumb. Suddenly, a mosquito flew over and was accidentally stuck in the web. The spider quickly crawled over and began to prey on the mosquito, releasing venom to prevent the mosquito from struggling. Lin Hao looked at this scene with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Why not take this spider as well? He had an idea and realized that this was a pet that could be used to strengthen. He picked up a wooden stick from the side and poked the spider gently, then reached out and grabbed it. The system prompt sounded. "Ding, the host has captured spider. Do you want to take it as a pet?" Lin Hao nodded without hesitation. "Yes." "Congratulations to the host for accepting a pet. You can name it Wolf Spider." Lin Hao named the spider. He hoped it would be as ferocious as a wolf. "Ding, the pet has been named." The system's voice sounded again. Then, Lin Hao had an idea and decided to evolve the wolf spider. He planned to give it an intermediate enhancement, which cost him 100,000 gold tickets. After the enhancement was completed, the wolf spider's appearance and abilities had changed significantly. Its body became harder, and its color changed from gray-brown to dark green. Its size increased a lot, and the fangs at the corners of its mouth were sharp and gleaming with a cold light. Lin Hao saw the information on the system panel and knew that its combat power had reached 800 and it possessed the skill of deadly toxins. As the wolf spider strengthened, Lin Hao also received an additional reward, ultimate cultivation talent. This talent increased Lin Hao's martial arts training speed by 100 times, allowing him to quickly absorb spiritual energy and strengthen his body. Lin Hao clearly felt the flow of spiritual energy in his body. He successfully opened up the first spiritual vein and broke through to the level of a first-level warrior. "I can finally practice." Lin Hao clenched his fists, feeling the changes in his body, and was extremely excited. He knew that from now on, he would no longer be the blind man who was laughed at, but a being with great power. He returned to Zhao's residence with Kung Fu Fly and the enhanced wolf spider. It was already evening, and Lin Hao decided to go to the cafeteria for dinner. There are 2 canteens in the Zhao mansion. The large canteen is for family members to dine, while the small canteen is for servants to dine. Relying on his current confidence, Lin Hao walked towards the cafeteria without hesitation. The dining hall was beautifully decorated, just like a high-end restaurant. The private rooms here were reserved for the senior members of the Zhao family, while the tables outside were for the family members to dine. At this time, there were already a dozen young people eating in the cafeteria. They seemed to have just finished practicing martial arts in the martial arts gym and were discussing something enthusiastically. Lin Hao also heard some familiar voices. His ears caught the voice of a thin, middle-aged man who was sitting around the table, respectfully asking the Zhao family members if they needed extra food. Lin Hao's heart moved, and he recognized the man as the 3rd steward of the Zhao mansion, Qin Shi. Qin Shi's job is to manage the logistics of a Zhao mansion, including the canteen. Lin Hao knew clearly that Qin Shi had always treated him badly, often not treating him as he deserved, and even gave him leftovers to eat. Although Lin Hao was blind, he knew the inside story of the Zhao mansion very well. He knew that the reason why Qin Shi dared to treat him like this must be that there must be stronger supporters behind him. The moment Qin Shi noticed Lin Hao walked into the cafeteria, an inexplicable anger surged in his heart. He couldn't understand why the blind man who usually bullied even the servants dared to walk into the cafeteria to eat today. Qin Shi sneered, thinking that this was an opportunity to vent his dissatisfaction. He thought that Lin Hao came in just to be bullied, and he could take this opportunity to teach him a lesson. Although Lin Hao is the son-in-law of the Zhao family, in Qin Shi's eyes, he is just a waste, not even worthy of respect. Qin Shi's eyes are full of provocation and teasing. Lin Hao sensed the hostility in Qin Shi's eyes and snorted in his heart, but he did not attack immediately. He knew that it was still dinner time, and it would be unwise to fight back hastily. So he calmly walked to the food window and began to order. Although he couldn't see, he relied on the sight of Kung Fu Fly to accurately point to the high-quality ingredients, ordered 5 or 6 dishes, and took them away on a tray. The cafeteria staff around were all very nervous, especially when they saw Lin Hao ordering so many luxurious dishes. This scene made Qin Shi even more angry. He felt more and more that this was a provocation from Lin Hao and felt it necessary to teach him a lesson. Lin Hao was neither anxious nor impatient. He walked straight to the table opposite Qin Shi, sat down, and began to enjoy these high-end dishes. While he was eating, he deliberately dropped a piece of pork belly on the table. The little fly immediately noticed it and flew down to eat it quickly. Seeing this, Qin Shi took the opportunity to sneer. TSK, blind people are so pitiful. Not only can they not see, but they can't even hold a piece of meat firmly. He felt that he had found an opportunity to vent today, and his tone was filled with mockery and provocation. But Lin Hao ignored him and continued to enjoy his meal, treating Qin Shi's ridicule as air, as if he did not exist. How dare this blind man ignore me? Qin Shi was furious and thought to himself, I will teach this ungrateful son-in-law a lesson today. He quickly took out a bottle of horse urine and secretly poured it into Lin Hao's soup bowl, looking forward to seeing Lin Hao's miserable appearance after drinking it. However, the Kung Fu Fly had secretly seen all this and reacted quickly. When Lin Hao picked up the bowl of soup, Qin Shi's face was filled with a smug smile, thinking that Lin Hao was about to bring humiliation upon himself. However, to everyone's surprise, Lin Hao did not drink the soup, but shook it violently, splashing all the soup onto Qin Shi's face. Although the temperature of the soup was not high, it was enough to cause Qin Shi to feel severe pain, and his entire face instantly became red and swollen. His screams echoed throughout the cafeteria, instantly attracting everyone's attention. How does this soup mixed with urine taste? Lin Hao stood up, a sneer appeared on his lips, and his eyes were fixed on Qin Shi. Oh, this blind man's nose is quite sharp. He can even smell something. Seeing this, the Zhao family members around couldn't help laughing. Lin Hao was not humiliated as Qin Shi expected. Instead, he fought back with the same means, instantly reversing the situation. The angry Qin Shi roared and quickly threw a punch, ready to teach Lin Hao a lesson. But just as the fist was about to fall, Kung Fu Fly unexpectedly flew out and quickly blocked Qin Shi's attack. The fist was only 2 inches away from Lin Hao, but was accurately blocked by Kung Fu Xiaoying. Bah! With a crisp sound, Lin Hao quickly counterattacked and gave Qin Shi several loud slaps without hesitation. The sound was deafening. 2 bright red palm prints immediately appeared on Qin Shi's face, which quickly swelled up. The cafeteria suddenly fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe that this blind man, who they had regarded as a waste, dared to fight back against the 3rd steward Qin Shi. Everyone looked at each other in amazement. You blind bastard, you actually attacked me by surprise. Are you tired of living? Qin Shi roared and immediately jumped up, ready to continue the attack. He quickly kicked out, aiming directly at Lin Hao's head. However, just as he was about to launch an attack, Kung Fu Fly attacked again. This time, the Kung Fu Fly was as fast as lightning and instantly pounced on Qin Shi's ankle. With a scratch of its sharp claws, it directly cut Qin Shi's tendons, and blood spurted out. Qin Shi screamed in pain and fell to the ground, holding his bloody right foot in agony. The The Zhao family members were shocked and started discussing. That looked like a fly. Did I see it right? How was it possible? How can a fly have such great lethality? You are just a shitty housekeeper, yet you dare to be rude to this son-in-law. This time I will teach you a lesson. Lin Hao said coldly, turned around and ignored Qin Shi, preparing to leave. Seeing its master leave, the kung fu fly followed closely, flew to Lin Hao's left shoulder, and gently licked the blood. Amidst many shocked gazes, Lin Hao walked out of the cafeteria calmly and continued to move towards his goal. After Lin Hao returned to his room, he packed some clothes and prepared to go to the bathhouse to relax. He was lucky that there was no one in the bathhouse, so he chose the largest bathroom and enjoyed a hot bath. The water in the bathhouse does not need to be heated. The underground hot springs provide hot water continuously, which is extremely convenient. Lin Hao soaked in the hot water relaxingly. The kung fu flies, fearing water, flew out of the bathhouse and wandered outside, while the wolf spider quietly guarded in the corner of the bathroom. Unexpectedly, the kung fu fly seemed to smell some fragrance and flew into the women's bathhouse next door. Lin Hao was slightly stunned. Through the visual sharing of kung fu xiaoying, he clearly saw the scene inside the women's bathhouse. The bathroom was filled with mist, and the beautiful figures of the women from the Zhao family appeared before his eyes one by one. Although he had no intention of peeping, he still noticed the beautiful scene. Suddenly, Zhao Linger appeared in the women's bathhouse. Following the two maids behind her, she gracefully took off her clothes and prepared to take a bath. Lin Hao's heart moved slightly, and he tacitly allowed Kung Fu Xiaoying to continue observing. At this moment, Zhao Linger actually cast a water spell, controlling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to form a layer of water mist, wrapping herself in it, and the entire bathroom was shrouded in water mist. When Lin Hao saw this scene, his heart couldn't help but move. Water spells. He was amazed at Zhao Linger's ability to control runes and felt a powerful energy. Although Lin Hao relied on the system to improve the fighting power of animals, he still felt that he was lacking in this aspect. He secretly decided that he must learn this skill if he had the chance in the future. Just as Lin Hao was concentrating on feeling the mystery of the spell, several figures suddenly broke into the bathhouse. The leader was Ma Tianyun, the second housekeeper of the Zhao mansion, who was burly and imposing. Seeing Lin Hao soaking in the largest bathtub in the bathhouse, Ma Tianyun was displeased. He felt even more aggrieved that this useless blind man actually occupied this place. Carry him away and clean the bathtub, Ma Tianyun ordered coldly, obviously regarding Lin Hao as an insignificant person. The three servants of the Zhao mansion obeyed the order and walked in front of Lin Hao. Although they were of humble status, they felt that they had the right to treat this blind son-in-law in this way. Lin Hao remained calm and continued taking a bath, with no intention of responding to them. At this moment, the wolf spider suddenly took action. It suddenly sprayed out 3 spider silks, which shot towards the 3 servants like silver needles. Caught off guard, the 3 were hit by spider silk on their faces, which immediately became red and swollen, and they began foaming at the mouth, twitching and falling to the ground. When Ma Tianyun saw this scene, his face changed drastically and his heart was filled with fear. He looked at the wolf spider in panic, realizing that it was an extremely poisonous spider. If it was not dealt with, it would definitely pose a threat to the Zhao family. What's going on? Ma Tianyun's voice trembled and his eyes were full of panic. He led his servants to flee in such a hurry that he even dropped one of his shoes, fearing that the wolf spider would attack him again. Lin Hao watched coldly, a sneer on his face. It seems that the toxicity of spider silk is not fatal. It will only work if you are really bitten. As time passed, Lin Hao put on his clothes and prepared to leave the bathhouse. Just as he walked out of the door, Ma Tianyun hurried over with several servants, holding sticks and other weapons in their hands, obviously ready to deal with the wolf spider. You weren't bitten? Ma Tianyun looked surprised. Seeing Lin Hao walking out of the bathhouse safely, he felt a little confused. Lin Hao shrugged in confusion, pretending to be ignorant. Were you biting? Did something happen just now? Ma Tianyun's face darkened, and he secretly cursed Lin Hao as a waste. But he was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. He directed the servants to enter the bathhouse. Go in and kill that poisonous spider, so that the young masters won't get bitten by accident. But due to the wolf spider's swift attack just now, Ma Tianyun was still afraid and decided to let the servants go in first. He himself stepped aside, full of worry and fear of the possible threat posed by the wolf spider. As the servants rushed into the bathhouse, only Ma Tianyun and Lin Hao were left outside. Seeing that Lin Hao had no reaction, Ma Tianyun became even angrier and wondered how he could get rid of this waste. Lin Hao was somewhat dissatisfied and was ready to teach Ma Tianyun a lesson, so he quietly ordered Wolf Spider to take action. The wolf spider quickly emerged from Lin Hao's pocket according to the command and accurately shot out a spider silk, hitting Ma Tianyun's crotch. With a heart-wrenching scream, Ma Tianyun covered his lower body in pain, fell to the ground, and his body began to twitch. It was obvious that the effects of the poisoning had spread rapidly. Ma Tianyun's screams attracted the servants who rushed into the bathhouse. When they saw Ma Tianyun falling to the ground, they were all horrified and could not understand what had happened. At the same time, the young girls and ladies of the Zhao family in the women's bathhouse also ran out one after another. Zhao Linger frowned when she heard the noise outside. What happened to Butler Ma? Zhao Linger asked calmly, her eyes sweeping over the panicked servants, obviously very concerned about this matter. A servant quickly replied, "Miss, Butler Ma said there was a poisonous spider in the bathhouse and asked us to go in and get rid of it. But as soon as we entered the bathroom, we heard Butler Ma's screams. And when we came out, we saw this situation now." Zhao Linger frowned slightly, obviously confused about this matter. "Poisonous spider? What does it look like?" she asked. The servant shook his head, indicating that he did not know the specific appearance of the poisonous spider, but he immediately looked at Lin Hao and quickly changed his words. "There is also the eldest brother-in-law waiting outside." Zhao Linger glanced at Lin Hao with an indifferent expression and a strange tone. "Do you know the types of poisonous spiders?" Lin Hao's heart moved slightly, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. He asked back, "Don't you think it's ironic to ask me this question?" He turned around and faced Zhao Linger, his gray eyes staring at her lifelessly with a cold look. Zhao Linger was slightly stunned, realizing that the way she asked the question might contain some irony. She was in a mixed mood, but then she seemed to be unaware of the situation and continued to order, "Find the poisonous spider immediately and eliminate the hidden danger." Under her command, the servants of the Zhao mansion acted quickly. While giving orders, Zhao Linger quickly put on her coat and prepared to deal with the next matters. When Lin Hao left, he looked at the figure giving orders behind Zhao Linger and secretly praised her decisiveness and intelligence. However, he knew that he had attracted Zhao Linger's attention. Zhao Linger's suspicious eyes made him feel uneasy, but he had already made a plan in his mind. After walking out of the door, Lin Hao remained calm and prepared to return to his room to think about his next plan. In his opinion, although Zhao Linger's doubts might not immediately shake his plans, it was by no means a small problem that could be ignored. Back in the house, Lin Hao sat down and began to plan his future. As an assassin, he has experienced the efficiency and huge profits of this industry. He knew that to make more money, he needed to be more cautious and make careful plans. After all, even though he now has a strengthened animal army, capturing more powerful monsters still requires huge amounts of money and resources. Just as Lin Hao was deep in thought, a kung fu fly flew into the house and brought some unexpected discoveries. It noticed that there was a book on martial arts on the bed. Although Lin Hao had never come into contact with martial arts, this discovery undoubtedly aroused his strong curiosity. However, he knew in his heart that the book belonged to Zhao Linger, who had clearly warned him not to enter her room. At that time, Lin Hao was blind and did not have much interest in these things. But now, he knew that if he could obtain the knowledge in this book, it might be of great benefit to his future training and assassin's path. Lin Hao walked gently towards the bed. His eyes swept over the martial arts book, and indescribable excitement surged in his heart. For him, this is not just a desire for martial arts, but also an opportunity to change his destiny. After Lin Hao walked into the inner room, he locked the door to make sure no one could disturb him. He let the wolf spider follow his instructions, and the door was quickly closed and locked. The movements were smooth and precise, showing the wolf spider's efficiency in executing orders. Lin Hao smiled slightly and watched the wolf spider perform its task with satisfaction. The air in the room was filled with fragrance, and Lin Hao noticed that the fragrance was similar to Zhao Linger's body odor. Standing in front of the bed, he picked up the book on the bed and opened it. The title was Encyclopedia of Magic. In the lower right corner of the book was written, "Original copy from Tianya Academy." Lin Hao was a little surprised by this, but he naturally understood in his heart that Tianya Academy as the Royal Academy of the Great Yan Dynasty, was an institution that symbolized high-end talent, and the students who could enter it must have extremely high talents. As the daughter of the Zhao family, Zhao Linger is extremely talented and had already received an invitation from Tianya Academy. Her attainments in magic must be profound, and this encyclopedia of magic was a gift she received when she entered the academy. While reading, Lin Hao discovered that spells were not magic as he had originally thought, but rather the ability to mobilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth through engraving runes to form spells. Through the control of runes, the mage can use his mental power to match the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to form a powerful force. Lin Hao immersed himself in this new knowledge and realized that he not only had to rely on the animal system, but could also enhance his strength by learning spells. He began to try to meditate according to the methods in the book to stimulate his spiritual power. With his ultimate cultivation talent, Lin Hao quickly entered a meditative state, sensing the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth, and had an amazing sense of harmony with these spiritual energies. The combination of mental power and spiritual energy allowed him to easily control the runes. He tried to outline a fire rune under the guidance of his mental power. Although the fireball was not as huge as described in the book, only the size of a thumb, it was a huge success for Lin Hao, proving that he could master this skill in a short period of time. He was very excited. He never thought that he could become a magician. However, just as Lin Hao continued to immerse himself in his achievements, there was a sound of a door being pushed open outside. Zhao Linger stood outside the door and asked, "Lin Hao, are you in there?" Lin Hao was slightly stunned and immediately put the spell encyclopedia back to its place. With a flick of his fingertips, he instantly retracted the fireball, walked out of the inner room quickly, and opened the door. Zhao Linger stood at the door with a cold expression and asked, "Why did you lock the door?" Lin Hao naturally reacted quickly, pretending to be nervous, and explained, "Didn't a poisonous spider appear in the mansion? I was afraid it would sneak into the house, so I locked it as soon as I came back." After hearing this, Zhao Linger did not seem to have any doubts. Instead, she felt even more disdainful of Lin Hao in her heart, thinking that if she had not married Lin Hao into her family, she would probably not have been burdened by this. Lin Hao noticed Zhao Linger's attitude. He sneered in his heart, but still pretended to be harmless on the surface. Although Zhao Linger's eyes were full of contempt, she did not ask any further questions, but just shook her head and sighed. She had already started planning for the future in her mind, intending to cancel her engagement with Lin Hao after entering Tianyan Academy and completely get rid of this nominal husband. Although Zhao Linger appears indifferent on the outside, her inner calculations make Lin Hao feel that this woman is not simple. Her wisdom and foresight were obviously not easily ignored by him. And now that he has begun to come into contact with magic and use the ultimate training talent to improve his strength, he will no longer be the useless person who could be manipulated by others in the future. Lin Hao took a deep breath and had a new plan in mind. Whether as an assassin or a mage, he can find his own way in this world. Although Zhao Linger was his wife, she could not stop him from moving toward higher goals. Zhao Linger stood at the door, looking around the room with a puzzled look. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Obviously, she did not expect Lin Hao to do something that would surprise her. The pure fire spiritual energy fluctuation just now filled the entire room almost instantly. But now, the room was silent, and except for her, there was no sign of the strange phenomenon just now. What happened just now? Zhao Linger murmured in a low voice, frowning slightly. Her gaze finally settled on Lin Hao, who was still lying on the floor, seemingly sleeping. She couldn't help but frown, and some doubts arose in her heart. Could it be that the spiritual energy fluctuation just now was really caused by him? Zhao Linger's heart was full of questions. She knew very well that anyone who could control such pure fire spiritual energy was definitely not an ordinary person. Even a fourth-level magician like her didn't dare to easily control such high-intensity spiritual energy. What's more, the intensity and control of this fluctuation are not in line with Lin Hao's current abilities. Zhao Linger's eyes became complicated. Although she felt that it was impossible that Lin Hao had caused it, she couldn't help but begin to doubt. After all, this blind husband has been becoming more and more unpredictable to her lately. He seemed to be hiding a lot of things, and she herself never fully understood him. Lin Hao was calm inside. He was aware of Zhao Linger's arrival and completely understood her doubts. Although the fire spell he just cast seemed to be completed with ease, he still kept a low profile extinguished the fireball, and pretended to be asleep just to hide his tracks. If she really notices something, there might be new troubles. Lin Hao thought to himself, but he was not panicked. Although Zhao Linger is smart and scheming, he now has enough confidence. The fact that she doubts me means that she has indeed realized that something is wrong. Lin Hao gradually came up with an idea in his mind. He did not intend to reveal everything immediately, but instead used these 2 months to keep a low profile and wait for the right time to act. Whether it is learning spells or strengthening pets, he is preparing to pave the way for the future. Zhao Linger stopped at the door for a moment. She looked at Lin Hao with a complicated look, as if she was weighing something. Finally, she sighed softly, turned and left, leaving behind a puzzled back. Although she guessed something, she didn't dare to confirm it. She knew in her heart that Lin Hao's abnormality was indeed not as simple as he looked. As Zhao Linger left, Lin Hao continued to pretend to sleep, quickly recalling everything that had happened today. In the days to come, he will continue to consolidate his strength and wait for an appropriate opportunity. As long as he is strong enough, he will have enough confidence to deal with Zhao Linger or anyone who looks down on him. 2 months is enough for me to do a lot of things. Lin Hao closed his eyes, his heart full of faith. Chapter 11, Go into the finance room. It shouldn't be him. Staring quietly at Lin Hao's figure, Zhao Linger shook her head secretly, denying her previous thought. Because she knows Lin Hao's details and background better than anyone else. Although he comes from the Lin family, an ancient martial arts family, he was born blind and has been unable to practice martial arts since childhood. He can hardly take care of himself and is like a useless person. In this situation, how could one suddenly cast magic? It was absolutely impossible. Strange, was it just my illusion just now? Zhao Linger frowned slightly, her expression changing. This was the only reason she felt was the most appropriate. After all, there are examples of hallucinations or hearing errors during meditation. As Zhao Linger's mind changed, she looked around and found nothing unusual. So she went back to the dormitory, closed the door, and went to sleep. That was a close call. I almost got caught. Lin Hao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had asked Kung Fu Xiaoying to keep watch in advance. Otherwise, if Zhao Linger finds out, I really don't know how to explain it. Besides, he was not in a hurry to expose his abilities until he became really strong. Only in this way can we better protect ourselves. Because of what happened just now, Lin Hao had no intention of continuing to meditate. In this way, Lin Hao lay on the floor and gradually fell asleep. With the guards of Kung Fu flies and wolf spiders, he spent the most comfortable night since he traveled through time. And in the dead of night, the lobby in the front yard of the Zhao mansion was still brightly lit. In the main seat, a middle-aged man with a dignified demeanor was sitting solemnly. He is the head of the Zhao family, Zhao Gaolai. Next to him stood a gray-haired old man. Although his face was full of wrinkles, his eyes were bright. I heard that in the cafeteria tonight, the third steward Qin Shi had a dispute with Lin Hao and his tendons were cut. Zhao Gaolai frowned slightly and asked in a deep voice, "What's going on?" I was not there at the time, and I only heard it from hearsay. The gray-haired old man shook his head and said, "However, according to what the young masters in the mansion saw, it seems that it was a fly that injured Qin Shi." Fly. Hearing this, Zhao Gaolai was slightly stunned and stared at the gray-haired old man in surprise. Qin Shi, who was able to injure a first-level warrior in an instant, was at least as strong as a second-level warrior. But if it is an animal, it is difficult for ordinary beasts to do it, let alone a fly. In this case, the biggest possibility is World of Warcraft. Because, compared with ordinary wild beasts, they are much stronger and have great lethality. But among all kinds of monsters, flies that can attack are unprecedented. There's something fishy about this. Zhao Gaoyai's eyes darkened slightly, and he ordered, "Zhao Rong, pay more attention to Lin Hao during this period of time." Okay. The gray-haired old man nodded respectfully, and then asked doubtfully, "Lin Hao is just a blind man. Is the master of the family doubting him?" When talking about Lin Hao, a hint of calmness flashed in Zhao Gaoyai's eyes. "It's not impossible." Zhao Gaolai looked indifferent and said in a low voice, "Just do as I tell you." "Yes." After saying this, the gray-haired old man slowly walked out of the door and suddenly disappeared into the night. The next morning, when Lin Hao woke up, he found Zhao Linger still sitting on the bed meditating. It seems that talent is not only important, but diligence is also necessary. Lin Hao sighed inwardly, then simply washed up and headed straight to the cafeteria with Kung Fu Fly and Wolf Spider. No matter how big the matter is, filling your stomach first is the most important thing. In the cafeteria, after what happened yesterday, the cooks looked at Lin Hao with fear on their faces, as if they had seen the god of plague. Especially the fat chef, who didn't even dare to report his injury, and only said to others that he accidentally cut off his finger while cutting vegetables. After all, the reason was too sensitive. Could it be that he was about to beat up his brother-in-law, but suddenly lost 3 fingers for some reason? I'm afraid I might even lose my job by then, and I can only blame myself for my bad luck. Today's dishes feel a bit shabby. Lin Hao pretended to sniff and said indifferently. However, most of the dishes on those plates were steamed buns and minced meat as side dishes. The chef's hearts trembled slightly, and they hurriedly took out the high-quality ingredients that only the senior members of the Zhao family could enjoy and gave them to Lin Hao as breakfast. Lin Hao nodded in satisfaction, and under the astonished gazes of many Zhao family members, he took the plate of food, found a seat, and began to enjoy his meal. After eating and drinking, Lin Hao changed his mind and walked toward the finance office in the North Courtyard. In the Zhao mansion, every member will receive corresponding salary according to their status level. As the eldest son-in-law of the Zhao family, he could earn about 5,000 taels every month. After marrying into the wife's family for half a year, he has never collected a monthly salary because he maintains a low-key lifestyle and is content with having food and drink. But it's different now. The evolution of the system often costs more than 10,000 taels, and money is extremely scarce. Half a year is 6 months, which is equivalent to 30,000 taels. We can't waste it. The finance room is the most important area of the Zhao family, so it is naturally heavily guarded, and the person in charge also holds a pivotal position in the mansion. The manager was none other than Zhao Mansion's chief steward, Zhao Rong. Compared with the second steward Ma Tianyun and the third steward Qin Shi, his identity and status in the Zhao Mansion are obviously much higher, because Zhao Rong is not a foreign bloodline, but a native member of his Zhao family. It is said that he was born out of wedlock, but was able to climb to the position of chief steward. One can imagine how powerful his methods were. Lin Hao simply disdained this. No matter how powerful he was, he could not withhold the money he deserved. When he arrived at the North Courtyard, Lin Hao discovered that there were many Zhao family thugs stationed in every corridor here. Each of them is strong and has a calm aura, and is a warrior with the strength of a second-level fighter. The finance department is a restricted area. No outsiders are allowed to wander around here. A rough voice sounded, and a bearded man strode over at the head. Seeing that it was Lin Hao, he was stunned at first. Then he sneered and said, "So, it's you. It seems that you are really wandering around aimlessly." The Zhao family thugs around them also laughed unabashedly. Lin Hao is a blind man, and the way he wanders around is very appropriate to the word wandering around aimlessly. "I'm here to get some money from the finance room. Please move aside." Lin Hao's words were very polite. "You want to withdraw money too?" Hearing this, the bearded man laughed and said, "If I give you a gold note, you may not even know how much it is worth, haha." Lin Hao raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said lightly, "Really? Then we can make a bet." "What's the bet?" The bearded man stopped laughing and asked jokingly. "You take out anything, and if I can guess what it is, you lose." Lin Hao said calmly, "As for the bet, if I guess wrong, my salary for half a year in the Zhao mansion, 30,000 taels, will all belong to you. If you lose, 10,000 taels will be enough. How about that? 30,000 taels." Upon hearing this number, the bearded man's eyes lit up, and he was obviously tempted. However, his monthly salary was only 3,000 taels. If he lost, it would be equivalent to working for several months in vain, which was a considerable risk. "Old Lee, if you don't dare to gamble, let me do it." "Yeah, I've never seen a blind man guessing correctly, haha." Seeing the bearded man hesitating, the Zhao family thugs nearby started to make a fuss. "Bullshit. There's nothing I wouldn't dare to do." The bearded man was furious and stared at Lin Hao. "Okay, I'll make a bet with you." He then changed the subject. "However, the rule is that you can't hold it in your hand and study it for too long, 10 seconds at most." "No problem." Lin Hao's expression was calm, and he did not show any objection to this harsh rule. Chapter 12. Seizing Gambling Money. Looking at Lin Hao's confident expression, the bearded man couldn't help but feel a little scared. "Why do I feel like I've fallen into this guy's trap?" He frowned slightly, as if he felt something was wrong. But the words have been spoken. If I regret it now, I will become a laughing stock. What's more, the other party is just a blind man. You're just a blind man. I want to see what you can guess. The bearded man snorted in disdain and began to think. Wait for me a moment. Then an idea suddenly came to his mind, and after saying a few words, he suddenly turned around and ran quickly towards the kitchen. Little did he know that a fly was following him and flew away quietly. About a few minutes later, the bearded man came back confidently with something shaped like an egg. At the same time, the kung fu fly also flew back and landed on Lin Hao's shoulder. Absolutely. Seeing the egg in the other party's hand, the Zhao family thugs present all gave a thumbs up. This egg looks very similar in shape, but it is actually a crocodile egg. It's just that it's relatively small in size, and if you don't look carefully, you might really think it's an egg or a duck egg. In this situation, it is easy for a blind person who cannot see to guess wrong. More importantly, there's a circle of cracks on the surface of the eggshell, as if it was opened and glued together again, which clearly shows that there is something hidden inside. It's time to start. The bearded man had a playful smile on his face and handed the crocodile egg to Lin Hao. Lin Hao pretended to weigh it twice in his hand, and then began to stroke it seriously. Seeing Lin Hao's carefully studied movements, the bearded man felt a little nervous and hurriedly called a halt. Time is up. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately snatched the egg from Lin Hao's hand, fearing that the latter would really discover something. After Lin Hao pondered for a while, he slowly said, "If my guess is correct, it should be a crocodile egg." Hearing this, everyone looked at each other in surprise. This blind man actually guessed it right. They were all stunned and found the situation unbelievable. Is this guy really blind, or is he just pretending to be blind? However, the bearded man then started laughing. Haha, even if you guessed it was a crocodile egg, you're only half right. In fact, this is... Stop it, I haven't finished yet. Just as the bearded man was about to tell the result, Lin Hao suddenly interrupted him. What do you want to say? The bearded man frowned, having a bad feeling. This crocodile egg is heavy. The eggshell has cracks, so the inside is not egg liquid but water. As soon as the words fell, Lin Hao suddenly swung out his palm and knocked the egg out of the bearded man's hand. With a pop sound, the eggshell shattered and clear water splashed out. Seeing this scene, the Zhao family thugs were stunned. Even they couldn't figure out the trick of the crocodile eggs. Unexpectedly, Lin Hao knew it just by touching a few times. This is simply outrageous. The bearded man looked stunned and stared at Lin Hao in surprise, his eyes full of disbelief. Impossible. His face flushed, and he angrily asked, "Did you just run over to peek, you little brat?" But soon, he felt that there was something wrong with these words. Because Lin Hao is a blind man. How could he peek? Old Li, you are doomed to fail this time. A bald man laughed with glee. Although it feels incredible, we can all testify that he's been standing here and has not left. I'll accept the loss, 10,000 taels. Lin Hao said calmly. Don't admit defeat. This bet doesn't count. The bearded man was furious, and his ferocious look showed that he wanted to eat Lin Hao. Lin Hao was not moved by this. Instead, he said with a smile, "If you don't have money to lose, forget it. TSK. It turns out that Lao Li can't afford to lose. No wonder. He goes to Yichinyuan every night to look for that little flower. How can he save any money?" The Zhao family thugs around couldn't help but sneer. The boring life of guarding the Zhao mansion at ordinary times gave them something to amuse themselves at this moment, and they all started to laugh. Their words undoubtedly stimulated the bearded man's self-esteem. His face turned pale in an instant, and he glared at Lin Hao angrily. "Who said I don't have money? I don't even care about a mere 10,000 taels." The bearded man snorted angrily and then took out a gold note from his waist pocket. The amount on it was exactly 10,000 taels. "But even if I don't give it to you, what can you do to me?" The bearded man grinned, looked at Lin Hao like a cat playing with a mouse, and said jokingly, "If you have the guts, come and get it." Lin Hao smiled. "Since we have money, it will be much easier." Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, the kung fu fly on his shoulder suddenly flew out, waving its sickle claws and sweeping towards the bearded man's palm. The force of this claw is extremely strong. If it scratches your hand, the entire palm will be cut off. However, as a second-level fighter, the bearded man possessed sharp eyesight and immediately noticed Kung Fu Fly's attack. With horror in his heart, he stomped his feet hard on the ground and retreated quickly. At the same time, he drew out a long sword with his right hand and chopped it hard at Kung Fu Xiaoying. However, The kung fu fly was extremely fast, and coupled with a small target, it changed its flight trajectory and easily dodged the sword. Immediately, with a buzzing sound again, he continued to rush towards the bearded man with great momentum. What kind of monster is this? Seeing that a fly was so ferocious, the bearded man was so scared that he stepped back repeatedly. He swung the sword in his hand wildly, the sword light flashing, blocking the kung fu fly that tried to attack him at close range. Looking at this scene, the Zhao family thugs were all stunned. Normally, it would be a piece of cake for a bearded man to kill a small fly. But right now this fly seems a little odd. Could it be that this fly was the one that cut the third steward's tendons in the cafeteria yesterday? Thinking of this, everyone's faces were filled with shock. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, under Lin Hao's command, the wolf spider crawled out of the pocket and directly sprayed out several spider silks. At this moment, the bearded man's attention was all focused on the fierce attack of the kung fu fly, and he had no idea of the wolf spider's attack. The skin on his neck was immediately pierced by the spider silk, and the poison instantly spread throughout his body. Ah! The bearded man screamed suddenly, staggered a few steps, and then collapsed to the ground with foam at the mouth. This is just a lesson for you. Remember to accept defeat in the future. Lin Hao walked closer, took out the 10,000 taels of gold note, and said lightly, "Could that be the poisonous spider that appeared in the bathhouse last night?" At this time, the dozen or so Zhao family thugs also noticed the existence of the wolf spider. It turns out that these two monsters are his pets. He's a beast tamer. At once, they all understood what was going on and stared at Lin Hao in horror. No wonder the second and third butlers both fell into his hands. Chapter 13, Improving Combat Power. Then, under the astonished gazes of everyone, Lin Hao remained calm and walked straight towards the finance office. From the fight just now, Kung Fu Xiaoying was almost on par with the bearded man. It seems that the combat power of 1,000 is only at the level of a level 2 warrior. Then Wolf Spider's current combat power is 500, which means it only has the strength of a first-level warrior. System, I want to evolve my pet. Lin Hao muttered to himself. Host, which pet do you want to evolve? Suddenly, the system prompt sounded. Kung Fu Fly. The moment the words fell, a light screen panel suddenly appeared in Lin Hao's mind. Lin Hao's mind moved slightly, and he lightly tapped the font of primary enhancement. Ding! The enhancement is successful. Congratulations to Codename 001 Kung Fu Fly for improving your combat power. As the voice sounded, the 12,000 taels of gold notes in Lin Hao's hand disappeared instantly. Immediately afterwards, all the information about Kung Fu Fly appeared in his mind. Kung Fu Fly. Code 001. Owner, Lin Hao. Combat power, 2,000. Lifespan, 499 days. Talented skills, Blood Blade Scythe. Advanced level, C-level beginner, plus. Full body enhancement, elementary, intermediate, advanced king level. Advanced upgrade, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS. After reading the message, Lin Hao nodded with satisfaction. Combat power includes speed, strength, and defense. With Kung Fu Xiaoying's current doubled combat power, if he fights with the bearded man again, Lin Hao is absolutely confident that he will be crushed. A tiny fly can actually have such fighting power. This is the first time I have ever seen such a small fly. As Lin Hao left, a gray-haired old man walked slowly out from behind a pillar at the end of the corridor. The master of the family is right. This kid from the Lin family is indeed extraordinary. The gray-haired old man looked at Lin Hao's receding figure and murmured hoarsely. Surprised, he took a step forward and walked towards Lin Hao. Butler, seeing the gray-haired old man suddenly appear, the Zhao family thugs present were slightly startled and immediately shouted in awe. There is no doubt that this person is the Zhao family's chief financial officer, Zhao. The finance room is located in the core area of the north courtyard. The entire house covers a very large area, and the walls on all four sides are made of metal, so the defense level is very strict. After all, the finance room is the Zhao family's treasury, and most of the gold, silver, and treasures are stored in it. If it is stolen, it will cause great damage to the family's vitality. When you walk into the house, you see rows of bookshelves on which are placed the account books of all the Zhao family's assets. As for the real vault, it is likely in the basement. A thin man in charge of registration was sitting at the desk. When he noticed someone coming in, he immediately looked up. "Oh, what's the wind blowing today? Our Zhao family's eldest brother-in-law is coming to the finance room. Seeing that the person coming was Lin Hao, the thin man was slightly stunned and spoke in a strange tone. In Kung Fu Xiaoying's view, the thin man had a pointed face and looked very shrewd. Although it was Lin Hao's first time in the finance office, he had some impression of this voice from the previous time in the cafeteria. This person is called Chun Si, one of the 5 assistants of the chief steward Zhao Rong, and is mainly responsible for the accounting registration of the finance department. You're not going the wrong way, are you? Chun Si glanced at Lin Hao with contempt and then asked, I'm here to get the money, Lin Hao said calmly. Counting the days, I haven't received my monthly salary for 6 months, a total of 30,000 taels. Hearing this, Chun Si was stunned, and then he couldn't help laughing. Why would a blind man like you need to withdraw money? Isn't it enough to have food and drink? Chun Si crossed his legs, looking arrogant. Although his status in the Zhao family was not high, he felt superior to Lin Hao, the blind and useless son-in-law. None of your business, just settle the account. Lin Hao's expression was calm, and he was not angry about it. It's been so long that I can't find the accounts anymore. I can only count from this month. Chun Si waved his hands and drove him away in a very bad manner. But the time to collect your monthly salary has not yet arrived. If you have nothing else to do, leave quickly and don't be an eyesore here. Lin Hao smiled coldly. I don't think so. The finance department is the most important system of the family. Even accounts from decades ago will be kept, let alone for just 6 months. At this point, Lin Hao changed the subject and said, if I'm not mistaken, you want to embezzle my monthly salary? Or maybe you've already pocketed it. Hearing this, Chun Si's face changed slightly, and he shouted angrily, as if he was feeling guilty. You blind idiot, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart. Lin Hao sneered. You know whether I'm talking nonsense or not. You bastard, you're looking for death. Chun Si stood up suddenly and walked towards Lin Hao angrily. Although he is not a warrior, he still has great confidence in dealing with a blind man. This time, Lin Hao did not give any orders to Kung Fu Fly and Wolf Spider. He suddenly stretched out his hands and quickly outlined Fire Rune. Buzz! In an instant, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the house surged together like a tide. Start! As a low shout sounded, the rune totem between Lin Hao's fingers suddenly flashed and instantly turned into a fireball. Mage, mage! Seeing this, Chun Si was suddenly shocked and stood there in a daze. In the martial arts world, a mage's status is higher than that of a warrior. With the simple skills that Lin Hao has demonstrated, he is already qualified to be certified by the Mage Guild. After receiving the medal, he can become a mage with status. By then, no matter which family you go to in Tianwu City, you will be respected. Did you want to fight just now? Lin Hao's mouth curled up, and he said lightly, I'm ready, come on. Hearing this, Chun Si couldn't help but shudder, and hurriedly said, tremblingly, Aunt, Uncle, you misunderstood. I just saw a fly on your shoulder, and I wanted to come over to chase it away. Lin Hao raised his eyebrows and said jokingly, shooting a fly? In my opinion, it might have died before you did it. The moment the words fell, Kung Fu Fly flapped its wings and swooped out like lightning, its sickle claws flashing with sharp cold light. Swish! The next second, the wooden table next to Chun Si broke into 2 pieces. I saw that the broken edge of the table was smooth and flat, as if it had been cut with a knife. Looking at the sudden scene, Chun Si was stunned with horror on his face. A tiny fly actually has such terrible killing power. Am I dreaming? Chun Si couldn't help but swallow his saliva secretly, feeling a little bit unbelievable. At this time, Zhao Rong had already appeared at the door of the finance room. There is no doubt that he saw the scene where Kung Fu Xiaoying displayed his strength just now. Chapter 14, Blackmailing the Butler. The speed is much faster, and there is more power. Zhao Rong's eyes darkened slightly, and he couldn't help but be secretly surprised. Because before this, he had seen the fight between Kung Fu Fly and the bearded man. The speed and strength just now were comparable to the level of a second-level warrior. However, now, his ability has increased to be comparable to that of a third-level warrior. Zhao Rong was quite surprised by the speed of improvement. Lin Hao had actually already noticed Zhao Rong's arrival. Although he was somewhat sensitive about exposing his own strength, he didn't care. This is a good opportunity to collect the monthly salary that I deserve. Butler, since you are here, let's talk about the accounts. Lin Hao spoke calmly, neither humble nor arrogant. Zhao Rong was slightly surprised. This kid's perception is quite strong. How did you find me? Zhao Rong chuckled and asked curiously. Footsteps, Lin Hao said calmly. Although I can't see it, everyone's footsteps are slightly different. This statement was reasonable and did not make Zhao Rong doubt it. You have a good hearing ability. Remembering people by their footsteps is indeed a good method. Zhao Rong exclaimed in admiration, then walked in with a smile. Butler. When Chun Si saw Zhao Rong walking in, he came to his senses and bowed in awe. Zhao Rong ignored him and kept his eyes on Lin Hao and the kung fu fly lying on his shoulder. As for the wolf spider, it has been hiding in the pocket and is difficult to observe. However, after seeing what happened to Qin Shi, the second housekeeper, and others at the bathhouse last night, as well as the poisoning incident that the bearded man had just encountered, Zhao Rong was already very aware of the terrifying abilities of wolf spiders. This guy said that it's been too long, and I can't find the account for the half-year's salary I haven't received at the Zhao mansion yet. Lin Hao turned to Zhao Rong and asked, How do you think we should deal with this? Zhao Rong is in charge of the Zhao family's finances, so it feels more useful to talk to him directly. Can't find the account? Hearing this, Zhao Rong's face suddenly darkened. He looked at Qin Si, frowned, and asked, Every entry in and out of the finance department's accounts is recorded. How can you not find it? What? Faced with the butler's questioning, Chun Si's heart trembled slightly, and he was unable to utter a word. Bring out the account books of the family members immediately. I want to take a look at them myself. Zhao Rong had obviously guessed something and shouted in a deep voice. With the prestige he had accumulated over the years, Chun Si dared not neglect Zhao Rong's order at this moment, and hurriedly took out a thick account book from the bookshelf. As he looked through it, Zhao Rong quickly found Lin Hao's accounts for the past 6 months. The information recorded above is actually collected every month. Buzz! The kung fu fly flew around and also conveyed the information on the account book to Lin Hao's mind. Shao Si, you must give me a reasonable explanation today. Zhao Rong's face suddenly turned gloomy. He stared at Qin Si and scolded him harshly. What on earth is going on? Do I need to explain? Of course, he embezzled my money privately. Lin Hao said lightly, then pulled a chair and sat down, ready to see how Zhao Rong would solve it. Seeing that his embezzlement was exposed, Qin Si became panicked and his hands could not help but tremble. If it were in the past, he might have refused to admit it, or even slandered Lin Hao by saying that he had already received the money and was just here to defraud money. However, now, Lin Hao is not only a magician, but also has the shock from Kung Fu Xiaoying just now, so how could he dare to talk nonsense? Butler, I shouldn't be obsessed with money. At that moment, Chun Si knelt on the ground, begging for mercy with a sad face. Please give me another chance. I will never dare to do it again next time. After confirming that it was true, Zhao Rong was immediately furious and shouted, Return the 30,000 taels immediately, or I will cut off your hands. Hearing this, Chun Si was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat and quickly took out 3 gold bills from his pocket. He was very clear about Zhao Rong's methods and always clearly distinguished between rewards and punishments. If he fails to come up with the 30,000 taels that he embezzled from Lin Hao, his end will definitely be miserable. Don't ever set foot in the Zhao mansion again. Get lost. Zhao Rong said coldly. Yes, yes. Chen Siru was pardoned and immediately ran out of the finance office in a hurry. After cleaning up the mess, Zhao Rong turned his gaze to Lin Hao, who had been watching the show next to him. Please don't spread what happened today. I can double your half-year salary as compensation. Zhao Rong forced a smile on his face. Over the years, under his management, the accounts of the finance department have been in good order and no mistakes have ever occurred. However, if the news of Chun Si's embezzlement were to get out, it would undoubtedly leave a huge flaw in his almost perfect career. Hearing this, Lin Hao raised his eyebrows. This old man seems to value his reputation very much. Such a good opportunity cannot be missed. Lin Hao smiled and said, Okay, but I want 10 times as much. What? When Lin Hao opened his mouth, he asked for 10 times the amount. Zhao Rong almost jumped up. 10 times the half-year salary is 300,000 taels. Apart from the 30,000, he would obviously have to pay the rest out of his own pocket. Impossible, 5 times at most. A look of ashen color emerged on Zhao Rong's face, and he spoke in a decisive tone. Make a deal. Lin Hao immediately agreed. The reason for asking for 10 times the price was just to leave room for bargaining later. 5 times the compensation is equivalent to 150,000 taels. All in all, It is already very considerable. Afterwards, Zhao Rong handed the 150,000 taels of gold notes to Lin Hao with a broken heart. Thank you. Lin Hao grinned, then turned and left. You lose more than you gain by stealing a chicken. Zhao Rong sighed inwardly. In order to protect his reputation, he had to pay the compensation out of his own pocket. Originally, under the instructions of the patriarch, he was just observing Lin Hao secretly. Although he did obtain a lot of information, he was also severely outclassed by Lin Hao, and he felt that it was not worth it. Just like that, Lin Hao took a handful of gold bills, walked out of the north courtyard area, and went straight to the black shop. 15,000 taels were used up after evolving animals once or twice, and it was simply not enough to satisfy Lin Hao's strong ambition. What he lacks most now is money, and time is running out. Because 2 months later would be the day when Zhao Linger would issue him a letter of divorce. It is necessary to accumulate enough capital in advance at that time. On the way to the black shop, Lin Hao turned into a clothing store. When he came out again, Lin Hao was already wearing a huge black cloak that completely concealed his figure. Then I went to the nearby equipment store, bought a metal mask, and put on my face. With this attire, as long as he doesn't make any sound, even his biological parents would find it difficult to recognize him. Of course, Lin Hao couldn't pretend to be mute. He moved his throat slightly, found an acceptable tone, and then finalized the voice as Jing Ke. Chapter 15 Limited Time Mission. At this time, inside the black shop, shopkeeper Tong stood respectfully beside the table, and Zhao Linger was sitting in the main seat. Miss, I received a time-limited mission this morning. Please set the level. Shopkeeper Tong placed a task list on the table. Time-limited mission. Zhao Linger was slightly surprised and turned her eyes to the information on the task list. The so-called time limit means that the task must be completed at the specified time, otherwise everything will be invalid. This is considered a relatively special assassination mission, and of course the reward will be several times more than that of the same level. The prey is a level 2 warrior, but he has a level 4 swordsman follower. His strength is not low, so let's classify it as a medium mission. After analyzing the information in the data, Zhao Linger said so. The mission level is generally divided according to the strength of the prey. Level 1 to 3 fighters are classified as ordinary. Warriors from level 4 to 6 are classified as intermediate. For fighters of levels 7 to 9, it is a difficult level. As for the names on the red list, they're all powerful warriors who have surpassed the realm of 9th level warriors. It is impossible for ordinary assassins to defeat powerful people of that level, and even their whereabouts are difficult to find. Okay. Shopkeeper Tong nodded respectfully and then stamped a red seal on the task list. Just then, a dark shadow walked in and immediately attracted the attention of Zhao Linger and Shopkeeper Tong. May I ask who you are? Since Lin Hao changed his clothes today, Shopkeeper Tong found it difficult to recognize him at first glance. Yin Kiskiviko. Lin Hao lowered his voice and said indifferently. Hearing the word Jing Ku, Zhao Linger was startled. She looked at Lin Hao a few more times with her clear eyes. She already knew about the mysterious assassin who completed the mission quickly yesterday. Mr. Jing Ku, what kind of mission would you like to receive today? Shopkeeper Tong immediately came forward and asked with a smile. As usual, Lin Hao said calmly. It's an ordinary mission. The location is in Tianwu City. Zhao Linger shook her head secretly. I thought he was a hidden master, but I didn't expect him to take on low-level tasks again this time. It seems I overestimated him. Shopkeeper Tong smiled professionally. I'm sorry, there are no more ordinary missions in Tianwu City. The nearest one is in Qingyang Town, 500 miles away. 500 miles. Lin Hao frowned slightly. Even if he rode a horse, it would take a whole day to travel this distance. Shopkeeper Tong seemed to see what Lin Hao was thinking and continued. In fact, we received a time-limited mission today, and the location is in Tianwu City. However, this mission is quite special. It requires the assassination to be completed at a designated time, and it is a medium-level mission. Hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Lin Hao's eyes. This mission does sound a bit special. However, the location is in Tianwu City, so he can control the time. It's just a medium-level mission, and the difficulty of assassinating the corresponding prey will undoubtedly increase a lot. How much is the reward? Lin Hao couldn't help but ask. Compared to other things, Lin Hao cares most about his own interests. If the benefits aren't great, there's no need to take the risk. According to industry rules, a medium-sized task requires 200,000 taels. Shopkeeper Tong smiled and said, but because of the special time limit, the The reward will be doubled to 1,000,000 taels. 1,000,000 taels. Hearing the amount of the bounty, Lin Hao's eyes flickered and he nodded directly. I'll take this job. Manager Tong was not surprised that Lin Hao acted so decisively. Because in his opinion, Lin Hao was just a top assassin who had nothing to do and came out to make some extra money. Immediately, shopkeeper Tong took out a task list and handed it to Lin Hao. In Kung Fu Xiaoying's field of vision, the above information is clearly visible. Pri, Ma Feiyu. Age, 25. Strength, level 2 warrior. Identity, the second young master of the Ma family in Qingyang Town. Recent active locations, Tianwu City, Underground Market Exchange Center. Subordinates, Li Kuan, a 4th-level warrior with superb swordsmanship. Reward, 1,000,000 taels. Time limit, July 5th, 9986, at 8 p.m. As soon as the lights in the central hall of the trading hall go out, kill immediately. After reading the task list information, Lin Hao's heart moved slightly. It is not difficult to see that this must have been a carefully planned murder. Otherwise, how would he know when the lights would be turned off? As for the reason, Lin Hao didn't think much about it. Anyway, his goal is to kill the prey at the designated time. Moreover, from the information, Lin Hao also had some general understanding of Ma Feiyu. This is a complete playboy. Relying on the influence of the Ma family in Xingyang Town, he behaves in an extremely domineering style and commits many evil deeds. It can not only eliminate harm, but also make money, which can be considered a good deed. An intriguing smile appeared on Lin Hao's lips. Although he chose to be a killer, he didn't want to become a butcher for the evil because of money. What is good and what is bad? Deep down in his heart, although he was cold and ruthless, he still retained a trace of conscience. Time-limited mission. The prey must be killed at the specified time. Otherwise, it will be considered a failure and the employer will not give any reward. At this moment, a light voice sounded, and it was Zhao Linger who spoke. She stared at Lin Hao and said, I have explained the rules. Do you accept them? Facing Zhao Linger, Lin Hao had no intention of giving in. He said very firmly, stop talking nonsense and prepare your reward. After saying that, Lin Hao turned around and left. Zhao Linger couldn't help but be slightly stunned by such a high-class attitude. She stared at Lin Hao's back as he walked out of the store, feeling quite surprised. Although this mission is of medium quality, due to the time limit, even an assassin with many years of experience would not dare to accept it easily before being fully prepared. Is he really that confident? After leaving the black shop, Lin Hao looked at the mission time again. July 5th, 9986 at 8 p.m. Isn't that tomorrow night? Lin Hao felt a little depressed as time was running out. I have 150,000 yuan on hand now. Let's save it for backup. On the street, Lin Hao moved among the crowd and began to think. Kung Fu Fly's level is C-level beginner. Wolf Spider is a D-level intermediate. With just one King-level enhancement, the Wolf Spider will meet the conditions for evolving to the C-level. However, the primary level is enhanced to 10,000, the intermediate level is 100,000, the advanced level is 1,000,000, and the King level is 10,000,000. There is still a long way to go before reaching the King level. Beside Ma Feiyu, there is a level 4 warrior swordsman bodyguard. His strength is not low. To be on the safe side, it is better to strengthen Kung Fu Xiaoying's armament first. While Lin Hao was thinking, he walked around the weapon shop and went straight to the weapon refining workshop next door. Given Kung Fu Xiaoying's size, he couldn't wear any of the equipment from ordinary weapon shops because of the huge size difference. The only way is to tailor it to your needs. Call. As I stepped into the door of the weapon refining workshop, a wave of heat suddenly hit me in the face. Immediately afterwards, a heavy metal collision sound was heard. Lin Hao looked up and saw a middle-aged blacksmith standing by the stove, swinging a hammer and hitting an iron sword, with sparks flying everywhere. The blacksmith was very short, only as tall as the waist of an average adult, and had a big beard that almost covered most of his face. However, he looked very strong, with toned muscles and full of power. Chapter 16. Forging Weapons. It turns out they are the dwarves. Although it was the first time he saw the dwarf, Lin Hao recognized it at once because of its strange physical features. According to rumors, the dwarves have unique abilities and interests in refining equipment, and almost every dwarf knows how to forge. The vast majority of weapons on the Sky Continent are made by the dwarves. At this moment, the dwarf blacksmith did not stop his work because of Lin Hao's arrival. He continued to swing the hammer with amazing arm strength, hitting the newly formed sword blank again and again. Lin Hao did not make any noise to disturb them, but watched quietly and patiently. Although he did not understand smelting, Lin Hao had a general understanding that in the process of casting weapons, especially when it came to finalizing the shape of the weapon, there must not be any mistakes. Otherwise, it will just become a defective product. Lin Hao had nothing to do, so he looked around casually, observing this simple weapon refining workshop. In a corner of the wall, there were dozens of black iron piled up, and a dozen iron swords standing upside down next to them. Next to it, there was a pile of broken swords and roughly shaped sword blanks. Obviously, they're all unsuccessful and defective products. It can be seen that this dwarf blacksmith is extremely particular about sword forging. In a relatively open area on the left, there's a weapon rack with 7 or 8 swords on it, which should be samples. So Lin Hao walked forward, took a closer look with the help of Kung Fu Xiaoying's vision, and then picked up a long sword. Bite! Lin Hao flicked the sharp sword with his fingers, and a subtle sound was heard immediately. He swung the sword a few times, and because the sword's edge was so thin, the sharp whooshing sound seemed to tear the air apart. Nice sword. Lin Hao nodded secretly and put the sword back to its original place. At this time, the hammering sound disappeared and the dwarf blacksmith finally stopped. He let out a light breath, then put the cast iron sword into the water tank. All of a sudden, there was a hiss sound, the water in the tank surged violently, and white smoke rose. Obviously, it was done. Good patience, young man. The dwarf blacksmith raised his eyes to look at Lin Hao and laughed deeply. Your work attitude is also quite serious. Lin Hao said with a faint smile. What kind of weapon do you need to build? Do you have your own materials? The dwarf blacksmith asked directly without beating around the bush. There is no material. Lin Hao shook his head and said, I want to forge a set of weapons for my pet. Hearing this, the dwarf blacksmith asked in a rough voice, What pet? Flies. Lin Hao said with a stiff face. If he tells his pet about it, people might call him crazy, but there's nothing he can do about it. Sure enough, when the dwarf blacksmith heard that the pet was a fly, he was stunned. You go to forge equipment for a fly. He stared at Lin Hao in surprise, thinking he had heard it wrong. Yes, that's it. Lin Hao nodded and stretched out a finger. The kung fu fly immediately flew up from his shoulder and landed on his fingertips. If possible, also give me another pet and a set of defensive armor. As the voice fell, the wolf spider crawled out of the pocket and climbed onto Lin Hao's shoulder. Seeing this scene, the dwarf blacksmith's face changed, and he couldn't help but take a deep breath, as if he was trying his best to suppress the urge to swear. If Lin Hao didn't look like he was joking, and if it weren't for his patient attitude when he was forging the weapon just now, he would have blasted it out long ago. Even if we can forge equipment for these small animals, their small bodies simply cannot bear the weight of black iron. The dwarf blacksmith frowned slightly and declined politely. So, don't waste your time and money. Lin Hao smiled faintly and said, Don't worry, although my 2 pets are small, they are not ordinary animals. After saying that, the kung fu fly suddenly swooped out, and in the blink of an eye it flew to the side of the stove, grabbed the huge iron hammer with its claws, and lifted it up. What? The dwarf blacksmith's face changed drastically. He knew very well that the hammer was made of fine iron and was extremely heavy, weighing 200 kilograms. It is not easy for ordinary people to lift it. What's more, it's just a tiny fly. If you let it go gently, it will be crushed to death. However, this scene completely overturned all the dwarf blacksmith's previous knowledge. Before the shock had worn off, the wolf spider suddenly shot out a strand of spider silk. It instantly wrapped around a piece of black iron ore and pulled it over without even breaking the spider silk. Hiss! The dwarf blacksmith couldn't help but gasp. This is not just a small animal. Its strength is no different from that of a ferocious beast. The dwarf blacksmith was secretly surprised, his eyes full of shock. The fly holds the hammer, and the spider drags the iron sword. This is a strange scene. I have never seen it before. If you think my 2 pets are not capable of supporting the equipment, I have nothing to say. Looking at the stunned dwarf blacksmith, Lin Hao said lightly. Hearing this, the dwarf blacksmith came to his senses, stared at Lin Hao, and asked in surprise, Are you a beast tamer? Lin Hao was slightly startled, then nodded and said, I guess so. Okay, I'll tailor it for your 2 pets. The dwarf blacksmith grinned, his tone sounding a little excited. I originally thought that the pets Lin Hao was talking about were just animals like cats and dogs. I didn't expect him to be such a weird little guy. He had been refining equipment for decades, but had never made equipment for animals as small as flies and spiders. This could be said to be a challenge. The dwarf blacksmith was obviously quite excited and looking forward to the challenges of a new field. How long will it take to cast these equipment? Lin Hao asked. After all, it will be needed tomorrow night. If time could be quicker, it's okay, even if the price is doubled. However, Lin Hao would not be stupid enough to say this idea out loud. Just take the measurements, and it will be finished tomorrow. As the dwarf blacksmith spoke, he took out a very thin tape measure from an iron box. Lin Hao nodded slightly. The timing was just right. Then, under Lin Hao's instructions, Kung Fu Fly and Wolf Spider lay quietly on the table, allowing the dwarf blacksmith to manipulate them. After carefully measuring the dimensions, the dwarf blacksmith raised his head, turned his gaze towards Lin Hao, and asked what materials are needed to forge the equipment. Lin hadn't known much about minerals and the like, so he said bluntly, the best. The dwarf blacksmith was quite straightforward. He took out a dark red iron block, about the size of an egg. You are lucky. I still have a piece of lava iron left. It is more than enough to forge equipment for 2 pets. The dwarf blacksmith seemed to see that Lin Hao was a layman and briefly explained the material properties of lava iron. This is a mineral found in underground magma. It is extremely resistant to high temperatures and extremely strong. Most of the weapons made from it will transcend the human level and be classified as Earth-level treasures. However, due to the difficulty of the mining process and the scarcity of output, the price has always been relatively expensive. Chapter 17, Prey appears. How much does this piece of lava iron cost? Lin Hao thought it would be better to ask a price first. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing if he couldn't pay the fee tomorrow. 10,000, plus 2,000 for labor costs. Hearing the price offered by the dwarf blacksmith, Lin Hao took a deep breath. Such a small piece of lava iron costs 10,000 taels. If you want to forge a long sword, wouldn't it cost hundreds of thousands? Okay, price is not the problem, quality is the main issue. Although it seems very expensive, I have to keep it stable for the sake of face. As he said this, Lin Hao took out 5,000 taels as a deposit. Haha, after searching so many weapon refineries, I finally found it. Just then, an excited voice was heard. A young man in brocade clothes walked in, staring at the lava iron in the dwarf blacksmith's hand with burning eyes. Behind the young man in brocade clothes followed 2 of his men. One of them had a long sword on his back, and his eyes were as sharp as the sword's edge. Ma Feiyu. With the help of Kung Fu Xiaoying's vision, Lin Hao's heart trembled slightly, and he immediately recognized the appearance of the young man in brocade clothes. It was the prey in the portrait on the mission list, Ma Feiyu. And the middle-aged man, carrying a long sword, was undoubtedly Ma Feiyu's follower. A kendo master with the strength of a 4th-level warrior, Li Kuan. This guy is very strong. Lin Hao's heart sank slightly. He stared at Li Kuan and couldn't help but look at him a few more times. It seems that it is not easy to assassinate Ma Feiyu. As for the other young subordinate next to him, he is just a minion of a 1st-level warrior and is nothing to be afraid of. Boss, I want this piece of lava iron. Please name your price. As soon as Ma Feiyu came in, he said arrogantly, then make me a ring. The dwarf blacksmith shook his head and said, I'm sorry, this piece of lava iron, the only one left in our store, has just been reserved by this guest. Hearing this, Ma Feiyu turned his gaze to Lin Hao and looked at him curiously. Since Lin Hao was wearing a black cloak and a mask at the moment, it was hard to tell anything from his appearance. However, Ma Feiyu was obviously more cautious about this mysterious man of unknown origin. My friend, my name is Ma Feiyu, and I'm from the Ma family in Qingyang Town. Ma Feiyu first introduced his background, then smiled and said, I am in need of a piece of lava fine iron. If you are willing to transfer it, I will definitely give you a satisfactory price. Lin Hao was not moved by his words and said calmly, not for sale. Boy, it's your good fortune that my second young master likes your things. Don't be ungrateful. Seeing Lin Hao's refusal, the subordinate next to Ma Feiyu suddenly stood up and shouted angrily. Xiao Wu, please be polite. He is still considering it. Ma Feiyu waved his hand. A sinister smile appeared on his face, and he scolded his men. This friend, you say so, right? He looked at Lin Hao again, and the smile on his face made people feel like a smiling tiger. Since you're sincere about buying it, it is not impossible. Staring at Ma Feiyu, Lin Hao also said with a smile. Hearing this, Ma Feiyu's eyes flickered, and he said in surprise, Okay, that's quite straightforward. The transfer price is 1 million taels. However, Lin Hao's next words made the surprise on Ma Feiyu's face, as well as the smile on his face, freeze in an instant. What? 1,000,000 taels? That subordinate reacted most violently, staring at Lin Hao as if he were a lunatic. 1,000,000 taels, at this price, you could buy a quantity many times larger than this piece of lava iron. The swordsman Li Kuan remained silent, as if all this had nothing to do with him. As long as the young master's life is not endangered, he will not act rashly. Boy, don't refuse a toast and drink a forfeit. Staring at Lin Hao, Ma Feiyu's face darkened slightly, and there was a chill in his voice. 1,000,000 taels. This price is obviously a joke. Do they think I'm a fool? If you think it's expensive, forget it. Lin Hao had no intention of selling at all, so he took a step forward, trying to bypass Ma Feiyu and walk towards the store door. However, at this time, the subordinate with a hooked nose next to Ma Feiyu stood in front of Lin Hao. We haven't agreed on the price yet. You can't leave this door. The hook-nosed man looked arrogant and stared at Lin Hao, threatening him. As the voice fell, he suddenly clenched his fist and hit Lin Hao. Roll! However, Lin Hao's speed was much faster. He raised his foot suddenly and kicked the opponent away. The hook-nosed man's body happened to hit the stove behind him, and he was burned so much that he screamed in pain. If you beat a dog, you have to look at the owner first. It's like you're seeking death. Seeing his men being beaten, Ma Feiyu's eyes flashed coldly, and his palms formed into eagle claws, grabbing Lin Hao's throat fiercely. At such a close distance, he didn't believe Lin Hao could escape. Boom! However, at this moment, a powerful mental force suddenly burst out from Lin Hao. This mental power instantly condensed into an invisible barrier, directly blocking Ma Feiyu, as if he was stuck in a quagmire, unable to move forward even a single step. Mage! Ma Feiyu's expression changed drastically, and a look of horror appeared in his eyes. He is a level 2 warrior, and to be able to use mental power to intercept him requires the strength of at least a level 2 wizard. Little did people know that although Lin Hao's current cultivation level is that of a first-level mage, the concentration of his mental power is already close to that of a second-level mage, just one step away from a breakthrough. Call out. Suddenly, a sword light flashed by. The mental barrier that bound Ma Feiyu was instantly torn apart. The person who drew the sword was Li Kuan. Ma Feiyu suddenly felt his body lighten, and he quickly stepped back and stood beside Li Kuan, facing a second-level mage. As a warrior, even if he wins by chance, he will have to pay a huge price. Old Li cut off his hands, and then I'll see how he can perform magic. Ma Feiyu gave the order with a sinister look on his face. Li Kuan nodded indifferently, and the long sword in his hand was infused with spiritual power, and the sharp sword energy surged, instantly locking onto Lin Hao's body. Feeling this powerful aura, Lin Hao felt a sense of solemnity in his heart. There's a big gap between his current cultivation level and that of a level 4 warrior, and his opponent is a swordsman, making him extremely dangerous. However, it's not that easy to cut off my hands. Swish! Without any nonsense, Li Kuan rushed out suddenly and stabbed Lin Hao with the tip of his sword. But at the moment he drew his sword, Li Kuan felt a sense of crisis in his heart, because out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a ray of light rushing towards him from the side. Its speed is so fast that it carries a fierce momentum. The target of the attack seemed to be his right hand holding the sword. At this critical moment, Li Kuan instantly determined that if this sword stabbed at Lin Hao, then his palm would most likely be damaged. The swordsman lost his hands, which was undoubtedly a fatal blow. Immediately, Li Kuan quickly put away his sword, and then slashed at the edge at a tricky angle. Clang! In an instant, there was a sound like the clashing of metal. Is this to fly? Li Kuan took a closer look and was shocked to find that the one fighting with him was actually a small fly. If you look closely, you will see that the fly's claws are holding an iron needle about as thick as a little finger. Chapter 18, Strength Improvement. How is that possible? Ma Feiyu was stunned when he saw a fly holding an iron needle against Li Kuan's sword. The dwarf blacksmith next to him was also shocked at this moment. I originally thought that Lin Hao's little pet was just strong at best, but I didn't expect it to be able to withstand the attack of a level 4 warrior. This is simply outrageous. Warcraft. A hint of doubt flashed across Li Kuan's eyes. But as far as I can remember, there has never been such a strange kind of fly among the magical beasts. Since the deal failed, are you planning to rob us? That's pretty brutal. Lin Hao smiled coldly. As the voice fell, his hands changed, and under the guidance of his mental power, he suddenly outlined a rune of light, and a huge fireball flashed in an instant. Although the limited time mission was required to be carried out at the underground market exchange tomorrow night, the current situation did not allow him to worry too much. If a fight really comes to an end, he will do it anyway. It's rare that a wizard can tame animals. Li Kuan's eyes darkened as he stared at Lin Hao, his voice sounding a little surprised. There are many rare things, but you're just short-sighted. Lin Hao sneered. Then I want to see if a mere fly can block a few of my swords. Li Kuan snorted coldly, and the spiritual power in his body spread out, continuously pouring into the sword in his hand. Instantly, a brilliant white vortex of light burst out from the silver sword, and the sword energy instantly surged, directly repelling Kung Fu Xiaoying. Have you guys had enough of this? This is my territory. If anyone dares to cause trouble here, I'll beat him to death. At this moment, the dwarf blacksmith roared, then reached out and grabbed the hammer with a fierce look. Obviously, the dwarf blacksmith was also a martial artist. As his spiritual power surged, the hammer in his hand burst into a whirl of scorching red light. Level 4 warrior. Li Kuan frowned, and seeing that the dwarf blacksmith was obviously on Lin Hao's side, his face became more solemn. A powerful fly, a level 4 warrior, and a mage. When all three factors are taken together, the situation turns unfavorable to them. Even if we win, the price we pay will inevitably be terrible. Master, there's no need to create trouble just for a piece of lava iron. While Li Kuan was weighing the pros and cons in his mind, he whispered to Ma Feiyu beside him, "We have some important business to attend to at the underground market tomorrow night." Seeing that the situation was not good, Ma Feiyu was not a fool. He nodded slightly with a grim face. "Boy, you're lucky this time. Don't let me see you next time, or I'll break your legs." Ma Feiyu glared at Lin Hao angrily, said some harsh words, and then led his men away. Next time, a sneer appeared on Lin Hao's lips. "You want my legs? I want your life." From the previous contact, this guy is just as described in the mission information, domineering and bad-tempered. If he dares to be so arrogant in Tianwu City, then he can do whatever he wants in Qingyang Town, which is under the influence of the Ma family. Thanks for your help. Immediately, Lin Hao smiled at the dwarf blacksmith. He knew that if the other party had not shown up just now, today's incident would definitely have never ended, and it might even affect tomorrow night's plans. It's just a small matter. I can't stand those arrogant people. The dwarf blacksmith grinned, then looked at Kung Fu Fly with a strange look, and he had already started to think about how to forge the most suitable weapon. After the two exchanged a few pleasantries, Lin Hao left the weapon refining workshop. However, he did not return to the Zhao mansion. Instead, he walked towards the civilian area in the city, found a rental house, and rented it directly. The price is not expensive, only 300 taels a month. In this way, he had his own secret nest. When you take on jobs in the future, you can change your outfit to avoid being exposed. The most important thing is that when you practice here, you won't be disturbed by anyone. The landlord is an ordinary old man who is taciturn, so I don't think there is anything to worry about. Inside the house, Lin Hao sat cross-legged on the bed and began to practice magic. Although we now have a god-level animal evolution system, our own abilities must also keep up. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just like that, as he quickly formed seals with his fingers, one fire rune pattern after another flashed out from between his fingers. Through this kind of practice, his proficiency in rune marking gradually improved. In almost the blink of an eye, he was able to cast a fire rune. However, after about an hour, Lin Hao discovered that his mental strength was beginning to weaken. The first level mage's cultivation is too weak. Even though he has the support of the ultimate cultivation talent, it is still not enough to complete such a long period of consumption. Lin Hao's mental strength was decreasing, and his body was gradually feeling like it could no longer sustain. Until the end, when his mental strength was quickly drained, he felt dizzy and stopped in a hurry. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Lin Hao shook his head secretly, then adjusted his mood slightly and began to meditate. With the blessing of the ultimate cultivation talent, under normal circumstances, the mental strength that would have taken at least 6 hours to recover was fully restored in just half an hour. My mental strength seems to have increased a little compared to before. Lin Hao suddenly discovered that the mental power in his mind had become noticeably stronger. For example, the amount of spiritual power that could be stored just now was only as much as a tank of water. But now there are as many as 2 cylinders. If I use up all the spiritual energy in my body and then restore it again, it will increase. When Lin Hao figured this out, he was overjoyed, as if he had discovered the secret to cultivation. After all, he had just stepped into the realm of martial arts, and without any famous teacher to guide him, he had to figure everything out on his own. Immediately, Lin Hao practiced engraving fire runes again, and his speed increased rapidly. Then when all the mental energy is consumed, it recovers an astonishing speed. In this way, Lin Hao continued to repeat this cycle, immersed in cultivation and forgetting to eat and sleep. It was not until the evening of the next day that Lin Hao stopped practicing. At this moment, his face looked rosy, completely devoid of the sickly paleness he had before. He seemed to have been reborn, full of energy and vigor. I didn't expect that I could reach the level of a level 2 mage in just one night. Lin Hao was quite satisfied. Although this method of practice is boring, it is very effective. However, as he was promoted to a second-level magician, his mental strength increased dozens of times. Just by marking the runes of Fireball, the consumption is slow. It took 1 hour at the beginning, but now it takes more than 10 hours to exhaust all the mental energy. This is also the embarrassing point for Lin Hao now. He has a top-level talent for cultivation, but does not have any cultivation resources to support it. As the saying goes, the poor are good at literature, but the rich are good at martial arts. These 4 words have already explained everything profoundly by our predecessors. Pills and treasures are secondary. The most important thing is the inheritance of martial arts. Although he is now practicing both combat skills and magic, without combat skills and magic, he will not have much advantage if he encounters a warrior of the same level. It seems that I have to find a way to get some cultivation resources. Lin Hao muttered to himself and began to think about this problem. By the way, Tianyin Academy. As Lin Hao was thinking, an idea suddenly flashed in his mind, and he thought of this academy. As a military palace established by the royal family of the Great Yin Dynasty, it has a strong foundation and countless resources. The vast majority of young talents fight tooth and nail for the limited places in the academy's admissions every 4 years. For them, Tianyin Academy is like a dragon gate. Once they cross it, they can reach the sky in one step. This is because if one could enter the Tianyin Academy, one would be able to obtain an endless supply of cultivation resources. The beginning of autumn 2 months later is the day for Tianyin Academy's admission examination. That day was also the most important day for many young martial artists in the Great Yin Dynasty. Zhao Linger possesses a high-level talent for magician cultivation and had already been selected, so she could pass without any assessment. Why don't I just go and join in the fun? Lin Hao chuckled and seemed to have made a decision in his heart. He remembered that Zhao Linger would go to Tianyin Academy for further studies in 2 months. How would her reaction be if they met there? Chapter 19. The Strange Sword in the Stone. Afterwards, Lin Hao simply washed up, put on a black cloak, put on a mask on his face, and left the rental house. Today is the day to go to the weapon forge to pick up the goods. I don't know if the dwarf blacksmith can forge weapons of the same size as Kung Fu Fly. In the technological age of the past, with the existence of 3D printers, even the smallest mini molds could be created. As for this world that advocates martial arts, Lin Hao cannot guarantee the ability of the weapon refiner. Walking on the street, Lin Hao first turned into a tavern. After filling his stomach, he went straight to the weapon refining workshop. "You're here at last." Seeing Lin Hao enter the shop, the dwarf blacksmith laughed solemnly. Both pets have been armed and are in boxes. The dwarf blacksmith placed the small box he had prepared in advance on the table. Hearing this, Lin Hao walked forward quickly with some anticipation and opened the box. There were 2 sets of miniature weapons in the box with exquisite workmanship. Perhaps because the material is lava iron, the equipment emits a faint red glow. You are lucky. These 2 sets of equipment are flawless as soon as they come out. They are Earth-level treasures. The dwarf blacksmith grinned and said with a twinkling eye. It was obvious that he felt a sense of accomplishment with the weapons he had forged with his own hands. Earth-level treasure. Hearing the words of the dwarf blacksmith, Lin Hao's face immediately showed joy. The Earth-level treasure is superior to ordinary human-level weapons. It can cut through iron like mud, and even has the function of amplifying attacks. It is extremely powerful. Hurry up and try them on your 2 pets, the dwarf blacksmith urged. That impatient expression seemed as if he wanted to see the results of his creation as soon as possible. Good. Lin Hao smiled faintly and nodded. He moved his mind slightly and kung fu fly and wolf spider both took action immediately. Although they are bottom animals in the food chain, their abilities in all aspects have been improved after being strengthened. Therefore, for them, putting on this kind of equipment is completely easy and can be done in 2 or 3 steps. Kung Fu Fly was seen wearing an iron helmet, armor, and his 6 paws were all armed with sharp metal blades. In this way, when you fight with the enemy in the future, you will have the capital to defeat them even with weapons like swords. On the other hand, the wolf spider. The dwarf blacksmith not only forged armor for Lin Hao according to his requirements, but also gave him 8 legs with sharp blades. It can both defend and attack. Handsome, Lin Hao exclaimed in praise. As he looked carefully, Lin Hao discovered that there seemed to be some mysterious rune totems engraved on the 2 sets of pet equipment. The fine lines are difficult to detect without careful observation. Boss, what are the uses of those runes? Lin Hao couldn't help but ask. Darkness rune, with invisibility effect, allowing weapons to be hidden within the skin. The dwarf blacksmith smiled complacently and said, "If we are attacked, we can sense it in advance and manifest it." Hearing this, Lin Hao was stunned, and then a look of surprise appeared on his face. Originally, he felt that the weapons were too conspicuous and would not be conducive to the assassination operations of Kung Fu Flies and the others. But now, this kind of invisibility rune has solved this problem. "If you don't like it, I can erase it," the dwarf blacksmith suggested. "No, this is best." Lin Hao quickly shook his head, then took out a gold card and said with a smile, "Here is 10,000 taels. You don't need to change the rest." The casting cost was 12,000 yuan, and a deposit of 5,000 yuan had been paid. Obviously, Lin Hao was very satisfied with the 2 sets of weapons he had refined this time. The extra 3,000 taels is considered a tip. "Thank you very much." The dwarf blacksmith smiled and said, "Since you are so straightforward, I will not take advantage of you and will give you something. You can choose any weapon here." The tone seems generous, but the dwarf blacksmith is not stupid. The weapons displayed in the store are all human-grade quality, and the market price is only 1 or 2,000. Overall, he still made a profit. Hearing this, Lin Hao didn't hesitate to walk around the store. Immediately, his gaze fell to the corner of a shelf. There was a piece of pitch-black ironstone with a broken sword stuck on it, which was quite strange. There were still a few rusty spots on the broken sword, faintly emitting an ancient smell. "Did you make this sword in the stone?" Lin Hao pointed and asked curiously. The dwarf blacksmith looked in the direction of Lin Hao's finger and couldn't help but laugh. "That thing is an antique. It existed before I was born." "Oh, how long has it been?" Hearing that it was an antique, Lin Hao was obviously interested. "I don't know either. It has been passed down from our ancestors until now. It must be hundreds of years old, or even longer." The dwarf blacksmith shook his head. Although he felt the sword in the stone was mysterious, he couldn't figure out anything after having it around for many years. Hundreds of years. Lin Hao was slightly stunned. It seemed that it was indeed an antique. "This sword is very strange. No one can pull it out. If you don't believe me, you can try it." The dwarf blacksmith smiled and said, "If you can pull it out, I'll give it to you as a gift." Hearing this, Lin Hao was slightly surprised. Without saying a word, he directly picked up the sword in the stone. Grip the stone with your left hand, hold the hilt of the sword with your right hand, and pull hard. However, the broken sword did not move at all, as if it was connected to the stone and could not be moved. Even if we call on the Kung Fu Flies and wolf spiders for help, we can't pull out even a little bit. Lin Hao was secretly surprised and even suspected that the sword in the stone was actually a single piece and was just a trick to create mystery. I've already said that no one can pull out this sword. Seeing that Lin Hao was using all his strength, the dwarf blacksmith's smile widened, as if it was just the way it was. Passed down from ancestors to the present day, for hundreds of years, anyone who has come into contact with it, even a 9th-level warrior, has found it difficult to pull out the broken sword. As for Lin Hao's attempt, the dwarf blacksmith also had the same attitude of watching the show, and was sure that the former would not be able to pull it out at all. As it turns out, this is indeed the case. Ding, checking that the host has obtained an ancient treasure. Do you want to lift the seal? The unlocking fee is 50,000 taels. Just when Lin Hao was about to give up, a system prompt suddenly sounded in his mind. Lin Hao was delighted. He didn't expect that the system also had an unlocking function. That was good, but the unlocking fee is a bit outrageous. It costs 50,000 taels. This thing is an ancient treasure. It should be worth it. Lin Hao stared at the sword in the stone, obviously extremely curious, and immediately said silently, "Remove the seal." As the voice fell, 5 gold bills in Lin Hao's pocket disappeared instantly. Ding, unlocked successfully. Lin Hao suddenly felt that there was a faint, obscure energy rippling from the sword in the stone in his hand. This energy does not spread to the surroundings and can only be sensed by those who come into contact with it. Therefore, the dwarf blacksmith next to him did not notice anything unusual. "It's so easy to unlock it." Lin Hao was slightly startled. Immediately, an intriguing smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Let's make a deal first. If I can pull out the broken sword, you will give me this weapon." He looked at the dwarven blacksmith to confirm again. Chapter 20, Pulling Out the Broken Sword. "That's right, but it depends on whether you have the ability." Hearing Lin Hao's confident tone, the dwarf blacksmith smiled and nodded. When he said he wanted to give it away as a gift, he didn't really mean it. It was just a joke. After all, it was an heirloom. But in his opinion, no matter how many times Lin Hao tried, it would be useless. "Okay, I hope you keep your word." Lin Hao raised the corner of his mouth slightly, then reached out to grasp the hilt of the sword and began to pull it out. The next moment, the broken sword stuck in the crevice of the stone finally showed signs of loosening. "How is that possible?" Seeing this, the dwarf blacksmith's expression changed drastically, his eyes full of disbelief. Lin Hao pulled it out with all his might. With a clang, the broken sword was suddenly pulled out from the crevice in the stone. Laugh. However, at this moment, something strange happened. A black gas suddenly spread from the broken sword, emitting extremely cold energy fluctuations. This black energy spread upwards from Lin Hao's arm holding the sword and seemed to be covering his entire body. The black gas spread very quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it had already corroded his shoulders. At the same time, a tingling sensation came from the arm. Lin Hao was shocked and quickly inserted the broken sword back into the stone. In an instant, the black air completely dissipated. That was a close call. Lin Hao broke out in a cold sweat, still feeling frightened when he thought of what had just happened. Staring at this scene in a daze, the dwarf blacksmith's face was full of shock. Obviously, no one expected that the sword in the stone, which had been passed down for hundreds of years, would be pulled out today. "Thank you very much. This thing will belong to me from now on." Lin Hao smiled indifferently. "Although the sword is a bit weird, it should be worth a lot. Maybe I've really found a treasure this time." "Young man, I was just joking. How about I return the 3,000 taels to you, plus the casting fee this time?" The dwarf blacksmith stared at the sword in the stone with burning eyes and discussed in a slightly awkward tone. "Joke?" Hearing this, Lin Hao immediately became unhappy. "The lock opening fee is 50,000 taels, but now this dwarf wants to go back on his word. Isn't he a huge loss?" "No." Lin Hao frowned and said firmly, "People must be honest. This is our Wu family's ancestral treasure. I thought you couldn't pull it out, so I wanted to play with you, but I didn't expect this to be the outcome." Seeing Lin Hao's firm attitude, the dwarf blacksmith couldn't sit still anymore and said, "Why don't you name a price and I'll redeem it again?" At this moment, his face was extremely ugly, and he wished he could slap himself in the face. "Let you be so mean. If I had known this, why would I have done it in the first place?" Lin Hao shook his head and sighed, his expression just like a master scolding a disciple who had made a mistake. Looking at the aggrieved look of the dwarf blacksmith and the fact that he would rather help himself than offend Ma Feiyu and others yesterday, Lin Hao couldn't help but feel a little relieved. "You can redeem it, but I want 50,000 taels." Considering the help he had given yesterday, Lin Hao did not try to cheat him and directly told him the amount of his loss. 50,000 taels. However, the dwarf blacksmith, who was unaware of the situation, reacted greatly when he heard the price. 50,000 for one sale. Is this guy really planning to take advantage of me? The corner of the dwarf blacksmith's mouth twitched slightly, and a hint of ashen color appeared on his face. But when I think about the fact that the ancestral treasure has finally been cracked, the 50,000 taels are actually worth it in comparison. "Okay, you're so cruel." The dwarf blacksmith gritted his teeth, took out 5 gold bills from the cash box, and handed them to Lin Hao. After completing the transaction, the dwarf blacksmith couldn't wait to take the sword in the stone, his expression very excited. Immediately, he clenched his 5 fingers, grasped the sword, and drew it. But the result was completely beyond his expectations. "Why can't I pull out?" The dwarf blacksmith was stunned for a moment and looked at Lin Hao in surprise. Seeing this, Lin Hao also felt strange. "Give it here and let me try it," Lin Hao suggested. The dwarf blacksmith hesitated for a moment and then handed the sword and the stone back to Lin Hao. Fearing that he would be ripped off by Lin Hao again, he snatched the 10,000 tael gold notes back. Lin Hao got the sword and the stone and pulled it out with all his strength, but it didn't move at all. What's going on? Lin Hao was quite surprised. It's clearly unlocked. Why can't I pull it out? Ding, checking that the host has obtained an ancient treasure. Do you want to lift the seal? The unlocking fee is 50,000 taels. However, at this time, the system prompt sounded again. Lin Hao was stunned. Then he suddenly realized, this stone should have a sealing effect. Every time the broken sword is inserted back, it will be imprisoned again. In other words, if he wanted to draw the sword, he would have to pay another 50,000 taels for unlocking the door. It's such a ripoff. After realizing this, the corners of Lin Hao's mouth twitched. However, if I raise the price again this time, I'm afraid this dwarf will get angry on the spot. Instead of doing that, it would be better to just take it for yourself. Unfortunately, this sword has already recognized its master, so it is useless to return it to you. Lin Hao changed his mind and started to fool people. Recognize the master. Hearing this, the dwarf blacksmith's heart sank, and he stared at Lin Hao suspiciously, but did not refute. As a weapon refiner, he knew some rumors about spiritual weapons that transcended the heavenly level. It is said that once a spiritual weapon recognizes its master, no one else can use it unless the master dies. Looking at Lin Hao in front of him, a hint of coldness flashed in the dwarf blacksmith's eyes, as if he had the intention to kill him. But soon, when he noticed the kung fu flies and wolf spiders around Lin Hao, he gave up the idea. From the power they had demonstrated before, the dwarf blacksmith was somewhat apprehensive. In addition, now that he has the weapons he forged himself, his combat power has increased significantly. Killing Lin Hao might not be that easy. Besides, even if he killed it, he couldn't guarantee that he would be able to pull out the sword. If you don't believe me, I'll pull it out again and let you see. In order to convince the other party, Lin Hao gave the system an instruction. Unlock. Ding, the seal is successfully lifted. When the 5 gold notes worth 10,000 taels in his pocket disappeared out of thin air, Lin Hao turned his grief and anger into strength and suddenly pulled out the broken sword. Hiss, hiss. Just as expected, as the broken sword was pulled out of the stone, a thick black gas suddenly spread out. Roar! Just when Lin Hao was about to insert the stone back, a deafening dragon roar suddenly exploded in his mind. The horrible sound waves, like a mountain torrent and tsunami, shook his mind and almost made him lose consciousness. Ding, ding, ding. It is detected that the host's soul is about to be attacked by the beast spirit. The situation is critical. To activate soul defense, the cost is 100,000 taels. When a horrifying roar of the beast exploded in his mind, Lin Hao was horrified. But then, the system's emergency alert almost made him swear. Is this system a black market? It asks for money all the time. Moreover, he starts talking in 10,000 words at most. What ripoff? What's even more tragic is that at this moment, he only has 80,000 taels of gold left, which is not enough to activate the soul defense system. What to do? Chapter 21, Assassination Location. At this time, from the surface, the black air had spread to Lin Hao's neck. If the head is also completely covered by the black air, then the result can be imagined, and it will definitely be attacked by the terrifying beast spirit. What to do? Lin Hao felt embarrassed, shocked, and angry. Who could he ask for 100,000 taels? At that moment, Lin Hao calmed his mind, burst out with the power of poverty, and forcibly inserted the broken sword back into the crevice of the stone. As the crisis was resolved, Lin Hao sat down on the ground, as if exhausted, and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. I never thought that a beast spirit was sealed in this broken sword. Lin Hao frowned slightly. It seemed that the sword in the stone was probably an evil, spiritual weapon. However, the dwarf blacksmith was unaware of the dangerous scene he had just experienced. Just seeing Lin Hao suddenly collapse to the ground, it seemed that he had just pulled out the broken sword and suffered a serious impact. The dwarf blacksmith swallowed his saliva secretly and became more and more scared the more he thought about it. Apparently, he had not expected that the sword in the stone would recognize its master and actually attack him. If I forced myself to acknowledge my master at that time, wouldn't the consequences be even more disastrous? That's all. As the thought changed, the dwarf blacksmith sighed. Since this thing has recognized its owner, it means you have a connection with it, so I'll give it to you as a gift. He looked at Lin Hao and said in a helpless tone. Apparently, he was ready to give up the sword and the stone. Thank you for the gift. Hearing the words of the dwarf blacksmith, Lin Hao was delighted and quickly stood up and clasped his hands. This way, he didn't lose money on the 100,000 taels he spent on unlocking the lock. As for the sword in the stone, it is too evil. I can only deal with it after completing tonight's mission. Boss Wu, I'll come back when I get a new pet. Bye, Lin Hao said to the dwarf blacksmith with a smile. Then, under the latter's strange gaze, he led Kung Fu Xiaoying out of the weapon refining workshop. When I walked out of the store, it was already completely dark. There is not much time left before the mission. Immediately, Lin Hao walked quickly towards the west of the city. The underground market is located in the north square of Tianwu City. The so-called underground does not mean it is built underground, but means darkness. This is because that area is where many forces in the city intersect. It is a mixed bag of people, and the various forces are complicated and deep. Over the years, various forces have been fighting openly and secretly, and no one has been able to take it down alone. Over time, each family established industries in the market town, and they had a tacit understanding and formed a peculiar balance. Most of the items sold were of unknown origin, but they were able to be sold smoothly. Therefore, the underground market got its name from this, and gradually became the trading place with the greatest economic benefits for the entire Tianwu city. When Lin Hao arrived at the gate of the underground market, he couldn't help but be shocked by the bustling crowd and noisy sounds inside. Although it is night now, the place is still bustling with people and brightly lit. With such terrifying popularity, it is indeed worthy of being the largest trading place in Tianwu City. No wonder so many forces want to make some money from the fight, even if it means they get hurt. With the help of Kung Fu Fly's vision, Lin Hao looked at the market town with a strange gaze. It has been quite some time since he traveled to this world. However, because of my blindness, this is the first time I have come to such a place in recent years, and I'm quite curious about the hustle and bustle here. Then, Lin Hao went into the market town. The shops were filled with a dazzling array of goods, which dazzled Lin Hao. After just walking down a street, he was already disheveled by the bustling crowd. After more than 10 minutes, Lin Hao's steps finally stopped in front of a huge building at the end of the street. This is the exchange center of the city, and also the designated location for his assassination mission. Among them, items are not sold like other shops. The transaction is in the form of an auction, and the highest bidder wins. At this time, many figures were coming in and out of the black gate of the pavilion. However, most of these people were dressed like Lin Hao, pretending to be mysterious by wearing black hats or large cloaks, making it impossible to see their faces clearly. It's almost time to start. Lin Hao took a deep breath, suppressed his slightly nervous mood, and walked into the gate calmly. There are several passages inside the gate, and there is a toll point at each entrance. This kind of high-end place is not open to just anyone. If you want to participate, you must pay and buy a ticket. And these channels are divided into low-level and high-level. Since the lower-class channels are cheaper, the flow of people seems to be more crowded. In order to save money, Lin Hao naturally chose the low-level channel. Master, prey has been found. But at this moment, the message from Kung Fu Fly came to my mind. Lin Hao was startled for a moment, and suddenly spotted Ma Feiyu's figure from the perspective of Kung Fu Xiaoying. I saw the guy walked into a high-level passage. The swordsman Li Kuan followed closely behind. It seems that there is no way to save this money. Lin Hao laughed at himself. Since he didn't know the layout of the auction venue, in order to get close to Ma Feiyu, he could only enter the same passage as the latter. Premium access means better location. I asked about the price and found out that I only had to pay 1,000 taels. At this price in the past, Lin Hao might have felt heartbroken, but now he has an asset of 80,000 taels, so he can still afford this little money. Second row, number 88. Lin Hao glanced at the ticket list and found that the number was not bad. Then, he walked to the end of the passage and entered smoothly. Suddenly, a huge auction hall came into Kung Fu Xiaoying's sight. That spacious space is enough to accommodate thousands of people. The entire hall is fan-shaped and filled with rows of chairs. The VIP seats in the front row are high-end and luxurious, like leather sofas, spacious and comfortable. Lin Hao took a seat according to the number on his name, and discovered that Ma Feiyu's seat was not far from his own, about 7 or 8 seats away. Oldly, that guy is here too. At this time, Ma Feiyu also noticed Lin Hao's arrival. His face suddenly turned cold, and he sneered, "You've come just in time." I said if we meet again, I will definitely break your dog legs. Master, don't be impulsive. Li Kuan shook his head and advised in a deep voice. This is the center of the exchange. If you cause trouble here, I'm afraid it will cause dissatisfaction to the organizers." Hearing this, Ma Feiyu frowned, but the arrogance in his eyes instantly weakened a lot. Obviously, they're quite wary of the power of the organizer of the exchange center. After all, being able to hold an auction in a place like the underground market undoubtedly means that one has a powerful background. Otherwise, there will most likely be cases of people snatching auction items away in a disorderly manner. The largest shareholder of this organizer is the Lin family. Chapter 22: Auction House Turbulence. As an ancient martial arts family, the Lin family can be said to be a first-class force in Tianwu City. Therefore, no one who came to participate in the auction dared to cause trouble. "Wait until the auction is over, and see how I'll deal with you." Ma Feiyu glared at Lin Hao angrily and snorted coldly with a sinister look on his face. Lin Hao raised the corner of his mouth slightly, knowing naturally that the other party had noticed him. He didn't care about this, since he was not the one carrying out the assassination mission personally anyway. Although the existence of Kung Fu Fly has been exposed, Lin Hao still has a killer trick. That's the wolf spider. With the wolf spider's deadly poison skill, even if a level 2 warrior is hit by the spider's silk, he will be poisoned and fall to the ground. If bitten, there is absolutely no chance of survival. As the auction was about to begin, the hall became increasingly lively and almost full. In every corner of the auction hall, a large number of thugs began to appear, and they were on high alert. The auction opens at 8 o'clock, and the time-limited mission is also scheduled at 8 o'clock. Seeing that there were only a few minutes left before the mission was completed, Lin Hao now recalled the information on the task list. Time limit: July 5th, 9986, at 8 p.m. As soon as the lights in the central hall of the trading hall go out, kill immediately. Will the lights in the auction room be turned off briefly when the auction opens? Lin Hao suddenly understood this. In other words, the opening of the auction is the time for the assassination. "Little spider, it's time to move," Lin Hao muttered to himself. The wolf spider received the order and took action immediately. Hanging on a spider's silk thread, it quietly dropped to the ground, then crawled under the chair where Ma Feiyu was sitting, staring at his ankles, waiting for the opportunity. Since this is the exchange center, there is the deterrent force of the Lin family, and there's also a swordsman follower nearby. Ma Feiyu can be said to feel extremely safe at this moment. Little did he know that his life was controlled by a spider under his feet. A few minutes later, we arrived at 8 o'clock. Bite. Suddenly, a clear bell sound was heard. As the bell rang, the originally bright lights in the field suddenly went out. The entire auction hall became dark in an instant. Kill. The moment Lin Hao's cold shout rang out in his heart. The wolf spider, which had been ready for a long time, pounced forward and bit the exposed skin on Ma Feiyu's ankle hard. The deadly toxin instantly invades the blood vessels and spreads throughout the body at an extremely fast speed. Suddenly, screams rang out in the darkness. What's going on? Everyone was shocked and looked around in horror. The thugs present all looked stern and looked towards the source of the sound with vigilance. However, the opening ceremony of the auction was not stopped because of the scream. From the top of the hall, a beam of light shot down, illuminating the center of the auction table. Countless gazes were cast over there. In that beam of light, a beautiful woman appeared in front of the auction cabinet. She has an extremely hot body, with a curvy figure, and she is wearing a tight red cheongsam that outlines her perfect curves. This woman was the host of the auction, Lin Wanrong. Turn on the light. As soon as Lin Wanrong appeared, she hurriedly shouted. Soon, the auction hall was lit up again. Master! When he saw the situation clearly, Li Kuan was shocked and stood up suddenly. At this moment, Ma Feiyu was slumped in a chair, his face was ashen, blood was flowing from all his orifices, and he was completely dead. In this situation, it is undoubtedly death from poisoning. Looking at this scene, most of the people present were shocked. However, there were also a small number of mysterious people wearing hats covering their faces, watching all this with indifference. The second young master of the Ma family in Qingyang town has been assassinated here. You must hand over the murderer, otherwise you will bear the consequences. Li Kuan was furious. He suddenly drew out his sword and glared at the group of Lin family thugs who had rushed over. We're just maintaining order. If you want to catch the murderer, please report to the government office. A burly middle-aged man came out and spoke in a cold voice with a calm expression. Obviously, he was quite unhappy with Li Kuan's threatening and tough tone. As the local boss of Tianwu City, the Lin family has never been afraid of anyone. Moreover, they had already received inside information from the black shop long before this, that there would be an assassination in the auction hall tonight. Although I don't know the reason, my superiors said I don't need to pay any attention to it. With this secret order, they can remain completely indifferent. The middle-aged man was extremely shocked by this. He never thought that the assassin could take advantage of the short time when the lights were turned off during the opening ceremony to successfully carry out the assassination. With such superb stabbing skills, the assassin must be extremely powerful. Ignoring him would be a good thing for them. Otherwise, once the murderer is really found here, there will definitely be a lot of casualties, and it may even affect the progress of tonight's auction and cause losses to the family's interests. You are relying on the fact that Tianwu City is the Lin family's territory to bully our Ma family, right? Hearing the middle-aged man's cold answer, Li Kuan's face suddenly became extremely gloomy, and he said angrily, "Okay, remember what you said." The middle-aged man ignored him and said coldly, "Come here, carry the body out. If necessary, you can help carry it directly to the government office." As soon as the voice came out, 3 thugs immediately came forward and carried the body away roughly. Faced with all this, Li Kuan was extremely furious. Just as he was about to use his sword to stop it, he suddenly noticed a spider out of the corner of his eye crawling away from the gap between the chair legs. Could this be the murderer? Looking at the wolf spider's crawling track, Li Kuan regained a bit of calmness in his heart. He already had doubts about Ma Feiyu's death. Because he was sitting next to Ma Feiyu just now, even if the people around him wanted to assassinate him, it would be impossible for them to be unaware of it. After figuring this out, Li Kuan squatted down and found that there were bite marks on the feet of the corpse, just as he expected. The skin at the wound site appears black and bruised. There is no doubt that the source of the poisoning is exactly this location. Beast! Li Kuan suddenly became furious, with murderous intent surging in his eyes. Spider run! Seeing that Li Kuan had discovered it, Lin Hao was startled and hurriedly gave the order. Hiss! The wolf spider raised its head and immediately sprayed out a long spider silk, which suddenly stuck to the roof. Pulled by the spider's silk, its body flew rapidly upwards. Can you escape? Li Kuan snorted coldly, and the long sword in his hand, under the infusion of spiritual power, burst out with a strong sword energy and slashed out fiercely. The power of a full-strength attack from a level 4 warrior can be imagined. Even an iron plate would be broken. As the sword energy approached the body, the earth-level armor on the wolf spider was instantly triggered, and runes flashed. Bang! Under the powerful sword energy, the wolf spider was chopped away and finally hit the wall heavily, making a dull sound. Chapter 23, The Murderer, is him. The sharp sword energy directly blasted the wolf spider away. The next moment, a small hole was seen on the wall, and cracks appeared around it. How is it possible? However, Li Kuan's eyes were full of surprise at this moment. He was very aware of the power of this sword. Even a wild boar could be cut in half in an instant. But now, this spider, with its weak body, was able to withstand the sword and even smash a small hole in the wall. This is unbelievable. However, the next scene shocked Li Kuan even more. I saw the wolf spider's head pop out from the small hole in the wall, and then it fell to the ground with the spider's silk hanging from its butt. The place where I landed happened to be the exit of the auction hall. Under Lin Hao's command, it took the lead to run away, its 8 legs moving wildly at an astonishing speed, and it disappeared in an instant. Seeing this, everyone present was stunned. Immediately, all kinds of surprise discussions broke out in the auction hall. What? That's really a spider? Am I seeing things? Even the sword energy of a level 4 warrior can't kill him. This defense is too amazing. Just now, when the sword energy was approaching its body, I seemed to see a set of metal armor flashing across its body. Exclamations of surprise rang out one after another, and some sharp-eyed people even noticed the weapons on the wolf spider. For a moment, everyone's faces were filled with shock. It was obvious that it was quite surprised that such a tiny spider could have such strange weapons. There is no doubt that this was a controlled murder. Seeing that the mission was completed, Lin Hao had no intention of staying here any longer and turned directly towards the exit of the auction hall. Stop! However, at this moment, a loud shout rang out. Li Kuan raised his sword, pointed it at Lin Hao's back, and said in a cold voice, "Boy, I remember you had a powerful fly yesterday. If I'm not mistaken, the poisonous spider just now was also your pet, right?" As soon as these words were spoken, Everyone's eyes were directed towards Lin Hao. Is he the murderer? Is it an assassin? Suddenly, everyone looked at Lin Hao with suspicion and began to speculate. Faced with such questioning, Lin Hao remained silent and did not stop. Kung Fu Xiaoying was lying on his shoulder, looking at Li Kuan behind him with a pair of compound eyes on guard. You actually poisoned our young master over a dispute over a piece of molten iron. How cruel! I will cut you into pieces this time. Li Kuan glared at Lin Hao, murderous intent surging in his eyes. As a bodyguard, his master died beside him. This dereliction of duty will result in severe punishment, even if he returns to the family. At this moment, he was thinking that even if there was no evidence, he would drag someone down with him, so as to reduce the punishment. Whoosh! At this moment, Li Kuan rushed out suddenly. As the long sword shook, a sharp sword energy burst out and stabbed fiercely at Lin Hao's head. At the moment Li Kuan made his move, Kung Fu Xiaoying also suddenly rushed out, and the weapons on his body flashed instantly under the influence of the sword energy. Clang! The next second, the ear-piercing sound of metal clashing suddenly rang out. The Kung Fu fly's claws, which were as thick as hair, blocked the sword blade. Since the weapon material is lava-refined iron, coupled with the level of Earth-grade treasure, the strength is increased significantly. Therefore, in this confrontation, Kung Fu Xiaoying was not at a disadvantage at all. What? This is really a fly. Isn't its fighting power too strong? It can actually block the attack of a level 4 warrior. It's more powerful than that poisonous spider. Looking at this scene, the onlookers nearby were stunned, their eyes full of disbelief. So, you went to the weapon forging workshop yesterday and used the molten iron to forge weapons for these two little beasts. Li Kuan became more certain when he discovered that the weapons on Kung Fu Fly were exactly the same as those on Wolf Spider. The mastermind behind the assassination of Ma Feiyu is undoubtedly Lin Hao. You can't find a murderer, so you just find someone to frame him. You are really good. Lin Hao turned around and faced the domineering Li Kuan, sneering. He would not take the responsibility of admitting to being a killer, such a brainless thing. Otherwise, with so many thugs present, if they rush forward at once, it would be difficult to escape. Stop talking nonsense. I think you are. Li Kuan stared at Lin Hao with a gloomy look and shouted angrily. After saying that, he suddenly raised his sword and slashed diagonally, but was stopped by Kung Fu Xiaoying again. Bang! 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 In an instant, the two sides fought each other, and the crisp sound of metal collision continued to be heard. Lin Hao secretly rejoiced that he had forged weapons for Kung Fu Fly in advance. Otherwise, with Kung Fu Xiaoying's peak strength as a third-level warrior, if he wanted to resist Li Kuan with his mortal body, he would probably be chopped into pieces as soon as they met. Haha, it turns out it's just a feeling. I guess you all heard it. Lin Hao suddenly laughed, and then said coldly to the group of Lin family thugs, "This person is confusing right and wrong at the auction house and deliberately looking for trouble. Don't you plan to come out and maintain order?" Hearing this, the middle-aged man in the lead looked slightly depressed. Although he was not sure that the murderer was Lin Hao, the inside information from the black shop was obviously intended to calm the matter down. This guest is right. Without evidence, any disturbance at the auction site cannot be tolerated. The middle-aged man's face turned stern, and he shouted in a deep voice, "Kick this guy out. If he dares to disobey, he will be killed without mercy." "Yes, butler." As the voice fell, dozens of Lin family thugs drew their weapons and surrounded Li Kuan with murderous intent. "Not bad, tough enough." Seeing this, Lin Hao exclaimed with satisfaction. Although Kung Fu Xiaoying is blessed with a ground-level treasure, he can still cope with it for a short period of time. But as the battle progressed, he could see that he was gradually losing strength. At times like this, we must rely on external intervention, otherwise we will surely fail in the end. Fortunately, these Lin family thugs were very cooperative and actually chose to stand on his side first. At this moment, facing the siege of many thugs, Li Kuan's face showed solemnity and anger. How could he dare to continue to refuse to give in when he was outnumbered? We'll see. And you, just wait for the revenge of the Ma family in Qingyang town. Immediately, he glared at Lin Hao fiercely, said something cruel, and then carried the corpse out of the auction house. We at the auction house are very surprised and very sorry about what just happened. Next, as a token of our apology, the commission for any item bid at tonight's auction will be reduced by half. At this moment, a gentle and clear voice sounded, breaking the tense atmosphere. The person who spoke was the beautiful lady in red Chong Sam, Lin Hao. It has to be said that facing this kind of death, she was still able to remain so calm, and she is obviously a strong woman who has experienced some storms. Her offer of concessions undoubtedly attracted the attention of all the customers. If one person dies, the commission for bidding on an item can be reduced by half, which is a great deal. After all, the items auctioned at the trading center are all rare items. During the auction, the amount can easily be millions or even tens of millions. However, the 20% commission of the transaction price is a considerable sum. For a moment, everyone was grateful to the assassin for creating a favorable night for them. Feeling the strange and fiery gazes around him, the corners of Lin Hao's mouth under the mask slightly curved. I originally thought that an assassination in the auction hall would cause some panic, but I didn't expect it would turn into a scene where people would thank me. This was completely beyond Lin Hao's expectations. Chapter 24. Minga Organization. Immediately, Lin Hao used the vision of Kung Fu Fly to look at Lin Wanrong with a complicated look. It turns out that Sister Wan is so beautiful. He muttered to himself in a low voice and turned away. What a familiar figure. Staring at Lin Hao walking to the exit of the auction hall, Lin Wanrong was slightly startled. She looked around with her beautiful eyes and sighed softly. Counting the days, Lin Hao and I haven't seen each other for half a year. I don't know how he is doing in the Zhao mansion. Afterwards, the auction continued, but Lin had already walked out of the door of the exchange center. Although he also wanted to witness the auction process, he was short of money. Even if he liked an item, he could only watch helplessly. It's better to leave early to avoid any more trouble. When I turned the corner, the wolf spider that had been waiting there quickly crawled over. Lin Hao stretched out his hand and held the wolf spider in his palm. This armor is of good quality. When I have a new pet in the future, I will ask Master Wu to forge it. Looking at the armor on the wolf spider, Lin Hao secretly praised it. However, the part that was hit by the sword energy only left a shallow mark, and the body was not hurt. When they arrived at the black shop, only the shopkeeper Tong was guarding the shop. As for Zhao Linger, she obviously only came to the store occasionally to judge the task levels. According to Lin Hao's idea, she should practice diligently in the Zhao mansion at this moment, waiting for the opening of Tianyan Academy in 2 months. Jing Ku, congratulations on completing the mission. The timing of the assassination is very consistent with the mission requirements. Seeing Lin Hao coming in, shopkeeper Tong immediately came up to him with a smile. As early as when Lin Hao successfully assassinated Ma Feiyu, the intelligence personnel who had been guarding the auction hall immediately came back to report the news. No need to say more polite words. Where's my reward? Lin Hao said in a decisive and indifferent manner. He is now in urgent need of money to evolve Kung Fu Fly and Wolf Spider and improve their strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, if he is tracked down by the Ma family, he'll be doomed. It's ready. According to the rules of the industry, 20% of the reward will be taken. Here is 800,000 taels. Please keep it. Shopkeeper Tong smiled stiffly and handed a stack of gold bills to Lin Hao. He looked so cautious, as if he was afraid that Lin Hao would think the 20% commission was too expensive and get furious. After all, this kind of thing has happened before. The corners of Lin Hao's mouth twitched slightly. He really felt that the beating was too harsh. The original reward of 1 million taels was suddenly reduced by 200,000 taels. With such huge profits, it is no wonder that the Zhao and Lin families would join forces to open this black shop and even use him as a pawn in their profit industry. In this kind of industry, you can make money without doing anything. Just as Lin Hao was about to leave, a figure suddenly walked in from the store entrance. This person wore a conical hat and a purple cloak. Although her face was covered with a black veil and her appearance could not be seen clearly, her curvy body features clearly showed that she was a woman. Moreover, there was a faint cold aura about her, which made people shudder. It's you. When he saw the person coming, a hint of surprise flashed in shopkeeper Tong's eyes. Because this woman in purple was the client who placed the order 2 days ago. In that order was the limited time task that Lin Hao had just completed. However, according to industry regulations, the client's information cannot be disclosed without permission. Therefore, at this moment, shopkeeper Tong said to Lin Hao with a smile, "Please take care. You are welcome to come again when you are free." Lin Hao naturally knew the intention of expelling him, but he didn't care and simply walked around the woman in purple. "Please stay." At this time, the purple-shirted woman suddenly spoke. Her voice was light, yet as cold as a robot, without any emotional fluctuations. Lin Hao paused and asked without turning his head. You called me? Yes, you're Jingke, right? The purple-shirt woman said calmly. I saw everything that happened at the underground market auction tonight. Lin Hao frowned slightly, not knowing what the woman meant by her words. Seeing that Lin Hao remained silent, the purple-shirt woman continued. Actually, I am the client of this limited-time mission. Hearing this, Lin Hao raised his eyebrows slightly and then smiled faintly. The reward is very generous. Thank you very much. The shopkeeper Tong next to him was stunned. Obviously, no one expected that this mysterious client would reveal his identity himself. Did she do it on purpose? So what exactly are we doing? A series of questions popped up in shopkeeper Tong's mind. The time-limited mission is just a test level I set. According to the review standards, you are a very suitable candidate for our needs this time. The purple-shirt woman didn't beat around the bush and said bluntly, I'm a member of the Underworld organization. Are you interested in joining? Hearing this, Lin Hao was slightly surprised. What is the Minge organization? Lin Hao looked confused, but the face of shopkeeper Tong next to him suddenly changed. You are a member of the Underworld? Shopkeeper Tong stared at the purple-shirt woman with a look of horror and spoke tremblingly. Judging from his appearance, he was obviously extremely frightened of the latter's background, and the muscles on his face trembled slightly a few times. Is Minga very powerful? What does it do? Noticing the shocked expression on shopkeeper Tong's face, Lin Hao couldn't help but ask, What? You don't even know about the Minga organization? After hearing Lin Hao's words, shopkeeper Tong was even more stimulated. He looked at Lin Hao with a look of surprise, as if he was looking at a weirdo. After all, as a killer, how could Lin Hao not know the rumors about the behemoth Minge organization? However, in response to Lin Hao's question, he did not respond immediately, but turned his gaze to the woman in purple. No problem. Introduce him to me. The purple-clothed woman looked at Lin Hao strangely, as if she was quite surprised at the latter's ignorance. After getting the purple-shirt woman's permission, shopkeeper Tong took a deep breath as if he had been granted a pardon. Then he said to Lin Hao, the Minga organization is the strongest assassin organization in our Great Yin dynasty. It was established by the royal family and is a dark army directly under the Yin King. Any prey that is targeted for assassination will most likely die. This simple introduction undoubtedly moved Lin Hao. He finally turned around and faced the purple-shirt woman, looking at her curiously. I didn't expect this woman's background to be so impressive. Now, you should know what kind of power the Minga organization is. The purple-shirt woman spoke with an arrogance that was difficult to conceal and said in a cold voice, You are the most unique beast-tamer killer I have ever seen. Our Minge organization is in need of assassins like you. Lin Hao said calmly, What benefits will I get if I join? Although the Minge organization is powerful, Lin Hao doesn't care whether he joins it or not. What he cares most about is his own interests. If it is just a vain title but requires hard work and no complaints, he would rather not have it. Chapter 25, 10 million monthly salary. Hearing that Lin Hao actually dared to negotiate benefits with the purple-shirt woman, shopkeeper Tong couldn't help but look stunned. This guy is so bold. It would be fine if I didn't know about the Minge organization, but now I have to negotiate terms. If I really anger them, I won't know how I will die. Thinking of this, shopkeeper Tong looked at the woman in purple cautiously. But seeing that the latter did not seem angry, he could not help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief, fearing that he would also be affected. You have a lot of personality. I really didn't choose the wrong person. The purple-shirt woman smiled coldly. She was actually very satisfied with Lin Hao's performance. As the saying goes, people die for money and birds die for food. Among the three major categories of power, money, and sex, almost everyone has one of them. If there is no greed at all, it will undoubtedly be difficult to control. Therefore, when he heard that Lin Hao was greedy for money, he could take advantage of this and restrain him. After all, as the hidden power of the royal dynasty, what they have the most is wealth. This is also the art of controlling people that King Yin often teaches them. Join the Minga organization. Even if you don't have any missions, you can still get a salary of 10 million taels every month. The purple-shirt woman stretched out a finger and said indifferently. Hearing this, Lin Hao couldn't help but take a deep breath. 10 million monthly salary. This is like pie in the sky. What are the rules of the Minga organization? Lin Hao suppressed his excitement and asked calmly. Although this salary is very tempting, you can't sell yourself out for no reason. Some things still need to be clarified. The rules are simple. You must be completely loyal to the organization and the Flame King. No matter what the mission is, you must not disobey. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. The purple-robed woman's light and graceful voice was faintly filled with a cold, murderous aura. Lin Hao didn't have much objection to this rule. After all, he understands the principle of taking money from others and helping them to eliminate disasters. It's like the company in your previous life gave you a high-level position and a generous salary. But if you couldn't even do your job well, you would be fired. If you disclose company secrets to competitors, you could face jail time. Comparing the two, they're very similar. The salary is good. I can join if you want me to. Lin Hao said this, but he changed the subject and said with a smile, however, in order to verify whether your identity is true, I need to collect 1 month's salary first. In response, the purple shirt woman pondered for a moment and took out a gold card. This is a gold card from Wanlong Bank. It has a balance of 20 million. The purple shirt woman said coldly, the extra 10 million taels will be used as an advance payment for your daily wages for future missions. Hearing this, Lin Hao felt happy. Rich man. He gave 20 million without doing anything. It was really generous. If you join this kind of organization, you will definitely make a lot of money in the future. Thank you very much. A smile appeared on Lin Hao's face, and he took the gold card without hesitation. However, he saw some mysterious runes engraved on the surface of the gold card that he could not understand. This is the Wanjin card that is widely used in the Sankong continent. It is easy to carry, just like the bank card in the previous life. It can be used for both consumption and transfers. Moreover, it is restricted by runes, and the security measures are extremely strong. As long as the user drops some of his own blood and activates the rune to recognize the master, he can open up the rune system with Wanlong Trading Company and form a lineage in real time. However, not everyone can apply for the Wanjin card. Generally speaking, it is only open to the upper class of the nobility and is divided into 2 levels, gold and silver. Because the gold card has an additional prepayment function. Even if there is no money in the card, you can still get a loan of 50 million. In the entire Tianwu city, there are only 2 people who are eligible to obtain gold card privileges, and they are the heads of the Zhao and Lin families. This is the strength of the underworld organization. Shopkeeper Tong's eyes flickered as he stared at the Wanjin card in Lin Hao's hand with envy. Unexpectedly, this limited-time mission would allow this novice assassin named Jing Ku to make a breakthrough. Immediately, Lin Hao ordered Kung Fu Xiaoying to poke his fingertips lightly with the footblade. Blood immediately seeped out and dripped onto the gold card. Laugh! The next moment, the scarlet blood seemed to have spirituality and quickly spread over the rune pattern. As the blood covered everything, a golden light suddenly flashed and instantly swallowed up the blood. At the same time, Lin Hao was slightly stunned and felt a kind of conscious connection with the gold card, which was extremely magical. Obviously, the Wanjin card in his hand has been successfully connected to the rune system of Wanlong Silver Merchant. Lin Hao was curious. His mind moved slightly. A ray of mental power swept into the gold card, and he immediately read out the deposit value inside. Not more, not less, exactly 20 million. Lin Hao couldn't help but secretly praise that this kind of magic rune was in no way inferior to the electronic technology of his previous life. However, how do you operate this transfer function? Manager Tong, it's inconvenient to hold these 800,000 taels of gold notes in your hands. Just transfer them to me. Lin Hao changed his mind and found a reason to easily resolve this ignorant embarrassment. As long as Manager Tong demonstrates it once, he will be able to do it. Okay, please connect the gold card to my rune. Shopkeeper Tong didn't think much about this. He took out a silver card and said with a smile. Apparently, this kind of thing is very common for him. Docking. Lin Hao was stunned for a moment. Then he suddenly realized. It seems that this is the first step in the transfer. Just like a bank card, if you want to transfer money to someone, you naturally need to know the other party's account number. Then, as the gold and silver cards touched each other, the rune patterns on them suddenly flashed. It seems to be a strange form, with the light patterns connecting with each other to form a new type of rune pattern. Okay, I'll transfer the 800,000 to you right now. Shopkeeper Tong took back the silver card, and under the urging of his mind, rune patterns suddenly flashed on the silver card. Soon, he found a rune pattern corresponding to Lin Hao's gold card. Then he reached out and tapped it lightly, directly transferring all the accounts. The next second, Lin Hao was startled and clearly sensed a slight fluctuation coming from the Wanjin card. He immediately checked the balance, and found that the amount had increased by 800,000 taels. It turns out to be so simple. Lin Hao understood what he meant and realized what was going on. It's not a good place to talk. Let's talk while walking outside. After the purple shirt woman finished speaking, she turned around and walked out of the store. Lin Hao followed closely behind. My two lords, take care. Shopkeeper Tong immediately walked to the door of the store to see the guest off with an extremely respectful attitude. I don't know when it started raining outside, and there were fewer and fewer people on the street. The originally bustling main street became extremely deserted in this night rain. You are here indeed. At this moment, a cold shout suddenly rang out. On the street opposite the black shop, Li Kuan was seen holding a sword and staring at Lin Hao with murderous intent. Ma Feiyu's body was not at the scene. Apparently, he had sent someone to transport it back to Qingyang town. I guess you were an assassin. Once you complete the mission, you will definitely come here to collect your reward. Li Kuan stared at Lin Hao with a cold gaze and sneered. Just as I expected. It's really troublesome. Lin Hao secretly shook his head. If he got into trouble with such a loyal swordsman, there would undoubtedly be endless trouble. Chapter 26 Female Assassin Ziyi. This is a private matter between him and me. If you don't want to die, get out of here. Li Kuan glanced at the purple-shirted woman, his voice filled with murderous intent. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the woman in purple suddenly raised her hand. Call out. A purple embroidery needle suddenly shot out from her fingertips. The swift speed made the raindrops in the air seem to be torn apart. When Li Kuan reacted, the black needle had already pierced through his forehead in an instant. The next moment, Li Kuan's pupils dilated and he fell to the ground and died, with a look of fear still on his face. So fast. Seeing this scene, Lin Hao was slightly stunned. I didn't expect the purple-shirt woman's method of killing would be so quick. The whole process is fast, accurate, and without any unnecessary nonsense. Of course, from another perspective, the purple-shirt woman is also extremely powerful. A level 4 warrior can be killed in an instant. Lin Hao estimated that his cultivation level is at least above level 6. As expected of a member of the underworld organization, you are so strong. Shopkeeper Tong, who was standing at the door of the store seeing off customers, was completely stunned at this moment, with a look of horror on his face. Of course, he was very clear about Li Kuan's information, but he was killed before the fight really started. With such strength, he is definitely one of the top 100 high-level assassins in the killer rankings. The purple-shirt woman looked at the corpse coldly and walked towards the left side of the street. Lin Hao followed him until there was silence and no one around. The purple-shirt woman suddenly asked, should I call you Jingku or Lin Hao? Hearing this, Lin Hao's expression changed. How does she know my name? Don't think about it. From the moment you accepted the mission, you have been followed by our intelligence personnel from Minga. As if she could see Lin Hao's suspicion, the purple-shirt woman said calmly, I know everything about your identity, including your appearance. Lin Hao frowned. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. After receiving the mission at the black shop yesterday, he has not returned to the Zhao mansion, but went to the civilian area to rent a house. Moreover, he believed that he was very cautious in his travels and dress over the past 2 days. The only people he had come into contact with were the landlord of the rental house and Master Wu from the weapon refining workshop. As for Ma Feiyu and Li Kuan, they were already dead. Oh right, landlord. As soon as Lin Hao's mind turned, he suddenly understood. When I was renting a house yesterday, the old landlord saw that I was dressed mysteriously and was worried that I might rent it to some shady people or wanted criminals, so he demanded to see my true face. In this regard, Lin Hao understood the landlord's thoughts, so he took off the mask and showed it to him. Could it be that at that time, the intelligence personnel from the underworld pavilion hiding nearby saw his appearance and began to investigate secretly? Thinking of this, Lin Hao was secretly amazed. This Minge organization is indeed not a second-rate organization. What should I call you then? Lin Hao asked back and did not show much surprise at his identity being exposed. My name is Z, the purple-shirt woman said indifferently. In the organization, I am your superior. If you have any tasks in the future, I will contact you. Purple Knight. Lin Hao whispered it again, then smiled and said, not bad, a cool name. Cool. There was a hint of surprise in Ziya's eyes. He obviously didn't understand the meaning of this term used by Lin Hao in his previous life. Lin Hao was too lazy to explain and immediately suggested, since you are my superior, let's both meet each other's true colors, so as to avoid mistaking each other for the right person in the future. After saying that, He took off his mask first. Z hesitated for a while, felt that what Lin Hao said made sense, and then took off the hat on his head. In an instant, a cold and beautiful face appeared in Kung Fu Xiaoying's sight, and the picture was transmitted to Lin Hao's mind. Perhaps because he wears a bamboo hat every day, Zia's skin looks very white and extremely delicate. However, her eyes revealed a kind of coldness that kept people at a distance, making it difficult to see the other person's inner thoughts. Are you really blind? Staring at Lin Hao's gray pupils, Z asked in confusion. Lin Hao did not comment, and said calmly, "Didn't the organization's intelligence officers investigate my information in great detail? The intelligence does record that you were born blind, but your behavior is incredible." Z looked at Lin Hao suspiciously, wondering how a blind man could possibly complete the assassination mission and know the target of the mission list. "I have my own secrets." Lin Hao smiled faintly. He didn't want anyone to know about the system. Seeing that Lin Hao didn't want to say more, Z didn't ask any more questions. Then she turned her gaze and looked at the Kung Fu fly on Lin Hao's shoulder and said, "Your pet is very strange, the most powerful fly I have ever seen. Also, that poisonous spider." As he spoke, Z looked at Lin Hao, but did not find the wolf spider. "Little spider, come out and say hello to your beautiful boss." Lin Hao raised the corner of his mouth and said in a low voice. As the voice fell, the wolf spider immediately crawled out from the inner pocket of its cloak and stretched out its tentacles very smartly, waving them twice at Z as a greeting. Seeing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Zi's beautiful eyes. In the animal world, this type of animal can be said to be at the bottom of the food chain and is extremely weak. However, the power they displayed was comparable to that of wild beasts and was extremely powerful. "Where did you catch it?" Z couldn't help but ask. Lin Hao smiled faintly. "I trained myself." Hearing this, Z was slightly stunned and was quite amazed at Lin Hao's ability to tame animals. However, she did not continue to ask questions out of curiosity. Every animal trainer has his own secret skills. Z knows it well. Even if he asks, Lin Hao will refuse. Z looked at Kung Fu Fly and Wolf Spider curiously for a few times, then changed the subject. "Your first priority now is to become a student of Tianyan Academy. But for the sake of confidentiality, the organization will not help you. You must rely on your own strength to obtain a place in Tianyan Academy." "Tianyan Academy?" Hearing this, Lin Hao was slightly surprised and asked in confusion, "What is the purpose of the mission? After you successfully enter the academy, wait for notification." Zia's face was cold. He took out a piece of yellow talisman paper and said, "This is a sound transmission talisman. When the time is right, I will tell you about the next task." Lin Hao raised his eyebrows slightly and saw that the sound transmission note was engraved with mysterious rune patterns and faintly emitting a faint fluctuation of spiritual power. "In order to keep your identity secret, I will call you Jing Ke from now on and enter your member code name into the Minga organization." Z put on his hat again, and the black gauze around the edge covered his heroic yet cool face. After saying that, she turned around and walked towards the end of the street without looking back, until she disappeared from Kung Fu Xiaoying's sight. Chapter 27, Beast Spirit Dragon. Tianyan Academy? That's exactly what I want. Lin Hao looked at the sound transmission node in his hand, and a smile slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Originally, he intended to go to Tianyan Academy. Now, not only can he collect money, but he can also get what he wanted. It is like killing two birds with one stone. However, that task is probably not that easy. After all, Tianyan Academy is full of experts, and if you want to kill someone there, the risk would be quite high. No matter what, making money is the most important thing now. Lin Hao pursed his lips and adjusted his thoughts slightly. Besides, there is a beautiful boss, so it can be considered a pleasant job. Under the cover of night, the rain became heavier, even accompanied by rumbling thunder and lightning. Lin Hao walked on the street, but did not return to Zhao's house immediately. Instead, he led Kung Fu Fly and the others to the rental house. After a quick wash, Lin Hao closed all the windows in the house. After making sure that no one was spying, he took out the sword in the stone. Previously, when he was in the weapon refining workshop, he was short of money and could not fight against the beast spirit sealed in the broken sword. But now it's completely different. Lin Hao grasped the hilt of the sword with his right hand and exerted slight force. Just like last time, as long as the broken sword was stuck in the crevice of the stone, it could not be pulled out. Ding! Is the host unlocked? As if detecting Lin Hao's intention, the the system's voice suddenly rang out. Yes. Lin Hao nodded without hesitation. Ding. The seal is successfully lifted. 50,000 taels will be deducted. The next moment, Lin Hao suddenly felt the runes of the Wanjin card ripple slightly, and it was obvious that 50,000 taels were swallowed by the system. But now that he has a net worth of 20 million, a mere 50,000 taels is just a drop in the bucket. System, I need to activate soul defense in advance. Recalling the existence of that terrifying beast spirit, Lin Hao still felt a lingering fear and felt that he should be prepared before drawing his sword. Ding! The soul defense system has been activated for the host. Immediately afterwards, another 100,000 taels were deducted from Lin Hao's card. After taking the insurance measures, Lin Hao took a deep breath and pulled hard. Clang! A crisp sound was heard, and the broken sword in his hand was easily pulled out from the crevice of the rock. Laugh! In an instant, a strong and terrifying black, evil spirit burst out. In just a few breaths, the black gas completely covered Lin Hao's arms and quickly spread to his body. Roar! And in the next second after the black gas was emitted, the roar of a violent beast suddenly exploded in Lin Hao's mind. The terrifying roar of the beast shook Lin Hao's heart. The feeling seemed to be even more shocking than the thunder outside. This time, the soul defense was activated in advance, and Lin Hao was no longer as panicked as before. He calmed his mind and prepared for the attack of the beast spirit. The kung fu flies and wolf spiders lying on his shoulders seemed to sense the danger of the black air and immediately left Lin Hao's body. Their eyes were alert and fierce, staring closely at the broken sword in Lin Hao's hand. But without Lin Hao's order, no action was taken. Just like that, as the black air completely enveloped Lin Hao's body, he suddenly felt as if something had drilled into his mind. At the same time, the manic beast roar seemed to come from within his body. Has it been invaded? Lin Hao's heart trembled, and he immediately concentrated his mind and looked inward. He has reached the level of a second-level wizard, and his mental power has enabled him to use it to see inside his body. Soon, Lin Hao suddenly discovered a ball of black mist in the Tianling acupoint where his spiritual power was stored. At this moment, this group of black fog was wriggling at a strange speed, gradually forming the shape of a beast spirit, which was completely black and looked like a magic dragon. Although the demon dragon was only an illusion, it was surrounded by an extremely violent, ferocious, and terrifying aura, like an ancient giant beast from the abyss. Seeing this scene, Lin Hao was secretly surprised. Who would have thought that such a terrifying beast spirit was sealed in the broken sword? After the evil dragon's spirit body appeared, its scarlet eyes immediately locked onto Lin Hao's soul body, and its beast eyes were filled with undisguised bloodthirstiness. Roar! The next moment, the evil dragon roared and rushed towards Lin Hao's soul body. The ferocious dragon opened its mouth, wanting to swallow it. Detection. The host is about to be attacked by a beast spirit. The soul defense system is activated. But at this moment, the system's cold voice sounded. Then, a turquoise cage suddenly emerged and trapped the dragon inside. No matter how it struggled, it could not escape. You are just a tiny human, and you want to trap me? That's just wishful thinking. The magic dragon conveyed a thought. Although it was not in human language, Lin Hao's spiritual consciousness still understood the arrogance in it. As a dragon, it was unruly by nature. It had just come out of the seal, but now it was imprisoned in another cage. How could it be willing to accept this? It immediately rushed left and right in the cage. Seeing how ferocious this demon dragon was, Lin Hao secretly felt lucky that he had a systematic soul defense. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Bang, bang, bang. Heavy sounds continued to be heard. The dragon roared continuously and attacked violently again and again, trying to break free from the restraints. However, the power of the system was beyond its imagination, and it could not be shaken at all. What made the dragon even more terrified was that the cage began to shrink, and the terrifying energy fluctuations emanating from it seemed to have the tendency to wipe it out. Feeling the threat to its life, the dragon suddenly became more manic and even showed deep fear. I thought it was just a small human, and I could easily take over his body, but I didn't expect that I would kick a hard iron plate this time. Powerful human, please don't kill me. As the cage became smaller and smaller, the dragon finally got scared, stopped rushing around, and began to speak in human language. He can actually speak human language. It seems his IQ is not low. Lin Hao was slightly surprised, and then said coldly, I can give you one chance, but you must return to the broken sword, otherwise I have the ability to make you disappear completely. Good. Hearing Lin Hao's request, the demon dragon nodded hurriedly. At this moment, it no longer had any of the arrogance and dignity of the dragon clan, and completely regarded Lin Hao as a powerful human who was much stronger than itself. Disarm. As soon as the words fell, the cage disappeared instantly. At the same time, the evil dragon turned into a ball of black mist, exited Lin Hao's body, and re-entered the broken sword. Seeing that the crisis was resolved, Lin Hao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. In fact, he was also very panicked just now. After all, they're the Dragon Clan, an ancient ferocious beast, extremely fierce and powerful. Even if it has now become a beast spirit, it can probably kill him in an instant. Fortunately, there is a bug in the system, so there is no threat. Human warrior, as long as you don't insert the dragon-devouring sword back in a meteorite, I am willing to submit to you and become a weapon spirit. The evil dragon was afraid of being sealed in that dark space again, and a pleading voice sounded in Lin Hao's mind. Lin Hao was slightly stunned. This beast spirit could actually communicate with him. What is the origin of this dragon-devouring sword? Lin Hao couldn't help but ask. Also, how did you get sealed? Chapter 28, Dragon Transformation. The demon dragon pondered for a while, then replied in a confused tone. When my physical body was killed, most of my memories disappeared, and only some fragments of information remained in my spirit. I have forgotten the specific process. After hearing this, Lin Hao was no longer interested in asking the dragon about the fragmentary memory information. Otherwise, it would be a waste of time if the dragon didn't know anything. The most important thing is that now, the magic dragon is willing to become a weapon spirit and submit to him. Having such a powerful beast spirit of the divine beast level will definitely improve a lot of combat power. In that case, then you should acknowledge the master yourself. Lin Hao didn't know how to operate it, so he gave the order directly. The demon dragon did not dare to neglect Lin Hao's order. Black light immediately burst out from the broken sword, and a mysterious rune totem suddenly appeared. This rune totem is extremely complex. In the middle circle, there's a coiled black dragon with flashing light. Before Lin Hao could react, the black dragon suddenly moved and bit the finger that was holding the sword. Lin Hao was startled when he felt the pain in his fingers. But thinking that this should be the process of self-recognition of the master, he had to pretend to be calm. However, when the black dragon came into contact with the blood, it began to swallow it frantically as if it had taken stimulants. Lin Hao only felt that the energy of the spiritual veins in his body and his mental power were being rapidly consumed. That's enough. Lin Hao hurriedly stopped him. If he continues to inhale, all his cultivation will be wasted. The black dragon then reluctantly opened its mouth and shrank back into the rune totem. Then it returned to its place with a hiss sound. The rune was imprinted on the broken sword like hot iron. In an instant, a brilliant light burst out from the sword blade. Lin Hao's mind was slightly moved, and he vaguely felt a kind of connection with the broken sword in his hand. That feeling was like being the master, having absolute control over the broken sword. Obviously, both parties have completed the recognition of the master. Master, I am now your weapon spirit. When you use this sword, you can mobilize my dragon spirit power to strengthen your body. The voice of the demon dragon came from the broken sword, and its tone was obviously respectful. Strengthen the body? Hearing this, Lin Hao was pleasantly surprised. He held the broken sword in his hand and tried to recite, Invoke the dragon spirit. Boom! In an instant, an extremely violent dark spiritual power suddenly surged into Lin Hao's body from the broken sword and quickly flowed to his limbs and bones. Lin Hao's muscles and bones suddenly stretched out, and crackling sounds came from his body. Then, his muscles swelled up with energy, directly tearing his clothes apart. During this change, the skin on Lin Hao's arm began to move rapidly, and a layer of fine black scales suddenly emerged, covering his entire right arm. At the same time, Lin Hao's aura was also soaring at an astonishing speed. This is a dragon scale arm. With the help of Kung Fu Fly's vision, Lin Hao saw the changes in himself and was immediately surprised. Looking at himself like a berserker, Lin Hao was extremely excited and felt as if his whole body was filled with infinite power. Compared to before, it has at least skyrocketed several times. Although he is only a first-level warrior now, facing a second-level warrior, Lin Hao believes that even without the help of kung fu, xiaoying, or magic, he can still fight with his physical strength alone. Since the master's current cultivation level is relatively low, he can only mobilize part of my dragon spirit power. The dragon's tone was a little strange, as if he felt cheated. I originally thought that Lin Hao was a top human warrior, but I didn't expect that he was just a rookie who had just opened up a spiritual vein. However, it has now recognized its master and must be completely loyal under the constraints of the rune laws. Therefore, even if they discovered that Lin Hao was not a strong man, they would not have the slightest thought of resistance. As my cultivation level improves, I will be able to mobilize more dragon spirit power. I see. Lin Hao murmured to himself, with unconcealable joy in his eyes. The only part of his body that has turned into a dragon now is his right arm. Does that mean he will be able to transform into a dragon man, or even metamorphose into a dragon in the future? Thinking of this, Lin Hao's heart was filled with emotion. I heard you say just now that this stone is called a meteorite. What's its origin? Immediately, Lin Hao turned his attention to the black stone in his left hand. He was quite curious about this strange stone that could seal the evil dragon. We can only hope for the remaining memory fragments of the magic dragon and the origin of the meteorite. Meteorites are not ordinary stones. They are rare metal tungsten extracted from meteorites from outer space. They are indestructible. After thinking for a while, the demon dragon said, "There is a dark space inside this stone. If the broken sword is inserted into it, I will be trapped in that space and will never see the light of day again." Lin Hao was slightly surprised, looking at the meteorite in his hand. He didn't expect that there was a dark space in the crack of the stone. Could it be a black hole? Lin Hao changed his mind and gave up the idea of using his mental power to investigate. After all, even a terrifying divine beast like the magic dragon would be imprisoned and sealed in the dark space, let alone him. Although he could rely on the system to unlock it, Lin Hao couldn't guarantee that once his soul was sealed, the system would still come out and jump around. Just in case, Lin Hao suppressed his inner curiosity and put the meteorite into his pocket. But looking at the bulging trouser pockets, it feels awkward no matter how I look at it, and it affects the wearing experience a bit. And this broken sword, the dragon-devouring sword, can't be stuck in my belt every day. Of course, the most important thing is the Wanjin card, which is Lin Hao's salary card. He can receive tens of millions of salary every month. If it's lost, it will be a huge loss. Looks like I need to buy a storage bag. As his assets increased, Lin Hao, who originally had nothing, began to think about this problem. The storage bag is hundreds of times better than a backpack. It has a unique space inside and can store any items. It is very convenient when you are out. Although the price is relatively expensive, it is not worth mentioning for Lin Hao today. Little fly, little spider, come over here. Then, at Lin Hao's call, the kung fu flies and wolf spiders that were strolling in the house immediately ran over and lined up obediently in front of Lin Hao. Now that we have enough money, we can improve their capabilities. A smile appeared on Lin Hao's lips. Currently, Kung Fu Xiaoying's level is C-level beginner, and his strength is comparable to that of a peak third-level fighter. The wolf spider is a mid-level D-class creature with relatively weak combat power, but it has the skill of a deadly poison, so it is not weak at all. Moreover, as long as the wolf spider completes one advanced evolution and a king-level evolution, it will meet the requirements for advancement to C-level. By then, because of its species, its combat power will be even stronger than that of Kung Fu Fly. Chapter 29, C-Level Advanced Enhancement. Let's strengthen Spider-Man first. We can't fall too far behind. Lin Hao thought about it for a moment and made a decision, and then his mind moved slightly. Evolve Wolf Spider. As soon as he finished speaking, a system light screen suddenly flashed in Lin Hao's mind, showing the Wolf Spider's information panel. Due to the advanced upgrade, the prerequisite is to reach the king-level enhanced ability. So Lin Hao didn't even think about it, and directly chose the king level in the wolf spider's full body strengthening column. Ding! King level enhancement is successful. Your pet codenamed 002 Wolf Spider. Its combat power has been fully improved. As the enhancement was completed, Lin Hao suddenly felt that the balance in his Wanjin card had dropped by 10 million in an instant. Lin Hao took all his strength and clicked on the advanced enhancement again. Ding! The advancement is successful. Congratulations to Wolf Spider for upgrading to rank C and gaining a special skill, 1000 Silk Web. Fortunately, the upgrade cost from rank D to rank C is only 1 million taels. However, Lin Hao did not frown at all, and immediately spent another 2 million to upgrade the kung fu fly and wolf spider to the C-level advanced enhancement level. After several evolutions, the balance in his card was only over 5 million, which was not enough for further strengthening. Lin Hao's mind moved slightly, and he called up the data panel of the two pets. Kung Fu Fly. Code 001. Owner, Lin Hao. Combat power, 4,000. Skill, Blood Blade Scythe. Level, C-level advanced, plus. Wolf Spider. Code 002. Owner, Lin Hao. Combat power, 6,000. Skills, Deadly Poison, 1,000 Silk Net. Advanced, C-level advanced, plus. After reading the information of the two beasts, Lin Hao nodded secretly. After advancement, Wolf Spider's combat capability, whether in terms of speed, strength, or defense, is far superior to Kung Fu Fly, because their original bodies had huge differences in strength. In the food chain, flies are one of the foods of spiders. Therefore, at the same level, the wolf spider's combat power is obviously stronger, and it has one more special skill, the 1,000 Silk Web. What surprised Lin Hao even more was that, although the wolf spider's body did not change in size, its skin was as hard as iron, and a strange dark pattern appeared on its surface. As the light flowed, it emitted a heart-pounding cold aura. Little spider, try making the 1,000 layers silk web and see. Lin Hao was curious and gave orders to the wolf spider. Hiss! With almost no delay, the wolf spider directly sprayed out a tiny white cocoon. However, the next moment, the spider cocoon suddenly exploded in midair, and the spider silk strands quickly intertwined together to form a spider web. If you count them carefully, there are more than 1,000 spider webs. Soon, the spider web covered a wooden table, and then a horrifying scene happened. TSK, TSK. But when the table touched the spider web, it began to melt and corrode under the spider silk, just like ice encountering a fire web. And in the blink of an eye, it was cut into countless pieces. Obviously, the venom contained in the spider web is extremely lethal. If a person is covered, the result will definitely be fatal damage. Great! Lin Hao snapped his fingers and exclaimed with satisfaction. I increasingly feel that this skill will be extremely effective when used for assassinations. After all, the attack range of the 1,000 Silk Web is wide, and the spider silk is even highly poisonous. Once contaminated, it will be like capturing prey and you'll not be able to escape. On the other hand, Kung Fu Fly, since he has not advanced to any higher levels, remains physically the same as before, but his combat power has increased several times and is now comparable to that of a 4th-level fighter. If he were to fight against the swordsman Li Kun again at this time, he would definitely be able to suppress him. Seeing the improvement in the strength of the two little pets, Lin Hao felt very pleased. This bodyguard was bought with a huge amount of money. Looking at the heavier rain outside the window, Lin Hao did not plan to go back to Zhao's house in the rain. He simply sat cross-legged on the bed and meditated. Little did he know that due to his disappearance for 2 days, all the servants in the Zhao mansion have already started searching for him. Although Lin Hao had no status in the Zhao mansion, he was essentially an insignificant existence. But since he is a member of the Lin family, even if he is dead, his body must be found in order to give an explanation. At this moment, in the hall of the front yard of the Zhao mansion, the head of the family, Zhao Gaolai, sat in the main seat with his thick brows slightly frowned, listening to the news from the butler Zhao Rong. Hasn't the boy been found yet? Zhao Gaolai looked calm, and his tone was a little doubtful. Where can a blind man run to? Zhao Rong shook his head and said in a hoarse voice, After 2 days of secret observation, I know that Lin Hao is not an ordinary blind man. Hearing this, Zhao Gaolai was slightly surprised. What do you mean? Master, it is like this. Since Zhao Gaolai happened to be out on business the past 2 days, Zhao Rong only had the opportunity to inform him now. After hearing this story, Zhao Gaolai's face became more and more surprised. When it was mentioned at the end that Lin Hao was performing magic in the finance room, he could no longer sit still and stood up abruptly. Lin Hao is actually a mage? Did you see it wrong? Zhao Gaolai stared at Zhao Rong in surprise, his face full of disbelief. Reporting to the master of the family, it is absolutely true. I am not mistaken. Zhao Rong nodded, and there was also a hint of surprise on his old face. In his opinion, it was really a fantasy for a blind man to practice magic. Because this situation is like asking a mute to read, it is impossible to do it. However, Lin Hao broke this convention and created an unprecedented miracle. If this is true, Then our Zhao family has found a treasure this time. Ha! After getting Zhao Rong's confirmation, Zhao Gaolai was immediately overjoyed, and his resolute face was full of ecstasy. Half a year ago, it was thought that the Zhao family had compromised and married a loser into the family in order to form a marriage alliance with the Lin family. Unexpectedly, this waste has turned into a genius. This is really a good deal. Master, there is news from the Black Shop. It is said that the time-limited mission we just received yesterday was actually issued by the Underworld Organization. Zhao Rong said in a low voice. The Underworld Organization. Hearing this, Zhao Gaolia's expression froze, and he immediately asked in surprise, how could the Underworld Organization, with such a large force, need our Black Shop? Zhao Rong quickly said, I learned from shopkeeper Tong that this assassination was just an assessment set by the Underworld Pavilion to select suitable new members. The Underworld Pavilion is a direct subordinate of the Flame King, with a strong foundation. Who is so lucky to be chosen? Zhao Gaolai was slightly surprised and asked curiously, Yin Kiskiviko. Zhao Rong said in a deep voice. At the auction, he used a poisonous spider to kill Ma Feiyu, and there was also a powerful fly beside him. Poisonous spiders? And flies. Hearing this, Zhao Gaolai was stunned. He seemed to have thought of something and suddenly looked at Zhao Rong next to him. Chapter 30, Fighting Violence with Violence. The master of the family guessed correctly. My son-in-law also has these two little animals by his side. Seeing the thoughtful look on Patriarch Zhao's face, Zhao Rong nodded and said meaningfully, and the day he disappeared was exactly the time when the time-limited mission was received. So, I suspect that Jinku is most likely Lin Hao. After listening to the narration of the chief steward Zhao Rong, the shock on Zhao Gaolia's face became more intense. Then he took a deep breath, trying to calm his excitement, and shouted, Find Lin Hao immediately and bring him to see me. Yes, master. Zhao Rong nodded in awe, and his hunched body immediately moved. For a while, the people sent out by the Zhao mansion to search for Lin Hao were no longer limited to low-level servants. Even the second butler, third butler, and high-level servants such as guards were all mobilized. Damn it, a useless blind man actually wants us to go out in the rain to look for him. The third steward Qin Shi limped out of the gate of the Zhao mansion with a group of his men, cursing. Although he was very resentful, since it was the order of the head of the Zhao family, he did not dare to disobey. If I find him, I will break his legs to stop him from running around. Qin Shi was furious. Last time, his right leg was cut by Kung Fu Fly in the cafeteria, and he had been looking for an opportunity to take revenge. Under the cover of night, raindrops covered the entire Tianwu city. On the many streets, servants of the Zhao mansion were walking around holding umbrellas. Little did they know that Lin Hao was in a rental house at this moment, meditating peacefully with a comfortable look on his face. It was not until the next morning that Lin Hao came back to his senses from meditation and could not help but stretch. I haven't slept all night, but I feel full of energy. It's time to go back and catch breakfast. Lin Hao raised the corner of his mouth and whistled at the Kung Fu Fly and wolf spider next to him. In an instant, they rushed over and then stood on my shoulders and pockets. After opening the door, Lin Hao took a deep breath. Perhaps it was the entire night of rain that washed away the hustle and bustle of the city and made the air so fresh. Then, Lin Hao walked into a small alley and took a shortcut towards Zhao's mansion. However, when they were about to reach the end and turn the corner, a group of figures came towards them. The leader was the third steward Qin Shi. At this moment, his clothes were wet, his hair was disheveled, and he looked a little disheveled. I thought after searching all night, I could just go back and have breakfast and rest. Unexpectedly, he had just put down his bowl and chopsticks when he was sent out by the butler, and he was full of anger. So at this moment, when he saw Lin Hao, he was stunned at first, and then his face became full of anger. God is so kind that he finally found you, a blind man. Qin Shi's eyes were gloomy. He stared at Lin Hao, who was walking towards him, and grinned grimly. Lin Hao naturally noticed them and stopped. All of you, go over and break that loser's legs immediately before he runs away again. Qin Shi shouted fiercely as if he was judging a criminal. Third housekeeper, is this okay? A Zhao family guard standing nearby frowned and said, if he tells others about our broken leg, it will be hard to explain. Qin Shi raised a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth and said coldly, this is easy, cut off his tongue, and then find a random excuse. Hearing this, the Zhao family guard was stunned and looked at Qin Shi in surprise. The 5 servants nearby couldn't help but gasp. Of course, They knew what happened in the cafeteria a few days ago, but they did not expect that the third butler's methods would be so cruel and vindictive. This will undoubtedly turn Lin Hao into a blind and dumb waste. You dare not obey my orders? Qin Shi said coldly. It seems that the Zhao mansion can no longer accommodate you from now on. Hearing this, the Zhao family's thugs suddenly looked a little stern. Faced with the threat from the third butler, the 6 thugs were angry, but they had to obey in order to keep their jobs. In their opinion, it would be better to harm Lin Hao than to offend Qin Shi. Anyway, by that time Lin Hao would be blind and mute, so there would be no evidence to prove his guilt. Boy, don't blame us. If you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck for marrying into the Zhao family. As he was speaking, 6 Zhao family guards walked towards Lin Hao with unfriendly faces. One of them even took out a dagger and prepared to cut his tongue. Don't worry, I won't blame you, because I've been lucky recently. Lin Hao smiled coldly. The strength of these 6 people are all just level 2 fighters, so they're not to be feared at all. You hold him down while I cut off his tongue first, or he'll break his legs and start screaming. The bald man holding the dagger suggested with a ferocious look on his face. Swish! However, as soon as he finished speaking, a black light suddenly flashed by like lightning. The next moment, his hand holding the dagger was cut off and fell to the ground. My hand! Looking at his bleeding wrist, the bald man screamed in horror. The sudden scene frightened Qin Shi and the 5 thugs so much that their faces changed drastically. Soon they looked carefully and finally discovered the existence of the Kung Fu fly. That day in the cafeteria, this was the fly that cut my leg. Quinquistered a ti Kung Fu fly in horror. Although he had heard yesterday that this guy had a very powerful fly, he still did not quite believe it. But now that I see it, it is indeed true. Recalling what happened in the cafeteria, Qin Shi was immediately furious and shouted, "Whoever tears this little beast to pieces will be rewarded with 1,000 taels." When the Zhao family thugs heard about the bounty, they immediately became energized. They drew out their swords and chased Kung Fu Xiaoying in the alley, slashing at him fiercely. However, the Kung Fu fly was small in size and extremely fast, so their swords rarely missed. Even if it managed to hit him by chance, it would be easily blocked by Kung Fu Xiaoying's claws equipped with Earth-level weapons. Swish, swish, swish. This confrontation did not last long. The Kung Fu fly suddenly increased in speed and turned into a black light that flew past. The next moment, 5 screams were heard, and their sword-holding hands were all cut off at the root, and blood spurted out. Seeing this, the third steward Qin Shi was stunned, his face full of fear. When he realized what was happening, he dared not stay there any longer and quickly turned around and fled. However, he was completely unaware that a wolf spider had already intercepted him on the wall behind him. It directly sprayed out a spider silk, which shot onto Qin Shi's body. The latter was immediately poisoned and fell to the ground, twitching all over and foaming at the mouth. But Qin Shi was obviously still conscious. He pointed his finger at Lin Hao and said tremblingly, "You blind man, you dare to hurt me? My brother is from Tianyan Academy. You are dead." Lin Hao walked closer and said in a cold voice, "Since you want to make people blind and dumb so badly, I will do as you wish." As soon as he finished speaking, the Kung Fu fly swooped over and its sharp claws directly blinded Qin Shi's eyes. Qin Shi's eyes were bloodshot, and he let out a shrill howl like a pig being slaughtered. And just as he opened his mouth, his tongue was cut off by the Kung Fu fly, and he became completely mute. Looking at Qin Shi, who had fainted due to excessive blood loss, Lin Hao had a blank expression on his face. In the past, he was weak and could only endure it, but he always knew in his heart that he must fight the enemy with violence, which is the only way to solve the problem. Chapter 31, The Son-in-Law, is back. The third butler. When they saw Qin Shi's eyes were blinded and his tongue was cut off, the 6 Zhao family thugs were immediately horrified. Compared with Qin Shi's miserable condition, the fact that they had one hand cut off still felt light. If you dare to confuse right and wrong when you return to the Zhao mansion, you will suffer the same fate as him. Do you understand? Lin Hao turned around, and his pair of gray pupils, although dull, stared at the group of thugs like the eyes of the god of death. Listen, I heard it clearly. After hearing Lin Hao's words, the 6 thugs turned pale with fright and nodded in fear. However, with one hand broken, they are equivalent to a crippled body, and it is hard to say whether they can continue to stay in the Zhao family in the future. Lin Hao ignored this and quickly left the alley. When we arrived at Zhao's house, a group of people were gathered at the gate. However, they were busy at the moment and did not notice that Lin Hao was already across the street. But they were seen holding a large stack of papers with Lin Hao's portrait on it, ready to post it on the street. A useless blind man is qualified to make our Zhao family mobilize troops spa. The second butler, Ma Tianyun, looked at the portrait in his hand and spat a mouthful of thick phlegm on the paper with a look of disdain. Perhaps because his movements were a little too violent, he suddenly felt a pain in the wound and couldn't help but bend down. Thinking of how he was injured by the poisonous spider 2 days ago, and now he had to come out with injuries to find a blind man, he became even more angry. If you dare to hurt my dick, you'd better not fall into my hands. Otherwise, I will make you taste the pain in your crotch. Ma Tianyun stared at Lin Hao's portrait with a sinister look, his face gloomy, and he spoke angrily. He had heard about Lin Hao's stay in the finance office a long time ago, and he immediately understood that the poisonous spider that appeared in the bathhouse that day was actually Lin Hao's pet. Be careful not to lose more than you steal. However, at this moment, a sneer suddenly came from behind. Ma Tianyun was slightly startled and immediately turned around to look. I saw Lin Hao walking towards me calmly from the opposite street. Uncle, he is Uncle. Thank God he finally came back. The servants at the gate of Zhao's mansion were immediately surprised and cheered. This joy was not because Lin Hao returned safely, but because they could finally rest. You blind bastard, where have you been these past 2 days? You've made us look for you everywhere. Ma Tianyun frowned, stared at Lin Hao and scolded. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, I will peel off your skin. Lin Hao raised his eyebrows slightly and said calmly, I'm standing here. If you have the ability, come over and take it off and see. Hearing this, Ma Tianyun's fat face suddenly turned red, and he shouted angrily, Stinky boy, do you really think I dare not? Do you dare? A teasing arc appeared on Lin Hao's lips as he continued to provoke the other party. Today I can take this opportunity to deal with the third and second stewards of the Zhao mansion to prevent them from causing trouble in the future. You bastard. I think you are tired of living. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, facing Lin Hao's provocation, Ma Tianyun was already a little embarrassed and shouted angrily. He stretched out his fat palm and was about to step forward to slap Lin Hao in the face, but he suddenly remembered the poisonous spider. His heart trembled and his steps immediately stopped. A few days ago, a poisonous spider appeared in Zhao's house and injured someone. I suspect it was his pet. Ma Tianyun was a little scared, but then he changed his mind and ordered the 2 servants beside him. To ensure the safety of the Zhao mansion, the poisonous spider must not be allowed into the mansion. You 2 go search his body first. However, before he could finish his words, a white spider's silk suddenly shot out without warning. As luck would have it, the target of the attack was the crotch. Ah! In an instant, shrill screams rang out in front of the Zhao mansion's gate. Last time, the wolf spider was only at the intermediate level of D rank, and the toxicity of its silk was not very strong. But now, the toxicity of advanced C level is several times stronger. As for my lower body, even if there's a panacea, it will not have any effect this time. It is completely ruined. Seeing the attack part, the Zhao family servants around felt their scalps tingling. Being injured twice in a row in the same position is too tragic. Those servants of the Zhao family were secretly shocked, and when they looked at Lin Hao, their eyes were full of fear. Now, no one dared to offend this devil-like blind man. What happened? The commotion here soon attracted people from the mansion. As the voice fell, a large group of Zhao family guards walked out of the gate quickly with great momentum. In the crowd, a gray-haired old man stood with his hands behind his back. This person is the chief steward Zhao Rong. Looking at Ma Tianyun lying on the ground foaming at the mouth, he couldn't help but frown. Just as he was about to ask a question, Zhao Rong noticed a young man in white clothes next to him. He looked carefully and found that it was Lin Hao. He immediately smiled and said respectfully, Uncle, you are finally back. Seeing the humble attitude of the butler, everyone was stunned. You have to know that Zhao Rong is a member of the Zhao family, and as the chief steward, he has considerable power. Even some senior figures in the Zhao family have to respect him. Therefore, all along, except for the head of the Zhao family and Zhao Linger, he had never been happy with anyone else. However, now, Lin Hao's appearance actually made the butler treat him with such courtesy. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and invite the son-in-law into the house. Zhao Rong's face darkened, and he looked at the servants around him and shouted. His attitude towards Lin Hao had obviously changed a lot. But the second butler was bitten by a poisonous spider again. A thin servant said tremblingly, "That poisonous spider it belongs to my son-in-law." Zhao Rong glanced at Ma Tianyun indifferently and snorted. "He brought this upon himself. There's no need to call the pharmacist. Just poison him to death." Hearing this, Lin Hao was slightly surprised. Did this old man take the wrong medicine today? Why does he seem to be trying to curry favor with me? Could it be because of the corruption incident in the finance department last time? However, this approach is a bit exaggerated simply to protect the reputation. Lin Hao is secretly confused. "Quick, call the pharmacist." Just as everyone was astonished, a panicked cry suddenly came from behind. At that moment, everyone's attention was drawn over there. Hiss! Upon seeing this, everyone was shocked. Waves of people gasping for air were heard one after another. But the 6 Zhao family guards who came running over all had one hand broken. But even so, they still worked together to lift one person. The man's injuries were very tragic. His eyes were bloody, his mouth was slightly open, and his tongue seemed to have been cut off by some sharp weapon. He looked extremely terrifying. Chapter 32 Meeting with Patriarch Zhao. Third housekeeper. After a closer look, everyone finally recognized Qin Shi. Immediately, everyone was shocked, with fear on their faces. Zhao Rong asked in shock and anger, "What happened? Who in Tianwu City is so bold as to hurt someone from our Zhao family?" Yes, the bald man was trembling, but he didn't dare to say anything. He just looked at Lin Hao with a timid look. "It's you." Zhao Rong looked at Lin Hao in shock. He never expected the latter's methods to be so brutal. If it was really Lin Hao who did it, then this is a serious matter. Although Qin Shi has no family background, his younger brother is not simple. He has been gifted since childhood and was selected to be admitted to Tianyin Academy 3 years ago. He has strong abilities. If he knew what happened to his brother, he would definitely not let it go. "I don't have that ability." Lin Hao shook his head and did not admit it. "Actually, I was being hunted by an assassin named Jing Ke these past 2 days, so I went into hiding." At this point, Lin Hao's face showed a trace of sorrow, and he sighed. "I thought everything was fine, so I planned to return home, but just now I was attacked by the assassin again. Fortunately, the third steward and several guards arrived in time, so I had a chance to escape. But the opponent was too strong, which caused the third butler and his men to be seriously injured." At the end, Lin Hao suddenly changed the subject and said to the 6 guards with broken palms, "Is that right?" Buzz! The kung fu fly suddenly flew out and surrounded them with great deterrence. The 6 Zhao family guards couldn't help but shudder and nodded hurriedly in fear. Yes, what the son-in-law said is right. Seeing this, Zhao Rong and others were shocked and obviously half believing and half doubting what Lin Hao said. But all the parties involved have admitted that it was the assassin who did it, and they can't say anything more. Puff! Beside him, Qin Shi suddenly spit out a large mouthful of blood, and his body fell to the ground, twitching continuously. Although he was blind and dumb, he was not deaf. He heard everything Lin Hao said and was immediately filled with rage. Coupled with his injuries, he died on the spot from his cerebral congestion. Looking at this scene, everyone looked at each other in surprise. Everyone knows that Qin Shi's brother is no simple person. Although there is no evidence this time, the Zhao family may be in trouble. It's better to die. At least Qin Yu won't see his brother's miserable state. Zhao Rong frowned and sighed. Then his tone became cold and stern. "Cremate the third steward's body as soon as possible and post a notice. The whole city is looking for the assassin Jing Ke. Anyone who can provide clues will be rewarded with 100,000 taels." "Yes, butler." Under Zhao Rong's order, the servants of the Zhao family around him quickly took action. "Sir, the master of the family wants to see you. Please come to the hall to meet him." After saying that, Zhao Rong looked at Lin Hao meaningfully, then turned and walked into the gate. Looking at Zhao Rong's slightly hunched back, Lin Hao was thoughtful. It seems that the butler wanted to cover up the matter intentionally and point the finger at his other identity, Jing Ke. Then, Lin Hao followed Zhao Rong to the front yard hall. "Please wait here first. I will go and inform the master of the family." During the whole process, Zhao Rong did not mention what happened just now and left after he finished speaking. Lin Hao didn't think much about it and just found a chair to sit down. Anyway, he now has the support of the Minj organization, so killing a small character like Qin Shi will not cause much impact. About a few minutes later, steady footsteps were heard outside the door. Immediately afterwards, a middle-aged man in brocade clothes walked in. With Kung Fu Fly's field of vision covered, Lin Hao knew it without even looking. This person is none other than the head of the Zhao family, Zhao Gaolai. Meet the master of the house. Lin Hao stood up and bowed in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. As for this father-in-law, after living in the Zhao family for half a year, it could be said that he has never had any communication with her. How did you know it was me? Zhao Gaolia's eyes darkened slightly, and as soon as he came in, he looked at Lin Hao curiously. The master's footsteps are steady and powerful, and you can tell by just listening. Lin Hao smiled indifferently. I don't think so. Zhao Gaolai laughed and said, I heard from Butler Zhao about what happened today, as well as what happened at the black shop 2 days ago. Hearing this, Lin Hao felt a chill in his heart. It seems that the person who wanted to meet me this time really had a reason. My son-in-law is ignorant and doesn't understand what the master of the house means. Lin Hao kept a calm expression and pretended to be confused. What do you mean? Just know it in your heart. Zhao Gaolai stared at Lin Hao with a sharp gaze and said in a deep voice, I have just asked Butler Zhao to secretly eliminate the 6 men who followed Qin Shi. All the witnesses to today's incident have been eliminated. Lin Hao remained silent. He had no idea what his father-in-law was up to, but from what he said, it seemed like he was trying to cover up his mistake. Butler Zhao handled the matter of the wanted Jing Ke very well. At least it can divert the attention of outsiders from you. Zhao Gaolai looked serious and said calmly, However, Qin Shi's younger brother Qin Yu is a Tian-level student of Tianyan Academy. He has a very high talent for martial arts. His current strength should be at the level of a 6th-level warrior, and he is also very close to the 2nd prince of the royal family. So, I advise you not to use Jing Ke's identity to accept missions in the black shop in the near future, so as not to expose your true identity. What? Lin Hao was shocked when he heard what Zhao Gaolai said. How does this guy know my identity as an assassin? Lin Hao's mood at this moment was undoubtedly like the waves of the ocean, causing turbulent waves. Could it be that the father-in-law is just guessing and trying to trick people? As his mind turned, Lin Hao regained a bit of composure, secretly keeping a little more vigilance, and then smiled faintly and said, Master, are you telling me a story? In order to avoid making mistakes by talking too much, he tried to be brief. I know your identity is sensitive, so if you don't want to say more, then forget it. Seeing Lin Hao's calm and composed expression, Zhao Gaolai smiled with satisfaction. For the first time, he felt that this son-in-law was becoming more and more pleasing to the eye. In 2 months, Ling Er will go to Tianyan Academy for further studies. She mentioned to me that she wants to dissolve her marriage with you then. What do you think about this? Zhao Gaolia's smile faded. He stared at Lin Hao and asked, It doesn't matter. I respect her decision. Lin Hao shrugged his shoulders and said lightly, Nonsense. However, at this moment, Zhao Gaolai suddenly shouted loudly, Marriage is decided by parents and matchmakers. How can it be treated as a joke? Zhao Gaolia's eyes were piercing, and he said righteously, Don't worry, Lin Hao. As long as I am here, I will never allow Ling Er to dissolve the marriage. Hearing this, Lin Hao was stunned. I didn't expect the father-in-law's reaction would be so intense. Little did he know that after learning about his abilities and his membership in the Minga organization behind him, Zhao Gaolai completely regarded him as a golden son-in-law and was reluctant to let him leave. In Zhao Gaolia's opinion, as long as Lin Hao continues to stay in the Zhao family, his family will surely prosper in the future. The entire family can even follow Lin Hao and rise to prominence together, becoming a first-class family in the Great Yin dynasty. Chapter 33, Zhao Lingers Attitude. In the hall, Zhao Gaolai stared at Lin Hao with a fiery gaze and said solemnly, I will find time to talk to Ling Er about this matter. If she insists on doing this, I will not agree. Lin Hao didn't comment and said indifferently, I have to go to Tianyan Academy anyway, so as to avoid embarrassment when the two sides meet. Hearing this, Zhao Gaolai was slightly startled. He looked at Lin Hao in surprise and asked, You have also been selected to be admitted by Tianyan Academy? No. Lin Hao shook his head and smiled faintly. In addition to internal appointments, Tianyan Academy also recruits external candidates. As long as you pass the assessment, you can also enter. Zhao Gaolai took a deep breath and then exclaimed, Good. You have ambition. In his opinion, with Lin Hao's ability, he would be more than qualified for internal recruitment, let alone external assessment. Otherwise, he would not have become a new member of the Minge organization. Such a huge force cannot be targeted by just any ordinary person. Therefore, this point alone was enough to make Zhao Gaolai believe that the assessment level of Tianyan Academy would be a piece of cake for Lin Hao. Lin Hao, there is something I am curious about. Zhao Gaolai looked at Lin Hao's gray pupils and couldn't help asking, "You really can't see anything?" At the same time, he turned his gaze to the kung fu fly on Lin Hao's shoulder and couldn't help but take a few more glances at it. Lin Hao smiled calmly, but asked in return, "Can this be fake?" Hearing this, Zhao Gaolai became even more surprised and suspicious. "Then how did you find a prey when you were on a mission?" There was a hint of surprise and confusion on Zhao Gaolai's face. Because the killer's mission list contains a portrait of the prey. If he is blind, how can he know who he wants to assassinate? He was really confused and puzzled about this. "I'm sorry, I don't understand what the master means by mission and prey." Lin Hao still had that expression of not knowing anything. Seeing that Lin Hao was playing dumb again, the muscles at the corners of Zhao Gaolai's mouth twitched slightly. If it was someone else, he would have lost control and slapped him. "Haha, I understand. Zhao Gaolai laughed dryly. Since Lin Hao did not actually admit it, the guess in his mind was actually a bit uncertain. It really is not a pleasant feeling to be kept in suspense. Zhao Gaolai sighed inwardly, but Lin Hao's other identity was indeed sensitive, so he didn't dare to ask more questions. Otherwise, seeing that Lin Hao continued to pretend not to understand, he was really worried that he would not be able to control himself and lose his temper on the spot. Tianyan Academy is a long way away. It takes more than half a month to get to Tianwu City. When do you plan to leave? Zhao Gaolai said with a smile. "I will arrange for Ling to go with you, and ask the servants to prepare some things." In order to make up for his previous status as father-in-law, he is now sparing no effort to please Lin Hao. More than half a month so far. Lin Hao was slightly surprised. It seemed that he had to set off early. "Then let's do it on the first day of next month." After a brief pause, Lin Hao said with a polite smile, "Thank you for your help, master." "No way." Zhao Gaolai waved his hand and said with a hearty smile, "You and Ling are husband and wife. From now on, don't call me the head of the family. Just call me Dad." "Okay." Lin Hao smiled and nodded. "If there's nothing else, I'll go to the cafeteria to have breakfast first." Just as I was about to leave, a graceful blue figure suddenly walked in from the front door. This person is Zhao Linger. She glanced at Lin Hao without saying anything and passed by him like a stranger. Lin Hao had no intention of being a bootlicker for this beautiful wife, who was only in name only. He also walked over in silence and walked straight out the door. "Dad, I heard everything that happened today." As soon as she came in, Zhao Linger walked to Zhao Gaolai's side and asked in surprise, "Was the third steward's death really caused by the assassin named Jing Ke?" Zhao Gaolai nodded and said in a deep voice, "According to the admissions of the servants who were present at the time, it was indeed him." Hearing this, Zhao Linger frowned slightly and asked in confusion. However, Lin Hao has always stayed at the Zhao mansion because of his limited mobility. How could he have offended that assassin? Zhao Linger was quite puzzled by this. Who would go to such trouble to get into trouble with a blind man? Zhao Gaolai did not comment, and then smiled and said, "Maybe someone hired someone to kill him. He has such an excellent wife like you. But there are many people who wish he would die." When the word wife was mentioned, a hint of displeasure clearly appeared on Zhao Linger's beautiful face. "Dad, in order not to delay our respective lives, I have decided to dissolve my marriage with him." Zhao Linger's voice was cold, and she had no attachment to her husband Lin Hao at all. "You have only been married for a short time. How can you be so casual?" "I don't agree." Zhao Gaolai frowned and refused directly. "Dad, are you worried about offending the Lin family?" Zhao Linger pursed her lips and said, "Don't worry. I will take care of the Lin family. When the time comes, I will become a student of Tianyan Academy. Even if the Lin family is dissatisfied, they will not do anything to our Zhao family." At the end, Zhao Linger took her father's arm and started to act coquettishly. If it were in the past, Zhao Gaolai might have agreed without hesitation. However, things are different now. Lin Hao, the useless son-in-law, has become a rich son-in-law, and the Zhao family is counting on his relationship to become a first-class family in the future. However, due to Lin Hao's special identity, Zhao Gaolai was well aware that people would gossip a lot. So even if it was his own daughter, he had to keep it secret as much as possible. After all, the death of the third steward Qin Shi this time involved his genius younger brother. If it was accidentally exposed, the Zhao family would definitely be affected. "I think Lin Hao is a good son-in-law. Why don't you try to get along with him for another 10 or 20 years? Zhao Gaolai began to persuade. "Good." Zhao Linger was stunned and looked at Zhao Gaolai in surprise, thinking that she had heard it wrong. She knew very well that her father was extremely selfish. In order to cooperate with the Lin family, he even forced her to marry. At that time, in order to observe filial piety, she compromised and agreed to the marriage. But more than a month ago, her father learned that she had been admitted to Tianyin Academy, and he repeatedly advised her that her future was the most important thing and she should not let the constraints of marriage and family become stumbling blocks in her life. Obviously, in Zhao Gaoye's view, there are countless famous students in Tianyin Academy, and the power of the Lin family can no longer satisfy his ambition to strengthen the Zhao family. Why has it changed now? Dad, I have always listened to you since I was a child, but this time I don't care. I must make my own decision. Zhao Linger's attitude this time was very tough and resolute. Besides, Lin Hao and I are not actually married, and I will be going to Tianyin Academy next month. To put it bluntly, he is just a stumbling block in my life. Chapter 34, Stumbling Block. Zhao Gaolai chuckled and deliberately avoided the topic. What a coincidence. I just heard Lin Hao say that he is also going to Tianyin Academy. It would be nice for you two to keep each other company. What? He's going to Tianyin Academy too? Zhao Linger was slightly surprised. What can he do? Zhao Gaolai smiled and said, Of course, I will study at Tianyin Academy like you. How can a blind man get in? Zhao Linger said with a hint of contempt, and he doesn't have any talent for martial arts. It seems that Butler Zhao hasn't mentioned it to you yet. Zhao Gaolai shook his head and smiled faintly. In fact, last time in the finance room, a servant had a conflict with Lin Hao, and he actually cast a fire spell. Spell. Hearing this, Zhao Linger was shocked. How'd he do that? Zhao Linger's beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. As a water mage, she is well aware of the importance of inscribed runes, which are a bridge that can draw the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, it is difficult for even a normal person to inscribe such mysterious and complex runes smoothly, let alone Lin Hao, who was born blind. Moreover, in addition to rune totems, there is also the talent of mental power. Both are indispensable. Could it be that he was the one who caused the commotion that night? At one moment, Zhao Linger was startled and suddenly recalled the sudden fluctuation of fire energy in the room when she was meditating in her dormitory a few nights ago. At that time, she thought it was her illusion, but now that she thinks about it carefully, it seems even more strange. If Lin Hao is really a mage, then all the strange things before can be explained. I didn't expect he hit it so deeply. Zhao Linger looked around with her clear eyes, but could not find any clues about Lin Hao's previous behavior. Don't mention the dissolution of the marriage anymore. On the first day of next month, I will have someone arrange for you to go to Tianyin Academy together. Zhao Gaolai looked serious, and he had already decided in his heart that Lin Hao was his son-in-law. It's fine if he doesn't lift it, unless he can pass the assessment of Tianyin Academy. Zhao Linger was extremely stubborn. My husband, Zhao Linger, must be able to be with me day and night, not just on our own. Well, if he really can't pass the test, I will do as you wish. Zhao Gaolai sighed secretly and glanced towards the gate out of the corner of his eye. But he saw a fly lying quietly on the threshold there. Its shape was very similar to the fly on Lin Hao's shoulder just now. Zhao Gaolai was a shrewd man and naturally knew that this fly was most likely Lin Hao's strange pet, which was spying here on purpose. As the thought came to his mind, the fly suddenly flew up and left. At this time, Lin Hao, who had already walked to the cafeteria, had a cold expression on his face and muttered to himself, Am I just a stumbling block in your eyes? I was originally planning to give both parties some freedom, but it seems that in order to maintain my dignity as a man, I must be tough this time. A sneer appeared on Lin Hao's lips. Zhao Linger's words undoubtedly aroused the source of anger in his heart. This kind of anger is not the so-called possessiveness, but his self-esteem. Since the other party looks down on her so much, then let her witness with her own eyes how her former husband will climb step by step to a level that no one else can reach. With this belief in mind, Lin Hao returned to the dormitory after eating and drinking his fill in the cafeteria. Even though I hadn't lived there for 2 days, the air in the house was still filled with Zhao Linger's alluring fragrance. Surrounded by the fragrance, Lin Hao sat cross-legged on the ground and entered into meditation. He didn't know how difficult the assessment of Tianyin Academy was. In order to be able to hold his head up in front of Zhao Linger, he had to practice diligently during this period. In this way, Lin Hao hardly left the house in the following days except for eating and bathing, and he no longer took on missions in the identity of Jingke. Anyway, he now has the huge Minge group with a monthly salary of tens of millions, so he doesn't have to take that risk anymore. As for Zhao Linger, she was still cold as ice every day and never talked to him. In this regard, Lin Hao was able to be quiet and comfortable and practiced even more diligently just to show his brilliance in Tianyan Academy in more than a month. The news of Ma Feiyu being assassinated in the underground market auction house undoubtedly reached the Ma family in Qingyang town. A few days later, the Ma family brought a large number of thugs and came to Tianwu City with murderous intent, ready to smash the black shop and the auction house in the underground market. However, as an ancient martial arts family, the Lin family has a profound foundation, and there are many masters in the family. In the end, all these Ma family forces were wiped out by the masters of the Lin family and forced to flee in panic. In order to prevent Lin Hao, his wealthy son-in-law, from being taken back by the Lin family, Zhao Gaolai never revealed any information about him to the outside world. So, this matter was completely suppressed. Little did people know that Jing Ke's name became famous throughout Tianwu City and spread throughout the streets and alleys. The 100,000 taels bounty on the wanted order prompted most of the mercenaries in the city to go out and track down any clues about Jing Ke. Early in the morning of that day, Lin Hao walked toward his side courtyard as usual. Although the atmosphere here is not as lively as that in a martial arts training ground, he likes the quiet environment here. At least he will not be disturbed when practicing. Lin Hao took off his shirt, revealing his muscular upper body. After half a month of exercise, his originally thin physique has become strong and his muscles are well proportioned all over his body. Lin Hao picked up the 2 stone locks in the courtyard. Each stone lock weighed hundreds of pounds and felt a bit heavy in his hands. Immediately, Lin Hao held the stone lock in each hand and moved it up and down rhythmically, starting his daily arm strength morning exercise. Every time he lowered his arm and lifted it up, the muscles in his arms swelled up and powerful blue veins were exposed beneath the skin. The kung fu flies and wolf spiders were lying in the yard basking in the sun, bored and extremely comfortable. Just then, a hunched old man with gray hair walked into the courtyard. It was the Zhao mansion's chief steward, Zhao Rong. He was dressed in cotton and linen, simple and easygoing, but his gentle eyes could not conceal the brilliance that occasionally flashed across them. Lin Hao naturally noticed Zhao Rong's arrival, but did not stop. He continued exercising with 2 stone locks in his hands. When practicing, Lin Hao never gets distracted. Zhao Rong did not disturb Lin Hao, but stood aside and watched quietly. About half an hour later, Lin Hao was sweating profusely and finally stopped exercising. Boom! With a dull sound, the 2 stone locks fell heavily to the ground. Butler Zhao, good morning. Lin Hao was panting and greeted Zhao Rong. Morning, uncle. Zhao Rong smiled back and said, Son-in-law, your training like this is indeed useful for increasing arm strength, but it won't have much effect on cultivation. Oh, Lin Hao was startled and asked sincerely, Butler Zhao, how can it be effective? Although I obtained the ultimate training talent from the system last time, that only applies to my comprehension of martial arts. When it comes to cultivation methods, he is still a rookie. Chapter 35. The idea is there, but the form is not. I heard that when Butler Zhao was young, he was also a man of great martial arts skills. Please teach me a few moves. Lin Hao looked sincere. He had heard a lot about Butler Zhao's deeds during his 6 months in the Zhao family. Although Zhao Rong is already in his 60s and his physical condition is not as good as before, his cultivation as a level 4 warrior is stronger than many young people. I don't deserve your advice, but if you're interested, I can discuss it. Zhao Rong smiled with wrinkled eyes as he said, The way of martial arts is nothing more than 2 words, understanding and practice. My son-in-law trains his arm strength like this every day. Although his strength has indeed increased, other parts of his body cannot keep up. Lin Hao suddenly became thoughtful and asked, What does it mean that other parts of the body can't keep up? Take my move. Suddenly, Zhao Rong growled and threw a punch at Lin Hao. Under the vision of Kung Fu Fly, the opponent's attack trajectory was all presented in Lin Hao's mind. Immediately, Lin Hao mobilized the spiritual energy in his body and instinctively wanted to clench his fist to meet the attack. Bang! The 2 fists collided, the forces counteracted each other, and suddenly a muffled sound was heard. Lin Hao suddenly felt that he had lost his strength and could not help but take half a step back. If he hadn't felt that this punch had no substantial damage, he would have asked Kung Fu Fly and Wolf Spider to take action. It turns out that my son-in-law is a dual cultivation martial artist. Zhao Rong was slightly surprised, staring at Lin Hao in front of him, feeling quite amazed. Obviously, no one expected that Lin Hao was not only a magician, but also a warrior who had opened up a spiritual vein. Even though his current cultivation level is only that of a first-level warrior, it is enough to shock people. Because dual cultivation martial artists can be said to be rare in the martial arts world. In this situation, it's not that no one is practicing, but people who possess both kinds of martial arts talents are extremely rare. Butler Zhao, what is the purpose of your punch? At this time, Lin Hao's puzzled voice brought Zhao Rong back to his senses. He chuckled, and after adjusting his mood a little, he said, "Son-in-law, judging from the punch you just threw, although it was strong and powerful, your movements were clumsy, and your intention was there, but your form was not." Hearing this, Lin Hao asked, "The idea is there, but the form is not." Zhao Rong put his fist in front of his eyes and said calmly, "It is because your physical body cannot keep up with your consciousness, and your fist speed cannot keep up with the speed of your consciousness." Lin Hao pondered for a moment, then asked curiously, "Then how can we achieve the same result as the mind?" "One word, practice," Zhao Rong said calmly. "To achieve greater results, we should train the strength of the whole body instead of just training the arm strength." Lin Hao was startled for a moment, then suddenly realized what was going on. He smiled at Zhao Rong and said, "Thank you for your advice, Butler Zhao. As long as you find it useful, that's good enough." Zhao Rong smiled and nodded. He really appreciated Lin Hao's sincere attitude of humbly seeking advice. Unlike the children of the Zhao family, who relied on their family's resources and status to become arrogant and conceited since childhood, and never took an old man like him seriously. "I still have something to do, so I won't disturb you from continuing your practice." After saying this, he hunched over, like an old man, and slowly walked out of the courtyard. Exercise covers the whole body. How can you do that? After Butler Zhao left, Lin Hao began to think about this problem. In terms of martial arts training, he is still in the exploratory stage, but he is not practicing randomly. However, Butler Zhao's suggestion was very useful. Because Zhao Rong had suddenly attacked with a punch just now, the opponent's attack trajectory was completely reflected in his mind, but his body's movements and reactions could not keep up at all, so he could only do the next best thing and resist. If it were a martial arts master, he would have taken the initiative to strike and knock the opponent down the moment Zhao Rong was about to punch. Oh, right, the gravity armor. As his mind turned, Lin Hao had a flash of inspiration, and he remembered a treasure that the protagonist used when practicing in a novel in his previous life. The key to the gravity armor lies in the word gravity. Its function is to adjust the gravity multiples between itself and the outside world, so as to determine the gravity it can withstand. As long as you wear it every day, over time, all aspects of your body's functions will increase and change in an all-around way. This kind of equipment is most suitable for physical training. Thinking of this, Lin Hao acted very decisively. After leaving Zhao Mansion, he went straight to the dwarf blacksmith's weapon-making workshop. However, halfway through, Lin Hao found an empty alley and changed into the mysterious outfit of Jingku. Patting a dark gold cloth bag tied around his waist, Lin Hao raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Since purchasing this storage bag, carrying items has undoubtedly become much more convenient. Although the space in the storage bag is not large, it is more than enough to store the Wanjin card, the dragon-devouring sword, and some other small daily necessities needed by individuals. When we arrived at the weapon-forging workshop, the dwarf blacksmith was busy working by the stove. Looking at the utensils they cast, they are all copper boxes of varying sizes, carved with festive totems such as dragons and phoenixes. Lin Hao knew that when there was a happy event in the family of some noble families, they would specially customize some boxes, mainly to store dowries, and set some rune locks on them so that they could not be stolen by outsiders. Lin Hao suddenly noticed that the word Lin was engraved on the side of the box, and he couldn't help but become curious. At this time, the dwarf blacksmith also noticed that someone had entered the shop. However, when he found out it was Lin Hao, he showed a hint of displeasure on his face, frowning and saying, "Last time you took my ancestral sword in the stone. Why are you here again this time?" Lin Hao smiled and said, "Of course I'm here to make money for you. I want to forge a piece of weapon for my own use. I'm busy these 2 days, so go to another store." The dwarf blacksmith waved his hand and spoke in a rough voice. "The tools you are forging now are from the Lin family of our Tianwu city." Lin Hao asked curiously, The dwarf blacksmith did not shy away from the question and said bluntly, "Yes, the Lin family has a daughter getting married next month, and since the dowry is too much, they are in a hurry to order a batch of boxes." Lin Hao's heart moved slightly, and he tried to ask, "Do you know who is getting married?" "Her name is Lin Wanrong, a famous beauty in the underground market auction house, but it's a pity that she is gone." The dwarf blacksmith shook his head and sighed, saying, "In order to form an alliance with the Li family, the Lin family actually let her marry an old man. This is really a waste of talent." Sister 1. When Lin Hao heard that the person getting married was Lin Wanrong, his expression suddenly changed slightly. He grew up in the Lin family without a father or mother, and because he was born blind, his status in the family was very low. If there was anyone in the Lin family who would be nice to him, it would only be Lin Wanrong, the adopted daughter of the Lin family. In Lin Hao's impression, Lin Wanrong was like his own sister, who had taken care of him since he was a child and brought a touch of warmth to his gray days. She should be happy that she is getting married now, but when she heard that the person she is marrying is an old man, Lin Hao felt inexplicably irritated. Chapter 36: The Source of Rage. Another marriage for the benefit of the family. Lin Hao's face turned cold, and he slowly clenched his hands into fists. Although his marriage was also arranged, at least he was married to a rich lady, so it was not that embarrassing. However, it was simply too much for such an outstanding woman like Lin Wanrong to marry an old man as his concubine. The resentment in his heart suddenly gathered into an inexplicable source of anger, surging in Lin Hao's body. Boom! Suddenly, the dragon-devouring sword flashed in Lin Hao's hand, surrounded by black air, and he instantly transformed into a dragon warrior. Then, holding the broken sword in his hand, he chopped at the boxes fiercely, venting his anger wildly. Although the blade of the dragon-devouring sword had traces of rust, it was extremely sharp. The thick copper box was chopped into pieces by it. "You bastard! Are you going to ruin my business?" The sudden scene made the dwarf blacksmith both shocked and angry. He suddenly picked up the hammer and shouted, "Stop it now, or I'll hammer you to death." However, Lin Hao ignored him and continued hacking at the boxes like a madman. Seeing the dwarf blacksmith rushing over, Kung Fu Fly suddenly swooped out. Bang! The huge hammer hit Kung Fu Xiaoying's body, but couldn't shake him at all. If you look closely, you will see that the Kung Fu Fly's claws covered with metal armor are actually holding up the hammer. Since evolving to the advanced C rank, its combat power of 4,000 is completely comparable to the strength of a 4th rank warrior. How is that possible? The dwarf blacksmith immediately stepped back with a cautious look on his face. He personally experienced the power of the Kung Fu Fly and was extremely shocked. Although the previous blow of the hammer did not involve the use of spiritual energy, the dwarf blacksmith knew very well that even if he mobilized spiritual energy, it would probably be difficult to repel the Kung Fu Fly. No wonder the swordsman couldn't handle this little fly last time. The dwarf blacksmith was secretly surprised. He glanced at the wolf spider, waiting for an opportunity nearby, and his heart skipped a beat. At this time, the smashing sounds in the store finally stopped. Lin Hao regained some composure, turned around, faced the dwarf blacksmith, and said apologetically, "I apologize for my behavior just now. I am willing to compensate you for the breach of contract for the order with the Lin family, including this loss." Lin Hao's attitude was very sincere, and the anger on the dwarf blacksmith's face subsided a little. "Compensation is fine, 1,000,000 taels." The dwarf blacksmith raised a finger and snorted. Lin Hao had a blank expression on his face. He put the broken sword in his hand into the storage bag and took out the Wanjin card at the same time. Immediately, he swiped his card and transferred 1,000,000 taels to the dwarf blacksmith. The dwarf blacksmith was stunned when he saw that Lin Hao really transferred such a large sum of money without saying anything. "Boy, there seems to be something wrong with you." The dwarf blacksmith stared at Lin Hao with strange eyes and couldn't help asking, "Just now you heard that the one getting married was Lin Wanrong. Is it because of her that your temperament suddenly changed?" "It's a personal matter, don't meddle with it." Lin Hao's voice was cold, and then he said, "Since the Lin family's breach of contract fee has been given to you, then you are free now, so help me build a set of gravity weapons." Gravity armament? Hearing this, the dwarf blacksmith was slightly stunned, as if he was hearing such a novel thing for the first time. Lin Hao said calmly, "It is to set up some functions on the weapons that can adjust gravity. I plan to use it to train my body's endurance." The dwarf blacksmith looked surprised and said, "Wouldn't it affect your daily life if you wear it like this?" "No problem. Lin Hao said calmly, just do as I say. As for the materials, for example, soft armor, thinner ones are better. Okay, I understand. You can come pick it up in 3 days. The dwarf blacksmith's eyes flashed, and after he finished speaking, he began to rummage through boxes and cabinets, looking for suitable materials. Apparently, compared to crafting those boxes, he preferred to forge some more technical weapons. After leaving the weapon refining workshop, Lin Hao took off his mask and black cloak in an empty alley, then walked straight towards the north of the city. The Lin family mansion is located in the central area of the north of the city. From afar, the vast building looked like a giant beast lying down, gazing at the entire Tianwu city. Since marrying into the Zhao family half a year ago, Lin Hao has not returned to the Lin family once. Now, when he came again, he felt mixed emotions. In this big family, the warmth and coldness of human nature are fully reflected. The vast majority of young people were treated as pawns for family interests and became victims. As an ancient martial arts family with profound heritage, each generation inherits the best and eliminates the worst, so that the family can remain prosperous over time. Even the gate guards were considered elite, and their cultivation had reached at least the level of a third-level warrior. If such a warrior were placed in the army, he would at least have the strength of a centurion. At this time, the main gate of the Lin mansion, 2 burly guards, holding long swords in their hands, stood on the left and right sides of the gate, looking very imposing. Stop! No one is allowed to approach the Lin mansion. Seeing Lin Hao coming, the 2 guards' expressions froze, and they shouted almost at the same time in sonorous and powerful voices. Ma Lu, Chen Hu, you forgot me after only half a year? Lin Hao smiled indifferently. Although Lin Hao had no impression of their appearances with his kung fu xiaoying vision, he recognized them at once from the familiar voices. Ma Lu and Chun, who were orphans adopted by the Lin family. They've been trained as guards by the family since childhood. Such people are more loyal to their family. The 2 of them were kind-hearted and were among the few people in the Lin family who had no prejudice against him. They grew up together and had a good relationship. Brother Hao. Hearing this, they were slightly stunned and turned their gaze to Lin Hao's face, then looked at him carefully. In my memory, Lin Hao used to be the type of person who was frustrated and in very bad spirits. However, now, he seems like a different person. Although his appearance has not changed much, his whole aura has changed tremendously. Brother Hao, it's really you. After looking at him carefully, Ma Lu, Chun Hu, and others finally recognized Lin Hao and immediately came forward to greet him happily. Brother Hao, why did you suddenly come back to the family? Chun Hu couldn't help but ask. Ma Lu next to him frowned, suddenly nudged Chun Hu with his arm, and gave him a strange look. Chun Hu was startled for a moment. Then he realized it and quickly changed the subject, laughing. Could it be that you missed us so much after not seeing us for half a year that you came here to catch up with us? Okay, we don't have to take turns on night watch tonight. Let's go to Zhuixuan Pavilion and get together. Ma Lu immediately joined in with a laugh. Lin Hao saw clearly the reactions of both of them. He naturally understood in his heart that the reason why Chun Hu and the other 2 acted like this was entirely because they were considering his feelings. Because half a year ago, when he entered the Lin family's family, he tore off the red cloth that only the bride wore on her head, pointed at the head of the Lin family, and said coldly with anger, "From now on, no matter what happens to the Lin family, it has nothing to do with me, Lin Hao, and I will never set foot in the Lin family's gate again." Chapter 37. Remember, my last name is Lin. Lin Hao still remembers vividly the humiliation he experienced when he married into the wife's family and the ridicule from those around him. However, the angry words at that time did not include Lin Wanrong, because she is the most important woman in Lin Hao's heart. If there are any difficulties, he will protect her no matter where she is. All right, let's get together at Zhuixuan Pavilion tonight. I'll treat you. Then, Lin Hao smiled and nodded. He understood the friendship between Ma Lu and Chun Hu. Okay, it's settled then. Chun Hu grinned and patted Lin Hao's arm. However, when he clapped his hands, he was surprised to find that the muscles hidden under his sleeves were extremely tight and strong. Obviously, in the past 6 months, Lin Hao's temperament was not the only thing that changed. There have also been significant changes in his physical condition, and he is no longer as weak as before. Sister Wan, is she in the mansion? Lin Hao asked calmly. When Lin Wanrong was mentioned, they both looked slightly stunned and stared at Lin Hao in surprise. Did he hear some news? Chun Hu and Ma Lu looked at each other and couldn't help but sigh. They knew that although Lin Wanrong and Lin Hao were not related by blood, They had been as close as siblings since childhood and had a very good relationship. If Lin Hao knew about that, he would probably come here today for that reason. However, even if it came, it would be of no use. Sister Wan is in the mansion, but she is not available right now. The head of the family has called her to entertain guests. After a brief pause, Chun-Hu told the truth. Entertaining guests? Lin Hao frowned slightly and asked, someone from the Li family? It is true. Hearing this, Chun-Hu and the others felt a little depressed and immediately persuaded him. Brother Hao, no one can change the decision made by the head of the family, so don't be impulsive. Lin Hao's face was cold, and he didn't say much. He walked straight to the gate of the Lin mansion. Seeing this, Chun-Hu and Ma Lu wanted to stop it, but they still endured it. In fact, a while ago, when everyone heard that Lin Wanrong was going to marry an old man, they were extremely angry. But even so, they were just small guards of the family and could do nothing. Just as Lin Hao walked to the gate, a fat middle-aged man suddenly came out from the gate. Although he had no impression of the person's appearance, Lin Hao's nose twitched slightly and he recognized him from the greasy smell on the other person's body. He was not unfamiliar with this guy. His name was Wu Zhixing. The Lin family itself is an ancient martial arts family that places the greatest emphasis on military force. Although Wu Zhixing's strength is only that of a first-level warrior, thanks to his relationship with the family's eldest elder, he was able to take the position of supervisor of logistics and miscellaneous affairs. This position usually makes a lot of money, and Lin Hao also knows that Wu Zhixing is a perverted pedophile and has harmed countless boys in private. Wu Zhixing, who walked out of the door, also noticed Lin Hao. You useless bastard. Why are you here? He was stunned at first. Then he recognized Lin Hao and couldn't help but be surprised. There was contempt in his words. Lin Hao said indifferently, "This is my home. Come whenever you want." What? Did I hear that correctly? Wu Zhixing immediately sneered and said sarcastically, "You have now married into the Zhao family. This is not your home anymore." At this point, Wu Zhixing changed the subject and said sarcastically, "Besides, you swore at the beginning that you would never set foot in the Lin family again. Have you forgotten? It's none of your business." Mentioning what happened half a year ago, Lin Hao's face turned cold, and he said coldly, "As the head of logistics for the Lin family, I still have the right to manage this outsider who entered the mansion without permission." Wu Zhixing raised his fat face, full of arrogance. Normally, he was servile to every member of the Lin family. Today, when he ran into Lin Hao, a useless son-in-law, he undoubtedly felt his own superiority. According to the rules, although I'm no longer a member of the Lin family, I can still visit the Lin family on behalf of the Zhao family. Lin Hao had a faint smile on his face. Compared with the ruthless methods he used before against the third steward of the Zhao mansion and others, his words were considered polite. However, this kind of politeness made Wu Zhixing's sense of superiority grow even more. A loser who was abandoned by his family, not to mention the Lin family. I'm afraid he is not even as good as a servant in the Zhao family. Wu Zhixing looked at Lin Hao with a sidelong glance and shouted with disdain, "Just because you're a useless son-in-law, you dare to come to visit on behalf of the Zhao mansion. You're really shameless. Get out of here." Bang! However, before he could finish his words, a loud voice suddenly rang out. Immediately following, there were two more pops and pops. Quiet, absolutely quiet. After being slapped several times, Wu Zhixing felt a buzzing in his head. His fat face became red and swollen almost instantly. "You are just a small servant of the Lin family. What qualifications do you have to point fingers at me?" Lin Hao's face was gloomy, and he said coldly, "Remember, my last name is Lin." After saying that, Lin Hao walked straight into the gate of the mansion. Wu Zhixing was stunned for a moment, with Lin Hao's words just echoing in his mind. "My last name is Lin." These three words carry as much weight as a mountain in Tianwu City. At this moment, Wu Zhixing finally reacted. This useless blind man, whom he had always looked down upon, was actually a direct descendant of the Lin family. Even though his status was inferior, just based on his blood relationship with the Lin family, his identity was much more noble than that of a logistics manager with a different surname. Next to them, Ma Lu and Chun, who were also dumbfounded, with shock slowly appearing on their faces. I didn't expect that Lin Hao would be so powerful when he came back this time. In response to Wu Zhixing's insults, he slapped him a few times without any further ado. This style is simply wild. Hao has changed a lot since we last saw each other for half a year. Chun, who came to his senses, looked at Lin Hao's back and said in surprise. However, his words hurt Wu Zhixing's self-esteem. His face was extremely ugly, and he shouted at Chun Hu and the other man in anger. What are you two still standing there for? How dare that blind man break into the Lin residence? Catch him and beat him to death. Hearing this, Chun Hu, Ma Lu, and the others smiled at each other and then turned around. Alu, did anyone break in just now? I don't know. I just had sand in my eyes and didn't see anything. They pretended to be stupid and ignored Wu Zhixing completely. Well, you two dare to help that useless blind man. Just wait for me. Wu Zhixing was immediately furious. He suddenly took advantage of Ma Lu's unpreparedness, snatched the sword from him, and turned to rush towards Lin Hao. Swish! Lin Hao walked into the gate without looking back, and the kung fu fly on his shoulder had already rushed out. Bang! The long sword fell, but it stopped in the void half a meter behind Lin Hao. What's going on? Wu Zhixing was startled, and then he was horrified to find that the long sword in his hand seemed to be solidified in the air. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't chop down Lin Hao. Chapter 38, New Pet Ant-Man. That's a fly. At this time, he finally saw that there seemed to be a small black dot on the blade, blocking it. When I looked closely, it turned out to be a small fly. Wu Zhixing looked incredulous, thinking he had seen it wrong, and quickly put away his knife. But then, he was horrified to see that there was actually a small gap on the blade that was blocked by the fly just now. As for the little fly, it circled in front of him provocatively, then turned around and flew into the mansion gate, landing on Lin Hao's shoulder. What kind of monster is this? Seeing this scene, Wu Zhixing was stunned, and even Chun Hu and the other two next to him were dumbfounded. With the attack just now, if it were an ordinary fly, it would have been easily cut in half by the long sword. However, the result was completely beyond their expectations. The powerful killing power of Kung Fu Fly undoubtedly frightened Wu Zhixing. He held the long sword tremblingly and did not dare to rush forward again. In his opinion, the reason why the terrible fly did not counterattack just now was most likely a warning. If we continue, the consequences will be unimaginable. In this way, Lin Hao went unhindered and walked straight towards the depths of the Lin mansion. The Lin family occupies a vast area, and the architectural layout is divided into 5 courtyards. The central courtyard is where the family's top figures gather. As he entered the mansion, Lin Hao's appearance quickly attracted the attention of many servants. That person looks familiar. He seems to be Master Lin Hao. It's not like that. It's definitely him. TSK. It is said that he is the first son of a family outside the Lin family to marry into the family. Zhao Linger, the daughter of the Zhao family, can be said to be a famous daughter of the gods in Tianwu City, but she actually chose to marry him. It's really a flower stuck in cow dung. For a moment, they all started talking in low voices, with undisguised contempt and ridicule in their words. Lin Hao heard all those mocking faces and sarcastic laughter. You are a bunch of idle people with nothing to do. Since you like to make fun of me so much, I will give you some fun. Lin Hao sneered in his heart, then squatted down and reached out to pinch an ant. Ding, the host has captured an ant. Do you want to take it as a pet? Lin Hao's mind immediately moved. Yes. Congratulations to the host for accepting a pet. You can name it Ant-Man. As a fan of Marvel movies, Lin Hao felt that this name was the most suitable. Ding, codename 003 Pet. Ant-Man naming is complete. As the system voice sounded, a data panel appeared in Lin Hao's mind. Antman, code 003. Owner, Lin Hao. Combat power, 2. Lifespan, 16 days. Skills, none. Level, 0. The data is simple and clear to glance. Lin Hao directly chose D-level evolution and advanced enhancement. Ding, successful advancement. Congratulations to Ant-Man for upgrading to level D and gaining a special skill, Ant Beast Summoning. Ding, advanced enhancement completed. Ant-Man has been comprehensively upgraded. In an instant, 1.01 million tails were consumed from Lin Hao's Wanjin card. As the evolution continued, Lin Hao clearly discovered that Ant-Man's combat power had increased a lot. It soared directly from 2 o'clock to 2,000. Lifespan also increased to about 300 days. The ant in the finger also underwent significant changes. Its dark skin now had a hard, metallic luster, and its limbs were strong and powerful, especially the teeth at the corners of the mouth, which are long and sharp. However, what surprised Lin Hao the most was the special skill, Ant Beast Summoning. System, What is the function of this ant beast summon? Lin Hao's mind moved slightly, and he couldn't help but ask. Ant beast summoning can summon surrounding ants within a certain range to serve as its commander. Currently, this skill is only level 1, with a range limit of 1 kilometer. Soon, the system's cold electronic synthesized voice sounded in Lin Hao's mind. When he learned the function of the special skill, Lin Hao took a deep breath. Within a kilometer range, if there are some ant nests underground, tens of thousands of summoned ants can form an ant army. Ant-Man, ask some brothers to take care of those servants. Lin Hao suppressed his excitement and immediately gave orders to Ant-Man. After receiving the order, Ant-Man began to move, but saw the 2 tentacles on his forehead shaking rapidly. As the tentacles trembled, there seemed to be an obscure energy wave spreading out. And this energy then spread, suddenly covering the space within a radius of 1 kilometer. Look, he suddenly squatted on the ground. I wonder what he is doing. What else can I do? I must have accidentally kicked the stone steps while walking just now, and my foot must be in unbearable pain. TSK, the world of the blind is so sad. Even something as simple as walking is difficult for them. Seeing Lin Hao squatting down, the servants of the Lin family who were not far away looked at him curiously, and then began to mock him. Little did they know that ants were pouring out of the small holes in the ground around them. Under Ant-Man's command, the group of ants began to gather from all directions and crawled towards them at an extremely fast speed. These ants are not ordinary ants, but a kind of red fire ants, which are slightly poisonous. After being stung by them, you will feel a burning sensation, which is very uncomfortable. Ah, something is biting my foot. Soon, a scream was heard. The first person to be bitten was a thin male servant. He looked down and saw that his feet were covered with a swarm of ants. He was so scared that his face turned pale, and he screamed like crazy and his body twitched violently. Soon after, the surrounding servants of the Lin family were also besieged by the ants. They were so scared that they pissed and shit themselves and fled in all directions. It has to be said that the Lin family's guards were extremely alert, and the commotion here quickly attracted dozens of soldiers. Why did so many ants suddenly appear in our mansion? Looking at the densely packed swarm of ants on the ground, the family guards couldn't help but gasp and quickly retreated. Although ants have always given people a weak image, the sight of this large black mass of them is enough to make people's scalps numb. There are guests in the mansion today. Clear them out as soon as possible. The middle-aged captain of the guards, who was in the lead, frowned slightly and shouted in a deep and powerful voice. After saying this, he drew out the 2-handed sword from his back. With the infusion of spiritual power, the broad sword body burst into a vortex of fiery light, emitting a scorching breath of energy. Boom! The next moment, the middle-aged guard captain held a huge sword in his hand, and a red sword energy containing a scorching air wave suddenly swept out. Almost in the blink of an eye, the large black ant colony was instantly emptied of a small area, and at least thousands of them were killed. Chapter 39, Provoking the Lin Family Master. The ant colony, which covered an area of more than 10 meters, was instantly wiped out by the sword energy of the middle-aged guard captain. Level 5 Warrior. Feeling the spiritual fluctuations of the middle-aged guard captain, Lin Hao's heart sank slightly, and he estimated the other party's level of strength. Against a strong man of this level, the chances of winning are slim with just Kung Fu Xiaoying's fighting power. With the addition of wolf spiders, maybe there would be some hope. However, Lin Hao's main purpose for coming here today was not to cause trouble. Little Ant, disperse the ant colony immediately. Seeing the Lin family guards drawing their weapons one after another, Lin Hao had an idea. Ant-Man's 2 tentacles immediately trembled, sending out a signal to command. In an instant, the originally dense ant colony suddenly scattered with the force of thunder, spreading to a larger area. There are traces of ants in almost every corner of this campus. In this way, even if attacked by sword energy, casualties will be greatly reduced. Strange, when did ants become so intelligent? Looking at the ants that were moving clearly and not panicking, the middle-aged guard captain was slightly stunned and couldn't help feeling surprised. Burn them all with fire. One of the guards suggested. Idiot, what if the mansion catches fire? The middle-aged guard leader frowned and scolded. Ants are afraid of water. Go get some water and clean this area thoroughly. Yes. Hearing this, the guards and servants suddenly realized what was going on and quickly took action. While everyone in the south courtyard was in a rush, Lin Hao turned around with a playful smile on his face and walked towards the central courtyard. However, at this time, several figures appeared in a corridor leading to the central courtyard. The leader was a middle-aged man dressed in brocade clothes with a resolute and stern face. From the calm aura he exudes while walking, it is not difficult to tell that he is also a powerful warrior. This person is the current head of the Lin family, Lin Hao. Since he became the head of the family 10 years ago, he has taken the interests of the family as his own responsibility and vowed to make the Lin family a first-class family in the Great Yin dynasty under his leadership. Therefore, all along, as long as anything is beneficial to the Lin family, they can make sacrifices, even sacrifices. Walking side by side with Lin Hao was a bald, old fat man. Those tiny eyes, with an undisguised vulgar look, would occasionally glance at Lin Wanrong, who was following behind him, admiring her coveted body. Under his gaze, Lin Wanrong frowned slightly, and her expression looked very unnatural. This old guy should be the head of the Li family that Sister One is going to marry. Lin Hao's face turned cold, and Kung Fu Xiaoying remembered the other person's appearance. As he got closer, Lin Hao also noticed Lin Hao in front of him. Why did you come back instead of staying at the Zhao family? Lin Hao stared at Lin Hao with a deep gaze and asked in a cold voice. He had a deep impression of Lin Hao's disrespect on the day he married into the family half a year ago. Lin Wanrong raised her beautiful eyes slightly, and when she saw Lin Hao, her originally dim eyes suddenly became bright. Come back to get some personal belongings. Facing the head of the family, Lin Hao had an indifferent expression and spoke neither humbly nor arrogantly. Lin Hongkong's face was gloomy, and he said, Your belongings were all packed up on the day you married into the Zhao family. What else do you have? In his opinion, what valuable things could a useless blind man have? Lin Hao said calmly, Sorry, this is a personal property. I can't comment. Seeing that Lin Hao dared to speak to the head of the family like this, Lin Wanrong was stunned and a trace of worry flashed in her eyes. Presumptuous. Lin Hong frowned slightly, wanting to get angry, but thinking of the guests nearby, he held back. Oh, so you're the Lin family member who married into the Zhao family. Hearing the conversation between the two, the old bald man, Li Qingshou, narrowed his eyes slightly and couldn't help but look at Lin Hao a few more times. It is said that you are a blind man. TSK, I don't know what the beautiful lady from the Zhao family saw in you, that she chose you to marry into her family. Looking at Lin Hao's gray pupils, Li Qingshou shook his head, sighed inwardly, and said it was a pity, his face full of contempt. I understand your feelings very well. Facing Li Qingshou's ridicule, Lin Hao suddenly laughed and said, You mean you think that Zhao Linger's flower is stuck in my cow dung? Hearing this, Li Qingshou was delighted and gave a thumbs up, praising, Not bad. You are very self-aware. So you are quite self-aware. Lin Hao's mouth curled up, and he said playfully, For example, if you want to marry Lin Wanrong from the Lin mansion, it's like a pile of shit falling on a bunch of flowers. Hearing Lin Hao's subsequent metaphor, Lin Wanrong suddenly chuckled and couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hands and laugh. Li Qingshou's face turned red, and then turned extremely pale. Master Lin, this is the disciple your family has taught. Li Qingshou glared at Lin Hao, his voice trembling with anger. Lin Hao, this is our family's distinguished guest. Please speak respectfully. Lin Hongkong's eyes darkened, and he stared at Lin Hao indifferently. He shouted in an imperative tone, Hurry up and apologize to patriarchally. Although he also felt that Lin Hao's analogy was very apt, Li Qingshou would be of great help to the future development of the family and must not be offended. Otherwise, he would not have betrothed his adopted daughter, Lin Wanrong, to such an old and ugly man. Lin Hongkong's indifference and contempt were like a replay of what happened half a year ago, causing Lin Hao's face to turn cold in an instant. Why should I apologize? Lin Hao sneered softly. In the past, he was blind, and because he was weak, he could endure all the bullying. But now that his strength has been increased, he will not continue to allow himself to be humiliated. Lin Hao, do you dare not listen to the words of this family master? Seeing that Lin Hao dared to refute, Lin Hongkong's voice gradually became gloomy. He has a very high status in the Lin family, and no one in the entire family dares to disobey him. Even the family elders who were older than him were extremely polite. But now, this low-status family member dares to refute in front of the guests. Master Lin, have you forgotten that I am now a member of the Zhao family? Lin Hao smiled coldly and said confidently, So, you have no right to order me. Hearing this, Lin Hongkong's face suddenly became extremely gloomy. Being disobeyed by Lin Hao time and time again, he felt that his authority as the head of the family seemed to be challenged. Zhao Hao, where are your things? I'll take you there right now. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting worse, Lin Wanrong's face changed slightly. She hurried forward and gently pulled the corner of Lin Hao's clothes, signaling him not to confront the head of the family anymore. Lin Hao remained indifferent and still stood there with an indifferent expression. Obviously, this time he was going to be tough with the head of the Lin family. Chapter 40, Aura of Oppression. Brother Lin, this kid is really arrogant. He doesn't take you, the head of the family, seriously at all. Your family style really needs to be adjusted. Li Qingshu laughed sarcastically and began to add fuel to the fire, eager to see Lin Hao punished. Hearing this, Lin Hongkong's eyes became even angrier. Having seen countless people, he could naturally see through Li Qingshu's intention. As if to put on an act in front of Li Qingshu, he shouted coldly at Lin Hao, "I will say it again. Will you do as I say?" "I'll say it again. There's no way you're going to apologize to this bald pig." Lin Hao raised his head and replied in a firm tone. Hearing this, Li Qingshu subconsciously reached out to touch his forehead, looking stunned. Isn't this guy blind? How does he know he is bald? However, when he heard Lin Hao calling him bald pig, he immediately became furious and said in a stern voice, "Master Lin, if you don't give me an explanation today, our business will no longer be possible." Damn it. As the family interests were implicated, the anger that had been suppressed in Lin Hongkong's heart was finally ignited. Boom! In an instant, an extremely terrifying spiritual power fluctuation burst out directly from Lin Hongkong's body. Then this spiritual power formed a powerful aura like a mountain, pressing fiercely on Lin Hao's body. Lin Hao's body shook, and his knees suddenly bent, almost kneeling on the ground. Level 6 Warrior. The kind of powerful aura of oppression undoubtedly fully demonstrated Lin Hongkong's strength and cultivation. Lin Hao's muscles were tense, and he tried hard to resist the suppression of the aura around him. For a moment, Lin Hao's bones and joints all over his body kept making creaking sounds under this heavy pressure. Hold on. The spiritual energy in Lin Hao's body was spinning wildly, resisting the pressure that wanted to force his legs to kneel down. Only now did Lin Hao fully understand how huge the gap was between a level 1 warrior and a level 6 warrior. The invisible aura alone was enough to make it difficult for him to bear. If he were to take action, he would probably be killed instantly. However, I would never kneel down to an old bald pig in public. With rage in his heart, Lin Hao suddenly mobilized his mental power and combined it with his spiritual power to resist. Kung Fu Fly, Wolf Spider, and Ant-Man had already scattered and locked onto Lin Hongkong's figure. As long as Lin Hao gives the order, they will attack together in an instant. Lin Hongkong's eyes narrowed slightly, and he couldn't help being a little surprised to see that Lin Hao did not kneel down even under the pressure of his spiritual energy. There are spiritual power fluctuations on his body. Could it be that Lin Hao has opened up his spiritual veins? And mental power. Lin Hongkong had an extremely sharp eye, and he also noticed the mental power emanating from Lin Hao. Dual cultivation of combat techniques. Seeing this scene, Lin Hongkong's heart was shocked, and a look of suspicion appeared in his eyes. Could it be that this kid has some kind of defensive treasure hidden on him? He stared at Lin Hao in surprise, obviously not believing it. After all, how could it be possible for the former family Ways to become a martial arts genius who mastered both combat and tactics in just half a year? In order to verify what he was thinking, Lin Hongkong's eyes narrowed. With the continuous surge of spiritual power, the oppressive aura suddenly became stronger and stronger. Let's fight. Lin Hao suddenly felt as if all the bones in his body were about to fall apart, and he could no longer hold on. Start dragon transformation. He immediately made up his mind and directly activated the dragon-devouring sword in his storage bag. Since the dragon-devouring sword has recognized its master and they're connected mentally, even if the sword is not in his hand, he can still mobilize the power of the dragon soul within it. In an instant, an extremely surging dark energy exploded in Lin Hao's body like a tide. Surrounded by thick black air, Lin Hao's muscles suddenly swelled, and a layer of black scales emerged from the skin of his arms, exuding a ferocious and terrifying aura. Roar! Feeling the spiritual power surging wildly in his body, Lin Hao couldn't help but raise his head and roar wildly. He actually made a roar like a wild beast, shocking those around him. This, Lin Hao's sudden roar frightened Li Qingshou so much that the fat on his face trembled a few times, and he quickly retreated behind Lin Hongkong. With the sudden increase in strength, Lin Hao felt that the pressure on his body was relieved several times, and he stomped his right foot hard on the ground. With a loud bang, the floor where he was standing was crushed to pieces. Although Lin Hao's strength after transforming into a dragon is comparable to that of a third-level warrior, Lin Hongkong is still far superior to him, but he can no longer be suppressed by just the pressure of his aura. What a powerful bodybuilding martial art! Seeing this, Lin Hongkong's eyes were filled with shock, thinking that the changes in Lin Hao's physique should be due to the practice of some unique bodybuilding martial arts. This time, he completely believed that Lin Hao had really stepped into the threshold of martial arts and was no longer the waste he had previously believed. However, what surprised Lin Hongkong was how a blind man could practice martial arts and even master both combat techniques. Is there someone with great power behind Lin Hao? In an instant, many thoughts popped up in Lin Hongkong's mind, and then he restrained his aura completely. Beside him, Lin Wanrong stared at Lin Hao's profile in a daze, her beautiful eyes full of surprise. I haven't seen you for half a year. You've changed a lot. Lin Hongkong stared at Lin Hao with complicated eyes and said in a deep voice. His tone was not as angry as before, and his attitude was obviously much softer. This is all thanks to you, Lin Hao said lightly. As he spoke, he removed his dragon form. The clothes on his body were torn a little because of the sudden expansion of his muscles just now. Zhao Rong, accompany Lin Hao to get his things first, and then bring him to the study to see me. Lin Hongkong glanced at Li Qingshou from the corner of his eye, then gave instructions to Lin Wanrong. Yes, Godfather. Lin Wanrong nodded lightly, then took Lin Hao's hand, pulled him hard, and walked away quickly. Under Lin Wanrong's pull, Lin Hao did not resist. He rubbed his arm against her soft body and walked towards the north courtyard. Brother Lin, is this what you told me? Seeing that his fiancée actually pulled Lin Hao away, Li Qingshou was very unhappy and questioned with a frown. Master Li, I'm sure you also know that Lin Hao is now the son-in-law of the Zhao family. Lin Hongkong laughed deeply and said, so according to the rules, I no longer have the right to punish him as the head of the family. Besides, Lin Hao and Wanrong have been close since childhood, as close as siblings. If you keep making things difficult for him, I'm afraid Wanrong will be prejudiced against you. Hearing this, Li Qingshou nodded slightly. That's true, but I can't let this blind man affect the fun of my wedding night with Xiaorong. At the end of his speech, an undisguised lewd smile appeared on Li Qingshou's face. Hearing this, Lin Hongkong frowned slightly, but soon relaxed his brows. The family has been in decline for more than 100 years. In order to regain its glory, sacrifices must be made. Lin Hongkong's eyes darkened, but he always held on to the belief in his heart. Chapter 41, Leaving the Lin Mansion. The north courtyard of the Lin Mansion is where the younger generation of the family lives, most of whom are unmarried. Along the way, Lin Wanrong and Lin Hao remained silent, and the atmosphere seemed a little frozen. After not seeing each other for half a year, both of them had experienced a lot, and their personalities had changed a lot. Meeting at this moment is no longer as easy and natural as before. Lin Hao, what do you want to get when you return to the mansion? This tense atmosphere did not last long. Soon, it was interrupted by Lin Wanrong's question. She turned her eyes slightly and looked at Lin Hao's handsome profile, feeling very curious. What kind of item was so important that Lin Hao could deliberately come to the family to retrieve it despite the humiliation? You. Lin Hao smiled indifferently and said casually. Lin Wanrong was startled, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Yes, I forgot to take you with me. When Lin Hao said this, he stopped walking and said seriously, if Sister One doesn't want to get married, I can take you away anytime. Before coming here, he had thought about it. With the current monthly salary of tens of millions from Mingge, he would have no problem making a living even if he left the Zhao and Lin families. Hearing this, Lin Wanrong smiled sadly, then stopped and faced Lin Hao. I have been an orphan since I was young. If the master of the family hadn't taken me in as his adopted daughter, I would have died long ago. Lin Wanrong shook her head and murmured, as a member of the family, there are some things that are not up to me to decide. How can I have the final say on what I want or don't want? Although these words were said lightly, there was obvious reluctance in his tone. Fool! Lin Hao couldn't help but shout loudly. Everyone has their own life to decide. You must not accept a marriage based on family interests. Lin Hao frowned and advised calmly. If Sister 1 marries the man of her dreams, he will give her his sincere blessing. But when he thought about marrying a bald, fat man in his 50s or 60s, he suddenly felt irritated. Zhao Hao, I know you are a very opinionated person, but we grew up in the same place, and we are both helpless. Looking at Lin Hao, who was looking angry, Lin Wanrong smiled and touched his head. I know you have become stronger now, and I am happy for you, but it would be great if you were even stronger. Then you would be able to protect your sister. Okay, I was just kidding. Since you don't have anything to take, I'll just show you around the north courtyard. Lin Wanrong patted Lin Hao on the shoulder, then walked into the gate of the north courtyard area. If I become stronger, Lin Hao stood in place, slowly clenching his fists, with his thoughts stirring deep in his heart. At this moment, he finally realized clearly that weak forces could not protect anything. Lin Hao spread his fingers, and an unprecedented belief surged in his heart. Immediately, he moved and quickly caught up with Lin Wanrong. During the chat, both of them deliberately avoided unpleasant things, and the topic gradually opened up. The originally dull atmosphere became as relaxed and happy as before. Before I knew it, I had arrived at the martial arts training ground in the north courtyard. The passionate training sounds caught Lin Hao's attention. However, dozens of figures gathered on the wide martial arts training ground. These people are all the younger generation of the Lin family, both men and women. Each one of them is full of vigor and high spirits, showing the qualities of the next generation of successors of the Lin family. At this moment, they were practicing boxing and attacking a pile of blackwood stakes. Bang, bang, bang. Chris collision sounds echoed throughout the venue. So, this is the martial arts training ground. It's quite big. Lin Hao's heart moved slightly. Although he had occasionally come to the mansion before, he had only heard the sounds of the family members practicing. As for those black stakes, Lin Hao had also heard of them. The material is a kind of black iron tree, which takes 10 years to grow. After being cut down, it is cut into wooden stakes and then soaked in iron oil for 100 days. After being taken out, it will be as hard as iron and extremely durable. Many ancient martial arts families would use black iron trees as poles for practicing boxing, thereby enhancing their striking capabilities. As an ancient martial arts family, the Lin family has always advocated martial arts, just like the custom of the Zhangqiong continent that emphasizes martial arts over literature. The family can be said to be full of heroes and has occupied abundant resources in Tianwu City, because powerful strength is the foundation of wealth and power. Without strong military force, no matter how much wealth and power you have, they will be snatched away by other forces. I haven't been here for a while, and the sound of drills here is still as lively as usual. Listening to the familiar sound of boxing in the martial arts training ground, Lin Hao's mouth curled up slightly, and he felt quite emotional. Since he was born blind and had a weak constitution, he was regarded as a waste since he was a child and had no chance of entering the martial arts training ground. I only come here to join in the fun when I'm bored occasionally. Fortunately, the young men of the Lin family were united enough. Although they did not take good care of him as a fellow brother, they had never bullied or humiliated him. Be alert and punch fast and hard. At this moment, a rough voice suddenly sounded. Lin Hao's mind moved slightly, and he turned his head slightly to look at the person who spoke. He was a short-haired, sturdy man in his 40s. He was wearing a black warrior uniform and supervising the family members who were training with sharp eyes. Uncle Xiong looked so tall and mighty. Hearing the rough voice, Lin Hao recognized this middle-aged strong man. His name is Lin Xiongong. As his name suggests, he has a strong personality and the strength of a 6th-level warrior. He had been on the battlefield when he was young, had made many military achievements, and had extremely rich practical experience. Perhaps he was tired of the fighting on the battlefield, so he returned to the family 5 years ago and took on the position of martial arts chief, specializing in teaching the younger generation in the family how to practice. The clan competition will be held in a month. You must intensify your training. Lin Xiongong's eyes were blazing as he scanned the many Lin family members in the field. He shouted in a deep voice, "If you excel in academic performance, you will be given special training by the family. The glory of our Lin family will be passed on by you." When they heard about the tribal competition, the young people present stopped exercising, their eyes filled with anticipation and longing. No matter how wealthy a family is, its resources are always limited. If one has no potential, he or she will eventually fade out of the family's sight. As the younger generation of the Lin family, they are full of vigor and ambition, and they don't want to live a dull life in mediocrity. The clan competition is held every 5 years. Although on the surface, it is just a competition to exchange martial arts and hone training results. Everyone knows that its essence is to select new members of the family and send them to Tianyin Academy for further study. Because the Lin family has the background and heritage of an ancient martial arts family, they will receive 3 reserved places in Tianyin Academy every year. The so-called internal appointment means that one can become a student of Tianyin Academy directly without any examination, just like Zhao. It is conceivable how valuable these 3 internal positions are. Clan rival. Hearing this, Lin Hao's heart moved. Naturally, he knew some inside information about the clan competition held by the family. However, he is not a true member of the Lin family now and has no right to compete for a spot. Lin Hao, can you tell me how you became a martial artist? Recalling the scene where Lin Hao resisted the oppressive aura of the patriarch just now, Lin Wanrong blinked her beautiful eyes and asked curiously, "Maybe I have good talent." Lin Hao smiled slightly. Talent? Lin Wanrong was stunned and looked at Lin Hao in confusion. That's right. Talent is something that can only be understood but not expressed in words. Lin Hao nodded and laughed jokingly. Although he had a very good relationship with Sister Wan, he had no intention of telling her the secrets of the system. Moreover, what he said was not nonsense. The ultimate training talent he won in the system's last lottery did allow him to truly step into the threshold of martial arts. Thinking of the system lottery, Lin Hao's mind moved slightly, and he realized that this time, when taking in the pet Ant-Man, the system did not seem to prompt the opportunity to draw a lottery. Does it mean that every time I draw a lottery, I need to accumulate 2 pet evolutions to obtain it? Lin Hao thought again and realized that when he evolved the Kung Fu Fly before, there was no movement. However, when he took in his second pet, the wolf spider, he got a chance to draw a lottery. If that's the case, then wouldn't it be possible to take in a 4th pet when the time comes? Thinking of this, Lin Hao couldn't help but feel excited and began to look forward to it. Okay, you're talented, and I'm stupid. Lin Wanrong showed a beautiful smile on her face, but did not ask any further questions. Look at that person, it looks like Brother Hao. While the two were chatting and laughing, a young man in yellow clothes who was about to take a rest in a martial arts training ground discovered Lin Hao. When they heard Lin Hao's name, most of them stopped practicing boxing for a moment. Then, a series of surprised glances followed the direction pointed by the young man in yellow and looked at the 2 figures at the gate of the courtyard. Immediately, all eyes focused on Lin Hao. It's really Brother Hao, he's back. When they saw Lin Hao, the older ones looked indifferent, but the younger ones were all very excited. In their childhood impression, although Lin Hao was blind, the knowledge he displayed was extremely rich, especially in terms of storytelling, such as the return of the Condor heroes, demigods, and semi-devils. Almost every story is wonderful. The martial arts enlightenment of these little kids was actually inspired by Lin Hao. Over time, the image of Lin Hao in their hearts can be said to be increasingly admired and respected. So when they saw Lin Hao at this time, these young people were very excited. Fisk, what's so strange about a useless woman marrying into the family? In the crowd, there was a young man with a hooked nose who sneered. You're right. I remember the day he married into the Lin family. He vowed that he would never set foot in the Lin mansion again. Another long-haired young man also said sarcastically, TSK, you actually have a nerve to come back today. When they saw Lin Hao, the older family members all showed sarcastic expressions. Obviously, they still have prejudices against Lin Hao for bringing disgrace to the family half a year ago. Despite the 2 people's ridicule, Lin Hao remained silent this time. Zhao Hao did nothing wrong. He was forced to do it. Lin Wanrong frowned slightly and immediately stepped forward, angrily saying, "If I get married next month, will you humiliate me like this in the future?" At the end of her speech, Lin Wanrong's eyes turned red and crystal tears seemed to be about to burst out. You 2 shut up. Lin Xiongong frowned and shouted, I think you guys are too idle. Clash your fists 1,000 times right now. Seeing this, the young man with the hooked nose and the young man with long hair who had spoken just now changed their expression slightly, and then they realized something. Immediately, under Lin Xiongong's command, everyone started hitting the wooden stakes. Bang, bang, bang. The dull sound of collision continued to ring out in the venue, making all the family members look gloomy, and the atmosphere suddenly became heavy. In fact, they knew in their hearts that what happened to Lin Hao half a year ago was completely beyond his control. In that situation, if they were in their place, they would certainly be furious. However, now, Lin Wanrong's fate can be said to be even more tragic. She is actually going to be betrothed to an old man. When they learned of this situation, almost every member of the family was extremely angry. But because the marriage was arranged by the head of the family, Lin Hong Kong, they could only dare to be angry but not speak out. Sister Wan, ignore them. A lonely smile appeared on Lin Hao's lips. Faced with the misunderstanding of his brothers, he had no mood to stay any longer. He took Lin Wanrong's delicate hand and walked outside. Looking at the two figures leaving, Lin Xiongong shook his head and sighed, muttering to himself, "If I want to blame someone, I can only blame you for growing up in a big family." Walking out of the north yard, Lin Hao suddenly stopped under a big tree next to the courtyard wall. "Sister Wan, I'm sorry that you have been wronged because of me." Lin Hao looked apologetic, then reached out and gently wiped away the tears from Lin Wanrong's face. "It's okay for me." The gentle gesture warmed Lin Wanrong's heart, and she shook her head and smiled. But soon, she felt something was wrong. Isn't Lin Hao blind? How does he know that I am crying? There's also the action of wiping the face, as if it could be seen. Thinking of this, Lin Wanrong was surprised and stared at Lin Hao's gray pupils. "Although I can't see, my nose is very sensitive and I can smell your tears." Lin Hao seemed to have guessed what the other party was thinking. As he spoke, he put the finger with tears on it to his nostrils and exclaimed, "It smells like honey. It smells pretty good." Hearing this, Lin Wanrong immediately burst out laughing, being amused by Lin Hao's funny and humorous actions. Looking at the beautiful smile on Sister Wan's face that was as beautiful as a blooming flower, Lin Hao felt a murderous intent in his heart. There is no doubt that Li Qingshou, the lewd old bald man, has been sentenced to death by him. This is also the only way to stop it. By the way, the master of the family just asked me to take you to the study to see him later. I will take you there right away. Then Lin Wanrong stopped laughing, thought of the important matter, and spoke quickly. "No, I have nothing to talk to him about." Lin Hao had a cold expression on his face and walked towards the gate of the Lin mansion without looking back. Lin Hao had no interest in having any contact with the cold-blooded head of the family who only cared about the interests of the family and ignored friendship. Seeing that Lin Hao was determined to do so, Lin Wanrong hesitated to speak but did not try to stop him. Chapter 42, Sneaking into Li's Mansion. The main gate of the Lin Mansion. Brother Hao is out. Ma Lu and Chun Hu, who were guarding the gate, saw Lin Hao coming out and immediately went to greet him. "Brother Hao, is everything all right?" Noticing that Lin Hao looked unhappy, Chun Hu couldn't help but ask. "It's okay. I just had a little conflict with the head of the family." Lin Hao smiled and said calmly, "Including the old bald man from the Li family." Hearing this, they both took a deep breath and looked at Lin Hao in surprise. Obviously, he had not expected that Lin Hao would dare to contradict the head of the family again when he came back this time. Isn't he afraid of being punished? Moreover, with Lin Hong Kong's powerful strength as a level 6 warrior, he could easily deal with Lin Hao with just a flick of his fingers. But at this moment, it seemed that Lin Hao did not have any signs of injury, except that his clothes were slightly torn in a few places. "Brother Hao, did the head of the family do anything to you?" Ma Lu swallowed secretly and asked with concern. "It's okay. I can handle it." Lin Hao shrugged his shoulders lightly and did not tell them what had happened, so as to avoid startling them again. "Okay, I should go too. We'll meet at Zuaishan Pavilion at 7 o'clock tonight. I want to talk to you guys about something." When he got closer, Lin Hao patted them on the shoulders, then walked straight across the street. "Okay, we two brothers will definitely be there on time." Ma Lu, Chun Hu, and others were stunned at first, but then they came to their senses and responded quickly. "Ahu, do you think Brother Hao has changed a lot since he came back this time?" Looking at Lin Hao's gradually receding back, Ma Lu asked with a confused look on his face. "I feel the same way." Chun Hu nodded, looked at the kung fu fly on Lin Hao's shoulder, and said with a slightly surprised tone, "Especially the fly on his shoulder, it makes me feel a dangerous atmosphere." Hearing this, Ma Lu's expression changed slightly, and he then noticed the little fly lying on Lin Hao's shoulder. Thinking back now, it seemed that the fly had been staying on Lin Hao since he came to the Lin Mansion and had never left. After leaving the Lin Mansion, Lin Hao returned to the Zhao family, crossed a small alley, and then turned into the rental house in the civilian area. Inside the house, Lin Hao sat cross-legged on the bed, emptying his mind, and quickly entered a state of meditation. After what happened today, he deeply understood that only with great power can one do whatever one wants. As he meditated, the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth also gathered towards him at a strange speed. Gradually, Lin Hao discovered that through meditation, he could not only enhance his mental strength, but also use the momentum to draw the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around him into his body. This achieves a method of cultivation that achieves the best of both worlds. Of course, this situation is attributed to the ultimate cultivation talent. If it were anyone else, don't even think about it. In this way, Lin Hao's body was like a black hole vortex, madly and greedily absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The sky outside the window gradually darkens as time passes. When night fell, the spiritual energy in Lin Hao's body surged vastly, and the energy in his spiritual veins had reached a state of fullness. Lin Hao discovered that in this state, the speed of absorbing spiritual energy had obviously slowed down a bit. At the same time, a vague feeling of barrier began to emerge in his body. He estimated that this should be a sign that a breakthrough is imminent. Lin Hao was pleasantly surprised, but also a little surprised about this. With the blessing of the ultimate cultivation talent, he did not expect that his cultivation speed would be so fast. After all, it has only been more than half a month, but he already has the foundation to become a level 2 warrior. Even the geniuses of Tianyan Academy cannot achieve this level of cultivation speed. Immediately, a trace of determination flashed across Lin Hao's face. He suddenly mobilized all the spiritual energy in his body and rushed directly towards the invisible barrier of the second spiritual vein. The flow of spiritual energy is not difficult in the early stages of martial arts practice. As long as the spiritual energy is sufficient, it can be penetrated. Boom! Therefore, in this impact, it seemed as if something was broken, and a dull sound came from Lin Hao's body. In an instant, the powerful spiritual energy in his body that was shackled by the first spiritual vein seemed to have found a new place to contain it, and it suddenly poured into it like a surging tide. A warm, burning feeling instantly spread throughout the body, tempering the tendons, veins, blood, bones, and internal organs. Breakthrough, Level 2 Warrior. Lin Hao was delighted, and immediately his mind sank into his body and began to observe carefully. The feeling of opening up 2 spiritual veins is extremely magical. Under the tempering of spiritual energy, the body is strengthened a lot. Whether it is strength, speed, or the sensitivity of each function, they have all been comprehensively improved, just like the state of kung fu flies when they evolved. It would be great if I could evolve. At least it would be much easier. Lin Hao began to fantasize about himself and felt that this kind of daily meditation practice was really boring. Unfortunately, the target group for system evolution must be animals. However, humans are a new species independent of animals and do not meet the requirements. Besides, he is the host of a system. Could it be that he captured himself as a pet? Lin Hao shook his head and laughed at himself, then stopped thinking about it. He looked at the night scene outside the window and then remembered the appointment with Chun-Hu and others during the day. After simply changing into a set of white casual clothes, Lin Hao led Kung Fu Fly, Wolf Spider, and Ant-Man out of the rental house. 10 minutes later, Lin Hao appeared on the street in front of a restaurant. Zuixuan Pavilion. The 3 big characters sparkled with golden light under the reflection of the ruins. When they walked into the restaurant, Ma Lu, Chun-Hu, and others had been waiting there for a long time. Lin Hao called the waiter and ordered a lot of delicious dishes, and then chatted while eating. Looking at the table filled with delicious food, Chun-Hu and his friends' eyes flickered, and they were extremely excited. As a guard of the Lin family, he received a fixed salary every month, but that salary was not enough to support such extravagant expenses. But Lin Hao was so generous when he made a move. It seems that Brother Hao's life in the Zhao mansion is quite comfortable, and he also has a beautiful wife. Chun-Hu and Ma Lu looked at each other and had the same thought in their minds, feeling quite envious. Little did they know that Lin Hao's current wealth was all earned by killing people with Kung Fu Fly and Wolf Spider, and had nothing to do with the Zhao family. Afterwards, after some conversation, Lin Hao also got some information from it. It turned out that a small Lingyang stone mine was discovered outside the city a while ago. Although the area is not large, the 3 words Lingyang stone alone are enough to attract many forces in Tianwu City. Lingyang stone is not an ordinary stone, but a special crystal stone that contains spiritual energy. Generally speaking, it can only be produced deep in a volcano under extremely harsh conditions. Moreover, Lingyang stone is often soaked in lava, incorporating a trace of firepower. For warriors, this is a great help in their practice, because absorbing the energy of the Lingyang stone can not only replenish the consumed spiritual power in a short period of time, but the firepower contained in it also has the function of tempering the body by burning impurities in the body. However, the price of Lingyang stone is very expensive, and it is quite rare in Tianwu City. Even Lin Hong Kong usually only carries a few Lingyang stones with him, and cannot obtain more from the family's resources. The area of the manor is said to have been a volcano long ago, and the land is fertile. However, due to its distance from Tianwu City and its remote surroundings, the family forces in the city looked down upon it. However, 3 months ago, the Li family acquired it in order to build a manor. Unexpectedly, I found a treasure in the end. The Lingyang stone mine symbolizes an enormous fortune. At the beginning, the Li family did a good job of keeping the secret, but there is no airtight wall in the world. As the news leaked, many forces set their eyes on the Li family's precious land and watched it covetously. After obtaining first-hand information, Lin Hong Kong did the opposite and personally visited Li Qingshou. As long as the Li family was willing to give up half of the mining rights, the Lin family would take on the task of guarding the Lingyang stone mine. The prestige that the Lin family has accumulated in Tianwu City over the years is enough to intimidate all forces. Li Qingshou knew that the Li family was not strong enough to hold on to the treasure mine, so he had to compromise and agree, but with one condition. That was Lin Wanrong, whom he had coveted for a long time, and he wanted to use her as a mediating point for the interests of both parties. An old toad wants to eat swan flesh. After listening to Chun Hu's explanation of the cause of the incident, Lin Hao's face became even colder. Ma Lu sighed softly, looked at Lin Hao, and persuaded him. This matter was promised by the master of the family himself, and no one can disobey. Lin Hao took a deep breath in silence, trying his best to calm himself down, and then thought about his next strategy. As Lin Hao's mind changed, a hint of coldness appeared on his face, and he suddenly stood up. I have something else to deal with, so I won't continue drinking with you guys. After paying the bill for the meal, Lin Hao left the restaurant alone under the astonished gazes of Chun Hu and the others. Half an hour later, at the street corner behind the Li family residence in the west of the city, a mysterious man wearing a black cloak and a mask appeared here. This person is undoubtedly Lin Hao. Little fly, wolf spider, get to work, Lin Hao whispered. After receiving the order, Kung Fu Fly and Wolf Spider immediately took action and easily slipped into Li's mansion. As for Ant-Man, he was kept by Lin Hao's side to serve as his personal visual character. After all, Ant-Man has the lowest combat power, and his ability to summon ant beasts alone will not be of much use in carrying out this mission. Just like that, Kung Fu Fly and Wolf Spider sneaked into Li's mansion and began to search for Li Qingshou's whereabouts quickly. Because of the shared vision with pets, any scene they see in the mansion is presented in Lin Hao's mind in real time. Although the Li mansion covers a large area, it is much smaller than the Lin family's mansion. Therefore, this search did not take much effort. After about 10 minutes, they finally found Li Qingshou's dormitory. However, this place is heavily guarded, with Li family thugs standing everywhere, and their strength is at the level of third-level fighters. Obviously, since he came to own such a huge fortune as the Lingyang stone mine, Li Qingshou has attached great importance to his personal safety. During this period, he spared no expense and hired many warriors to look after the house. No matter whether he was eating, drinking, defecating, or urinating, there were dozens of thugs protecting him closely. With such tight guards, even if a high-level assassin came, it would not be easy to complete the assassination in a short period of time. However, this situation has no effect on the Kung Fu Fly and the Wolf Spider, which pass through the protective circle unimpeded. After all, a tiny fly or a spider could not arouse the guards' vigilance at all. In their opinion, killing these small animals that can be crushed to death with just one finger will only dirty their hands. In this way, the Wolf Spider successfully squeezed in through the crack in the door. The Kung Fu Fly landed near the window. However, the decoration inside the house was extremely luxurious and high-end, with a wide variety of precious furniture and objects. The most amazing thing is that there is a huge crystal chandelier hanging in the center of the roof. which emits a brilliant luster under the operation of runes. The prey has been found. At this moment, with the help of Kung Fu Xiaoying's vision and hearing, Lin Hao noticed that the huge bed was shaking violently, and the woman's painful moans could be heard from time to time. If you shout louder, I'll reward you with 100,000 taels of gold, haha. Li Qingshou laughed with a flushed face, and the fat on his body rolled like waves as he moved. It is not difficult to see that Li Qingshou must have taken some kind of aphrodisiac stimulant, which is why he is so fierce. Do it. Lin Hao suddenly felt disgusted and gave the order directly. Swish! In an instant, the Kung Fu fly suddenly flew out with an astonishing speed, like a flash of black lightning, and instantly flew to the side of the bed. Just as Li Qingshou was immersed in the pleasure of the union of yin and yang, the claw armed with a sharp metal blade gently scratched his neck. Almost in the blink of an eye, a shocking crack suddenly appeared on his neck, and a large amount of blood spurted out. Li Qingshou only felt a pain in his neck and subconsciously covered his neck with his hands, his eyes full of fear. However, the blood was flowing out from between the fingers like water, and the blood was blindingly red. The wolf spider quickly crawled over and bit the fat, but with its black fangs, directly releasing a deadly toxic liquid. Under the double attack, Li Qingshou had no chance of survival and was killed instantly. Murder. Patriarch Li is dead. The sudden scene frightened the prostitute on the bed so much that her face turned pale and she screamed in shock. Bang! The next moment, the door was kicked open and a large group of guards rushed in. They held weapons in their hands and looked around warily. However, when they saw the body with a slit throat on the bed and blood all over the floor, they were stunned. What's going on? The bald guard leader who was in the lead looked at the naked woman with shock and anger, undoubtedly regarding her as the biggest suspect. I don't know. We were just doing that thing, and Master Li just suddenly became like this. The prostitute's face turned pale, and she spoke tremblingly, obviously frightened. Little fly, little spider, you can retreat now. After confirming that Li Qingshou was dead, Lin Hao turned and left with a cold expression. Under the moonlight, his figure quickly disappeared into the dim street corner. Chapter 43, The Li Family's Trick. East of the city, civilian area. Inside a simple rental house, Lin Hao was sitting at the table. A Kung Fu fly just flew in from the window, holding a golden ring, and placed it on the table. This ring is inlaid with diamonds, but it is not an ordinary decorative ring, because some mysterious runes were engraved on the inner circle of the ring, faintly emitting an invisible spatial energy fluctuation. That energy aura is exactly the same as that of the storage bag. There is no doubt that this is a space ring that is more advanced than a storage bag. Although the object is small, the storage space covers an area of several hundred square meters, and it is worn on the finger, which is very convenient to carry with you. However, this thing is extremely expensive. The market price of a space ring is 5 million taels, which is unaffordable for ordinary people. In order to save money, Lin Hao had to settle for the second best and spent 200,000 taels to buy a storage bag from the equipment store. But that space of more than 10 square meters can usually only hold some daily necessities. It is nothing like a space ring. The huge space inside is more than enough to move the entire mansion into it. That old bald pig is quite rich. Lin Hao stretched out his hand, took the golden ring, played with it, and muttered to himself. This space ring was taken from Li Qingshou by Kung Fu Xiaoying before he left. In this regard, Lin Hao couldn't help but sigh in his heart that status determines everything. The higher the status, the different the treatment one receives, and any resources used are the best. Immediately, Lin Hao's mind moved slightly, and his mental power suddenly probed into the space ring. However, apart from some antiques that show a sense of age, the rest are medicinal herbs that nourish qi and blood, and most of them are mainly for strengthening yang. There are not many gold notes, only a few 100,000. Unfortunately, the 10,000 gold card is bound to a rune, so no one else can use it except the person himself. Otherwise, considering the status of the rich old man Li Qingshou in the Li family, the amount of money in the card must be quite large. Hey, what's in these iron boxes? While counting the items, Lin Hao suddenly noticed that in the deepest space, there were 10 large golden iron boxes piled up. Lin Hao's mind moved slightly, and he took them all out directly. 10 iron boxes, each half a person's height, suddenly appeared in front of him. Such a strong spiritual energy. Lin Hao was startled and clearly felt the spiritual energy emanating from these iron boxes. Bang! A crisp sound rang out in the house, and Lin Hao directly opened the box in front. But there were pieces of stones placed inside, all red and crystal clear, and the spiritual energy emanating from them was mixed with a trace of scorching energy fluctuations. Could these be Lingyang stones? Although Lin Hao had never seen the Lingyang stone, he still guessed it at once. These Lingyang stones are shaped like rhombuses, and each piece is of extremely pure quality. According to the market price, one Lingyang stone is equivalent to 10,000 taels. This large iron box was neatly filled with Lingyang stones, and it was estimated that there were at least 300 of them. This is a huge fortune. Lin Hao suppressed his excitement and asked Kung Fu Fly and Wolf Spider to open the remaining 9 boxes. What comes into view is also the bright Lingyang stone, which casts a red glow on the entire room. 300 Lingyang stones, 10 boxes together make 3,000, which is equivalent to 30 million. Looking at the 10 iron boxes filled with Lingyang stones, Lin Hao's face showed a hint of surprise. This wealth is undoubtedly a timely help for Lin Hao at the moment. Since obtaining the god-level animal evolution system, he has adopted 3 pets and squandered nearly 20 million yuan. If he didn't gain anything, he would probably have to start being a cleaner again before the day when Mingo would pay his salary. Fortunately, this old fellow Li Qingshou actually owns so many Lingyang stones, which is simply a windfall. I heard from Chunhu that the cooperation between the Lin and Li families will only begin after the marriage. Lin Hao seemed to be thinking about something and muttered to himself. But now, Li Qingshou's space ring has so many Lingyang stones. Could it be that the Li family has secretly mined in the vein? Thinking of this, a hint of coldness appeared between Lin Hao's brows. That old guy was indeed cunning and sly. He actually used the power of the Lin family to intimidate other forces in the city. If we wait until next month for the marriage, there might not be much Lingyang stone left in the mine. In the name of agreeing to cooperate with the Lin family, he actually did this secretly. Not only did he plunder a large amount of resources, he was also able to marry Lin Wanrong. It could be said that he gained both people and money. For the sake of the family's interests, Patriarch Lin is willing to sacrifice anyone. I wonder how he will react when he finds out he's been tricked this time. As Lin Hao thought about it, a playful smile appeared on his face. Lin Hongkong's angry and humiliated expression when he found out he had been cheated emerged in his mind, and Lin Hao couldn't help feeling a sense of revenge. Immediately, he waved his hand and put all the iron boxes into the space ring, planning to go to Lin Mansion again. At this moment, in the central courtyard hall of the Lin Mansion, Lin Hongkong and the 4 senior elders of the family were all gathered here. Regarding the assassination of Patriarch Li, has the Black Shop received any relevant task orders? Lin Hongkong frowned and asked calmly. It could be seen that he was extremely upset at this moment. Although the mining output of the Lingyang stone mine is not large, its total value is estimated to be billions. If the family could get 50% of the resources, the industrial chain in the city would surely develop rapidly to a certain scale. However, now that Li Qingshou is dead, the cooperation that the Lin and Li families had originally agreed upon may be invalidated. For the family, it is undoubtedly a huge loss of benefits. Reporting to the master, the Black Shop has never had such a mission. The elder with white eyebrows and beard shook his head and said in confusion, I don't know who the head of the Li family offended, and he actually caused a disaster that killed him. No matter who it is, the assassin must be a very powerful warrior. That's right. He was able to kill Patriarch Li silently under the eyes of so many guards. He is definitely an expert. And the murder method is very similar to that of the gambling house owner Li Daijiu, who died a while ago, and Ma Feiyu from the auction house. Inside the hall, the 2nd elder, the 3rd elder, and the 4th elder also began to discuss. Lin Hongkong's face darkened slightly. He looked at the 4 elders and frowned. The man you're talking about is the mysterious assassin Jing, who has appeared recently. Yes, that's him. The elder nodded and said in a hoarse voice, According to the situation, our Black Shop received a time-limited task half a month ago. The execution location is set at the Underground Market Trading Center, which is also our family's auction house, and the assassination must be timed precisely during the brief period of time when the lights are turned off at the start of the auction. Lin Hongkong said calmly, Well, I've also heard about this matter. According to the news from Manager Tong, The time-limited mission was actually issued by the people of the Mingo organization. It is used as an assessment to select new members. And that Jing Ku is the chosen assassin. At this point, Lin Hongkong's face became even gloomier. If this person really did it, then things would be difficult. Could it be that the dynasty's royal family also learned about the Lingyang stone mine? Is this why you intend to kill Li Qingshou? But after thinking about it, Lin Hongkong rejected this idea. After all, with a strong background of the royal family, how could they take that small Lingyang stone mine seriously? Besides, even if you want to, there's no point in using a butcher knife to kill a chicken. If the royal family could just pass on a word, the Li family would be forced to hand over all ownership of the mineral vein. Lin Hongkong was puzzled by this. Well, follow me to the Li mansion tomorrow to mourn for the head of the Li family. Lin Hong sighed, and then said sternly, however, our main purpose is to find out who the successor of the new family owner is, and then discuss cooperation with him on the mining of the Lingyang stone vein. Understood. The four elders nodded slightly, each with a smile on their face. In their opinion, it would be better if that old pervert Li Qingshou died. Although the family interests would be affected, at least Lin Wanrong would not be harmed by him. You don't have to waste your energy. At this moment, an indifferent voice came from the gate. Lin Hongkong and the others looked a little stern, and 5 glances were cast over almost at the same time. But the person who came in was actually Lin Hao. Seeing Lin Hao, Lin Hongkong's originally frowned brows couldn't help but relax. For elders, long time no see. Walking into the hall, Lin Hao first paid his respects to the 4 elders as a junior of the family. I remember when I was young, they researched various treatment options in order to regain their sight. Although the results did not improve at all, Lin Hao had a pretty good impression of these 4 old men. As for Lin Hongkong, he simply ignored him. Being forced to marry into the Zhao family was the shame of his life. The culprit is undoubtedly Lin Hongkong. In order to tie down the Zhao family, the financial backer of this black shop, this guy actually forced a marriage with the Zhao family under the pretext of improving the relationship between the 2 families. Who would have thought that in the end, he agreed to let the son of the Lin family marry into Zhao Linger's family, and thus chose himself. Lin Hao, do you know that the master of the family has been waiting for you in the study for a long time today? Lin Hongkong stared at Lin Hao, questioning him, and asked in confusion, also, what did you mean by what you just said? Lin Hao spread his hands and said, once Li Qingshou dies, it will only be a waste of time for you to go. Hearing this, Lin Hongkong was quite displeased and shouted, nonsense! The complex interests between families are not something a little kid like you can understand. I really can't understand it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been sold out by you in the first place. Lin Hao smiled coldly and said, to tell you the truth, the mineral vein cooperation is just a delaying tactic of the Li family. Don't be so naive. A delaying tactic? Lin Hongkong and the 4 elders were all slightly stunned and looked at Lin Hao in surprise. As far as I know, Li Qingshou had people secretly mining Lingyang stone in the mine a few days ago. Lin Hao said calmly, so I don't need to explain the meaning too much. I believe you all understand it. What? Hearing this, the 4 elders' faces changed drastically, with shock and anger in their eyes. Lin Hongkong was so angry that he slammed the table and stood up. With a loud bang, the sandalwood table under his palm turned into powder. Long before, the Li family had added a large number of guards to the manor near the mine and set up a restricted area. In fact, he had already had suspicions. I thought the Li family didn't have the courage, but I didn't expect they would dare to trick me. You bastard. Lin Hongkong became more and more angry. With anger in his eyes, he stared at Lin Hao and asked, where did you get this information? Lin Hao said calmly, a good friend of mine told me that Li Qingshou's space ring contains a large number of Lingyang stones, about 3,000. Upon hearing this, the faces of Lin family head and others darkened slightly. They knew very well that with the financial resources of the Li family, they could not purchase so many Lingyang stones. Besides, the martial arts aptitude of the Li family's disciples is mediocre, at most at the level of a second-level warrior. Spending a large amount of Lingyang stones on their training is undoubtedly a waste of money. Therefore, the only possibility is that the Li family has indeed been secretly mining the mineral veins, violating the previous agreement with the Lin family. Who is your good friend? What does he look like? Lin Hongkong suppressed his anger and continued to ask. After all, this matter is of great importance. As the head of the family, anything he does will affect the interests of the family. He is an assassin named Jing Ke. Lin Hao said calmly, As for my appearance, don't forget that I am blind." Hearing this, Lin Hong Kong was stunned and looked at the four elders beside him in surprise. The person who assassinated Li Qingshou was indeed that mysterious assassin. Regarding this point, Lin Hong Kong and others seemed to have believed what Lin Hao said. At this moment, they looked at Lin Hao with some respect. Obviously, he had not expected that Lin Hao actually knew the master assassin. "Since your Li family is not honest, don't blame our Lin family for being disloyal." Lin Hong Kong narrowed his eyes slightly. His cold voice was filled with murderous intent, and he shouted coldly, "Pass the order down. All the warriors of the family above level 3 will be dispatched. Rush to Li's villa outside the city and destroy them." After saying that, Lin Hong Kong reached into the storage bag and took out a purple longsword. Under the infusion of spiritual energy, it flashed with lightning and was filled with a ferocious aura that made people's heart palpitate. Such a strong aura. Seeing this, Lin Hao felt a chill in his heart. Compared to the previous time when he used his aura to oppress himself, it was several times stronger. Lin Hao understood this as well. He knew that the patriarch actually had a trick up his sleeve and was just pretending to do it in front of Li Qingshou. If they really fought, with Lin Hong Kong's strength at the peak of level 6, he might not be able to withstand the power of a single move. About a few minutes later, in the front yard of the Lin mansion. At this moment, there are more than 100 Lin family guards and family members gathered here. All of them are fully armed and full of murderous intent. Ma Lu and Chun, who were among them. At the front of the team was the family's martial arts master, Lin Xiongong. Having spent many years on the battlefield, he is extremely experienced in fighting. As the great elder exposed the matter, everyone present was undoubtedly extremely angry, and most of them looked at Lin Hong Kong in some obscure way. "I never thought that the master of the family would be deceived one day." Lin Hong Kong held a long knife in his hand, his face changing, and he was quite angry and embarrassed. "Let's go. Destroy those bastards." Immediately, he waved his hand and led the Lin family's many men and horses, rushing out of the mansion gate with great momentum. Then he rode the war horses that the servants had prepared long ago and headed towards Li's villa outside the city, intending to seize the Lingyang stone mine. Sister Wan's problem has been resolved. Not far away, Lin Hao watched silently with a smile on his face. Chapter 44: Fat Meat Delivered to Your Door. It was not until the early morning of the next day that Lin Hao returned to the Zhao mansion. Seeing Lin Hao return home, the servants all breathed a sigh of relief. If Lin Hao suddenly disappeared again like last time, they would probably have to go out looking for him day and night. Fortunately, thanks to God, I finally got this guy back. Feeling the strange looks from all around him, Lin Hao ignored them and walked straight towards the cafeteria. After practicing in the rental house for a whole night, he was now very hungry. After arriving at the cafeteria, Lin Hao ordered a few breakfast items and started eating alone. The Zhao family members in the hall didn't seem to pay much attention to his arrival. They were all talking about two major events that happened last night. One was that the head of the Li family was mysteriously assassinated while having sex with a prostitute. The second was that the Lin family mobilized all the family masters, rushed to the Li family's villa outside the city overnight, and launched a surprise attack. Although there are many warriors guarding the villa, most of them are level 3 fighters. But these were thugs hastily hired by the Li family after they discovered the Lingyang stone mine. They were just a group of rabble. Faced with the fierce attack of the Lin family team, they could not hold on for long before they became a pile of scattered sand and fled in all directions. Eventually, the Lingyang stone mine was occupied by the Lin family, who seized tens of thousands of kilograms of Lingyang stone rough material and captured many miners who were mining. In order to protect his family's reputation, Lin Hong Kong did not kill anyone. Instead, they brought the miners back to Tianwu City to testify and announced in the city that it was not the Lin family who forcibly seized the mine, but the Li family who first breached the contract, so they took action to seize the operating rights. The next morning, in the hall of the front yard of the Zhao mansion, the Lin family really made a profit this time. After Zhao Tianlai heard the news, he couldn't help but look envious. It will not damage the family's reputation, and it will also allow us to seize the mining rights in a logical way. He said in amazement, even if the Li family sues the city lord's mansion, they can't do anything to the Lin family. This move is really amazing. Next to him, the chief butler Zhao Rong nodded and said in a low voice, I don't know who leaked the news, but Li Qingshou died tragically in the mansion. Moreover, The killing method is very similar to that of a certain person. At this point, Zhao Rong paused, then looked at the Zhao family head meaningfully and said, I heard that the son-in-law went to the Lin mansion today. Jing Ke. Zhao Tianlai was startled for a moment, looking at Butler Zhao in surprise. Then suddenly he realized. TSK, I knew this kid was no ordinary guy. Is he back now? My son-in-law has returned home this morning and should be having dinner in the cafeteria now. Hearing what Butler Zhao said, Zhao Tianlai nodded secretly. He didn't come home all night, and with that killing method, the assassin who assassinated Li Qingshou last night is most likely him. Immediately, he said to Butler Zhao with a serious face, Lin Hao's identity is very sensitive. If it is exposed, it will not be good for our Zhao mansion. Be careful with your words and actions. Including the people of the Lin family, no matter what they ask, don't tell them unless Lin Hao admits it himself. After saying this, a hint of solemnity flashed in Zhao Tianlia's eyes. With the various mysterious abilities that Lin Hao has displayed in recent times, he has already understood. This boy can only be a close friend and must not be offended. Otherwise, the prey that Lin Hao assassinated would most likely become someone from their Zhao mansion. Besides, with the relationship as my father-in-law, things won't be too bad. Zhao Rong nodded solemnly. Please rest assured, master. A guest has arrived. Just then, a servant of the Zhao family appeared at the door of the hall with Lin Hongkong. Brother Lin, what brings you here today? Seeing this, Zhao Tianlai was slightly surprised. Then he said with a smile, and you didn't even tell me you were coming so I could ask the servants to prepare some wine and food. Don't bother. Lin Hongkong laughed and said bluntly, I need to find Lin Hao for something. Is he in the mansion? Hearing this, Zhao Tianlai was slightly surprised. He knew Lin Hongkong very well. He was extremely profit-driven and had always disliked Lin Hao, a waste who made no contribution to the family. Why did he suddenly change his temper today and come to Zhao Mansion in person to look for Lin Hao? Could it be that, because of what happened last night, the head of the Lin family also discovered Lin Hao's identity? Or maybe he already knew it. As his mind turned, Zhao Tianlai asked tentatively, Brother Lin, what do you want from Lin Hao? Lin Hongkong's eyes were slightly stern, and he stared at Zhao Tianlai with burning gaze, as if he wanted to see something from the other's eyes. You really don't know anything? Lin Hongkong asked back. Zhao Tianlai was slightly startled, then smiled calmly and said, Brother Lin is really a joker. If you didn't tell me, how would I know? Hearing this, a hint of hidden coldness flashed in Lin Hongkong's eyes. He laughed secretly in his heart. This is better, so as to avoid dissolving the marriage with the Zhao family and causing unnecessary trouble. Since learning yesterday that Lin Hao was actually a martial arts genius who practiced both combat and tactics, Lin Hongkong was undoubtedly shocked. However, the Lin family has been lingering among the ranks of third-rate families since its inheritance till now. Now, they have finally given birth to such a talented child, but half a year ago, he was treated as a waste and married into the Zhao family. Lin Hongkong now feels both regretful and surprised about this matter. What we need to do now is to bring Lin Hao back into the family and focus on training him. Thinking of this, Lin Hongkong smiled and said, Actually, I came here today to discuss something with Brother Zhao. Brother Lin, please speak. Zhao Tianlai smiled, completely unable to guess what Lin Hongkong was thinking. Lin Hongkong asked, Did Lin Hao's marriage to the Zhao family have any impact on you in the past 6 months? Zhao Tianlai waved his hands repeatedly. His smile also became brighter, and he praised, Lin Hao has a calm temperament and has never caused any disputes in the mansion. I am very satisfied with him. Hearing this, Lin Hongkong was stunned and didn't know how to respond. As far as he knew, because of the cooperation with the black shop at that time, the Zhao family had always been prejudiced against Lin Hao, the son-in-law who married into the Zhao family. Even after Zhao Linger obtained an internal admission quota to Tianyin Academy, she regarded Lin Hao as a stumbling block and could not wait to dissolve their marriage. If Zhao Tianlai had any dissatisfaction with Lin Hao's evaluation at this moment, he could take this opportunity to ask Lin how to leave the Zhao mansion. However, now, the other party's answer completely disrupted the entire plan that Lin Hongkong had previously planned. Brother Zhao, please don't be so polite. Lin Hongkong said seriously, if Lin Hao really causes any harm to the Zhao family, I can take it back anytime. Hearing this, Zhao Tianlia's expression changed slightly. He finally understood that Lin Hongkong's purpose this time was to come for Lin Hao. Apparently, Lin Hao had demonstrated his strength when he went to the Lin mansion yesterday, which made Lin Hong Kong take a new look at him. But Lin Hao is now a member of the Zhao family. So how could Zhao Tianlai be willing to let go of such a piece of gold? Brother Lin, I see that you don't just want to take it back, right? Zhao Tianlai smiled and said bluntly, my daughter and Lin Hao are in love with each other, and they are also husband and wife. It would not be a good idea for us to break up this pair of Mandarin ducks. His thoughts were exposed, and Lin Hong Kong looked quite embarrassed. It seems that you already knew Lin Hao's talent. Lin Hong Kong laughed dryly, then sighed. Although Lin Hao is blind, based on my years of intuition, if he can grow up in the future, his martial arts will be limitless. However, if this genius continues to live in the Zhao mansion as a son-in-law, it will probably only fuel his revengeful intentions, which will be detrimental to both our families. Hearing this, Zhao Tianli's expression froze, recalling the various humiliations Lin Hao had suffered in the Zhao mansion before. He was not even as good as a servant. Moreover, a while ago, Zhao Linger threatened to dissolve the marriage, which further stimulated Lin Hao. If things continue to develop in this way, then I'm afraid it will be as bad as Lin Hong Kong said. The most important thing is that behind Lin Hao is the huge force of Minga. After some discussions, both parties unanimously decided to maintain the status quo. The bet between Lin Hao and Zhao Linger allows him to use his own strength to defend his dignity. The Lin and Zhao families assisted Lin Hao's cultivation and growth through training. Little did they know that while they were talking, a strong ant was quietly lying at the crack of the door and heard everything clearly. There is no doubt that this ant is Lin Hao's pet number 003, Ant-Man. At this time, Lin Hao had already eaten and drunk his fill and walked out of the cafeteria with all the information that Ant-Man saw and heard transmitted in real time in his mind. Assistance. A playful smile appeared on Lin Hao's lips. Since there are 2 pigs delivered to your door, it would be a waste not to slaughter them. Immediately, Lin Hao walked straight towards the front yard hall with a toothpick in his mouth. From the information conveyed by Ant-Man, Lin Hao knew that at this moment, the butler Zhao Rong had just stepped out of the hall and was about to come over to find him. Sure enough, the two of them soon met in a corridor halfway. Sir, do you like today's breakfast? Seeing Lin Hao, Zhao Rong immediately walked over with a smile on his face. It's okay, but if you eat too much meat, you'll get sick of it. It would be much more refreshing if I could have a cup of soy milk. Lin Hao smiled calmly and expressed his opinion. No problem. I will tell the kitchen to prepare some soy milk tomorrow. Zhao Rong immediately nodded in response. With his identity as the chief steward of the Zhao mansion, it was absolutely a piece of cake for him to satisfy Lin Hao's food. As for the cultivation resources, it depends on the 2 heads of the Lin and Zhao families. Son-in-law, Master Lin is visiting our house today and would like to invite you to the living room to meet him. Let's go. Lin Hao already knew about this matter, so he took the lead after he finished speaking. Looking at Lin Hao's steady and powerful steps, Zhao Rong was slightly startled. If someone doesn't know the truth, no one would believe that this person is actually a blind man. Then, Lin Hao came to the hall. As his right foot stepped into the door, the Ant-Man who had been squatting there immediately followed Lin Hao's feet and climbed onto him. Lin Hao, thanks to you for revealing the information last night. Otherwise, our Lin family would still be in the dark. Seeing Lin Hao coming in, Lin Hong Kong hurriedly went up to him and laughed, without any airs of a patriarch at all. Brother Lin told me everything that happened last night. Zhao Tianlai also walked over, stared at Lin Hao, and said in a displeased manner, Lin Hao, you are now a member of our Zhao family. If there is any dangerous situation in the future, you must not act on your own. No matter how big the problem is, we have our Zhao family to support us. And our Lin family. Lin Hong Kong did not show any weakness and tried his best to show goodwill in front of Lin Hao in order to mend the relationship between the 2 sides. Nothing. I'm just doing what I'm supposed to do. Faced with the warm greetings from the 2 family heads, Lin Hao felt a little uncomfortable for a moment and said modestly, That's right. What young people nowadays lack is a sense of responsibility like yours. Zhao Tianlai exclaimed without even thinking. This time, our Lin family has made great gains from the Lingyang stone mine, and you have made the greatest contribution. Lin Hong Kong looked excited, looked at Lin Hao, and said with a hearty smile, Just tell me what you want. Hearing this, Lin Hao's heart moved slightly. Naturally, he would not be polite when the fat meat was delivered to his door. Since it is the patriarch's wish, I can't refuse. In a few days, I will go to Tianyin Academy to participate in the recruitment examination. I just happen to be short of money. If possible, I would like this amount. Lin Hao spoke out what he had prepared long ago and then raised the 5 fingers of his right palm. That's it. Hearing this, Lin Hong Kong was stunned, feeling that Lin Hao's request was too easy to satisfy. 50,000 is too little. I'll give you 500,000. Lin Hong Kong was extremely generous and said, I'll have someone apply for a Wanjin card for you tomorrow. No need. I have a 10,000 gold card, and the amount I have is not 50,000 nor 500,000, but 50 million. However, what Lin Hao said next made the head of the Lin family gasp. What? 50 million? He stared at Lin Hao in amazement, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses with a look of shock on his face. Obviously, this so-called travel expenses was completely beyond my expectations. This kid is really ruthless. He asked for 50 million right away. Zhao Tianlai, who was standing by, almost choked when he heard the amount and couldn't help but be secretly shocked. Of course, he took a gloating attitude towards what happened to the head of the Lin family. If you can't afford it, then I can only appreciate the kindness the patriarch just expressed. Lin Hao said calmly, it doesn't matter. I'll just take it as a polite remark. No. Seeing Lin Hao's nonchalant expression, Lin Hong Kong seemed a little anxious. This family master always keeps his word. 50 million, right? I'll transfer it to you right away. As he spoke, he took out a Wanjin card, his palms trembling slightly. 50 million is equivalent to 2 years' living expenses for the family. He is heartbroken, but what can he do? Now that Lin Hao's talent for martial arts has been awakened, his ultimate cultivation talent is far beyond that of his peers. When he grows up, he will surely become a dominant force. It's only a matter of time before the Lin family becomes a first-class family. Therefore, the mere 50 million taels are not worth mentioning at all. Moreover, we robbed the Li family's Lingyang stone mine last night, so the resources will be inexhaustible. Lin Hong Kong's mind raced as he weighed the future interests of his family and began to comfort himself. Thank you, Patriarch. After completing the transfer, the smile on Lin Hao's face became brighter. In this Li family incident, in terms of personal interests, he is undoubtedly the biggest winner. 3,000 Lingyang stones and 50 million in cash. He could be called a small tycoon. Chapter 45, The Fourth Pet. Seeing Lin Hao's smiling face, the muscles at the corners of Lin Hong Kong's mouth twitched slightly. 50 million taels. This was the most expensive expense he had ever made in the 20 years since he took office as the head of the family. And it hit the same person at the same time. Brother Zhao, as Lin Hao's father-in-law, he's going to Tianyin Academy this time, so you should at least show some respect for him. The more Lin Hong Kong thought about it, the more unbalanced he felt. Since he wanted to cultivate Lin Hao, he couldn't give all the resources to it by himself. Therefore, Lin Hong Kong smiled at Zhao Tianlai and actually dragged the latter into the water. Hearing this, Zhao Tianlia's eyelids twitched wildly, and his originally gloating expression suddenly turned ugly. This old bastard actually dragged me into this. Although my father-in-law has never given me anything in the past 6 months in the Zhao mansion, it doesn't matter. I just know what he means. Lin Hao pretended to be polite and smiled slightly to smooth things over for Zhao Tianlai. However, these words had a different meaning to Zhao Tianlai. No way. Zhao Tianlai laughed dryly and waved his hand quickly, saying, half a month ago, when I heard that you were going to Tianyin Academy for further studies, I had already prepared something for you to send off. What? Beside him, Lin Hong Kong raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, weapons? Or elixirs? That posture was like that of a supervisor, identifying the quality of the items that Lin Hao was about to collect. Lin Hao smiled secretly in his heart. It was the first time he saw that the head of the Lin family had such a humorous side. Neither. Zhao Tianlai glanced at Lin Hong Kong and said calmly, Warcraft. Hearing this, Lin Hao was slightly moved. He was undoubtedly very interested in the word World of Warcraft. Lin Hong Kong also had a hint of surprise in his eyes. I thought Zhao Tianlai would give me some money or elixir or something like that. I didn't expect that the first move would be a monster. As we all know, Warcraft is different from ordinary wild beasts. It has the ability to absorb spiritual energy from heaven and earth. It is extremely ferocious and has a high IQ. The most important thing is that almost the entire body of the Warcraft is a treasure, whether it is fur, flesh, blood, or bones, all of which are very nutritious. Even because of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, most magical beasts will condense crystal cores in their bodies, which are perfect for refining treasures. Many warriors from poor backgrounds would risk their lives to go to the Monster Mountain range to capture monsters in order to obtain more resources for training. Afterwards, Zhao Tianlai brought Lin Hao and others to the backyard of the Zhao mansion. In the center of the venue, there was an iron cage, inside which was a magical beast that was about 10 feet tall, and it kept making low roars. The demon beast was covered with fiery scales, had an extremely ferocious tiger head, and had scarlet eyes that shone with ferocious light. Its tail was swinging like a fire python in a ferocious manner. This monster is much stronger than the little flies. Lin Hao was slightly startled. Although the distance was not close, he could still feel the fierce aura of the monster. At the beginning, Kung Fu Fly, Wolf Spider, and Ant-Man were completely defeated. However, when it comes to assassination, small pets have more advantages. Fire Scale Tiger. Looking at the monster in the iron cage, Lin Hongkong's eyes flashed, and he recognized it at a glance. This demon beast has a rather vicious reputation. Its combat power in adulthood is comparable to that of a 6th-level human warrior. He looked at Zhao Tianlai and said in surprise, "Brother Zhao, the fire-scaled tiger is arrogant and fierce by nature. It is not easy to capture it alive. It really took a lot of effort." Zhao Tianlai smiled complacently, staring at the majestic look of the fire-scaled tiger. He was quite delighted. He has always wanted a magical beast mount. A while ago, I had the opportunity to learn that an adventure team in the city had captured a fire-scale tiger alive, so I spent 10 million to buy it. When I think about appearing on the street riding a fire-scale tiger in the future, that cool scene will undoubtedly be very refreshing. Although this beast has not yet reached adulthood, it is ferocious by nature and difficult to tame. It has been 2 months since I bought it, and it is still very wild. Lin Hao, this beast is called a fire-scale tiger. When you go to Tianyan Academy this time, I plan to give it to you as a mount. As his mind changed, Zhao Tianlai said with a smile. Since Lin Hongkong had made it clear just now, even though he didn't have anything to show off, he couldn't be outdone, so he could only give the fire-scale tiger to Lin Hao. If Lin Hao timidly refused, he would not lose face. "Thank you, father-in-law." However, Lin Hao's performance afterwards was completely beyond his expectations, and he actually accepted it with pleasure. Lin Hao, the fire-scale tiger is extremely difficult to tame and extremely ferocious. You can't let it out casually. You have to think it through. Zhao Tianlai spoke quickly. His words seemed to be trying to dissuade Lin Hao from leaving. "It's okay, I'll try it, and if it doesn't work, forget it." Lin Hao smiled indifferently. How could he not guess what the head of the Zhao family was thinking? After saying that, he walked straight towards the iron cage. Seeing that Lin Hao was actually going to tame the fire-scale tiger, Zhao Tianlai was stunned at first. Then a confident smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. After the attempts a few days ago, he was very aware of the fire-scale tiger's unruly nature. If you want to try, then go for it. This way you will know when to give up. Seeing that Lin had already walked close to the iron cage, Zhao Tianlai even imagined the regretful expression on Lin Hao's face when he chose to give up. Roar! As Lin Hao walked over, the fire-scaled tiger in the iron cage's eyes became even more ferocious, and it opened its mouth and let out a roar. That mouth full of sharp teeth looks very scary. Lin Hao remained calm and stood there without any fear. He was able to tame a dragon soul, so he didn't even take a mere demon beast seriously. The rule of the god-level evolution system is that you must capture the pet yourself before you can take it in. I wonder if the help of the Kung Fu Flies will violate the rules? Lin Hao's mind moved slightly, and he transmitted his thoughts to the system. Ding! The pet that has been collected belongs to the host's own power. It is not against the rules to assist the host in capturing animals. Lin Hao was delighted when he heard the system's prompt. That way, it would be much easier and you wouldn't have to take risks yourself. However, the abilities of Kung Fu Flies are still too weak, so it may be difficult for them to subdue the fire-scale tiger. Evolve your pet. As soon as he thought about it, Lin Hao sent an instruction to the system, and a pet form immediately appeared in his mind. There are 5 compartments for storing pets. 3 of them have been occupied by Kung Fu Fly, Wolf Spider, and Ant-Man. In other words, there are only 2 pets that can be accommodated at present. Regarding this, Lin Hao had some guesses in his mind. When he had collected 5 pets, would the system upgrade and increase the number? Which pet do you want to evolve? The system's voice sounded, and Lin Hao directly said silently, Kung Fu Little Fly. The next moment, the Kung Fu Fly's attribute panel light screen jumped out. Kung Fu Xiaoying's current level is at the advanced level of sea level. If he wants to evolve to be level, he must first reach the king level of sea level. Upgrade once. Lin Hao's mind moved slightly, and he chose the king level enhancement in the sea level column, which instantly consumed 10 million taels. Ding, upgraded successfully. Your pet codenamed 001. Kung Fu Fly has been fully upgraded. As the evolution was completed, all aspects of Kung Fu Fly's attribute data skyrocketed at the same time. The combat power increased from the original 4000 to 6000, comparable to a level 4 peak fighter. Advanced upgrade. Lin Hao didn't even think about it, and directly chose the B-level evolution. The early advanced consumption is not low. From level D to level C, it is 100,000, and it increases tenfold upwards. In other words, it only takes 1 million taels to go from rank C to rank B. The 50 million taels he had just received from Lin Hong Kong were enough for him to squander. Ding! Advancement successful. Congratulations to codename 001 Kung Fu Fly for evolving to level B and activating the new skill Shadow Light Wings. In an instant, the Kung Fu Fly on Lin Hao's shoulder took on a completely new look. Although its size has not changed much, its skin has an alloy-like black luster. The most peculiar thing is that there's a dark golden pattern on its wings. The shape was like a rune, mysterious and magical, and there were signs that it was absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Little Fly got a new skill. Lin Hao was a little surprised and immediately checked the explanation of the new skills. Shadow Light Wings can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to condense energy and flap the wings to release blade shadow attacks. It turns out to be a long-range attack skill, not bad. After reading the note, Lin Hao couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. In this way, combined with Kung Fu Fly's flying ability, the skill of Shadow Light Wings is quite appropriate. Lin Hao immediately upgraded Kung Fu Fly to the B-grade king level. In an instant, Kung Fu Xiaoying's combat power soared to 10,000 points, which was enough to rival the power of a peak level 5 fighter. However, Lin Hao discovered that the balance in the card had suddenly dropped by another 10 million taels. It's too expensive. Lin Hao secretly sighed in his heart. Now, the 50 million taels that had just been obtained were reduced to less than 30 million. What is he doing? At this time, Lin Hong Kong and Zhao Tianlai, who were behind, saw Lin Hao standing next to the iron cage without moving at all and felt a little strange. Could it be that he was frightened? If this is the case, Lin Hao's ability would undoubtedly be greatly reduced in the eyes of Lin Hong Kong and others. Little Fly, open the iron lock. Lin Hao gave the order with an indifferent look on his face. Whoosh! On the shoulder, the Kung Fu Fly suddenly swooped out, and its metal-sharp sickle legs chopped fiercely. The next second, the iron lock on the cage door broke. Roar! The fire-scale tiger obviously had a certain level of intelligence. When it saw the iron lock was broken, it immediately roared and pounced forward, directly knocking the cage door open. Lin Hao retreat quickly. Seeing this scene, Lin Hong Kong and others in the back suddenly narrowed their pupils and shouted hurriedly. At the same time, spiritual energy surged from both of their bodies and they took out their weapons. Warcraft has always been ferocious and violent. Even they have to be careful. However, Lin Hao remained unmoved and even whistled at the fire-scale tiger provocatively. The period of imprisonment had already caused the fire-scale tiger to harbor deep resentment, and now being provoked by Lin Hao, it undoubtedly completely aroused its ferocity. Roar! A fierce roar was heard, and the fire-scale tiger, with its mouth full of sharp teeth, pounced towards Lin Hao. It was extremely fast, like a flash of fire, and in almost the blink of an eye, it pounced in front of Lin Hao. However, at this moment, the Kung Fu Fly, which had been ready to go, suddenly flapped its wings, and the runes on it glowed, and black blade shadows flashed out of thin air and shot towards the fire-scale tiger. Faced with the sudden attack, the fire-scale tiger reacted extremely quickly, retreating hastily, then raised its head and opened its mouth to spit out a stream of flames. Boom! Under the impact of the flames, dozens of black blade shadows instantly turned into powder. The attacks of the two beasts canceled each other out. The fire-scale tiger's eyes flashed fiercely as it stared at the Kung Fu Fly floating in the air, and a hint of confusion flashed across its eyes. When it was in the Warcraft Mountains, it had seen countless beasts and could tell the level of a Warcraft by the smell of its feces or urine. But the little fly in front of it completely overturned its previous cognition. The kung fu fly didn't have so many thoughts. Under Lin Hao's command, it swooped down suddenly and continued to attack. For a moment, they were entangled in a fight despite the huge difference in their physical size. The claws and fangs of the fire scale tiger are comparable to Earth-grade weapons, sharp and tough. After being strengthened at the B-class king level, Kung Fu Xiaoying also reached that level. Therefore, the two sides were evenly matched in this fierce fight. Bang, bang, bang. Every impact is powerful and vigorous. However, at this time Lin Hao had already quietly sent the wolf spider into the field. Whoosh! Almost caught off guard, the fire scale tiger suddenly discovered a dark green spider that had appeared behind it at some point. It was obviously very alert, and it swung its tail, sweeping it hard on the wolf spider. Bang! However, the tiny spider was like a block of iron, and it was not hurt at all when its tail swept over it. After the fire scale tiger resisted the attack of Kung Fu Fly, it turned its head in shock and anger, wanting to open its mouth and spit out flames to burn the attacking little spider to death. But it suddenly felt a pain in its tail and was bitten by the wolf spider instead. In an instant, the deadly toxin spread throughout the body through the blood vessels, causing the fire scale tiger to stiffen and fall to the ground in pain. Fortunately, the wolf spider has not yet evolved to the same level as the Kung Fu Fly. Otherwise, this bite would definitely kill the fire scale tiger instantly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Hao, who had been directing the operation behind the scenes, quickly stepped forward and punched the tiger directly on the head, knocking it unconscious. Ding! Detecting that the host has captured a magical beast, the fire scale tiger. Do you want to keep it as a pet? Lin Hao said without hesitation, yes. Congratulations to the host for successfully taking in a pet. You can name it. Let's call it Fire Scale Tiger. Lin Hao was too lazy to think of a name, so he just used the original name. Ding! The naming of Pet Code 004 is complete, and you have obtained the qualification to evolve into a Fire Scale Tiger. As the system voice sounded, an attribute data panel suddenly appeared in Lin Hao's mind. Fire Scale Tiger. Code 004. Owner, Lin Hao. Combat Strength, 10,000. Lifespan, 80 years. Skill, Flame Light. Chapter 46, The Second Lottery. The beginning of World of Warcraft is really awesome. Lin Hao quickly read the information about the Fire Scale Tiger and couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Even before evolving, it has already reached the level of Kung Fu Fly B-level King enhancement. Powerful beasts with a high starting point are indeed much more powerful. Wolf Spider helps Xiaohu detoxify. Under Lin Hao's instructions, the wolf spider bit the Fire Scale Tiger again, releasing a white liquid that directly cleared the toxins from its blood. Roar! After being detoxified, the Fire Scale Tiger quickly regained consciousness and stood up again with full energy. However, this time when he looked at Lin Hao, there was no ferocity in his eyes, but rather awe. He lowered his tiger head and rubbed lightly on Lin Hao's feet like a puppy. In the back, Lin Hong Kong, Zhao Tianlai, and others were stunned and stared at the scene in a daze. A tiny fly can actually fight the Fire Scale Tiger on equal terms. What kind of fly is this? Lin Hong Kong's throat rolled, and he swallowed hard. Staring at the Kung Fu Fly that landed on Lin Hao's shoulder again, his eyes were full of shock. Didn't Butler Zhao say last time that this fly had the strength of a level 2 warrior? How come it has become so powerful all of a sudden? Zhao Tianlai was secretly shocked and looked surprised at this moment. What shocked him the most was that the Fire Scale Tiger was tamed by Lin Hao with just one punch. He had never seen such a crude and simple method before. Xiaohu, let's take a walk around the yard. Lin Hao gave an order, and the Fire Scale Tiger immediately laid down on the ground obediently. As Lin Hao rode on its back, it moved its body and immediately ran in the yard like fire. Although the Fire Scale Tiger is fast, its body is very stable, and there's no feeling of bumpy discomfort at all. Cool. Lin Hao sat on the beast's back, running against the wind, feeling extremely fast. This feeling is more exciting than riding a horse. Immediately, Lin Hao patted the tiger's head, and the Fire Scale Tiger suddenly stopped in front of Lin Hong Kong, Zhao Tianlai, and others. However, the two of them still looked stunned. Thank you, father-in-law, for the gift. I like this beast very much. Lin Hao said with a smile. Haha, as long as you like it. Zhao Tianlai let out a dry laugh, feeling miserable. Originally, he thought that Lin Hao was untamable, So he politely declined his gift, which could not only save face as a father-in-law, but also show his good intentions. It could be said to kill two birds with one stone, a brilliant plan. But no one expected that Lin Hao could tame the fire-scale tiger in one go. This time, I failed miserably and ended up losing the rice instead of the chicken. It's a huge loss. However, viewed from another perspective, the abilities demonstrated by Lin Hao made Zhao Tianlai more certain that Lin Hao is a potential stock worthy of investment. Therefore, the gift from the fire-scale tiger can be considered to be of great value for the future. Lin Hao, our family can be allocated 3 internal quotas for each class of Tianyan Academy. In fact, you don't need to go to participate in the assessment. Lin Hong Kong was becoming more and more interested in Lin Hao at this time, and said excitedly, "I can give you one of the internally selected spots, and you don't have to participate in the clan competition. How about it?" Hearing the suggestion from the head of the Lin family, Lin Hao is somewhat tempted. After all, you can get an internal place in Tianyan Academy without taking any tests or clan competitions. Isn't that great? However, the bet he made with Zhao Linger had already been finalized. If I take a shortcut now, won't she look down on me? No, you have to fight for your dignity as a man. Thank you for your kindness, patriarch. The agreement between Zhao Linger and I will not change. Lin Hao said calmly, "I believe my father-in-law has already told you everything that happened." Hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed across Lin Hong Kong's eyes. He immediately laughed and praised. "Well, that's very manly. A disobedient woman should be taught a lesson." Beside him, Zhao Tianlia's face darkened slightly. Hearing Lin Hong Kong's evaluation of his daughter, he was obviously a little unhappy. But now that he was on Lin Hao's side, he couldn't say much. "That's right." Then Zhao Tianlai seemed to have thought of something and said to Lin Hao, "Linger has left the Zhao mansion this morning and set off for Tianyan Academy in advance." Lin Hao said calmly, "It doesn't matter. I will leave tomorrow." Tomorrow is the delivery date for the dwarf blacksmith to complete the gravity armor. He had planned to go directly to Tianyan Academy after picking up the goods. As for whether Zhao Linger would go with him, it was completely beyond his budget. With a woman following him around, coupled with the awkward relationship between the two, it is inevitable that he would feel a little uncomfortable. Instead of this, it is better to go on the road alone, go wherever you want, easily and freely. Afterwards, Lin Hong Kong and Zhao Tianlai exchanged a few words of greeting and left one after another. As the head of the family, their life is not as comfortable as they imagine, as they have many family affairs to deal with every day. I just spent so much time with Lin Hao, just taking time on my busy schedule. Lin Hao continued to stay in the backyard. Although the location was relatively remote, there were very few people from the Zhao mansion walking around, so he would not be disturbed. Evolve the fire scale tiger. Immediately, Lin Hao muttered in his heart. The fire scale tiger's attribute panel suddenly appeared. The advanced level needs to be increased gradually. Unlike the primary, intermediate, advanced, and king levels of full body enhancement, the 4 levels can be chosen at will. Therefore, the current state of the fire scale tiger is that it has not yet evolved, and it needs to choose the D level before it can be upgraded. Lin Hao thought about it for a moment and then started to operate. Ding! Evolution is successful. Your pet number 004 fire scale tiger has completed the D stage evolution. You can freely choose to strengthen the whole body. Ding! The enhancement is successful. Your pet number 004 fire scale tiger has completed the D level king level enhancement and has been fully upgraded. As the system's voice sounded, the fire scale tiger's body shook, and its scales instantly became brand new, with a bright red luster that looked like a burning flame. The cost of D-level evolution is 10,000 taels, while that of king-level enhancement is 10 million taels. There is a huge difference between the two, but in this way, it can be upgraded to C-level. Ding! The upgrade is successful. Your pet number 004, the fire scale tiger, has been upgraded to C-level and gained the special skill, Fire Critical Attack. Immediately afterwards, Lin Hao spent another 10 million taels to upgrade it to Class B King level enhancement. During this transformation, the fire scale tiger's body suddenly grew larger. Its claws were as sharp as blades, and 2 long fangs protruded from the corners of its mouth. Its body was covered with scales like a shield, exuding a hard metallic luster, and its aura had also increased a lot. Its combat power also soared from the initial 10,000 to 35,000, comparable to the peak level of a 6th level warrior. Not bad, very impressive. Looking at the majestic fire scale tiger, Lin Hao was overjoyed and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. If Zhao Tianlai, Lin Hong Kong, and others saw this at this moment, they would be shocked. Because of the current fire scale tiger, even if the two of them joined forces, they would probably not be able to withstand it. Then Lin Hao checked the balance on his Wanjin card and found that there was still more than 13 million left. Although it only cost 11 million to evolve to Class B and strengthen to King level, Lin Hao still gave up the idea. After all, there will inevitably be expenses on the journey to Tianyan Academy, and he doesn't want to have to tighten his belt and go on a diet because of the evolution of his pet. Anyway, with the power of the 4 pets now, there will be no problem in providing escort as long as we don't encounter some martial arts masters. These are only secondary. His main source of income is currently dependent on assassination missions. The targets of the mission are none other than the 2 partners, Kung Fu Fly and Wolf Spider. With their 2 beast bodies, assassination is the best option. But the Wolf Spider is still at the advanced C level with low combat power. If it wants to make comprehensive upgrades, it still lacks a lot of money. Therefore, you must save more money to improve their combat effectiveness. Lin Hao shook his head and felt more and more that funds were scarce. As for Ant-Man, in Lin Hao's opinion, based on his current state, he is not of much use except for his ability to summon ant beasts. You can only wait and see if there are any new developments in the later transformation and then decide whether to stay or go. Ding! The host has taken in 4 pets, which meets the conditions for reward issuance. Congratulations to the host for winning a free lottery chance. Do you want to claim it? Just as Lin Hao was thinking, the system's prompt suddenly sounded in his mind. Lin Hao was slightly startled, and then he remembered the rules of the system for distributing rewards. Yes. Immediately, Lin Hao received it without hesitation and started the lottery directly. After a few seconds of silence, the system voice sounded again. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing the heavenly level technique, 9 charm sword technique. The moment the system sounded, a crystal suddenly flashed in Lin Hao's mind, spinning rapidly. The crystal is shaped like a long sword, surrounded by 9 mysterious runes of different colors. Faintly, 9 different energy attributes were emanating. They correspond to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and darkness, respectively. Seeing this, Lin Hao felt quite curious and didn't know how to use it for a moment. The crystal of martial arts, containing all the techniques and moves of the 9-symbol sword art, can the host integrate it? Hearing the system prompt, Lin Hao was surprised and quickly responded, "Wrong." Buzz! The next moment, the 9 talisman's sword-shaped crystal suddenly melted in the mind like an ice cube. Lin Hao's mind was shocked, and he felt as if he had been enlightened. All the martial arts techniques of a 9-sword secret were absorbed almost instantly. That's it. Lin Hao was secretly surprised. In just the blink of an eye, he learned it all by himself. Moreover, that feeling was extremely mysterious, as if one had practiced hard for decades and reached the level of perfection. With a suspicious attitude, Lin Hao reached for the storage bag with his right hand and took out the dragon-devouring sword. Since it is a martial art derived from the sword, it is natural to use a sword. He immediately tried to mobilize the spiritual energy in his body and circulate it quickly through his meridians according to the 9-sword secret art. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As spiritual power poured into the broken sword, mysterious runes suddenly lit up on the sword almost instantly. There are 9 runes in total, shining brightly, and they are all condensed from Lin Hao's spiritual power. It's true, looking at the 9 runes blooming on the broken sword, Lin Hao felt happy. In addition to being short of money, he is also extremely short of various cultivation resources. He has all the strength, but no martial arts to support him. However, at this time, the appearance of the 9 talisman sword technique undoubtedly solved the needs in his heart. Immediately, Lin Hao activated his spiritual power, and the 9 runes on the sword suddenly flashed with light, exuding an astonishing sword energy. Boom! A sword slashed on the ground, and 9 runes suddenly exploded in the excitement, with flames splashing everywhere. The floor tiles of the venue are paved with a kind of green jade stone, which is as hard as iron. However, even so, the sword energy still left a sword mark several feet long. This shows how powerful this sword is. Looking at the traces of attack on the ground, Lin Hao nodded secretly. Although he didn't know which school or sect the 9 talisman sword technique came from, as long as it was powerful, it was enough. Then, Lin Hao put the dragon-devouring sword back into the storage bag and then rode the fire-scale tiger out of the backyard. Along the way, the Zhao family servants were undoubtedly shocked to see such a magical beast suddenly appear in the mansion. Ah, there's a monster. Fire beast. What a terrifying fire beast. Suddenly, screams were heard in the Zhao mansion, and everyone was scared to death. Returning to the small courtyard where he lived with Zhao Linger, the fire-scale tiger lay at the gate of the courtyard like a guardian beast. The strong beast body like fire, the ferocious tiger head, and the low breathing sound are extremely intimidating. After Lin Hao simply washed up in the house, he walked into Zhao Linger's dormitory and immediately smelled a fragrant smell. That was the unique body fragrance of Zhao Linger, which made people feel excited just by smelling it. "You little girl, you actually ran away early and stood me up." Lin Hao raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and then strolled here leisurely. Zhao Linger is no longer in the Zhao mansion, so there's no need to worry about her suddenly coming back and being caught again. "This bed belongs to me tonight." Immediately, Lin Hao grinned and climbed onto Zhao Linger's bed. The soft bed and smooth quilt have a strong touch and immediately trigger people's imagination. This is... Lin Hao suddenly found something under the pillow. When I took it out and looked at it, it turned out to be the encyclopedia of magic that I read last time. Without a doubt, Zhao Linger is now a 4th-level magician. Obviously, she has no interest in this kind of martial arts theory with simple explanations of spells. Therefore, there is no value in carrying it with you. But for the rookie Lin Hao, it was different. It's a good deal. Lin Hao licked his lips. At this moment, he felt like he was about to steal something. He excitedly opened the encyclopedia of magical spells. The Kung Fu fly immediately flew over, and its vision presented the information in the book to Lin Hao. However, when he turned the first page, Lin Hao's fingers suddenly touched a piece of wooden paper. The beautiful handwriting on the wood paper is not from ink, but is pierced by tiny pinholes. Even without using any skill, Lin Hao could tell what was written in that line of words. "I left a mark before I left. If you dare to sneak into my dormitory again and touch my things, you'll be dead when you come back." Touching the words on the paper, Lin Hao's face was stunned. Then the corner of his mouth slowly curved up, and the angry look of Zhao Linger appeared in his mind. It seemed like the first time that I felt Zhao Linger's cuteness. Chapter 47, Gravity, Silver Armor. Lying on the bed, Lin Hao simply ignored the threatening words on the wooden paper. He threw it aside and opened the encyclopedia of spells to read. I had previously learned fire magic, and that method of refining fireball runes could be said to be the most basic introductory chapter. Lin Hao's current spiritual power has reached the level of a 2nd-level magician. Next, you can only learn some 2nd-level spell runes. Fortunately, the contents of this spell encyclopedia happen to be rune spells within level 3. With his ultimate talent for cultivation, he is not limited to which type of spell he is more talented in. He is an ultimate genius who can cultivate almost all types of spells. However, in order to avoid learning too much without being proficient in it, Lin Hao's current positioning has temporarily chosen the wind and fire elements. Working hard and vigorously is a good start. With this thought in mind, Lin Hao quickly flipped his fingers and soon found the use of wind-related spells. Its theoretical explanation explains 4 rune systems: attack, support, defense, and recovery. Attack and defense are not difficult to understand. The auxiliary system is a popular spell that increases speed. The recovery system uses the power of wind to cast the healing spell like a spring breeze. After Lin Hao looked at it carefully, he raised his palm, guided an invisible mental force, and began to mark it. It was the first time that Lin Hao practiced wind runes, so his movements were a little awkward. When a rune totem is halfway drawn, most of the time the gradually condensed mental power dissipates because the movement stops in the middle. However, with the passage of time, Lin Hao's fingers moved faster and faster, and the shadows of the dancing fingers were even so fast that they became blurred. And as wind runes were continuously cast out by him, both the success rate and proficiency increased at an astonishing rate. At a certain moment, Lin Hao's fingers danced rapidly, pulling a wisp of mental power to move rapidly in the void, suddenly forming a strange rune. Start! Lin Hao's mind moved, and the rune suddenly burst into a bright green light. Then, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the house gathered together crazily, as if a strong wind blew up, blowing the surrounding furniture all over the place. In the blink of an eye, a green tornado appeared in front of Lin Hao, spinning with sharp wind blades. Level 2 wind spell, sweeping away everything in its path. Yes, it's worth seeing. Looking at the emerging green tornado, Lin Hao felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Under his will, he could move it at will. Let's test the lethality first. Lin Hao picked up a chair and threw it into the green tornado. Crack, crack, crack. The next moment, the wooden chair was sucked into it. It was almost instantly chopped into pieces by countless wind blades, making a heart-pounding sound. It's so cruel. Seeing this, Lin Hao sighed and thought that if he threw a pig in, it would probably be minced into meat. It's like a large meat grinder. Then, Lin Hao waved his hand, removed the green tornado, and once again mobilized his mental power to draw an auxiliary wind rune. Whoosh! As the rune flashed, under Lin Hao's control, it instantly turned into a layer of green light that enveloped his body. Lin Hao suddenly felt his whole body light, as if a leaf floating in the wind. Lin Hao immediately took a step forward and rushed out, running several laps around the house, leaving a green afterimage along the way, and his whereabouts were strange. This is exactly the second-level wind spell, Wind Shadow, an auxiliary spell that can increase speed after casting. It's really a lot faster. Lin Hao suddenly stopped and grinned. However, when he saw the messy scene in the house, the smile on his face suddenly became stiff. But at this moment, Zhao Linger's dormitory was no longer as tidy as before. It was full of broken bottles, mirrors, and various utensils, which was a horrible sight. Forget it, who cares? Lin Hao spread his hands and gave up the idea of tidying up. I immediately looked at the sky outside the window, and it was already dawn. I didn't expect time to pass so quickly, and another night passed in cultivation. After picking up the goods, we'll set off. Lin Hao dusted off his butt, walked out of the house without looking back, leaving the house in a mess. When Lin Hao left, the head of the Zhao family was very generous. He prepared a whole cart of daily necessities for him to see him off, and also transferred 5 million taels of silver to him privately, which really touched Lin Hao. With a space ring and a storage bag, Lin Hao can be said to be traveling light. Just like that, under the fearful gazes of many members of the Zhao mansion, Lin Hao rode on the fire-scale tiger and galloped along the end of the street. Demon monster! What a terrifying fire beast! Will it bite? Run away! When the pedestrians on the street saw the fire-scale beast, they were so scared that they ran away in all directions. The streets were in a mess, and many shoes were dropped. When passing by the weapon refining workshop, Lin Hao suddenly stopped. This time, because he was parading in the streets and the fire-scale beast was too eye-catching, he did not wear the Jing Ko costume. Sir, what do you need to refine? Seeing Lin Hao coming in, the dwarf blacksmith immediately came over to greet him. He was in a good mood these past 2 days, even though the batch of boxes was not made, thus breaching the contract with the Lin family. But due to Li Qingshou's death, the marriage between the two families also came to an end. In this way, the boxes used to hold the dowry would naturally no longer be needed. The so-called penalty for breach of contract was because the Lin family took the initiative to cancel the order and were planning to compensate him. It's just wonderful. He was in a very good mood, entertaining customers with a smile on his face, looking so happy. Lin Hao said bluntly, "I'm here to pick up the goods." "Get the goods? What?" The dwarf blacksmith looked confused, staring at Lin Hao's handsome face, which looked very unfamiliar. "When will he come to order something?" "My master came here to refine a set of gravity armor 2 days ago. He had something to do today, so he specifically asked me to come and pick it up." Lin Hao smiled slightly and had no intention of revealing his identity. It turned out to be him, the mysterious masked man. Hearing this, the dwarf blacksmith curled his lips and muttered. That expression clearly showed that he was still upset about Jing taking his ancestral sword in the stone. Lin Hao couldn't help but chuckle, and then asked, "Is it done?" "It's already ready. Here you go." After saying this, the dwarf blacksmith flipped his right hand and took out a piece of silver armor from his storage bag. Looking at its material, it is thin and soft, as if woven from strips of silver threads. These silver threads are as thin as noodles. If you look closely, you can see that 20 of them have ochre runes engraved on them. There's a faint aura of calm and powerful energy. Is this the gravity equipment that I want, my master wants? Looking at the silver armor in the dwarf blacksmith's hand, Lin Hao almost let the cat out of the bag and asked. "That's right." The dwarf blacksmith looked at Lin Hao for a few times and said in a rough voice, "I think your physique is similar to that guy. Try it on and see if it fits you." Hearing this, Lin Hao took the silver armor. It is thin, soft, and light, and feels slightly cool to the touch. Without thinking too much, Lin Hao put the others on directly. He tried stretching his limbs a few times, and they moved freely and fit perfectly. How do I use it? Lin Hao felt that there was no sense of gravity at all and was puzzled. The dwarf blacksmith smiled and said, "This silver gravity armor can not only protect you, but can also adjust gravity. The minimum gravity multiple is 1, and the maximum is 20. The runes above can be activated by spiritual power, 1 for each. Be careful when adjusting them. You must adjust them according to the gravity you can withstand. Otherwise, don't come to me if you get hurt. Our store only refines according to your requirements and is not responsible for anything else." The dwarf blacksmith reminded solemnly. It turns out that the runes on the silver armor can adjust the gravity multiples. Hearing this, Lin Hao felt quite curious. He poured his spiritual power into the silver armor and tried to activate 5 of the runes. Suddenly, light flashed. 5 times gravity. At that moment, Lin Hao clearly felt an invisible pressure covering his body. He weighs 140 kilograms, and 5 times the gravity is equivalent to bearing a weight of 700 kilograms. The sudden force of 700 kilograms of gravity shook Lin Hao's body, and his feet almost fell off his feet. He felt as if it was difficult to take a step. "You have a nice physique, young man." Seeing Lin Hao activate 5 gravity runes at once, the dwarf blacksmith was slightly surprised and exclaimed in admiration. In his opinion, with Lin Hao's physique, being able to withstand 5 times the gravity means he must at least reach the level of a 3rd-level warrior. Little did they know that Lin Hao only had the cultivation level of a level 2 warrior. 5 times? I can still hold on. A smile appeared on Lin Hao's lips, and he directly increased the number of gravity runes to 10. Boom! As the gravity increased tenfold, Lin Hao suddenly felt an extremely violent force slamming down on him. This time, Lin Hao fell to the ground almost without any suspense, without even the strength to get up. "Boy, are you crazy?" The dwarf blacksmith looked at Lin Hao lying on the ground and exclaimed, "You have increased your weight tenfold in an instant. If you can't control it well, your internal organs will burst. We have to give it a try after all." Lin Hao chuckled and said breathlessly, "It's okay if you want to die, but it's better not to get into trouble in my store." The dwarf blacksmith snorted angrily and then said earnestly, 10 times the gravity is too much for your current body to bear. You must slowly adapt from the lowest multiple. Once you're used to this gravity multiple, you can increase it by 1 multiple. Gradually increasing it is the way to practice." Lin Hao nodded secretly, feeling that what the dwarf blacksmith said made sense. He immediately mobilized the spiritual power in his body, and all the pressure dissipated instantly under the resistance of the spiritual power, and then he stood up again. Although this method is much easier, Lin Hao knows in his heart that only by relying entirely on physical strength to withstand the heavy pressure can he achieve greater training effects. With a change of mind, Lin Hao adjusted the gravity to 3 times. With his current physique, he could just cope with this pressure, which was neither too light nor too heavy. Will the pressure I'm bearing now have an impact on other objects I touch? Lin Hao suddenly realized a problem in life and said, "For example, if I sit on a chair, does it mean that it will also bear all my weight?" Hearing this, the dwarf blacksmith couldn't help but laugh and shook his head, saying, "Don't worry about this. The pressure is caused by the runes, and it will only work on you." "That's good." Lin Hao smiled indifferently. Otherwise, as the gravity increases exponentially, all aspects of life details will be restricted. At this time, a large group of people had already gathered outside the weapon refining shop. This monster looks so ferocious, and its body is red. It feels like a ball of fire. Yeah, I don't know if mine, but will get hot if I ride on it. You must be joking. Anyone who can tame this beast must be extremely powerful. How can he be afraid of this little bit of heat? They all looked at the fire scale tiger lying at the door of the weapon refining workshop with fear in their eyes and watched from afar, commenting on it. In Tianwu City, the appearance of magical beasts is an extremely rare thing. At the same time, this also means a symbol of strength. After all, being able to tame a monster and use it as a mount is something that ordinary people cannot do. From this, it can be seen that they all recognize that the guy who tamed this terrible fire beast was definitely a martial arts master. And at this moment, they were watching here with almost the same thoughts in their minds. I'm extremely curious about what that strong man looks like. And just as everyone was waiting and looking forward to it, a young figure finally walked out of the weapon refining workshop. Look, he's coming out. That monster master. For a moment, countless burning gazes were all directed towards that figure. As soon as Lin Hao stepped out of the store, he was surprised by the lively crowd in front of him. In Kung Fu Xiaoying's view, the expressions of the onlookers were obviously more shocked. What? Isn't this the son-in-law of the Zhao family? Yes, that blind loser. I recognize him. I think his name is Lin Hao. That's impossible. The owner of this demon beast is definitely not him. You must be joking. How could it be the pet of this blind loser? That strong man must still be in the store. When seeing Lin Hao's appearance and his pair of gray pupils, most people recognized him at once. Their expressions were first surprised, then suspicious, and finally almost all turned into ridicule and contempt. Obviously, no one believed that Lin Hao was the master of the warcraft, and felt that there was no possibility at all. In response, Lin Hao looked indifferent and walked toward the fire-scale tiger. The fire-scale tiger immediately wagged its scaly tail and, like a dog seeing its master, lay down on the ground obediently. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, Lin Hao calmly rode on the back of the beast. Seeing this scene, the onlookers on the street were stunned and shocked beyond words. They never expected that the owner of the monster was actually Lin Hao, whom they looked down upon. This is simply unbelievable. Walk! Lin Hao let out a low roar, and the fire-scale tiger suddenly leaped up, flying through the crowd in an extremely high-profile and powerful posture. The speed was so swift, like a flash of fire, that it disappeared amid many shocked gazes. That's all. A long, ancient road, a few wisps of cool autumn breeze, and a majestic fire-scale tiger. Lin Hao set out from Tianwu City and headed for the imperial capital. Chapter 48, Monster Mountain. The air outside is really good. On the official road outside the city, Lin Hao took a deep breath and felt extremely refreshed. Kung Fu Xiaoying looked back and saw Tianwu City 100 miles behind him, the city that had bound him for 18 years. This was the first time since he traveled through time that he walked out of the city gate and came into contact with the vast and boundless world outside. Lin Hao took another deep breath, and every cell in his body seemed to become extremely active at this moment. Tianyan Academy is located near the imperial capital, which is quite far away. Lin Hao reached out to the space ring and took out a map of the Great Yin Dynasty. Generally speaking, it takes about 20 days to travel from Tianwu City to the imperial capital by horse. However, with the fire-scale beast, if we move forward at full speed, the time can be shortened by at least several times. And there is a shortcut, which is the Warcraft Mountains. However, the mountains on the map spanned almost half of the Sankong continent, and its tail end is right in the center of the Great Yin Dynasty, not far from the imperial capital. After putting away the map, Lin Hao rode the fire-scale tiger and galloped all the way. The Tianwu city behind him became smaller and smaller until it disappeared. Although he had the fire-scale tiger to help him move forward, Lin Hao's waist but were sore from sitting all the way. Fortunately, he had the mentality of traveling around this time, so he was quite leisurely and could rest while walking along the way. 5 days later, Lin Hao finally arrived at the Warcraft Mountains. This is a giant mountain range that stretches across the Sankong continent from north to south. At first glance, the endless stretch of mountains and dense forests seems boundless. How spectacular! It deserves to be the first mountain range on the continent. Relying on the vision of Kung Fu Fly, Lin Hao looked at the giant mountain in front of him and sighed in his heart. If you enter it and get lost, it may not be easy to get out. Because the Warcraft Mountains are so long, as far as the eye could see, there are mountains of all sizes and forests everywhere. Once you enter the mountains, there is no decent road at all. Giant, ancient trees block out the sun and are covered with thorns. The most primitive ecological environment is preserved here, and sometimes low roars of animals can be heard, which is heart-wrenching. Crack! Crack! The fire-scaled tiger carried Lin Hao on its back, stepping on the ground covered with dead leaves. Its fiery red shadow gradually merged into the forest. At night, darkness enveloped the entire jungle. The temperature is much lower than during the day. Similarly, it also means an increase in the degree of danger. The Monster Mountain Range, as the name suggests, is home to countless kinds of monsters that are ferocious and cruel. It is a truly primitive world where the strong prey on the weak. At this time, in a small open space, a fire flickered. Lin Hao sat next to a bonfire, holding a broken sword in his hand and slowly turning it over the flame. At the end of the sword was a rabbit with bone spurs on its back. Under the smoke of the campfire, the meat gradually turned golden. This was his prey for tonight, a low-level magical beast, the thornback rabbit. Although it looks a bit ferocious, the meat is tender and fresh. After being roasted for a while, a strong barbecue aroma is already emanating from it. Seeing that the rabbit meat was almost cooked, Lin Hao tore off a small piece of meat and threw it on the ground. Kung Fu Fly, Wolf Spider, and Ant-Man, their eyes lit up, and they immediately pounced on it and began to devour it. They're small in size, so this piece of meat is enough to feed them. However, the fire-scale tiger next to it could only watch helplessly, with drops of saliva constantly dripping from its mouth. This small piece of meat is not even enough to fill its teeth, and there is no point in rushing over to grab the food. Don't look at me. If you want to eat one, go get another one yourself. Seeing the greedy look of the fire-scale tiger, Lin Hao smiled indifferently and had no intention of sharing the food with it. This rabbit is only this big. Even if we give it all to the fire-scale tiger, it will not be enough to eat. Hearing this, the fire-scale tiger thought it was an order from his master. It immediately let out a low growl, then turned and pounced into the grass, not far away, and started hunting. Lin Hao ignored it. With the fire-scale tiger's current evolved capabilities, it was comparable to a peak level 6 warrior. This is the outskirts of the mountains. As long as you don't go deep into the mountains and encounter those powerful beasts, there will generally be no problem. Immediately, Lin Hao took out a bottle of seasoning from his space ring, sprinkled it evenly on the barbecue, and began to eat. "Boss, there's someone alone." Not far away, a cold voice suddenly came from an ancient giant tree. But there were two dark shadows standing on the dense tree branches. Their eyes were fixed on Lin Hao, who was sitting next to the campfire. TSK, TSK. He even has a space ring. It seems like this kid is a fat sheep. The man who spoke just now had a pointed face and monkey-like appearance. When he saw the space ring on Lin Hao's hand, his eyes were full of greed. Next to him, the man with the scar was obviously much more stable. He kept looking at the leisurely Lin Hao in silence. If someone dares to come into the Monster Mountain range alone, his strength may not be that bad. It's better to be careful. After observing for a while, the scarred man frowned and said cautiously, "Besides, we are lucky this time to capture a spirit beast cub. If we resell it, we two brothers will not be afraid of having no money to spend." He was holding an iron cage in his hand, and the cage was covered with a black cloth, so it was impossible to see what was inside. Will Tianyin Academy start recruiting students in a while? I guess this kid is trying to take a shortcut, so he ventured into the Monster Mountain range. The thin man said confidently, "Look at how young he is, how strong he can be. I have just broken through to the 3rd level warrior, and with your cultivation as a 4th level warrior, if we join forces, won't this kid be at our mercy?" Hearing this, the man with the scar nodded secretly. Obviously, his greed was aroused by the thin man. "Okay, let's make it quick. If you find anything wrong, give up immediately." There was a cold light flashing in his eyes, and a hint of murderous intent gradually spread in his gaze as he stared at Lin Hao. As the rumors say, eating monster meat is indeed beneficial to the body. After finishing the barbecue, Lin Hao clearly felt that the animal meat in his stomach was slowly transformed into a spiritual power during digestion, nourishing his whole body. The reason why Warcraft is more advanced than ordinary animals is that it can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and possesses unique advantages. Therefore, monster meat is very beneficial for human martial arts training. As his mind turned, Lin Hao suddenly felt a sense of alarm, and the hairs all over his body stood up instinctively. This physical symptom made him feel the danger. However, as soon as Lin Hao's reaction came out, he felt a sudden pain in his chest. But a black arrow shot at it, tearing the clothes and revealing a small part of the gravity silver armor. Fortunately, the gravity silver armor has a defensive effect, and the rune light flashed, directly repelling the arrow. On the side, Kung Fu Fly, Ant-Man, and Wolf Spider realized that their master had been attacked. They immediately gave up the food and protected Lin Hao. "Who is it? Come out!" Lin Hao shouted coldly. This veiled tactic obviously angered him. Swish, swish. However, the moment the words fell, 2 more arrows shot out from the darkness. The sharp metal arrow was stained with dark green liquid, obviously stained with poison. This time, the arrows were all aimed at Lin Hao's head. It's totally intended to kill him. Bang! Kung Fu Fly suddenly swooped out, and the sharp blade of his foot flashed like lightning, directly cutting off the two arrows that were shot at him and dropping them to the ground. At this time, Lin had already engraved a fire rune. Under the guidance of mental power, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth suddenly surged over, instantly forming a huge fireball that was thrown out suddenly. The direction from which the arrow came just now allowed him to lock onto the source. Firuna. This kid is actually a magician. The two people who were hiding in the dark and attacking cried out almost at the same time. When they found out that Lin Hao was a mage, a look of fear suddenly appeared on their faces. I thought it was a little lamb, but I didn't expect it to be a tiger or wolf. Retreat quickly. Seeing the fireball flying towards them, the scarred man and the thin man were terrified and quickly jumped down from the tree. The next moment, there was a loud bang. A large piece of the big tree where the two of them were standing just now was blown off, and flames filled the air. This power is at least that of a third-level magician. Seeing the lethality of the fireball, the scarred man's heart sank, and his eyes became more solemn. The mage's rune attacks are mysterious and unpredictable, with terrifying lethality. Warriors of the same level are no match for the mage. Although he had just broken through to the fourth-level warrior, he was still not sure of defeating the third-level magician. So as soon as they landed, the two of them turned around and fled in tacit understanding. However, before they could run far, a fiery red beast suddenly jumped out from the bushes and blocked their way. Swish! With a swing of his claw, the scorching flames of the claw forced them to stop in their tracks, and then they looked in horror at the monster that suddenly appeared. There is no doubt that this monster is the fire scale tiger. At this moment, it was holding two spurred rabbits in its mouth, and its teeth were stained with scarlet blood. That ferocious appearance, coupled with a strong physique, looks extremely vicious. Faced with this level of magical beast, they had almost no power to resist, and their legs were shaking with fear. Why did you sneak attack me? If you don't tell the truth, I'll let you taste the pain of being torn apart by a monster. At this time, Lin Hao, under the protection of Kung Fu Flies and others, came behind the scarred man and the thin man and asked in a cold voice. The wolf spider has locked its eyes on them. If they dare to make any move, the spider silk with deadly poison will surely hit them. Please spare me, sir. I didn't mean to offend you. Seeing that the situation was not good, the two men with scars immediately looked sad and begged. No offense intended. You guys are really good at lying with your eyes open. Lin Hao smiled coldly, and the three arrows just now were all shot at his vital points. If there were no silver gravity armor, he would either die or be injured. Thinking of this, Lin Hao already had murderous intent in his heart. Blind. As he looked closer, the man with the scar discovered that Lin Hao's pupils were gray and his eyes were unfocused. The two of them looked at each other secretly, and both saw the same idea in each other's eyes. Actually, squeak. The scarred man was about to speak when a strange sound suddenly came from under the black cloth of the iron cage in his hand. This cry immediately caught Lin Hao's attention. What do you have in your hand? Lin Hao frowned and asked. The Kung Fu Fly's gaze also shifted to a cage in the scarred man's hand. But the cage was covered with a black cloth, so it was impossible to see what was inside. But judging from the cry just now, it was obviously an animal. Nothing. This is a low-level wild fox I caught in the mountains today. The scar man's expression changed, and he replied in a forced calm tone. Stop talking nonsense, and take off the black cloth. Lin Hao pointed at the cage and said coldly, Be quick, my pet is starving now. As soon as he finished speaking, the fire scale tiger cooperated very well, taking 2 steps forward and letting out a low growl from its mouth, holding the corpse of the thorny-back rabbit. Don't. I'll open it right away. The scar man couldn't help but shudder. As he lifted the black cloth with his hand, he glanced at the thin man next to him with a hidden look. The latter looked gloomy and nodded secretly. Get started. The scarred man suddenly looked ruthless. He lifted the black cloth completely and threw it towards Lin Hao in front of him. Then, the two of them pulled out their poison daggers and swung them towards Lin Hao. Although the black cloth blocked Kung Fu Xiaoying's sight, all of this was seen by the fire scale tiger on the other side. Court death. Lin Hao's face turned cold, and the dragon-devouring sword suddenly appeared in his hand. He then performed the 9-rune sword technique, which transformed into 9-rune sword energies that surged out. Boom! In an instant, the black cloth and the 2 poisonous daggers were shattered by the sword energy. Seeing this scene, Scarred Man and the others were horrified. Under the cover of the black cloth, they did not expect that Lin Hao's reaction speed was so fast. Roar! The fire-scale tiger opened its huge mouth and pounced forward with a roar. "I'm sorry, bro." A hint of viciousness flashed in the Scar Man's eyes, and he suddenly slapped his companion on the back, actually using it to block the fire-scale tiger. Ah! The thin man who was pushed into the tiger's mouth didn't even have time to scream before most of his head was bitten off. For a moment, bright red blood mixed with white brain matter gushed out, and the bloody scene was extremely shocking. At this time, the man with the scar had taken out a white bead and threw it on the ground. With a muffled bang, the white bead exploded as it touched the ground, and thick white smoke quickly spread out. Using this method, he quickly escaped with the iron cage. Little did he know that his every move was being targeted by the wolf spider as prey. I had not run far when a scream suddenly came from the thick fog. After a few breaths, when the white smoke dissipated, a huge white spider web was seen, which had been intertwined between the two trees at some point. The spider web is not only extremely sticky, but also highly poisonous. Damn it, there was clearly no spider web here just now. What's going on? Asshole! As the venom flowed, the scarred man's skin began to fester, and he screamed and struggled in fear. He madly mobilized the spiritual energy in his body, fully exerting the strength of a fourth-level warrior, and actually succeeded in breaking the spider silk. However, before he could be happy, the fire-scale tiger took the opportunity to pounce on him, knocked him to the ground, and bit his neck. Laugh! The tiger pulled hard with its mouth, and the scar man's neck was bitten off in an instant. His head and body were separated, and he was completely dead. Chapter 49. One-Horned Ape. Looking at the two bodies bitten to death by the fire-scale tiger, Lin Hao's face was indifferent. He will show no mercy to his enemies, especially those who pose a threat to his life. He had seen many examples of the story of the farmer and the snake, both in his past and present lives. Buzz! Immediately, the kung fu fly flew towards the iron cage thrown under the tree. It was a metal cage with a small monkey-like, ape-like creature trapped inside. It has snow-white fur and big black eyes, and looks extremely cute. The most peculiar thing is that the little white ape has a silver horn on its forehead. There were faintly flickering runes on the surface of the horn's skin, as if formed naturally by heaven and earth, slowly absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This rune is the symbol of the spiritual beast. Squeak! Seeing Lin Hao coming, the little white ape curled up and trembled, with fear in its eyes. Long, do you know what kind of monster this is? This was Lin Hao's first time traveling outside, and he had no knowledge of magical beasts. His mind was immersed in the soul, devouring divination, and he asked, "Master, this little white monkey is a bit strange. It should be the cub of the unicorn ape, and it is also a species of beast with ancient inherited blood." Soon, the dragon soul, which had become a sword spirit, replied respectfully. One-horned dragon ape? Mutated? Lin Hao raised his eyebrows slightly and continued to ask, "Please put it simply. Is it amazing? The juvenile unicorn ape is very weak, with a strength equivalent to that of a low-level magical beast, and is timid and cowardly," the dragon's soul said in a low voice. "But once it grows up, its temperament will become more ferocious and fierce. Even our dragon clan may not be able to defeat it. Also, I remember that the unicorn ape's physical characteristics were black fur, but this little fellow's fur was white. It is very likely to be a mutant species." Hearing this, Lin Hao's expression changed slightly. I didn't expect this little white ape to become so powerful when he grows up. Even the dragon clan can contend. It's even a mutant beast, a rare species. Such a spiritual beast with such great potential cannot be let slip away. Lin Hao was secretly delighted and immediately swung the broken sword in his hand, directly splitting the iron lock, then reached out and grabbed the little white monkey's arm and pulled it out. Just like that, Lin Hao waited for the system, prompt with anticipation. However, after more than 10 seconds, there was still silence. Huh, what's going on? Lin Hao was quite surprised at the failure of the system. Based on previous experiences, when I catch an animal, the system's voice will sound in my mind, prompting me whether to keep it as a pet. Why is it so quiet this time? Lin Hao's mind sank slightly, and he took the initiative to issue a command. "System, I want to take in a pet." Ding! Unfortunately, this beast is a mutant species. It will cost an additional 100 million taels of gold to take it in as a pet. Since the host currently has insufficient funds, it cannot be automatically collected. The system's electronic synthesized sound finally rang in my mind. However, upon hearing this reply, Lin Hao's face suddenly turned pale. An additional 100 million taels? Robbing money. It's simply a money-sucking ripoff. Lin Hao cursed and swore. The anger of poverty undoubtedly surged in his heart. What a pity. Immediately, Lin Hao regained a bit of composure, looked at the little white ape, and couldn't help but hesitate. Since we can't keep pets, let them go. Lin Hao sighed softly, then smiled faintly at the little white ape and said, "You are free." After saying that, he loosened his grip and Xiao Bai immediately fell to the ground. Its body adjusted its reaction extremely quickly, and it landed in midair, still standing steadily. The little white ape was very smart. It knew that it was Lin Hao who saved it. After landing, it clenched its paws into fists, bent its waist, and actually bowed to Lin Hao in a proper manner to express its gratitude. Lin Hao was stunned for a moment. Then he felt deeply moved. It was indeed a spiritual beast. Its IQ was no inferior to that of humans. Go back to where you came from. Lin Hao waved his hand. Since he was planning to release the animal, he didn't have any bad intentions in mind. The little white ape nodded, and then moved as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye it had jumped into the grass. So fast. Seeing this, Lin Hao was secretly shocked. The reason why the little white ape was caught at such a fast speed was most likely that it fell into the traps set by the two people just now. While thinking, Lin Hao walked back to the small open space. With the powerful fire scale tiger in charge, the low-level magical beasts outside the mountains smelled the scent and all dared not approach, so we can sleep peacefully tonight. But at this time, the fire scale tiger walked to the campfire, holding 2 spurred rabbits in its mouth, and looked at Lin Hao eagerly. That eager expression clearly showed that he really wanted to try Lin Hao's barbecue. Lin Hao couldn't help but smile. Then he remembered that the fire scale tiger had been busy for a long time and had not eaten yet. Generally speaking, Warcraft do not know how to cook and mainly eat raw food. But since following Lin Hao, the fire scale tiger has tasted the delicacies of the world and is undoubtedly becoming more and more addicted. Don't act so pitiful. I'll grill 2 for you. Lin Hao cursed with a smile, then skinned and drained the blood from the 2 spurred rabbits. After cleaning them, he placed them over a bonfire and began to smoke them. Although the fire scale tiger and kung fu fly are pets in Lin Hao's heart, he has gradually regarded them as partners. After a while, the smell of barbecue began to waft, and the golden, crispy skin oozed a hint of fat. The fire scale tiger was drooling, and its long tongue was licking around its mouth, with a look of excitement on its face. At this moment, a small snow-white head suddenly popped out from the bushes behind the clearing. It was the unicorn ape that just left. It stared at Lin Hao, who was grilling meat with its big black eyes, and sniffed hard. The fragrance entered the little white ape's nose and immediately made his eyes flicker. Whoosh! Suddenly, a white light flashed, and the little white ape suddenly appeared beside the campfire. Roar! The fire scale tiger growled and stared at the little white ape with fierce eyes. The Warcraft has a strong sense of territory, and the little white ape's sudden intrusion into this place undoubtedly aroused its anger. "It's you." Lin Hao was slightly startled and saw the little white ape in the vision of Kung Fu Fly. But seeing that the little guy's eyes were fixed on the barbecue, Lin Hao couldn't help but smile and asked, "Are you hungry?" The little white ape nodded hurriedly and touched his belly, as if he had been hungry for quite some time. Although the unicorn ape is extremely powerful when it is an adult, it is extremely weak when it is young and can be bullied by anyone who is slightly stronger than it. As a result, very few unicorn apes can successfully transform into adulthood. You and Xiaohu can eat together. Lin Hao smiled indifferently and handed over a roasted rabbit. The little white ape showed ecstasy on his face. He immediately held the roasted rabbit in his hands and began to devour it voraciously, looking very ferocious. Afterwards, the little white ape, who had had a delicious meal, sat by the campfire with his bulging belly, seemingly having no guard against Lin Hao at all. It is still young and has a very simple mind. Lin Hao saved it and gave it food to eat. That feeling was as warm as that of a mother. Chapter 50, Flood at Night. Little guy, this place is too dangerous. Do you want to see the outside world with me? Lin Hao asked with a harmless smile on his face. As he spoke, Lin Hao tentatively stretched out his right hand and gently stroked the little white ape's head. The fluffy white fur felt great to the touch. Good. Faced with Lin Hao's invitation, the little white ape hesitated for a while and then spoke in human language. Hearing this, Lin Hao's face changed slightly. Although what the little guy said was not clear, he could still hear it. You understand human language? Lin Hao looked at the little white ape in surprise and couldn't help asking. I was captured by 2 humans a few days ago and learned something. The little white ape nodded and spoke with a slightly awkward organization of language. As the little white ape spoke human language again, Lin Hao was surprised. He never thought that the spiritual beast could be so smart. Hee, I finally have someone to talk to. Lin Hao was pleasantly surprised and immediately smiled at the little white ape and said, I'll give you a name, Xiao Bai. As for me, you can call me boss from now on. Xiao Bai, boss. The little white ape jumped with joy, as if it liked the name Lin Hao gave it very much. Looking at the happy expression of the little white ape, a smile appeared on Lin Hao's lips. He knew that spirit beasts were very smart. If they were not helped by the system and were forced by force, even if they followed him, their loyalty would not be high. Although Xiao Bai's loyalty is not guaranteed compared to Kung Fu Xiaoying, which is under systematic control. But Lin Hao was not in a hurry. As long as the little guy was willing to follow him, he would have plenty of time to slowly develop feelings and loyalty with it. As the night deepened, the temperature in the mountains grew colder and the fog became thicker. Lin Hao took out a waterproof tent from his space ring and erected it in 2 or 3 steps. After getting to the tent, Lin Hao fell asleep directly. With the fire scale tiger and Kung Fu fly taking turns to guard him, he didn't have to worry too much about being attacked by monsters. Unless there is a natural disaster. But are you that unlucky? Rumble. As soon as the thought came to his mind, Lin Hao suddenly heard a burst of thunder coming from outside. Don't be afraid of the rain. I have a waterproof tent. Lin Hao grinned and invited Xiao Bai to come in and sleep together. However, after midnight, it started to rain, and the rain became heavier and heavier, and finally it turned into a downpour. Boss, get up. Lin Hao was awakened from his sleep by Xiao Bai's urgent call. Listening to the sound of the storm outside, it was like thousands of troops galloping towards him. Without Xiao Bai telling him, he knew what was going on. Something's wrong. Lin Hao frowned, and with the help of the fire scale tiger's vision, he saw the scene outside. The warcraft had excellent night vision. In the gray rain, it could vaguely see a white line surging in the distance. Seeing this scene, Lin Hao's face changed instantly. Flood. The place where he is now is a low-lying area in the mountains, and there's a river nearby. This caused the rainwater accumulated in other areas to flow towards this side. And as the rainwater gathered together, it naturally caused this flood. Realizing this problem, Lin Hao rushed out of the tent solemnly. Run. Lin Hao didn't care about all that. He immediately took the little white ape and rode on the fire scale tiger's back, rushing towards the outskirts of the mountain range. The Kung Fu fly carried the wolf spider on its back and flew closely behind it. They were the safest when flying in the air. As for the little ant-man, he had already attached himself to the fire tiger's anus at some point. The look of strong desire to survive seemed as if he was planning to hide in his anus if he was hit by a flood. The fire scale tiger seemed to have noticed this, and its anus tightened involuntarily, but under Lin Hao's urging, it did not dare to slack off in the slightest and ran madly all the way. Crack! Crack! The flood behind was getting closer and closer, carrying mud and rocks, and knocking down many trees wherever it went. Seeing that the flood was about to spread, Lin Hao thought to himself that it was not good. If he was submerged, the mud, rocks, and broken trees in the water would directly crush him to pieces. Lin Hao's mind raced, and he suddenly realized that the river in front of the map had appeared in Kung Fu Xiaoying's field of vision. He hurriedly ordered, Xiaohu, speed up and jump into the river. As long as you dive to the bottom of the river, you will be able to reduce the impact of the flood on yourself. Roar! The fire scale tiger roared suddenly, and in an instant it opened fire at full power. It ran to the river at an astonishing speed and dived into it. Lin Hao was also brought into the water. Fortunately, the fire scale tiger knew how to swim and swam very fast. Boom! The moment Lin Hao and the fire scale tiger dived to the bottom of the river, a flood came pouring in. All kinds of broken stones and would mix together, making a heavy sound. Lin Hao held the beast back tightly with both hands. Although the fire scale tiger was there to support him, the longer he stayed in the water, the more uncomfortable he felt. Finally, when he could no longer hold his breath, Lin Hao patted the beast back, allowing the fire-scale tiger to float to the surface. Crash! Lin Hao emerged from the water, taking a deep breath of fresh air. But at this moment, with a splash, a huge wave suddenly hit him in the head. The mud, sand, and gravel mixed and it hit his head so hard that he felt dizzy and fainted. The next morning, when Lin Hao woke up, he found himself still lying on the back of the fire-scale tiger. Xiao Bai, Kung Fu Fly, and Wolf Spider are all around. As for Ant-Man, he has disappeared and is no longer hiding in the fire-scale tiger's asshole. System, retrieve Ant-Man's profile. Lin Hao's mind moved slightly, and he tried to control it. Ding! Unfortunately, the pet code 003 Ant-Man has died and the data cannot be retrieved. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Hao was slightly surprised, but he quickly accepted the result. Given Ant-Man's tiny size, he cannot resist natural disasters like floods, even though he has evolved to the D stage. Whatever, that little guy doesn't have much fighting power. If he's gone, he's gone. Lin Hao comforted himself, and then shared the vision of Kung Fu Fly and looked around. But I found that this place was on the bank of a river. There were no trees around. As far as I could see in front of me, there was only an empty plain. And in the back, from a distance, there looked like the forest outline of the Warcraft Mountains. Apparently, last night's flood acted as a force and directly washed him out of the mountains. The flood flowed in the south, which was exactly the same direction as the Imperial capital, thus shortening the journey and saving a lot of trouble. Although they lost Ant-Man during this trip to the Warcraft Mountains, they also obtained a baby unicorn ape. In comparison, the gains are greater. Afterwards, Lin Hao changed into a clean set of clothes and rode the fire-scale tiger to his destination, the Imperial capital city. Chapter 51, Imperial Capital Yinqing. 6 days later, at noon, Lin Hao rode the fire-scale tiger over a hill and walked on the plain for about an hour. The outline of a city finally appeared in his sight. Kung Fu Fly flew up into the sky and gazed at the huge city. There's a wide moat outside the city, and the city walls are thick and solid. There's a checkpoint every 10 or so meters. From a distance, the city looks like a huge fortress, impregnable. This is Lin Hao's destination, the imperial capital of the Great Yin Dynasty. On the map, it is marked as Yinqing. Looking back, I saw a building built against the mountain 100 miles behind Yinqing, like an independent small city. That is where Tianyin Academy is located. Normally, Tianyin Academy is not open to the public, so the young people who have come to participate in the recruitment examinations in recent times are all waiting in Yinqing for the time being. I have a mission to accomplish when I go to Tianyin Academy this time. Would it be too high profile to bring Xiaohu with me? Looking at the red fire-scale tiger, Lin Hao began to think about this problem. Moreover, this mission is most likely to assassinate someone, so it is better not to expose the existence of Kung Fu Fly and Wolf Spider, so as not to reveal their identities and bring trouble upon themselves. It's a pity that the space ring cannot store living things with life fluctuations, otherwise they could be stuffed in. Lin Hao shook his head secretly and couldn't help feeling a little emotional. It seems that the only way at the moment is to place the fire-scale tigers in the wild and wait for the organization to send mission information before calling them over. Ding! The host pet can be stored in the pet backpack space and can be summoned at any time when needed. As if detecting Lin Hao's thoughts, the system's prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. Pet backpack space. Lin Hao is delighted. It is really what people need most. This is undoubtedly much more convenient and more confidential. Fire-scale tiger, put into the pet backpack space. Immediately, Lin Hao tried to give instructions to the system. The moment the voice fell, the fire-scale tiger beside Lin Hao disappeared out of thin air as if it had evaporated from the face of the earth. Immediately afterwards, Lin Hao discovered that a pet backpack list suddenly appeared in his mind. The small grid in the front shows the picture card of the fire-scale tiger with a flashing red light. Below the picture card is the fire-scale tiger's code name 004 and a level of B-class king enhancement. Summon the fire-scale tiger. Lin Hao's mind moved slightly. The pet picture card disappeared, and the fire-scale tiger appeared in front of him instantly. It stared at Lin Hao in confusion, completely unaware of what had just happened, and felt as if it had just had a nap. Yes, very quick. Lin Hao grinned. I am very satisfied with the system's storage and pet summoning functions. Xiaobai cannot be stored as a pet at the moment. Can it be put in the backpack space? Thinking of Xiaobai's special existence, Lin Hao asked curiously. Ding! The pet backpack space is limited to the pets stored by the host, and they have completed their evolution. The system's cold voice dispelled Lin Hao's thoughts. Then you can only carry it with you. Lin Hao spread his hands helplessly. Xiaobai is a mutant species, and keeping it as a pet will cost 100 million taels. All his current wealth added up is far from enough. Then, Lin Hao put the wolf spider and the fire scale tiger into the pet backpack space. As for Kung Fu Fly, he kept him. After all, without shared vision, he would become a blind man groping in the dark. Moreover, the Kung Fu Fly has a pair of compound eyes that can see objects within almost 360 degrees, especially after evolution. Its vision is very clear. Looking at the little white ape, Lin Hao felt that the rune horn on its head was really eye-catching. Anyone who knows what's good will be able to tell at once that Xiaobai is a unicorn ape. With a sudden thought, Lin Hao took out a piece of clothing from the space ring, then tore off a piece of cloth and strung it together with silver thread to make a simple small hat. Then was put on Xiaobai's head, completely covering the horn. From the outside, it looked like a little monkey. Yes, it's worth seeing. Looking at the slightly changed appearance of the little white ape, Lin Hao nodded secretly. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, keeping a low profile is the best way to deal with things. Then, after walking for about half an hour, Lin Hao arrived outside the city wall. From a close distance, the city wall is made of granite, is hundreds of feet high, and is majestic and spectacular. In a corridor at the top of the city wall, there were many sentries walking around patrolling. They were all wearing armor and carrying swords, with sharp eyes, and it was obvious that they were regular troops. Yinqing, as the imperial capital, is the economic hub of the entire dynasty, with millions of people moving through it every day. At this moment, Lin Hao was standing at the end of a long line, following the crowd into the city. Inside the city gate, Lin Hao found that there were many carriages parked on both sides. Come quickly. My car is comfortable and safe, and it is definitely the fastest car in Yinqing. As long as you point east, I won't dare go west. I will definitely follow your command. In order to get some business, the horsemen tried their best to shout to the passers-by. At this moment, a dilapidated carriage suddenly stopped in front of Lin Hao. The driver was an old and skinny man. He looked at Lin Hao and said with a smile, "Young man, where do you want to go? I'll give you a ride." It's not easy to drive a sports car at this age. After a brief pause, Lin Hao nodded and said, "Take me to the best restaurant in the city." "Okay." The old coachman grinned and quickly lifted the curtain of the carriage to let Lin Hao get in. The style of the carriage was rather old, and as it moved, the carriage made a creaking sound. Lin Hao didn't care. In this war-torn era, it took great efforts for the lower-class people to have enough food to eat. If he had not been born in the Lin family and had not had systematic assistance, it would have been extremely difficult for him to survive in this world. The rocking sound of the carriage was soon drowned out by the bustling voices of people on the street as it entered the street. Lin Hao reached out and pulled aside the curtains, looking at the street scene calmly. As the imperial capital, Yinqing can be said to be the economic and trade center of the entire dynasty and is extremely prosperous. As I scanned the street, I saw all kinds of commercial places on both sides of the street, including taverns, clothing stores, weapon shops, brothels, etc. Moreover, there are a lot of warriors here. At a glance, most of the pedestrians on the street are carrying weapons and have a calm aura. Cracking. Suddenly, there was a startled sound of a horse neighing. Immediately afterwards, the crowd walking on the street suddenly dispersed like a tide. I saw a black horse with red eyes, dragging a luxurious carriage at full speed. The sudden situation made the old coachman panic. He had no time to steer his horse away and collided directly with the oncoming carriage. Bang! Suddenly, a heavy voice sounded. The other horse was obviously stronger than the old driver's white horse. Not only was it not hurt by the collision, but the driver raised his two front legs and kicked the white horse hard to reduce the impact. Shhhh. The white horse cried out in grief and fell to the ground with blood spitting out of its mouth. The carriage also shook violently and fell apart completely. Lin Hao jumped out hurriedly. He was also frightened by the car accident. Then he looked at the safe and sound carriage opposite and frowned slightly. He's running around recklessly on the street, totally disregarding the safety of pedestrians. What's going on? At this moment, an angry male voice sounded from the luxury carriage. Then, a young man in brocade clothes came out. He was holding a prostitute in his arms, and his big hands were kneading her delicate body wantonly. "Master, our carriage was hit by someone." The young driver with pockmarked face came over immediately and pointed at the old driver and Lin Hao and the others. This happened because he made a mistake in operation and the horse went crazy. Fortunately, the other party was not a noble, but just an ordinary old man. This is a good opportunity to shift the blame to others. The old driver obviously knew that he had met a nobleman in the city. He was so scared that his hands were shaking and he dared not speak. Upon hearing this, the young man in brocade clothes suddenly looked furious. A lot of people gathered nearby to watch the fun. However, just when everyone thought that the young man in brocade clothes was going to scold the old driver, he suddenly slapped the young driver in the face. Bang! The sound was so clear and loud that it made the young driver's cheeks red and swollen. This situation was almost completely beyond everyone's expectations. The young driver looked at the young man in brocade clothes in astonishment and was speechless. What do you mean by you? You failed in your duty, and yet you dare to push the responsibility onto others. Do you think I'm a fool? The young man in brocade clothes had a look of anger on his face and immediately turned his gaze to the old driver. However, the latter had blood all over his body due to the fall he had just made. I'll deduct half a month's salary from you and make up for the old man with all the money you have. The young man in brocade clothes said coldly, If you don't want to do it, get out of the Qin mansion. Yes. Faced with the order from the young man in brocade clothes, the young driver's face changed, and he dared not disobey at all. He hurriedly took out his purse and handed it to the old driver. Qin Fu. So he is General Qin's son, Qin Yu. No wonder. Although he usually lives a disorderly life, he has never bullied others. TSK, look, he picked up another prostitute today. With that sexy body, he must have a blast tonight. When the crowd learned the identity of a young man in brocade clothes, they immediately started talking. Listening to the conversations around him, Lin Hao couldn't help but smile. I originally thought that this time I would encounter a cliché plot about a noble dandy. Unexpectedly, this guy is not as bad as imagined. Not only did he not bully the weak, but he also taught his subordinates a lesson in public. Now that the matter has been resolved, Lin Hao has no plans to stay here any longer. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, Qin Yu suddenly called him. Little brother, where do you want to go? If it's on the way, I'll take you there. Lin Hao said calmly, No, thank you. After saying that, Lin Hao walked straight through the crowd and headed toward the end of the street. In an imperial capital where powerful people are everywhere, he thinks it is better to have as little contact with them as possible. What a strange man. Seeing Lin Hao leaving, Qin Yu was slightly surprised. In the past, if his identity as the young master of the Qin family was made public, there would be countless people who would come to curry favor with him and establish relationships with him. However, this guy was indifferent. Master Qin, it's getting late. Let's go back first. The woman's voice was soft and sweet and indescribably beautiful to the ear, especially her charming body, which kept rubbing against his arms. Qin Yu's face suddenly changed, and he put his hand on her back, smiling wickedly. You can't help it so soon. Don't stop later. Hate. The brothel girl's sweet moan of amorous feelings aroused the excitement of the men watching. Let's go. Qin Yu suddenly jumped onto the horse, removed the carriage directly, then dragged the woman up and rode away in a very rude manner. From the ambiguous conversation between the two just now, it is clear what he wants to do with the woman. At this time, Lin Hao turned two corners and finally found a restaurant, which was of a relatively high-end scale. There are about 3 days left before the Tianyan Academy's admission examination. The facilities of this restaurant include food and accommodation, so it can be used as a place to stay. When you walk into the restaurant, you see full tables everywhere. Business is very good. Obviously, as the day of Tianyan Academy's admission examination approached, a lot of people flocked into the city, causing many restaurants to be in a booming business situation. Sir, today we are fully booked and the guest rooms are all full. Please come back next time. The waiter came over immediately, looking apologetic. However, when he saw Lin Hao's gray pupils, he seemed to have thought of something and quickly changed his words. No, we still have a guest room. Noticing the waiter's fleeting strange look, Lin Hao was lost in thought. Please book a guest room for me first. Lin Hao said calmly. Good. The waiter said with a professional smile. If you don't mind sharing a table with others, we have an empty seat. Please come in. Then, at the invitation of the waiter, Lin Hao came to the second floor. But when he saw the person he was going to have dinner with at the same table, Lin Hao's face suddenly became stunned, and he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. But I saw that the dining table was by the window and seated two people. In one of the seats, there was a woman in purple enjoying a piece of top-quality steak. What surprised Lin Hao was that the woman in purple was his immediate superior, Ziyi. "Sir, you still have a seat here. Do you mind sharing the table with someone else?" The waiter asked with a smile, and although he tried hard to hide it on the surface, there was a hint of awe in his tone. "It doesn't matter." Ziyi had a cold expression on his face and said calmly. As she spoke, she picked up a glass of red wine and took a sip gracefully. "Thank you." The corners of Lin Hao's mouth twitched slightly, and he naturally sat down as if he didn't know the person. He knew in his heart that the identity of an assassin was just like the spy in his previous life, extremely sensitive, and he had to be cautious in everything he did. Then, could this waiter also be a member of the Minge organization? Thinking of this, Lin Hao felt quite confused. If that was the case, how did they know that I would come to this restaurant and arrange to meet here in advance? Chapter 52, Four Treasures of Parrot. After Lin Hao sat down at the dining table, he naturally ordered some signature dishes and a bottle of red wine. Z was also eating the food with a self-centered look on his face. He didn't speak to Lin Hao the whole time, just like a stranger. If Lin Hao didn't know the identities of both parties, he would have really thought that Ziyi had a twin sister. This acting skill is so good that it can easily beat a lot of stars in the previous life. Soon, all the dishes ordered by Lin Hao were served. The food is very rich, with steak, lamb bones, chicken skewers, and other snacks. Seeing Lin Hao calling out dozens of times at once, a hint of surprise emerged in Ziya's cold eyes. However, this surprise was only fleeting. Looking at the table full of delicious food, Lin Hao smelled the fragrant aroma and couldn't help licking his lips. He cooked all the meals himself along the way, and although the food tasted good, it had never been so sumptuous. It's better to spend money happily. Lin Hao sighed inwardly, and then started eating without caring about his image. The little white ape was lying under the table, biting the pieces of barbecue that Lin Hao threw to it, and was also eating with relish. "It seems you've acquired another pet, but it's too conspicuous." Z put down the cutlery and finally spoke. "Your flies and spiders, those with the body shape, are most suitable for the mission." Lin Hao smiled and said, "You don't have to worry about this." Z frowned slightly, but said solemnly, "This mission is very important. If we are not careful, the whole plan will be disrupted. So, before carrying out the mission, I hope you don't reveal your pet's abilities to avoid your identity being exposed in the future." Hearing this, Lin Hao nodded secretly. He had also thought carefully about what Ziyi said. After all, when he was in Tianwu City, he had demonstrated the abilities of Kung Fu Fly and Wolf Spider in Zhao's mansion due to his own negligence. Therefore, the identity of Jing Ku aroused the suspicion of the head of the Zhao family. Fortunately, he had just settled in Yinqing and no one knew about his pet. For the sake of privacy, he could only put Kung Fu Fly into the pet backpack space for the time being. But in that case, without shared vision, wouldn't I become a blind person again? As he thought about it, Lin Hao couldn't help feeling helpless. It seems that I have no choice but to get a new pet. He tried the weak scum like the ant once and didn't plan to take it again. It is best if it can fly and is small in size. That's right, little bird. Lin Hao's heart moved, and he finally thought of a suitable pet candidate. Seeing Lin Hao remain silent, Ziyi said calmly, "The main reason I met you today is to remind you to remember to hide your cards. When you successfully enter Tianyin Academy, I will give you new tasks." After saying that, Ziyi stood up and was about to leave. Lin Hao asked hurriedly, "It's been more than a month. Where is my salary?" Hearing this, Ziyi was slightly startled. Then he remembered something and turned away without looking back. He said calmly, "I'll pass it to you later." Looking at Ziyi's graceful back, Lin Hao raised his eyebrows slightly. "Just kidding. Even if she is a beautiful woman, you can't delay her salary. 10 million monthly salary must be asked for." After eating and drinking, Lin Hao learned the room number from the waiter and left the restaurant. Since we can't expose the abilities of Kung Fu Fly and Wolf Spider, we can only find a new pet to replace the eyes. It would be great if I could get a reward for repairing my eyes in the next lottery. Walking on the street, Lin Hao sighed to himself that he could only pin his hopes of seeing the light again on the system's random draw. Immediately, after asking a passerby, Lin Hao soon arrived at a game market. All the things being sold here are wild animals, including various birds and beasts. As for Warcraft, it is strictly prohibited in the imperial capital. As I walked in the market, I was greeted by an extremely unpleasant smell and the sounds of various animals filling the air. Lin Hao's purpose was very clear, and he soon arrived at a pet shop that mainly sold birds. Kaisi is here, welcome. As soon as he entered the store, Lin Hao heard a strange voice. When I looked for the source of the voice, I saw that the person speaking was actually a parrot. It has green feathers all over its body and a long curved red beak, which seems to have a hint of mischief. Bao, shut up. The shop owner, a bald middle-aged man, immediately came out cursing. If you dare to say that again, I'll stew you tonight. He glared at the red-billed parrot fiercely. As if changing his face, the shop owner smiled and said to Lin Hao, Sir, what kind of birds do you need? We have everything in this store. Please take a look. He quickly looked at Lin Hao, and judging from the way he was dressed, he felt that he should be a wealthy man. If you have money, you're a rich man and can afford a good meal. The shop owner chuckled in his heart, and a hint of hidden greed flashed in his eyes. That's it. Name your price. Lin Hao took a quick glance and felt that the birds were all the same, then pointed at the red-billed parrot. From my first impression, just now, this red-billed parrot is quite interesting. You want to buy it? When the shop owner heard Lin Hao's choice, he was stunned at first, and then he was overjoyed. This rotten bird has not been sold since it was purchased, all because of that bad-mouthed bird. It's been half a year, and more than half a year of feed has been wasted. It's all cost. At this moment, someone finally wanted it. The shop owner felt like crying and was secretly happy. Sir, you have a good eye. This bird is the treasure of our store. It is eloquent and multi-talented. The shop owner immediately used his salesmanship skills, put on a reluctant expression on his face, and said, If you really want it, I will have to give it up, but the price may be a bit expensive. Lin Hao said calmly, Stop talking nonsense. How much is it? 100,000 taels. The shop owner's face lit up, and he immediately raised a finger with a very firm tone. Hearing this, Lin Hao raised his eyebrows. This guy really did, as the parrot said, and took advantage of me. How about this? I'll give you a discounted price of 80,000 taels. That's all I can give. Seeing that Lin Hao remained silent, the shop owner hurriedly used his second trick, lowering the price and offering a discount. However, Lin Hao remained unmoved. Gaisi. At this time, the red-billed parrot also started to make strange cackling sounds. The shop owner's face suddenly turned pale. This little beast is going to ruin my business again. Since this bird is the treasure of your shop, I can't take it away from someone else. I'll try something else first. As Lin Hao spoke, he walked towards another row of bird cages on the left side of the store. 100,000 taels, although it is nothing compared to his current wealth. But being taken advantage of is another matter. Don't. Hearing that Lin Hao didn't want it, the shop owner's face changed, and he said hurriedly, How about this? How much do you want? Name a price. 1,000 taels. Forget it if it doesn't work. Lin Hao also stretched out a finger and said lightly, 1,000? The shop owner suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Lin Hao in surprise. This kid is really good at bargaining. 1,000 taels is equivalent to the purchase price of this parrot. However, due to various expenses in the past 6 months, the cost price has already doubled, not to mention other profits. But this damn parrot, no customer wants it with that stinky mouth, so keeping it would just be a loss-making business. It would be better to sell it now and cash in. At least you can stop the loss. Okay, deal. The shop owner quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind, then gritted his teeth and nodded with an extremely grim expression. Readily, Lin Hao smiled faintly. Judging from the shop owner's expression, he naturally knew that he had taken advantage. Soon the two parties completed the transaction, and Lin Hao reached directly into the birdcage and grabbed the parrot. Help! The red-billed parrot immediately screamed and flapped its wings violently. However, under the absolute suppression of Lin Hao's power, it could not escape from his clutches at all. Ding! Detecting that the host has captured a red-billed parrot. Do you want to keep it as a pet? Yes. As the system's voice sounded, Lin Hao issued instructions without hesitation. Ding! Successfully collected, the host can name the new pet. Lin Hao changed his mind and realized that the shop owner just called it Bao. So let's call it Bao. Congratulations on naming your new pet. As the system voice sounded, a data panel suddenly appeared in Lin Hao's mind. 4 treasures. Code 003. Owner, Lin Hao. Combat strength, 10. Lifespan, 5 years plus. Skills, none. Evolvable, all organs in the body. In an instant, all the information about the red-billed parrot appeared in Lin Hao's mind. Lin Hao discovered that Bao's code name had clearly replaced the previous ant's position, and was named 003. Ding! Evolution is successful. The four treasures have obtained king-level enhancement, and their body functions have been comprehensively improved. Ding! Successful advancement. Congratulations to Zhao for upgrading to sea level and gaining a special skill, Golden Mouth and Electric Tongue. Ding! Successful advancement. Congratulations to Zhao for upgrading to B level. Both claws have been strengthened with metal, cutting iron like mud. As a series of system prompts sounded, the balance on Lin Hao's Wanjin card suddenly dropped by more than 20 million, leaving only more than 3 million taels. Lin Hao did not feel the slightest bit of pain about this, as his attention was completely focused on the four treasures in his hands. But this time, Zhao no longer resisted and obediently let Lin Hao hold him in his hands. Moreover, its shape has also changed greatly. Its feathers are shiny and bright, its beak is long and curved with a golden luster, and its eyes are sharp. Moving downward, the claws became much sharper and looked strong and powerful. Its combat power also soared from the original 50 to 10,000, an increase of 200 times. It is equivalent to Kung Fu Xiaoying's current level of strength. However, in terms of level, Kung Fu Xiaoying has been enhanced to the B-level king level, while Zhao is still at the B-level beginner level, and there's obviously still a lot of room for improvement. This is the difference in the starting points of the animal species. After all, among ordinary animals, parrots are undoubtedly much stronger than flies. Seeing this scene, the shop owner next door was stunned. Why did it deform? He stared at Zhao in shock, his eyes full of surprise. Could this be the legendary bird that can evolve? Thinking of this, the shop owner's eyes lit up, and he took a deep breath. But just now, he sold this divine bird at an extremely low price of 1,002 taels. This is a huge loss. Little brother, I won't sell this bird anymore. I'll return the 1,000 taels to you. The shop owner's eyes were filled with greed. He took out a 1,000 liang banknote and planned to cancel the transaction. I'm sorry, I paid for the bird, he's mine now. Lin Hao had an indifferent look on his face, but how could he not see what the other person was thinking? As long as the bird stays in the store, it still belongs to us. The shop owner's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted fiercely, "Leave the bird if you know what's best for you. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences." As the words fell, the two shop assistants in the store immediately picked up iron bars and ran over, blocking the door of the store with fierce expressions. Zhao, they won't let you leave. Seeing this, Lin Hao smiled playfully. You should know what to do. Master, just leave it to me. Zhao can speak human language. After evolution, its speaking ability has obviously improved a lot, and it has become more cruel. Owner, the shop owner was stunned. This divine bird actually recognized him as its master? No, its owner must be me. Thinking of this, the shop owner felt extremely jealous. He then turned to the two men and shouted angrily, "Catch that bird and kick this guy out." Yes, boss. The two guys were tall and strong, but they were not warriors. Their strength was at most slightly stronger than that of ordinary people. Holding iron rods in their hands, they immediately rushed towards Lin Hao fiercely. Whoosh! And the next moment they moved, the four treasures spread their wings and swooped out violently. Zhao! It opened its mouth and let out a sharp scream, and as its tongue trembled, a flash of lightning spurted out. The man who was rushing in the front screamed suddenly, fell to the ground with a charred body, and kept twitching. It is not difficult to see that the electric current just now was extremely strong, and an ordinary adult could not bear it all. You beast, you're looking for death. Seeing his companion fall to the ground, the other man was so shocked and angry that he swung the iron rod in his hand down fiercely. But then, the iron rod was grabbed by a pair of claws. Immediately, it was torn into pieces of iron like tofu. Zhao flew close to him, and with a swipe of his wings, he knocked the man backwards and hit him hard against the wall. As a series of ping-pong sounds rang out, the iron cages that imprisoned birds and animals were all deformed. The man fell into a pile of bird cages, covered in blood and screaming and groaning. Wow, so awesome. Looking at this scene, the shop owner was stunned. He stared with his dead eyes wide open, couldn't help but gasp, then turned around and ran towards the back door of the store. However, his fat feet seemed to be not very agile and were tripped by the messy iron cage and fell upside down. Yes, another powerful general has been added. After seeing the fighting power of the four treasures, Lin Hao was quite satisfied. He then ignored the shop owner and walked out of the shop. The time for Tianyan Academy's admission examination is getting closer and closer, and he must be adequately prepared. The thousands of Lingyang stones I collected from Li Qingshu a while ago were just right for me to use for cultivation and to increase my strength. Bao immediately followed, stood on Lin Hao's shoulders, and held his head high. Its heroic appearance undoubtedly attracted a lot of attention in the market. Chapter 53: Seeds of Ambition. Look, that parrot looks so special. The feathers are shiny and look very handsome. Wow, it's so beautiful. I wish it was my pet. Along the way, Bao's noble and arrogant appearance attracted many passers-by to look at him sideways. Especially those noble ladies who love birds. They stared at Bao with shining eyes and were quite fond of him. Bao stood on Lin Hao's shoulder, head held high, and gently flapped its proud tail feathers. This coquettish posture immediately attracted more screams from girls. Everyone was ecstatic and eager to hug it. This little girl is really a stray bird. Lin Hao chuckled secretly and didn't care about it. Anyway, he had already decided to let the four treasures share vision, so it didn't matter even if they were exposed too much. As for Kung Fu Fly, he put into the pet backpack space and, like Wolf Spider, became a member of the killer team. Hey, where did you buy this parrot? Just then, someone called Lin Hao. Immediately afterwards, a fat woman with heavy makeup appeared in front of Lin Hao like a mountain of flesh. She was dressed brightly and wore a thick pearl necklace around her fat neck, looking vulgar yet rich. However, what caught Lin Hao's attention was that the fat woman was also holding a pet green-feathered parrot in her arms, which looked like a high-end breed. However, that expression was completely different from the four treasures and lacked spiritual energy. Scared. Moreover, when the green parrot saw Bao, it was glared at by him and suddenly became frightened and started to tremble. No wonder. The four treasures after evolution are equivalent to the king-level divine, birds among birds. Compared to the human world, how could an ordinary civilian not be afraid when he suddenly sees an emperor? That is an absolute suppression of the aura. Hey, I'm asking you a question. Seeing that Lin Hao didn't say anything, the fat woman showed a trace of displeasure on her face and shouted at the top of her voice. I raised it myself. Lin Hao had an indifferent look on his face. He had no intention of continuing the conversation with this ugly fat woman. In that case, you name a price and I'll buy it. The fat lady was very wealthy and directly took out a large stack of gold notes, which was at least about 100,000 taels. In her opinion, this noble parrot is the best match for a charming woman like her. Why does a stinky man have to keep a pet? Not for sale. Lin Hao was too lazy to pay attention and moved his right foot to the side, trying to go around it. But at this time, the pretty boy next to the fat woman also moved sideways to block Lin Hao. Boy, you are lucky that we like you, pet. The pretty boy looked at Lin Hao with contempt and said arrogantly, as the saying goes, gold goes with silver, don't be ungrateful. I'll say it again, I won't sell it to you no matter how much money you give. Stop bothering me. Lin Hao said calmly, you have to sell it today, even if you don't want to. The pretty boy could see that the fat woman obviously liked the parrot. So in order to please this financial sponsor, he showed a tough attitude. Only in this way can we get more benefit from her. That's pretty crazy. Lin Hao smiled coldly, feeling a little angry at this guy who came to pick a fight for no reason. However, before Lin Hao could do anything, the little white ape suddenly moved. It was as fast as lightning, and only a white shadow could be seen passing by. The next moment, a scream was heard. But I saw that the pretty boy's face had 2 scarlet claw marks and bloodstains. These 2 blows completely disfigured him. It will be impossible for him to make a living by his looks in the future. Damn it, how dare you let this little beast sneak attack me? He covered the scar on his face with his right hand and roared angrily. The little white ape licked its bloody little paw and smiled triumphantly at Lin Hao. As a spiritual animal, its brain is both smart and simple. After spending so many days with Lin Hao, the little white ape knew very well that whether it was the Kung Fu Fly, the Wolf Spider, or the Fire Scale Tiger, they were all powerful pets. And the new member Bao is equally powerful. So it simply thought that Lin Hao liked powerful pets. In order to attract Lin Hao's attention, the little white ape felt that he had to appear stronger. Lin Hao was slightly surprised. This was the first time he saw Xiaobai take action. Obviously, he didn't expect that in just a few days, Xiaobai's speed seemed to have improved again. The lightning speed of attack was so fast that even he couldn't react to how Xiaobai had just attacked. Xiaobai did a good job. Lin Hao reached out and touched Xiaobai's head, exclaiming with a smile. As a person who has lived 2 lives, How could he not see Xiao Bai's little thoughts? Someone's hurt. Help, the beast is going to kill people. Seeing that there was such a ferocious monkey beside Lin Hao, the fat lady's face changed drastically. Her frightened cry immediately attracted the curious onlookers on the street. As the imperial capital is such a prosperous city, each area has a security team to maintain order. The commotion here soon alarmed a security team that was patrolling nearby. Immediately, a crisp sound of horse hooves came quickly from the street corner. The crowd on the street immediately made way for them, and a dozen patrolmen on black horses came running quickly. Who is disturbing the order here? Arriving at the scene, the young captain who was in the lead glanced at everyone and shouted harshly. You are the patrol security team of the North District, right? You came just in time. The fat woman looked arrogant and said to the captain in a commanding tone, Catch this brat quickly. How dare he let the beast hurt my people? The security captain was stunned, and when he saw the fat woman's appearance, his arrogance suddenly weakened a little. He recognized the fat woman in front of him, the famous Madame Zhu in Yinqing. Not only was she ugly, but she also had a powerful background. If he offends him, his job as a small security captain may be in danger. Mrs. Zhu, don't worry. Maintaining order in this area is the job of our security team. The security captain had a righteous look on his face. Then he turned his gaze to Lin Hao, looked him over for a few seconds, and felt that he looked very unfamiliar. It seems that he is an outsider who came here recently to participate in the assessment of Tianyan Academy. If he were not a prominent figure in the city, it would be much easier. What are you still waiting for? Take him down, and don't hurt those two pets. As soon as he thought about it, the security captain shouted loudly to his men behind him. From what happened today, he could naturally see that Mrs. Zhu was most likely interested in the other party's pet. This is a good opportunity to please Mrs. Zhu, which may be helpful for future career. Immediately, the group of patrol soldiers with ferocious faces quickly dispersed. They moved in perfect coordination and directly blocked all of Lin Hao's retreat routes. They were not worried that Lin Hao would escape. Their real target was Xiao Bai and Sibao. The captain of police was not the only one who wanted to curry favor with the aristocratic power. The imperial capital is indeed a place to cling to the powerful and wealthy. Lin Hao sneered and had no intention of explaining it all. Instantly, the mental power in his body surged out, and his right hand quickly engraved a wind rune. Start. The spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth suddenly gathered together, and Lin Hao directly added the rune of wind shadow tracks to his body to increase his speed. Mage! Seeing this, the patrol soldiers' expressions changed slightly, and a hint of fear appeared in their eyes. In their impression, mages are those mysterious martial artists. Once those terrible spells are cast, most warriors will find it difficult to resist. Look, the fight is about to start. Passers-by on the street suddenly became excited and all gathered around to watch the fun. In an area as heavily guarded as the imperial capital, apart from the fighting arena in the square, it is rare to see such fighting scenes. Tisk, he's just a small second-level wizard. There's nothing to be afraid of. As a level 4 soldier, the security captain saw through Lin Hao's magical skills at a glance and sneered with disdain. Use a rope formation to trap him. I want to see how this kid can perform magic with his hands and feet bound. Following the order from the security captain, the patrol soldiers suddenly realized the wizard's weakness. At that moment, they each took out an iron chain from their storage bags and then threw it with force, connecting with each other like a net. The rope formation seemed to have been carefully researched. As they were intertwined together, they suddenly tied Lin Hao up in the middle. Everyone pulled hard, and the rope suddenly tightened. Just watch. Xiao Bai and Sibao were about to take action, but were stopped by Lin Hao. In such a complex place of power, Lin Hao did not want to expose too much of his pet's abilities. Lin Hao's expression was cold. The dragon-devouring sword flashed in his right palm. A cold light flashed, and the iron chains around his body instantly broke and fell to the ground. Although the dragon-devouring sword is a broken sword, it can imprison even a powerful being like the Dragon Soul, and is definitely not an ordinary sword. Ordinary metals can be chopped off with great force. As the iron chains broke, the force poured out, and all the patrolmen fell to the ground. Nice sword. The security captain was stunned and stared at the broken sword in Lin Hao's hand with a fiery gaze. His own long sword is an earth-level weapon and is quite sharp. But even so, the chain cannot be cut easily. However, this boy's broken sword is so sharp. Could it be a spiritual treasure? Thinking of this, An unconcealable greed welled up in the eyes of the security team. Isn't he a mage? How can he use a sword? At this moment, a voice of surprise was heard from the crowd of onlookers, which immediately made the security captain's heart tremble. Could this kid be practicing both combat and magic? The security captain finally reacted and stared at Lin Hao in surprise, his face becoming slightly solemn. In an instant, his mind started to race. If he is truly a master of both combat and tactics, then this kind of genius is definitely a designated recruit for Tianyin Academy. And if we were caught by their security team today, or if we were injured in any other way, if Tianyin Academy comes knocking on our door by then, the matter will definitely be very serious. The security team was becoming more and more frightened the more they thought about it. He then forced himself to remain calm, looked at Lin Hao, and asked tentatively, "Boy, what are you doing in the Imperial City?" Although Lin Hao felt strange about the security captain's sudden question, he replied, "To take part in the assessment of Tianyin Academy." Really? Hearing Lin Hao's answer, the security captain's heart sank, and he became more certain of his previous guess. What to do? The security captain was suddenly a little panicked and had no time to curry favor with the fat lady. After all, Tianyin Academy is a military academy that even the royal family is wary of. What does a small Zhou family count for? What's more, he is the security captain with no background in the imperial capital. I just remembered that the city defense office has an urgent order to withdraw the troops immediately. With his mind racing, the security captain found a way out for himself, then mounted his horse and rode away first. Urgent order? The patrolmen's faces suddenly changed. However, since it was an urgent order from the city defense office, they did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. They all took action immediately and followed the security captain. Looking at the security team leaving, the onlookers present were all stunned. They never expected that the development of the matter would be beyond the expectations of all of them. The fat lady was also standing there in a daze, not knowing what to do. Good luck. Lin Hao raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Although he didn't know what the urgent order meant, this result would not be bad for him. Country bumpkin, don't think this matter is over. If you don't hand over the parrot, you will not be able to gain a foothold in Yinqing, let alone Tianyin Academy. Then, the fat lady came to her senses, stretched out a fat finger, and pointed at Lin Hao threateningly. Faced with that arrogant tone, Lin Hao looked indifferent and walked over slowly. When he reached the side of the fat lady, he exerted force with his palm and swung it out violently. There was a crisp sound of "pa," and the fat woman was beaten so hard that her hair was disheveled and she sat on the ground, with blood in her mouth and several teeth spit out. "You dare to hit me? My husband is an official in the Ministry of Revenue. You are dead." However, the fat lady still had a resentful look on her face as she spoke tremblingly. Noisy, Lin Hao kicked that fat belly again, causing her to howl like a ghost and unable to curse anymore. Although he does not advocate beating women, he has to beat such ugly and mischievous people. Seeing that Lin Hao actually beat Mrs. Zhu twice, the onlookers were stunned at first, and then they all applauded. Living at the bottom of society, they usually have to swallow their anger when facing these powerful people. Especially this fat woman. Her bad character has long been well known in the city. Seeing him being beaten so badly, most people felt refreshed and relieved. At this time, Lin Hao had already taken Xiao Bai and Sibao away from the crowd. After turning a corner, they disappeared. Today's incident is not serious, but also made him re-examine his own positioning, whether in Tianwu City or the imperial capital Yinqing. If a person has no power or influence, he will be bullied wherever he goes. Only when you become truly strong and have control over power will everyone who sees you be respectful. Lin Hao remained silent along the way to the restaurant. Little did he know that deep in his heart, a seed of ambition had begun to sprout and was quietly growing. Chapter 54. Impacting the Third Spiritual Vein. It was already evening when we returned to the hotel room. I have to say that Ziyi treated him very well indeed. This guest room was considered to be of a relatively high-end grade in the restaurant. Whether it is decoration or other supplies, they're all top-notch products. Even the mattresses are made of animal skins, such as tigers and leopards, which makes them very comfortable to sit on. Lin Hao simply washed up and sat cross-legged on the bed. His mental power probed into the space ring, and with a flash of light, 10 boxes of Lingyang stones suddenly appeared on the floor in front of the bed. Open. Under Lin Hao's order, Sibao and Xiaobai immediately opened all the boxes. The scarlet Lingyang stone suddenly covered the light in the room with a layer of red light, and the temperature also increased slightly. Absorbing all of these Ling Yang stones should be enough for me to break through to the third-level warrior. Looking at the thousands of Ling Yang stones in front of him, Lin Hao licked his lips, feeling his blood boiling. Lin Hao stopped daydreaming immediately. Since it was his first time absorbing Ling Yang stone, he didn't dare to take too much at once. First, he asked Sibao to bring a Ling Yang stone and then held it in his palm. As his mind moved at will, an extremely pure spiritual power suddenly surged into his palms and rushed straight into the tendons and veins in his body. Perhaps it was because the Ling Yang stone was mixed with a trace of fire power. So Lin Hao felt that his tendons and veins were a little warm under the infusion of spiritual power. Lin Hao immediately controlled this spiritual power to temper his body, but before it circulated once, it was already consumed. The Ling Yang stone in his palm was dim, without any spiritual energy fluctuations, and had turned into an ordinary stone. With a slight pinch of the palm, it instantly turned into a ball of powder. It seems that one is a little too little. After trying it, Lin Hao felt that there was no danger and directly increased it tenfold. 10 Ling Yang stones. Boom! The spiritual energy in Lin Hao's palms surged out, forming a vortex of air, which suddenly drew out all the spiritual power from the 10 Ling Yang stones. In an instant, an extremely powerful spiritual power suddenly rushed into the body, like a red-hot current, quickly flowing to Lin Hao's tendons, veins, and internal organs. In this process of tempering, Lin Hao's body functions were constantly improving and strengthening. Finally, after all the limbs and bones circulated once, the remaining spiritual energy poured into the 2 spiritual veins. As long as these 2 spiritual veins are filled to fullness, they can impact the 3rd spiritual vein. In this way, Lin Hao patiently absorbed and tempered the energy in this cycle. With the blessing of the ultimate cultivation talent, the speed at which he absorbed spiritual energy was not only fast, but also unimpeded. Similarly, the number of Ling Yang stones extracted by Lin Hao also increased from 10 to 20, 30, 50. Time passed slowly, and the 10 boxes of Ling Yang stones were being consumed at a visible rate. When the sky outside the window began to brighten, all 10 boxes of Ling Yang stones had been squandered. At this moment, Lin Hao's skin was red, and his body was filled with a layer of light red light, and his spiritual energy was surging. This sign clearly showed that the 2 spiritual veins in his body had reached a state of extreme fullness. If you don't release it, you might as well add a spiritual vein to accommodate the energy. Then his body would burst like a balloon, unable to bear the pressure, which would be very dangerous. Lin Hao's heart trembled slightly, and without any hesitation, he mobilized all his spiritual power and rushed towards the barrier of the 3rd spiritual vein like a surging tide. Boom! Under this tsunami-like impact, the invisible barrier instantly began to crack. Lin Hao gathered his strength and mobilized his spiritual power again to charge forward violently. Pa! As if a sound of paper being pierced was heard, the barrier of the 3rd spiritual vein was ultimately unable to withstand Lin Hao's powerful impact, and finally merged with the previous 2 spiritual veins. In an instant, the originally abundant spiritual power finally found an outlet, and like a bully forcing a bow, it rushed into the 3rd spiritual vein. At this point, Lin Hao's strength has reached a higher level and reached the level of a 3rd-level warrior. As the spiritual power flowed through him, Lin Hao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. His skin returned to its normal color, and the feeling of heat was no longer so intense. Moreover, with the opening of the 3rd spiritual vein, Lin Hao discovered that the amount of spiritual energy that his body could absorb had increased several times compared to before. This situation is not difficult to understand with Lin Hao's current understanding of martial arts. If spiritual energy is water, then the spiritual vein is like a water tank. The larger the water tank, the more spiritual power it can naturally hold. This is the difference between low-level warriors and high-level warriors. When 2 people fight, even if they have the same martial arts, the strength of their spiritual energy will inevitably lead to completely different power. Of course, there's another factor that determines success or failure, and that is the tempering of the physical body. For example, the physical strength of one is similar to that of an egg, and the other is that of an iron egg. The 2 sides collided with each other, and the result was predictable. Looking at the bright sky outside the window, Lin Hao smiled and said with emotion, "It is true that time does not exist in cultivation. Before I knew it, another night has passed. Master, it's not one night, it's been 2 nights. Zhao flapped his wings and flew to Lin Hao's shoulder, shaking his head and saying, I'm almost fainting from hunger. And me, the little white ape, also pointed to his stomach. The little belly even cooperated by making a gurgling sound. 2 days. Hearing this, Lin Hao was slightly stunned. He never expected that time would pass even faster than he imagined. From this point of view, if we calculate the time, today is the day for Tianyin Academy's admissions examination. If we miss it, the mission will be aborted prematurely. I'm afraid that even a monthly salary of tens of millions will be gone. Lin Hao ran out of the guest room without even washing up, but suddenly found his feet numb and weak. He hasn't eaten for 2 days and needs to replenish his energy. What's more, the examinations of Tianyin Academy must be extremely physically demanding. Therefore, when Lin Hao set out, he hurriedly bought 3 roasted chickens at the restaurant and ate them while walking along the way. Xiaobai and Zhao also held the roasted chicken and ate it with great relish. The strange eating habits of this man and 2 beasts attracted a lot of attention along the way to Tianyin Academy. Fortunately, the pet backpack has a function to automatically feed the pet, which saves me the trouble. Lin Hao felt quite relieved, and the expenses were not expensive, only 100 taels a day. Otherwise, you have to get the wolf spiders, kung fu flies, and fire scale tigers out to eat. When 1 person and 5 beasts gather together, the scene will be even more bizarre. But these are small things. What made Lin Hao secretly thankful was that the assessment time did not seem to have officially started. Because at this moment, the vast majority of people from all over the Great Yin Dynasty have just set off. Almost all the young people on the street were heading in the same direction, gradually gathering into a dense flow of people. Lin Hao was no exception. He joined a large team and rushed towards the city gate in full swing. However, at this time, the team's progress seemed to have slowed down a lot. What's going on? Why is there a team of city defense soldiers checking the city gate? Is there a wanted criminal? Bullshit. Why check at this time instead of earlier? It's simply wasting our time for the assessment. For a moment, there were many impatient shouts in the team. But facing the city defense soldiers, they did not dare to act rashly. After all, they would be allowed to pass as long as they passed the inspection. It would just take a little longer. Chapter 55, Zhao Linger appears. Hearing the discussions of the crowd in front, Lin Hao frowned slightly. Zhao, fly up and see what's going on. Lin Hao gave an order, and Zhao immediately flapped its wings and flew up. As the vision was shared, Lin Hao soon saw that there was indeed a group of city defense soldiers checking passersby at the city gate. Moreover, their target is very clear. They specifically target young people who are taking the Tianyin Academy assessment. At the same time, there was a fat woman next to him with a white ribbon tied on her face. It was Mrs. Zhu who was beaten by him 2 days ago. This is not it. That's not it either. Keep investigating. Even if we don't catch that brat, we must not let him take part in the Tianyin Academy's assessment. She sat in the sedan chair, pointing at the person being inspected, her eyes full of resentment. Ever since she was beaten that day, she was so angry that she strangled all her pets to death. She even waited until today to use her mother's family's power in the city defense army to capture Lin Hao in the name of a wanted criminal and vent her anger. It was that fat pig. When he saw who the culprit was, a hint of coldness appeared on Lin Hao's face. If I had known that this fat woman would use this trick, I should have beaten her until her eyes were swollen and she couldn't see. What now? Lin Hao's mind raced. If he forced his way in, things would probably get worse and worse, and he might even get into more trouble. But if he didn't leave the city, he would most likely lose the qualification for the assessment of Tianyin Academy, and the mission would be aborted. Huh, that parrot. Just as Lin Hao was hesitating, Mrs. Zhu inadvertently looked up and immediately spotted the 4 treasures that had just flown overhead for inspection. Her eyes suddenly widened a little, and she recognized Zhao at once. The wanted criminal with gray pupils is behind us. Catch him. Madame Zhu's entire flesh mountain stood up with a shout, and after looking far away from the height, she quickly found Lin Hao in the crowd and immediately shouted at the top of her voice. Dozens of sentinels looked stern and suddenly drew out their swords. Superior. Immediately, their lineup rushed over quickly with great force. Seeing that the situation was not good, Lin Hao turned around and tried to escape. However, at this moment, a group of city defense soldiers suddenly appeared at the surrounding street corners, rushed towards the crowd from all directions, and directly surrounded Lin Hao. There is no doubt that this group of city defense soldiers have been lurking nearby, waiting for their prey to appear. Lin Hao frowned. It seemed that the only option now was to force his way in. If I get caught, I will definitely be charged with a trumped-up crime, and I won't know how badly that fat pig will torture me. Hide. I wonder where you can hide. Ouch. Mrs. Zhu came over with an excited look on her face, but she laughed too hard and her face suddenly felt painful. She covered her fat face, stared at Lin Hao with extremely resentful eyes, and shouted angrily, "You beat my beautiful face like this. If you fall in my hands today, I will torture you to death." Hearing the word beautiful face, the young candidates around, as well as the group of city defense soldiers, almost all twitched their lips slightly and almost couldn't help laughing. At this point, they finally understood what was going on. It turned out that this fat woman was beaten up by someone, so she used her power to cause such a thing. Thinking of this, the candidates suddenly felt dissatisfied. I originally thought it was an investigation into a wanted criminal, so it would just waste time, so I just endured it. But in the end, it turned out to be just a personal grudge, which is simply too much. Most of those present were geniuses from their respective regions. They were proud and arrogant, and the more they thought about it, the angrier they became. In addition to them, the group of city defense soldiers also looked stunned at this time. Before this, they also did not know the truth. They only knew that they had been ordered by their superiors to cooperate with Madame Zhu to check the candidates participating in Tianyan Academy at the city gate and arrest the wanted criminals among them. Unexpectedly, the result turned out to be like this. This damn fat woman made us waste our energy. What are you still standing there for? Catch him now. Madame Zhu gave orders in a high-handed manner, shouting, "Cut off his tendons first. Don't let him escape." Facing Madame Zhu's order, the middle-aged leader of the city defense soldiers frowned. If it weren't for the order from his superiors, he would have walked away long ago. But if you ignore it, it will be a violation of orders and you will be demoted. As his mind changed, the middle-aged team leader snorted angrily and had to obey the order with an unhappy look on his face. "All soldiers, listen up. Arrest him." "Stop." The middle-aged leader had just said half of his words when a clear and tender shout suddenly rang out from the crowd. Then, everyone saw a woman in blue walking out. That stunningly beautiful face immediately caught the eyes of most men. Lin Hao, who was about to summon the fire scale tiger to break into the city gate, immediately gave up the idea. Immediately, he controlled Sibao's gaze and looked at the woman in blue. He was startled, and his expression instantly became complicated. Because this beautiful woman was his wife, Zhao Linger. As city defense soldiers, you were supposed to protect the safety of the imperial capital, but you neglected your important duties because of others' abuse of power. Zhao Linger looked at the city defense soldiers with her clear eyes and said in a cold voice, "If there really is a wanted criminal escaping into the city at this moment and causing an attack, can you afford it?" Hearing this, the middle-aged leader and the city defense soldiers all looked a little stern. Whether it was Zhao Linger's beauty or her words, they couldn't muster the slightest desire to refute and even felt secretly ashamed. "Good wife." Lin Hao raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't expect that Zhao Linger would come forward to help him. "What nonsense are you talking about, you little bitch? Be careful, or I'll tear your stinky mouth apart." Mrs. Zhu's fat face turned red and she cursed angrily. Zhao Linger glanced at the fat woman coldly. Then her slender fingers danced quickly, and in the blink of an eye she outlined a water blue rune. "It's foggy." A clear chant was heard, and the blue rune instantly turned into a ball of water mist, swirling to the sky above Mrs. Zhu's head, and then heavy rain began to fall. Although the rain was not aggressive, the bean-sized drops of water still felt extremely uncomfortable when they hit my body. "Water, so much water, oh." Mrs. Zhu looked terrified and ran and screamed. However, no matter where she ran, the mist above her head would follow her like a tracker. "Water mage." The middle-aged team leader and others' faces changed slightly, and they stared at Zhao Linger in surprise. "What are you doing? You are a bunch of good-for-nothings. Hurry up and catch that damn girl." Mrs. Zhu was furious and shouted at the city defense soldiers. "Ignore her, let's withdraw." The middle-aged team leader snorted coldly, then led the team to disperse and return to their respective posts. When Mrs. Zhu saw that the city defense soldiers had actually run away, her whole body froze. She was so panicked that she didn't dare to stay here any longer. She quickly moved her big butt and ran farther and farther in the mist. Chapter 56, The Flower Has a Master. Where's this girl from? She's so amazing. The water spell she cast just now, with that pure spiritual power fluctuation, shows that she is at least a 4th-level magician. Tisk, tisk, she's beautiful and smart. She's really smart as hell. Seeing that Zhao Linger solved the problem in just 2 or 3 moves, the young heroes who were watching all stared at her with burning eyes. There were even some shameless people who came up and tried to strike up a conversation. However, Zhao Linger remained unmoved and turned towards Lin Hao. "Why are you here?" Zhao Linger asked. She was surprised that Lin Hao appeared here. After all, Tianwu City is quite a distance away from the imperial capital, but Lin Hao, a blind man, can reach here. "We had an agreement. How can I not come?" Lin Hao smiled indifferently and didn't say anything. "Agreement? What agreement?" Hearing the conversation between Lin Hao and Zhao Linger, the young people around were stunned and couldn't help but become curious. Only then did they realize that the two knew each other. Thinking of this, everyone began to envy Lin Hao for being able to meet such a beautiful woman. "If you mean it, then it's up to you." Zhao Linger frowned slightly. She naturally knew what the agreement Lin Hao was talking about was. She had said at the beginning that as long as Lin Hao passed the assessment of Tianyin Academy, they would not get divorced. This requirement, if you are a capable genius, is almost easy to fulfill. But in Zhao Linger's opinion, even if Lin Hao really has the talent and skills in animal taming, the hope is slim. Because the assessment of Tianyin Academy is mainly based on personal strength, rather than relying on the power of pets. Therefore, there is no hope at all. Their marriage will eventually end here. "In that case, let's go together." Lin Hao smiled and suggested. Although he had no feelings for this wife who had never entered the bridal chamber with him, Lin Hao felt a little fond of her because she had dared to come forward to help him just now. "Go together?" Zhao Linger looked at Lin Hao puzzledly. "I'm blind. Do you think I know the way to Tianyin Academy?" Lin Hao spread his hands and said deliberately, "I asked you to go with me. Of course it's to help me lead the way. Is there any other meaning?" Hearing this, Zhao Linger's face was stunned. She was undoubtedly being confronted and couldn't say anything back. "Okay, follow me." In order to make Lin Hao admit defeat sincerely, she had no choice but to nod and choose to help him again. After saying that, Zhao Linger turned around and was about to walk toward the city gate when she suddenly felt a hand on her shoulder. "What are you going to do?" Her body trembled slightly, and she suddenly turned around and looked at Lin Hao behind her. There seemed to be a hint of shyness in her cold eyes. There is no doubt that this dirty hand belongs to Lin Hao. "If I don't hold you down, how can I tell which direction you're going?" Lin Hao asked back confidently. This kid actually... What is the relationship between him and that beautiful lady? When they saw Lin Hao's hand on Zhao Linger's shoulder, the young men's eyes widened. That ambiguous action undoubtedly made them full of envy and a hint of jealousy. Faced with the strange looks around her, Zhao Linger felt both ashamed and angry. "Take this." Then she bit her red lips and took out a blue belt from the space ring. Lin Hao knew when to stop and held the other end of the belt, letting Zhao Linger lead the way. Just like that, under the gaze of everyone, Lin Hao was led out of the city gate by Zhao Linger. "TSK, it turns out to be a blind man. I thought he was some kind of person." "What? A blind man wants to take part in the Tianyin Academy exam. How bizarre." "It's more than just bizarre. It can be said to be the first case in the history of Tianyin Academy's admissions examination, huh?" When they found out that Lin Hao was blind, the crowd was undoubtedly shocked. Amid the surprise discussions, there was undisguised contempt and ridicule. After the little episode, everyone dispersed with little interest. Those young candidates also swarmed out of the city gate and ran towards the back mountain outside the city. That is where Tianyin Academy is located. A journey of 100 miles may seem far for an ordinary person, but those who can come here to participate in the assessment are all young talents with some skills. During this run, almost no one stopped to rest, as everyone was in great physical condition. Along the way, under the guidance of Zhao Linger, Lin Hao felt extremely comfortable and even turned off the shared vision of the 4 treasures. In an instant, Lin Hao's eyes fell into darkness, and he quietly enjoyed the strange feeling of being led by his beautiful wife. "I'm very curious. How did you come to the imperial capital?" Suddenly, Lin Hao heard Zhao Linger's questioning voice in front of him. After Lin Hao pondered for a while, he casually said, "As long as you have money, you can do anything. I hired a carriage." Zhao Linger looked calm and said calmly, "Is money really that important? Some more precious things cannot be bought with any amount of money." Hearing this, Lin Hao's heart moved slightly, feeling as if there was something else behind the words. It seems that what Zhao Linger really pursues is not the so-called money and material things, but a higher level of formalism. It's like the pinnacle of martial arts. Or maybe it's love. Neither of these two things can be obtained by having money. Lin Hao discovered that as they communicated, he began to understand Zhao Linger's thoughts. And today can be said to be the time when the two of them chatted the most since they met. No wonder they want to get a divorce. Lin Hao suddenly understood. After all, their marriage tied together the interests of the two families. Now that she has access to a wider world with the help of the Tianyan Academy platform, Zhao Linger naturally does not want to be bound by the so-called monetary interests anymore. Money is not everything, but without money, nothing is possible. Lin Hao smiled calmly and expressed his opinion. In his previous life, his family was not wealthy, and he had to calculate before buying anything. Not to mention if he caught a cold or got sick, he could only wait for a few days to recover. And now, because of the God-level evolved animal system, people are more urgent and eager for money. So in Lin Hao's opinion, given his current situation, he would definitely be back to square one if he didn't have money. Vulgar. Hearing Lin Hao's words, Zhao Linger said coldly. Lin Hao curled his lips and retorted, "As the daughter of the Zhao family, you've been living a life of luxury since childhood, so naturally you don't know the importance of money." Zhao Linger also asked back, "Is your Lin family very poor?" "It's not poor." Lin Hao's voice suddenly became low. "But if you were to experience what I experienced once, you would understand." Hearing this, Zhao Linger's heart trembled slightly. Suddenly, she stopped and turned to look at Lin Hao. Yes, if she put herself in the other's shoes and experienced Lin Hao's dark and often ridiculed life, her inner world would probably have collapsed long ago. Now that I think about it, Lin Hao might be the person who was hurt the most in this marriage. But this guy always faced it strong and never showed any frustration. While Zhao Linger was stunned, she didn't know that Lin Hao had now closed the vision shared with Sibao. She had no idea that she suddenly stopped and bumped into him head-on. Since Zhao Linger has a pair of long legs, her height is almost the same as Lin Hao. Therefore, when they collided, their mouths were pressed tightly together. When their lips touched, Lin Hao suddenly felt something soft, and there was a very pleasant fragrance. Zhao Linger opened her beautiful eyes wide and stared at the man's face so close to her. Suddenly her whole body froze, and she stood there in a daze. Could it be? Lin Hao noticed something was wrong and immediately turned on the shared vision of the four treasures. For a moment, Lin Hao saw himself and Zhao Linger kissing each other from the perspective of a third party. The scene was extremely shocking. Looking at Zhao Linger's lips that were as pink as rose petals, Lin Hao was stunned. Totally unexpectedly, he actually kissed Zhao Linger. "What are you doing?" At this time, Zhao Linger finally reacted. She suddenly stepped back, staring at Lin Hao with a flushed face, her voice filled with uncontrollable shame and anger. Lin Hao licked his lips, feeling somewhat unsatisfied, but still spread his hands and said, "How should I know? Who told you to stop suddenly?" After hearing this, Zhao Linger suddenly felt guilty. Her fair face became redder as the shame and anger in her heart grew stronger and then spread to her ears and neck. That expression made her look like a fresh flower, beautiful and charming. The young candidates around who witnessed the scene just now couldn't help but be stunned. Obviously, he had never expected that a blind man could take advantage of a beautiful woman. Hateful. I have good-looking features and am a handsome man, so why don't I have such a good encounter? In an instant, most of them were beating their chests and stamping their feet, holding almost the same thoughts and being extremely jealous. That expression was as if he wanted to poke out his own eyes and then get a kiss from Zhao Linger. Zhao Linger bit her red lips, glared at Lin Hao fiercely, then turned around and continued on her way, but her speed increased a lot. She was feeling angry and ashamed at the moment. She was distracted by Lin Hao's words and lost her first kiss for no reason. It's like getting back some interest. Looking at Zhao Linger's shameful and angry back, Lin Hao grinned and couldn't help feeling secretly happy. Since the four treasures' shared vision had been turned on, he was able to keep up with Zhao Linger's fast walking speed. About half an hour later, a large group of people finally arrived at the foot of the back mountain. Tianyan Academy is built on the mountain, and its architectural layout is like a small city. The outer wall was extremely tall and majestic, extending to the end of the site. A majestic aura enveloped the entire martial arts palace, making people feel daunted. Lin Hao stood beside Zhao Linger. It was only around 8 o'clock, but tens of thousands of people had already gathered here. At first glance, people's heads were moving. At the end in front of the crowd, there was a continuous stone staircase that was 100 meters long. At the top of the stone stairs stands an ancient giant stone gate, majestic and imposing. Looking at the huge door on the stairs, the young candidates who rushed here had burning eyes and faces full of longing. This is because as long as one steps through that gate, one can become a student of Tianyin Academy, obtain the martial arts resources that have been passed down for thousands of years, and reach great heights in one step. As everyone waited anxiously, time passed slowly. The assessment specialist of Tianyin Academy has never appeared. Everyone's originally tense mood gradually relaxed as they waited. Wife, do you know what the Tianyin Academy assessment is? When Lin Hao was extremely bored, he started a flirt with Zhao Linger. Shut up. Zhao Linger frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "Don't call me that." But that's the way it is. Lin Hao remained silent, seeming to enjoy irritating Zhao Linger more and more. At this time, without Zhao Linger's explanation, Lin Hao heard some relevant information from the conversations of the people around him. It is said that the first hurdle of each assessment is to walk up the stone stairs in front. Yes, as long as you can finish the journey within one stick of incense, you will be considered to have successfully passed and can enter the gate of Tianyin Academy. It actually takes an incense stick of time. I can climb the staircase in less than half an incense stick of time. Tisk, if the Tianyin Academy's assessment was so easy to pass, there wouldn't be so many people eliminated every year. Besides, after passing this level, there are more difficult assessments to come. While waiting, everyone couldn't help but talk to kill time. The first hurdle is to climb the stone stairs. With the help of Bao's vision, Lin Hao looked at the stone staircase with only 1,000 steps, thinking about something. Is there some mechanism in the stone stairs? Zhao Linger blinked her beautiful eyes and asked in a low voice. As far as I know, there is an earth rune formation at the bottom of this stone staircase, which has the effect of suppressing gravity. Once you climb the stairs, it will be difficult to move forward. At this time, a young man with long hair came over and stood directly next to Zhao Linger. He had a handsome face, holding a white paper fan in his hand, and wearing a white robe, he looked very elegant. Next to him, there were two young candidates who were like his younger brothers. Earth Rune Array. Zhao Linger was stunned. She didn't expect that this was only the first level, and it was so difficult. In this regard, she couldn't help but secretly feel fortunate that she was an internally recruited member and did not need to take any assessment. Lin Hao released a wisp of mental power to sense it, and indeed found that there was a strong fluctuation of spiritual energy in the stone stairs. That energy aura was exactly the same as the gravity armor on his body. Apparently, just as the young man in white said, there was a gravity formation contained in the stone stairs. Hello, my name is Li Chongfeng. May I ask your name, young lady? The young man in white raised a smile on his face and attempted to talk to Zhao Linger, completely ignoring Lin Hao beside him. Zhao Linger. Zhao Linger had obviously encountered this situation many times. She pursed her lips slightly, not seeming rude, but not seeming too intimate either. The sense of scale is quite good. Zhao Linger, a nice name. Li Chongfeng clapped the paper fan in his hand and exclaimed with a smile. That expression did not hide the admiration in his eyes at all. Master, master, someone is seducing your wife. At this moment, Bao's strange cry suddenly sounded, and he seemed to be flapping his wings intentionally. Wife! Hearing this, Li Chongfeng's eyes darkened slightly, and he finally looked straight at Lin Hao next to him, his brows slightly frowned. Obviously, he was quite unhappy that this beautiful woman was already taken. Chapter 57 Gravity Test. With Bao's intervention, Zhao Linger's expression became a little stern. She couldn't help but look at the parrot on Lin Hao's shoulder, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. During this journey, she never heard Bao call out. I thought it was an ordinary parrot, but I didn't expect it to speak fluent human language. Moreover, her IQ seems to be quite high, as she actually knows that she is Lin Hao's wife. However, Zhao Linger did not refute this time. There is no need for her to explain her relationship with Lin Hao to Li Chongfeng, an outsider. However, Li Chongfeng's reaction was extremely sensitive. He turned his gaze to Lin Hao and looked at him curiously for a few seconds, and found that the latter's pupils were gray and lifeless. He looked like a blind man. If Zhao Linger is really this guy's wife, it would be such a waste of talent. After staring at Lin Hao for a while, Li Chongfeng couldn't help but ask, I just heard this parrot say that Miss Zhao is your wife?" Lin Hao looked indifferent and deliberately said, "We got married in a formal ceremony and worshipped the heaven and earth." Hearing this, Zhao Linger, who was standing aside, had a cold expression on her face, which was slightly moved. The scene of kissing Lin Hao before suddenly emerged in her mind, and somehow, she suddenly felt a little shy. Now, apart from the wedding night, there should be physical intimacy, and both parties seem to have experienced it. Thinking of this, Zhao Linger's fair face couldn't help but turn red. That cold and beautiful face with a hint of shyness made Li Changfeng's heart flutter, and then he felt a strong sense of jealousy. Because the change in Zhao Linger's expression at this moment undoubtedly verified what Lin Hao said, that the two were indeed husband and wife. How can I let someone get there first when I have my eye on my prey? A chill suddenly appeared in Li Changfeng's eyes, and he felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. In his opinion, how could a beauty like Zhao Linger be taken away by a blind man? If she is to be a match, she must be a match for him, a young hero with regular features and noble family background. How can a useless blind man be qualified to enjoy beauty? "Hey brother, where are you from?" Li Changfeng smiled indifferently and asked tentatively. Although he was jealous of Lin Hao's affair, he felt that for a blind man to marry such a beautiful wife, his family background was likely to be strong. Therefore, we must find out clearly first. If you don't have a powerful family background, it will be much easier. Tianwu City, Lin Hao. Lin Hao has experienced 2 lives and has met countless people, so how could he not see Li Changfeng's little thoughts? He shook his head and laughed secretly in his heart. With such a beautiful wife by his side, it seemed that he would have many rivals in love in the future in Tianyin Academy. Tianwu City, it turns out to be the northern region of our great Yan dynasty. Hearing this, Li Changfeng's eyes suddenly lit up. Although there's an ancient martial arts family in a tiny place like Tianwu City, the foundation of that third-rate family cannot be compared with their Li family. "I see your eyes are lifeless and gray." Li Changfeng looked at Lin Hao and said with a half-smile, "Could he be born blind?" Lin Hao did not answer, which was considered as his consent. Seeing this, Li Changfeng thought that Lin Hao was so inferior that he couldn't speak, and the smile on his lips became more contemptuous. "He is indeed a blind man, God help me. As far as I know, there has never been a blind person coming to take the exam at Tianyin Academy since its establishment. You can be said to be the first case." Although Li Changfeng's words were polite, they were filled with undisguised sarcasm. Hearing this, Zhao Linger frowned slightly. In the past, she would not care at all how others ridiculed Lin Hao. But today, for some reason, I felt a little angry in my heart. "What's wrong with me?" Zhao Linger suddenly reacted and felt quite surprised. Little did she know that after her first kiss was accidentally taken away by Lin Hao on the journey, a quiet change was taking place in her cold heart. Faced with Li Changfeng's sarcasm, Lin Hao ignored him. He then looked at Zhao Linger and said with a faint smile, "Linger, it seems a bit noisy here. Let's go wait somewhere else." "Good." Zhao Linger nodded slightly and followed Lin Hao like an obedient young wife. Obviously, she also had no good feelings towards Li Changfeng. How dare this blind man ignore me? A trace of anger emerged on Li Changfeng's face. "Brother Feng, it's such a pity that such a beautiful woman is already taken." Next to him, a younger brother shook his head and sighed, saying regretfully, "A beautiful flower has an owner, but it can also change owners." Li Changfeng narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at Zhao Linger's graceful back with a burning gaze, and sneered, "How can the woman I like escape from my palm?" The younger brother obviously saw through Li Changfeng's thoughts and said with a lewd smile, "Brother Feng, I just happen to have 1 ecstasy pill left. The woman I played with last time was an ecstasy." A hint of coldness flashed in Li Changfeng's eyes, and he said in a low voice, "Well, after this assessment, first check the background of Zhao Linger, and then take action. Brother Feng, please rest assured, I understand all of this." The younger brother seemed to be very experienced and laughed. At this time, Lin Hao had already walked to the front, the area closest to the stone stairs. Zhao Linger followed quietly behind. Since the assessment of Tianyin Academy has not officially started yet, even if she is selected as an admitted member, she still has to wait with the others. During this trip, she was very careful and attentive, and suddenly discovered that Lin Hao was able to move easily among the crowd without any collision with others. Walking like this is just like a normal person. Is it by sound positioning? Zhao Linger blinked her beautiful eyes and suddenly thought of this unique skill of a blind person. She had heard before that some blind people were very powerful and could judge the slightest movement around them, and thus accurately determine their location. And now it seems that Lin Hao has mastered that skill and has reached the level of perfection. No wonder he came to take the test so confidently. It turns out he has learned some skills. Zhao Linger stared at Lin Hao's angular profile from the corner of her eye, imagining complicated thoughts in her mind. Little did he know that Lin Hao was currently using Si Bao's eyes to admire her curvaceous figure. Clank! At this moment, a loud bell suddenly rang from the Tianyan Academy in the mountains. Upon hearing the bell, the expressions of tens of thousands of candidates present suddenly froze. The originally noisy scene suddenly became quiet. Then, countless gazes, almost at the same time, were all directed towards the gate at the top of the stone stairs. But I saw two figures standing there, a man and a woman. Both of them were wearing the instructor uniforms of Tianyan Academy and had a strong aura. I believe you have all been waiting for a long time. Welcome to participate in the Tianyan Academy's 3-year enrollment examination. The male mentor on the left had a strong and powerful voice, and with the blessing of spiritual energy, it was clearly heard by everyone. I am the examiner for this assessment. My name is Wu Qi. The male instructor laughed and said, "Those who have been selected as internal recruits do not need to take the test. Please go up the ladder and register first." As the voice fell, the crowd began to stir. Then, one after another, young and talented people with noble bearing walked out under the envious gazes of many candidates. "You're on your own." Before leaving, Zhao Linger left Lin Hao with these words, the meaning of which was vague. "Don't worry, just wait for me." Lin Hao smiled calmly and replied in the same simple way. The number of members that Tianyan Academy has decided to recruit this time is not many, only over 100. However, these people are geniuses specially selected by Tianyan Academy. Each of them has reached the level of advanced cultivation talent. Next, as Zhao Linger and others completed their registration with the female instructor, the assessment of Lin Hao and other candidates officially began. The male instructor glanced at the crowd below and said in a deep voice, "I won't say any more nonsense. Candidates who can climb the stone stairs within 1 incense stick will pass the first round of the assessment. Due to the limited space on the stone staircase, each assessment is divided into teams of 200 people. The first 100 people who reach the top will advance directly, and the rest will be eliminated. Also, the rules are infinite." At the end, the male tutor's tone seemed to become somewhat meaningful. Hearing this, everyone felt a chill in their hearts, and their faces turned strange. Doesn't the so-called infinite rules mean that you can play freely and even use some tricks when climbing the ladder? Thinking of this, everyone looked at the other candidates around them with some vigilance. The atmosphere in the field also became more and more weird at this moment. Afterwards, many candidates began to move around and form teams consciously. Soon, dozens of teams were lined up. Lin Hao was standing at the front in the first assessment team. The two examiners nodded secretly. Judging from the current situation, the overall quality of the candidates this year is slightly better than in previous years. However, the strength still needs to be tested to be judged. 1 incense stick is enough, and the test begins. As soon as the words fell, the team in the front where Lin Hao was suddenly in an uproar. "Go!" Almost instantly, the first group of teams rushed towards the stone steps, shouting, and the scene was extremely exciting. The distance was more than 10 meters, and everyone quickly ran to the stone stairs. Buzz! However, the moment someone stepped into the stone staircase area, the rune formation hidden in the stone staircase suddenly activated, as if a mechanism had been triggered. The spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth began to vibrate violently. Immediately afterwards, a powerful gravitational pressure came over them in an instant. Those guys who are strong and think they have good leg strength want to jump up several steps in one go. Unexpectedly, under the terrible pressure of gravity, he fell to the ground with a scream. Moreover, in the field of gravity formation, once you fall, it is much more difficult to stand up again. Lin Hao, who was at the end of the line, had already arrived in front of the stone stairs. The moment I stepped onto the first step of the stone staircase. Boom! Lin Hao suddenly felt his body sink, as if a huge rock suddenly pressed down on him, making it difficult for him to move. This feeling is exactly the same as the gravity armor on my body. God, it's so heavy. Si Bao originally stood on Lin Hao's shoulder with a strong and proud look, but he fell down under the pressure of gravity and let out a strange cry. Seeing that the situation was not good, Xiaobai immediately slipped back and climbed up a nearby big tree, intending to wait there. This gravity multiple is at least 10 times. Lin Hao, who had experience, quickly determined the multiples of gravity. The gravity armor he is currently wearing has only been adjusted to 5 times. After more than 10 days of adaptation, I can now move freely. But at this moment, with the addition of 10 times the gravity, it undoubtedly increased to 15 times. Lin Hao felt as if his whole body was stuck in a quagmire and was extremely heavy. The speed of the spiritual energy flowing in his body even slowed down a lot. It seems that this first level tests physical strength and endurance. Moreover, each team only has half of the quota, so the competition is quite fierce. Lin Hao saw that he had fallen far behind and was ranked at least 100 places behind. This ranking is definitely enough to get eliminated. Immediately, Lin Hao's mind moved, and under the guidance of his mental power, he removed the array talisman of the gravity armor on his body. At the same time, Zhao Linger, who was standing in the open space at the top of the stone stairs, kept her eyes on Lin Hao. When she found that Lin Hao was at the back, she shook her head secretly and sighed in her heart. This situation is not difficult to see. Their marriage will completely end with Lin Hao's elimination in this assessment. But at this moment, a miracle happened. Zhao Linger suddenly noticed that Lin Hao's speed in climbing the stone stairs had increased several times, and he began to overtake the candidates in front of him. How is that possible? Looking at the white figure quickly rising up the stone stairs, Zhao Linger's beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. In just a dozen breaths, Lin Hao surpassed dozens of candidates. If you go one step further, you will be able to secure a place in the next round. It's much easier to remove the formation with the gravity armor. Lin Hao raised the corner of his mouth and felt that the heaviness in his body was no longer as strong as before. Lin Hao couldn't help but feel secretly glad about this. Fortunately, when I was in Tianwu City, I asked a dwarf blacksmith to forge this gravity armor, which helped me train my body functions in advance. Otherwise, with his current strength as a level 3 warrior, it would not be so easy for him to stand out from these 200 candidates. The horizontal space of the stone stairs is not narrow and can accommodate more than 10 people climbing side by side at a time. At the beginning, everyone is arrogant and will climb the ladder based on their own abilities. However, under the suppression of the gravity formation, the group of people running in the front gradually showed signs of physical exhaustion. Seeing that the competitors behind them are about to catch up, they are not willing to see their ranking lowered or even eliminated. Therefore, at that moment, they drew on their spiritual energy with a ruthless look on their faces and used various martial arts to block it. The candidates at the back would naturally not sit still and wait for death, and they also began to attack the people in front of them. For a moment, the brutal competition in this ranking battle finally broke out on the stone stairs. Everyone started punching and kicking each other, and a fierce fight suddenly broke out. At this time, Lin Hao, who had just entered the top 100 level, originally planned to avoid conflicts as much as possible. But he found that on the left and right sides of the same row of stone stairs, there were 2 guys approaching him with sinister faces. Chapter 58, Testing the Steel. Master, there are enemies approaching. Bao called out twice hurriedly to remind him. It turned out to be them. Lin Hao suddenly discovered that the 2 guys approaching him on the same stairs were Li Changfeng, who had just tried to strike up a conversation with Zhao Linger, but failed. The other person is the younger brother beside Li Changfeng. Among these 2, Li Changfeng is obviously stronger, with the level of a 4th level warrior. But at this moment, seeing that they were approaching deliberately, they didn't have good intentions. Adong, kick him down. Li Changfeng curled his eyes, with a hint of gloom on his face. The younger brother understood what he meant, raised his foot hard, and kicked Lin Hao hard in the waist. In his opinion, for a blind man, coupled with the gravity pressure in the stone stairs, the chances of escaping were very slim. However, the next moment, Lin Hao moved to the right and easily avoided it by shifting his body sideways. What? As the kick missed, the younger brother suddenly lost his balance, fell to the ground with a scream, and rolled down several steps below. Even more unfortunate was that the candidates who came from behind did not slow down their climbing at all and simply stepped over each other. For a moment, the little brother's screams continued to sound and were soon drowned out by the crowd. Good for nothing. Can't even handle a blind man. Seeing this, Li Changfeng snorted angrily. Immediately, he turned his gaze and stared at Lin Hao gloomily, then punched him directly on the forehead. Lin Hao was prepared and punched out as well. Bang! The two fists collided, the forces counteracted each other, and suddenly a dull collision sound was heard. In a pure contest of strength, Lin Hao is not at all inferior to Li Changfeng. You really have some skills. You can actually detect my attack. A hint of surprise flashed across Li Changfeng's eyes. Obviously, he had never expected that not only would his punch be countered by Lin Hao, but he wouldn't even be able to gain the slightest advantage in terms of strength. This situation couldn't help but surprise him. However, just as Li Changfeng was stunned, Lin Hao took the opportunity and kicked him directly. Under normal circumstances, Li Changfeng could easily avoid this level of attack when he reacted. But now that he was in the gravity formation, his body's reaction speed was completely unable to keep up. When he was about to resist, Lin Hao's foot had already kicked over. And the place where he kicked was actually his crotch. Well, in an instant, Li Changfeng suddenly felt an extremely strong sensation in his lower body. Pain. The excruciating pain rushed through my body like the yellow river bursting its banks. Immediately afterwards, a scream of agony rang out. Hearing the screams, the attention of many candidates was drawn to it. But Li Changfeng had already fallen to the ground, covering his hips with his hands, and his curled-up body was twitching continuously. Hiss! Looking at this scene, the candidates on the stone stairs couldn't help but gasp. Even at the top of the stone stairs, the male instructor was secretly swallowing his saliva. No matter how strong a man is, his genitals will always be his most fatal weakness. Judging from Li Changfeng's miserable condition, Lin Hao's kick just now was extremely powerful, which would definitely affect the former's sexual happiness for the rest of his life, and he was completely ruined. Those pretty female candidates, including Zhao Linger, all lowered their heads slightly shyly. In this slightly feudal society, it is obviously difficult for them to remain calm when looking at such a sensitive part. That's so tragic, huh? Sibao stretched out his left wing and pretended to cover his eyes with it, looking as if he couldn't bear it. Its little face and its strange cry were full of gloating. If you dare to hit on my wife again, I will cut her off. Lin Hao's face was indifferent. He looked at Li Changfeng, who no longer had any fighting power, and said coldly. Immediately, he raised his foot and continued to climb the stairs as if nothing had happened. Moreover, his speed was a bit faster than before. The obstruction caused by these two guys just now has delayed us for some time, and we must make up for it as soon as possible. Lin Hao always kept a low profile and maintained his place in the top 100 for promotion. However, it was difficult for him not to stand out at this time. His vicious crotch-kicking move had already made the male candidates around him regard him as a ruthless man who should not be provoked. Seeing Lin Hao rushing over, their faces changed drastically, and they avoided him as if he were the god of plague. Noticing the strange looks around him, a hint of coldness appeared on Lin Hao's lips. This is exactly the deterrent effect he wants. Only in this way can those blind bastards know who they should not mess with. Then, when 2/3 of the incense stick had burned out, Lin Hao finally reached the top. He stood in the crowd with a calm expression, in stark contrast to the breathless candidates next to him. After all, I have been wearing the gravity armor for more than half a month, and except for washing, I've been carrying it with me almost every minute. Although the gravity formation of the stone stairs increased the force tenfold, this period of time had no significant impact on Lin Hao. He actually passed the first round of the test. Among the crowd of designated members, Zhao Linger's beautiful eyes flickered as she stared at Lin Hao not far away. Staring quietly at the young figure, Zhao Linger seemed to feel a slight wave of emotion deep in her heart. This fluctuation was not suppressed because Lin Hao passed the test. That feeling, on the contrary, is a little joyful. From the shared vision of the four treasures, Lin Hao naturally discovered that Zhao Linger was staring at him. However, in order to hide his abilities, Lin Hao always pretended not to know. After all, the trick of locating by sound is not that powerful. If you continue to show it off, it will surely be exposed. Next, dozens of teams taking the test also completed the gravity level of the stone stairs one after another. The first level is completely over. However, the number of candidates, which originally numbered more than 20,000, suddenly shrank by more than half. The elimination rate is equivalent to 50%, which is frighteningly high. No wonder there have always been rumors that the assessment at Tianyan Academy is very difficult. With this elimination rate, it is impossible to advance without solid skills. Lin Hao was thinking about this. The first level is to test physical fitness. What will the second level test be? Qian, it seems that there are some good talents in our Tianyin Academy this year. The male tutor looked at the candidates who passed the test with a deep gaze and smiled with satisfaction. Well, there is one that is quite interesting. The beautiful teacher chuckled and nodded, but her narrow eyes looked at Lin Hao not far away. Are you talking about that kid? The male tutor also looked over, and the image of Lin Hao's previous crotch kick suddenly appeared in his mind. The muscles at the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Although winning with that style of play is not glorious, it is also part of strength. If it's a real life and death fight, who will talk to you about morals and rules? Just use all the necessary moves and fight to the death. Have you noticed that his pupils seem to be a little abnormal? The beautiful tutor's voice was not loud, but when the male tutor heard it, he was startled. His gaze immediately turned back to Lin Hao's eyes and looked at him carefully. As he observed, a look of surprise gradually appeared on the male tutor's face, because he found that Lin Hao's eyes, apart from the color, had other parts that were completely different from those of normal people. If you look closely, you can see that the pair of pupils seem to be made up of countless gray and white tiny rings superimposed on each other, looking like a whirlpool. Gray-white pupils, could this be the legendary Samsara? The male instructor's throat rolled, and his mature, middle-aged face was filled with shock. What? Samsara? Hearing this, the beautiful tutor's face changed slightly, and she looked a little surprised. Originally, she just meant that Lin Hao was most likely born blind. Unexpectedly, such a result was obtained. This was totally beyond her expectations. Well, I'm just guessing. Let's see how he performs in the next assessment. The male instructor said in a slightly low voice, whether he passes the test or not, we must keep him first, and then let the palace master test it to confirm the truth. Good. The beautiful tutor nodded and also felt that this matter was of great importance. If this kid really has the legendary Rinnegan, then he will definitely be a great fortune for Tianyin Academy. First of all, congratulations to everyone for passing the first round of the test. Do you see this big door in front of you? Then, the male tutor changed his tone and said loudly to the many candidates, now, you are qualified to step into it. Follow me into the palace. As soon as the words fell, the two mentors walked to the gate of the mansion first. Following closely behind them were the members who were internally recruited, and then Lin Hao and others who were still waiting to be assessed. As for those who failed the assessment, they left here dejectedly, with resentment in their eyes. Tianyin Academy's 3-year enrollment activity failed this time, so we can only wait another 3 years. However, at that time, their age was already a huge handicap. This is the reality. If you don't work hard when you are young, you will regret it when you are old. As they stepped into the gate of Tianyin Academy, everyone's view suddenly became broad. Like other candidates, Lin Hao looked at the environment inside the mansion curiously. Spectacular and magnificent. This was Lin Hao's first impression after entering Tianyin Academy. Looking at the various huge buildings, Lin Hao couldn't help but be amazed. Such a huge institution is like a small town. What shocked Lin Hao even more was the extremely rich spiritual energy here. I just took a deep breath and felt refreshed, as if a warm current was flowing through my body. For those who practice martial arts, this is definitely a paradise. When the candidates witnessed the excellent environment of Tianyin Academy with their own eyes, they were extremely excited, especially those members who were selected to be recruited by Zhao Linger. Their eyes were flashing and their faces were filled with joy. In 4 years, as long as I can graduate successfully from here, I will have a bright future. Then, everyone followed the two mentors to a huge square in front. In the middle of the square, there stand 2 stone tablets, one black and one white. It is rectangular in shape and about 10 meters high. The stone tablet is covered with runes, mysterious and magical. Lin Hao discovered that if he used his mental power to sense, he could vaguely detect that the 2 huge rocks were emitting obscure energy fluctuations. Obviously, this is not an ordinary stone for decoration. The next assessment will be divided into 2 types, and the 2 stone tablets you see now are used for testing. The male instructor stretched out his right hand, pointed to the center of the square, and said in a deep voice, the white stone is used to test talent, mainly for warriors who practice magic. The black one is used to test spiritual power and is used to test warriors. Now, divide the mages and warriors into 2 teams and line up one by one to take the test. After that, the 2 instructors walked to 2 huge rocks, respectively, as the appraisal for this test. At this time, Lin Hao hesitated. because he's not only a third-level warrior, but also a second-level mage. In other words, which one should I choose for the next test? Just a test? It's too easy. Yeah, I thought it would be so difficult. Upon hearing about this test level, many candidates were overjoyed and began to get ready. Don't be too happy yet. Tianyan Academy has a limited number of places for this assessment and recruitment, only about 3,000. Those who rank low in the test will still be eliminated. Looking at the lively atmosphere in the venue, the male instructor's words were like a bucket of cold water, waking them up directly. I have just completed more than half of the first round of gravity assessment, but the number of candidates is still very large, about more than 10,000. Since Tianyan Academy has limited resources, it will not accept too many students and will always strive for excellence. Out of more than 10,000 people, only 3,000 remained. Thinking of this, everyone's expressions became solemn, not as comfortable as before. Afterwards, everyone chose different test style based on their own cultivation talents. The crowd in the square quickly divided into two long lines. Only Lin Hao was still standing there, at a loss as to what to do. But even if he thought it through now, he would still be the last one in line. What is he doing? Seeing this, a hint of doubt flashed in Zhao Linger's beautiful eyes. She was a little surprised at Lin Hao's abnormality at the moment. Why is that guy standing still? TSK. Could it be that you are afraid of the battle and want to give up? The candidates around also noticed Lin Hao's presence and couldn't help but start a discussion. However, most of these discussions were derogatory. In their opinion, if there is one less person to take the assessment, there will be one less place to compete. If Lin Hao chooses to give up, it will be a benefit to everyone. That's right. Although he can identify the location by sound, he can't see the stone tablet, so he doesn't know which side to choose. Zhao Linger's heart moved, and she suddenly thought of this. Immediately, she hesitated for a moment, then moved and walked towards Lin Hao. Why is my goddess gone? What is she going to do? The male candidates who had been secretly watching Zhao Linger shifted their gazes when they saw her walk out. However, when they saw Zhao Linger standing next to Lin Hao, those people were slightly stunned. Then, all kinds of jealous speculations suddenly emerged in their hearts. Chapter 59, Testing begins. Facing the two test stone tablets, Lin Hao was hesitating when he suddenly smelled a familiar fragrance. You don't need to look to know that this is Zhao Linger's unique female body fragrance, which smells very good. Lin Hao, on your left is a black stone tablet that tests the warrior's spiritual power. Zhao Linger stood beside him and said in a soft and pleasant voice, on your right is a white stone tablet, which mainly tests the mage's spiritual talent. Hearing this, Lin Hao was slightly startled. He naturally knew that Zhao Linger must have thought that he couldn't see, so she came to remind him. This kind of thought really touched Lin Hao. I see. Thank you. Lin Hao smiled and nodded. Then he pretended to be provocative and asked, since you are helping me like this, do you plan not to get a divorce? Hearing this, Zhao Linger's originally cold and beautiful face suddenly turned red as if it was hit by flames. Although this is a bet, I won't take advantage of you. That's all. After saying that, Zhao Linger turned around and left, her fair face still with a blush. Because the conversation between the two was not loud, no one in the room could hear it. However, the charming and seductive aura that Zhao Linger suddenly revealed caused the male candidates who were selected for admission to feel excited. Immediately afterwards, the eyes those people looked at Lin Hao with became full of hostility. There is no doubt that they now completely regard Lin Hao as their biggest rival in love and pray that this guy will be eliminated in the next assessment. In this way, without a love rival, you can get the upper hand. What's your name? The candidate standing there who hasn't chosen a team yet. The male tutor had been secretly keeping an eye on Lin Hao, and seeing that he was unmoved, he took the opportunity to find out his name. Lin Hao. Lin Hao raised his head and faced the middle-aged male mentor standing under the black stone tablet. The surname is Lin. The male instructor was thinking about something, memorizing Lin Hao's name, and then said in a deep voice, the test is about to begin. Hurry up and join the team. Lin Hao asked, can I choose to test 2 stone tablets at the same time? Hearing this, the middle-aged male mentor was slightly stunned and stared at Lin Hao in surprise. The female instructor and other examinees present were all stunned. However, then, some strange jokes were heard at the scene. What? He wants to test 2 types? He's too confident, huh? Too much confidence is arrogance. And there are all kinds of weird things. TSK, I guess he is not good at one of the talents, so I plan to test both of them just to see how it goes. The voices of discussion rose one after another, and soon converged into a kind of belittlement and ridicule. The vast majority believed that Lin Hao did not have the real talent, and that he lacked confidence, which was why he wanted to test the martial arts talents of the two stone tablets. In this situation, it feels like a last-ditch effort. What on earth is he thinking about? Zhao Linger frowned slightly, and she began to feel a little contemptuous of the mocking voices around her. After all, among martial artists, practicing both magic and combat is extremely difficult. If Lin Hao really held this idea, his attention would be distracted and he would waste the precious time for the early sprint. Since there are too many candidates, in order to avoid wasting unnecessary time, Tianyan Academy has always only required one test. However, just when everyone thought that the instructor would not agree to Lin Hao's request, the middle-aged male instructor finally spoke. But today, I will be flexible and give you a chance. When these words were spoken, all the candidates present were surprised. Obviously, he did not expect that the tutor of Tianyan Academy would be so easy to talk to. For a moment, some candidates were eager to try. However, they quickly suppressed their thoughts. After all, everyone understands the meaning of the 4 words self-knowledge. If I test myself on an ability that I'm not good at, wouldn't I be humiliating myself in public? At this time, after obtaining the consent of the instructor, Lin Hao said nothing more and turned around and walked to the end of the 2 rows. Since he was the last one in line, and there was still a lot of time, Lin Hao simply took out a chair. While waiting, Lin Hao suddenly felt a little hungry. He had been in a hurry to travel in the morning and had not filled his stomach. In addition, the gravity test just now had consumed too much energy, and he was already hungry and thirsty. Lin Hao didn't want to endure the pain, so he reached for the space ring with his right hand and took out a few biscuits to fill his stomach. Squeak! Behind the crowd, the little white ape saw food. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately ran over. Because it was wearing a hat on its head, its identity as the unicorn ape was never discovered. This guy is really cozy. Just wait. You'll see the joke soon. Seeing Lin Hao's comfortable look, the candidates standing in line all had a bit of jealousy and envy in their tone. In order to leave a good impression on the instructors, they had no choice but to bite the bullet and stand straight under the scorching sun. They dare not be as casual as Lin Hao. What a strange man. Zhao Linger shook her head slightly, with a slight curve at the corner of her lips. In the 6 months since I got married to Lin Hao, today was the day with the most contact between us. As they spent more time together, she discovered that Lin Hao's personality was completely different from what she had imagined. At this moment, Lin Hao seems to give people a feeling of ease and freedom, both in terms of temperament and personality. Zhao Linger was not the only one who had this idea. Some female candidates in the crowd were also staring at Lin Hao with interest. They secretly thought that this young man seemed quite interesting and looked quite decent. But it's a pity that he is actually blind. The 2 mentors looked at Lin Hao with a rather strange expression, but did not say much. Next, Instructor Wu Qi and I will demonstrate the test of the 2 stone tablets to you. Then the beautiful tutor spoke. The male instructor, named Wu Qi, was the first to walk up to the black stone tablet and stand still. Then he stretched out his hand and pressed it. Suddenly, the runes on the stone tablet seemed to wriggle, flowing with mysterious halos. Boom! Immediately afterwards, an extremely powerful aura burst out from his body, instantly forming a cyclone of spiritual energy. If you look closely, you will see a purple glow in the cyclone, with faint sounds of thunder in between. Thunder Warrior. Instructor Wu is actually a warrior who practices thunder. Seeing this scene, the young candidates present were secretly surprised. Everyone knows that thunder is a relatively domineering and ferocious energy, and the attack it unleashes is naturally extremely terrifying. Generally speaking, among warriors of the same level, the lethality of Thunder Warriors is obviously stronger. Just as everyone was surprised, the runes on the black stone tablet suddenly burst out with brilliant purple arcs. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Immediately, these purple lightnings rushed out like thunder dragons, instantly forming 7 light circles that lingered outside the stone tablet. The black stone can not only test spiritual talent, but also detect the number of spiritual veins in the body. The beautiful instructor stood aside and explained, the aura halo that appears on the stone tablet corresponds to the warrior's spiritual vein level. Moreover, the brighter the rune's light, the higher the talent. After hearing this, everyone suddenly realized, this guy's pretty strong. Lin Hao took a bite of the pancake, then looked at it intently through Bao's vision. I saw 7 purple lightning circles circling on the stone tablet. In other words, this mentor named Wu Qi has opened up 7 spiritual veins and is a level 7 warrior. Okay, let's start the assessment here. Those with high-level talents have passed. After instructor Wu Qi finished demonstrating, he gave direct orders amid the awe-inspiring gazes of the crowd. In an instant, the candidates in front of the black stone tablet were eager to take the test. However, when they actually came into contact with the test of the stone tablet, many of them were unsuccessful. The vast majority are intermediate or low-level talents. As for young talents who can reach advanced levels of talent, the probability is only 1/3. The beautiful instructor walked to the white stone tablet and explained the content of the test, as usual. Lin Hao also followed her and looked over there. The test of this stone mainly tests your spiritual power talent. Only those with high-level talent can pass it. The test is very simple. Place your palm on the stone tablet and meditate. If you can make all the runes flash, you will have a high-level talent. After saying this, the beautiful tutor stopped talking. She placed her slender palm on the white stone and soon entered a state of meditation. After a few breaths, the runes on the stone tablet suddenly flashed a bright green light under the infusion of spiritual power. Every rune was instantly lit up. Then, the light rippled and formed 7 whirlpools of wind, lingering around the stone tablet. 7th level mage, wind element. Looking at this scene, the examinees and the mage team all had their eyes flashing and their faces full of awe. I didn't expect that the instructors at Tianyan Academy are so strong. Any one of them has at least reached the 7th level of martial arts. It's so powerful. Next, the candidates in front of the white stone tablet also started the test, although the team of warriors over there was progressing at a faster pace. But the number of mage teams is relatively half less. After conversion, the degree of sharp reduction in the number of people on both teams is not much different. According to this process, it will probably take more than 2 hours. Lin Hao is still sitting at the back, waiting calmly. But these 2 hours are really hard to endure. How about taking a nap? Lin Hao raised his eyebrows slightly, but gave up the idea. He didn't know how strict the rules of Tianyan Academy were. If he angered the 2 examiners, he would be disqualified from the examination. In that case, it would be a bit of a loss. When everyone was bored, one of the teams suddenly made a surprising sound, which immediately caught Lin Hao's attention. There, the team of warriors from the black stone tablet came out. Lin Hao looked over immediately. I saw the runes on the stone tablet emitting extremely strong light, as red as the scorching sun. And around it, there were 4 flaming halos. Lin Hao discovered that the person taking the test was a burly young man. He was wearing leather armor on one shoulder and carrying an iron bow on his back, and he exuded a barbaric aura. It is not difficult to see that this man is not from a wealthy family. Instead, they look more like farmers coming out of the mountains. Although his breath is rough, his clear eyes give people a feeling of innocence. Level 4 warrior with earth-level talent for fire cultivation. Wu Qi nodded with satisfaction and shouted in a deep voice, "Pass the test." What? Earth-level talent. It's incredible that this country bumpkin has earth-level talent. As instructor Wu Qi announced the results, there was a burst of surprise in the audience. As we all know, there are 5 kinds of martial arts talents. It is divided into low, medium, and high levels, followed by earth level, heaven level, and the top ultimate level of cultivation talent. But generally speaking, most martial artists are at the first 3 levels. Only a very small number of geniuses can reach earth level talent. Heavenly level talents are even rarer, and there are only about a dozen of them in the Great Yin Dynasty. As for the ultimate practice, not to mention the Great Yin Dynasty, even in the entire Tsankon continent, there are very few. And this big guy in front of him, who looked like a country bumpkin, actually showed earth-level talent. No wonder everyone's reactions were a little abnormal. "Thank you, mentor." The burly young man grinned with a simple and honest look on his face, and he didn't seem to care about being called a country bumpkin by others. Heavenly level. This is a heavenly level talent. Just as the warrior team responded, there was a sudden commotion on the mage team's side. Lin Hao glanced sideways and saw a handsome man in green standing in front of the stone tablet with his eyes closed in meditation. The rune steel in front of him burst into an extremely dazzling light, and 4 huge green whirlwinds condensed. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the square was slightly shaken by the appearance of these four whirlwinds. TSK, TSK. Incredible. That guy actually possesses a heaven-level cultivation talent. It's beyond belief. The people around couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. What do you know? That man's identity is not simple. He is Qin Yu, the only son of General Qin from the imperial capital Yinqing. What, he's Qin Yu? The prodigal son who is obsessed with women. Damn, that guy already had a reserved spot for internal recruitment. Why is he coming here to join in the fun? Nonsense, of course I'm here to show off. Most of the out-of-town candidates were surprised when they heard the identity of the man in blue. Apparently, they had heard of the name Qin Yu. He is a well-known prodigal son in the capital who indulges in almost everything: eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling. If it weren't for his lazy and casual attitude towards life, with his talent and his father's powerful background, he would have become a big shot long ago. So until now, this guy is still stuck at the level of a fourth-level wizard, wasting his coveted heavenly-level cultivation talent. It was him. When Lin Hao saw this person's appearance, his expression changed slightly, and he recognized him at once. When he first arrived in the imperial capital a few days ago, he hired a carriage, but accidentally collided with another luxurious carriage. However, the owner of the luxurious carriage was Qin Yu. At that time, Qin Yu not only did not bully others, but instead scolded the servant and gave the old coachman compensation. Finally, this guy hugged a prostitute from a brothel and rode away on horseback to have fun. He seems to be an interesting person as well. A smile appeared on Lin Hao's lips. He had a good impression of Qin Yu. Chapter 60: Colorful Light Spin. In front of the white stone tablet, Qin Yu opened his eyes and looked at his results, but there was no fluctuation on his face. He looked as if he had already known about his heavenly talent in cultivation. Tisk, it's heaven level again. I thought that after not testing for so long, I should be able to upgrade to the ultimate talent. Qin Yu curled his lips, his tone carrying a hint of displeasure. However, upon hearing this, the candidates in the field were undoubtedly furious. This guy is too arrogant. He is not even satisfied with his heavenly cultivation talent. TSK, TSK. This guy is really vulgar in his pretense. Ignore him. The guy's just like that. It doesn't matter if he has talent. If he doesn't work hard later, he still won't be able to become a saint or a god. At one time, most of the candidates began to wash themselves. But the voices of discussion were filled with envy and jealousy that could not be concealed. You know, many people cannot transcend the 9th level of martial arts and achieve the saint realm in their entire lives. That's because of lack of talent. The so-called talent is an innate ability, a special physique that can attract the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. For example, a person with low-level talent needs 3 to 4 years to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth before he can break through and be promoted. However, with earth-level or heaven-level cultivation talent, it only takes 1 or 2 months to achieve that effect. The gap between the two is undoubtedly a world of difference. Next, the beautiful teacher rolled her eyes at Qin Yu, and it was obvious that she was very familiar with the latter. Hey, where's my clearance card? Qin Yu stretched out his hand and asked. Stop messing around. Your spot has already been reserved. The beautiful instructor said with a hint of blame in her tone. If you take the pass card, some of the candidates here will lose an opportunity. Qin Yu smiled awkwardly. It's really boring, forget it. After saying that, he patted his butt, turned around, and left. That posture is quite nonchalant. However, the direction he left was exactly where Lin Hao was. My dear brother, do you have any chairs? Walking closer, Qin Yu asked politely. Have. Lin Hao looked indifferent and directly took out a chair from a space ring. Thank you. It's still comfortable to sit. Qin Yu grinned, sat lazily on the chair, and crossed his legs. Come to think of it, this is the second time we've met. It's quite fate. Qin Yu glanced at Lin Hao and said with a smile, My last name is Qin, and my first name is Yu. My surname is Lin, and my given name is Hao. There was no unnecessary nonsense between the two parties. They just introduced themselves to each other and did not inquire about each other's family background. You really are practicing both combat and magic. Qin Yu seemed to be a little curious about Lin Hao and couldn't help asking. Lin Hao nodded calmly. I feel like I have some talent for both, so I'll learn both. A bit of talent. Qin Yu looked a little strange at Lin Hao's answer. However, he did not say any contemptuous words like others did. You are very hardworking, unlike me who idles around all day long, haha. Qin Yu exclaimed in praise and then laughed. But in that laughter, there was a hint of loneliness. Lin Hao also deeply understands this kind of loneliness. When he traveled to this world, he was an outsider and had never had any close friends. Immediately, Lin Hao smiled faintly and said, "Being idle is also a kind of life. As long as you live comfortably, you don't need to care about other people's comments." From the discussion among the candidates just now, Lin Hao had a general understanding of Qin Yu's attitude towards life. Hearing this, Qin Yu's eyes lit up and he looked at Lin Hao strangely. All along, people who knew him had been advising him to mend his ways or turn over a new leaf. What's worse is that some people call him a prodigal son behind his back. However, there are very few people like Lin Hao, who is free and easy, and whose personal thoughts seem to have transcended the constraints of this world. After a brief chat, Qin Yu felt that Lin Hao was more and more special, and couldn't help feeling that they had met too late. "It's boring to sit and wait. How about a couple of drinks?" Qin Yu said as he took out a bottle of wine from his space ring. The packaging is exquisite, and it is obviously a high-end product. "No, thank you." Lin Hao declined indifferently. As a killer, he had to be cautious in everything he did. Although he had a good impression of Qin Yu, this was a critical moment in the test and assessment, and he could not afford to make any mistakes due to some unexpected events. That's right, you have to take the test in a while, so as not to affect your performance. Seeing this, Qin Yu did not force it. He poured himself a glass and started drinking. The wine had a rich aroma. Just by sniffing it, Lin Hao knew that this kind of wine should be quite strong. Good wine. At this time, the burly young man just now came over, smelling the aroma of wine. He touched his head and smiled innocently, staring at the wine in Qin Yu's hand. He couldn't help but take a deep breath, his eyes burning. Apparently, this guy is also a heavy drinker. "If you don't mind, let's have a couple of drinks together." Qin Yu smiled heartily and took out another wine glass. "Good." The burly young man sat down on the ground without any pretense. He took the glass, raised his head, and drank it all. Then he sighed, "Good wine needs no bush, it really is good wine. My name is Raymond." The burly young man looked at Lin Hao and Qin Yu and introduced himself. "Lin Hao, Qin Yu." The three of them began to get to know each other. Little did people know that the three hegemons of the Sky Continent in the future were born on this day. However, that's all in the past. Is this considered a nest of snakes and rats? Seeing that Lin Hao and the other three did not care about their image at all, the candidates present all shook their heads secretly. He has such a willful character, but he possesses Earth-level and Heaven-level cultivation talents, which is really wasted. Thinking of this, everyone became jealous. As for the blind man, we can only wait and see what abilities he has in the test later. If it is a low-level talent, then it will be a joke. During this waiting period, the teams in front of the two stone tablets were tested and assessed bit by bit. During this period, two geniuses with Earth-level cultivation talents appeared, both women. This situation made the two mentors very pleased. The talent level of this year's students has obviously improved. After about an hour, the number of warriors in the team had almost been tested. Finally, it was Lin Hao's turn. And this is the moment that everyone is looking forward to. Most of them just wanted to laugh at his joke. Especially for those who failed the assessment, the mentality of gloating was even stronger. Just like that, under the gazes of countless eyes, Lin Hao walked calmly to the black stone tablet. "Master, we're here." Under Lin Hao's order, Sibao deliberately gave a reminder, using this as a pretext for having a guide bird. At a close distance, Instructor Wu Qi couldn't help but take a few glances, staring at Lin Hao's gray pupils. Although I've only seen it in the secret book, it is indeed very similar to the Samsara eye. The more Wu Qi looked at it, the more he was convinced. The so-called Samsara eye, according to legend, only one appears in each era. The previous owner of the Rinnegan had died 100 years ago. Now, after 100 years, could it be that it is about to be born again? Thinking of this, Wu Qi adjusted his emotions slightly and said in a deep voice, "Okay, let's start." Lin Hao nodded, stretched out his hand, and pressed it on the stone tablet. However, after a few breaths, the runes on the stone tablet showed no movement. The situation seemed to be stuck. Lin Hao was also slightly stunned by this situation. In the previous system lottery, he had clearly obtained the ultimate cultivation talent. So why was there no movement in this test? Did the talent fail? For a moment, Lin Hao felt confused. If that's the case, then it's really fucked up. What? No response. Doesn't this guy even have the low-level talent of a warrior? No wonder I wanted to test two types just now. It turns out I had anticipated this. Huh. Seeing this scene, there was a burst of laughter in the audience. Even the stone tablet cannot detect the spiritual power value of this guy. How weak is his spiritual vein? Is the samsara I that weak? Wu Qi frowned, seeming to have changed his mind about his previous thoughts. Because Lin Hao's performance in the talent test was undoubtedly the weakest candidate he had ever seen in all these years. It seems I was overthinking it. Wu Qi shook his head secretly. He was just an ordinary blind man, not the owner of the legendary Rinnegan. Failed the test. However, the next second after Wu Qi announced the result, a sudden change occurs. Buzz! The huge stone tablet actually began to vibrate. At the same time, the runes on it were also flashing wildly. These lights are not unique, but have different colors. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, white, black. All the colors are intertwined together, as gorgeous and dazzling as a rainbow. Immediately, light burst out, forming 3 extremely vast and majestic light whirlpools, lingering above the stone tablet. This exactly corresponds to Lin Hao's spiritual vein martial arts level, a 3rd-level warrior. Boom, boom, boom. As the 3 whirlpools of light appeared, the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth suddenly vibrated violently, and the space became somewhat distorted. Even the surface of the stone tablet began to show cracks, which quickly spread like a spider web. Looking at the sudden scene, everyone present had their eyelids twitching and their faces were filled with shock. Silence. The whole place was in silence. Even Wu Qi and the beautiful tutor were stunned and stood there in a daze. They had no idea how to judge what level this talent belonged to. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. And when strange phenomena suddenly occur in heaven and earth. From deep within the Tianyin Academy, powerful auras suddenly erupted and rushed towards here at an astonishing speed. Then, dozens of figures appeared in the square without any warning. The leader was a gray-haired old man, tall and thin, dressed in white, looking very elegant. Behind him were many people wearing the uniforms of Tianyin Academy tutors, both men and women, each with a powerful aura. These people are all top figures in Tianyin Academy, especially the gray-haired old man in the lead. His identity is even more complicated. He is the master of Tianyin Academy, Ying Yuanzi. Meet the Lord of the Palace. Seeing Ying Yuanzi and others coming, Wu Qi and the beautiful tutor were slightly stunned. Then they came to their senses and bowed hurriedly. Under normal circumstances, Ying Yuanzi would usually wave his hand to indicate that there was no need to be polite. But now he stared intently at the 3 whirlpools of light on the black stone tablet that were as bright and brilliant as the Milky Way, his face full of shock. Immediately, he lowered his gaze and looked at Lin Hao, who was pressing the stone tablet with his palm. His old face trembled. The ultimate cultivation talent. Ying Yuanzi's throat was hoarse, and his originally clear voice became stiff at this moment. What? This is the ultimate cultivation talent. My God, this kind of talent is at the top of the martial arts world. When they learned about Lin Hao's talent level, the crowd in the square exploded almost instantly. The crowd at the scene was agitated, and all kinds of horrified and shocked discussions gathered together and filled the entire square. Not only that, a large number of students are rushing towards various areas of Tianyin Academy. Palace Master, is the sign shown on the stone tablet really the ultimate cultivation talent? Behind Ying Yuanzi, the many mentors and powerful men asked in surprise. They have been tutors at Tianyin Academy for so many years, but have never seen a student with the ultimate talent for cultivation. Even in the days of their youth, there had never been such a thing. Ying Yuanzi had no time to respond to them at this moment. He suddenly moved at a speed completely beyond what he should have done at his age. In the blink of an eye, he came to Lin Hao's side, staring at Lin Hao's profile with burning eyes. Young man, you don't need to take the next test. Congratulations on becoming a student of our Tianyin Academy. Ying Yuanzi's face flushed, and he spoke excitedly. To reward you for your excellent performance in this assessment, as the Palace Master, I have decided to give you 2 marrow cleansing pills, 5 qi and blood pills, and 50 million taels of silver. As if worried that Lin Hao was just going through the motions at Tianyin Academy, Ying Yuanzi hurriedly extended an olive branch and promised him several generous rewards. Hearing this, Lin Hao was slightly stunned. Then he controlled Sibao's vision and looked at Ying Yuanzi. The head of Tianyin Academy. Is this old man? A very strong scent. Lin Hao sensed with his mental power a little bit, and clearly sensed a powerful aura that he could not resist, at least for now. Although this aura is not expressed outwardly, it is far superior to that of the heads of the Zhao and Lin families. Thank you, Lord. Lin Hao immediately nodded and smiled, then turned to facing Yuanzi. There is no reason to refuse a reward that comes right to your door. Although he didn't know the effects of the marrow cleansing pill and the qi and blood pill, the 50 million taels were very practical. To evolve Wolf Spider and Kung Fu Fly, we are currently lacking funds. When Lin Hao turned around and faced him, Ing Yuanzi immediately noticed the pair of gray pupils. Seeing this, Ing Yuanzi was stunned at first, then seemed to think of something and took a deep breath. There was a hidden look in his eyes, and he suppressed the urge to speak. If word got out about this extraordinary talent in the martial arts world, he would probably be snatched up by all the universities. The ultimate cultivation talent is already shocking enough. If the Rinnegan is exposed as well, Ing Yuanzi dare not imagine the scene that will occur. Has he been hiding his strength before? In the crowd in the distance, Zhao Linger stared at the young figure in a daze. It was hard to imagine that her husband, whom she had always looked down upon, actually possessed such a powerful talent for cultivation. This situation made Zhao Linger feel very complicated at the moment. 2 months ago, in order to pursue Wu Xiao, she wanted to divorce Lin Hao and even threatened that he was a stumbling block. But now this so-called stumbling block is like Optimus Prime, shining with a light and height that she could never reach in her lifetime. Chapter 61, Hidden Search. In the crowd, Zhao Linger looked dazed, staring blankly at Lin Hao. Before, I thought he was not good enough for me. Now it's clear that I'm not worthy of him. Zhao Linger laughed at herself in her heart. Thinking about how I treated Lin Hao in the past, I now felt more like a clown. Do you regret it? Zhao Linger did have this thought in her heart. However, she also has her own dignity. If she saw Lin Hao's brilliant glory now, she would have to beg for forgiveness with a flattering face, which would be difficult for her to do. Haha, I can only let it go. Looking at Lin Hao's profile not far away, Zhao Linger sighed softly. This was the only choice. She only hopes that when Lin Hao grows up, he will not take revenge on the Zhao family because of the past. Little did they know that the head of the Zhao family had foresight and had become good friends with Lin Hao by relying on the relationship with his father-in-law. Wu Qi, please complete Lin Hao's admission procedures as soon as possible. In front of the black stone tablet, Ing Yuanzi turned around and looked at Wu Qi next to him and gave instructions with a serious face. Only after entering the academy, Lin Hao could be considered a student of Tianyan Academy. Therefore, it must be completed quickly so that he can feel at ease. Yes, Lord. Wu Qi's face was slightly stern, and he nodded quickly in awe. He naturally understood Ing Yuanzi's thoughts, and at this moment he dared not be negligent in the slightest. Soon, under many astonished gazes, Wu Qi registered Lin Hao's personal information as quickly as possible and distributed Tianyan Academy's student uniforms and badges. As for the 2 marrow cleansing pills, 5 qi and blood pills, and the 50 million taels, they can only be handed over to the wealthy palace lord. Lin Hao, what I promised is not just empty promises. You should accept these rewards. There was no ambiguity in Ing Yuanzi's operation. He waved his hand, and under the guidance of spiritual energy, 2 exquisite medicine boxes floated in front of Lin Hao. At the same time, Ing Yuanzi took out a Wanjin card and prepared to swipe it. Thanks. Naturally, Lin Hao was not polite at all. He directly accepted the 2 medicine boxes and then took out his Wanjin card. 50 million taels, transfer successful. The sudden wealth made Lin Hao excited. At this point, he was the first among this batch of candidates to become a student of Tianyan Academy. At this time, the students who came from various areas of the academy gathered outside the square. They all looked curious as they stared at Ing Yuanzi and the many senior mentors in front of the stone tablet. From the discussions in the field, they soon learned that Lin Hao possessed the ultimate talent for cultivation and had received a reward from the palace master. For a moment, all the old students were amazed. No wonder just now, at the important moment when the college-level promotion test was completed and the awards were about to be presented, the lord of the mansion suddenly changed his expression and rushed out. It turned out that an amazing genius was discovered. But soon, the old students realized that something was wrong, because those 2 marrow cleansing pills and 5 qi and blood pills were all intended to be used as rewards for the top 5 people who were promoted to the academy level. But now, it was all given to Lin Hao alone, and he was just a freshman. This comparison immediately made the old students feel quite unbalanced, especially those in the top 5. They all had ugly looks on their faces at the moment, staring at Lin Hao, feeling extremely unhappy. It was unanimous that Lin Hao not only stole their limelight, but also took away their prizes. Of course, with the foundation of Tianyin Academy, it will be made up for later. Therefore, this kind of thinking is just their jealousy at work. But at this moment, within UNZ and many senior instructors present, although these old students were unhappy, they dare not say a word or even cause trouble for Lin Hao. Lin Hao, if you need anything in the future, just come and find me. Seeing that Lin Hao officially became a student of Tianyin Academy, Ing Yuanzi was in a good mood and said with a look of relief, "Okay, thank you, Lord." Lin Hao nodded and smiled, neither humble nor arrogant. Although Ing Yuanzi held a high position in the mansion, he was very satisfied with Lin Hao's calmness. In his opinion, Lin Hao would definitely become a saint and a god in the future, and as the lord of the palace, he could not act too superior. Otherwise, when Lin Hao grows up, he will probably miss him. As for the Samsara, let's wait until Lin Hao gets used to life in the mansion before we go and have him examine it carefully. Ing Yuanzi looked at Lin Hao calmly for a few times, suppressed the thoughts in his mind, and felt that it was better not to act too hastily. Next, as the mansion master and others left, Lin Hao and other freshmen who had passed the assessment also began the process of being assigned to dormitories. I don't know whether it was an intentional arrangement by the tutor or coincidence. Lin Hao, Qin Yu, and Lei Meng were all assigned to the same dormitory. Dormitory no 003. As for testing the mage's talent on the white stone tablet, Lin Hao did not insist on continuing. Now that you have successfully passed the assessment, there is no need to reveal too many cards. Therefore, Lin Hao thinks it is better to hide his magical abilities for the time being. After all, he still has an assassination mission next. If your identity is accidentally exposed and you're being hunted, at least you still have the ability to hide unexpectedly. The three of us really are destined to be together. After moving into the dormitory, Qin Yu seemed quite happy and smiled at Lin Hao and Raymond. Indeed, Raymond touched his head and smiled innocently. Being a simple-minded person, he didn't know how to express himself. There was also a hint of smile on Lin Hao's lips. Lin Hao already had a good impression of the two of them, and now that they had become roommates, it was quite interesting. Their dormitory is a small private courtyard. There are 3 bedrooms and a living room with a small yard at the back door. Although the furniture is not new, it has everything you need. Lin Hao, I didn't expect you to be so well hidden. You're even more awesome than me. As their relationship became more familiar, Qin Yu's way of speaking was no longer as polite as before. That tone is more like the feeling between friends. It is said that the ultimate cultivation talent absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth very quickly. Raymond asked curiously, "Brother Hao, how do you feel when you practice?" Lin Hao spread his hands and smiled calmly. "My current cultivation is only a level 3 warrior, 1 level weaker than you, so I don't feel much." Hearing this, Raymond and Qin Yu were slightly stunned. Lin Hao did not lie. They knew that the 3 spiritual light vortices that had emerged from the previous stone tablet test in the square corresponded to Lin Hao's current spiritual vein cultivation level. Logically speaking, the speed of cultivating ultimate talent is much faster than that of ordinary people. At Lin Hao's current age, he should at least have reached the level of a 5th level warrior. Why is he still stuck at the level of a 3rd level warrior? Qin Yu and the others couldn't help but feel strange about this. After all, judging from Lin Hao's personality, he shouldn't be the lazy and careless person. Little did people know that it only took Lin Hao a few months to progress from an ordinary person to his current level. This also includes the learning of spells. I'm afraid no one in the entire Sankong continent can match this speed of cultivation. I see. Could it be that you awakened later in life and had a child in your old age? Since he couldn't think of it, Qin Yu started a joke. I guess so. Lin Hao also laughed in response to Qin Yu's humor. However, this metaphor is very appropriate. He traveled to this world and waited from infancy to adulthood before the system was finally activated. It seems like it really feels like having a child in old age. Well, to celebrate our meeting, let's go to Fu Jingshuan tonight and not leave until we are drunk. Qin Yu grinned, looked at Lin Hao, and said, "Lin Hao, you received a 50 million reward today, so you must treat me to dinner tonight." No problem. Lin Hao accepted it with pleasure. With his current wealth, the expense of a meal is no longer a big deal for him. Of course, he knew that Qin, as the young master of the general's mansion, was wealthy, so asking someone to treat him was just for fun. Beside him, Raymond had a simple and honest look on his face. He didn't know how to interrupt the conversation between Lin Hao and Qin, and just kept laughing along. However, when he heard that there would be wine to drink tonight, the smile on his face became even brighter. Afterwards, the three of them returned to their rooms and simply tidied up the dormitory where they would live for the next 4 years. Lin Hao locked the door and sat cross-legged on the bed. Just as he was about to summon the system's pet evolution panel, Lin Hao suddenly felt an abnormal fluctuation in the space ring on his hand. Whoosh! Immediately afterwards, a piece of yellow talisman paper suddenly flew out from the space ring. Immediately, the talisman paper flashed, and a ball of fire burned in front of Lin Hao. A sound transmission note? Assassination target, Yang Chengji. A cold female voice sounded in Lin Hao's mind. Lin Hao was not unfamiliar with this voice. It was his immediate superior, Ziyi. Yang Chengji. Lin Hao silently recited the name of his prey. Judging from the name, it should be a male. However, just when Lin Hao calmed down and was about to listen to the next information about the prey, there was no sound at all. There was silence in my mind. What? That's it. Lin Hao was suddenly confused. When he accepted missions in the black shop in the past, the information of the assassination target was on the mission list. Whether it is gender, age, family background, or places visited, everything is registered in great detail. Why are we only given a name when we come to the Minge organization? This is too sloppy and too fucked up. After all, in Tianyin Academy, not counting the tutors, there are tens of thousands of students alone. However, among this group of people, there is bound to be a chance that there will be people with the same name. It is impossible to truly lock onto a target with just a name. Lin Hao's face gradually turned gloomy. If Ziyi was standing in front of him at this moment, he would probably point at the other person's nose and start scolding him. But on second thought, perhaps there is really only one person, Yang Chengji, in Tianyin Academy, and there is no possibility of anyone with the same name. At the same time, it is probably difficult for the Minge organization to collect all kinds of information about this person, as it is extremely secretive. A monthly salary of tens of millions is not so easy to get. Lin Hao secretly shook his head and sighed. It seems I can only try my luck. Evolve your pet. Immediately, Lin Hao's mind moved slightly, and he called up the system's pet data panel. Ding, host, please choose the pet that needs to evolve. As the system voice sounded, Lin Hao directly clicked on the wolf spider's data table. Wolf spider. Code 002. Owner, Lin Hao. Combat power, 8,000. Lifespan, 10 years. Skills, deadly poison, 1,000 silk net. Level, B-level beginner. To advance and upgrade, one must reach the king level of enhancement. Therefore, Lin Hao chose the king level evolution without even thinking about it. Ding, the enhancement is successful. The pet wolf spider, codenamed 002, has achieved king level evolution, and its strength has been comprehensively improved. As the system's electronic synthesized sound rang out, the amount in the Wanjin card instantly disappeared by 10 million taels. Immediately, Lin Hao clicked on the advanced option again. As the level increases, the evolution from B-level to a level requires 10 million taels. Ding! Successful advancement. Codename 002 Pet Wolf Spider evolved to a level form. Its body transformed into steel bones, and its combat power reached 20,000. Ding! Codename 002 Pet Wolf Spider. Congratulations on obtaining a special new skill, Hidden Whereabouts. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Hao was stunned. Wolf Spider has a new skill. Lin Hao was quite curious and checked it out immediately. Hide and trace. Can make the body invisible in any environment. Time limit is 180 seconds. Wonderful. Lin Hao couldn't help but exclaim in admiration for this new skill. It's simply amazing. Generally speaking, most assassins choose to carry out their missions at night. That's because the light in the dark is weaker, making it easier for them to hide and launch attacks. And now, the stealth skill that Wolf Spider has obtained is undoubtedly the most coveted ability for an assassin. Monster, monster! Seabao suddenly screamed twice, flapped its wings, and stared at the wolf spider with fear. The four treasures, which are only at B level, are no match for the wolf spider in terms of combat power. With the help of the four treasures' shared vision, Lin Hao carefully observed the wolf spider's advanced transformation. However, the wolf spider's body had obviously grown larger. Its skin was dark, and it was covered with dark lines. Its 8 legs were as thick as fingers and had a row of fine and sharp barbs on them. As he looked at it, Lin Hao felt more and more that the wolf spider's evolutionary path was completely tailor-made for him to be a killer pet. Wolf spider, show me how to use invisibility. Lin Hao was in a playful mood, and on the one hand, in order to ensure the effectiveness of the new skills, he gave orders. Instantly, the dark patterns on the wolf spider's skin surface began to wriggle strangely, and its entire body gradually faded until it became transparent and disappeared. There is no shadow at all, which is very good. Seeing this scene, Lin Hao nodded secretly. I wonder if I can touch you after I turn invisible? With a change of mind, Lin Hao tried to kick out and kicked hard at the place where the wolf spider disappeared. Bang! A dull sound was heard, and Lin Hao suddenly felt a pain in the sole of his foot, as if he had kicked a piece of steel, which was extremely hard. Obviously, even after becoming invisible, the wolf spider's body can still be touched by objects. However, in Lin Hao's opinion, this skill is already very awesome. In order to enhance the wolf spider's strength, Lin Hao spent another 10 million taels to upgrade it to A-grade king level, and its combat power instantly increased to 35,000, which was enough to compete with the fire scale tiger, which had the strongest pet status and was at the level of a 7th level warrior. After the A level is the S level, which increases tenfold and is equivalent to 100 million taels. Such a huge amount of money made Lin Hao, who only had more than 20 million taels left, could only look on and stay away. Now that the target of the assassination has not been confirmed, Lin Hao is not in a hurry to spend all the money in case of emergency. Chapter 62. Cleansing the Meridians in Marrow. Looking at the wolf spider's transformed form, Lin Hao was confident about this assassination mission. Deadly poison, thousands of silk nets, and now the hidden whereabouts. All of wolf spider's skills are beneficial for carrying out assassinations, and it has undoubtedly gradually replaced Kung Fu Fly. It is the ace killer. As for Kung Fu Fly, it currently only has the B-level, king-level enhancement level. We can only wait and see its subsequent evolution to see if there will be any surprising transformations. Evolution of Kung Fu Fly. After a change of mind, Lin Hao decided not to keep saving his private money, so he summoned Kung Fu Fly and chose to upgrade it. Ding! Successful advancement. Congratulations to code 001 Pet Kung Fu Fly for upgrading to a level form. The body's strength is fully improved, reaching 20,000 combat power, and a special new skill is obtained, the laser compound eye. As the system prompt sounded, Kung Fu Fly's muscles quickly squirmed, and he became extremely strong. The 6 claws were like metal sickle blades, emitting a frightening black cold light, as if any object could be easily cut by them, especially the pair of compound eyes on the head, which turned scarlet, glowing with light, and faintly filled with a terrifying energy fluctuation. New skill, laser compound eyes. Lin Hao was slightly stunned and suddenly became interested. The only idea I had was a laser gun similar to the ones in science fiction movies in my previous life. Little fly show off. Lin Hao gave an order, then took out a box from a space ring. This is the iron box that previously contained the Ling Yang stone. It is made of fine iron, about 10 centimeters thick, and is heavy and sturdy. Buzz! At Lin Hao's command, the Kung Fu Fly suddenly flew up. Immediately, almost without any warning, its pair of compound eyes suddenly shot out 2 crimson beams of light. There was a slight hiss sound, and the iron box was pierced through in an instant like a piece of tofu. If you look closely, the holes on the iron box have traces of being burned through and are smooth and flat. Obviously, the temperature of the light beam is extremely high, and even the metal known for its strength, refined iron, cannot withstand it. It is not difficult to imagine that if a flesh and blood body were hit by this laser, it would not even be able to resist. This laser eye is so cool. Lin Hao felt happy. Kung Fu Fly's new skill, laser compound eyes, had the attack performance just as he had imagined. Sharp speed and strong lethality. Xiao Ying's current combat power is 20,000, which is equivalent to the mid-level level of a 6th level warrior. With this laser eye, it can be even stronger. Lin Hao muttered to himself thoughtfully. He immediately checked the balance on his Wanjin card, and there was only over 10.53 million left. To upgrade to a king level enhancement, 10 million taels are required, which is more than enough. Thinking of the first mission assigned by the Minga organization, Lin Hao made up his mind and no longer took his private money seriously. He directly chose the king-level enhancement. Ding! Upgrade successful. Congratulations to code 001 Pet Kung Fu Fly for obtaining the king-level enhancement, and the combat power increased to 30,000. For a moment, Kung Fu Fly's combat power soared wildly again. This level has already reached the early stage of a 7th level warrior. However, due to the difference in species, its combat power is 5,000 points weaker than that of the wolf spider, which is also an A-level king-level enhanced one. Lin Hao could accept this. With the current abilities of Kung Fu Fly and wolf spider, if they work together, they will be able to compete with even a level 8 warrior. I'm so weak. Parrot Seabao looked at the two little guys, who were actually stronger than himself, and said in a slightly sour tone, "Stop talking nonsense. When I have money in the future, I can evolve you into a real divine bird." Lin Hao couldn't help but laugh and curse. Immediately, his mind moved slightly, and he put the Kung Fu Flies and the others into the pet backpack space. As for the 4 treasures, whose strength is only at the C-level king level, they still keep it by their side for visual sharing. After dealing with the trump card power, Lin Hao finally focused on himself. It is certainly a good thing for pets to be strong, but only when you become strong can you be truly infallible. After all, he couldn't guarantee it. If the system suddenly disappeared one day, what was the point of playing? With this thought in mind, Lin Hao took out 2 medicine boxes from his space ring. The exquisite packaging shows how precious this medicine is. Lin Hao opened the first box. What appeared before his eyes were 2 pills, as thin as marbles, pure gold all over, and emitting a faint fragrance. One of the rewards is 2 marrow cleansing pills. There is no doubt that these 2 pills are the marrow cleansing pills. From a name, could it be that it has the effect of cleansing the meridians and removing the marrow? Lin Hao muttered to himself, took out one, and swallowed it directly into his mouth. I originally planned to eat it with a crispy taste, but unexpectedly, the marrow cleansing pill actually melted as soon as it entered my mouth. The taste is sweet and sour, cool and refreshing, and has the flavor of ice cream. But in the next moment, Lin Hao's expression suddenly changed, because he found that as the pill melted, it instantly turned into an extremely pure and hot energy current that surged into his body like a tide. Lin Hao only felt that the meridians in his body were undergoing a baptism under the impact of energy. This process is not a single one. Rinse, clear, reshape. The feeling of pain cannot be described in words. It seems more like a torture. As long as I can become stronger, a little pain doesn't matter. Lin Hao clenched his teeth, looking determined. However, Lin Hao originally thought that he could get through it with his perseverance. But a new round of severe pain made him faint from the pain, and he fell on his back on the bed. Seeing this, the parrot Seabao showed alertness and hurriedly protected Lin Hao. Although the little white ape has not yet become Lin Hao's system pet, its loyalty is extremely high. Seeing that Lin Hao was unconscious, it, which had been lying lazily on the ground, suddenly stood up and stood guard beside him with Seabao. Ding! The host is detected to be in a coma, and the pet protection system mode is activated. At this moment, a system light screen panel suddenly flashed out from Lin Hao's mind and floated above his body. Then, it seemed as if someone was controlling it. The pet totem forms of Kung Fu Fly, Wolf Spider, and Fire Scale Tiger are all lit up. The next moment, 3 powerful pets suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the house and actually left the pet backpack space on their own. Lin Hao is suddenly surrounded by 5 pets. If someone rashly breaks into the house at this moment, he will probably be attacked by them in an instant. About 2 hours later, Lin Hao woke up. So stinky. When he regained consciousness, Lin Hao suddenly felt a sour smell coming from his nostrils, and his whole body was sticky, as if he had been smeared with feces. Lin Hao's mind moved slightly, and he immediately connected to the shared vision of the 4 treasures. However, before he could figure out what was happening, he discovered that the house had become very lively. Kung Fu Fly, Wolf Spider, and Fire Scale Tiger. How did these 3 get out? Lin Hao stood up suddenly and looked at them with a look of surprise. Chapter 63, Absorbing the Blood Chi Pill. What's going on? Aren't the little flies all in the pet backpack space? Looking at the 3 pets in front of him, Lin Hao was full of surprise. Before he fell into a coma, he remembered that he had put it into the pet backpack space. Just as I was about to ask the system That cold electronic synthesized voice suddenly rang in my mind. The host was in a coma just now. To ensure the host's safety, the pet protection mode was automatically activated. Hearing this, Lin Hao suddenly understood. He immediately felt delighted. He didn't expect the system to have this master protection mode. It was quite smart. After figuring out what was going on, Lin Hao put all of Kung Fu Fly and the others back into the pet backpack space. Before carrying out the assassination mission, Wolf Spider and Kung Fu Fly, as members of the Ace Killer team, should try not to be exposed. Otherwise, once these two strange pets appeared, those who knew about them would naturally associate them with him. When I was in Tianwu City, I had just obtained a System Evolved pet, but I was so eager to make money that I neglected this point. That's why I was noticed by the head of the Zhao family and others. Fortunately, the two family heads were his own people, and they covered it up for him. Especially the head of the Zhao family. In order to conceal Lin Hao's identity, he eliminated the 3 butlers and the guards who knew Lin Hao's pet. Although the method is cruel, it is the most effective way to solve the problem. So now, whether in the imperial capital Yinqing or in Tianyin Academy, no one knows that he has the magical ability to tame beasts except the Mingo organization. From a certain perspective, the Minge organization can be said to be Lin Hao's company, and with mission targets, they will naturally protect him. Of course, even though the Minge organization is powerful, the information they obtain from Lin Hao is already a thing of the past. The current strength of Kung Fu Fly and Wolf Spider is no longer at the level when Ming Ge collected information. There are also the Fire Scale Tiger and the 4 treasures stored in the back, each of which has its own special abilities. Lin Hao took a deep breath, reorganized his thoughts, and then turned his attention to himself. He was surprised to find that after swallowing the marrow cleansing pill, the flow of spiritual energy in most of the meridians in his body became much smoother. Obviously, all the original impurities in the meridians have been cleared away. Even the functions of various aspects of the body have been greatly improved. The sticky black impurities on his body were washed away by the energy of the marrow cleansing pill, and the toxins were forced out of the pores. The marrow cleansing pill, it turns out that it has the effect of strengthening the body. It is really good. Lin Hao clenched his fists, feeling the power filling his muscles, and was quite satisfied. When people live in this world, whether they eat or breathe, there will be some filth left in their bodies to a greater or lesser extent. The accumulation of these impurities in the body will inevitably affect the speed of cultivation and various functions. The purpose of developing the marrow cleansing pill was for this reason. After tasting the benefits brought by the marrow cleansing pill, Lin Hao did not hesitate and decisively threw the remaining pill into his mouth. As before, it melts in your mouth. A surge of warm energy instantly rushed into the body and flowed to every part of the body. Perhaps it was the first time I experienced the cleansing of my meridians and marrow that my body felt such intense pain. This time, Lin Hao not only did not feel any pain, but instead felt a little comfortable, and his whole body felt much more relaxed. It was like the first night of being a virgin, tight and painful, but became more and more pleasurable afterwards. This feeling made Lin Hao have evil thoughts, and a hint of lust slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. After about half an hour, the medicinal effects of the marrow cleansing pill had completely evaporated from Lin Hao's body. Lin Hao stood up from the bed. His entire clothes were black and covered with dirt, but his energy and spirit were much more abundant. I never thought my body was so dirty. Lin Hao laughed at himself and couldn't bear the stench, so he took off his clothes. Immediately, he casually drew a fire rune and burned the dirty clothes. It's impossible to ask him to do the laundry. It's foggy. Then, Lin Hao cast a water spell to thoroughly wash away the dirt on his body. Looking at the wet floor, Lin Hao patiently cast the fire spell again to evaporate all the water stains. Knowing magic really makes life much more convenient. Lin Hao grinned and found a reasonable excuse for his laziness. Next, it's the qi and blood pill. Lin Hao changed into a clean set of clothes and turned his attention to the remaining medicine box. As it opened, 5 small pills came into view, all red like blood, faintly filled with a strong, bloody smell. Although Lin Hao had never taken the qi and blood pill, he knew that it was a pill that replenished the body's qi and blood. As we all know, a person's lifespan is determined by the strength of his or her qi and blood. Just like young people, they have vigorous energy and blood, so they are energetic in doing anything. Even if they stay up all night, they can feel full of energy again after a nap. However, if it were an old man, as he gets older, his energy and blood become weaker and weaker, and he would undoubtedly have one foot in the coffin. In the path of martial arts, what one pursues is not only strength, but also something more important. That is, the pursuit of the illusory path to eternal life. The higher the level of cultivation, the stronger the body's chi and blood will be after being tempered by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and the longer the lifespan will naturally be. What's more, some martial arts masters can maintain their appearance forever. He looks like a young man on the surface, but in fact he's an old man who is over 100 years old. Having died once, Lin Hao now values the preciousness of life more. Therefore, at this moment, I feel that these 5 chi and blood pills are quite useful. At that moment, Lin Hao was very decisive and swallowed 5 pills in one gulp. The marrow-cleansing pill melts in the mouth as soon as it enters the mouth, but the taste of these chi and blood pills is similar to that of meatballs and is very tasty. As he swallowed it, within just a few breaths, Lin Hao clearly felt an extremely strong energy of chi and blood erupting in his stomach. Then, this energy of chi and blood flows along the intestines and stomach into the blood vessels and meridians throughout the body, flowing through the limbs and bones. However, when a large amount of blood and energy filled his body, Lin Hao's face suddenly turned red, and it seemed that he could spit out a ball of hot air by opening his mouth. As the energy and blood continued to flow in, Lin Hao's body gradually became hotter and his skin became redder. In that situation, it seemed that blood would ooze out if you pressed your fingers on the skin. That's because the chi and blood in Lin Hao's body were too vigorous at this time. They began to seep out from the tiny blood vessels and then flowed into the surface of the skin and flesh, causing the physical signs to appear. However, compared to the fierce effect of the marrow-cleansing pill, the chi and blood pill is obviously much milder. Apart from a little dizziness, I had no other discomfort. Just like this, under Lin Hao's greedy absorption, the redness on his skin gradually faded away until it got dark. These 5 chi and blood pills at least extended his lifespan by 5 years. Chapter 64. Martial Arts Foundation. After cleansing the tendons and marrow, and nourishing with chi and blood pills. Although Lin Hao's cultivation has not improved significantly, his physical functions are already far superior to those of a third-level warrior at the same level. In terms of strength, it has increased significantly. The path of martial arts cultivation is like building a building. A towering building rises from the ground. Among them, the most important is the foundation. Only with a solid and firm foundation can a towering building be built. Otherwise, everything is empty and will eventually stagnate or collapse. From this, we can see that the foundation of martial arts practice lies in the martial artist's physical body. Only by tempering a strong physique can one accommodate more energy and perform various powerful spells and combat skills. Compared with warriors of the same level, Lin Hao's physical body is now at a relatively stable level. That's the benefit of resources. No matter how talented you are, without a constant supply of resources to support you, you will inevitably have to spend more energy and time to explore on your own. This is why many young warriors, even if they fight to the death, are willing to travel thousands of miles to come to Tianyin Academy to take part in the assessment and recruitment. Tianyin Academy is indeed a good place. Lin Hao stood up, feeling the blood and energy boiling in his body, and murmured to himself with great joy. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Then, Qin asked, Lin Hao, it's time for dinner. Hearing this, Lin Hao suddenly realized and remembered the dinner he had agreed to have with Qin and the others during the day. Opening the door, Lin Hao looked at Qin and Lei Meng in front of him and said with a faint smile, Let's go, I'll treat you. Although he didn't have much money left, hundreds of thousands of taels should be more than enough for a dinner. At this moment, it is already evening. Lin Hao and the other two walked out of the gate of the freshman dormitory area. The cultivation talents of these 3 of them are respectively ultimate, heavenly, and earthly. Among the new male students, they are considered the tallest 3. Therefore, when they walked together at this time, they attracted a lot of attention. Although Tianyin Academy is an academy that teaches martial arts, the practice of martial arts requires both tension and relaxation, so it also has some leisure business premises. In order to provide a convenient environment for the students, there are all kinds of clothing stores, weapon shops, weapon refineries, and restaurants. Qin, you seem to be familiar with the architectural layout of the mansion. After making 3 turns and 2 turns, they soon brought Lin Hao and the others to a restaurant. The name of the restaurant is Fu Jingshuan. Its architectural style is very elegant, built around a lake and surrounded by beautiful surroundings. You can enjoy delicious food and appreciate the scenery. With such a layout, it is considered a relatively high-end restaurant and is loved by many aristocratic children. As night falls, the wealthy students come here to relax and enjoy themselves. The shop is packed with people and business is booming. Raymond seemed to be in such a high-end place for the first time, and his expression was a little unnatural. Xiaolai, relax. Qinyu reached out and patted his shoulder like an older brother taking care of his younger brother. On the other hand, Lin Hao always looked indifferent because he found that the balance in the Wanjin card suddenly increased by 10 million taels. There is no doubt that Mingge has just transferred his salary to him. 10 million taels is enough to handle the meal in a place like this, even if the dishes are monster meat. Come on, let's go in. Immediately, Qinyu waved his hand and strode in with his head held high. The arrogant way he walked made it seem as if he didn't care about his relatives, and his behavior was no different from that of a dandy young man. Lin Hao smiled secretly in his heart, and he finally understood why Qinyu had few friends. The floor of the restaurant is paved with masonry and is as smooth as a mirror. It was already dinner time, and most of the people in the hall were young men and women dressed in the uniforms of students from the academy. People who can afford to come here to consume are generally financially strong. Ordering a table of dishes will cost tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. Ordinary people simply cannot afford it. Fu Jingshuan has 3 floors. In order to enjoy the beautiful view, Lin Hao and his friends went directly to the 3rd floor and chose a window close to the lake. Beside the table, a waitress stood respectfully, ready to take your orders at any time. Then, on Qinyu's own initiative, he ordered a table full of dishes. The various delicacies from land and sea are a feast for the eyes. This meal will cost at least more than 100,000 yuan. The muscles at the corners of Lin Hao's eyes twitched slightly. This kid is really rude. At this time, the sumptuous meal on Lin Hao's table undoubtedly attracted a lot of people's attention. Look, isn't that the new student who was tested for the ultimate cultivation talent during today's recruitment assessment? It is said that his name is Lin Hao. He is from Tianwu City, and he is born blind. TSK. So he's blind. No wonder there's something wrong with his eyes. What can a blind man do? He has wasted such a great talent for cultivation. That's right. You're already so old, but your cultivation is only at level 3. You're not even as good as me. When seeing Lin Hao's appearance, some old students all looked strange and began to discuss in a low voice. However, that kind of discussion was not praise, but rather carried a sense of sarcasm and jealousy, and people secretly lamented that God was unfair. The ultimate cultivation talent actually fell on a useless blind man. This is a place to eat and drink. If some people have shit in their mouths, they'd better go and clean it up first and don't talk nonsense here. In response to the voices of belittling and mocking Lin Hao, Qinyu, who was originally in a good mood, seemed a little unhappy. His voice was not loud, but those present were all warriors and mages with a certain level of cultivation. Therefore, Qinyu's words were clearly heard by everyone. Damn it, a little freshman. Suddenly, some old students slammed the table and stood up, their faces full of anger. Don't be impulsive. That guy's identity is not simple. He is the young master of the general's mansion, Qinyu. However, after learning about Qinyu's family background, the old students' arrogance suddenly weakened and their faces were full of fear. As everyone knows, the Qin mansion controls nearly half of the military power of the Great Yin dynasty. Even the king of Yin has to show some respect to it. As the only child of the Qin family, Qinyu is like a jewel in the palm of the hand. Who dares to offend him? This gets so boring. I wanted to have some fun, but now we're all impotent. Seeing those people sitting back in silence, Qinyu raised the corner of his mouth and snorted disdainfully. Seeing this, Lin Hao smiled secretly in his heart. It was quite an honor to be able to make the acquaintance of such a roommate with a powerful background. At least in the future, no one will come to cause trouble and expose your cards. Oh, I was wondering who was so arrogant. It turns out to be the prodigal son of the Qin mansion. Just then, a teasing laugh was heard. Soon after, 6 young men appeared at the entrance of the 3rd floor stairs. Judging from the school badges on them, they're obviously middle school students. Chapter 65, Don't Talk When You Can Do It. The person who spoke just now had a pale face and gloomy eyes, as if he was always calculating against others. Seeing the person coming, Qin Yu frowned slightly, but ignored him. The second prince. Seeing the long-haired young man in the lead, the students present all looked slightly unhappy and hurriedly buried their heads in their food. They looked so panicked, as if they were extremely afraid of provoking this guy. Second prince. Lin Hao was slightly surprised. His name is Yin Fengjun, the second son of our King Yin. He is narrow-minded. Just ignore him, Qin Yu whispered, reminding Lin Hao and Raymond beside him. Qin Yu, I haven't seen you for a long time, and you are still so wasteful. Yin Fengjun walked over and looked at the table full of delicious food with a playful look on his face. As he spoke, he turned his gaze and looked at Lin Hao and Raymond. After taking a quick look, Yin Fengjun's gaze fixed on Lin Hao, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Gray pupils? It seems that you are the blind man who stole the limelight in today's freshman recruitment assessment. Staring at Lin Hao, he said with a smile. However, Lin Hao picked up the chopsticks and ignored it. He had no intention of paying any attention to this arrogant and rude guy. Seeing that Lin Hao remained silent, Yin Fengjun's eyes darkened slightly, and there was obviously a hint of displeasure in his expression. Hey, our second prince is talking to you. Are you blind and deaf? Next to him, a strong man shouted at Lin Hao. Talk to my friend. Be respectful. Qin Yu's face turned cold, and he suddenly changed his normal state and said coldly, If you don't respect it, what can you do? The strong man smiled contemptuously. Relying on being the second prince's follower, he was not afraid of Qin Yu's family power at all. What's going on? In response to this provocation, the coldness in Qin Yu's eyes grew even stronger. I think if you can move your hands, try not to move your mouth. As the words fell, Qin Yu's right hand, which was placed under the table, suddenly stretched out. A wind rune that had been engraved long ago was suspended above his fingertips, flashing with green light. Sweep away everything in whirlwind. In an instant, the wind rune exploded violently and suddenly turned into a green wind, blowing towards the strong man fiercely. The sudden attack caught the strong man off guard. Even though he had the strength of a fourth-level warrior, he was unable to escape unscathed when faced with close-range magic attacks. Almost in the blink of an eye, the strong man's body was enveloped by this small tornado. Immediately afterwards, the countless sharp blades contained in it began to cut the flesh madly. Suddenly, the screams of a strong man were heard in the restaurant. Receive. After giving a brief lesson, Qin Yu waved his hand, and the tornado of green wind suddenly dissipated. Soon everyone was horrified to see that the strong man had fallen to the ground, his skin torn and blood splattered all over his body. However, the chest was still breathing heavily, obviously still showing signs of life. Qin Yu, how dare you do that? Yin Fengjun's face darkened, and he looked at Qin Yu coldly. He didn't care at all about the life or death of his men, but was rather a little surprised. I didn't expect that Qin Yu, who was usually so cheerful and would choose to swallow his anger no matter how I mocked him, would now fight for a so-called friend. I just said, if you can use your hands, try not to use your mouth. A sneer appeared on Qin Yu's lips. Beside him, Raymond frowned, grasped the iron bow behind him with his hands, and was ready to strike. Seeing this scene, Lin Hao remained silent. He didn't want to cause any more trouble before the mission was completed. He knew that with the military power controlled by the Qin family in the Great Yin dynasty, even the second prince could not do anything to Qin Yu. Otherwise, even if the Qin family has been loyal for generations, once the only descendant is gone, it would only take a few minutes for them to start a rebellion. It seems that I underestimated you before. You have guts. Yin Fengjun narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at Qin Yu as coldly as a snake. Immediately, he turned his gaze to Lin Hao and sneered. Blind man, you are lucky. Not only do you have the ultimate talent for cultivation, but you also made such a friend. I just don't know if your luck can continue. Yin Fengjun's words clearly contained a hint of intimidation. Lin Hao picked up a piece of Lingwei chicken meat with chopsticks and ate it by himself, still ignoring him. Lin Hao's indifferent attitude undoubtedly made Yin Fengjun feel that his noble status as a prince was seriously challenged, and his heart was filled with anger. However, Yin Fengjun did not get angry on the spot. He turned around and left without any interest in eating. As for the strong man who fell to the ground and was injured, he was carried away by several other followers, leaving only a pool of blood on the ground. As the conflict between the two sides came to an end, the waiters of the restaurant came over to clean up the situation. It seems that this kind of thing has long been nothing new. Brother, you were very courageous just now. Raymond's eyes flickered as he stared at Chinyu in admiration. Only occasionally. If you like, we can live in the same dormitory from now on. I'll give you some courage every day. Chinyu grinned, his face regaining its usual cynical look. He was completely different from the cold and stern look just now. Don't give me that. Raymond was stunned and quickly shook his head, then picked up a bottle of wine, drank it in big gulps, and ate meat. He had never eaten such delicious food in his life, and the wine was also excellent. The life of rich people is indeed great. You shouldn't have done that just now. Lin Hao put down his chopsticks and said calmly, "It is not rational to offend a prince." Hearing this, Qin Yu's mouth curled up slightly, and he said nonchalantly, "It's okay. I have tolerated him for a long time, and beating his men today is considered to be collecting some interest." Hearing this, Lin Hao smiled slightly. In fact, he knew in his heart that the reason Qin Yu took action was to help him. This friend can be a deep friendship. As for this, Lin Hao looked to the side and saw Raymond wolfing down a table of delicious food. He has a simple personality and should be a friend worth making close friends with. You don't need many friends, 2 or 3 are enough. Soon, the 3 of them started eating while chatting and laughing. The relationship between them is becoming more and more familiar. My mother's last name is Yang, and I used to have a nickname, Chunji, and I was almost renamed Yang Chunji. During the chat, Lin Hao hinted at something and pretended to smile. I wonder if there is anyone with the same name in Tianyan Academy. Among the tens of thousands of students in our institution, there may be someone with this name. Raymond joked, "Brother Hao, you can't just respond to this name when you hear it next time, ah." However, when Xinyu heard the 3 words, Yang Chengji, his expression changed slightly, but it was fleeting. He looked at Lin Hao obscurely, wondering what he was thinking. Chapter 66, Investigation Clues. The name Yang Chengji is quite meaningful. It can be used to inherit and ascend the throne. It has a noble feeling. Lin Hao's previous test clearly detected a hint of something strange on Qin Yu's face, so he continued speaking. He felt that Qin Yu might know that person and was very likely to know some hidden secrets. If both parties are friends, I'm sorry. After all, the mission has been accepted, and in Lin Hao's eyes, the other party is just a prey. We do have a person called Yang Qingji in our Tianyan Academy. He is the last disciple of our master. Qin Yu hesitated for a moment and then suddenly spoke. While speaking, he kept his eyes fixed on Lin Hao, as if trying to see some changes in Lin Hao's face. "Oh, really? That's quite a coincidence." Lin Hao raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled as if he didn't care. He then stopped talking, picked up the wine glass, smiled at Qin Yu and Lei Ming, and said, "Cheers." Done. Raymond was the first to pick up a glass of liquor and drank it all in one gulp. Seeing this, Qin Yu also picked up the wine glass, took a sip, and thought about something. It must be just a coincidence. As he thought about it, Qin Yu laughed secretly in his heart. After all, there was nothing unusual in Lin Hao's behavior and words. Besides, Yang Qingji is the only close disciple of the mansion master, and he has a powerful background that is unknown to the public. Even if Lin Hao knew this person, what could he do? Thinking of this, Qin Yu no longer worried about it, and the slightly tense expression on his face also relaxed. At this time, Lin Hao swallowed the wine in his mouth and started thinking in his heart. Since there's indeed a person named Yang Chengji in Tianyan Academy, things will be much easier. Anyway, there is no time limit for the mission. The assassination must be completed. The information clues about Yang Chengji can be slowly investigated in the future. There's no need to rush so as not to make it too obvious. However, the current information and background information of the prey is really fucked up. The Mansion Lord's close disciple must be very powerful. It would be extremely difficult to assassinate him under the nose of Ing Yuanzi, the powerful old man. No wonder the killers organized by Minggu were unable to sneak into Tianyan Academy, and instead sent a blind man like him in. If the assassination fails, what's the difference between this and committing suicide? As Lin Hao thought about it, he felt that a monthly salary of tens of millions was a bit cheap. After completing this task, we must know the difficulty of the task in advance next time before raising the price. Then, after 3 rounds of drinking, Lin Hao and the other 2 were all a little tipsy, but they were also full. After Lin Hao paid the bill generously, he walked down the stairs. The first floor of Fujingshuan. When Lin Hao walked to the gate, 2 figures came out from the corner and happened to block each other. These two people, one man and one woman. One of them was Zhao Linger. The other young man had long flowing hair, sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and was extremely handsome. There are 4 grades in Tianyin Academy, and the uniforms of students in each academy are different. The young man was wearing the purple school uniform and was a sophomore, 1 grade higher than Lin Hao and the others. When Zhao Linger saw that the person she met was Lin Hao, her beautiful eyes were slightly startled and there was a hint of unnaturalness on her face. "So it's you, Lin Hao." The long-haired young man raised his eyes slightly, stared at Lin Hao, with a smile on his lips. Thanks to the shared vision of the 4 treasures, although Lin Hao did not recognize the other person's appearance, he felt a little familiar with his voice. This voice made him feel disgusted. It seems like there were some unhappy events in the past a long time ago. After all, many people bullied him during the years when he was blind, but he could only identify people by their voices, and it was impossible for him to remember every voice. "I haven't seen you for more than half a year. It seems you have forgotten me," the long-haired young man said with a playful look on his face. "I'm Ma Juntian. When we first met, you fell down in front of me with your palm on a pile of shit." Hearing this, Lin Hao frowned and immediately remembered something. At the same time, the scene at that time emerged in my mind. If Ma Juntian hadn't secretly done something bad and asked the 3rd butler to move a stumbling block and put a pile of dog shit in front of him on his way to the cafeteria, how could he have fallen? Moreover, Lin Hao knew that Ma Juntian was Zhao Linger's distant cousin and had been secretly in love with Zhao Linger since childhood. But because he was going to enter Tianyin Academy 2 years ago, the marriage proposal was put on hold for the time being. Unexpectedly, I later heard that the Zhao and Lin families were getting married, and my beloved distant cousin actually married a blind man. In a rage, he ran to the Zhao mansion and instigated the servants of a Zhao mansion to take good care of Lin Hao. As for this, the reason why Lin Hao was often bullied since he married into the Zhao family was undoubtedly Ma Juntian. However, the 3rd steward Qin Shi had been brutally murdered by him several months ago. What's next? Old accounts must be settled. Everything changes with time. Don't get carried away when you are successful. Lin Hao smiled faintly, and his words were extremely elegant. "You have great literary talent. In my opinion, you are not suitable for martial arts training, but more suitable for learning literature." Ma Juntian's lips curled up slightly, and he sighed. God is so unfair. He actually gave the ultimate cultivation talent to a blind man. What a waste. Hearing this, Qin Yu and Lei Meng frowned slightly. It seems that this guy is not Lin Hao's friend. After judging the relationship between the 2 parties, Qin Yu sneered without hesitation. "You say that God is unfair. Then who do you think you are?" Tiske. It's not even worth an onion, in my opinion." Raymond picked his teeth with a toothpick and laughed along. Hearing this, Ma Juntian's face darkened, and then he turned his gaze to Qin Yu and Raymond beside him. Qin Yu's family background is extremely famous throughout the Tianyin dynasty, but Qin Yu's reputation as a prodigal son is not weak at all. So when I saw it, I recognized it. Ma Juntian's expression suddenly changed slightly, and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. Although the Ma family has a considerable foundation, their business has also been thriving in recent years. But since ancient times, Shang has been no match for the military. Facing the Qin family, who possessed powerful military power, they were completely powerless to resist. "Master Qin, it turns out that you have also entered Tianyin Academy," Ma Juntian hurriedly said with a smile. "This is really cause for celebration." Bullshit. Get out of here as far as you can. If you dare to mess with our brother Hao again, you will be in big trouble." Qin Yu didn't have a good expression at all, and he shouted cursingly. That look undoubtedly fully revealed his usual dandy style. Moreover, Lin Hao's name was changed to Brother Hao, which has a different meaning. "Ow, Brother Hao." Sure enough, when he heard this name, Ma Juntian looked at Lin Hao in surprise. Obviously, he didn't expect that one would a blind man like Lin Hao accept such a powerful younger brother. It's unbelievable. Zhao Linger's eyes moved slightly, and she was quite surprised. Unexpectedly, Lin Hao met Qin Yu as soon as he arrived here. Judging from their relationship, it seems that they have known each other for a long time. Otherwise, with Qin Yu's powerful family background, how could he condescend to call him Brother Hao? "Why are you still standing there? A good dog doesn't block the road." Raymond glared at Ma Juntian and shouted in a powerful voice. Judging from their aura, they're all at the level of 4th-level warriors. If a fight really breaks out, Ma Juntian will definitely be abused. Facing the burly Raymond, Ma Juntian was also a little afraid. who always bullied the weak and feared the strong, immediately reached out his hand and wanted to hold Zhao Linger's hand and walk into the restaurant. Bang! However, at this moment, his hand had just been half extended when it was suddenly grabbed by Lin Hao. "What are you doing?" Ma Juntian's eyes darkened slightly, and he was about to explode, but when he saw Qin Yu and Lei Meng next to him, he could only endure it. "You can't touch my woman," Lin Hao said calmly. "If you want to take advantage of me, find someone else." Hearing this, Zhao Linger's heart trembled slightly, and she stared at Lin Hao in a daze. "Does he still think I am his woman? As far as I know, you and Linger have never slept together since you married into the Zhao family." Ma Juntian said with a joking look on his face, sneering. "So, in a sense, Linger is not your Lin Hao's woman." Hearing this, Qin Yu, Lei Meng, and others couldn't help but be secretly surprised. Immediately, the two of them looked at Zhao Linger in surprise almost at the same time, and then looked at Lin Hao. Obviously, he had never expected that this new beauty would actually be Lin Hao's wife. Moreover, Lin Hao is actually a son-in-law who marries into the wife's family. Qin Yu and the others were confused for a moment about Lin Hao's past. After all, with Lin Hao's ultimate talent for cultivation, no matter which family he was born into, they would probably regard him as a family treasure. How could they be willing to let him marry into another family? "Cousin, stop talking." Zhao Linger frowned slightly and said coldly. Her private affairs with Lin Hao were now openly exposed by Ma Juntian, and she felt extremely unhappy. After saying that, she glanced at Lin Hao, then turned and left, with no interest in eating at all. Zhao Linger actually knew about the feelings of his distant cousin and had rejected him many times. "But unfortunately, I had just entered Tianyan Academy today and received Ma Juntian's enthusiastic invitation to have a meal here to welcome him back, so I had to reluctantly accept it. Unexpectedly, I met Lin Hao here. It would be fine if we just met, but this guy just doesn't hold back and tells everything. Linger, we haven't eaten yet, don't leave." Seeing Zhao Linger suddenly leave, Ma Juntian suddenly became anxious. However, his wrist was always grasped by Lin Hao, and he was unable to chase Zhao Linger at all. "Let go, you bastard." Seeing Zhao Linger walking away, Ma Juntian's face suddenly became extremely gloomy at this moment. The moment the voice fell, the spiritual power in his body suddenly burst out, trying to shake Lin Hao away. In his opinion, with Lin Hao's cultivation level of a level 3 warrior, he was no match at all. Whatever the ultimate talent for cultivation, low cultivation is still a fatal flaw. However, what shocked him next was that instead of being shaken away by the spiritual power, Lin Hao's palm was gripped with increasing force. Then, he was horrified to find that Lin Hao's arm was covered with a layer of black scales at some point. At the same time, Lin Hao's aura soared in an instant, emitting an extremely ferocious and violent energy fluctuation. "What?" Seeing this scene, Ma Juntian was suddenly shocked. But when he reacted, Lin Hao's palm, which was like an iron clamp, was filled with extremely terrifying power. It suddenly threw his body into the air and then slammed it to the ground. Bang! After falling heavily to the ground, Ma Juntian screamed with blood spitting out of his mouth. He felt as if his whole body was falling apart and was in great pain. However, Lin Hao had no intention of stopping. He threw him up again and dropped him heavily to the ground. Being grabbed by Lin Hao like this and swung wildly and fiercely, Ma Juntian had almost no power to fight back. He could only mobilize all the spiritual energy in his body and try his best to protect his vital organs. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, heavy impact sounds were heard one after another. After repeating this cycle for dozens of times, Lin Hao finally stopped and removed his half-dragon form. What happened outside? At this time, the movement at the gate undoubtedly attracted the attention of everyone in the restaurant, and they all ran out. Hiss! But when they saw this, many students couldn't help but gasp, all with faces full of surprise. But Ma Juntian was lying on the ground like a puddle of mud, with no one knowing how many bones were broken. Too brutal. Qin Yu and Lei Meng, who had been watching the whole process, couldn't help swallowing their saliva with their throats rolling, their eyes filled with shock. Who would have thought that a 4th-level warrior would be hit around like a dead dog by Lin Hao? That terrifying power is like a humanoid beast, which makes people feel uneasy. Lin Hao had an indifferent look on his face. The reason he beat Ma Juntian was not because he was jealous, but because his private affair with Zhao Linger was exposed. It was all because of this guy that he suffered even more humiliation in the Zhao mansion. Otherwise, although Lin Hao was nominally the son-in-law, he could eat and drink delicious food and live a free and easy life every day. At this moment, she vented all the resentment that had been pent up for more than half a year since she married into the Zhao family, and she felt much better. In the practice of martial arts, in addition to cultivating the body, one must also cultivate the mind. The so-called self-cultivation means that the mind is free of distracting thoughts, and the qi channels are unobstructed. Only when the qi flows smoothly can one feel happy. When practicing martial arts, the flow of spiritual energy will be unobstructed and thoughts will be clear. On the contrary, if the qi is not flowing smoothly, leading to depression, the spiritual energy will not only circulate slowly, but will most likely accumulate in the body eventually, forming an evil fire that devours the mind. This is what it means to be angry. Not only will you fail to cultivate, but you will also harm your body. Even some people with strong self-esteem may be angered to death. Of course, even if the body is fine, the martial arts practice will be restricted because the thoughts cannot be clear and gradually develop into a knot in the heart, causing the martial artist to fail in breaking through the bottleneck and thus go astray. Therefore, disputes often occur in the martial arts world. A disagreement will lead to a sword fight, and most of them are just for the sake of revenge and spontaneous action. Otherwise, even though your strength will continue to grow through daily hard training, you will still have to be careful and endure humiliation in life. Then what's the point of practicing martial arts? It's better to be an ordinary civilian. And marrying into the Zhao family half a year ago was a knot in Lin Hao's heart. From now on, once this knot is untied, you'll be able to make smoother progress in the path of martial arts. Chapter 67 Night Dive Core Area. Under the night, the freshman dormitory area of Tianyan Academy. Lin Hao, Qin Yu, and Lei Meng returned to the dormitory drunkenly. Brother Hao, you look gentle and polite, but you are really ruthless in a fight. Raymond looked at Lin Hao with admiration and grinned. Although he was born in a remote, mountainous area, hunting has always been the main lifestyle there. The people there are tough and have a natural respect for the strong. The scene of Lin Hao beating Ma Juntian wildly just now made Raymond feel his blood boiling. In his opinion, a man should have this kind of fierce spirit. Nothing. I have some old scores with him. Since we met, I'll settle them. A smile appeared on Lin Hao's lips. Now, fighting is just painless for him. When it comes to killing people, he can be said to not even blink an eye. If this was not the Tianyan Academy, he might have released the fire scale tiger to swallow Ma Juntian in one gulp. After all, in a school, disputes and fights, as long as they are not too serious, will generally be ignored. If it involves murder, then it would be a serious matter. He heard from Qin Yu that Tianyan Academy had established a law enforcement team a long time ago to punish offenders and even had the power to execute the death penalty. Even the royal family of the dynasty have to behave themselves when they come here. Otherwise, the second prince, Yin Fengjun, would not have given up on his vengeful mentality as he did just now at the Fujingshuan restaurant. Lin Hao, can you really not see anything? As they spent today together, Qin Yu discovered that Lin Hao's behavior was exactly like that of a normal person, and he couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Well, this is how we are born, and heaven and earth can bear witness to it. Lin Hao nodded and smiled calmly. Then how come you seem to be able to sense any disturbance around you? Qin Yu looked puzzled as he stared at Lin Hao's strange gray pupils. Because I have a special skill. Lin Hao spoke, but stopped without making it clear. What? A blind man also has special skills? His words aroused Raymond's curiosity. He also looked into Lin Hao's eyes and tried to wave his hand in front of him several times. Brother Hao, guess how many times I waved my hands in front of you just now? Raymond withdrew his hand and chuckled. If Lin Hao could guess this, then he would be really convinced. Master, 6 times. On his shoulder, the parrot Seabao's red beak pretended to get close to Lin Hao's ear and whispered. 6 times, right? Lin Hao raised the corners of his mouth slightly and spoke bluntly. Seeing this, Qin Yu and Lei Meng were slightly startled, and then an expression of "I see" appeared on their faces. Then the two of them looked at the 4 treasures carefully and were quite surprised. I originally thought that this parrot was just a pet that Lin Hao kept for fun. Unexpectedly, it is so smart that it can understand human language and provide information to its owner. Brother Hao, your parrot is so smart. Raymond's eyes flashed. He looked at Seabao intently and exclaimed in admiration. Its name is Seabao, and it's my guide bird. Lin Hao had a calm expression on his face, and his relaxed aura gave him a sense of being in control. Zhao, for seasons of wealth and fortune, a good name. Qin grinned, and his nonchalant appearance turned into a playful literary act. Guide bird? This is the first time I've heard of this kind of bird. I'll try to train one someday. Raymond seemed very interested. He grew up in the mountains and had a special feeling for animals. That's easy. Just poke your eyes out first, and then let Zhao show you the way. Qin raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but make a joke. Roll. Raymond's face changed, and he quickly scolded. Ha ha. Suddenly, three people's hearty laughter was heard in dormitory 003, and the atmosphere was extremely harmonious. In the dormitory, Lin Hao sat cross-legged on the bed. Although it is sitting quietly, it is not meditation practice. Little fly, come out of work. Lin Hao's mind moved slightly, and he summoned Kung Fu Fly out from the pet backpack space. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The little fly immediately flew around the house happily. Find out where the mansion owner lives. Lin Hao gave the order. The Kung Fu Fly flew out of the window without any delay. At the same time, Lin Hao also started the shared vision between the two parties. Immediately afterwards, all the scenes that Kung Fu Xiaoying had seen appeared in his mind. In order to avoid being discovered, Kung Fu Fly flew high in the sky under the cover of night. It flapped its two shadowy wings and flew straight towards the depths of Tianyin Academy. The speed was so fast that it made a buzzing sound in the sky. The architectural layout of Tianyin Academy is based on the mountain, with a total of 5 districts from top to bottom. Lin Hao and other freshmen are at the bottom and belong to the first grade. Going further up, there's second, third, and fourth grades. As for the topmost area, it is the high-rise campus of Tianyin Academy. This is an area where only instructors and senior students above level 7 fighters can move around. And that is also where the core resources of the entire institution are located. Although Lin Hao currently does not know how strong Yang Qingji's cultivation is, as the master of the mansion's closed disciple, he should be qualified to enter. He could even live there, otherwise the assassins from Minj would not be able to investigate him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In midair, the direction in which the Kung Fu Fly was flying was towards the core area. However, when he arrived here, Lin Hao was surprised to find that the outer edge of the mountaintop was covered with a layer of milky white light. There were faint energy fluctuations of runes in the light shield, which condensed together like a barrier and could not be penetrated at all. Kung Fu Fly tried to hit it twice, but it had no effect at all. It felt like hitting a mountain wall and was unable to be shaken at all. A rune array was actually set up. Lying on the bed, Lin Hao frowned, looking at the images transmitted by Kung Fu Fly, and couldn't help feeling a little tricky. It seems that we have to think of other ways. Little fly, come back. Lin Hao sighed secretly and was about to summon Kung Fu Fly back when the rune light curtain suddenly trembled. Immediately afterwards, a hole of light slowly appeared in the light shield not far in front of Kung Fu Xiaoying. Could it be that the two collisions just now were discovered? Lin Hao's heart sank, and he hurriedly urged, Little fly, hide quickly. After receiving the command, the little fly flapped its wings violently, suddenly turned into a beam of light, and flew to a nearby stone. Then it drilled into the crevice of the rock and quickly hit its tracks. At this moment, 2 figures appeared from the crack in the light curtain. They were all dressed in black robes with a dark gold badge, totem embroidered on their chests. This is the law enforcement team of Tianyin Academy, and they have a powerful aura. The middle-aged man in the lead had eyes as sharp as an eagle's as he looked around with a slightly puzzled expression. Chapter 68, Yang Chengji's background. Strange. Is this an illusion? Seeing nothing unusual, the eagle-eyed man frowned slightly. I just clearly noticed that there was some unusual movement in the protective light curtain here. But even though we rushed here to check as soon as possible, nothing suspicious happened. Captain, the night wind is a bit strong tonight. I think you are worrying too much. A young law enforcement officer said with a smile. It's better to worry too much than to be irresponsible. The eagle-eyed man had a stern expression on his face and said in a cold voice, I think the commotion just now is not that simple. We must patrol more frequently during this period of time. When a young law enforcement officer heard about the increase in workload, he couldn't help but say, Captain, this is the core area of Tianyin Academy. Who has the guts to come in and commit crimes? Maybe I didn't dare before. The eagle-eyed man sneered and said calmly, But since that person became the closed disciple of our Lord, things are not so simple anymore. The person you're talking about is Yang Sungi. The young law enforcer was startled and asked in surprise, "Captain, what kind of background does he have that the palace master could make an exception and accept him as his close disciple?" He had just taken office and was obviously unaware of the strange things going on. The eagle-eyed man looked around and saw that there was no one else. He said in a low voice, "His identity is actually the heir of the remnants of the rebellion against the Great Yin dynasty. Although he was still a child more than 20 years ago, he had nothing to do with the rebellion. But given King Yan's character, he will definitely root out the evil. Moreover, according to some intelligence, it is rumored that Yang Chengji has been secretly colluding with officials in the court and intends to launch a rebellion conspiracy again. You think the Flame King will forgive him?" Having said that, the eagle-eyed man's eyes darkened slightly as he stared at the young law enforcement officer in front of him. "What? Yang Chengji actually has this identity." Hearing this, the young law enforcement officer's face changed slightly, as if he was a little surprised. He was quite puzzled by this and asked curiously, "Then why did the lord of the palace still want to protect him? If so, wouldn't it offend King Yan?" The eagle-eyed man sighed and said, "When the lord was young, he received favors from the Yang family. Now, Yang Qingji is the only one left in the Yang family. In order to protect the only bloodline of the Yang family, the Lord will accept him as his last disciple. As long as he does not leave Tianyin Academy, he will be fine." "I see." The young law enforcement officer nodded suddenly. No wonder the palace master ordered them to be on high alert during this period. As long as there are any suspicious guys appearing in the school, especially in the core areas, they must be carefully checked. The reason for this was all the trouble caused by Yang Qingji. Then, the two law enforcement officers rushed into the light curtain, and the crack healed again. As the two left, the Kung Fu fly finally came out from the cracks in the rocks and flew to the freshman dormitory area at the bottom of the mountain. In the dormitory, Lin Hao put the Kung Fu fly that flew back into the pet backpack space. He was very satisfied with the information about the prey he had just obtained. "Now I know completely what Yang Chengji's identity and background are. However, although this guy's identity is somewhat sensitive, it is not to the point where no information is revealed. Could it be that this mission is another test from the Minj organization?" Lin Hao thought about it and felt that this possibility was more likely. It seems that this Hades pavilion is really good at doing some tricks. After all, he is not actually an official member of the Minj organization now, and the only person he has been in contact with from the beginning to the end is Ziyi, his immediate superior. Perhaps, only after the test, is over can one truly become a certified killer of the underworld. In this case, I can't let you look down on me. Lin Hao raised the corners of his mouth slightly and muttered to himself with confidence. At this moment, he finally understood the slightly strange change in Qinyu when he deliberately mentioned Yang Qingji's name when they were dining at Fujingshuan. As a member of the general's mansion, Qinyu also has the responsibility to eradicate the remnants of treason. In this way, his assassination of Yang Qingji could be said to be helping his friend. Thinking of this, Lin Hao no longer had any worries. Immediately, Lin Hao cleared away all distracting thoughts and quickly entered into a state of emptiness, practicing meditation. A quiet night is more suitable for meditation. Moreover, perhaps it is because the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is relatively strong in Tianyin Academy. Lin Hao was pleasantly surprised to find that as he meditated, he could feel the attribute elements in various spiritual energies. They were so pure and could be absorbed very quickly. Since Lin Hao currently only chooses to practice wind and fire, the spiritual energy of other attribute elements has been completely rejected by him. After all, learning a lot is not enough to be proficient in all of them. He needs to improve these two types first, and then make up for it later when his strength increases and he has experience. This strategy has a mentality of helping the poor with the rich. In this way, the spiritual elements of wind and fire, absorbed by Lin Hao, flowed into his limbs and bones, nourishing his internal organs. Finally, after being purified and refined by the mental power, it all gathered in the Tianling C acupoint on the head. Despite this boring cycle, Lin Hao is completely immersed in cultivation. He's had enough of being a useless blind man for so many years since he came to this world. At the same time, I also deeply realized the hard life of being powerless, being looked down upon, and being bullied by anyone. Therefore, in order to completely get rid of his previous life, Lin Hao was extremely determined and enjoyed the wonderful feeling of increased strength brought by this practice. This situation is like a poor beggar who suddenly finds a way to make money and plunges madly into the vortex of decadence and luxury. The night gradually fades away. The next day, early in the morning, knock, knock, knock. The knock on the door woke Lin Hao up from his meditation. "Brother Hao, are you awake?" That slightly rough voice belonged to Raymond. Lin Hao took a deep breath, adjusted the circulation of spiritual energy in his body, and then responded, "What's the matter?" "Brother, you said that today is the first day for freshmen to gather, and we must register as soon as possible and choose our respective classes." Soon, Raymond's voice was heard outside the house again. "If you sleep in, we won't wait for you." Qin Yu's words seemed a little hurried. In fact, during yesterday's recruitment assessment, he had already set his sights on several beautiful freshmen. Now that they were all classmates, it was a great opportunity. After hearing this, Lin Hao simply washed up and opened the door. But at this time, Raymond and Qin Yu were both wearing white freshman uniforms. But the badges on their chests are slightly different. The Tianyin Academy badge on Raymond's clothes now has a sword, symbolizing the warrior class. Qin Yu's college badge is a rainbow, representing the magic class. The two have different ways of practicing, so the classes are also differentiated. Most of the mages are girls. Lin Hao looked at Qin Yu's coquettish expression and felt that this guy most likely chose to practice magic because he saw this point. After all, with heavenly talent, no matter which one you choose to practice, it will be effective. It is highly likely that Qin Yu's preference is for the beauties in the magic class. Chapter 69, Xuanwu Palace. The first grade of Tianyin Academy is taught in two huge halls. Xuanwu Hall mainly teaches sword styles, knife techniques, and various combat skills. The martial arts taught in Lingyao Palace are training courses such as spells and runes. Because there are two temples, one located in the east and the other in the west. So halfway through the journey, Qin Yu parted ways with Lin Hao and the others. "Brother Hao, during yesterday's assessment test, I remember you said you wanted to test your magic talent. Along the way," Raymond asked curiously, "are you really practicing both combat and magic?" Lin Hao smiled calmly and said, "I do know a little bit of magic, but I only know the basics." Hearing this, Raymond's eyes sparkled, and he said admiringly, "Brother Hao, although you have a defective eye, you are the most hardworking person I have ever seen among your peers." Lin Hao raised the corner of his mouth slightly and smiled without saying anything. Then he took advantage of Sibao's vision to take a look at the iron bow that Raymond was carrying on his back, and couldn't help asking, "I see you carry this iron bow every day. Isn't it heavy?" Raymond smiled innocently and nodded. "It's heavy, at least more than 500 kilograms." Hearing this, Lin Hao was slightly surprised. More than 500 kilograms, which is equivalent to the gravity armor he is wearing now, which can adjust 10 times the gravity. He had a deep understanding of that weight. "I have a storage bag left here. If you don't mind, I can lend it to you." Lin Hao's words were rather tactful. He knew that Raymond came from a poor mountainous area and had no wealth. So in order to preserve his dignity, he changed giving to borrowing. Unexpectedly, Raymond shook his head and grinned. "No need, I have a storage bag of my own." After saying that, Raymond pulled out the cowhide rope around his neck, only to see a red storage bag tied to the end. Judging from the material, it doesn't seem to be low end. "That's good." Lin Hao smiled and asked, "Why don't you put the iron bow into the storage bag? Are you using the weight to exercise your body?" "That's right." Raymond nodded and said, "This bow is our family heirloom, called the cloud-piercing bow." As he spoke, a hint of pride flashed across Raymond's eyes. He reached out and touched the iron bow, then continued, "Our Lei family ancestors have all carried this bow on their backs. It not only exercises physical strength, but also cultivates the affinity between the two parties, achieving the state of unity between man and bow, and achieving greater accuracy when shooting. Man and bow become one?" Lin Hao was slightly startled. He had heard of the unity of man and sword, but this was the first time he heard someone talk about the unity of man and bow. It seems that Raymond's family should all be martial artists, and all of them are archers who are good at using bows. As his mind turned, Lin Hao controlled the four treasures' gaze and carefully looked at the iron bow on Raymond's back. This bow is mostly wrapped in black cloth, so its true appearance cannot be seen. However, on the exposed metal at the ends of the iron bow, traces of some runes can be vaguely seen. Obviously, this cloud-piercing bow must be a weapon of high grade. "Show me again when you have time," Lin Hao said with interest. Beside him, Raymond had a slightly stunned expression on his face and looked at Lin Hao's gray pupils with a rather strange look. That look seems to be saying, let me show you something, can you see it? However, Raymond still smiled and said, okay, no problem. The Xuanwu Hall covers a very large area and can accommodate tens of thousands of people. There are only about 3,000 new students this time, so there is more than enough space for them to study and move around. It's quite big. Looking at the majestic palace in front of him, Lin Hao couldn't help but sigh. The appearance of the Xuanwu Hall looks a bit old, but it exudes a majestic atmosphere. This is the starting point for his future martial arts training. Although with the assistance of the system, he has already stepped into the threshold of martial arts, as if taking a shortcut. But in terms of martial arts theory, he is still a blank slate. To put it bluntly, they are the fighting chickens among the rookies. Brother Hao, there's wallpaper over there. It looks like that's where the freshmen are assigned to. At this time, Raymond pointed to the wall outside the temple not far away and reminded. Parrot Seabao's eyes rolled. Lin Hao discovered that there were quite a few people gathered there. Those people were all freshmen. They gathered around the left wall in front of the temple gate, each raising their heads and looking around, searching for their own names. Brother Hao, please wait here for a moment. I will look for our names. Raymond knew the condition of Lin Hao's eyes, so he walked over quickly after he finished speaking. Although Seabao can show Lin Hao the way and convey any information, but he absolutely did not believe that a parrot could read. In this regard, Lin Hao did not reject Raymond's kindness, so as to avoid being squeezed in the crowd. Raymond has a burly figure, like a ferocious beast, strong and powerful. As he squeezed into the crowd, the freshmen around him suddenly became agitated and were all pushed back like a wave. Asshole, stop pushing. Who is it? Don't you know how to queue up? For a moment, those freshmen with bad tempers couldn't help but start cursing. However, when they noticed Raymond, who had squeezed into the source of the crowd, their eyes were suddenly shocked by his tall and strong figure, and they all shut their mouths. Seeing this scene, Lin Hao's mouth curled up into a smile. With Raymond's physique, if he graduates from Tianyin Academy and joins the army, he will definitely become a fierce general. Thinking of this, Lin Hao was suddenly startled. What about yourself? After graduating in 4 years, where will you go? The smile on Lin Hao's face slowly faded, and he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The Zhao and Lin families have always been a knot in his heart. Even after graduation, I can't go back. Otherwise, it will only affect his martial arts spirit. Oh, right, the Minge organization. As Lin Hao's mind turned, an idea flashed in his mind. Although Minga is a killer organization, behind it is the emperor of the Great Yin dynasty, who is extremely powerful. Therefore, judging from the current situation, Minge is his future development direction, embarking on the path of an assassin. With a goal in mind, Lin Hao's originally confused mood suddenly became clear. Little did he know that it was precisely because of his decision today that a god of thorns was born in the Sky Continent in the future. Brother Hao, I found it. At this time, Raymond ran back quickly and said regretfully, it's a pity that we are in different classes. You are in room 8 and I am in room 21. Okay, thank you. Lin Hao smiled faintly and nodded, secretly memorizing this room number. Then, Lin Hao and the other two followed the crowd and walked into the palace gate. The layout of the hall is divided into 5 floors. There are dozens of classrooms on each floor, which is very large. Number 8 is on the first floor of the Xuanwu Hall, so Lin Hao saved the trouble of climbing stairs. Brother Hao, your classroom is on the left. I'll take you there first. Raymond was worried that Lin Hao couldn't find it, so he wanted to lead the way. No, you go and do your work first. Lin Hao stretched out his hand to stop him and said with a smile, my parrot can read. What? It can really read? Hearing this, Raymond's eyes suddenly widened a little, quite surprised. Don't cheat anyone, young or old. Lin Hao smiled calmly and immediately ordered, Seabao, find room number 8. Yes, master. Seabao flapped his wings and immediately flew to the corridor on the left side of the hall. After a while, Raymond was surprised to see that the 4 treasures landed on the house number of room 8. What divine bird! Raymond's eyes flashed, and he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. He has a new perspective on the 4 treasures. I didn't expect that this parrot can not only guide the blind, but also read. It's unbelievable. Immediately, Raymond said goodbye to Lin Hao and walked up the stairs to the 2nd floor. Lin Hao walked towards room 8. However, when they reached the door, a female voice suddenly sounded. Look outside, what a beautiful parrot. Catch it quickly. Then, a male voice sounded, glad to help. The moment the voice fell, a sword energy suddenly swept out and shot directly at the 4 treasures on the doorplate. Sensing the danger, Bao reacted quickly, turning his body abruptly to avoid the sword energy. Then it flew down and stood on Lin Hao's shoulder. The parrot ran away, chase it. At this moment, a young man rushed out from the door of room 8. He was very short, holding a long sword in his hand. His eyes scanned everywhere and then fell on Lin Hao, discovering the existence of the 4 treasures. Following closely behind, a beautiful figure also ran out in a hurry. This is a young girl. Her long black hair was tied into a ponytail with a red ribbon. Her eyes were like a pool of clear water, and her face was pretty, giving people a pure and lively feeling. Looking at the 2 people rushing out, Lin Hao frowned slightly. How could he not see that these 2 guys wanted to capture Bao? However, with the combat power of the 4 treasures below king, warriors below level 5 fighters cannot do anything to it. The girl with the ponytail let out a light exclamation and looked at the parrot standing on Lin Hao's shoulder with a little surprise. It turns out that this parrot already has an owner. Then she looked at Lin Hao. When she saw her gray pupils, she seemed to have thought of something and asked, "Are you the Lin Hao with the ultimate talent?" Lin Hao nodded indifferently. It seems that yesterday's talent test has made him famous in Tianyan Academy, and these blind eyes are probably the only feature that can identify his identity. Lin Hao felt helpless about this. But on second thought, I felt that as a blind person, it could be said to be an excellent concealment effect. It's like the other person is planning some bad things in front of you, thinking you can't see it. Little did he know that all of this was controlled by his shared vision. I saw his test yesterday, and his cultivation level is only that of a 3rd-level warrior. The short young man's words were full of disdain, and he sneered, "The ultimate cultivation talent is only this good, and the lord of the mansion actually treats him as a treasure and rewards him with so many pills." Level 3 fighter? A hint of surprise flashed in the beautiful eyes of the ponytail girl, and she looked at Lin Hao curiously. Apparently, she was not present at yesterday's assessment test. In this situation, only new students who have been selected for internal admission and assessment will receive special treatment. Your cultivation is really only a level 3 warrior? The ponytail beauty obviously did not believe what the short young man said. She blinked her beautiful eyes, stared at Lin Hao, and couldn't help asking. Lin Hao was too lazy to ask such meaningless questions. He simply walked sideways and headed towards room 8. The ponytailed beauty frowned slightly and snorted. The short young man was obviously displeased to see that his goddess was ignored. He narrowed his eyes slightly and silently swung the sword in his hand to the ground, trying to trip Lin how to vent his anger. "You deserve it." The girl with ponytail curled her lips, but showed no intention of stopping it. However, all of this was seen by Bao. Lin Hao's face turned cold. He mobilized the spiritual power in his body, concentrated it on his right foot, and stepped hard on the sword. Bang! Suddenly, a crisp sound was heard, and the long sword broke into 2 pieces instantly. Lin Hao walked straight into the room without even turning his head. The short young man was stunned for a moment. Then he looked at the broken sword and cursed angrily. "You blind man, you dare to break my sword. You are courting death." After saying that, he threw the broken sword in his hand directly towards Lin Hao's back. Although the broken sword is not sharp, if you're cut by the blade, you will still be hurt. Lin Hao moved forward and easily avoided it. The broken sword missed and was thrown towards a row of tables and chairs in the room ahead. At this moment, there was a black-haired man lying there and taking a nap, seemingly unaware of the foreign object attacking him. Upon seeing this, the freshmen in the room screamed and wanted to warn them, but it was too late. Because at this time, the broken sword was already close to the black-haired man's head. However, the next moment, a strange scene happened. But suddenly, a black energy vortex appeared in front of the man and directly swallowed the broken sword. Immediately afterwards, the broken sword suddenly shot out, passed by Lin Hao's side, and shot towards the short young man along its original trajectory. What? The short young man was startled by the sudden change. When he reacted, he felt a pain in his arm. The broken sword flew over and pierced his arm, and blood flowed out. "Oh, my hand!" The short young man suddenly screamed in pain. In that situation, it's like reaping the fruits of one's own labor. Dark martial arts? Could it be that the move just now was a reversal of the universe? Seeing this scene, all the freshmen present were surprised. Almost everyone's eyes were on the black-haired young man. However, this guy was always lying on the table, enjoying his lazy sleep, and it was difficult to see his appearance clearly. A reversal of the universe. Listening to the discussions around him, Lin Hao felt quite curious about this strange dark martial arts. Apart from the 9-character sword technique that he had won through lottery through the system, he knew nothing about other categories. It's so noisy, can't I sleep? At this time, the black-haired man stretched lazily, opened his mouth and yawned, then muttered curses. As he raised his head, everyone finally saw his appearance clearly. It was a pretty face with slightly childish features, and it was obvious that he was not very old. Judging from his appearance, he is just a boy of 15 or 16 years old at most. Seeing this, Lin Hao didn't care. He randomly chose an empty seat and sat next to the black-haired boy. You two have hurt my friend. When the instructor comes, I will make sure he punishes you severely. However, at this moment, the ponytail beauty came over with a spoiled look on her face, pointed at the black-haired boy and Lin Hao, and scolded them angrily. Chapter 70 Gu Family. The ponytail beauty looked angry and pointed at Lin Hao and the black-haired boy in a very arrogant and unreasonable manner. If she wasn't a woman and wasn't pretty, if she often behaved like this in public, she would probably be beaten up a lot. Facing the accusations from the ponytailed beauty, Lin Hao looked indifferent and continued to pretend to be blind. Besides, the injury just now had nothing to do with him. What? I hurt your friend? The black-haired boy looked confused and asked in surprise. Which friend of yours? Where is he? Obviously, he seemed unaware of what had just happened. Or maybe he is being cunning and pretending to be stupid. That's me. The short young man walked over with a look of grief and anger on his face, with a broken sword still stuck in his arm. He didn't dare pull it out, because if he did, a lot of blood would spurt out. For injuries like this, the only way to deal with it is to seek help from mages who know healing spells. This sword is not mine, so how could I possibly hurt you? Seeing this, the black-haired boy widened his eyes and immediately denied it. Stop pretending, you little brat. Hearing this, the short young man became extremely angry. What's wrong with you guys? However, at this moment, a deep and powerful shout sounded. Everyone looked slightly shocked and quickly looked toward the classroom door. But then a middle-aged man suddenly appeared there. This man was wearing the purple uniform of an academic instructor and had a resolute look in his eyes. His face was exactly that of the examiner of yesterday's assessment test, Wu Qi. Teacher Wu Qi. The freshmen in the classroom shouted almost at the same time. Seeing the person coming, Lin Hao raised his eyebrows slightly, which was quite a coincidence. Wu Qi glanced at the broken half of the sword on the ground and the injury on the short young man's arm, and couldn't help but frown. He walked over with a serious face and asked the short young man in a deep voice, "Why is your hand injured? What happened just now?" The short young man seemed to be hesitant to speak. Apparently, he still had some sense. I'm embarrassed to say that it was he who threw the broken sword at Lin Hao, but the latter dodged it and it almost hit the black-haired boy. In the end, he was catapulted back by the martial arts performed by the black-haired boy, which hurt himself. This situation is totally unreasonable. If I tell others about it, not only will I not be protected by my mentor, I might even be punished by him. Teacher Wu, this injury was caused accidentally when I was demonstrating martial arts just now. As the thought changed, the short young man's face turned grim. He could only find an excuse and swallow all his resentment. TSK, you hurt yourself and you're blaming me. The black-haired boy curled his lips, then looked at the ponytailed beauty and the short young man, and said in a strange tone, "You two must apologize to me." What? I need to apologize to you? Hearing this, the ponytail beauty's pretty face changed, and she shouted in extreme displeasure. The short young man's face also became even more gloomy. You were hurt by someone and still have to apologize to the other person. This is simply too much. Is this true? Wu Qi's eyes darkened slightly as he looked at the freshmen around him, and then his gaze fell on Lin Hao. This kid is in my class. Upon seeing this, Wu Qi was overjoyed. He seemed very surprised and delighted that Lin Hao was assigned to his class. After all, as a tutor at Tianyan Academy, there are also performance assessments. The stronger the students he teaches, the more abundant resources he will naturally receive as rewards. Lin Hao possesses the ultimate talent for cultivation and has excellent aptitude. If he puts a little more effort into it, everything will come naturally. Once there, you will undoubtedly get a lot of mentor resources and rewards for this session. God helps me. Wu Qi's mood suddenly became clear, and he looked at Lin Hao with great satisfaction. That burning gaze seemed to have made up its mind to impart all that he had learned in his life to Lin Hao. Teacher Wu, I can testify to this. At this time, Lin Hao suddenly spoke up and said calmly, just now these two students showed off their martial arts skills, but they accidentally hurt themselves. Instead, they slandered the classmate next to me and tried to extort 100 Lingyang stones as medical expenses. Hearing this, the black-haired boy was stunned for a moment. Ginger, it's true, gets spicier with age. He stared at Lin Hao in a daze and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. You're talking nonsense, Mr. Wu. We definitely didn't do that. The short young man's face changed drastically and he explained hurriedly. But he couldn't tell anyone about the attack on Lin Hao just now, otherwise he would be punished. Thinking of this, his face turned pale with regret. I originally just wanted to teach this blind guy a lesson, but unexpectedly I hit a hard iron plate. Then what is going on? If you don't explain it clearly, I will treat it as you are quibbling. Wu Qi's face darkened slightly, and he scolded, You two are not as good at martial arts, but you still want to show off. Now that you are injured, you won't put the blame on others. Get out immediately and wait for punishment. His view on the situation was obviously more on Lin Hao's side. Teacher Wu, come on, this matter has nothing to do with me. It's like this. When the ponytailed beauty heard that she was going to be punished, she became a little panicked and quickly told the whole story. After listening, a hint of surprise flashed in Wu Qi's eyes. He had long anticipated Lin Hao's abilities, but the performance of this black-haired boy surprised him a little. Dark martial arts, reversal of destiny. That is not just any ordinary martial art. It has at least reached the level of Earth-grade martial arts. This kind of high-quality martial arts skills are only available from the first-rate ancient martial arts families. In the Great Yin Dynasty, there's only one family that possesses the martial arts move of reversing the universe. That is the Gu family, whose territory is located in the northern border of the dynasty. The family background is strong, and the territory is vast, like a country within a country. Although the Gu family's territory was under the jurisdiction of the Great Yin Dynasty, it could not be truly controlled. Because in every era of the Gu family, strong people are born, some of whom even transcend the ninth realm and reach the terrifying level of the Holy Realm. With those powerful Gu family members in charge, the emperors of the Great Yin Dynasty, although ambitious, never mobilized the army to control the Gu family's territory. After all, as long as there is no rebellion in the Gu family's territory, plus there are salaries and taxes every year, isn't that great? Your last name is Gu? Wu Qi looked at the black-haired boy and couldn't help but ask. Yes, my name is Gu Yunla. The black-haired boy blinked his big eyes, and his handsome face was filled with an innocent smile that seemed harmless to both humans and animals. It is true. Wu Qi took a deep breath inwardly. One is the ultimate cultivation talent, which is of great help to his mentor resource rewards. One is the descendant of the Gu family, with such a powerful family background that even King Yin has to endure it. Wu Qi suddenly felt that no matter which one of them, they all needed his support. Moreover, although Lin Hao and the other two lied in this matter, they were not the main culprits. Wu Qi immediately looked at the ponytail beauty with a serious face and said in a deep voice, Go to the registration office to re-register and see which classroom is willing to accept you. From now on, you're not allowed to set foot in room 8. Immediately, he changed the subject and sternly rebuked the short young man. As for you, on the first day of freshman year, you dare to openly use weapons to attack your classmates in the classroom. Your behavior is extremely bad and unforgivable. As a mentor, I will expel you from the Tianyan Academy. Hearing this punishment, the ponytail beauty secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It's just a matter of changing classrooms. Even though it's embarrassing, it's acceptable. However, the short young man was completely stunned and his face turned pale. Obviously, he didn't expect that he would be fired. This was like a bolt from the blue, and most of the spirit of martial arts disappeared in an instant. If you hit someone, you will be expelled from school. Then why is it okay when I saw Lin Hao beating up a sophomore student at the entrance of Fu Jingshuan restaurant last night? Just then, a doubtful voice murmured among the crowd. The sound is not loud, but it is all clear to the ear. Lin Hao had an indifferent look on his face, but he actually felt a little strange in his heart. He had been prepared for a tutor to come to his house last night, but instead, nothing happened, as if nothing had happened. Wu Qi glanced at Lin Hao and also remained silent. In fact, he knew very well that as early as last night, when Lin Hao beat Ma Juntian violently, a law enforcement team had already arrived nearby. However, when they found out that the attacker was Lin Hao and roughly understood that the guy had abducted Lin Hao's wife, they ignored him. Moreover, before this, the palace mastering Yuanzi had secretly issued a secret order that if it was just a minor incident, there was no need to punish Lin Hao. This order alone would make Lin Hao like a golden medal of immunity from death in Tianya Academy. Then, with the departure of the ponytailed beauty and the short young man, the atmosphere in the classroom returned to normal. But the freshmen present all looked at Lin Hao and Gu Yunla with strange eyes. Especially those arrogant boys. They secretly listed Lin Hao and others as people who should not be provoked. After all, anyone with a discerning eye can see what happened today. Professor Wu Qi obviously favors Lin Hao and the others. If they deliberately find fault with them, they will probably end up being expelled from the school. This way of handling things has the charm of shocking the enemy with a knock on the mountain. Today is the first day of school, so I will explain to you the basic theoretical knowledge of martial arts. Wu Qi walked to the podium, his eyes fierce as he swept over the 100 or so freshmen present. However, when they heard that he was only talking about some basic martial arts knowledge, the freshmen around him all looked puzzled and a little bored. In their opinion, these things have been passed down from generation to generation as long as they were practicing martial arts. So in terms of theoretical knowledge, they have no problem at all. Gu Yunla also yawned, and his lazy look made it seem as if he wanted to continue sleeping in. However, Lin Hao was the only one present. Just like a primary school student just starting class in his previous life, he subconsciously straightened his back and listened attentively. Although he had the assistance of a system in martial arts training and a team of powerful pets, he had absolutely no personal knowledge of martial arts. It was entirely relying on the ultimate cultivation talent and the resources gained that improved him bit by bit. Now that he has a professional instructor to explain, it is undoubtedly a complete window to the world of martial arts for him. Lay a solid foundation for achieving the pinnacle of martial arts in the future. As we all know, martial artists are roughly divided into two types, warriors and mages. Warriors absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, draw it into their bodies, and thus temper their bodies. The mage mainly cultivates spiritual power, and with the understanding of runes, he draws on the natural energy of heaven and earth. After Wu Qi's explanation, most of the freshmen began to feel sleepy, and Gu Yunla simply lay down on the table and fell into a deep sleep. Lin Hao, on the other hand, became more alert the more he listened, his expression changing from time to time, sometimes showing enlightenment, and he looked very interested. While Wu Qi was teaching, he was also paying attention to Lin Hao. Seeing how diligent Lin Hao was, he nodded in satisfaction. This boy is so hardworking and motivated. Coupled with his ultimate talent for cultivation, he will surely achieve great things in martial arts in the future. Wu Qi exclaimed in his heart and was very satisfied and appreciative of Lin Hao's attitude towards learning. After all, some geniuses who rely on their natural intelligence and are extremely arrogant do make fast progress in their early stages of cultivation, but in the later stages, many of them become mediocre. Talent is just luck bestowed by heaven, but if you want to continue to develop this luck, you must also rely on your personal cultivation attitude. Otherwise, no matter how talented you are, everything will become mediocre. At this moment, in Wu Qi's opinion, Lin Hao possessed all the potential that a genius should have. If such a genius is not cultivated properly, it would be a waste of talent. The more Wu Qi thought about it, the more excited he became. At this moment, he wished he could drive everyone out of room 8 and focus only on teaching Lin Hao all the martial arts knowledge. That way, it would be more effective. Soon, the 1-hour class was over. Lin Hao, what do you still not understand about what I said today? Wu Qi walked to Lin Hao's side and asked with a deep smile. I understand everything. Thank you, Mr. Wu, for your explanation. Lin Hao smiled politely. After Wu Qi's detailed explanation, he, who was originally a frog in the well in martial arts practice, has begun to embark on a broad path of martial arts practice. Very good, take this. Wu Qi nodded and smiled, then took out a jade slip and handed it to Lin Hao. This jade slip is emerald green all over, with some mysterious runes engraved on it, and it faintly emits a faint spiritual fluctuation. This is, with the help of Sibao's vision, Lin Hao looked around curiously and was quite confused. Apart from the mysterious runes on it, it feels no different from an ordinary jade pendant. Next to him, Gu Yunla, with a trace of saliva on his lips, raised his head and glanced at the jade slip in Lin Hao's hand and said, I know this. The full name is the Gongfa Jade Slip. A jade slip of martial arts. Lin Hao raised his eyebrows slightly and asked curiously, "How to use it?" Guyan Tian looked at Lin Hao with a strange expression. Obviously, he did not expect that Lin Hao did not even know this kind of common thing in the martial arts world. Wu Chichen laughed and said, "This jade slip is a tool specially used to record the techniques and cultivation experience. It is easy to use and can be read with the mind." Hearing this, Lin Hao became interested and tried to mobilize a bit of his consciousness and sink into the jade slip. In an instant, a large amount of martial arts knowledge and various professional techniques flooded into Lin Hao's mind. The huge amount of information about martial arts practitioners instantly made Lin Hao obsessed with it. Chapter 71 Martial Arts Competition. The jade slip did not record any martial arts techniques or combat skills. These are Wu Qi's experiences and insights in martial arts practice, as well as the use of spiritual energy in various aspects. Unfortunately, Wu Qi doesn't understand magic, so there is nothing about magic in it. But even so, Lin Hao is already very content. "Thank you, Mr. Wu." Lin Hao put the jade slip away and thanked Wu Qi sincerely. This jade slip may be very ordinary to others, or even completely unnecessary. But given Lin Hao's current situation, it is like a spring of sweet water in the desert, which is extremely beneficial. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to come to me. Wu Qi nodded with relief, and the more he looked at Lin Hao, the more satisfied he became. Immediately, he turned his gaze to the many listless freshmen in the room and shouted, "Today's indoor teaching time is over. Now follow me outside to test the martial arts you have mastered and passed." Hearing that they could finally go outdoors, everyone immediately became excited. Looking at everyone's changes, Lin Hao laughed secretly in his heart. The atmosphere was somewhat similar to that of a classroom in the previous life. When everyone heard that they were going to have a physical education class, they immediately became full of energy. Then, everyone came to a square outside the temple and lined up to fight. Wu Qi stood at the front of the team. He faced everyone and said in a deep voice, "Now, each of you take turns to fight me. No matter how good the fighting skills are, we will know whether it is a donkey or a horse after taking it out for a walk. Start with the team on the left." Wu Qi pointed to the first row of teams on the left and gave the order. The first freshman to fight was a sturdy man with a crew cut. He has well-developed muscles and looks like a powerful fighter. "Teacher Wu, can you use weapons?" Facing Instructor Wu, a level 7 warrior, the man with a crew cut looked a little nervous and asked for instructions. "As you like." Wu Qi, however, didn't care, as if there were no restrictions on the fighting rules at all. "Good." The man with a crew cut took out a long knife, and his fighting spirit suddenly surged. Then, with the infusion of spiritual power, the long sword flashed a layer of light red halo, emitting scorching energy fluctuations. Lin Hao's expression changed slightly. It seemed that this muscular man was practicing fire-based martial arts. Scorching Shadow Blade. Immediately, the man with a crew cut shouted loudly and swung the long sword in his hand wildly, leaving a red afterimage, and slashed towards Wu Qi. The kind of attack seemed very powerful. However, the next moment, the man with the crew cut had just taken a step when his knee was suddenly hit by a stone and he fell directly to the ground. All the offensive efforts vanished in an instant. Seeing this, everyone was secretly shocked. They all saw what happened just now very clearly. Unexpectedly, Wu Qi just kicked a stone under his feet and easily resolved the attack of the man with a crew cut. The man with a crew cut stood up in pain, his face looking grim. He also didn't expect that his family martial arts would be so vulnerable in front of Wu Qi. Pace, his weakness is on his feet. Lin Hao had an indifferent look on his face. He was thinking about the attack just now by the man with the crew cut and seemed to be thinking about something. He felt that the crew-haired man's swordsmanship was indeed fierce, but all his attack focuses were concentrated on the upper body. As for the lower body, he ran straight towards the target without any change of pace to confuse the opponent's vision. It could be said that his lower body was full of flaws. Therefore, if the stone was kicked accurately enough, it would definitely break the attack of the man with the crew cut. This situation is just like playing basketball in the previous life. You keep dribbling the ball forward without any skill to confuse your opponent, and the ball will soon be intercepted. As expected, just as Lin Hao analyzed, Wu Qi commented on the man with a crew cut. "Your sword is very powerful, but the power is not overwhelming because the enemy you are facing is not a wooden stake or a stone waiting for you to run over and chop it. Your weakness lies in your lower body. If you have time, you should study the changes in your steps to confuse your opponent and prevent him from catching your attack trajectory. Hearing this, the man with the crew cut had a glimmer of understanding in his eyes and nodded. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Wu. Next, Instructor Wu shouted in a deep voice. Next, the freshmen took turns to go on stage. However, facing Wu Qi's powerful strength, no one could withstand half a move and were knocked to the ground. Although it was not Lin Hao's turn to go on stage yet, he kept in mind Wu Qi's martial arts instructions to the group of freshmen in front of him and continued to absorb various techniques and key points. Next, at this time, it was the turn of the black-haired boy Gu Yunle to take the stage. Compared to the nervous expressions of other freshmen, he looked very casual. There's a kind of youthful recklessness that fears nothing, neither heaven nor earth. As for this young man, Lin Hao has always been quite curious about the dark martial arts that he displayed. So when I saw him on the field, I stopped thinking about the application of martial arts and started to pay attention to him. Draw your weapons, Wu Qi said habitually. Teacher Wu, I can do it with my bare hands. Gu Yunle laughed, totally unlike the others. Oh, let's get started then. Wu Qi's my academy. However, the moment the words fell, Gu Yunle suddenly moved and rushed out. His feet seemed to be wrapped in a layer of black mist, and he moved forward swiftly with some mysterious steps. Along the way, a series of black afterimages were left behind. If you didn't observe carefully, it would be difficult to capture Gu Yunle's attack trajectory. Black cloud shadow step. Wu Qi's eyes were slightly stern, and he could tell Gu Yunle's martial arts at a glance. This is the martial arts inherited by the Gu family. And the moment Gu Yunle rushed over, he suddenly stretched out his right palm. Pa! Their palms and fists collided, and both sides exchanged moves in the blink of an eye. So fast. Seeing this, the freshmen present were secretly surprised. Lin Hao was slightly startled. This step was extremely strange and unpredictable. Coupled with those afterimages, if he could not capture the opponent's attack trajectory, he would probably just be beaten. It seems that the Gu family does have extraordinary abilities. Otherwise, how could the successive kings of the Great Yin dynasty be so unambitious as to allow a piece of territory to be out of the control of the royal power? At this time, Gu Yunle's fist was blocked, and he quickly retracted his fist and then launched various tricky attacks. However, under the suppression of absolute power, Gu Yunle's offensive could not shake Wu Qi at all. In the end, Wu Qi kicked Gu Yunle in the butt and kicked him away. Ouch! Gu Yunle wailed in a tragic and heroic manner, then turned to look at Wu Qi with a resentful look and said with a pout, Teacher Wu, you are so mean. Roll! Seeing Gu Yunle's frivolous and weird look, Wu Qi couldn't help but laugh and scold. Seeing this scene, a smile appeared on Lin Hao's lips. It seems that Gu Yunle is also a man of temperament. If you were to get to know Qin Yu, these two guys would definitely become friends very quickly. Afterwards, people who wanted to test their martial arts skills continued to line up. When it was Lin Hao's turn to play, most people's eyes were cast on him. They were very curious about how a blind man could practice martial arts. Could it be that he relied on the sound to determine the location and then started hacking randomly? If that were the case, it would be too easy to defeat. Just throw a stone in another direction to make a sound to confuse the enemy, and then attack quietly. That feeling is so cool. Thinking of this, some of the freshmen who were jealous of Lin Hao, who possessed the ultimate talent for cultivation, had an urge to try it out. After all, finding fault in private will be punished. There would be no problem at all if we were to compete in such an occasion. Lin Hao, find someone to fight with first, and I'll just watch. As if he saw through those people's mentality or had other intentions, Wu Qi suddenly changed his mind about this test. Okay. Lin Hao looked calm and had no objection to Wu Qi's training. Besides, there is a huge gap in strength between him and Wu Qi. If they fight, he will only be beaten. As for other freshmen, that's another matter. Who among you is willing to come up and spar with Lin Hao? Wu Qi looked at everyone and asked. However, the moment he finished speaking, Ido. Choose me. I am willing to compete with classmate Lin Hao. At one time, most of the male freshmen in Class 8 volunteered. Especially those freshmen who were beaten by Wu Qi without any chance to fight back, were extremely excited and wanted to compete with Lin Hao and take this opportunity to regain their face. However, among this group of people, Gu Yunle remained indifferent throughout. Or maybe he didn't want to compete with Lin Hao. In Gu Yunle's opinion, Lin Hao, a man with missing eyes, is not as simple as he imagined. It's you. Seeing that so many people wanted to compete with Lin Hao, Wu Qi was quite surprised and randomly chose a freshman who was also a level 3 fighter like Lin Hao. And this person happened to be the man with a crew cut who was the first to come on stage. Swords have no eyes. You are blind. Just take it as my permission and don't use your weapon. The man with a crew cut had a hint of amusement on his face. He looked at Lin Hao and spoke in a confident tone. Whatever. Lin Hao said lightly. If he uses weapons, his dragon-devouring sword will surely make the opponent experience despair. But since I've said it before, it doesn't matter. All in all, it was the man with the crew cut who was lucky. Let's get started. Wu Chuchen shouted, then stared closely at the actions that were about to take place on both sides. But the man with the crew cut raised his foot and strode towards Lin Hao calmly. For a blind man, he did not feel any pressure in this competition. Lin Hao stood there silently. Every move of the man with the crew cut was seen by Bao and presented in his mind. When he got closer, the man with the crew cut threw a simple punch straight at Lin Hao's face. The air exploded under his fist. The powerful fist wind contained fluctuations of fire spiritual power. If you get hit, the skin on your face will feel like it's on fire and will be extremely painful. He had used this kind of attack before to bully low-level warriors in his hometown, and it always worked. He felt a perverted and bloody pleasure in it. However, just as he threw this punch, he seemed to see a hint of mockery across Lin Hao's mouth. Bang! Before he could think about Lin Hao's mocking intention, he felt a pain in his ankle. Then the crew-cut man's face instantly turned red, and he took several steps back in pain, and his fist attack was also retracted. His arms were not as long as his legs. When the opponent threw a punch, Lin had already found the right opportunity and kicked out fiercely with his right foot. From Wu Qi's previous comments, he knew that the biggest weakness of the man with a crew cut was his lower body. At this distance, no matter how fast you go, you can't dodge. Hiss! Seeing this, everyone took a deep breath. I didn't expect that the ability to locate objects by sound is so powerful. With just one kick, he pushed back the attack of the crew cut man. Asshole, I don't believe I can't deal with you. The man with the crew cut suddenly felt ashamed and cursed in his heart. Immediately, he rushed out suddenly. This time, he was smarter. He absorbed Wu Qi's previous comments, changed his steps, and shifted the trajectory of his attack. Fiery palm. When he flew behind Lin Hao, the man with the crew cut burst into spiritual energy. Boom! As the palm was slapped out, the powerful spiritual energy suddenly condensed into a flaming palm shadow, which exploded towards Lin Hao's back. Lin Hao suddenly moved his feet, moved sideways to avoid the attack, and at the same time, his palm formed a claw and grabbed the wrist of the man with the crew cut. Immediately, he used the force to pull hard, causing the opponent to lose balance and fall forward. Just as he was about to fall, Lin Hao pushed up his knee and hit the shaved man's abdomen hard. That kind of force could break even stone, let alone flesh and blood. The man with the crew cut groaned in pain, then opened his mouth and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Obviously, he was badly hurt. Thank you. Lin Hao had an indifferent expression on his face. He looked at the man with a crew cut who was lying on the ground with his stomach curled up and said calmly. Seeing this scene, the freshmen around were stunned. Including Wu Qi, everyone was shocked at this moment. Obviously, he had never expected that even though Lin Hao had a defective eye, he could defeat his opponent with just 2 moves in a hand-to-hand fight with the same level. This is an overwhelming victory. This guy is indeed a ruthless character. Gu Yunla pursed his lips, then glanced at the freshman beside him, and couldn't help but sneered in his heart. A bunch of idiots. Do you think a blind man is so easy to beat? The outcome is decided. A deep shout was heard, and Wu Qi looked at Lin Hao with flashing eyes, feeling very excited. When facing an enemy, this guy is not only calm, but all aspects of his body functions are also extremely agile. He can analyze the opponent's weaknesses in a short moment and knock him down in one fell swoop. He is indeed a good candidate for martial arts. No, I'm not defeated yet. However, at this moment, the man with the crew cut got up, reached out to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, and had no intention of giving in. I'll let him do that on purpose. Only if I use weapons can I display my true strength. The man with the crew cut looked unwilling and wanted to save face by saying, "Please, master, let us spar again." Hearing this, Wu Qi frowned slightly, but did not refuse. The barehanded fight, just now, was just a display of each other's body functions. Only a real fight with swords and knives can test the application of martial arts. To be honest, Wu Qi also wanted to see what other cards Lin Hao had hidden. Okay, I'll give you another chance. Therefore, Wu Qi agreed without hesitation. Chapter 72, The Blind Old Man. If he uses weapons, this blind man will definitely lose. When a man with a crew cut proposed the use of weapons in the competition, the freshmen present suddenly became excited. No matter what kind of competition it is, only a fight with real swords and the sound of metal clashing can make people feel excited. It's not satisfying to watch it with bare hands and fists. Take out your weapons. The man with the crew cut pulled out a long knife, pointed the sharp tip of the knife directly at Lin Hao, and said angrily, "This time, I will not show mercy." What he said was very interesting. Not only can he regain face for his previous failure, but he can also get the opportunity to challenge Lin Hao again. And just as the man with the crew cut guessed, teacher Wu Qi did acquiesce. Of course, this situation does not mean that Wu Qi stands on the side of the man with a crew cut. He just wants to see once again what level Lin Hao's combat power is. Because in the battle just now, Lin Hao completely relied on the opponent's weaknesses and defeated him in one fell swoop. The true strength has not actually been exposed. Facing the provocation from the crew-haired man, Lin Hao looked indifferent and reached for the space ring. With a flash of light, a long sword of fine iron appeared in his palm. As for the dragon-devouring sword, Lin Hao had no intention of using it. As the saying goes, why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? Lin Hao did not intend to reveal the existence of the dragon-devouring sword in such a small occasion. Only when encountering a truly powerful opponent will the dragon-devouring sword shine. In that case, let's get started. Wu Qi shouted. At the same time, he secretly mobilized the spiritual power in his body, so that if there was any emergency, he could take action to stop it at any time. In his opinion, although Lin Hao's current talent for cultivation is strong, his cultivation and eyesight are still irreparable flaws. Therefore, the idea of taking action to stop it is largely biased towards Lin Hao. Take it. The man with a crew cut was holding a long sword in his hand, full of confidence, and immediately bursts of fire-type spiritual power surged out of his body. As spiritual power was infused into the long sword, the sharp blade suddenly burst into a red light, burning like a flame. Scorching shadow blade slash. Then a fierce shout was heard, and the man with a crew cut rushed towards Lin Hao. A red blade shadow condensed in the long sword in his hand, and with a strong energy fluctuation, he slashed towards Lin Hao fiercely. In order to prevent Lin Hao from attacking his lower body again, he suddenly jumped up while rushing forward, holding the long sword in the air, and chopped down from top to bottom. Lin Hao's face remained calm. He immediately mobilized the spiritual energy in his body and circulated it quickly through his meridians according to the 9 talismans sword techniques mental method. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As spiritual power poured into the sword, mysterious runes suddenly lit up on the sword in almost an instant. There are 9 rune halos in total, shining brilliantly, all condensed from pure spiritual energy. This is the 9 talisman sword technique. When Wu Qi saw the 9 runes flashing on the sword in Lin Hao's hand, his face changed slightly, and his eyes were full of surprise. Obviously, he didn't expect that Lin Hao actually knew this kind of heavenly martial arts. What shocked Wu Qi even more was that with just one move, Lin Hao was able to condense 9 runes, reaching the great success level. You know, Lin Hao is just a young man. Generally speaking, most warriors who can achieve such accomplishments are already middle-aged. If we count only by age, Lin Hao probably started practicing when he was an infant, but the possibility of that is very low. The only possibility is that Lin Hao also possesses a very high comprehension in martial arts. He is truly a genius. Wu Qi's eyes flashed, and the impression of Lin Hao in his mind had undoubtedly risen to an extremely high level. While everyone was astonished, Lin Hao had already activated his spiritual power, and the 9 runes on the sword suddenly flashed with light, exuding an astonishing sword energy. Immediately, he swung the long sword in his hand diagonally upwards, meeting the knife force of the shaved man head-on. Boom! The swords collided, and in an instant, 9 runes suddenly exploded in the excitement, sparks flying everywhere. At that moment, an extremely violent sword energy suddenly came from the man with a crew cut, which directly dispersed the spiritual power flowing in the long sword. Clang! Immediately afterwards, a crisp sound was heard, and under the attack of the sword energy, the long sword instantly exploded into several pieces. The man with the crew cut's face changed drastically. Before he could react, Lin Hao had already twisted the sword in his hand, forming a whirlwind of sword energy, which blasted towards the fragments. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, the pieces of debris shot out like hidden weapons. At such a close distance, the man with the crew cut had no way to dodge and could only stare in horror at the metal fragments shooting towards him. If you get shot in the body, you'll probably die. Stop. However, at this moment, Wu Qi moved and rushed out like a cheetah and arrived in front of the man with a crew cut in the blink of an eye. At the same time, a powerful spiritual power burst out and condensed into a purple thunder barrier, intercepting all the iron pieces. The man with the crew cut fell to the ground, his face pale as he thought of the dangerous scene just now. At this moment, when he looked at Lin Hao again, there was no trace of his previous arrogance, and his eyes were filled with deep fear. Lin Hao pointed the long sword in his hand diagonally and said coldly to the man with a crew cut, "Do you want to continue?" The reason why he made the fatal move just now was that he had already anticipated that Wu Qi would try to stop him. The reason for such behavior is undoubtedly to scare this guy and let him know that I am not a vegetarian. I give up. I won't fight anymore. Faced with Lin Hao's questioning, the man with a crew cut's heart trembled, his face turned pale with fear, and he spoke hurriedly in a trembling voice. Good. Lin Hao put away his sword and smiled faintly. Actually, this was the first time he had fought with someone since he acquired the 9 talisman sword technique. That kind of power is indeed a heavenly level skill that ordinary martial arts cannot reach. As Lin Hao displayed his strength for the first time, the freshmen in Class 8 were all dumbfounded. It's hard to imagine that a blind man has such powerful martial arts. Even the crew-haired man of the same level was easily defeated. With such powerful combat capability, he might be able to fight against opponents above his level. Thinking of this, everyone suddenly realized that it was no wonder that the sophomore Ma Juntian was beaten so badly by Lin Hao at Fujingshuan restaurant last night without any chance to fight back. It turns out that all this was not accomplished with the assistance of Qin Yu and Raymond, but was done by Lin Hao alone. Who else is interested in coming up and sparring with Lin Hao? Wu Qichen laughed and glanced at everyone. However, compared to the enthusiasm and eagerness just now, the scene was now completely silent. Everyone looked at each other. Even those young men who had reached the 4th level warrior level chose to remain silent. After witnessing Lin Hao's strength with their own eyes, no one had the courage to go up and fight him. After all, Lin Hao's methods were extremely brutal. If it weren't for instructor Wu Qi's intervention, the man with the crew cut would probably have died by now. They couldn't guarantee that if that kind of scene continued, Wu Qi would be able to intercept it in time. Instead of doing this, it's better not to lose face. Besides, this kind of competition, other than testing martial arts and personal combat power, has no other meaning or rewards. So why work so hard? Isn't it nice to stand and watch? A bunch of bullies who only care about the weak and the strong. Seeing that he was so eager to fight just now, but now dared not even fart, Gu Yunla picked his nose and sneered with disdain in his heart. Immediately, he turned his gaze and stared at Lin Hao's gray pupils, examining them with interest, muttering to himself. It seems that there is also an ancestor with this kind of eyes in our Gu family tree. What was his name? Oh, right, the Samsura eye. An idea suddenly came to Gu Yunla's mind, and he remembered it. Wu Qi walked up to Lin Hao and couldn't help asking, Lin Hao, who did you learn the 9 talisman sword technique from? Hearing this, Lin Hao's heart moved slightly. It seems that this set of exercises is quite famous. Even instructor Wu Qi knows it. I was taught by a master who once told me not to reveal his identity, so I hope Master Wu will forgive me. Lin Hao made up a lie. Expert? Hearing this, Wu Qi was slightly stunned and looked at Lin Hao in surprise. I didn't expect that behind Lin Hao, there was actually a strong man who taught martial arts. The master who was able to teach Lin Hao the 9 talismans sword technique to such a perfect level must be extremely powerful. As his mind changed, Wu Qi re-examined Lin Hao's background. He is no longer regarded as a descendant of an ordinary ancient martial arts family. Since that master doesn't want to reveal his identity, I won't ask any more questions. Wu Qichen laughed, then looked at Lin Hao and commented, in the competition just now, although your martial arts skills were impeccable, you still have a weakness. Please give me some advice, Mr. Wu. Lin Hao asked for advice humbly and did not become proud or complacent at all because of his victory. Speed, Wu Qi said solemnly. I found that no matter what kind of attack you faced just now, your speed could not keep up with your conscious reaction, and you can only fight back. If you encounter some warriors who are ready to fight to the death and want to make both sides suffer heavy losses, you will have no way to avoid it. So, in order to solve this worry, I must increase my speed as soon as possible and choose some martial arts that suit my body movements. Hearing this, Lin Hao seemed to be thinking about something. Speed. While Lin Hao was thinking, he smiled secretly in his heart. Wu Qi's comments were indeed correct, but he was completely unaware that he was wearing a gravity armor that adjusted the gravity tenfold. If gravity were removed, Lin Hao's body's endurance would be reduced, and his speed would definitely increase tenfold. Without the suppression of gravity, it was more than enough for Lin Hao to dodge the attack from the shaved man. However, Wu Qi did remind Lin Hao of one thing. That is the martial arts of body movement. In a competition, if this kind of martial arts is used, the speed can be greatly improved. Okay, that's enough testing. Now follow me to the martial arts hall to choose the skills you need. Afterwards, Wu Qi lost interest in continuing to comment on everyone's martial arts and said in a deep voice. When they heard the word martial arts hall, everyone's eyes lit up and they all perked up. In martial arts practice, the main resources are divided into 3 categories: skills, elixirs, and weapons. The reason why the exercises are ranked in the first category is because of their importance. It's like a person who has all the strength but doesn't know any fighting skills and who just swings a sword around randomly. What effect will that have? In the competition with people at the same level, there is absolutely no advantage. Even low-level fighters can challenge opponents of higher levels with the help of advanced martial arts. Hearing that he could obtain martial arts skills, Lin Hao was very excited at this moment. Then he followed Wu Qi and left the square with everyone else. Under the leadership of Wu Qi, after about 10 minutes, everyone finally arrived at a lake. Everyone looked up and saw a huge, ancient stone temple standing in the middle of the lake. This huge hall is the martial arts hall, and its architectural style is extremely magnificent. Although the long years have left many mottled marks on this martial arts hall. But these traces, on the contrary, add a strong sense of vicissitudes. This atmosphere of vicissitudes represents the heritage of Tianyan Academy and its inheritance over the years. Looking at the ancient palace not far away, everyone's eyes were burning and their faces were full of excitement. My 9 talisman sword technique belongs to the heavenly rank technique. I wonder if there are more powerful martial arts in it. Lin Hao felt a surge of excitement in his heart, and he was obviously quite curious about the various martial arts collected in the hall. However, Lin Hao was very clear about the purpose of this trip. That is, choose the martial arts that suits you. There is a stone bridge in a lake, leading directly to the main entrance of the martial arts hall. At this time, there were many students from various colleges and universities coming and going here. When they saw Wu Qi approaching, they all hurriedly saluted. Immediately, those people's strange gazes turned to Lin Hao in the crowd. Thanks to yesterday's assessment test, Lin Hao is now a celebrity in Tianyan Academy. Lin Hao didn't care about this. He followed Wu Qi and others across the stone bridge and walked towards the ancient hall in the center of the lake. With the help of Sibao's vision, Lin Hao looked towards the gate of the martial arts hall. Then he focused his eyes slightly and saw an old man in a gray robe sweeping the floor next to the stone gate. His figure was slightly hunched, and the wrinkles on his face were like ravines, making him look very old. There was not a trace of spiritual energy in his body, just like an ordinary old man. However, what surprised Lin Hao was that the pupils of the gray-robed old man's eyes were grayish-white. It turns out that he is blind, just like me. At this moment, the old man was holding an old broom and gently sweeping the dead leaves on the ground. He seemed to be isolated from the world and ignored the people passing by. However, when Lin Hao walked over, the old man's sweeping movement suddenly stopped. He raised his head and faced the crowd, with a strange look passing across his old face. And the moment he raised his head, Lin Hao suddenly felt that the spiritual power and mental power in his body were trembling slightly. Lin Hao was startled by the sudden strange sign and quickly practiced the 9 talismans sword technique to condense a sword energy in his body to suppress the restlessness. What's going on? Lin Hao frowned slightly, and with horror in his heart, he looked at the blind old man in gray robe. Could it be that old man? At this time, Wu Qi seemed to notice something, but didn't say much. He walked up to the old man in gray robe and bowed. However, the gray-robed old man did not respond at all. He lowered his head and continued to sweep the dead leaves on the ground. He said slowly in a hoarse voice, "Time has turned, and a new era is finally about to begin again. Chapter 73, Entering the Martial Arts Hall. This old man may seem ordinary, but he gives me a very special feeling. Lin Hao pondered in his heart, and with the help of Sibao's vision, he couldn't help but look at the blind old man for a while longer. Especially when the old man raised his head just now. Lin Hao clearly felt the abnormal restlessness of the spiritual power and mental power in his body. That feeling was as if the body was instantly scanned by an invisible force field. Moreover, just when the way teacher Wu Qi bowed and saluted to the old man, it can be seen that his identity and background in Tianyin Academy is by no means as simple as an old man who sweeps the floor. That old man, could he be the blind sword master? Beside him, Gu Yunla made a mumbling sound. Lin Hao's ears twitched slightly, and he couldn't help but turn his head to face Gu Yunla and asked curiously, "Blind sword saint? Who is he?" Seeing Lin Hao so interested, Gu Yunla grinned and said, "You finally took the initiative to talk to me. I thought you were quite aloof." Hearing this, Lin Hao smiled indifferently, completely unaware that this little kid was actually secretly watching him. "Am I very cool?" Lin Hao couldn't help but ask. "Well, your silence gives people a feeling of being cold, arrogant, and profound." Gu Yunla chuckled and said, "Thank you for your help in the classroom. It's a small matter. Besides, I don't like those two people," Lin Hao said with a smile. He also has a good impression of Gu Yunla. "The blind swordsman you just mentioned, is he the old man sweeping the floor?" Lin Hao asked again. "I don't know. I'm just guessing." Gu Yunla shook his head and said, "Because my great-grandfather said that the strongest person in Tianyin Academy is not the master of the academy, but a blind man. He was called the blind sword saint in the martial arts world." Oh, Lin Hao was slightly surprised, if the rumors were true. Then this old man's strength is terrifying. No wonder teacher Wu Qi bowed to me just now. At this moment, Gu Yunla's face suddenly changed, as if he felt something was wrong. "Strange, can you see the old man sweeping the floor?" He stared at Lin Hao in astonishment and asked in surprise, "Aren't you blind? Even if you can identify the location by sound, you can't see that it's an old man, right?" Lin Hao was slightly startled. He was so curious about the origin of the blind swordsman that he didn't pay attention to his own words. "My parrot can see it. It told me." Lin Hao smiled calmly. "What?" Hearing this, Gu Yunla looked at the 4 treasures on Lin Hao's shoulders suspiciously. He knew that birds, such as parrots, all had the ability to imitate human language, but he had never seen one as amazing as Lin Hao described. With suspicion in his heart, Gu Yunla deliberately teased Sibao. "Hey, do you know who I am?" "Short black hair, young boy, Gu Yunla." Sibao let out a loud cry and spoke in human language. Upon hearing this, Gu Yunla's eyes suddenly lit up and he stared at Sibao with curiosity. "Brother Hao, your parrot is simply amazing. It's no different from a spirit beast." Gu Yunla exclaimed in admiration. Lin Hao smiled faintly and said nothing. Speaking of spiritual beasts, the real protagonist is Xiao Bai. However, because it was the first day of class today, Lin Hao did not bring it with him. Otherwise, having 2 pets around at once would attract too much attention. "By the way, is that blind swordsman you mentioned very powerful?" Lin Hao asked curiously. "If he is so powerful, why is he blind?" Gu Yunla spread his hands and said, "It's natural just like yours. But your eyes look more special, with a mysterious whirlpool-like beauty, while the old man's eyes are cloudy." Hearing such comments, Lin Hao shook his head and smiled faintly. "They're all blind, so how can there be any sense of beauty? If he could see it, he would rather not have this so-called mysterious beauty." While the two were chatting, they had already walked into the gate of the martial arts hall with the freshmen of Class 8. Inside the door, there's a long passage with soft lights dancing around, making the view a little dim. When they reached the end and stepped into a stone door, everyone's view suddenly became clear. Lin Hao's mind moved slightly, and the parrot 4 treasures gaze swept around. But inside, there was an extremely spacious hall, with rows of stone shelves extending endlessly into the depths. On those stone shelves, there were various jade slips containing various techniques, and there was a faint spiritual glow lingering around them. So much. Looking at the countless jade slips containing martial arts techniques, Lin Hao was secretly amazed. Such a huge number of martial arts techniques fully demonstrates the terrifying background of Tianyin Academy. In the field of vision, there were many students from the palace standing in the hall. Judging from their clothes, they're all first-year students and second-year students. As for the senior students in the 3rd and 4th years, not a single one was seen. At this time, the freshmen were walking around the stone shelves excitedly, choosing the skills that suited them. Among those figures, Lin Hao also saw several familiar figures. Qin Yu, Lei Meng, and his wife Zhao Linger. However, the three of them were concentrating on choosing martial arts at the moment and did not notice his arrival. The martial arts jade slips in a martial arts hall can only be observed and comprehended here, and cannot be taken away. Wuqi looked at everyone with a serious face and said in a deep voice, "If anyone takes it away without permission, the offender will be expelled from the school. You should behave yourself." Hearing this, everyone nodded seriously. In the martial arts world, no matter which force, martial arts techniques are regarded as a kind of inheritance and are extremely valued. If it could be taken away at will, all the foundation would undoubtedly be lost. For example, some ancient martial arts families have their own unique family skills. If they're passed down, what kind of family skills are they still considered? It has basically become a currency in the market. Go ahead and choose your own. Feel free to come and learn from them when you have time. Looking at the impatient expressions of the crowd, Wuqi waved and smiled. The next moment, the freshmen of Class 8 rushed in with joy, like birds released from a cage. Lin Hao stood still, controlling the four treasures' vision, constantly scanning the martial arts classifications on the stone shelves. Sword style, knife style, fist style, palm style. The dazzling array of martial arts made Lin Hao a little dazzled. Although warrior martial artist is just an abbreviation, it contains a lot of skills. Seeing Lin Hao standing still, Wuqi thought that he was blind and couldn't see. So he reminded him, "Lin Hao, since you have learned the 9-symbol sword technique, ordinary attack-type martial arts are no longer important. So, I suggest you pick a set of martial arts that increases your speed first." Right in front of you, on the left, in the third row, the last column, is the category for body movement martial arts. Hearing this, Lin Hao nodded and smiled. "Okay, thank you, Teacher Wu." Lin Hao immediately did not hesitate any longer and followed Wuqi's instructions and walked towards the row of martial arts stone racks. Arriving here, Lin Hao slowed down his pace and started to choose. The advanced thunder-type martial arts, the shadow breaking step. Intermediate dark martial arts, dark light, speed shadow. High-level fire-type martial arts, fire cloud charm. Looking at the various kinds of martial arts, Lin Hao didn't know how to choose for a moment. After all, the martial arts here are only for first and second-year students to choose from, and are limited to 3 levels: low, medium, and high. As for the higher level, earth level, and heaven level martial arts, they are completely non-existent. Obviously, only senior students in Tianyan Academy have the authority to practice those powerful martial arts, and they are not collected in this hall. However, the lower the level of martial arts, the easier it is to master and comprehend. Forget it. Just learn one method to deal with it first. Lin Hao shook his head helplessly. If he continued to select them one by one, he would probably not be able to finish reading them even after several days and nights. In the end, it's just a waste of energy and time. With this in mind, Lin Hao walked to the nearby stone shelf and casually picked up a jade slip of martial arts techniques. But there were 3 characters written on it, Yalongbu. The jade slip was bright red in color, obviously corresponding to the fire-related technique. Lin Hao's mind moved slightly, and he mobilized a trace of mental power to probe into the jade slip. In an instant, lines of text appeared in my mind. Dragon Step, a high-level martial art, a fire-based body movement, which can increase speed several times after being performed. In addition to the text records, there are also human figure demonstrations recorded in it, which is very convenient. As Lin Hao's mind moved slightly, a human-shaped shadow suddenly appeared in his mind and moved quickly. The graceful footwork shuttled quickly, and the shadows left in the void connected together like a lingering fire dragon, extremely gorgeous. As the speed increased, the speed of the fire dragon also continued to increase, and eventually it evolved into 9 fire dragons, dancing in all directions, making it impossible to tell which one was the real one. The most important thing is that the remaining flame aura of those phantoms also has the attribute of damage. Yes, that's it. After a quick observation, Lin Hao's heart moved slightly, and he felt that this set of body movements was quite interesting. Immediately, Lin Hao calmed his mind, stood there quietly, and began to meditate and practice. The moves of the dragon step mainly rely on the use of spiritual energy and the changes of footsteps. There are 9 moves in its technique, and each move corresponds to the number of fire dragon phantoms. For example, In the first move, the speed afterimage can only condense into a fire dragon. The second move is 2 phantom fire dragons. As time goes by, the speed will be faster and the number will increase accordingly. When it reaches the 9th form, the 9 dancing dragon shadows become unpredictable in their shapes. I see. Lin Hao nodded secretly and soon immersed himself in the mysteries of martial arts. At the same time, the spiritual energy in his body also flowed to the 8 extraordinary meridians throughout his body according to the secret of the dragon step. However, this is the martial arts hall and the environment is not suitable, so Lin Hao has no plans to practice here. Just like that, about an hour passed. Most of the freshmen have already chosen their martial arts and left the martial arts hall. After all, this place was not suitable for drills, so they had to memorize the contents and go out to find an open space to practice. If you feel it is not suitable, you can come back and choose again. Look, Brother Hao is here too. Qin Yu and Raymond also noticed Lin Hao's figure. However, seeing how Lin Hao was quietly comprehending martial arts, they did not step forward to disturb him, but left together. Before leaving, Zhao also noticed Lin Hao. She stared at Lin Hao quietly for a while, before leaving quietly. However, all of this was seen by Bao. The sky is gradually getting dark. As evening approached, the martial arts hall, which was once bustling with people, was now deserted. Those who remained were not as obsessed with martial arts as Lin Hao and continued to stay here. Instead, they were just the second-year students who had just arrived. Just at this moment, an arrogant voice suddenly sounded beside Lin Hao. Hey, this set of dragon steps is the martial arts I have been designated to practice. Once I have learned it, it will be your turn. His thoughts were interrupted, and Lin Hao turned around to look. But next to him, there was a young man wearing the second-year school uniform. This man has an ordinary appearance, but his hooked nose is very prominent, revealing a sense of arrogance. The martial arts hall is a public place, first come, first served. Logically, you should wait for me to finish, Lin Hao said calmly, with no intention of giving in at all. Wow, a little freshman dares to talk to me like that. The young man with the hooked nose raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and then looked at Lin Hao. When he saw the pair of gray pupils, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, as if he had recognized Lin Hao. I saw you at the test steal yesterday. It turned out to be you, the blind man with the ultimate cultivation talent. What's your name? The young man with the hooked nose looked at Lin Hao with a joking expression and said, Blind man, the ultimate talent only means that you can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth quickly. In terms of cultivation, you are still not as good as a 4th-level warrior like me. So, if you're smart, put down the jade slip of the dragon step technique and wait quietly by the side, or choose another martial art. Lin had a blank expression on his face and said in a cold voice, Come and get it if you can. Hearing this, a trace of anger surged on the face of the hook-nosed young man. He stared at Lin Hao with gloomy eyes and grinned. I want to see what a blind man like you can do. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man with the hooked nose took a sudden step forward. The moment his figure flashed forward, he left behind a trail of red flames and quickly rushed towards Lin Hao. At the same time, he stretched out his right palm, trying to snatch the jade slip of martial arts from Lin Hao's hand. The body movements of the young man with the hooked nose were exactly the dragon steps. However, the flame afterimage that appeared at such a speed was only the first entry-level move, and it couldn't even form the phantom of a fire dragon. The spiritual power in Lin Hao's body started to flow instantly. Relying on his previous understanding, he took a step and performed the dragon step. Although it was the first time to perform it and the movements were a little awkward, they were still well formed. In terms of speed, he was not much slower than the young man with the hooked nose. The grab missed, and a hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the hook-nosed young man. Obviously, he did not expect that Lin Hao, who had just observed the dragon step technique for a short time, had already learned how to use it. This is simply incredible. You know, it took him 2 full months to practice this set of body techniques before he finally understood the basics. He originally thought himself to be extraordinary, but when he saw Lin Hao performing, he couldn't help but feel jealous. This kind of gap is really fucking frustrating and uncomfortable. Chapter 74, Strike First. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the dragon step was performed, Lin Hao's footwork changed, and he moved quickly. The movement that was like shifting shapes and shadows undoubtedly increased the speed a lot. My current pace is not fast enough to form a phantom of a fire dragon. After distanced himself from the hook-nosed young man, Lin Hao suddenly stopped more than 10 meters behind him and muttered to himself in a low voice. If the tenfold suppression of the gravity armor is removed, can that effect be achieved? While I was thinking, I heard the angry snort of the hook-nosed young man. With your newly learned mediocre skills, you dare to show off in front of me. You really don't know your own limitations. The hook-nosed young man looked disdainful. From a fluctuation of spiritual energy just now, he clearly sensed that Lin Hao only had the cultivation level of a third-level warrior, although Lin Hao is stronger than him in martial arts talent. However, there is a gap between the two sides' cultivation levels. The hook-nosed young man comforted himself in his heart, and the oppressive feeling of being outshined by a freshman just now was alleviated a little. In my opinion, the dragon step you learned is only a mediocre kung fu. Lin Hao raised his eyebrows slightly and sneered. Watch out, this is the real dragon step. After saying this, Lin Hao's mind moved slightly, and he directly lifted the 10 times suppression of the gravity armor. Boom! In an instant, Lin Hao felt his body suddenly become lighter, and he felt light and fluttery, yet full of strength. Then, he moved and rushed out like an agile cheetah. At the same time, the dragon step movement was also performed. The red flames suddenly spread out from Lin Hao's body and turned into a series of flame afterimages. As they connected together, those speed afterimages moved quickly like a flaming dragon. The whistling sound of the wind spread out, sounding like the roar of a wild beast, which was frightening. Is this the phantom of a fire dragon? He actually succeeded. How is that possible? Seeing this scene, the hook-nosed young man froze, his face full of shock. This time, it was a blatant slap in the face for him. Obviously, he didn't expect that Lin Hao's speed would suddenly increase so fast. If you dare to disturb me from meditating again, I will beat you up every time I see you. Just as the hook-nosed young man was shocked, Lin Hao's cold voice suddenly sounded beside him like a ghost. The young man with the hooked nose's face changed drastically. He turned his head abruptly, completely unaware that Lin Hao had appeared next to him. And in front of him, the shadow of the fire dragon still remained and had not dissipated. Immediately, the hook-nosed young man stepped back in fear, but his steps got mixed up and he stumbled and fell to the ground in a mess. Why did you suddenly become so fast? He stared at Lin Hao in surprise and couldn't help asking. No comment. Lin Hao looked indifferent. There was no need to explain at all. After calculating the time, it was already evening. Being interrupted from meditating on the martial arts, he didn't feel like continuing to observe the martial arts. Immediately, he put the jade slip of the dragon step technique back on the stone shelf and walked straight outside. Seeing that Lin Hao ignored him, the hook-nosed young man stood up, his face looking a little angry and embarrassed. You stupid blind man. If this wasn't the martial arts hall, I would definitely make sure you don't get away with it. Remember that. Looking at Lin Hao's departing back, the young man with the hooked nose slowly showed a hint of resentment in his eyes and said in a low and gloomy voice, "When the time comes, I'll cut off your tendons and see how you can still perform the dragon step." Lin Hao remained silent. As he walked away, a cold curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Want to cut my tendons?" As Lin Hao muttered to himself, his expression gradually turned gloomy. Now that the other party has made it clear, we must not give him the opportunity to plot against us. You must strike first. Little spider, come out to work. Lin Hao's mind moved slightly, and the wolf spider was immediately summoned out. The wolf spider's current combat power has reached 35,000, equivalent to a 7th level warrior. The moment it was summoned from the pet backpack space, it immediately activated the skill of hide and seek, and its body instantly became transparent. Then, the wolf spider flew to the last row of stone shells at an extremely fast speed and locked onto its prey. In order to create evidence of his alibi, Lin Hao deliberately let the wolf spider lie in the corner and wait for more than 10 minutes. Besides, the dispute between him and the hook-nosed young man just now happened to be witnessed by no one else. In this regard, there is no need to worry about anyone suspecting him. Let's do it. When Lin Hao stepped out of the door of the martial arts hall, his mind moved slightly and he gave an order directly to the wolf spider. Inside the hall, the wolf spider's cold eyes were fixed on its prey. If you want to learn the dragon step, I will make sure you can't learn anything at all. But at this moment, the young man with the hooked nose had a grim smile on his face. As he spoke, he memorized all the information about the dragon step technique, then exerted force with his palms, using his hidden energy to create a few cracks on the jade slip in his hand. These cracks may seem insignificant on the surface, but the martial arts information recorded inside has been completely destroyed. However, just as he was boasting, the wolf spider had already started hiding again and swooped down quickly. In a normal fight, the hook-nosed young man would be no match for the wolf spider. What's more, the wolf spider was now in stealth mode. In the attack, the hook-nosed young man had hardly noticed anything before his foot was bitten. Instantly, the dark green, deadly poison rushed into the blood vessels throughout the body like lightning, destroying the internal organs and the four spiritual veins. Finally, as the poison invaded the brain nerves, the hook-nosed young man's body stiffened, and he fell to the ground with blood gushing out of all his orifices. Huh? A classmate here has fainted. Come and have a look. Bleeding from all 7 orifices and a black face. This is a sign of poisoning. At that moment, the second-year students who were walking nearby noticed the abnormality of the hook-nosed young man and screamed in panic. At this moment, the wolf spider had quietly left the scene and flew out of the temple. It was moving in extremely fast speed and immediately caught up with Lin Hao, who had already reached the stone bridge. Here you go. Lin Hao stroked the wolf spider's head and then put it into the pet backpack space. The old man sweeping the floor seems to have disappeared. It was getting dark at this time. Lin Hao looked around with the help of Sibao's vision, but found no sign of the blind old man. He was somewhat curious about the blind swordsman that Gu Yunle mentioned before. Swordmaster. This title is of great value. He is a powerful saint who has transcended the 9th level, and his strength is quite terrifying. If that old man is really the so-called swordmaster, I could ask him for advice. Lin Hao, you finally decided to come out. At this moment, a familiar laugh suddenly rang out. Lin Hao turned his head and saw instructor Wu Qi standing not far away, staring at him with a smile. Chapter 75, Light Curtain Entrance. Teacher Wu, what's going on? Seeing Wu Qi suddenly appear, Lin Hao remained calm and asked with a smile. You have a strong willpower to be able to stay in a martial arts hall for so long. Wu Qi walked up slowly, stared at Lin Hao's young face, and exclaimed with a smile. As long as you learn something, it doesn't matter how long it takes. Lin Hao smiled modestly and stopped talking. Haha, with this understanding, your future achievements in martial arts will surely be limitless. Wu Qi nodded with relief, and then smiled and said, Okay, I won't say any more nonsense. Now follow me to the Palace Master's palace. The main palace? Hearing this, Lin Hao was slightly startled. He knew that the Palace Master's Hall was built on the top floor of Tianyan Academy. Its location is exactly at the top of the mountain, and that is where Yang Chengji is hiding. The opportunity has come. The Palace Master wants to talk to you about something. Don't be nervous. Seeing Lin Hao's slightly tense expression, Wu Qichen laughed, thinking that Lin Hao was starting to get a little nervous facing the Mansion Master. Little did he know that the change in Lin Hao's expression had a completely different meaning. Okay, please lead the way, Mr. Wu. Lin Hao curled his lips into a smile, trying his best to hide all the emotional fluctuations in his heart. The core area on the top of the mountain is covered with a protective light curtain, and it is impossible to break in by force. Even if they succeed in breaking through, the noise would definitely attract the attention of many powerful people in the academy. By then, it would be very difficult to escape unscathed, let alone assassinate. But now, for him, it is undoubtedly a great opportunity to enter the core area openly. Just like that, Lin Hao didn't even have dinner and followed Wu Qi to the top of the mountain. Due to Yang Chengji's sensitive identity, Lin Hao did not ask Wu Qi any probing questions along the way. The shortcut to the top of the mountain is a long, slanted stone staircase. Wu Qi seemed to be intentionally testing Lin Hao's understanding of a martial arts hall. When climbing the stairs, he deliberately increased his speed and left Lin Hao behind. Seeing this, Sibao's eyes narrowed slightly, watching Wu Qi's gradually receding back. Lin Hao also had the idea of trying to do well in his heart. At this moment, Lin Hao mobilized the spiritual power in his body and circulated it to the 8 extraordinary meridians according to the secret of the dragon step. In an instant, Lin Hao took a step forward, red light flashed under his feet, and the moment his figure flashed, he suddenly turned into a series of flame afterimages, quickly following closely. That speed, even with the suppression of 10 times the gravity, was enough to make Wu Qi look at him with admiration. Good boy, you have only been in the martial arts hall for a few hours, but you have already stepped into the threshold of the dragon step. In front, Wu Qi caught a glimpse of the red light behind him, and at a glance he saw the martial arts skills displayed by Lin Hao, and he immediately admired him inwardly. How come such a martial arts genius has never been discovered before? Regarding this, Wu Qi couldn't help but secretly feel fortunate that in addition to internal admissions, Tianyin Academy also had an admissions assessment stage. Thus, those hidden martial arts geniuses will not be lost. In this way, Lin Hao and his companions, one in front and one behind, quickly climbed up the stone stairs. After about 10 minutes, they finally arrived at the square at the top of the stone stairs. In front of them was the core area covered by a huge light curtain. Going quickly, looking at the protective light curtain, Lin Hao felt a little excited and began to think about his next plan. "Teacher Wu, is this light curtain a protective formation?" Lin Hao asked tentatively. "Well, this protective formation is called the Level 9 Light Talisman Formation." Wu Qi nodded and said in a deep voice, "This formation absorbs the light of the sun and the moon to provide energy for the formation. Warriors below the Saint Realm cannot break it." "So amazing." Hearing this, Lin Hao was slightly surprised. No wonder when Kung Fu Fly sneaked here last night, he couldn't shake it at all even if he used all his strength. Does this formation require runes to unlock it, no matter entering or exiting? Lin Hao asked again. The latter question is undoubtedly the most critical. Because of the next plan, Lin Hao planned to leave the Kung Fu Fly and the wolf spider inside after entering. By then, even if the assassination is successful, there must be a way to retreat. Otherwise, once they were caught, the two pets that he had spent a lot of money to evolve would probably be lost. You're right, both in and out are needed. As expected, Wu Qi's words were like a bucket of cold water, which immediately made Lin Hao's heart chilled and his thoughts became more serious. This rune token is the key to open the entrance and exit. After saying that, Wu Qi flipped his palm lightly and took out a platinum-colored iron plate from the space ring. However, the token was covered with mysterious runes and faintly emitted a faint spiritual fluctuation. Walking closer to the light curtain, Wu Qi pressed the rune token in his hand against the light curtain. Immediately afterwards, Lin Hao saw that the runes on the token began to wriggle strangely, releasing a strange energy that poured into the light curtain. Buzz! The next moment, a crack began to appear in the light curtain where the rune token was pressed. As the crack spread rapidly, it soon formed an entrance about 2 meters high and wide. The lord of the mansion has been waiting for a long time. Let's go in. Wu Qi looked back at Lin Hao and gave instructions. Lin Hao nodded calmly and secretly memorized the rune totem on Wu Qi's token. I was thinking to myself, if I could refine a rune token similar to this one, would it work? While thinking, Lin Hao followed Wu Qi's footsteps and stepped directly into the crack of the light curtain. In a trance, Lin Hao suddenly felt Si Bao's vision flicker, and then he seemed to have entered another world. But the environment here is shrouded in clouds and mist, with various ancient palaces and groups and abundant spiritual energy, just like a fairyland. Moreover, the light inside seemed to be affected by the protective light curtain and was not as dim as outside, but still bright. The top floor of Tianyin Academy is indeed unique. It's really enjoyable. Lin Hao was secretly shocked, feeling that this core area should be where the true strength of Tianyin Academy lies. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When Lin Hao and Wu Qi entered, they soon heard dozens of strong aura fluctuations coming from not far away, and they were rushing towards them at a rapid speed. In just a few breaths, more than a dozen members of the law enforcement team arrived in front of Lin Hao and his team. Each of these people had a strong aura and stared at Lin Hao with sharp eyes. However, when they saw Wu Qi next to Lin Hao, their cold eyes softened a little. "Brother Wu, why did you bring this young man here?" The middle-aged captain in the lead looked at Lin Hao for a while, then turned his gaze to Wu Qi and asked cautiously. "His name is Lin Hao, a freshman. The palace master asked me to bring him to the main hall for a meeting. Although Wu Qi's strength is not as good as that of the law enforcement team, he has the order of the mansion lord, so he speaks neither humble nor arrogant at this time." Next to them, Lin Hao released his mental power, trying to sense their breath fluctuations. This feeling made me involuntarily take a deep breath, because the strength of these law enforcement team members has reached the level of 8th level warriors. As for the captain of the law enforcement team, his aura was even more powerful, and he had the cultivation level of a 9th level warrior. Too strong. Chapter 76, Reincarnation in the New Era. The middle-aged captain of the law enforcement team looked at Lin Hao sternly for a few times and felt that the latter's cultivation was not strong and could not pose much threat. Moreover, it was the lord of the mansion who sent the order here, so he did not continue to investigate or interrogate him. In this way, Lin Hao entered the core area unimpeded. The defense here is quite strict. With the help of Bao's vision, Lin Hao scanned the surroundings and found that there were a law enforcement team patrolling in many places. The level of defense is probably comparable to that of places like the Imperial Palace. It seems that the traitor named Yang Qingji has a high status in Tianyan Academy. Lin Hao pondered secretly in his heart and couldn't help but sigh. With such strict defense, ordinary people simply cannot successfully sneak in. Perhaps only a strong person who has transcended the holy realm can break through. But how could such a martial arts expert condescend to come here to assassinate a small character? It would simply be a disgrace to his prestige. Therefore, Yang Qingji was able to hide here safely and secretly develop his rebellious forces. Protect the only bloodline of the Yang family? Lin Hao raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a barely perceptible sneer. In his opinion, the old man, the lord of the mansion, probably also has the ambition to annex the great Yin dynasty. Otherwise, it would be foolish to use the excuse of protecting the Yang family bloodline to mobilize many resources of Tianyan Academy and openly offend King Yin. Of course, this is just Lin Hao's current speculation. Perhaps the palace master Ing Yuanzi's thoughts are really that pure. He would rather challenge the bottom line of King Yin than to protect the only bloodline of his benefactor. While thinking in his mind, Lin Hao followed Wu Qi and walked into the corridor of the palace. The palaces here are scattered everywhere, and bluestone paved corridors, large and small, extend to the group of palaces. Lin Hao remained silent, but Bao, who was standing on his shoulder, had very active eyes, looking around at the architectural layout here. The guards there seemed to be tighter. As he scanned the area, Lin Hao discovered that many members of the law enforcement team were wandering around one of the palaces on the left. If I'm not mistaken, Yang Qingji's hiding place should be there. After secretly noting down the route, Lin Hao decided to take action tonight to confirm whether the prey was among them. Then, under the leadership of Wu Qi, Lin Hao finally arrived at the gate of the main hall. The door was tightly closed, and there was a sword-shaped totem carved on it, which gave off a sense of awe-inspiring majesty. Lin Hao took a deep breath and tried his best to calm his chaotic mind. "Master, Lin Hao has been brought here." Wu Qi raised his hand and knocked on the door lightly, saying respectfully, "Come in." Inside the hall, the palace master's calm and clear voice was heard. "Lin Hao, I'll take you here." Wu Qi turned around and said to Lin Hao with a smile. Obviously, without the permission of the palace master, he had no authority to enter the main hall. "Thank you, Mr. Wu, for your guidance." Lin Hao nodded politely. There was a hint of relief in Wu Qi's smile. After today's contact, Lin Hao left a very good impression on him. Humble, hardworking, and unpretentious. He is totally free of arrogance and complacency, which is very different from ordinary martial arts geniuses. Immediately, Wu Qi turned and left. Lin Hao pushed open the metal door and stepped inside. He was quite confused about why the palace master, Ing Yuanzi, suddenly came to him. I wonder if this old man is attracted by my ultimate talent for cultivation, or if he has other intentions. The main hall is bright and clear, with many white stone pillars. There are some runes engraved on these stone pillars, and the arrangement and distribution of each stone pillar is very peculiar. If someone who understands the formation was here, he would definitely be able to see the strangeness in it. As for what kind of formation it was, Lin Hao had no idea. I can only be careful in secret. No matter what conflicts there are in the future, I must try not to cause trouble in the main hall. Otherwise, once trapped here, it would be extremely difficult to escape. As they walked deeper into the hall, Bao saw two figures. Both of them are old men. The robes they wore were one white and one gray. The old man in white is none other than the head of Tianyan Academy, Ing Yuanzi. As for the other old man in gray robe, he was the blind old man who was sweeping the floor in front of the martial arts hall earlier. Seeing this, Lin Hao felt a chill in his heart. This old man is indeed no ordinary guy. Meet the lord of the palace. When he came closer, Lin Hao bowed and clasped his hands together, performing the salute of a junior fellow student to Ing Yuanzi. As for the blind old man, Lin Hao ignored him. If he greeted them in the same way, then he, a blind man, would not be able to explain himself clearly. The blind old man raised his head slightly, and his gray eyes without pupils were fixed on the direction where Lin Hao was coming from. Immediately, a strange look seemed to emerge on his wrinkled old face. Lin Hao, I heard that you stayed in the martial arts hall today. Did you choose some suitable techniques? Ing Yuanzi asked with a kind look on his face and a smile. I haven't picked a suitable martial art yet. I wonder if the lord of the mansion can recommend some to me. Lin Hao pretended to shake his head and tried to obtain some heavyweight martial arts from the mansion master. As expected, after hearing what Lin Hao said, Ing Yuanzi asked, what kind of martial arts do you plan to practice? Hearing this, Lin Hao felt happy. This is something that could happen. At this moment, Lin Hao's thoughts suddenly became active. He has now mastered the 9 talismans sword technique and has no problem with swordsmanship. As for the body movement that increases speed, he chose the dragon step. Lin Hao had just entered the threshold and did not want to spend too much energy practicing other body movement martial arts. As his mind turned, Lin Hao said, I am somewhat interested in physical training martial arts. Hearing this, Ing Yuanzi was slightly surprised. He originally thought that Lin Hao would propose some sword techniques or offensive martial arts such as fists and palms. Unexpectedly, he chose the kind of bodybuilding martial arts that focuses on defense. Lin Hao, are you sure you only need the body training technique? Ing Yuanzi looked at Lin Hao in confusion and asked again. Lin Hao smiled faintly and said, I am a blind man. I have no advantage in fighting the enemy. If I want to win, I must protect myself first, so I chose the physical training martial arts, which is perfect for my current situation. Hearing Lin Hao's convincing explanation, Ing Yuanzi's eyes flashed with surprise, and suddenly he felt that it made sense. Okay, since you have this idea, I will give you a physical training martial arts book. Seeing that Lin Hao was determined to do so, Ing Yuanzi couldn't help but laugh. After saying that, he reached into his storage bag and took out a jade slip of martial arts techniques. This jade slip was completely black, with 3 characters, 8 Beast Transformation, written on it. 8 Beast Transformation? Lin Hao's heart moved slightly. Obviously, this is the name of the bodybuilding martial arts. Could it be a technique that can change one's physique and transform into an ape-like monster? When he was in doubt, he listened to Ing Yuanzi's words. This kind of martial arts is of the earth level and is called 8 Beast Transformation. As the name suggests, it is a martial art that can imitate the physical training of ape-like magical beasts. It can also be called Beast Transformation, but the prerequisite is that one must absorb and refine the essence and blood of the ape-like beasts. The higher the level of the magical beast, the higher the degree of strengthening of the physical body. Hearing this, Lin Hao raised his eyebrows slightly. If it is true, as the mansion master said, the higher the level of ape blood absorbed, the stronger the beast transformation ability will be. Then, he won without any effort, because Xiao Bai is a unicorn ape at the spiritual beast level. Ancient vicious beasts of that level would be so dangerous that even adult dragons would have to be wary of them. Thinking of this, Lin Hao felt happy. While I get back to the dormitory, I'll ask Xiao Bai to donate some blood and sperm. Thank you, Lord Palace Master. Lin Hao accepted the jade slip of martial arts without hesitation, and a look of gratitude appeared on his face. Today's trip to the main hall, so far, seems to be worth it. Lin Hao, let me tell you the truth. I want to take you in as my second disciple. What do you think? At this moment, Ing Yuanzi suddenly said. The meaning in those words made Lin Hao feel a little depressed. Being the master's disciple, you'll have an almost endless supply of various cultivation resources, which is undoubtedly beneficial. But from Lin Hao's perspective at this moment, if he became Ing Yuanzi's apprentice, wouldn't he have to become a fellow apprentice with Yang Qingji? Unfortunately, I already have a master. With a change of mind, Lin Hao smiled and declined. Thank you for your kindness, Lord Palace Master. I appreciate your kindness. He has a mission now, and he doesn't want to be accused of killing his fellow disciples. Hearing this, Ing Yuanzi's face flashed with surprise, and he couldn't help asking, who is your master? Master once told me not to reveal his identity. I'm sorry. Lin Hao remained calm and began to make up and direct his own lies. Hearing Lin Hao say this, Ing Yuanzi sighed and said, if that's the case, I don't need to force it. Although he said this, he felt as if there was a stone blocking his heart and was extremely depressed. After all, from yesterday till now, he has not only given Lin Hao 7 pills, but now he has also given him a set of earth-level body-refining martial arts. After all the efforts, what you get has already been taken by others. Fortunately, Lin Hao has become a student of Tianyan Academy. If he works hard to cultivate himself, he will be a dark horse in the competition in the 100 Colleges battle 3 years later. And now, this dark horse still needs to be tested. Those are Lin Hao's eyes. Are they the legendary eyes of reincarnation? This is also the reason why he called Lin Hao and the blind old man next to him to come here today. Only when it is completely confirmed, Lin Hao can be regarded as the real trump card of Tianyan Academy in the battle of 100 academies. Teacher, we can start now. Then, Ingenzi bent slightly and spoke to the blind old man with a very respectful attitude. Seeing this scene, Lin Hao took a deep breath. This, teacher? Lin Hao was shocked. Obviously, he had never expected that the master of the mansion would actually call this blind old man teacher. Then his seniority is undoubtedly the top one in the entire Tianyan Academy. Also, what to start? Lin Hao suddenly recalled what Ing Yuanzi had just said and immediately became alert. And his brain cells were also spinning wildly at this moment. He was measuring his own strength and all his hidden cards. However, when the calculation is completed, Lin Hao's heart almost sank, because Ing Yuanzi alone is already extremely powerful. Coupled with this mysterious and unfathomable blind old man, if anything really happened, the whole thing would be suppressed. Don't be nervous, young man. Just let me detect it for a few minutes. At this time, the blind old man finally spoke. His hoarse and low voice seemed to contain a kind of vicissitudes of ancient flavor. The taste seemed to have gone through centuries. What are you trying to detect? Lin Hao frowned slightly, and the vigilance on his face became more intense. He often read novels in his previous life, and some gifted martial arts geniuses usually did not have a good ending. Either their spiritual roots were extracted or their supreme bones were dug out. And now, he possesses the top qualifications for ultimate cultivation talent, which can be regarded as a kind of thinking consciousness. Could this thing be taken away? Seeing Lin Hao's serious expression, Ing Yuanzi smiled and said, Lin Hao, actually, I asked you to come here this time because I want to test your eyes. Testing eyes? Hearing this, Lin Hao's expression changed slightly. Did they discover something? In order to avoid making mistakes, Lin Hao pretended to smile bitterly and said, My eyes are naturally like this. Many doctors are helpless. Oh, natural. That's even better. However, Ing Yuanzi smiled happily. The first requirement for the Rinnegan is that it is innate and not acquired. Of course, he was happy to hear Lin Hao say this. However, Lin Hao, who was unaware of the situation, almost burst into swearing when he heard this. Born better? What a bullshit. Lin Hao secretly complained in his heart, but in order to maintain a good image as a student, he still did not show his emotions on his face. Haha boy, you are special. The blind old man suddenly laughed hoarsely and said, To be exact, your eyes are very unique. According to my guess, you have a pair of reincarnation eyes. Hearing this, Lin Hao was stunned. A look of doubt appeared on his face, and he asked, What is the samsara eye? The blind old man said solemnly, To put it simply, you are a reincarnation born in this era, so you have a pair of reincarnation eyes. From ancient times to the present, in every era, there will be a reincarnation with unique martial arts talents. At this time, Ing Yuanzi beside him couldn't help but interrupt and said, The so-called samsara means that one has the potential to comprehend the martial spirit of samsara. Once mastered, one's future is limitless, and one may even be able to see the light again. So, the reason I asked you to come to the main hall this time is to test whether your eyes are the legendary samsara eyes. After hearing what the two said, Lin Hao was stunned. Reincarnation eye, reincarnation martial will. This sounded a bit confusing, which made Lin Hao a little confused. It is true that he is a reincarnation, but is it possible that these blind eyes can be turned into treasure? Moreover, what is the reincarnation martial spirit? Lin Hao took a deep breath and reorganized his messy thoughts. However, when he was sure that the other party had no intention of hurting him, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In that case, let's test it first to confirm it. Soon, Lin Hao regained a bit of composure, spread his hands, and smiled cheerfully. No matter what the situation is, confirm it first and then talk about the aftermath. Otherwise, it will just be a misunderstanding in the end, which will cause you to lose your mind. Chapter 77 Locking on the Prey Yang Qingji. Teacher, we can start now. Seeing that Lin Hao agreed to the test, Ing Yuanzi was obviously a little impatient. Young man, my last name is M.O. Most people I know call me Old M.O. You can call me that too. The blind old man was not in a hurry at all. He smiled and introduced himself to Lin Hao. Senior M.O. Lin Hao smiled and nodded, neither humble nor arrogant, and bowed to show the courtesy of a junior. Faintly, Lin Hao discovered that this area seemed to be shrouded by an extremely obscure spiritual aura. Every move around seemed to be under the surveillance of this mental force field, and its source was released from old M.O. It is not difficult to guess that although Mr. M.O. is blind, he can use this method to detect the slightest movement around him, and the coverage is wider than using his eyes. Okay, then I'll start. A hint of smile appeared on the corners of Mr. Mo's wrinkled mouth. As soon as he finished speaking, his hunched body suddenly straightened up a little. Buzz! Immediately afterwards, an extremely powerful spiritual consciousness burst out from M.O. Lao's body, causing the surrounding space to be vaguely distorted into ripples. What a strong spiritual awareness. Lin Hao felt a chill in his heart. Speculations about Mr. Mo's cultivation level have risen to a higher level. This was because the concentration of this spiritual consciousness was obviously stronger than that of the palace master in Yuanzi, who was a 9th level warrior. Could it be that this old man is a powerful saint? While he was guessing in his mind, Lin Hao suddenly felt that the spiritual consciousness was like a ferocious beast rushing towards him. At that moment, Lin Hao almost subconsciously and instinctively mobilized his spiritual power to fight back. However, with his spiritual power only at the level of a 3rd level warrior, that level of resistance was like a piece of thin paper. The spiritual power that Lin Hao had just mobilized was almost instantly dispersed by M.O. Lao's spiritual consciousness and immediately enveloped his body. Ding! Checking the host's identity. It is being attacked by external forces. Do you want to stop it? The interception fee will cost 100,000 taels. Just at this moment, the system's electronic synthesized sound suddenly rang out. Lin Hao was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that the system actually had this guard function. Only the eyes are open to external force detection. All other parts of the body are blocked. At that moment, Lin Hao felt quite curious and issued an order. Ding! The defense system mode has been successfully activated for the host's wishes. As the system's voice sounded, M.O. Lao's spiritual consciousness had completely covered his body and quickly penetrated into his body. But soon, old M.O. discovered N.I. Duan, and a look of surprise and suspicion suddenly appeared on his old face. It was as if there was an invisible barrier in Lin Hao's body. No matter how his spiritual sense tried to detect it, he could not detect it at all. Mr. M.O. was quite surprised by this. This was obviously the first time he had encountered such a strange situation. Could it be that Lin Hao's mysterious master did this? Mr. Mo's expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help but guess secretly. After all, with Lin Hao's level of cultivation, it is impossible to isolate himself from his mental detection, unless there is someone stronger than him who sets up a restriction in Lin Hao's body. The more Mr. M.O. thought about it, the more surprised he was. Who exactly is Lin Hao's mysterious master? Originally, he planned to explore the secrets of Lin Hao's body before testing his eyes. It seems that this abacus is useless. Immediately, Mr. M.O. had to try to mobilize his spiritual awareness and spread it to Lin Hao's eyes. Fortunately, the eyes did not have that kind of isolating barrier, allowing his spiritual consciousness to finally peek into the structure. Buzz! However, when his spiritual consciousness extended into the pair of gray-white pupils, M.O. Lao suddenly felt his spiritual consciousness ripple. Immediately afterwards, his spiritual consciousness seemed to be pulled by something and fell into a huge gray-white vortex and was instantly swallowed up. This vortex seems to contain endless suffering and pain. The feeling is like going through an endless cycle of life and completely forgetting oneself. A fear from the depths of M.O. Lao's soul surged in his heart. Reincarnation, martial intent. What is samsara? It is the cycle of life and death. The way of reincarnation is to be born and die at the same time, and the cycle of life and death continues. The martial spirit of reincarnation is just like that. It has the spiritual attribute of controlling the reincarnation of all living beings, trapping them in the illusion of past and present lives, and repeating in an endless cycle. Eventually, his spirit collapsed, and his soul split in the illusion of reincarnation. Those who are gifted with the Rinnegan can inherit this characteristic and comprehend their own unique martial spirit, the martial spirit of reincarnation. Mo Lao sensed something was wrong and immediately forcibly pulled his spiritual consciousness out. At this moment, some cold sweat had already appeared on his forehead. Fortunately, this boy's samsara eye has not yet awakened. It is only in the early stages. Mr. Mo took a deep breath and thought of the scene just now with lingering fear. Otherwise, once he really fell into the illusion of reincarnation martial arts, even if he had the cultivation at the saint level, it would probably take some effort to free himself. Teacher, how is the test? Seeing Mo Lao's slightly surprised expression, Ing Yuanzi suddenly felt hopeful and couldn't help asking, are Lin Hao's eyes the legendary samsara eyes? After Mo Lao hesitated for a moment, he shook his head and said, no. Hearing this, Ing Yuanzi was stunned. He immediately came to his senses, frowned, and asked in confusion, how is it possible? His eyes are almost exactly the same as the Rinnegan recorded in history books. How could they not be? Ing Yuanzi's reaction was a little intense, and he obviously did not agree with what Mr. Mo said. Are you questioning my judgment? Old Mo's face darkened, and a powerful aura of the sanctuary level suddenly erupted. Under the suppression of this powerful aura, Ing Yuanzi's heart trembled, and he quickly bent slightly, saying in awe, I dare not. The teacher's knowledge and experience are far beyond mine. Since you have denied it, it should not be the case. This whole scene was seen by Lin Hao's shared vision. This old guy is awesome. Even the head of Tianyin Academy had to be respectful. Under the suppression of his aura, he was so frightened that he dared not even make a sound. Lin Hao was thinking about this. It seems that this old man should be the real person in power behind the Tianyin Academy. However, from their conversation just now, it seems that he does not possess such a reincarnation eye. Lin Hao secretly felt regretful about one thing, which was that he had undoubtedly lost the hope of regaining his sight. Your eyes are nothing more than similar to the Rinnegan. Old Mo said solemnly, my spiritual sense just now did not detect anything unusual. Just like my eyes, it is a sign of lack of heaven. Lin Hao shrugged his shoulders lightly and said calmly, it's okay. I've been used to it since I was a child. Anyway, now that we have shared vision with our pets, we are no longer blind. It's good that you have this mentality. There was a hint of a hidden smile on Mo Lao's lips, and no one knew what he was thinking. In that case, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. Lin Hao smiled faintly and nodded, not wanting to stay here any longer. Okay. Ing Yuanzi looked a little disappointed and had no interest in continuing the conversation with Lin Hao. If Lin Hao really possessed the Rinnegan, he might enthusiastically let him move to this core area. But now, there is no need for that. A blind man, even if he possesses the ultimate talent for cultivation, will not achieve much in martial arts in the future. No wonder he has only reached the level of a third-level warrior after practicing for so long. Ing Yuanzi seemed unable to accept it for a while. After all, before this, he had always had great hopes for Lin Hao. Unexpectedly, the ending would be like this. And his thoughts at this moment were constantly rejecting Lin Hao's path of martial arts, and he was afraid that he was not as good as his disciple with heavenly talent, Yang Qingji. Little did they know that Lin Hao left the main hall this time. Just as he was preparing to carry out the mission, he began to plan to assassinate his apprentice, Yang Qingji, tonight. Inside the hall, enveloped by the spiritual energy field, Mr. Mo locked onto Lin Hao's departing figure. A barely perceptible strange light flashed across his cloudy gray eyes. Life and death go by. The old is replaced by the new. Before the new era truly begins, you should first hide and grow well. A silent word was slowly recited in Mo Lao's heart. At this time, Lin Hao had already walked to the palace gate. Just as he was about to push the door open, the palace door suddenly opened ahead of time. Immediately afterwards, a tall figure came into view. This man had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and his young face was filled with undisguised arrogance. While Lin Hao was looking at the other person, the young man was also looking at Lin Hao. As he observed, a hint of surprise flashed in the young man's eyes. Are you Lin Hao? The young man suddenly asked. Do you know me? Lin Hao was slightly stunned, with a look of confusion on his face. The young man raised his lips slightly, stared at Lin Hao and said, you are wearing a freshman uniform, and you are blind. A mere blind freshman can come to this core campus. Except for Lin Hao, who made a big splash in the test yesterday, no one else can. Hearing these thorny words and naming names, although his guess was indeed correct, Lin Hao's originally friendly expression instantly turned cold. Just a blind new student? Who do you think you are? Lin Hao felt secretly unhappy. But at this moment, Lin Hao was suddenly startled. With the help of Sibao's vision, he looked at the young man in front of him carefully again. This guy was in plain clothes. He was neither a member of the Tianyin Academy's law enforcement team, nor was he a tutor at his young age. Could it be that he is Yang Songyi? Thinking of this, a hint of coldness appeared on Lin Hao's cold face. It seems that you are the closed disciple that the Lord of the Mansion mentioned, Yang Qingji. In order to ensure the identity of the prey, Lin Hao asked tentatively, "Oh, Master actually talked about me in front of you." A hint of surprise flashed across Yang Qingji's face. His identity is sensitive in itself. Even if ordinary people know his name, they don't know what he looks like. But thinking that this is the core campus and full of experts, Yang Qingji has nothing to worry about. Yang Qingji looked at Lin Hao and saw that he was about to leave. He couldn't help but smile and said, "Master didn't ask you to stay here overnight. It seems that you are not a reincarnation." Lin Hao also laughed. "I am indeed not." Lin Hao's laughter was undoubtedly from the bottom of his heart, like the laughter of the god of death. Yang Qingji shook his head and sighed sarcastically. Without the samsara, even if a blind man has the ultimate talent for cultivation, he will not achieve much in martial arts in the future. What a pity. After saying that, Yang Qingji turned around and left, with no intention of talking anymore with Lin Hao. Originally, he came here to confirm whether Lin Hao was the legendary reincarnation. If it is true, coupled with Lin Hao's ultimate cultivation talent, taking him under his wing will definitely be a great help in future power struggles and rebellions. But now it seems that there's no need for that. If you find a blind man as your assistant, King Yin will probably laugh at you, and you will just bring shame upon yourself. The prey has finally been confirmed. Looking at the direction where Yang Qingji left, Lin Hao sneered. Then, without any unnecessary words, he walked straight out of the hall. When he was far away from the main hall, Lin Hao suddenly stopped and said in a calm tone, "Little spider, little fly, come out to work." Instantly, the wolf spider and small fly in the system pet backpack space appeared out of thin air. "Prei Yang Changji." After searching kill, Lin Hao gave the order decisively. After receiving the master's order, the two beasts immediately began to act quickly. Due to their small size and low-level species, as long as they do not use their true abilities, even patrolling law enforcement teams will look down on them. This situation is actually an excellent disguise. "Lin Hao, you came out so soon." Just then, Wu Qi, who had been wandering outside, noticed Lin Hao and immediately came over. "Hide!" Lin Hao's mind moved slightly, and the wolf spider and the kung fu fly immediately flew away and hid in a nearby locust tree. "How was it? Did you gain anything?" Wu Qi walked closer and asked curiously. "The palace master gave me a set of earth-level body refining martial arts and asked Senior Mo to examine my eyes." Lin Hao smiled faintly and said, "There is nothing to hide about this kind of thing. What are the test results?" Hearing this, Wu Qi was not interested in that martial arts at all. Instead, he seemed to know the purpose of Lin Hao's visit. It was a misunderstanding. They originally thought that I had the Rinnegan, but after testing, it seems that it was just a similar shape. Lin Hao smiled indifferently. "Just similar?" Wu Qi was stunned for a moment. Then he sighed and said, "Well, with your talent, even if you don't have the samsara eye, if you work harder in training, you may be as powerful as Senior Mo in the future." Speaking of Mr. Mo, Lin Hao was quite curious and couldn't help asking, "Teacher Wu, who is Mr. Mo?" "I just heard the Lord of the Mansion call him teacher." Wu Qi nodded and smiled. "When Senior Mo became famous, not to mention me, even the Lord of the Mansion was just a young man who had just started out. He is the Saint Realm expert who once caused a sensation in the martial arts world, the Blind Sword Saint." Hearing this, Lin Hao was slightly surprised. "I didn't expect that this old man is indeed the most powerful warrior in Tianyin Academy, as Gu Yunli said." Chapter 78, Grilled Fish and the Princess. Later, on the way out of the core campus, Lin Hao also learned about Mr. Mo's deeds from Wu Qi. It is said that Mr. Mo has lived for 100 years, but Wu Qi does not know his exact age. Born blind, he has been obsessed with martial arts since childhood and is a master of kendo. Later, he broke through the Saint Realm and was named the Blind Sword Saint by the martial arts community. Mr. Mo also graduated from Tianyin Academy and served as a tutor. With his prestige and strength, he is qualified to sit on the position of the master of the academy. However, Mr. Mo had no interest in this and gave it to Yuanzi at that time, choosing to hide in Tianyin Academy. It is precisely because of the existence of Mr. M.O. that even the emperors of the Great Yin dynasty did not dare to rashly send troops to invade Tianyin Academy and arrest Yang Qingji. It seems that the assassination operation tonight needs to be put on hold. As Lin Hao got to know Mr. Mo's strength, he became more and more serious. Otherwise, even if Yang Qingji was successfully assassinated, once Mr. M.O. appeared, with the strength of Kung Fu Fly and Wolf Spider, they would probably be wiped out with a wave of his hand. That kind of loss is far greater than the mission reward. After all, his monthly salary is only tens of millions of taels. However, to train Kung Fu Xiaoying and the others to reach the current A-class king level, the expense is added up to hundreds of millions. Just like that, Lin Hao and Wu Qi chatted and left the core campus. Just as previously speculated, even if you leave this area, you will need to use the rune token to open the crack in the light curtain. Little spider, little fly, lock onto the target first, and don't act for now. After saying goodbye to Wu Qi, Lin Hao quickly conveyed an order. Keep your troops in place. This assassination attempt must not be carried out rashly. Lin Hao felt that he should first thoroughly understand Yang Qingji's activities, and then make a quick decision when the time comes. He must be absolutely sure of success. Otherwise, if the assassination attempt fails, it will undoubtedly alert the enemy and even lead to an increase in the defense level of the core campus. By then, let alone assassination, it would be extremely difficult to get close to Yang Qingji. After returning to the dormitory area, Lin Hao just pushed open the door and was immediately hit by a fragrant smell. This smell is undoubtedly barbecue. Lin Hao's nostrils moved slightly, and he smelled it immediately. Wow, it smells really good. Is it almost done? Immediately afterwards, a burst of women's laughter was suddenly heard. The source of the sound was the backyard of the dormitory. There's a woman. Lin Hao was slightly surprised and walked to the small backyard. But here, there was a barbecue grill with many high-quality animal meat slices on it, making a sizzling sound. Next to the grill, Qin Yu acted as the chef, while Raymond was responsible for handling other chores. In addition, there were 3 pretty young women surrounding them, whose laughter was as sweet as silver bells. They were wearing the school uniforms of the magic class and were obviously first-year magicians. One of the women made Lin Hao look at her twice more. She has a pretty face, fair skin, a pair of long legs, and looks very tall. Her overall temperament is elegant and noble, and her beautiful face is even more outstanding than Zhao Linger. What made Lin Hao feel even more strange was that this woman had long, ice blue hair. Looking at the hair quality, it seems that it is not dyed, but is natural. Of course, otherwise why would I invite you to come and try it out? Qin Yu flipped the meat slices with his hands skillfully and said with a boastful smile, "If I hadn't practiced martial arts back then, I would probably be the new generation of chef god now." Seeing this, Lin Hao laughed secretly. Unexpectedly, Qin Yu brought 3 girls to the class on the first day. The rumors about him in the imperial capital were indeed not unfounded. Hey, our protagonist is back. At this time, Qin Yu looked up and noticed Lin Hao standing at the threshold and immediately grinned. "Brother Hao, the barbecue is just ready. Come and try it." Raymond also quickly greeted and invited warmly. Today, Lin Hao is somewhat famous among the first-year students. So when they heard Lin Hao's name, the 3 women immediately turned around and looked at him curiously. "Okay, I won't be polite then." Lin Hao nodded and smiled faintly. He hadn't eaten for the whole day and was already very hungry at this moment. At that moment, Lin Hao was not polite at all. He picked up a piece of barbecue and put it into his mouth. However, it is very chewy when put into the mouth, with a hint of burnt taste. The aroma of the barbecue, just now, was entirely smoked out by the seasoning. The essence of barbecue is not refreshing. How is it? How does it taste? Qin Yu raised his eyebrows and was about to start bragging again. "Let's make do." Lin Hao smiled calmly without making any further comments. "What? This is called making do?" Qin Yu was immediately unhappy and pouted. "Why don't you show us your skills?" That look is like that of a child who wants to carry something. Qin Yu, his eyes are not in good condition, so don't take it too seriously. The blue-haired woman suddenly spoke and whispered to Qin Yu. After hearing this, Qin Yu finally reacted and quickly changed his tone and said with a smile, "I'm just kidding. Otherwise you give the order and I'll do it." "No need. I can handle on my own." Lin Hao shook his head and smiled faintly, then walked to the grill. Under Bao's shared vision, he moved all the meat slices on the grill to the plate with precise movements. Immediately, he reached for the storage ring with his right hand and took out several green carps, each of which was very fat and tender. This fish, called qingling fish, is not an ordinary fish. It feeds exclusively on spiritual herbs and has tender meat. Before, when he was in the Warcraft Mountains, he found a lot of green spirit fish in the river. So he asked the fire scale tiger to dive into the river and catch dozens of them. I have to say that the space ring in this world has excellent storage function, and the preservation effect is obviously much better than the refrigerator in the previous life. These killed green spirit fish have been kept in the storage space for such a long time, and now when they're taken out, they are still as fresh as before. While Lin Hao secretly praised in his heart, he took out a packet of spicy sauce from the storage ring. This is a sauce he personally made. It not only has a unique taste, but is also very suitable for barbecue. Would you like to grill fish? Qingyu blinked and looked at Lin Hao in surprise. Originally, he was just joking, but he didn't expect Lin Hao to take it seriously, and he had all the materials. It seems that he is more professional than me, a half-baked guy who only picks up girls. However, he was already tired of eating this kind of green spirit fish in the restaurant, which was simply grilled. The three of them, including the blue-haired woman, were staring at Lin Hao in surprise. It seemed very strange that a blind man would grill fish by himself. After applying the seasoning, Lin Hao quickly placed the 5 green spirit fish on the campfire and slowly turned them to smoke and roast them. Under the scorching flames, the aroma of grilled fish began to waft. It smells so good. At this moment, the blue-haired beauty's eyes suddenly lit up, and they were quickly attracted by the fragrance. It smells nice, but I wonder how it tastes. Qingyu was quite surprised when he saw this. As he smelled the aroma, his stomach growled. Raymond next to him couldn't help licking his lips and swallowing his saliva. After about 10 minutes, Lin Hao finally stopped. Okay, ladies first. Lin Hao raised the corner of his mouth and then distributed the 3 green spirit fish that were grilled first to the blue-haired woman and the others. The blue-haired woman held the bamboo handle and looked down at the grilled fish in her hand. However, the fish skin had been completely roasted to a crispy crisp, not at all burnt, and there was a faint oil flowing on it, emitting a tempting fragrance. It looks very appetizing. The blue-haired beauty opened her red lips slightly and took a light bite. Click! The moment the fish skin touched the teeth, a slight sound was heard. The tender fish meat, as you slowly chew it, the gravy seeps out little by little, and this unique, delicious taste instantly fills your entire mouth and fills every taste bud. The delicious taste made the blue-haired woman's beautiful eyes suddenly brighten. Delicious, so delicious. How could a grilled fish be so delicious? After just one bite, the blue-haired woman couldn't help but exclaim in her heart, delicious. This grilled fish is spicy and fragrant. It's so delicious. The other 2 beautiful freshmen nearby also had their eyes brightened and exclaimed in surprise. Is it really that delicious? Qingyu looked suspicious. Just now, when these 3 girls were eating their barbecue, they didn't have such exaggerated expressions. At that moment, he picked up the grilled fish and tried to take a bite. Damn grass! After just one bite, Qinyu's expression changed instantly. His eyes suddenly widened in disbelief. That taste and that flavor are absolutely unforgettable. This was the first time he had eaten such delicious grilled fish since he was a child. Faced with such delicious food, he suddenly had a strange feeling and was reluctant to eat it too fast. But under the attraction of such delicious food, he couldn't control his strong appetite at all. While feeling conflicted, Qingyu ate the whole grilled fish with mixed feelings of sadness and joy, and his speed was not slow at all. Awesome. So exciting. Qingyu licked the remaining sauce on the fish bones, his face full of aftertaste. At this time, Raymond grabbed the grilled fish and started to eat it impatiently. And when he ate the grilled fish, he couldn't help but exclaim that it was delicious. Lin Hao, no. Brother Hao, you must teach me this unique skill of grilling fish. Qingyu looked at Lin Hao excitedly, and even changed the way he addressed him. Everyone can imagine his eagerness to learn. Given Qinyu's personality, this is definitely for the purpose of picking up girls in the future. Just like that, as they ate a meal of grilled fish, Lin Hao's relationship with the 3 beautiful freshmen was no longer as unfamiliar as before. Lin Hao also learned the name of the blue-haired beauty, Yan Xinyue, from Qinyu's introduction. Your last name is Yan? Lin Hao turned to the blue-haired beauty and couldn't help asking. Yan from our great Yan dynasty? Yes. Yan Xinyue chuckled and nodded, naturally knowing what Lin Hao was thinking. She did not deliberately hide this fact and said, "I am a member of the royal family, the third daughter of King Yin." Upon learning of Yin Xinyue's identity, Lin Hao couldn't help but be a little surprised. Obviously, he did not expect that the woman in front of him was actually a princess. No wonder she has such an elegant and noble temperament. She didn't look like an ordinary person at first glance. "Xiao Yu and I are childhood sweethearts, and we have a very good relationship." Qin Yu chuckled, and as he spoke, he wanted to put his arm around Yin Xinyue's shoulders. However, the next second, a wave of icy spiritual power suddenly emanated from Yin Xinyue's body, directly shaking away Qin Yu's dirty hands. Soon, Qin Yu's palm was covered with a thin layer of frost. From this, it can be seen that Yin Xinyue cultivates ice-type spiritual power. Even if the relationship is good, there is no need for physical intimacy. Yin Xinyue giggled and stuck out her tongue mischievously. "You're so cruel." Qin Yu curled his lips and snorted. Then a green whirlwind appeared on his palm, dispersing the layer of frost. Seeing the two interacting like this, a smile appeared on Lin Hao's lips. I wonder what progress the little flies have made now. Lin Hao's heart moved slightly, and when he was about to turn around and go to the dormitory, Yin Xinyue suddenly called him. "Lin Hao, I didn't expect your cooking skills are so good." Yin Xinyue's beautiful eyes moved as she looked at Lin Hao and said with a smile, "It's okay." Lin Hao smiled faintly and did not brag about it. To him, cooking is just a basic survival skill and nothing to brag about. Seeing Lin Hao being so low-key and taciturn, Yin Xinyue seemed a little curious. How did Lin Hao live before he was blind? Especially staring at Lin Hao's gray pupils. Although lifeless, it vaguely reveals a kind of strength, vicissitudes, and confusion. It is hard to imagine that a blind man's eyes could be so complicated. Unconsciously, she developed a mysterious feeling towards Lin Hao. She had never felt that way before. It was as if there was some strange force pulling her to spy on Lin Hao in every way. "You guys continue. I have some insights in the martial art hall today, and I want to go back to my room to study them," Lin Hao said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the dormitory without any further delay. If this continues, Lin Hao will definitely become a martial arts fanatic. His life will be too boring and monotonous. Watching Lin Hao walk into the dormitory, Qin Yu shook his head secretly and muttered quietly. Is it because of this that his wife wants to dissolve the marriage with him? Hearing this, Yin Xinyue next to him had a flash of doubt in her eyes. What? He's already married? Qin Yu nodded and whispered, "Well, according to reliable information, half a year ago, Brother Hao was in Tianwu City and was forced to marry into the Zhao mansion due to a family marriage. And his wife happens to be in our Tianyan Academy in the first-year magic class." Oh, upon learning about Lin Hao's identity and background, Yin Xinyue couldn't help but be a little surprised. I can't believe that such an outstanding person would become a son-in-law of another family. What kind of hardships had he gone through before? Yin Xinyue stared blankly at the dormitory where Lin Hao was and became even more curious about Lin Hao's past. What happened to me? Suddenly, Yin Xinyue finally realized her abnormality, and a blush suddenly appeared on her pretty face. As a princess of the dynasty, she was surrounded by various young talents and never lacked suitors. However, Yin Xinyue has never had anyone interested in her. But now, she found that she actually had some feelings for a blind man. That feeling made Yin Xinyue, who had never been in love before, feel very strange. Chapter 79, Spying on the Prey. In the dormitory, Lin Hao sat cross-legged on the bed. As the shared vision of Kung Fu Fly and Wolf Spider was activated, the scene of the core campus on the top of the mountain suddenly appeared in Lin Hao's mind. Perhaps as the night deepened, the light curtain on the top of the mountain became dimmer in order to avoid being too eye-catching, and its light was no longer as bright as before. This situation is more conducive to the activities of Kung Fu Flies. Xiaoying, you go first and find out the exact location of Yangchengji. Considering that the Kung Fu Fly has the ability to fly, Lin Hao sent it out. As for the wolf spider, it was still lurking on the tree, waiting for orders. Buzz! Upon receiving the command, the little fly immediately flapped its wings and flew out. In order to better show the characteristics of a fly, the flight trajectory of the Kung Fu Fly is not that straight. It was flying in a circling manner, getting closer and closer to Yang Chengji's residence. Otherwise, it would definitely attract the attention of the patrolling law enforcement teams nearby. In this way, the Kung Fu Fly came unhindered to the palace where Yang Chengji was and flew directly to a window. As his eyes swept inside, what appeared in Lin Hao's mind was a rather spacious room. However, the decoration inside the house was quite ordinary. There were rows of bookshelves on the walls, which were filled with various books, including a considerable number of jade slips containing martial arts techniques. On the ground next to it, there was a large animal skin carpet. Judging from its material, it should be tiger skin of Warcraft. At this moment, a figure was sitting cross-legged on the animal skin carpet with his eyes closed, seemingly practicing martial arts. Judging from his appearance, it was none other than the target of this mission, Yang Chengji. You are quite diligent. You are still practicing so late. Lin Hao raised the corner of his mouth slightly. With the help of Kung Fu Fly's senses, he could clearly sense the fluctuations of spiritual power emanating from Yang Chengji. Level 6 Warrior. Lin Hao felt a chill in his heart. Considering Yang Chengji's strength, it is impossible to kill him head-on and quickly. Because a martial arts genius like this, who is also the disciple of the Palace Lord, must have some life-saving trump card. Even if he cannot win in a battle of higher level, he can still retreat safely. Therefore, in this situation, you must find the best opportunity to assassinate and leave the opponent no chance of escape. Just keep observing for now. Lin Hao took a deep breath and suppressed the impulse in his heart. Although Yang Chengji is currently in a state of cultivation, there is no one else in the room, which is very conducive to an attack. But without real confirmation, Lin Hao always felt that things were not as simple as he had imagined. Besides, Kung Fu Fly and Wolf Spider have already successfully sneaked into the core campus, so there is no need to rush. Little Fly, find a good hiding place and observe secretly. Lin Hao's mind moved slightly, and the Kung Fu Fly immediately understood and flew to a row of bookshelves in the house. That tiny figure was just hidden in the gap between the books, and then it poked its little head out and looked at Yang Chengji below. After a few breaths, a light exclamation suddenly sounded. Yang Chengji suddenly opened his eyes and looked around sharply, but found nothing unusual around him. Strange, why do I feel like someone is always watching me? Yang Chengji couldn't help but feel confused about this and frowned slightly. I think I'm overthinking. This is the core campus of Tianyin Academy. It is protected by a light curtain of formations. Outsiders can't come in at all. As he thought about it, the doubt in Yang Chengji's eyes suddenly disappeared. A confident smile appeared on his lips, and he muttered to himself, "Besides, I have a protective jade pendant on me. If someone attacks, it will be activated instantly. By then, once there is any noise, the nearby law enforcement teams will rush over immediately, and ordinary assassins will not be able to do anything to me." Yang Chengji is very confident, and this confidence depends entirely on the strict guard of Tianyin Academy. In just 3 months, once we have completely taken control of the Imperial Guards, we will be able to launch another mutiny. The long-cherished wish that our fathers could not fulfill will be inherited by me. Having said that, the smile on Yang Chengji's face became increasingly gloomy, and his eyes were filled with a strong ambition for power. Little did he know that all his mumblings were overheard by Kung Fu Fly and transmitted to Lin Hao. It turns out that he has something hidden on him. It should be some kind of rune jade pendant with defensive capabilities. Lying on the bed in the dormitory, Lin Hao frowned slightly. Fortunately, he did not act rashly just now. Otherwise, the rune jade pendant alone would lead to the failure of this mission. It may even lead to the annihilation of Kung Fu Flies and Wolf Spiders. What should I do? While Lin Hao was thinking, he was constantly deducing and formulating the subsequent assassination plan in his mind. The final conclusion is that the rune jade pendant must be broken within a short period of time. However, if you want to solve the protective skills of the rune jade pendant, the prerequisite is that you need to understand the shortcomings of the rune and break it in one go. It seems necessary to learn some rune magic. Lin Hao took a deep breath and already had a strategy in mind. Little Fly, continue monitoring the house. Little Spider, you are responsible for the periphery and observe the prey's usual activities outside. Immediately, Lin Hao gave instructions to the Wolf Spider and Kung Fu Fly respectively. He just didn't believe that Yang Chengji was so honest that he would stay in Tianyin Academy forever. From the clues I just eavesdropped on, this guy is obviously planning a rebellion to seize power. If one wants to rebel, one naturally has to subdue the officials in the court. Could it be that all he does is rely on sound transmission notes? This is absolutely impossible. Therefore, if we continue to monitor, Yang Chengji might sneak out and meet up with other gang members to discuss. As long as this guy leaves Tianyin Academy, it will be the perfect time to take action. Thinking of this, the corners of Lin Hao's mouth also slowly curled up. However, this smile was not as confident as Yang Chengji's, but rather carried a sense of planning and strategizing. Immediately, Lin Hao stood up and walked out of the dormitory. Since he wanted to learn rune magic, Qin Yu, who was in the magic class, was undoubtedly the best candidate. Just as Lin Hao stepped out of the door, Yin Xinyue, who was about to leave, also walked over. The two of them collided immediately. However, both parties were martial artists, and instead of retreating after the collision, they each released a stream of spiritual energy that dissolved the force that was impacting their bodies. But the next scene was a little ambiguous. However, Lin Hao and Yin Xinyue's bodies were so close to each other that even their breathing could be heard. Lin Hao discovered that Yin Xinyue had a very pleasant body odor. The fragrance made him feel as if he was trapped in a field of flowers. His nostrils were filled with the faint scent of flowers, which was extremely intoxicating. Being in close contact with Lin Hao, Yin Xinyue was also stunned. She stared at Lin Hao's cheek with her big, beautiful eyes. In a trance, she felt that this face, with its sharp features, was actually very beautiful. It felt like he was the most handsome man she had ever seen. One smells with his nose, the other sees with his eyes. In an instant, the picture of the two of them froze almost at the same time. What were they doing? At this moment, Qin Yu, Lei Meng, and others who came from the backyard were surprised at the scene in front of them. Qin Yu walked quickly forward and pretended to cough twice. Immediately, Lin Hao and Yin Xinyue finally reacted and quickly took 2 steps back. Just now I suddenly realized that you were actually quite handsome, so I took a few more glances at you. Yin Xinyue didn't look shy or reserved at all. Instead, she spoke out generously. Lin Hao smiled without any pretense and said, "You too. Can you see me?" Hearing this, Yin Xinyue was slightly surprised and asked. Lin Hao did not deny it, but smiled and said, "The fragrance on your body is quite pleasant, so I also smelled it a few more times just now." Hearing this, Yin Xinyue suddenly burst into laughter. She had heard a lot of flattery and praise like this before. But at this moment, when Lin Hao said it, she felt happy in her heart, and a bright smile appeared on her face. "Hey, that's enough. You just met, and you're already talking so bluntly." Qin Yu, who was left aside, said flatteringly, "You too. Are you in love with each other?" After these words were spoken, even Yin Xinyue, who was always beautiful and generous, could not help but feel her heart surge, and a blush instantly appeared on her face. Lin Hao's saliva, which had just reached his throat, was almost choked by Qin Yu's sudden words. "Don't talk nonsense, old Qin. Lin Hao's a married man." Yin Xinyue snorted and kicked Qin Yu. As she spoke, there was a hint of unnaturalness on her face. It seemed that she felt a little disappointed that Lin Hao was already married. When he heard the word wife, the smile on Lin Hao's face slowly faded. Back then in the hall of the Zhao mansion, because Zhao Linger wanted to write a divorce letter to dissolve the marriage and was described as a stumbling block, he made a bet with Zhao Linger for the sake of his personal dignity. As long as he passes the admission examination of Tianyin Academy, he can force Zhao Linger to cancel the divorce letter. Now, although Lin Hao won the bet and maintained his personal dignity, but he no longer wanted to continue his marriage with Zhao Linger. If he continues, Lin Hao will never be able to untie the knot in his heart. Every time he thinks of the humiliating experience of marrying into the Zhao family, it will inevitably become a demon in his heart in his martial arts training over time. Therefore, the only thing he could do was to let go. The so-called knot in his heart would no longer affect him in the slightest. Thinking of this, a look of determination emerged on Lin Hao's face, and he turned around and walked out of the dormitory. Since he had this idea, he didn't plan to postpone it any further and was ready to ask Zhao Linger to come out and explain things clearly. However, just as he reached the dormitory door, he suddenly stopped and said, "Yin Xinyue, can I ask you for a favor?" Hearing this, Yin Xinyue was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, "What's the matter? Tell me. Help me go to the girls' dormitory and call someone. Her name is Zhao Linger." Lin Hao said calmly without even turning his head. Although it seemed inappropriate to ask a princess of noble status to go and call for help, the other 2 women had already left. So, I have no choice but to ask Yin Xinyue for help. From Qin Yu's previous conversation, Yin Xinyue already knew that Lin Hao's wife was called Zhao Linger. Hearing that Lin Hao actually asked her to call her out, Yin Xinyue's sense of loss suddenly increased. Okay, Yin Xinyue did not show off her noble status as a princess, but nodded and chuckled. Thank you. Lin Hao smiled slightly. Qin Yu and Raymond couldn't help but feel puzzled by Lin Hao's sudden action. Last night at Fujingshuan restaurant, they had some understanding of Lin Hao's private affairs. About half an hour later, in the girls' dormitory area, Zhao Linger followed Yin Xinyue out. She didn't know Yin Xinyue's identity as a princess, but when she heard that it was Lin Hao who asked her to call her, after hesitating for a while, she agreed to come out for a meeting. Parrot Sibao stood upright on Lin Hao's shoulder, looking at Zhao Linger who was walking towards him, and the visual scene was broadcast live to Lin Hao's mind in real time. What's the matter with you calling me out so late? As he got closer, Zhao Linger avoided his gaze and asked in an unnatural manner. Let's talk as we walk. Lin Hao didn't say much, turned around and walked to the gate of the dormitory area. Seeing Lin Hao's abnormal behavior tonight, Zhao Linger frowned slightly, as if she had guessed something in her heart. But she didn't think much about it. She moved and quickly followed. Strange, a date between a young couple should be sweet and intimate. But why does the atmosphere feel a little off? Under the cover of night, Yin Xinyue stared at the two figures gradually moving away, muttering to herself in confusion. You don't know this, right? Since we have such a close relationship, I will tell you reluctantly. Beside him, Qin Yu said with a grin. Tell what? Yin Xinyue glared at Qin Yu and said angrily. If you have something to fart, say it now. Hey, please watch your words. You are the princess. You need to maintain a good image. Qin Yu suddenly cried out in surprise and pretended to be serious. Tisk, it's so tiring to maintain the image of a princess every day. Yin Xinyue, however, didn't care at all, and the corners of her mouth curled up, without any worries at all, and immediately urged. Don't keep me in suspense. Are you going to talk about Lin Hao? Is it okay for us to discuss Brother Hao's private affairs like this? Raymond smiled innocently, reached out, and touched his head, seeming a little embarrassed. Idiot, Xiaoya is my cousin, not an outsider. It's okay to tell her. Qin, you seem to be very gossipy. If he didn't say it out loud at this moment, he would feel itchy. So you are cousins? Raymond was startled and looked at Qin Yu and Yin Xinyue in surprise. Why? Our Qin family is also considered a royal family. Qin Yu grinned, his face full of pride. Stop talking nonsense and speak quickly. Yin Xinyue snorted and urged again. Qin Yu's smile faded, and he stopped trying to amuse himself. He told everyone about the marital conflict between Lin Hao and Zhao Linger, as well as the subsequent assessment bet. What? She is willing to let go of such an outstanding genius. How stupid. After listening to what Qin Yu said, a hint of surprise flashed across Yin Xinyue's pretty face. However, her pair of beautiful big eyes couldn't help but flicker with a light, as if there was a hint of joy. Hey girl. Qin Yu's voice suddenly became low, and he said, are you in love with Lin Hao? Chapter 80, Cutting Off the Knot. The night is deep. Lin Hao and Zhao Linger walked in silence all the way. Lin Hao stopped when he came to a quiet lotus pond. Do you want to talk to me about our marriage? Seeing that Lin Hao remained silent all the way, Zhao Linger bit her red lips and couldn't help but ask. Lin Hao said calmly, you are a smart woman. It seems that you've guessed my thoughts. Gazing at Zhao Linger in front of him, that beautiful face was indeed full of great temptation. However, Zhao Linger is too smart, so smart that she puts profit first in everything. She would disdain anything that was of little use to her. However, now that Lin Hao has passed the assessment and has been detected to have the ultimate talent for cultivation, this has undoubtedly made Zhao Linger look at him with new eyes, and his value in her heart has instantly been infinitely magnified. She was even a little worried at this moment, afraid that Lin Hao would really say what she had guessed in her heart. In that case, I'll just say it directly. Lin Hao smiled calmly and said calmly, counting the days, we have been married for half a year, but we have never had any contact. We are just husband and wife in name only, let alone any feelings. So, I will do as you wish and dissolve our marriage, just like this sleeve, and we will be completely done with each other. After saying that, Lin Hao tore off his sleeve with his right hand. There was a swish sound, and the sound of cloth tearing was like a bolt from the blue, exploding in Zhao Linger's heart and making her suddenly stunned. Sure enough, just as she had guessed, Lin Hao called her out tonight because he really wanted to divorce her. After the 4 years of training at Tianyan Academy are completed, We will go back and inform the family." After saying that, Lin Hao turned around and walked towards the dormitory area without looking back. In the previous world, divorce required various complicated procedures. The rituals of this world save a lot of trouble and can be handled privately. As for notifying the family 4 years later, Lin Hao was actually being a little cautious. After all, the head of the Zhao family now knows his background as a member of the Mingo organization, so it would be more advantageous to conceal this matter for the time being. 4 years of buffer time was enough for him to grow in martial arts. By then, even if the head of the Zhao family turned against him, he would be unable to do anything to him. Is it over? Under the night sky, Zhao Linger stood by the lake, staring blankly at Lin Hao's receding back. At this moment, she felt an indescribable sense of loss in her heart. Call! Suddenly, an evening breeze blew, and the surface of the lake was immediately stirred up. The moon reflected in the water suddenly turned into broken pieces, just like Zhao Linger's mood at the moment. The end also represents the beginning. Zhao Linger stared at Lin Hao's back, muttering to herself. Her originally dim eyes suddenly glowed with brilliance again. Lin Hao walked steadily on the path paved with bluestone bricks. From childhood to adulthood, he had never felt as relaxed as he did now. From now on, I, Lin Hao, will no longer be the Zhao family's son-in-law that people look down upon. Lin Hao raised his head, and the parrot Zhao on his shoulder also raised his head. Looking at the stars in the night sky, Lin Hao couldn't help but take a deep breath, feeling extremely happy. As the knot in his heart was cut off, his thoughts finally became clear. The gloomy expression on his face was no longer there, and a hint of sunshine returned between his brows. When he returned to the dormitory, Lin Hao discovered that Yin Xinyue had not left yet. Qin Yu and Raymond also reignited the barbecue grill in the small backyard and placed several bottles of red wine on the stone table. Judging from their exquisite packaging, they are obviously all high-end products. Brother Hao is back. When Raymond saw Lin Hao standing at the door, he immediately grinned. Come on, come and give me a hand. You have to teach me your barbecue skills tonight. Qin Yu stood in front of the grill, turning the skewers of meat with both hands while greeting Lin Hao. Despite Lin Hao's arrival, the two of them never asked about Zhao Linger's affairs. Yin Xinyue stood up immediately and stared at Lin Hao with flashing eyes. She was outspoken and didn't think too much about it. She couldn't help but ask, "How is your progress? What's going on?" Lin Hao asked back, and then stared at Qin Yu and Raymond beside him with Zibao's eyes. Faced with the parrot's staring eyes, Qin Yu and the others were both stunned for a moment. In a trance, they felt that this look was as if Lin Hao was looking at them. "Xiao Yu is my cousin. We are all family. I just told her all about your private affairs." Under Zibao's gaze, Qin Yu smiled and confessed voluntarily. Hearing this, Lin Hao's heart moved slightly. It turns out that Yin Xinyue and Qin Yu are cousins. No wonder they have such a good relationship. After all, as a princess of the dynasty, her image is related to the royal family, and her daily words and deeds are very important. However, staying in the boys' dormitory so late at night was a bit inappropriate and might even attract gossip. However, since we are cousins, it won't have any impact. Actually, I forced Lao Qin to say that. If this makes you unhappy, I apologize. Yin Xinyue stuck out her tongue and said with a grin. No matter which man sees such a sweet expression, he probably won't be able to get angry. It's okay, it's all over anyway. Lin Hao smiled indifferently and said indifferently, "Past." Yin Xinyue was slightly surprised and couldn't help asking again, "Have you two reconciled?" Qin Yu and Lei Meng both had smiles on their faces. As friends, they naturally encourage reconciliation rather than separation. It would be a good thing if Lin Hao and Zhao Linger could resolve their past grudges. However, Lin Hao's next words made the smiles on their faces freeze. Lin Hao just shook his head and smiled faintly. "No, we have just officially dissolved our marriage." "What? Broke up?" After hearing this, the ones who reacted the most were Qin Yu and Raymond. The two of them looked stunned and looked at Lin Hao in surprise. This situation was completely beyond their expectations. Obviously, Qin Yu and the others did not expect that Lin Hao's actions tonight would be so sharp. "Lin Hao, are you and your wife really divorced?" Yin Xinyue widened her beautiful eyes and looked at Lin Hao in surprise. "Why? Is there a problem?" Lin Hao nodded naturally and then asked back. "No, no problem. Let's part ways in peace." Yin Xinyue was startled, then shook her head, her eyes flashing with surprise. "Let's part ways in peace." After hearing Yin Xinyue's words, the expressions of Qin Yu and the others beside them couldn't help but become a little strange. How could anyone comfort someone like this? Seeing that the atmosphere was a little awkward, Lin Hao suddenly smiled and said, "You don't have to think too much. The 6 months I spent as a son-in-law of the Zhao family were the most unhappy days of my life. Today I am finally free. You should be happy for me." As he spoke, Lin Hao walked to the stone table and sat down, then picked up a bottle of red wine and filled several glasses on the table. "Okay, we won't stop until we're drunk tonight." Qin Yu smiled heartily, walked over, and picked up the wine glass. Soon after, Yin Xinyue and Raymond also came over and picked up their wine glasses. Cheers to freedom. Yin Xinyue's emotions were all revealed on her face. She raised her wine glass high and laughed. Cheers. Then, the four people's wine glasses clinked together, making a crisp sound, and they raised their heads and drank it all in one gulp at the same time. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the courtyard became lively again, with laughter everywhere. As they drank cup after cup of liquor, everyone started to feel tipsy. Especially Yin Xinyue. Her skin was originally fair and smooth, and under the influence of the alcohol in her body, her face was faintly flushed, making her look extremely beautiful and charming. While soaking in the wine, the grilled fish that everyone had just eaten was almost completely digested, and hunger began to rise. However, neither the green fish nor the meat slices were in stock. Seeing this, Lin Hao had no choice but to take out his collection from a storage ring. Green-eyed silver snake. Level 5 Warcraft. This is the snake-like monster that the fire scale tiger captured in the Monster Mountain range more than half a month ago. At that time, since Lin Hao had plenty of food in his storage ring, he was reluctant to eat it and planned to hunt more monsters to enjoy later. Unexpectedly, a rainstorm and flood that night washed him out of the Warcraft Mountains. Therefore, the only thing left in his storage ring now is this green-eyed silver snake, which is plump and big enough for the four of them to eat. Brother Hao, this is a good thing. When Qin Yu saw the blue-eyed silver snake, his eyes lit up and he exclaimed, "I've eaten this kind of snake meat soup in the Imperial Capital restaurant before. It's delicious." Hearing that it was good stuff, Raymond licked his lips, grinned, and prepared to eat. Yin Xinyue had a slight smile on her lips and didn't say much. As a princess, she had lived a life of luxury since childhood, and with the favor of her father, the emperor, she had eaten almost all kinds of rare and exotic food. So even though the meat of this level 5 magical beast, the green-eyed silver snake, tasted delicious, she had actually already gotten tired of eating it. Snake meat soup is too troublesome. Let's use local ingredients and make barbecue skewers. Lin Hao took out a dagger and began to dissect the snake corpse. Each of his cuts was extremely precise. He pulled out the tendons and peeled off the skin, and soon the snake meat was clean. Looking at this scene, a look of disbelief flashed across Yin Xinyue's beautiful eyes. I didn't expect Lin Hao's knife skills to be so precise. If you didn't know, how could you believe that he was actually a blind man? TSK. This is definitely a miracle. Qin Yu praised with a surprised look on his face. After spending these 2 days together, he felt that everything was like child's play in Lin Hao's hands. Because Lin Hao's daily life does not require any reliance on others. I'm afraid that most normal people are far inferior to Lin Hao. Next to the barbecue grill, Lin Hao had an indifferent expression, but his hands were moving very fast, quickly turning the snake's skewers in his hands. Soon, the meat layer coated with sauce gradually turned golden brown under the smoked flames. A strong smell of barbecue began to emanate from the heat. Whether grilling fish or meat, besides controlling the heat, the most important thing is the seasoning. This package of homemade spicy sauce will undoubtedly add a lot to the taste. Gurgle. Qin Yu and Raymond didn't even blink. Their eyes were fixed on the rapidly spinning skewers of barbecued meat, their Adam's apples rolling up and down as they swallowed saliva in big gulps. Smelling the aroma of the barbecue sauce, Yin Xinyue's face flushed, and she was eager to have a bite. Although she was tired of eating this kind of monster meat, she had never eaten this kind of snake meat skewers smoked with flames. The golden crispy crust and the fragrant aroma stimulated her taste buds all the time. So fragrant. There is no doubt that these three people are all foodies. It's almost time to eat. After a moment, Lin Hao's long-awaited voice finally sounded. The three of them finally came to their senses, their eyes sparkling with joy. Qin Yu and Lei Ming immediately rushed forward, grabbed several skewers with both hands, and began to devour them. Try it. Lin Hao handed a skewer of barbecue to Yin Xinyue. Seeing this, Yin Xinyue was delighted and quickly took the kebab. Thank you. As she said this, she, who was a foodie to begin with, took a bite without caring about her image. As soon as the barbecue entered my mouth, I felt an indescribable spicy taste rushing straight to my forehead and lingering in my mouth. There was a gleam in Yin Xinyue's beautiful eyes, and she felt as if her stomach was captured at this moment. Unexpectedly, Lin Hao's grilled fish and meat are both top-notch. Compared with him, those so-called imperial chefs are simply weak. Looking at the three people who were eating with gusto, Lin Hao chuckled secretly. In his previous life, his parents had set up a barbecue stall in front of the school, so naturally he learned a few tricks from him. Thinking of his parents, Lin Hao couldn't help but smile. But now, he has been reincarnated and is no longer involved in anything. Lin Hao felt quite emotional about this. Scenes from his past life flashed through his mind, and he finally let out a sigh. Just as Lin Hao was sighing, his mind suddenly wavered slightly. The image in his mind instantly disappeared, and the voice of Kung Fu Xiaoying rang out. Master, the prey has left the house. Hearing this, Lin Hao's expression became slightly stern. He immediately turned around and walked towards the dormitory silently, leaving Yin Xinyue with a surprised look on her face. What happened to Lin Hao? Yin Xinyue looked at Lin Hao, who suddenly left in confusion. He was fine just now. Why did he leave just like that? And he didn't even say hello. Yin Xinyue's eyes were complicated. She felt increasingly unpredictable about Lin Hao's behavior, and there was also a vague sense of mystery. Entering the dormitory, Lin Hao closed the door casually and directly opened the shared vision of Kung Fu Fly and Wolf Spider. At the same time, all the images of previous supervision of Yang Qingji were quickly replayed in his mind. In the accelerated replay, Lin Hao saw Yang Qingji, who was originally practicing, suddenly received a sound transmission note, then changed into a black cloak and quietly left from the secret passage of the palace. Under such circumstances, the secret passage must lead to the outside world of Tianyan Academy. Even the patrolling law enforcement team does not know Yang Qingji's whereabouts. It is extremely secretive. Unexpectedly, the opportunity came so quickly. A chill ran across Lin Hao's face. Little spider, little fly, open the secret passage and follow. Immediately, after hesitating for a moment, he gave the order. Chapter 81, Tracking Prey. Under Lin Hao's full control, the wolf spider that had been lurking on the tree activated its skill of hiding its whereabouts and turned into invisibility. The wolf spider's evolutionary level has now reached a king level enhancement, and all aspects of its body functions have been greatly improved. Therefore, its advance was not only fast, but also almost silent throughout the process, making it difficult for the law enforcement teams patrolling nearby to detect it. After a while, the wolf spider and the Kung Fu Fly finally met in the room where Yang Qingji was just now. Kung Fu Fly nodded indifferently to the wolf spider, then flew to a lamp on the wall and twisted it to the right 3 times. Bang! The next moment, the originally airtight wall suddenly split in the middle, revealing a door-shaped entrance. Obviously, there's a hidden mechanism inside the wall. In the past, Yang Qingji was able to go out freely without anyone knowing, all because of this mechanical passage. Soon, the Kung Fu Fly and the wolf spider rushed in one after another. There's also a lamp inside. If you turn it to the left 3 times, the entrance to the wall will be closed quickly, leaving no trace at all. With the help of the shared vision of the 2 beasts, Lin Hao discovered that the passage was not wide. Both sides were inlaid with luminous stones, emitting a soft and bright light. Each of these luminous stones is worth a lot of money. However, this passage has a bottomless feeling, and the number of luminous stones used must be at least 1,000. It seems that this guy is quite wealthy. A curve slowly appeared at the corner of Lin Hao's mouth. With that greedy look on his face, it was obvious that he had already decided that after assassinating Yang Qingji, he must take away the storage ring as well. In this way, not only can the task be completed, but a lot of money can also be made. Immediately, the wolf spiders moved quickly along the end of the passage. The layout and orientation of the passage has a downward slope, and this is the top of the mountain. Obviously, this passage leads directly to the bottom of the mountain, running through the entire mountain. Such a large-scale project cannot be completed overnight. It is not difficult to imagine that Yang Qingji had been planning for quite some time to rebel and seize power. The passage was very quiet at this time, and no footsteps could be heard. It was obvious that Yang Chengji had already walked out of the passage and reached the outside world. Speed up, we can't lose you. Lin Hao's mind moved slightly, and he immediately gave the order. In an instant, the speed of the kung fu fly and the wolf spider suddenly increased. They were moving as fast as a whirlwind, rushing straight to the end of the passage. Not long after, the two small animal shadows that were running fast in the passage suddenly stopped, because in front of them, there was no passage, only a rock wall. Obviously, this is the end of the secret passage. However, if you want to find an exit, you must find a mechanism. Kung Fu Fly flew around and soon found a suspicious spot. That is the left corner of the rock wall, where there is a slightly raised stone brick. With a press of his claws, the Kung Fu Fly easily pressed it down. Pah! A dull sound was heard. Immediately afterwards, the rock wall in front, like an automatic stone door, slowly rose, revealing an exit connecting to the outside world. Buzz! The Kung Fu Fly turned into a beam of light and rushed out violently. The wolf spider also jumped out immediately, but the surrounding environment was densely populated with trees and overgrown with weeds. Lin Hao guessed that the location here should be at the foot of the mountain behind the Tianyan Academy. However, due to the delay in time, and in order to avoid being noticed by Yang Qingji, he failed to catch up in time and now could no longer grasp the other party's whereabouts. Where on earth would that guy go? Lin Hao frowned and began to think. The area here is vast, and it is night now. If we search aimlessly, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. At this moment, Kung Fu Fly suddenly stretched out its claws and pointed to the north. Is it there? Lin Hao's heart moved slightly, and he realized that although flies have no noses, they have a pair of antennae on their heads and have a very sensitive sense of smell. Moreover, after being strengthened, the sensory ability of the tentacles has increased a lot. At this time, Kung Fu Fly obviously smelled the scent left in the air when Yang Qingji left. After determining the direction, Lin Hao also used the vision of Kung Fu Fly to find that the grass seemed to have traces of being stepped on by someone. Combining the two clues together, Yang Qingji's whereabouts were undoubtedly confirmed. Hurry up and follow me. Lin Hao's heart trembled slightly, and he immediately gave the order. In an instant, the Kung Fu Flies and wolf spiders suddenly flew into the bushes at the foot of the mountain. Along the way, they followed the traces left by Yang Qingji and quickly followed. After running for about 10 minutes, the two beasts finally stopped hurriedly at the edge of an open space. Because in the open space ahead, Kung Fu Flies and the others discovered Yang Qingji's trace. However, it is not just one. There were more than a dozen of them, all wearing the same black cloaks, and their figures were almost identical. Since each of them wore a huge cloak on their head, their faces could not be seen clearly. Therefore, it is extremely difficult to find a real Yang Qingji. What's even more amazing is that the next dozen or so Yang Qingji scattered and flew in different directions. Haha, you're so cautious even when you go out. It seems you know you could be assassinated at any time. Lin Hao smiled coldly. I didn't expect this guy to do such a trick. However, if it were someone else, it might be difficult to find which Yang Qingji. But now, with a keen sense of smell of a Kung Fu Fly, it is already locked onto the real prey. Follow first, don't rush to do anything. In order to avoid alerting the enemy and preventing the counterfeits who had just left from noticing the movement, Lin Hao gave orders. After being strengthened, Kung Fu Fly and Wolf Spider both possess very high IQs. He immediately understood and quietly followed Yang Qingji from behind. This guy, it turns out he wants to go to the imperial capital Yanqing. As he followed him all the way, Lin Hao discovered that Yang Qingji was walking in the direction of the imperial capital. However, this guy was very cautious. He stopped and walked along the way and even deliberately created some traces in other directions to confuse people. His anti-reconnaissance capabilities are extremely high. No wonder the Minj organization has not been able to deal with him until now. Sadly, Yang Qingji has met his match this time. Because Lin Hao's pet killer team has a keen sense of smell, coupled with an even more confusing appearance. It is absolutely unimaginable that their power is actually comparable to that of terrifying animals like Warcraft. After walking about 10 miles, Yang Qingji came to a river. As long as you cross the river and take a shortcut, you can easily reach the imperial capital. Does the old immortal Yan Wang really think that he can do anything to me just because he controls the underworld organization? A sarcastic smile appeared on Yang Qingji's lips, and his face was full of confidence. Chapter 82, Rune Jade Pendant. Over the years, Yang Chengji has experienced many assassinations by the Mingo organization. But each time, he easily avoided them and even set a trap to kill two assassins. As he escaped danger time and time again, he looked down on the Minge organization more and more, and his self-confidence also grew even more. Yang Qingji was determined to succeed in this long-planned rebellion and power seizure plan. Buzz! However, just as he was fantasizing about sitting on the throne, a violent sound of breaking wind suddenly exploded from behind. Next, the fully armed kung fu fly was seen waving its metal claws and slashing towards Yang Qingji's head. Its attack speed is extremely fast, like lightning in the dark night, flashing in an instant. Moreover, the offensive was so swift that no attack techniques were taken into consideration. Because Lin Hao knew that Yang Qingji was wearing a rune jade pendant with defensive effects. Therefore, in the first attack, you must exert super strong force and break through in one fell swoop. The sudden noise also woke Yang Qingji up suddenly. But at this moment, he could no longer escape unscathed. Just as he reacted, Kung Fu Fly's sharp claws had already cut towards his neck. But when it was only half an inch away from the skin, the rune jade pendant hanging on Yang Qingji's neck suddenly flashed. At the same time, an obscure energy surged out without warning, instantly forming a rune-light shield that covered Yang Qingji's entire body. Bang! A heavy crashing sound was heard, and Kung Fu Fly's attack was directly shaken away. And under such a fierce attack, the rune-light shield suddenly trembled violently, and ripples appeared. Although it is still strong, it can be found that the rune-light shield is obviously dimmer than before. From this point, it can be seen that if the rune shield is subjected to a few more waves of fierce attacks, it will definitely collapse completely. What? It's a fly? When Yang Qingji saw that it was a fly that attacked him, he was stunned, his face full of shock. Obviously, no one expected that a tiny fly could have such terrible killing power. However, just as he was stunned, Kung Fu Fly had already launched an attack again. If it weren't for the protection of the rune jade pendant, Yang Qingji's level 6 warrior skills would be completely insufficient. After witnessing the terrifying power of Kung Fu Fly, Yang Qingji was shocked and hurriedly took out a long sword from his storage ring and chopped it out fiercely. Whoosh! As the green light flashed, a powerful sword energy, carrying a sharp fluctuation of spiritual power, blasted towards Kung Fu Xiaoying. However, facing the sword energy rushing towards him, Kung Fu Xiaoying looked indifferent and directly used his third skill. Laser compound eyes. Instantly, a red beam of light shot out from Kung Fu Xiaoying's eyes. In midair, the green sword energy and the red light beam collided with a loud bang. But almost in an instant, Yang Qingji's sword energy was dispersed by the red laser, and then shot directly at Yang Qingji, without any reduction in the attack. SHHHHHH. Under the laser burst of Kung Fu Fly, the rune shield kept shaking and the light became dimmer and dimmer. Moreover, the places where the laser was shot were beginning to show signs of melting, like ice. What kind of monster is this? Seeing this scene, Yang Qingji finally got scared, and a look of deep horror appeared on his face. Wind, shadow, sword rain. Seeing that the rune shield was about to collapse, Yang Qingji became anxious. All the spiritual power in his body burst out, and he used the Yang family's inherited sword skills. As he swung the sword in his hand, a whirlwind swirled around him. The sword shadow condensed by the sword body also split into countless sword beams in an instant, which violently pierced towards Kung Fu Xiaoying. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, Kung Fu Fly did not dodge at all. The red laser in his eyes never stopped, and as his wings vibrated, black blade shadows whizzed out. This is exactly Kung Fu Fly's second skill, Shadow Light Wings. For a moment, the black blade shadows collided with the sword beams, and low sounds were heard. Just when the offensives of both sides collided, the rune shield on Yang Qingji's body finally collapsed completely. Bang! A soft sound was heard, and the rune jade pendant exploded into pieces as its energy was exhausted. How can a tiny fly be so powerful? Yang Qingji shouted with some despair in his heart, his face full of panic. Even the underworld organization can't do anything to me. How could I possibly lose to a beast? A murderous light flashed in Yang Qingji's eyes. He bit his tongue hard and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood onto the sword. In an instant, the long sword in his hand burst out with a bloody murderous aura and then stabbed out fiercely. Swish! The speed of his sword was so fast that it seemed as if even the air was swallowed up. If this sword hits, Kung Fu Xiaoying's body will be broken into two halves in an instant. However, at this critical moment, a dark green silk cocoon suddenly shot over. As it exploded, it suddenly turned into a silk net, suddenly covering the unsuspecting Yang Qingji. This silk web is actually the wolf spider's second skill, the Thousand Layers Silk Web. After evolving to A-level king grade, the Thousand Silk Web was also strengthened a lot, and the spider silk was extremely tough. Moreover, the toxicity contained in it is also extremely corrosive. Immediately, Yang Qingji felt that his body was stuck and his ability to move was restricted. The tip of the sword also solidified 2 centimeters away from Kung Fu Xiaoying. However, these are secondary. Without the protection of the rune shield, Yang Qingji soon discovered with horror that his clothes were rapidly rotting. Immediately afterwards, severe pain came from the skin all over the body. This spider web is poisonous. Yang Qingji was suddenly shocked. Just as he was about to use all his strength to tear the spider web apart, he suddenly noticed out of the corner of his eye that a spider the size of a palm was crawling towards him at an extremely fast speed. However, when it was halfway up, the spider disappeared out of thin air like a ghost. Yang Qingji was surprised, thinking it was an hallucination caused by the poison. However, the next moment, he felt a pain in his ankle and he looked down in fear. I was suddenly horrified to see that the spider that had just disappeared had crawled to my foot and bit me. As the deadly toxin invaded his blood vessels, Yang Qingji regained consciousness and felt dizzy. Swish! A cold light flashed by, and Yang Qingji's remaining consciousness discovered that his vision angle suddenly changed. He looked at the spider, biting his ankle, so close. Little did he know that his head had just been cut off by Kung Fu Fly's sharp claws and rolled to the ground. That's why I was able to see the feet up close, as well as the wolf spider that suddenly appeared. Until his death, Yang Qingji could not understand that he would eventually be killed by a tiny fly and spider. Chapter 83, Absorbing the Dragon Ape's Blood. In the dormitory, Lin Hao's mind flashed with the scene of Yang Qingji's death, with a cold expression on his face. Although he had no grudges against Yang Qingji, as an assassin, his path was one of killing and he was cold-blooded and ruthless. If you have compassion for anyone or have a saintly mentality, you might as well just go and move bricks. Xiaoying, take the storage ring and the head of the corpse away. Lin Hao glanced at the hideous head on the ground, pondered for a moment, and then gave the order. Kung Fu Xiaoying did not hesitate at all. He directly pulled out the platinum storage ring from the corpse and put the head into it. With the mission completed, Wolf Spider and Kung Fu Fly quickly left here and rushed towards Tianyan Academy. As for the secret passage leading to the top of the mountain, it is naturally impossible to return along the same route. Otherwise, it would be impossible to get out of the protective light shield of the formation leading to the core campus at the top of the mountain. Lin Hao couldn't help but secretly rejoice about this. Not long after Kung Fu Fly and the others left, dozens of black figures suddenly rushed out from the dense forest. Soon, it appeared here. Could this be young Master Yang's body? Looking at the headless corpse, they were secretly surprised and couldn't help but gasp. These people were the fakes who had previously teamed up with Yang Qingji to perform a sleight of hand trick. When Yang Qingji's rune, Jade, pendant started up on its own, they all received the rune induction at the first moment and rushed over immediately. But in less than a moment, Yang Qingji was killed. Even a head was taken away. Which powerful assassin did he encounter? Once young Master Yang dies, what will happen to our previous plan? One of the men in black frowned and spoke. Obviously, the loss of Yang Qingji completely disrupted their long-planned overall plan. It's just a puppet. If it dies, we could just find a replacement. We must go back and report to the master. The leading man in black looked at the corpse indifferently and said in a cold voice, Everyone nodded and then moved. They didn't even bother to carry the corpse away and just turned around and left. At this time, in the dormitory of number 003, the wolf spider and the Kung Fu Fly flew in through the window together. Well done. Lin Hao sat cross-legged on the bed and exclaimed in admiration. He was very satisfied with these 2 members of the killer team. Master, I can do it too. The parrot Seabao raised his head stubbornly and volunteered. Although it is completely loyal to Lin Hao, it has high intelligence and is aware that it needs more money to evolve and upgrade itself. Lin Hao smiled faintly and shook his head, saying, Your target is too large. which is not conducive to assassination. You should be my eyes for the time being. Lin Hao actually highly recognizes Sibao's abilities. Its innate skill of golden mouth and electric tongue also has a certain degree of lethality. However, Sibao's large size, beautiful feathers, and shape easily attract attention, making it less conducive to assassination than the kung fu fly and wolf spider. Yes, master. Seeing that he could not work for his master and earn money, Sibao lowered his head in discouragement. When I have enough money, I will take in some mantises and bees as pets. As his mind changed, Lin Hao became more and more interested in those small animals that seemed to have no lethality. After all, only this type of animal has the ability to confuse the enemy and achieve the effect of a surprise attack. Immediately, Kung Fu Xiaoying placed a platinum ring in Lin Hao's hand. Looking at the storage ring in his hand, Lin Hao held some expectations and mobilized a trace of mental power to explore inside it. We do have a lot of stock. When he found the storage space that was filled to the brim, Lin Hao raised his eyebrows slightly and grinned with satisfaction. Various jewelry and gold are like a small treasure trove, with a value of at least hundreds of millions. Moreover, there are a large number of Warcraft crystal cores, some of which are level 3 and some are as high as level 6. Altogether, there are more than 100 of them, and they would be worth a lot of money if they were sold. In addition to these, what caught Lin Hao's attention the most was a black jade slip of martial arts techniques. A dark style, heavenly martial art called Devouring the Stars. However, he was not seen using this skill when Yang Qingji was assassinated before. I think it must have been acquired recently and has not yet been practiced and learned. This book, Devouring the Stars, is of the same level as the 9 Talisman sword art. Both are heavenly grade martial arts with inestimable value. Profitable. Lin Hao felt happy. The wealth in the storage ring is undoubtedly like windfall for him now. Since the last time he evolved Wolf Spider and Kung Fu Fly to level King level, Lin Hao's savings have been almost gone. If there is no further gain, he will probably have to start cleaning again. Fortunately, this unlucky guy Yang Qingji actually left him this considerable fortune after his death. Lin Hao flipped his palm and took out a Wanjin card. Considering the fortune left to Yang Qingji by his parents, there must be a considerable amount of assets in this million gold card. However, Lin Hao had no intention of transferring the money, and he didn't even try to check how much money was in the account. Because once he transfers money or checks it, the movement of the rune will inevitably expose his personal information and geographical location. This situation is like the bank cards in the previous life, which can be located quickly through electronic information. Although Lin Hao is not sure whether the technology of the Wanjin card in this world is so advanced. But it's always good to be more careful. After all, the rebel organization behind the assassination of Yang Qingji will definitely not let it go and may even order a thorough investigation of the killer. With his current abilities, if he were to be tracked down, he would be in great danger. Therefore, Lin Hao planned to keep Yang Qingji's Wanjin card for the time being and use it after the storm has passed. With a sudden thought, Lin Hao put the Wanjin card and all other things into the storage ring. As for Yang Qingji's platinum ring, it seems insignificant, but it may also pose a threat to his own safety. Laugh. At that moment, Lin Hao mobilized the spiritual power in his body, and the storage ring in his hand was instantly turned into powder under the swirling of the surging spiritual energy. Lin Hao immediately took out the black jade slip, and his mental power quickly spread into it. The information and materials of the exercises immediately flooded into his mind. Swallowing the stars, as the name suggests, is an evil martial art that devours other people's spiritual power for one's own use. Moreover, the skills are divided into 2 categories, one offensive and one auxiliary. Unfortunately, this jade slip of martial arts technique is a fragment and only contains auxiliary methods of devouring. There are 5 levels of this kind of devouring. With each level up, more spiritual power can be absorbed. For example, the first level can only absorb 20% of the opponent's strength. The second level increases to 40%. This is repeated over and over again. When one reaches the 5th level of devouring the stars, once the enemy is devoured, then all his spiritual power would be completely absorbed. It's evil enough, but I like it. As he read the auxiliary information on martial arts, Lin Hao was slightly surprised, but there was a hint of surprise in his tone. If you have learned this martial art, when you meet some ignorant guys in the future, you can absorb them first and then beat them. Although it is only a fragment, It is already quite good considering the resources he has now. After everyone adjusted their thoughts, Lin Hao took out another scarlet jade slip. This was the physical training martial art, ape beast transformation, that the former palace lording Yuanzi had given him. In order to practice this technique, one must first absorb the essence and blood of apes and beasts, refine it into the body, and thus achieve the effect of strengthening the body through beast transformation. Although it is only at the earth level, it could absorb some high-level magical beasts, or even the terrifying ancient dragon ape. The power it exerts is definitely comparable to higher-level heavenly martial arts. Xiaobai, it's time to get up. Lin Hao controlled Sibao's eyes, looked at the little white ape who was sleeping soundly beside the bed, and greeted him. However, Xiaobai seemed to feel very safe staying by Lin Hao's side, and was not wary at all. It seemed as if it didn't hear me calling it, and continued to snore while lying there. Sibao, get Xiaobai up. Seeing Xiaobai sleeping so soundly, Lin Hao gave the order with some guilt in his heart. After all, there is no benefit in waking it up, but I am planning to draw some blood from Xiaobai. Sloth, wake up! Sloth, wake up! Sibao was not so polite. He flapped his wings and flew over, calling and poking Xiaobai's body with his mouth. Roar! Xiaobai let out a roar of shock and anger at the sudden attack. Perhaps it was the stimulation of the latent ferocious beast blood in its body, and there was a hint of brutality mixed in its roar. Under the suppression of the blood, Sibao was suddenly frightened by the flapping of its wings and retreated repeatedly, flying back to Lin Hao's shoulder. Feeling Sibao's trembling body, Lin Hao was slightly startled and couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Who would have thought that a roar alone could suppress Sibao to this extent? The unicorn ape is indeed extraordinary. Boss, what happened just now? Why do I feel like there's a pointy thing poking my back? Xiaobai stood up sleepily and looked around in confusion. It seemed that it had no memory of its grumpiness when it woke up just now. It's nothing. Please give me some blood. Lin Hao laughed dryly and spoke bluntly. What? Bloodletting? Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, Xiaobai was suddenly shocked, and his little face was full of confusion. The boss plans to practice a kind of physical training martial art called ape beast transformation. Lin Hao did not hide it, and smiled embarrassedly. But the prerequisite is to absorb the essence and blood of the ape beast and use it for yourself. Haha, so you know. Seeing Lin Hao's harmless smile, Xiaobai nodded in surprise. However, as a spiritual beast, Xiaobai's IQ is not low. Then it changed its mind and thought that it could only practice by absorbing the essence and blood of apes and beasts. Wouldn't it have to have its blood drawn every day in the future? Thinking of this, Xiaobai couldn't help but shudder in his heart, staring at Lin Hao with strange eyes, feeling like resisting. Don't worry, the boss won't hurt you. As if he could see what Xiaobai was thinking, Lin Hao smiled faintly. For this kind of martial arts, you only need to absorb the essence and blood of ape beasts once to open the threshold for practicing the technique. You won't need it in the future. After hearing Lin Hao's explanation, Xiaobai secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then grinned, revealing his sharp teeth, and nodded. Okay. Then, Lin Hao took out a small bottle and a dagger and handed them to Xiaobai. You don't need too much, just a few drops. Lin Hao gave instructions. He knew that, whether for animals or humans, blood essence is the most important essence in the body and is related to lifespan. If too much essence and blood are consumed, lifespan will inevitably be reduced. This is also the reason why Xiaobai reacted so strongly when he heard about extracting essence and blood just now. Therefore, practicing martial arts is important, but since Xiaobai is following him now and is so loyal, Lin Hao has already regarded him as a partner. Next, Xiaobai grabbed the dagger without any hesitation and slashed his arm directly. Suddenly, scarlet blood oozed out from the wound. However, this blood is just ordinary blood. With Xiaobai's manipulation, 5 drops of golden red blood condensed from the scarlet blood and were all put into the small bottle. Seeing this, Lin Hao felt quite embarrassed and was about to take out a bandage to bandage Xiaobai. However, the next scene surprised him, because Lin Hao discovered that the wound on Xiaobai's arm was healing at a slow pace as the flesh and blood moved. Seeing this, a look of surprise appeared on Lin Hao's face. I never thought that the unicorn ape had such a miraculous recovery ability. If I can also possess this ability after refining my essence and blood, and then add on the dragon body that activates the dragon soul, it will undoubtedly be even stronger. While thinking, Lin Hao picked up the small bottle and stared at the golden-red dragon ape blood inside. He discovered that these essences and blood seemed to have vitality, wriggling and changing irregularly, and faintly exuding the violent aura of the blood of an ancient ferocious beast. Then, Lin Hao resolutely sucked all the blood in the bottle into his mouth. Boom! As the dragon ape's blood essence entered his body, almost instantly, an extremely violent energy wave erupted in Lin Hao's body. Lin Hao's originally gray pupils turned scarlet in an instant. Even my mood was affected by this, becoming extremely irritable, as if I was about to fight with others at any time. Such a violent blood essence. Lin Hao's heart was shocked, and he hurriedly mobilized the spiritual power of the 3 spiritual veins in his body, which surrounded the dragon ape's essence and blood like a surging tide. SHHHHHH. Lin Hao controlled all his spiritual power according to the ape beast transformation mentality, washing the dragon ape's blood and essence like a tide. The first step is to refine all the violence contained in the essence and blood. Then the second step is to integrate it into one's own bloodline without rejection. In the process of being flushed by a large amount of spiritual power, the dragon ape's essence and blood suddenly became like being poured with kerosene, emitting bursts of white mist. This white mist is not caused by damage to the essence and blood, but by the spiritual power being directly evaporated during the conflict. Although the effect was not obvious, Lin Hao could clearly feel that the violent aura in the dragon ape's blood had weakened a little. The slow speed at least gave Lin Hao the confidence to continue. Chapter 84, Humanoid Beast. In the dormitory, Lin Hao sat cross-legged on the bed, as calm as an old monk in meditation. However, this calmness is only on the surface. Inside his body, an extremely fierce battle was going on. Lin Hao concentrated his attention and mobilized the energy of the 3 spiritual veins, all of which came out to continuously refine the dragon ape's essence and blood. The process was somewhat beyond Lin Hao's expectations and went very smoothly. However, even so, Lin Hao quickly discovered it. The spiritual energy in the 3 spiritual veins has shown signs of being exhausted due to this crazy refining and consumption. Seeing that he was only in the final stage of refining the dragon ape's blood essence, Lin Hao naturally did not intend to give up halfway. He hurriedly took out more than 100 Ling Yang stones from the storage ring. Fortunately, this time we looted Yang Qingji's wealth, including hundreds of Ling Yang stones. It is worth tens of millions. It was originally reserved for future use in improving one's cultivation, but at this moment, refining the dragon ape's essence and blood is extremely urgent. There is no time to worry about what will happen in the future. So at this moment, Lin Hao stretched out his hands, spiritual energy surged in his palms, and suddenly a fierce suction force burst out. He suddenly extracted all the spiritual power from the Ling Yang stones and sucked them into his dantian like a rushing river. And with the help of a large amount of spiritual energy, the dragon ape's essence and blood that was suppressed in the dantian acupoint sea was instantly submerged in it. After a while, the spiritual power dissipated, and the dragon ape's blood essence no longer had that extremely repulsive and violent aura. Faintly, a hint of golden light emanated from the blood clot. In terms of luster, it looks very warm and is filled with a powerful bloodline force from ancient times. Success. Lin Hao was stunned for a moment. Then a look of surprise appeared on his face. With the help of the Ling Yang stone, he finally managed to completely refine the violent aura contained in the dragon ape's blood. After completing this step, the next step is the most critical step in practicing ape transformation. That is to absorb the molten blood. Only by allowing the dragon ape's essence and blood to merge with the blood in the body can a sense of common consciousness be formed. In that case, as the skills are practiced, the true blood power of the dragon ape's essence and blood can be mobilized. Under the influence of blood, and combined with the secrets of martial arts, Lin Hao's body can achieve the ability of beast transformation from the inside out. As his mind changed, Lin Hao suppressed his emotions and extended his thoughts back to the dantian acupoint in his body. But I saw that ball of dragon ape's blood essence was quietly suspended in the dantian, slowly wriggling as if it had life and emitting a warm luster. He was no longer as irritable and violent as before, and no longer resisted Lin Hao's control. Therefore, Lin Hao only moved his mind slightly, and the dragon ape's blood essence immediately flowed out of his dantian obediently, instantly splitting into countless blood threads, which merged into Lin Hao's blood vessels and seeped in bit by bit. S-Ch-H-H-H-H-H. In an instant, as the dragon ape's blood essence was integrated into Lin Hao's blood, it merged with Lin Hao's blood almost unimpeded. The moment the fusion was successful, Lin Hao immediately followed the ape transformation technique and secretly circulated the spiritual power in his body. Immediately afterwards, Lin Hao could clearly feel that the muscles all over his body, as if cotton were expanding, suddenly became stronger. The meridians beneath the skin contain powerful strength, which looks like a row of coiled dragons, surging wildly and filled with an extremely ferocious sense of power. At the same time, except for the pupils of Lin Hao's eyes, which still showed gray-white whirlpools, the rest of them turned scarlet. A pair of sharp fangs also extended from the corners of his mouth. On the forehead, as the flesh and blood squirmed, a horn slowly emerged with a tingling sensation. This horn is the characteristic of a unicorn ape. It is covered with runes, as if it was formed naturally, and contains terrifying energy fluctuations. With the help of Sibao's vision, Lin Hao clearly saw the changes in his body's appearance and was secretly surprised. Feeling the abundant power in his body, Lin Hao clenched his fists. This power increase is on par with the form of dragon transformation by activating the power of Dragon Soul. The Dragon Ape and the Dragon Clan, these two most advanced ancient ferocious beasts in the animal world, have bloodlines that are connected by the same origin. Therefore, even if the power of the Dragon Soul is activated, combined with the Dragon Ape essence and blood that has now been integrated into the body, a more harmonious effect can be achieved. While thinking in his mind, Lin Hao, with an experimental attitude, activated the Dragon Soul of the Dragon Devouring Sword. Boom! In an instant, an extremely violent dark energy surged into Lin Hao's body like a tide. The muscles on Lin Hao's body swelled again, as if they were injected with expanders, bulging out one by one. Crackling. Immediately afterwards, a subtle sound came from Lin Hao's muscles and bones. His body, which was already strong due to the ape transformation, became even taller and stronger. At the same time, the skin squirmed rapidly and dark dragon scales emerged. However, this time it was not limited to the arms, but covered the entire body. Bang! A tail covered with black scales suddenly emerged from the end of Lin Hao's spine. The dragon's tail was like a long steel whip with a cold, hard, dark luster. It has indeed been enhanced a lot. As he experienced it, this new transformation completely shocked Lin Hao. Obviously, he didn't expect that the transformation from ape to dragon would be a perfect match for his body. That expression was like a humanoid beast from ancient times. Although his current cultivation base is only that of a level 3 warrior, with his beastly body that is a combination of two transformations, he has the confidence to fight head-on even against a level 5 warrior. Bang! Lin Hao stood up and took out an iron sword from the storage ring. The scaly-covered palms grabbed the sword and began to twist it. There was only a click sound, and the sword blade rubbed against the scales, flashing a few sparks, but it was unable to hurt the palm at all. The iron sword was twisted into a twist shape by Lin Hao's powerful twisting. Bang! Lin Hao threw the iron sword on the ground, looking slightly satisfied. The transformation in this state can have such an effect even without using spiritual power. Whether it was strength or defense, ordinary weapons could not hurt him at all. Boss, you've become so strong. Beside him, Xiaobai stared at Lin Hao with twinkling eyes. Perhaps because of the blood connection, it felt a sense of familiarity from Lin Hao for the first time, especially the horns on the forehead, which gave Xiaobai the illusion that Lin Hao and it were the same kind. If you're not strong, your blood will be wasted. Lin Hao smiled calmly and said, Xiaobai, thank you very much. Xiaobai grinned and said, as long as the boss needs me, anything is fine. Hearing this, Lin Hao felt quite emotional. Xiaobai is still a cub and has a pure mind. If it grows up and reaches adulthood, given its development state, the unicorn ape will inevitably become more and more violent and cruel. I don't know if Xiaobai will still be willing to follow me and maintain the same partnership as now when he becomes powerful in the future. Although it is kept as a system pet, there is no problem with its loyalty. But after spending some time together, Lin Hao has established a partnership with Xiaobai. If you take it as a pet, it will inevitably be reshuffled by the system and given the ability to evolve. As long as Lin Hao has enough money, he will be able to evolve quickly. But there is also a most fatal side effect, which is that Xiaobai will lose his independent consciousness and become like a walking puppet, only listening to Lin Hao's commands. I can no longer be as lively and active as I am now, or even have my own way of thinking. It will cost at least 100 million to take in a top-level spirit beast like Xiaobai. I'll consider it later when I have more money. With a change of mind, Lin Hao temporarily gave up the idea of making Xiaobai a system pet. Moreover, just to house a special animal like Xiaobai, which is at the spiritual beast level, would cost 100 million yuan. If I choose to evolve, wouldn't it cost me even more money? Lin Hao also holds a conservative attitude towards this. Instead of doing this, it is better to let Xiaobai grow up freely. It's free and you get a loyal companion pet. From the perspective of benefits, Lin Hao feels it is more cost-effective. It's morning again. Lin Hao looked out the window. The night had faded and a hazy white light began to appear. That night, Lin Hao felt that there were a lot of things going on. Divorce, barbecue, meeting the princess, assassinating Yang Chengji, and refining the dragon ape's blood essence. So many things were accomplished overnight. Fortunately, when so many messy things were put together, it did not become complicated. Instead, everything was carried out in an orderly manner and was gradually completed. Lin Hao couldn't help but sigh inwardly about this. Ever since he had acquired the god-level animal evolution system, his life had obviously become much more fulfilling. It is no longer like before, doing nothing and seeing no hope for the future. Immediately, Lin Hao took out a sound transmission note. This was something Ziyi had given him before, and it could be used to convey messages. Lin Hao shook his head. Although this thing was quite unique, its functions were far inferior to the mobile phones in his previous life. Then, Lin Hao mobilized his spiritual power and poured it into the sound transmission note in his hand. Instantly, the sound transmission note instantly burned up, and Lin Hao said to himself, "The prey is dead. My mission is accomplished." At this time, a woman in purple jumped out from the back door of Zhu's mansion like a ghost, with agile movements. This woman, with a cold and beautiful face, is Lin Hao's superior in the Minj organization, Ziyi. She had just carried out a mission to assassinate a fourth-rank official from the Ministry of Personnel. Her surname is Zhu. Mrs. Zhu, who used the city defense soldiers to intercept Lin Hao at the gate of the imperial capital a few days ago, is the wife of this official from the Ministry of Personnel. After investigation by intelligence personnel organized by Minga, it was discovered that Zhu was involved in conspiracy and treason with Yang Chengji, but there was not enough evidence to execute him. Therefore, King Yin mobilized the secret power of Minga, issued a death order, and Ziyi took over the task. Tonight's mission went smoothly, and during the assassination, Mrs. Zhu, who was sleeping in the same bed, suddenly woke up. Before she could even scream, Ziyi cut her throat. Whoosh! At this moment, a sound transmission note suddenly appeared from Ziyi's storage ring. Immediately, the sound transmission note glowed, hovered in front of her, and began to burn. At the same time, an indifferent voice sounded in Ziyi's mind. "The prey is dead. My mission is accomplished." When Ziyi heard the news from Lin Hao, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Unexpectedly, Lin Hao had just entered Tianyan Academy and had already completed the task in less than 2 days. This efficiency is truly surprising. Ziyi knew very well that Yang Chengji was a very cunning and quick-witted person and was good at using different tricks to confuse intelligence personnel. In the past few years, 2 members of the underworld have fallen into a trap set by the other party while attempting assassinations and died miserably. Apart from these, Yang Chengji rarely left Tianyan Academy unless there were special activities, making it even more difficult to assassinate him. Because in Tianyan Academy, there are many master instructors and a powerful law enforcement team. There is also the palace mastering Yuanzi and the unfathomable blind swordsman Mo Lao. With this kind of lineup, it would be extremely difficult to sneak into Tianyan Academy and carry out an assassination. After all, it takes a huge amount of resources to train each member of the Minj organization. For King Yin, the death of any one of them is equivalent to losing an army. This is why, in the end, only one newcomer could be selected to go to Tianyan Academy for the trial, and it happened that Lin Hao took on that assessment task at that time. However, what she didn't expect was that Lin Hao, the novice assassin, actually completed the task successfully. This situation is simply unbelievable. To ensure the authenticity of the mission, you must show the token related to Yang Chengji. We will meet at the Jinhai Pavilion restaurant in the imperial capital tonight. Z was filled with doubt and took out a sound transmission note. As her voice fell, the sound transmission note also burned out. Tianyan Academy, first year freshman dormitory area, dormitory number 008. In the dormitory, Lin Hao looked at the burning sound transmission note in front of him, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Akepsake about Yang Chengji? Lin Hao raised his eyebrows slightly, as he naturally knew that Ziyu would make such a request. A head is definitely much clearer than any token. It seems that tonight, I can officially become a member of the Underworld Pavilion. Lin Hao raised the corners of his mouth slightly and began to think about tonight's meeting. It was necessary to talk about the issue of salary increase. He now keeps 5 pets by himself. Let's not talk about Xiaobai for now. However, the cost of each of the fire scale tiger, sea bao, kung fu fly, and wolf spider is extremely high. For example, the kung fu fly and wolf spider, the main force of the assassin, are now in the A-level king level enhancement. To upgrade to the S level, 100 million taels are required. That huge amount of money was enough to make him penniless in an instant. The boss behind the Mingga organization is the emperor of the Great Yin dynasty, who has great wealth. If he were to receive such a difficult task again in the future, even if it cost tens of millions more, it would probably be just a drop in the bucket for King Yin. While thinking, Lin Hao changed into clean clothes, washed up simply, and walked out of the dormitory. Today's tactical classes course is still in the martial arts hall. Lin Hao has already chosen the Dragon Steps movement, combined with the 9 talisman sword technique he currently possesses, as well as the Devouring the Stars fragment martial arts that he has yet to practice. That's more than enough. So today, Lin Hao didn't want to go to the martial arts hall and planned to take a stroll around the magic class with Qinyu. Recently, he has been cultivating his spiritual power, but has stagnated in terms of magic. He must absorb some knowledge of rune spells. I just don't know whether the instructor of the magic class would be willing to allow a student from another class like me to study there. Chapter 85, Going to the Spell Class. When I walked out of the dormitory and went to the dining table in the outer hall, I saw Qinyu already sitting at the table, enjoying a delicious breakfast. Lin Hao was a little surprised. This guy was usually lazy, but he got up quite early. Are you really that hardworking? A table of delicious food was also prepared, which was considered very sumptuous for a breakfast of this size. At this time, Raymond also walked out of the dormitory with his family heirloom, the cloud-piercing bow, still tied to his back. In pursuit of the state of unity between man and bow, Lin Hao even suspected that this guy would carry the bow on his back while taking a bath or sleeping. You guys came just in time. Hurry up and help me eat some. Seeing Lin Hao and the others coming out, Qinyu, biting a piece of fried chicken, hurriedly greeted them. You went out to buy breakfast so early in the morning? Lin Hao walked to the table and sat down, asking curiously. What a joke. I'm Master Qin, and I have to buy my own breakfast? Qinyu looked very proud and said, a few female classmates I met in the magic class yesterday bought some for me this morning. Hearing this, Raymond's eyes lit up, and he looked at Qinyu with admiration. However, he did not say any words of praise, because at this moment, Raymond's mouth hardly stopped, and he kept biting the delicious food on the table. Lin Hao smiled indifferently. He didn't expect this guy to be so good at picking up girls. But on second thought, with Qinyu's background as a general, even if he didn't make a move, there would be many women who would throw themselves at him. Immediately, Lin Hao naturally did not hesitate to start enjoying his breakfast, and casually took out 2 plates of animal meat and placed them under the table. The little white ape and sea bao immediately pounced happily under the table and ate with gusto. From now on, with Qinyu in the dormitory, their breakfast can be said to be both rich and convenient. Qinyu, I'll go with you to the magic class at Lin Hao Palace later, okay? Lin Hao picked up a piece of cake and asked with a smile. Hearing this, Raymond looked surprised. Brother Hao, you are not going to the martial arts hall today? Well, I already picked out the appropriate martial arts yesterday, so there's no need for that today. Lin Hao nodded and smiled faintly. So I want to go to Ling Yao Palace to see if I can learn some martial arts knowledge of rune spells. Qinyu said readily. That's a piece of cake. The beautiful teacher in our class is quite familiar with me. It will be no problem for her to take you there. Seeing Qinyu patting his chest to make a promise, Lin Hao believed in the former's ability and said with a smile, Thank you very much. We're all friends. It would be awkward to say thank you. Qinyu waved his hand and said, From now on, brothers, don't do this kind of polite things. Lin Hao smiled faintly and nodded, without saying anything more. It can be seen that Qin Yu has regarded him as a true friend. Afterwards, everyone had eaten and drunk their fill and walked out of dormitory 008 together. Ling Yao Hall is located on the west side of the first grade campus. Raymond, I'll leave it to you to ask for leave from Teacher Wu. After instructing Raymond, Lin Hao followed Qin Yu and walked towards Ling Yao Palace. It has to be said that Qin Yu is extremely popular with women. Most of the girls from the magic class that he met along the way greeted him. Of course, seeing Lin Hao, a prominent figure in the freshman class, the girls would glance at him from time to time and discuss him curiously in low voices. Look, that Lin Hao seems to be going to Ling Yao Palace with Qin Yu. Is he also learning magic? That's impossible. The tests and assessments in the past 2 days only tested spiritual power. You don't understand this, right? The ultimate cultivation talent is the natural ability to cultivate both combat and magic. What? Dual cultivation of combat and magic? That's amazing. Along the way, as the discussion progressed, the women's attention focus shifted from Qin Yu to Lin Hao. After all, the title of the ultimate cultivation talent is too dazzling in the martial arts world. Hearing the surprised voices of many women, Lin Hao had an indifferent expression on his face. He did not show off or be proud of it at all, because the only benefit of this talent is that the speed of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is much faster than that of ordinary people. But he started learning martial arts very late, and his own cultivation did not have any outstanding advantages. Therefore, under the current circumstances, I am just on par with these people of the same age, and my cultivation is even slightly inferior to theirs. For example, Qin Yu is now a 4th level mage, but Lin Hao is only a 2nd level mage. If they were to just fight in magic, he would not be Qin Yu's opponent. If he used spiritual power, that's another matter. Lin Hao, since you want to go to the magic class with me, there's one thing you must be mentally prepared for. As they walked, Qin Yu suddenly stopped smiling and gave a reminder. What's the matter? Lin Hao was quite confused about what Qin Yu said. Because your ex-wife, Zhao Linger, is in the same class as me. While Qin Yu was speaking, he glanced at Lin Hao from the corner of his eye and said, if you don't want to see her, I can ask the instructor to arrange for her to attend classes in other classes. Moreover, with your talent, I believe any instructor would be very welcome to you. Hearing this, Lin Hao smiled faintly and shook his head. No, I have nothing to do with her anymore. No need to bother. In his opinion, only facing it can be considered a real end. Otherwise, he would never be able to get over this hurdle. Besides, he actually didn't have the slightest dislike for Zhao Linger. What Lin Hao cared about was only the so-called identity of son-in-law. That is an identity without any dignity for a man. Just like that, under the guidance of Qin Yu, Lin Hao finally arrived at Ling Yao Palace. Compared with the Xuanwu Hall, the architectural style of this hall is more gorgeous, just like the colors in nature, colorful and bright. The walls outside the temple are engraved with rune totems of 9 different colors. It corresponds to the 9 natural elements of heaven and earth: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and darkness. With the help of Si Bao's vision, Lin Hao stared at the runes on the wall of the temple and couldn't help but be shocked. This was the most massive and mysterious rune he had ever seen since he started practicing martial arts. Among warriors who practice magic, nearly 70% are women. Therefore, at this moment, most of the students passing by here are women with graceful figures, and the air is fragrant. No wonder Qin Yu, who came from a general's mansion, took an unconventional path and chose the martial arts path of a mage. Of course, this doesn't mean that Lin Hao thinks the mage's combat power is weak. On the contrary, if the warrior is unable to get close to the mage at the same level, he will surely be beaten to the point of being unable to breathe. Moreover, on the battlefield, the abilities displayed by the mage are even more significant, especially when 2 armies are fighting each other, that kind of war involving large-scale crowds of people. A spell with a wide attack range would definitely cause a large number of casualties. I'm in room 7 of the magic class. The seat next to me has already been reserved. When you go in, find one for yourself. Qin Yu seemed to have something else in his words and greeted him in advance. Lin Hao nodded indifferently until he walked into the classroom and saw that the seats around Qin Yu were surrounded by many beautiful women. He suddenly realized. In response, Lin Hao laughed secretly, but didn't care at all. Now, all his thoughts are focused on making money and practicing martial arts. I don't think too much about the relationship between men and women. I just let it go with the flow. Of course, it would be wonderful if you could have some good fortune occasionally. After all, Lin Hao is now at an age of full vigor and has extremely strong physiological needs. It's just a temporary diversion of this energy. Chapter 86, The Most Familiar Stranger. Maybe we arrived early, so there's still many empty seats in the classroom. In order to avoid sitting in a seat that had already been reserved for someone else, Lin Hao walked directly to the last row and sat down in an empty seat. Little did he know that the position he chose happened to be right next to Zhao Linger. Just like that, as the class time approached, almost all the students in room 7 arrived. And Zhao Linger finally walked into the classroom at this time. Huh, why is he here too? When she saw Lin Hao, a hint of surprise flashed across Zhao Linger's beautiful eyes. Thinking it was her illusion, she looked carefully and saw that sunny face, a pair of gray pupils, and refreshing black medium-length hair. It was undoubtedly Lin Hao himself. When she saw that Lin Hao was actually sitting next to her seat, Zhao Linger's eyes became obviously complicated. After all, the two of them had just divorced last night. But Lin Hao appeared here at this moment. What do you mean? Do you regret it and want to get back together? Zhao Linger's mind began to wander, and she hesitated whether to go over and sit down. Although she was divorced by Lin Hao, she still had the reserve that a rich lady should have. No more room. Zhao Linger looked around and found that all the seats in the room were full except for her original seat. At this time, Lin Hao also noticed Zhao Linger's presence. However, Lin Hao remained calm and composed in his demeanor. Compared to Zhao Linger's slightly embarrassed look, he was more calm and confident. Zhao Linger took a deep breath, her chest heaving, and she took a step forward and walked straight towards Lin Hao. Should we say these two people are destined to be together, or are they just interesting? Seeing this scene, Qin had a smile on his face. His fawning expression seemed to indicate that he was just watching a show. Let me borrow it. Coming closer, Zhao Linger spoke in a light voice. Her seat was an inner seat, so she needed to go around Lin Hao. Lin Hao understood and immediately retracted his feet, stood up, and made room for a wider space. When she passed by Lin Hao and had a slight physical contact with him, Zhao Linger's heart was slightly moved. The familiar body fragrance came from between the wings of his nose. Even though Lin Hao was calm at the moment, he still felt a little strange. The two of them once slept in the same house. Now, they have completely parted ways. At this moment, Lin Hao and Zhao Linger are like the most familiar strangers. We know each other inside out. Immediately, the two of them sat down at the closest distance to each other, almost at the same time. Why are you here? Zhao Linger lowered her head slightly and couldn't help but ask. Lin Hao said calmly, if you're interested, come and learn some magic knowledge. Oh, Zhao Linger nodded slightly. A hint of sadness flashed across her beautiful eyes, and then she remained silent. It turns out, he didn't come for himself. Zhao Linger was suddenly shocked by this thought. What's wrong with me? She was suddenly surprised. In the past, the reason why the family arranged a marriage and chose to marry into Lin Hao's family was simply because Zhao Linger had not yet found the man she truly loved. Therefore, for the benefit of the Zhao family, she had to settle for the second best and chose the blind Lin Hao. At least on the wedding night or in future marriage, you will not lose your virginity. Ever since she received the admission quota from Tianyin Academy, she thought she could finally be free. She also tried to use some humiliating words to force Lin Hao to dissolve their marital relationship. Little did she know that as they spent more time together recently, she discovered that she had actually developed some strange feelings towards Lin Hao without knowing when. That feeling completely exploded in Zhao Linger's heart when Lin Hao mentioned divorce last night. Next to him, Lin Hao sat calmly, not trying to guess Zhao Linger's inner thoughts. He only knew that the purpose of coming here today was to absorb more knowledge about spells and runes. Only by becoming stronger can you find a way to heal your eyes yourself. It is better to rely on yourself than on others. This is the experience that Lin Hao has gained after living 2 lives as a human being. At this time, he saw a mature and beautiful young woman walking into the classroom. This beautiful woman has long black hair and a plump figure, exuding a mature and seductive aura. It was the other instructor who was in charge of the assessment with Wu Qi yesterday, named Xiaoyan. As soon as she came in, Xiaoyan took a quick glance and immediately spotted Lin Hao sitting in the back row. Teacher Xiaoyan was quite surprised that Lin Hao came without any advance application. Lin Hao, have you come to the wrong place? In response to Xiaoyan's question, Take did not respond harshly, but instead had a hint of a smile on his face. No matter where they are, Mentors always like talented students, and she is the same. Lin Hao possesses the ultimate talent for cultivation. As long as his comprehension ability is at a normal level, his attainments in spells and runes will definitely be far beyond his peers. I've recently become interested in magic, so I wanted to sit in on a class here. If Professor Chiu disagrees, I will leave immediately and will not disturb your normal teaching. Lin Hao stood up, his tone was orderly, and he immediately became the focus of everyone in the room. However, when Xiao Yun heard that Lin Hao was interested in this, her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. She remembered that last time, Lin Hao said he wanted to test the 2 talent stone tablets. But in the end, as he displayed the ultimate talent for cultivation, the visions of heaven and earth caused a great sensation and attracted the attention of the lord of the mansion. That's why the subsequent spell talent test was left unfinished. Otherwise, how could Lin Hao's place be snatched away by the Xuanwu Palace? As she thought about it, Qiu Yun's smile became more charming, and she said quickly, "If you want to learn, you can come anytime." Hearing this, Lin Hao felt happy. I didn't expect this beautiful tutor to be so easy to talk to. A blind man wants to learn runes? How do I learn this? But at this moment, a mocking and sarcastic voice suddenly sounded in the room. As this voice sounded, everyone realized that although Lin Hao had top-notch talent, he had a fatal weakness. That is, he is a blind man. To practice spell runes, unlike a warrior, you only need to exercise your body. Because engraving the rune totem that draws the natural spiritual energy of heaven and earth can be said to be the most basic and most important point. However, if you can't see the mysterious and complex runes with your eyes, how can you imitate and practice them? Unless you carve out a rune right now, we won't waste our time with a disabled person like you. Then, the mocking voice sounded again. Qin Yu frowned slightly and looked at the man. He was familiar with this guy. His name was Zhu Fujin. He was fat and had a greasy face. His father was a 4th-rank official in the Ministry of Personnel in the Imperial Court. Relying on his family's influence, he entered the Tianyin Academy through the back door. In the classroom, as Zhu Fujin made sarcastic remarks, everyone looked at each other, thinking that Lin Hao had offended the former. After all, Lin Hao is now considered a popular figure among the freshmen. Even the lord of the mansion loves him very much. 2 days ago, in order to recruit Lin Hao into his mansion, he gave him 5 blood qi pills and 2 marrow cleansing pills at once, completely breaking the previous rules and rewards. In response, Lin Hao remained silent. Teacher Qiu Yun has already agreed to let him sit in on the class, so arguing with this fat pig would just be a waste of time. Moreover, although Lin Hao already knew how to inscribe runes, did he have to demonstrate it just because of a question from the other party? No way. Seeing that Lin Hao didn't say anything, Zhu Fujin thought that he had indeed predicted the former's ability and suddenly felt very proud of himself. So what if he's a genius? He's still being trampled upon by me. Zhu Fujin, if you have any opinions, you can speak out. There is no need to verbally humiliate Lin Hao. Teacher Qiuyan frowned slightly and spoke seriously. Humiliation? Zhu Fujin shook his head and grinned. Teacher Qiu, you really misunderstood me. I just think that although Lin Hao has excellent talent for cultivation, practicing spells and runes is extremely demanding. Even the simplest rune inscription is not a gap that a blind man can cross. I just want him to have self-awareness in advance. Otherwise, it will only make Teacher Qiuyun spend more energy teaching him, delaying everyone's course progress. Zhu Fujin seemed to be getting more and more excited as he spoke, and he came up with all kinds of reasons and opinions almost at will. His words resonated with some people. Yes, why should they slow down the progress of their teaching just for a blind person? Human nature is multifaceted. Some people cannot stand the fact that others are better than themselves, and they can't wait to pick out the other person's flaws and belittle them. At this moment, Lin Hao's eyes became the stepping stone for those people to find a sense of superiority. In their opinion, even if Lin Hao possesses the ultimate talent for cultivation, so what? If you can't see, just find a comfortable job and live a decent life. Why come here to fight for resources? Teacher Qiuyun's brows, which were originally slightly furrowed, slowly relaxed at this moment. It seemed that there was some truth in Zhu Fujin's words. Lin Hao came here to learn rune magic, and as a mentor, she welcomed him from the bottom of her heart. But in her more than 10 years of teaching experience, she had never taught a blind person to learn magic. Now that I think about it, it's a bit tricky. Fatty pig. You're a piece of trash who got in through the back door. What do you think you are? However, Qin could no longer sit still. His handsome face showed a half smile, and he also made a mocking sound. As he spoke, his smile faded. His eyes gradually became colder, staring at Zhu Fujin at the opposite table, and said coldly, "Apologizing is your only choice." We heard the word fatty pig. A look of ashen color suddenly appeared on Zhu Fujin's fat face. There is no doubt that he is quite sensitive to this highly insulting name. "What can you do to me if I don't apologize? You loser." Immediately, Zhu Fujin sneered and responded to Qin Yu with the same derogatory term. Others are afraid of Qin Yu's family background, but he is not. Although the general's office holds military power and is powerful, they cannot do anything to him unless he commits the serious crime of treason. Moreover, Zhu Fujin believes he has reason to be proud. His father was a fourth-rank official in the Ministry of Personnel in the Imperial Court, and his mother's family was a direct descendant of the City Defense Army. Adding the two together, the Zhu family has a very important status in the Great Yin Dynasty. "You two, enough is enough." Seeing that the tension between Qin Yu and Zhu Fujin was growing, Instructor Qiu Yun spoke. However, just as she was halfway through her words, a warrior from the law enforcement team, dressed in black, suddenly walked into the classroom. "Who is Zhu Fujin?" The man from the law enforcement team glanced at everyone and said coldly. Zhu Fujin was startled, raised his hand quickly, and asked, "It's me, what's the matter?" The man from the law enforcement team glanced at Zhu Fujin and said calmly, "Your parents were attacked at home last night and stabbed to death." "What?" Hearing this, Zhu Fujin's face changed drastically and he asked, "Who is the murderer?" The man from the law enforcement team said indifferently, "I don't know. According to the information sent by your Zhu family servants, there was no trace left at the scene. The other party should be a killer with extremely superb stabbing skills." "Assassin." Zhu Fujin swallowed secretly, his narrow eyes filled with panic. "What should I do now?" His mood suddenly became complicated. Zhu Fujin has always relied on his parents' family status and has been able to act like a boss in the imperial capital unless he encounters more powerful royal relatives or nobles. However, now that his parents are dead, his first reaction was grief, but more importantly, what should he do in the future? That feeling was as if the sky was falling, making him somewhat at a loss. The vault. I wonder if the vault at home has been stolen. Thinking of this, Zhu Fujin's fat trembled violently, and he ran out of the classroom in panic. People who don't know him would think he is very filial. Can a fourth-rank official in the Ministry of Personnel be assassinated? Lin Hao is slightly surprised. Moreover, the murderer could not be identified. In this situation, the only possibility might be that it was the work of the Minj organization. After all, as a fourth-rank official in the court, a sudden attack would certainly cause a huge sensation. But at the moment, it seems that the case has been left unresolved and only the family members have been notified. Therefore, the real mastermind behind the death order is most likely King Yin. Even if there are some traces left at the scene, the investigating staff will just go through the motions and will not dare to continue investigating. Instead, they will quietly erase the clues. Otherwise, wouldn't it be digging our own graves to continue the investigation? Lin Hao didn't think much about it and looked indifferent. It was someone else who died, and it had nothing to do with him. Looking at Zhu Fujin's figure running out of the classroom in a hurry, Qin Yu's mouth curled up slightly. That expression seemed as if he knew the truth. "Okay, let's start the class. Today I'm going to teach you the application principles of magic." Immediately, Instructor Qiu Yun's voice brought everyone back to their senses. Hearing this, Lin Hao's heart moved slightly, and he began to concentrate and wait for the class. Next to her, Zhao Linger noticed from the corner of her eye that Lin Hao's expression suddenly became serious, and she was secretly surprised. Is he really that interested in magic? Zhao Linger guessed secretly. She vaguely remembered that a few months ago when she was still in Zhao's house, Lin Hao entered her bedroom and moved the book Encyclopedia of Magic. However, Lin Hao is blind, so how can he see the contents of the book? Is it because you can't see that you plan to come here to listen? The more Zhao Linger thought about it, the more incredible it seemed. As we all know, spells require the caster's mental strength and the inscription of runes to mobilize the natural energy of heaven and earth. While Zhao Linger was wondering, Qiu Yun's lecture had already officially begun. And among natural energies, there are roughly 9 attributes, and each type of spell has its own merits. For example, Earth spells are the most powerful in terms of defense. A Pulse Guardian cast can be called an Earth-grade treasure armor. But in the end, the level of each type of spell is actually about the same. The strength of the spell depends mainly on the level of the caster and the different environments where there are obvious differences. For example, in places with water, water spells are the strongest, while in places with strong winds, wind spells have the advantage. Listening to instructor Chiao Yun's lectures, Lin Hao seemed to be lost in thought. His previous speculations and explorations about the principles of magic gradually became clear. That feeling is like being a lost person and suddenly someone takes out a map for you and points out the location. All thoughts became clear in an instant. What I have said above is the attribute of the spell. The use of runes that follows is the most critical level. While Chiao Yun was lecturing, she would occasionally notice Lin Hao with her beautiful eyes. In order to make him hear more clearly and accurately, she deliberately raised her voice tone a few decibels and slowed down her speaking speed a little. I believe everyone knows that any spell requires runes as a medium to draw the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to perform. Among the runes, there are approximately 3,500 basic patterns. Through the arrangement and combination of these basic runes, as well as a series of other changes, various spells can be formed. Hearing this, Lin Hao suddenly understood. Before this, he always thought that all he had to do was imitate the rune totems in the books and then cast spells. Unexpectedly, runes can be arranged and combined to form a variety of ever-changing magic skills in a structure. Thinking about it this way, the runes he had learned in a brief introduction to magic were just some basic patterns. Next, I will demonstrate a rune with an attack effect, the shock rune. As Mentor Chuyin spoke, she stretched out her slender jade hand, and the moment her mental power spread out, it suddenly gathered at her fingertips. Then, she casually drew a series of mysterious tracks in the air in front of her. Under the control of mental power, these lines instantly formed a complex rune totem, flashing in ochre light. Faintly, the energy in the lines flows, bringing with it a strange sense of vibration. This vibration pattern belongs to the earth element rune, named Earthquake. Once it is used, the ground within a radius of tens of meters will crack and vibrate, and any object within this range will suffer varying degrees of damage. A smile appeared on Chiao Yun's red lips. This is in a classroom, and the environment is limited, so I won't give you a live demonstration. After she finished speaking, she flicked her fingertips, and the earth runes in front of her immediately dissipated. Next, I will test everyone's level of engraving of the shock pattern. Let's begin. Following Chiao Yun's instructions, everyone immediately understood and mobilized their mental power to start engraving runes. Suddenly, light burst out in the classroom, and brilliant lines appeared out of thin air one after another. However, perhaps it is due to comprehension and proficiency. Although the rune totems they engraved were the same, there was a clear gap in their levels in the vibration patterns. At this time, Lin Hao was immersed in contemplation, and his mind was constantly recalling the principles of magic application that Chiao Yun had just mentioned. If we say that the current attribute runes are all derived from the most basic patterns after combination. So, if based on this foundation, you can recreate attribute runes that suit yourself, wouldn't that be possible? Lin Hao, did you understand what I just heard? Seeing that Lin Hao was still sitting there indifferent, teacher Chiao Yun walked over and asked with a smile. I understand. Lin Hao nodded and said with a faint smile, however, I am not familiar with the runes of earthquake splitting. He wasn't being modest. The spells he practiced before were limited to the two attributes of wind and fire. Therefore, he had almost never come into contact with the earth-related rune structure, and he had only seen it once just now, so he was unable to demonstrate it accurately according to his memory. However, his words had a different meaning when heard by others. Chiao Yun couldn't help but sigh inwardly, because although Lin Hao could hear it, his eyes could not see the vibration patterns just demonstrated. What effect would it have if he just understood the application of runes? After all, the most important point of magic is to inscribe runes. Lin Hao probably didn't even know what a rune looked like, let alone an inscription. It seems that what Zhu Fujin said before was indeed correct. It is undoubtedly a fantasy for a blind man to practice magic. Seeing this, some people who were jealous of Lin Hao's ultimate talent for cultivation all had a playful look on their faces. You think you can practice magic just because you are interested. Don't you think that you are a person with a defective eye? Yes, coming here to audit and study is just asking for trouble. For a moment, many mocking whispers began to be heard. Listening to the sarcastic voices around him, Qin Yu frowned, but was unable to refute anything. Because it is true, if there's a chance in the future, I will definitely invite the imperial physician from the palace to see if he can cure Lin Hao's eyes. Qin Yu's eyes darkened slightly, and he was thinking secretly. However, at this moment, everyone was surprised to see that Lin Hao suddenly stretched out his hand. A pure and powerful mental force wave emanated from his fingertips. At the same time, Lin Hao's fingers began to dance. As the finger shadows swirled quickly, the mental force was pulled to outline a gorgeous trajectory. Soon, a mysterious and complex rune pattern appeared in front of Lin Hao. This is exactly the Earth rune that Teacher Qin demonstrated just now, the Earthquake rune. Although Lin Hao was not very familiar with the structure of the earthquake. However, Lin Hao often drew the vibration pattern when he was practicing fire runes. The number of practice times should not be less than 10,000 times. Moreover, with the four treasures' shared vision, any scene they see can be replayed in their minds. Therefore, at this moment, it was not difficult to follow the earth runes demonstrated by Teacher Qiyun. In the eyes of everyone, his movements were smooth and easy. How is this possible? Staring at this scene in a daze, everyone was stunned. The eyes of most people were filled with shock. Chapter 88 returned to the imperial capital. Under Lin Hao's mental control, the earth runes flowed with yellow light and were extremely solid. In the complex patterns, there's also a faint hint of vibrating energy fluctuations. From this, it can be seen that the earth rune drawn by Lin Haoming is of a very high standard. Compared with Teacher Qiuyun, the texture is slightly less refined. However, compared to him, most people in the classroom were far inferior. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. I thought Lin Hao just drew casually to save face. But now, that sharp and skillful engraving technique is definitely not that of a novice who has just learned spell runes for the first time. A blind man can actually practice magic. This is simply unimaginable. Some of the people who had mocked Lin Hao just now looked at each other and shut their mouths. After all, a blind man's rune level is better than theirs, and he felt secretly frustrated. If I continue talking, I will only bring shame upon myself. Immediately, Lin Hao flicked his fingertips and held the rune in the palm of his hand. Then he turned to Qiu Yun, smiled faintly and asked, "Teacher Qiu, is there anything else that needs to be improved on this rune?" "Oh, improvement." After hearing this, Qian finally came back to his senses from his shock. She took a deep look at Lin Hao and then praised. "Among the freshmen, your rune inscription skills are excellent. But if we are in battle, the speed needs to be further increased. There are also vibration patterns. If we can use a point to pull the surface, the pattern trajectory can be made more coherent." After listening to Mentor Qiuyun's comments, Lin Hao humbly accepted the advice and secretly memorized these elements. I didn't expect that he could really do it. Beside him, Zhao Linger stared at Lin Hao in a daze. She couldn't help but feel a little surprised when Lin Hao displayed his rune skills for the first time. Because there are more than 3,000 basic rune patterns, it is generally difficult for beginners to master them all, and they can only master the part they are good at. Of course, it would not be surprising if the vibration pattern demonstrated this time happened to be the one that Lin Hao was good at. After all, the water runes she practiced also included a combination of vibration patterns. What surprised Zhao Linger the most was that Lin Hao could actually inscribe the runes and do it in one go. It is impossible to achieve such results with such techniques without hard practice. TSK. Lin Hao always exceeds my imagination. At this moment, Qin Yu was also amazed. His eyes flickered, and although he was surprised, there was a sense of joy in them. After all, in this way, no one in this class dares to question Lin Hao's attainments in magic runes. So what if I can't see? My abilities in all aspects are still far ahead of yours. Qin Yu raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and he admired Lin Hao's hidden talent even more. Afterwards, everyone saw Lin Hao's abilities and no longer had any cynicism or ridicule. Teacher Qiyun seemed to have discovered a treasure and became more and more energetic during the lecture. He even took out a jade slip of martial arts techniques, and while demonstrating the rune totem, he used his mental power to engrave it into it, intending to give it to Lin Hao when the time comes to go. Because the jade slips of martial arts techniques are different from books. As long as one uses his mind, he can read the contents into his mind, which is very suitable for Lin Hao. For this, Lin Hao could only be grateful, even though he didn't need much. But in his opinion, the tutors at Tianyin Academy, whether it was Wu Qi or the current Xiao Yun, were all quite humane. Afterwards, while listening attentively to the lectures, Lin Hao gained a deeper understanding of the basic patterns of various runes. Compared to the Encyclopedia of Magic that he had stolen from Zhao Linger before, this was much more complicated. Just like the vibration pattern mentioned earlier, its characteristic is that it is mainly used for attack in the application of spells. Moreover, most weapons will have this kind of vibration pattern engraved on them. It can not only increase the lethality, but also make the weapon sharper and more powerful. As for the Gar pattern, it has a defensive effect on spells. In the military manual, it is used for protective devices such as armor. For example, the gravity armor that Lin Hao is wearing now has runes with defense patterns on it. It not only has the blessing of gravity, but also has a protective effect. In this way, the 2 hours of lectures passed quickly in Lin Hao's perception. At the end of the class, Instructor Qiao Yun handed the jade slip with the engraved martial arts techniques to Lin Hao. In addition, she also gave another red jade slip of martial arts techniques. It contains all the basic rune patterns developed by the martial arts community of the Sky Continent so far. Thank you, Mr. Qiao. Lin Hao's mind moved slightly, and he quickly scanned the vast amount of information in the red jade slip and suddenly felt his heart surging. With the complete information on these basic patterns, he could save a lot of trouble in the future, even if he wanted to create new rune techniques. After the class, there is free time. However, Master Chuyin plans to take everyone to the training ground in the mansion. The so-called training ground is one of the foundations of Tianyin Academy, such as the illusion-killing array, meditation valley, spiritual cold spring, sword bamboo forest, talisman puppet cave. If you can practice in it, your strength will undoubtedly increase day by day compared to the outside world, and there are many benefits. However, the training grounds of Tianyin Academy are not open to the public for free. One needs to accumulate contribution points from the academy to enter. These contribution points can be purchased with money or obtained by working in the academy, which is another disguised form of operation. Lin Hao and others understood this. After all, there are tens of thousands of students in Tianyin Academy, and even the most abundant resources will probably be exhausted soon. Therefore, only this method can maintain various huge consumptions. Moreover, the operation of Tianyin Academy is very humane. When entering the academy, each student is assigned an identity badge, which contains the accumulation of contribution points. Lin Hao is a freshman. He can obtain 10 contribution points from the badge for free and can go to any training venue. But once you spend it, you need to find a way to get it back. Therefore, they don't have to worry about anything when they go to the training ground this time. The place I'm taking you to today is called Meditation Valley. Along the way, Master Chuyun led the way and explained, through meditation and practice in it, you can quickly enter a state of emptiness and feel the attribute energy of nature more clearly. The consumption is not much, only 5 contribution points per day. Meditation Valley? Hearing that Instructor Qiao Yun was going to take them to this place, Lin Hao's heart moved slightly, and he couldn't help but think of tonight's mission. His boss Zi Yi had arranged to meet him at the Jinhai Pavilion restaurant in the imperial capital tonight. As for meditation, once you enter the state, your consciousness is almost isolated from the world. The passage of time may be as short as half a day or as long as several days. In order not to delay his business, Lin Hao gave up the idea of going to the Meditation Valley to see the world. Lin Hao, what's wrong? Seeing that Lin Hao, who was traveling with him, suddenly stopped, Qin Yu asked in confusion. Lin Hao smiled faintly and said, I suddenly remembered that I have something else to do, so I won't go with you. It's okay, just go ahead. Qin Yu didn't ask any more questions and just waved his hand cheerfully. Lin Hao nodded, turned around, and left the crowd. Now is his free time. Whether to go to the Meditation Valley together is entirely up to his personal choice, so he does not need to report to Teacher Chuyun. As Lin Hao left, Zhao Linger in the crowd seemed to have noticed something and looked back inadvertently. Staring at Lin Hao's gradually receding figure, Zhao Linger's eyes were deep and complicated. After returning to the dormitory, Lin Hao took Xiaobai with him and left Tianyin Academy. He was not at ease leaving it here alone. Lin Hao felt that taking it out to see the world might help its growth a little. After all, Xiaobai is too naive. How can the ancient ferocious beasts of the future stay in their dormitories all day long, eating and being lazy? Doing so will only gradually lose their original wildness. Thinking of this, Lin Hao couldn't help but ponder this issue deeply. If I feel it is necessary in the future, I will take Xiao Bai to the Warcraft Mountains for training. Only in the primitive environment where the strong prey on the weak can have a better effect on its growth. After leaving Tianyin Academy, Lin Hao looked for a sparsely populated area. Feeling that there was no sign of anyone following him, he changed into the assassin gear of Jing Ke. After concealing his face, Lin Hao suddenly felt that he no longer had to be timid when doing things. Xiaohu, come out. Lin Hao's mind moved slightly, and the fire-scale tiger in the system's pet backpack space suddenly flashed out. With flames all over his body, he looked extremely powerful. Roar! The fire-scale tiger roared excitedly, then lowered its body very loyally, allowing Lin Hao to ride on its back. Immediately, Lin Hao patted the beast's back, and the fire-scale tiger moved violently, and suddenly it was like a ray of fire, rushing towards the imperial capital Yanqing. The speed of the fire-scale tiger is already very fast, and now on the plane, it has reached its maximum speed. The distance was more than 100 kilometers, but we arrived at our destination in just a dozen minutes. However, after the fire-scale tiger completed its mission, Lin Hao put it into the pet backpack space. Although I am now entering the imperial capital as Jing Ke, it is better to be low-key in some of my actions. After entering the city gate, Lin Hao was not in a hurry to go to Jinhai Pavilion, but instead looked for a trading company. He planned to sell Yang Chengji's collection of gold, silver, jewelry, and various antiques for cash, because he discovered that the system seemed to only recognize the currency in circulation in this world when it came to the consumption of pet evolution. Other valuable items, no matter what they are, cannot be replaced. Therefore, instead of keeping those luxury items that have no use, it is better to exchange them for cash, which is more practical. In this way, he went in and out of shops. The space in Lin Hao's storage ring suddenly became mostly empty. Correspondingly, his Wanjin card deposits soared to an extremely high amount, a value of more than 130 million. Lin Hao checked the balance in his Wanjin card, and a look of joy appeared on his face. Now he has reached the level of a billionaire. If you had this wealth, luxurious house, and beautiful women in your previous life, you would never have to worry about anything in your life. But now, this amount of money is just enough for the little flies to consume in one go. Boss, I'm hungry. Xiao Bai touched his belly and grinned at Lin Hao. It was very smart and naturally knew that Lin Hao had just earned a lot of money, so it could seize the opportunity and take advantage of this time to have a big meal. If you're hungry, go eat. Lin Hao was not stingy and nodded with a smile. Besides, it is still early and there is still more than an hour left before the time agreed with Ziyi. Fortunately, Jinhai Pavilion is a high-end restaurant where I can eat while waiting. Get out of the way. Anyone who refuses to post the wanted poster outside the store will be punished by obstructing public service and closing the store. However, at this moment, there was a sudden commotion among the crowd on the street ahead. Sibao immediately straightened up and stared over. Lin Hao looked in that direction and saw a group of burly men dressed as servants, posting notices outside every store with ferocious looks. The content on it was a reward for the arrest of the murderer who killed the Zhou couple. The reward was extremely generous, 50 million taels. And those strong men were undoubtedly the Zhou family's thugs. Among the group of Zhou mansion thugs, Lin Hao saw a familiar fat face. That guy was none other than Zhou Fujin, who had mocked him in the magic class today. At this moment, he had changed into a black and white mourning outfit, and with a look of grief and indignation on his face, he led the Zhou family thugs to post a bounty list for the murderer along the street. Master, there's a suspicious guy over there. At this time, a bald thug noticed Lin Hao not far away. Seeing his mysterious attire, a hint of ferocity flashed in his eyes, and he immediately asked Zhou Fujin, should we interrogate him? Hearing this, Zhou Fujin's eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked towards Lin Hao. Since he couldn't find any clues of the murderer, he was in a very angry mood. Anyone he saw suspicious on the street would be regarded as the murderer. Just 10 minutes ago, he saw a low-level warrior wearing a conical hat on the street. Without asking any questions, he let the Zhou family's thugs beat the guy half to death. Such behavior actually has a kind of hatred that would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. Due to the influence of the Zhou family in the imperial capital, the security guards in the city turned a blind eye and did not take any action. It is precisely because of this that Zhou Fujin becomes more and more daring. Don't let him get away. Break his legs first, and then interrogate him. Zhou Fujin looked at Lin Hao's mysterious outfit and felt more and more suspicious. He immediately gave the order with a fierce look. Yes. Immediately, many Zhou family thugs rushed forward and rushed towards Lin Hao. Moreover, the directions they moved in were very coordinated, and they had blocked all of Lin Hao's retreat routes without even noticing. Seeing this, the pedestrians on the street immediately scattered in fear for fear of being implicated. Looking at the Zhou family thugs around him, Lin Hao's originally calm expression gradually turned gloomy. Immediately, his mind moved slightly, and he took out the dragon-devouring sword directly from the storage ring, and immediately a murderous aura filled the air. He heard all of Zhu Fujin's arrogant voice just now. Break his legs first, and then interrogate him, then we'll see if you have what it takes. Lin Hao smiled coldly in his heart. With a powerful team of pets, he was confident. Chapter 89, You Have No Chance. Although the Zhu family's thugs are just a group of minions, there's also a level 5 fighter among them. The others are all level 3 warriors, but with more than 20 of them, this lineup is quite large. It was also a bit tricky for Lin Hao. Of course, this is only the case when one is against many. If pets are used, is a different matter. Xiaoying, I'll leave that bald guy to you. Lin Hao gave the order with a hint of coldness between his brows. Yes, master. Kung Fu Fly looked stern and nodded loyally. Since he now appears as Jing Ku, the parrot Si Bao who had been staying by his side before naturally cannot be exposed. And now Kung Fu Xiaoying's level has reached Class A King, and his combat power is equivalent to that of a 7th level human warrior. It was more than enough to deal with the bald man, who was a level 5 fighter. Zhu Fujin stood at the back, with his arms folded across his chest, looking at the situation with an angry look on his face. His parents were assassinated for no reason, and he had obviously lost his mind at this moment, and his words and actions could be described as unscrupulous. As for the security guards, the reason why they turned a blind eye was, apparently, because they were afraid of the Zhu family's previous influence in the imperial capital. However, according to Lin Hao's guess, there seemed to be a dark hand controlling everything in secret, deliberately allowing Zhu Fujin to continue to do whatever he wanted. By then, it would be natural to accuse Zhu Fujin of causing trouble and completely uproot the Zhu family. And that black hand was naturally the emperor of the Great Yin dynasty, King Yin. A behind-the-scenes figure who plays with power for applause. The master said that we should break his legs first and then interrogate him. Go! The bald man in the lead laughed grimly, then suddenly rushed out, like a wolf pouncing on its prey, and pounced on Lin Hao head-on. At the same time, a red vortex of spiritual energy burst out from his hands. Don't let him get away. The moment the bald man made his move, the other 20 or so thugs from the Zhu family, with ferocious faces, formed a siege and rushed towards Lin Hao. Seeing the bald man rushing towards him, Kung Fu Fly flapped its wings and rushed out as well. It was extremely fast, and with a buzz sound, it instantly flew close to the bald man. Swish! The sharp claws, with a sound as if tearing through space, fiercely cut towards the bald man. What? The bald man's pupils shrank slightly at the sudden attack. Obviously, no one expected that an inconspicuous fly could have such fast speed and attack power. Although he was horrified, the bald man did not dare to underestimate it all. The spiritual energy in his palm suddenly burst out and condensed into a flaming palm shadow, attacking forward. Bang! A dull sound was heard, and the flaming palm shadow had just appeared, but it was torn apart by the fly claws in an instant like thin paper and suddenly exploded into a burst of fire. The Zhu family thugs around were affected by this, and were all knocked back, with their clothes burnt black. Although the scene was chaotic, Kung Fu Xiaoying's actions instantly took control of the situation. Lin Hao took this opportunity, rushed out suddenly, and while taking steps, he suddenly used the dragon step to shuttle through the crowd. His body movements were extremely mysterious, with the afterimages gathering together, like the shadow of a fire dragon wandering among many fighters. Wherever he passed, screams were heard. In just a dozen breaths, the 20 or so Zhu family thugs all had their tendons cut by the dragon-devouring sword. They all fell to the ground, screaming and groaning. Seeing that the situation was not good, the bald man's face was full of fear. In particular, the strong sense of oppression brought by the Kung Fu Fly made him tremble with fear, and he had no confidence in winning at all. So at this moment, he didn't care about anything else and turned around and ran away. Whoosh! However, before he could run a few steps, a cold light suddenly flashed by, and the bald man fell to the ground with a scream. There were two bloody cuts on his heels, deep enough to see the bone. With his hamstrings broken, he couldn't run away at all. He could only fall to the ground and howl in pain to gain sympathy, just like everyone else. This mysterious man is so awesome. Who on earth is he? Looking at this scene, the onlookers on the street were secretly surprised. However, there was an unconcealable excitement on their faces. Although they were afraid of the Zhao family, they couldn't help but secretly feel happy when they saw someone was able to defeat the Zhao family's thugs. Zhao Fujin, this rampant fat pig, finally hit a wall this time. In the eyes of everyone, Lin Hao, the mysteriously dressed warrior, was an indirect way for everyone to vent their anger. A bunch of rubbish. Seeing all his men being knocked down, Zhao Fujin was filled with shock and anger. He stretched out his finger, pointed at Lin Hao, and said, tremblingly, "I am the descendant of an official in the court. If you dare to hurt me, you will never escape from the imperial capital. I will confiscate your property and kill you." Lin Hao smiled coldly and said, "Copy my entire family? It's a pity that you didn't have the chance to see it." After saying that, the kung fu fly suddenly flew out, turned into a beam of light, and shot straight at Zhao Fujin. Zhao Fujin was so frightened that he was in a panic. Before the rune totem was inscribed, the kung fu fly had already pierced through his chest. The next moment, Zhao Fujin's fat body fell on the ground, dead instantly. Lin Hao looked at the corpse indifferently. He dared to kill people openly in the imperial capital this time, and he also had the analytical ability to rely on. In his opinion, King Yin sent the Mingda organization to assassinate officials in the court with the intention of wiping out the roots. Therefore, Zhao Fujin's death was just a matter of time. Killing the other party now is undoubtedly a natural thing for him. As for the government officials who know the inside story, they will most likely ignore the search for the murderer, and the case will eventually be left unresolved. Xiao Bai, let's go. Immediately, under the horrified gaze of everyone, Lin Hao performed the dragon step and quickly left the scene with Xiao Bai. Kung Fu Fly followed closely behind, looking around vigilantly to see if anyone was following him secretly. When he turned into a remote street corner and made sure that no one was following him, Lin Hao immediately took off his black cloak and restored his original identity. At the same time, he also put Kung Fu Fly into the pet backpack space and summoned the parrot Seabao again to use as a replacement for its eyes. He actually didn't expect this to happen right after he entered the imperial capital. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, I can only go to meet Ziyi in my current identity. Anyway, the other party knows my identity, so there is nothing to worry about. Just like that, Lin Hao came to the Jinhai Pavilion restaurant with a calm expression. At the waiter's invitation, he found a seat by the window, ordered a few signature dishes, and ate while waiting. Since becoming a killer, Lin Hao has become more and more vigilant. Every time I go out to eat, I have become accustomed to choosing a table near the window. In this way, even if something unexpected happens, you can jump out of the window and escape. No matter what environment you are in, you must leave yourself a way out. Chapter 90, Leader of the Underworld. During this wait, time passed slowly and night began to cover the entire imperial capital. As night falls, Jinhai Pavilion's business becomes increasingly popular, and the tables on the second floor are almost full. At this time, the waiter came over and said to Lin Hao respectfully, "Sir, have you finished your meal?" Looking at the empty plate, Lin Hao nodded and said, "Well, I'm waiting for someone. Sit for a while." As he spoke, Lin Hao casually took out 2 gold coins and handed them to the waiter as a tip. However, the waiter showed no sign of leaving. He continued to stand there and said with a smile, "There is a VIP room on the 3rd floor of our store. Guests can move there and wait. There will be an artist playing a song called Appointment in Purple Night." Hearing this, Lin Hao was about to say no, but then he had an idea. A date in the Purple Night? Lin Hao was slightly surprised. Could be a secret code? Because his boss, whose name is Ziyi, had agreed to meet here. If you think about the appointment with Ziyi, it is very consistent. It is not difficult to see that the woman is really cautious. Lin Hao immediately understood what he meant and said indifferently, "Okay." In this way, under the guidance of the waiter, Lin Hao came to the VIP room on the 3rd floor of the restaurant. Here, there are many private rooms arranged like a maze. Moreover, the sound insulation effect is excellent, and the noisy noise downstairs is almost inaudible here. Xiao Bai was wearing a fur hat and looking around curiously. "Sir, if you want to listen to the little song of Purple Night, please go to the third VIP room on the right of this corridor. The waiter spoke respectfully with a professional smile on his face. Lin Hao nodded calmly, then walked straight inside. In this quiet environment, Lin Hao's footsteps were crisp and loud. Lin Hao's face was calm, but the spiritual power in his body was already quietly circulating, ready to be prepared for any sudden changes at any time. Although Ziyi was his superior, he had only met him twice from the time they first met to the time they met in person. Lin Hao secretly became more cautious towards that kind of cold-blooded assassin. Soon, Lin Hao arrived at the private room that the waiter mentioned. However, I found that the door was not made of wood, but a metal door, which looked extremely sturdy. Moreover, one could vaguely sense a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy. Lin Hao had learned a little about the rune course in the magic class today. He guessed that there should be a rune formation hidden inside the metal door, but he couldn't be sure whether the runes contained therein were dangerous. After a slight hesitation, Lin Hao took out an iron rod from his storage ring and knocked on the metal door twice without any physical contact. Ding ding! As the hammer struck, a sound like the sound of a bell suddenly rang out. At the same time, Lin Hao stepped to the right and did not choose to stand directly in front of the door. After a while, the metal door opened. What came into view was a graceful purple figure with a cold face and eyes as clear as water, without any emotional fluctuations. This person is Lin Hao's immediate superior, Ziyi. You are quite cautious. Ziyi turned his eyes and looked at Lin Hao, who was standing beside the door and the iron sword in his hand, and couldn't help but speak. In our line of work, it's safer to be careful about everything. Lin Hao didn't care and smiled calmly. Very opinionated, good. As Ziyi spoke, a slight curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Normally, she was always as cold as ice, but this slight smile at this moment gave people a stunning feeling like blooming snowflakes. Gomein. Immediately, Ziyi brought Lin Hao into the room. With the help of Sibao's vision, Lin Hao looked around the environment inside. However, the room was very spacious, and the walls were all made of metal, almost airtight. In the central area, there's a long table and dozens of chairs. It looks like a conference room, and the atmosphere is solemn. At the very front of the table, there was a man in a black robe sitting upright. He was wearing a dark gold mask that covered the upper half of his face, making it impossible to see his features clearly. But he has a strong aura, and you can tell at first glance that he is no small character. There are 3 organizations in Minga: Sky, Fire, and Cloud. Ziyi looked at Lin Hao and explained, each group has different tasks to perform. The Heaven group focuses on killing. Fire team, main punishment. Cloud team, responsible for intelligence gathering. Having said this, Ziyi paused slightly. She stared at Lin Hao and continued, besides you and me, there is another person here. I believe that with your ability, you should have noticed it a long time ago. He is the leader of our Tian group. His name is Dark Eagle. After listening to what Ziyi said, Lin Hao nodded secretly. This is a preliminary understanding of the scale of the Underworld Pavilion, and none of its members use their real names. So you're Jinko. You look younger than I thought. At this time, the masked man Dark Eagle suddenly spoke. His voice is steady and powerful, and his tone of voice gives people a feeling that he is in control of everything. I heard from Ziyi that you have completed the mission. Do you have any proof? Dark Eagle asked with a sullen expression. It seems that it is extremely unreliable that Lin Hao could kill his prey so quickly, because in recent years, Yang Chengji has been hiding in the core campus of Tianyan Academy, and the assassins sent out by Minga have always returned in failure. During this period, they even fell into a trap set by Yang Chengji and lost 2 high-level assassins. Judging from the aura of Lin Hao in front of him, it is obvious that he only has the cultivation level of a 3rd-level warrior. Facing Yang Chengji, let alone sneaking into the core campus, it would be quite difficult even if he fought alone. Therefore, with all the doubts put together, it is hard to believe that Yang Chengji had really been assassinated by Lin Hao. When I speak, I always mean 1 and 2. Lin Hao said calmly. Since the mission has been completed, why should I be mysterious? After saying that, he didn't waste any more time talking to the other party. He reached for the storage ring with his right hand, took out a bloody package, and threw it directly on the table in front of him. Seeing Lin Hao's actions, Ziyi was slightly surprised. Darkhawk's eyes darkened slightly, as if he had guessed something. You want proof, right? This is the evidence. No need to guess, just open it and you will know. Lin Hao raised the corner of his mouth slightly. As he spoke, he pulled out a chair and sat down casually. That comfortable posture showed none of the restraint one would feel when facing a superior. In his view, the relationship between the two parties is like an employment relationship. You give me money, and I do the work. If the price cannot be agreed upon, the contract will be terminated. His point of view is that he will not submit to any organization. Chapter 91. The Fake. Inside the secret room, as Lin Hao threw a blood-stained package on the table, the atmosphere suddenly became quiet. After a moment of suspicion, Zi did not hesitate and walked forward decisively and opened the package directly. Suddenly, what came into view was a head. As a killer, the things you come into contact with the most are corpses. Therefore, at this moment, when Zi saw the head, his cold eyes remained calm. Instead, her eyes were carefully examining the facial features of the head. His face was ashen, showing obvious signs of poisoning. After taking a closer look, Zi discovered several obvious features of the head, which was indeed Yang Qingji himself. Team leader, the identity of the prey has been confirmed. Zi looked at Dark Eagle and reported briefly. Yeah, I saw that too. Dark Eagle nodded indifferently, but his pair of narrow eyes like an eagle's looked at Lin Hao with a little surprise. I didn't expect that this boy's task efficiency is just as Zi described before. Swift, ruthless, and without any delay. The Minge organization must not miss out on such talents. Congratulations. From today on, you will officially become a member of our Minga Tianzu. Dark Eagle laughed and looked at Lin Hao approvingly. Lin Hao's face was calm, and he asked calmly, for formal members, will their salaries also be increased accordingly? As far as I know, your previous salary was tens of millions, which is the standard monthly salary for members of our Underworld Pavilion and cannot be increased. Dark Eagle smiled faintly and said, however, your mission this time is beyond our expectations. If you complete a mission in the future, you will receive additional subsidies and rewards. Oh, Lin Hao raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, how much is the reward? Is it distributed in real time? Hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Dark Eagle's eyes. Obviously, he didn't expect that Lin Hao would be so materialistic. Everything they talk about is mainly about money and interests. Little did they know that Lin Hao could only afford to keep pets and continuously evolve his strength if he made money. Otherwise, how could every assassination mission be completed so smoothly? Only money can make the animal killer team grow and develop. The higher the mission level, the higher the reward. It seemed that Dark Eagle did not know how to explain this kind of reward and could only speak in general terms. After all, most members of the underworld regard money as dirt, and they only care about power and status. However, for Lin Hao, what he cares most about is the remuneration. What's the point of having official membership if you don't make money? In that case, it would be better to be a roaming assassin and take on random missions. Of course, relatively speaking, Lin Hao felt that the treatment in Minggu was good. Not only is there a guaranteed salary of tens of millions every month, but there is also performance-based dividends to be earned, which is quite generous. Therefore, Lin Hao nodded and smiled faintly. Okay, deal. Dark Eagle said solemnly, since you have agreed to join the Dark Pavilion, according to the rules, let's go through the process first. As soon as he finished speaking, he reached for the storage ring, took out a small dark green bottle, and placed it on the table. When he saw the small bottle, a strange look flashed in Ziye's eyes. What's the process? Relying on the shared vision of the four treasures, Lin Hao naturally saw the small bottle on the table. He felt that the stuff in the bottle was definitely not just a drink. Lin Hao couldn't help but be secretly cautious about this. Organizations need talents, but what they need even more are members who are completely loyal. Dark Eagle did not beat around the bush and said bluntly, this bottle contains poison. You need to take a pill every month to prevent the poison from attacking you. Any assassin who joins the underworld must drink this bottle to show their loyalty. After saying that, Dark Eagle looked at Lin Hao meaningfully. Venom. Hearing this, Lin Hao's heart sank slightly. It seems that the King of Fire is quite scheming and actually uses this method to control the Underworld Pavilion. In this way, no one dared to disobey orders, and there was not even the possibility of retreating. All his life, he unconditionally obeyed the Flame King because he needed the antidote. This move is indeed cruel and vicious. I'm sorry, but I refuse, Lin Hao said with an indifferent expression. Although Minggu has the royal background of the Great Yin dynasty and the treatment is generous, it is better not to have such an inhumane organization. You can refuse, but in order to keep the previous assassination mission secret, you have no choice but to die. As he spoke, Dark Eagle's face suddenly turned cold, and an extremely powerful spiritual energy fluctuation suddenly erupted. Z frowned slightly and stood silently by the side. She knew that the team leader was planning to use a tough strategy to force Lin Hao to take poison. It would be a pity to kill such a talent. If Lin Hao insists on refusing, then the only result will be death. Ninth level warrior. Feeling the powerful aura of Dark Eagle, Lin Hao's heart was suddenly filled with a heavy feeling. With his current strength, plus all his trump cards, facing a powerful ninth level warrior, it would be extremely difficult to even escape, let alone fight back. What's more, there's also a level 7 warrior Z next to him. If these two top assassins were combined, they would probably be able to kill me instantly without even a few moves. After measuring the strength of both sides, Lin Hao's heart sank a little. This time, we are undoubtedly faced with a dilemma. What to do? Lin Hao's mind was frantically thinking of ways to escape. At one moment, an idea suddenly occurred to him. As long as you don't drink the venom, it's okay, right? His wolf spider is undoubtedly the best object. After all, as wolf spiders are immune to all poisons, swallowing that kind of venom will not cause any harm, but will be a tonic. Thinking of this, Lin Hao's mind moved slightly, and he quietly released the wolf spider from the pet backpack space and hid it on his back. It seems that I have no choice. Lin Hao spread his hands and said helplessly. Without waiting for Dark Eagle to reply, Lin Hao took the initiative to step forward and picked up the bottle of venom. Immediately, he raised his head, as if to pour the venom into his mouth. Seeing this, Dark Eagle's eyes narrowed slightly, and the powerful aura surging from his body subsided a little. Spider, quick! Just as Lin Hao opened his mouth, he hurriedly issued an order in his heart. In an instant, the wolf spider activated its stealth skill to hide its whereabouts and suddenly crawled from Lin Hao's back into his open mouth. Just like that, under the eyes of Ziyi and Ning, Lin Hao poured all the poison in the bottle into his mouth. Gurgle! Lin Hao rolled his throat and pretended to swallow. In fact, all the venom that entered the mouth was swallowed by the wolf spider in its invisible state. That kind of cooperation can be said to be seamless. And the moment the venom was drained out, Lin Hao put the wolf spider back into the system's pet backpack space. Immediately, Lin Hao bit his tongue hard, and a sharp pain spread throughout his body. Lin Hao's face turned ugly in an instant. He half-crouched down in unbearable pain, with cold sweat pouring down his forehead. That expression was very similar to the heart-wrenching look after being poisoned. Chapter 92. Impacting the fourth spiritual vein. Dark Eagle watched with a cold gaze from beginning to end. During the whole process, he did not notice Lin Hao pretending to drink poison and nodded with satisfaction. In this way, Lin Hao's life and death in the future is controlled by the power of Minga. I hope you can remember this pain. If you dare to disobey me in the future, you will still die. Here is the antidote. Dark Eagle stared at Lin Hao indifferently, then took out an emerald green pill and threw on the ground. Seeing this, Lin Hao felt a chill in his heart. Fuck, remember this for me. Lin Hao cursed inwardly, but on the surface he still pretended to be pardoned. He quickly picked up the pill on the ground and put it into his mouth. Laugh. The pill melts as soon as it enters the mouth, instantly transforming into a stream of cool energy that flows to every part of the body. This energy travels around the body, as if trying to find toxins hidden in the meridians or blood vessels, thereby suppressing them to a certain extent. However, Lin Hao's body was clean, and there was no toxin that needed to be suppressed. In the end, all this cool energy could only flow into Lin Hao's dantian, nourishing the 3 surrounding spiritual veins. Under this kind of nourishment, Lin Hao was pleasantly surprised to find that the spiritual power in his spiritual veins suddenly boiled excitedly, and the original capacity actually increased a lot. Faintly, the abundant spiritual power was actually showing signs of impacting the 4th spiritual vein. Feeling the sudden surge of spiritual power in his body, Lin Hao suddenly felt his heart surging. Obviously, he had never imagined that this pill of antidote would have such an effect. I made money this time. As his mind changed, Lin Hao still squatted on the ground, pretending to be in pain. I've taken the antidote. Why aren't you well yet? Seeing this, Z couldn't help but ask. I don't know. It still hurts. Lin Hao frowned and said, why don't you give me another antidote to try? Hearing this, Dark Eagle's eyes darkened slightly, and he stared at Lin Hao with a slightly puzzled look. Did the antidote fail to work? This kind of example has occurred before. It's nothing more than that some inferior pills appeared during the refining process. Thinking of this, Dark Eagle didn't think too much about it and took out another pill. Anyway, since you have been infected with the Tianyang poison, you must take the antidote every month, otherwise the poison will invade your meridians and kill you. Therefore, even if Lin Hao wanted to play any tricks, he wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Thank you, team leader. Lin Hao immediately took the pill and swallowed it again. When he lowered his head, the corners of his mouth raised a barely perceptible arc. The energy of this pill should be enough to help him impact the fourth spiritual vein. As the pill entered his mouth, just like before, it immediately turned into a stream of cool energy that exploded in his body. Next, under the nourishment of this energy, the spiritual power in the three spiritual veins became turbulent like a volcanic eruption. Lin Hao's heart sank, and he immediately controlled all his spiritual power and rushed towards the barrier of the fourth spiritual vein. Bang! There's almost no suspense or obstacles. The invisible barrier, like fragile glass, shattered in an instant. For a moment, a large amount of spiritual power poured in frantically, continuously pouring into this newly opened spiritual vein. Lin Hao's body shook slightly. Then, I felt an unprecedented sense of power filling every cell in my body. Level 4 warrior. Lin Hao was overjoyed, as if a new world had suddenly appeared in his mind. Of course, he also understood that this breakthrough was not entirely due to the 2 antidote pills. That's because before this, the 2 marrow cleansing pills and 5 qi and blood pills obtained from the mansion lording Yuanzi had laid a good foundation in the body. The change in Lin Hao's aura undoubtedly attracted the attention of Dark Eagle and Ziyi. The two looked at Lin Hao in surprise. This guy actually achieved a breakthrough in this situation. This kind of situation has never been seen before. How do you feel now? Ziyi couldn't help but ask. It's already healed. Lin Hao stood up, his expression full of energy, without any sign of abnormality. Dark Eagle glanced at Lin Hao with deep eyes, and then said in a cold voice, "According to the intelligence collected recently, Yang Qingji is not the mastermind of this rebellion plan to seize power. His death will not affect anything. So, you should go back to Tianyan Academy for now and wait for the mission." Hearing this, Lin Hao's heart moved slightly, and he couldn't help but feel a little curious. Who is the mastermind behind this? From now on, Ziyi will be your partner, and she will distribute the antidote to you. Dark Eagle seemed to be a man of his word, and said calmly, "Including your salary and the additional subsidy reward for the mission." After saying this, he didn't say any more nonsense, and his body seemed to split into pieces, turning into a ball of black mist and slowly dissipating into the air. Seeing this scene, a hint of surprise appeared on Lin Hao's face. From this kind of spiritual energy fluctuation, it is not difficult to guess that Dark Eagle should be practicing dark martial arts. And it is very strange. Your determination to swallow the poison just now was beyond my imagination. Ziyi looked at Lin Hao and suddenly said, "I'm sorry that I didn't tell you in advance that joining our Ming Pavilion actually requires this process." She did say this with a hint of apology, because it was originally thought that Lin Hao's chance of completing the task was very slim, and he might even be killed by Yang Qingji. Therefore, the early steps were omitted, and even when the task was conveyed, Yang Qingji's personal information was not disclosed, leaving it entirely up to him to perform freely. However, Lin Hao's assassination skills were completely beyond her expectations. Hearing this, Lin Hao raised his eyebrows slightly. It seems that this cold and beautiful woman is not so cold-blooded and heartless. At least, there's a little empathy. Lin Hao asked, "So, you have swallowed poison before?" Ziyi nodded expressionlessly, as if he didn't mind at all, and said, "I have been an orphan since I was a child. I have been trained and raised by the organization until now. My life is no longer my own." Hearing this, Lin Hao fell silent. He did not agree with Ziye's words, but did not say much. In his opinion, my destiny is determined by myself, not by God. No one can dominate or manipulate it. Afterwards, during the conversation between Lin Hao and Ziyi, he came to understand some of the taboo rules of the Minge organization. The 2 main points are to carry out the mission and to be loyal to King Yen. If any of these points are disobeyed, the fire group in the underworld organization, which is responsible for punishment, will be dispatched. Then, In the name of King Yin, all those who disobey the order will be punished. The severity of the punishment is also very simple, the death penalty. In this regard, Lin Hao couldn't help but secretly feel fortunate that he had the wolf spider this time, which helped him to avoid the danger of swallowing the poison. He also gained some benefits from it, and with the help of the energy of the antidote, he was able to improve his skills to that of a 4th-level warrior. Chapter 93, Phantom Killing Platform. In the following days, Minga did not continue to assign tasks, and Lin Hao was happy to have some free time. Not only can I get a salary, but I can also study at Tianyin Academy, which is extremely comfortable. In this way, Lin Hao devoted himself wholeheartedly to practicing martial arts. Day after day, Lin Hao gradually adapted to the life in Tianyin Academy. Moreover, his understanding of martial arts is no longer as ignorant as before. He has learned to draw inferences from one example and integrate the principles of various moves. In this boring practice, several months passed in the blink of an eye. As autumn turns to winter, the weather starts to get colder. On this day, Lin Hao did not go to Xuanwu Hall or Lingyao Hall to attend classes as usual. He went to the southern area of the government office alone. There's an area designated as a training ground. Over the past 6 months, Lin Hao has been studying the theoretical knowledge of martial arts in order to lay a solid foundation. Therefore, he never used the 10 contribution points of the freshman badge. But now, he has completely consolidated the basic knowledge of various martial arts. Therefore, you can now really start to put your effort into cultivation. I haven't exercised for several months. I'll go try out the illusion killing platform first. Along the way, Lin Hao thought for a moment and decided on the direction of the training ground. The so-called illusion killing platform is actually a formation stone platform engraved with illusion runes. But it is different from ordinary illusions. In the illusion killing array, every sense is very realistic. Whether it is physical strength or ability, it all corresponds to reality. Being hurt hurts, and the horrible feeling before dying is also extremely real. Some people with low mental endurance may even think they are really dead and fall into a state of brain death. However, even so, the fantasy killing platform is still a popular training ground for many students. This is because the realistic mode of the illusion killing array not only allows them to quickly accumulate practical experience, but also allows them to break through their physical potential. After a while, Lin Hao arrived at the location of the fantasy killing platform. As soon as you look at it, it seems empty, just like a square. In the central area, there's a huge stone platform, about 10 meters wide. On the stone platform, various mysterious rune formations were engraved, and vaguely, there was an obscure energy fluctuation. Just by looking at the complexity of the runes, you can tell that this is an advanced formation. What made Lin Hao feel strange was that next to the stone platform, there stood a green stone wall. The blue stone was several feet tall, with a surface as smooth as a mirror. It was gleaming with light, and rows of golden characters appeared on it. Upon closer inspection, these fonts turned out to be names. The ranking list of the phantom killing platform? Looking at the name on the stone wall, Lin Hao's heart moved slightly, and he murmured to himself. Although this was his first time here, he had heard Raymond and Chini mention it before. Here at the fantasy killing platform, there is a ranking stone. The names on it will change in real time based on the strength tests of the students in the mansion every day. However, not everyone's name can appear on the ranking stone. Only those ranked in the top 1,000 can make the list. Sibao's eyes moved quickly, and he soon found Raymond's name on the ranking stone. It was indeed, as the latter said 2 days ago, in the combat power test on the phantom killing stage. He ranked 769th. There are about tens of thousands of students in the entire Tianyin Academy. Raymond's overall combat capability, coupled with the fact that he is a freshman, makes it very good for him to be in the top 1,000 on the fantasy killing stage. As for Chinyu, he was busy picking up girls all day long. For him, there was no time to come here to waste time. Immediately, Lin Hao controlled the 4 treasure site and moved it to the top of the ranking stone. The name above was several times larger than the font below, and it was shining with a scarlet light, making it extremely eye-catching. Yin Chun. Looking at the 2 big red characters, Lin Hao read them thoughtfully. He knew that the rulers of the great Yin dynasty belonged to the Yin family. Therefore, people with the surname Yin are generally royal relatives and nobles with royal blood. At the staircase of the fantasy killing platform, there stood 2 young men, each wearing a piece of red cloth on their right arm, with the word G written on it. This is the deacon group established by Tianyan Academy, which is mainly responsible for various miscellaneous affairs within the academy. The members are not mentors or law enforcement teams, but senior students. Most of these people are warriors from poor families. They have no money to buy contribution points, so they have to earn resources for cultivation through labor. At this time, two stewards were queuing up and registering the students who came to the fantasy killing platform to practice one by one. It has to be said that the fantasy killing platform is indeed a popular training venue, with a huge number of people queuing up. At a glance, there were at least 100 people. Lin Hao shook his head and smiled faintly. Now that he was here, he could only wait in line. Just like that, Lin Hao joined the team. His arrival immediately attracted some people's attention. Hey, isn't that first-year student Lin Hao? It is said that during the recruitment assessment, he was detected to have the ultimate talent for cultivation, but several months have passed. Why does he seem to be mediocre? That's nothing surprising. His talent is just that he absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth quickly. With his impaired eyes, what can he do? Tisk, it's pretty good for a blind man to reach this level. While looking at Lin Hao, the students around him all had surprised expressions on their faces and couldn't help but discuss in a low voice. They all had strange expressions, as if they wanted to see what kind of results Lin Hao would achieve on the illusion killing stage. If he couldn't even rank in the top 1,000, then his ultimate cultivation talent would truly be a waste. Because the cultivation and ranking of the fantasy killing platform are not determined by the level of cultivation. In the illusion, the simulated enemies are all judged by their own strength levels. For example, when a level 3 warrior enters the room, the phantom enemy he faces at the beginning is a level 3 warrior with cultivation. When a level 4 warrior enters the illusion, the enemies he faces are the same, starting from level 4. After that, as you kill more enemies, more powerful enemies will appear. So this ranking is very fair. Lin Hao remained indifferent to the whispers around him and waited quietly for his turn to go on stage. The formation of the illusion killing platform can accommodate 50 people practicing at the same time. As the group of people in front of them came on stage, the distance between Lin Hao's queue was suddenly shortened a lot. Counting the number of people, he will be the next in line. Looking at the students who had just come down from the illusion killing stage, he saw that they all looked pale, with a hint of fear still remaining in their eyes. Obviously, the death and despair they experienced in the illusion killing array left them with lingering fears. Buzz! At this time, the arrangement of the names on the ranking stone had obviously changed slightly. However, there was one name that kept jumping up, directly rising by 100 places. From the original 896th place, it directly dropped to the 788th place. Lin Hao discovered that the name was Yin Fengjun. He was no stranger to this guy. He is the second son of King Yin. I remember that on the night they first entered the mansion, they had some disputes in Fujingshuan. Qin Yu even took action and cast wind magic to teach Yin Fengjun's men a lesson. However, due to the status of the Qin family in the court, the second prince only spoke, and there was not much conflict between the two sides. After all, the next heir to the throne is still unknown. Even if he is the second prince, many high-ranking officials in the court will ignore him without strong abilities. What's more, the Qin mansion controls half of the military power of the Great Yin dynasty, and even King Yin is wary of it. Congratulations, Your Highness, your ranking has improved again. In a short time, you will definitely be in the top 100. The followers beside Yin Fengjun kept flattering him. However, Yin Fengjun remained unmoved and was still very dissatisfied with the result. He raised his head and couldn't help but glance at the top spot on the ranking stone, Yin Shun. The two teams' rankings were more than 700 places apart. This gap is too big. Why does that lowly bastard always put himself above me? Yin Fengjun frowned and snorted in dissatisfaction. It seemed that he found the name at the top of the list extremely annoying. Just as Yin Fengjun was about to leave, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of Lin Hao in the crowd out of the corner of his eye. Although he hadn't seen it for a long time, he recognized the parrot Seabow on Lin Hao's shoulder at once. All along, because of Yin Shun, he and Qin Yu often had conflicts. Now that he discovered that Lin Hao and Qin Yu were in the same dormitory and had a close relationship, Yin Fengjun felt like he had found an outlet. TSK, a blind man entering an illusion. I don't know if he can see anything. Yin Fengjun walked over sarcastically and stared at Lin Hao with a playful look on his face. Hearing this, Lin Hao's face darkened slightly. But considering the other party's status as a prince, he did not want to cause trouble and chose to ignore it. However, Yin Fengjun showed no intention of restraining himself at all. Seeing that Lin Hao remained silent, he continued to sneer and said, "You have been in Tianyin Academy for so long. This is probably your first time to come to the illusion killing stage, and you don't even have a rank. How about making a bet?" Hearing about the bet, Lin Hao seemed to be aroused. Betting means there is something to gain. As he has always been looking for ways to make money, this is undoubtedly exactly what he wants. Immediately, Lin Hao raised his eyebrows and asked, "What are you betting on?" Seeing Lin Hao taking the bait, Yin Fengjun raised his lips slightly and said jokingly, "As long as you can surpass me in the ranking stone, you can win 10 million taels. If you lose, this prince won't ask for your money. You can just run around the illusion killing stage naked." Hearing this, Lin Hao laughed. A few months ago, he plundered Yang Qingji's wealth, and with the salary from Mingo, he was worth at least hundreds of millions. 10 million taels are not enough in his eyes now. Seeing that Lin Hao was smiling but didn't respond, Yin Fengjun thought that Lin Hao was afraid and couldn't help but sneer. It seems that the so-called genius with ultimate talent is just like this. Lin Hao shook his head, raised a finger, and said calmly, 10 million is too little, at least this number 100 million. What? 100 million? Upon hearing this number, the follower next to Yin Fengjun suddenly blushed and shouted angrily, "You blind man, are you crazy about money?" Yin Fengjun's expression also changed slightly at this time. "I thought Lin Hao would be timid and afraid to make a bet, so I just laughed at him a few times to feel better." Unexpectedly, Lin Hao not only accepted the bet, but increased the stakes tenfold. A bet of 100 million. That amount is almost all his savings in recent years. At this moment, regardless of Yin Fengjun's status as a prince or Lin Hao's reputation in Tianyin Academy, the two of them standing together immediately attracted the attention of many people present. Especially when people heard about the bet between Yin Fengjun and Lin Hao, the atmosphere at the scene undoubtedly became lively. "What? Forget it if you don't have money to gamble." Lin Hao's mouth curled up, and he also retorted, "It seems that the so-called second prince is nothing more than this." This sentence undoubtedly stimulated Yin Fengjun. His face suddenly became extremely gloomy at this moment. "How dare you? How dare you be disrespectful to our second prince? You are courting death." The subordinate next to him shouted angrily, stepped forward suddenly, and slapped Lin Hao in the face. In his opinion, even if a blind man could become a warrior and knew how to locate object by sound, he would definitely not be able to dodge this palm at such a close distance. And just as he expected, Lin Hao stood there motionless, as if he was completely unaware of the attack, and showed no signs of dodging. "Laugh!" But at this moment, the parrot on Lin Hao's shoulder suddenly opened its mouth, and as its tongue trembled, a flash of lightning shot out. The sudden change caught the guy off guard. When he reacted, he felt as if his body was struck by lightning and was knocked flying backwards. Yin Fengjun's eyes turned cold. Seeing his subordinate flying backwards, he didn't even think of dodging. He just clenched his fist and created a fierce gust of wind, hitting the opponent's back. With just a crack sound, the man's spine broke into pieces in an instant, and then he fainted on the ground with a scream. Hiss! Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked and couldn't help but gasp. Obviously, they did not expect that the parrot that had been following Lin Hao had such a strong attack power. What kind of monster is this parrot that can release thunder? However, what shocked them even more was that Yin Fengjun actually struck so hard. He was indeed as cruel and brutal as the rumors had said. If he becomes the emperor of the great Yin dynasty in the future, he will be a tyrant and a misfortune for the people. 100 million taels, I accept your bet. Yin Fengjun stared at Lin Hao with a cold gaze and said in a low voice. Facing such a vicious character, Lin Hao still looked indifferent. Although the other party is a prince, there is no reason to refuse the wealth that comes to your doorstep. As for whether Yin Fengjun would cause trouble for him in the future, Lin Hao had no concerns at all, because he is now a member of the Minge organization and is the trump card force of the King of Fire. Just because of a small matter, he lost an assassin. King Yin can sit on the throne of the emperor, so he is naturally not so stupid. In the end, he might even scold Yin Fengjun in return. Therefore, in this matter, Lin Hao can be said to be fearless. Chapter 94: Military Weapons. Words are not enough. Hearing Yin Fengjun's willingness to mention the bet of 100 million taels, Lin Hao said calmly, "Show your integrity first." Just kidding, if it's just talking, even 10 billion would be no problem. What Lin Hao cares most about is whether this guy has any stock on him. If you lose and cannot withdraw the money, wouldn't it become a blank check? Boy, I advise you to stop now. Yin Fengjun stared at Lin Hao with a gloomy face, as if he was suppressing the anger that was about to explode in his patience. Although the bet had not yet begun, in his opinion, Lin Hao's words were clearly full of sarcasm, questioning his noble status. In the past, every commoner would be timid when seeing him. It was only once in a while that there was someone as arrogant and rude as Lin Hao. Therefore, at this moment, Yin Fengjun felt that his dignity had been seriously challenged. You were the one who asked me to make a bet, but you told me to stop. Are you kidding me? Lin Hao spread his hands and said calmly, if you want to bet, take out the principal first, and the seniors present here can also testify for us. Don't you think so? After saying that, Lin Hao turned to face the students around him and deliberately provoked them. Yes, we can all testify to that. If you are willing to accept the loss, it will be meaningless if you can't afford to lose. And just as Lin Hao expected, under his instigation, some people who were watching the fun immediately became active. Anyway, there are so many people present. Even if Yin Fengjun holds a grudge against him, he has no way of remembering everyone. Therefore, at that moment, amid the jeers of the crowd, Yin Fengjun's expression became increasingly ugly. Indistinctly, he even regretted making a bet with Lin Hao. After all, from just now until now, Lin Hao has always looked calm, as if he is very confident. Besides, Lin Hao had never been trained or tested on the illusion-killing platform before, so he had no idea how capable he was. With this association, the ending might be a bit suspenseful. As his mind changed, Yin Fengjun suddenly lost his confidence. But now that the bet has been made public, and with everyone's encouragement, he can't help but feel like he's in a difficult situation. If he were to go back on his word and admit defeat, he would undoubtedly lose face as a prince. With the help of Sibao's vision, Lin Hao looked at Yin Fengjun in front of him. Seeing his changing expression, he seemed to be showing signs of retreating. This fat sheep that has come to your doorstep cannot run away. You can't even come up with 100 million tails, but you want to bet with me? Forget it. Lin Hao shook his head, a playful smile appearing on the corner of his mouth, deliberately provoking the other party. As expected, Yin Fengjun was provoked by this and felt a little embarrassed. He shouted coldly, it's just a mere 100 million taels. This prince doesn't even care about it. After saying that, he took out a gold card with the word Yin engraved on it and a dragon-shaped totem lingering around it. This gold card is the currency card exclusively used by the royal family of the Great Yin dynasty. Even if the deposit is used up, you can still overdraw, which is equivalent to borrowing. After all, with a strong royal background, the merchant alliance of the Sangxiong continent does not have to worry about debt evasion. It doesn't matter if there's a card. It's still unknown whether there's money in it. Let me check it for you. Just then, a young man in black came over with a smile. Sibao turned his head and glanced sideways. Lin Hao immediately discovered that this person was his classmate in the warrior class, Gu Yunla. After several months of getting along, the relationship between Lin Hao and Gu Yunla is no longer as unfamiliar as before. Moreover, they had dinner together several times, and their relationship could be considered that of friends. Gu Yunla walked closer and secretly winked at Lin Hao. The meaning is very clear, don't worry, I'm supervising. Open your eyes. You may never make so much money in your lifetime. Yin Fengjun snorted coldly and threw the gold card directly to Gu Yunla. 69,560,000. That's not enough. We still need more than 30 million. Gu Yunla was also not polite. He scanned the card with his spiritual sense and read out the amount on the card loudly. This brat. Gu Yunla's behavior undoubtedly made Yin Fengjun's face even more gloomy, and anger emerged in his eyes. But for the sake of face, he had to take out his treasured treasures from his storage ring. It was a silver-black longsword. Although the blade was not unsheathed, one could clearly feel a sharp energy fluctuation. It must be no ordinary item. This black jade knife is an Earth-level treasure, worth at least 50 million, enough to make up the 100 million gambling money. Yin Fengjun stared at Lin Hao with a gloomy look and said meaningfully, you have a big appetite. I hope this knife won't make you die. Hearing this, Lin Hao smiled indifferently and said, I accept everyone who comes. There is no need for the second prince to worry about this. Yin Fengjun snorted angrily and said no more. Okay, since both parties have made the bet, let's finalize it. Gu Yunla grinned and said loudly, we all bear witness here together. At this time, The group of students who had been tested on the phantom killing platform had come out one after another. However, the performance of these people was mediocre, and there was no sign of their names on the ranking stone jumping. Next batch, get ready. Immediately, the steward in charge of registering the illusion killing platform for cultivation urged, "Hurry up, don't waste everyone's time." However, the students at the front of the team were unmoved at this moment, and some even voluntarily left the team and planned to give up. There is no doubt that they all came to watch the fun and did not want to miss the bet between Lin Hao and Yin Fengjun. Therefore, Lin Hao was the only one left in the queue. Lin Hao didn't care about this and walked directly up the stone stairs to the illusion killing platform. "You stupid blind man, I want to see what you have that can surpass my ranking." A cold light flashed in Yin Fengjun's eyes, and he stared at Lin Hao ferociously. As for the henchman whose spine was shattered by his punch just now, he had already been carried away by the other two henchmen. Due to the prince's special status, as long as he does not cause anything too outrageous in Tianyan Academy, he will not be punished. Besides, the person who was injured was just a follower of Yin Fengjun and would not cause any dispute. Just like that, Lin Hao stepped onto the fantasy killing platform under the gaze of everyone. Lin Hao took a quick glance and found that the illusion killing platform was covered with runes and divided into dozens of small areas. Obviously, these small areas are the number of people that can be accommodated during the stage test. Lin Hao randomly chose a seat and sat cross-legged. "Please take out your personal badges." The contribution points consumed by the phantom killing platform are 10 each time. The deacon came over and gave instructions. Lin Hao flipped his palm lightly and took out his school badge from the storage ring. Immediately, the steward recorded the personal information for the period and deducted 10 contribution points from it. The balance of contribution points in his school badge suddenly dropped to 0. If you need to redeem it in the future, 10 contribution points will be worth 100,000 taels. This kind of exchange of chips is easy for a nobleman. But for those warriors who came from poor backgrounds, it was far beyond their reach. In a situation where resources are relatively unfair, if low-level warriors want to stand out, they can only have greater fortune if they're lucky enough to get some great opportunity. Otherwise, even if one has decent talent, without a steady supply of resources to support it, the best time to practice martial arts will be wasted in the early stages, and one will eventually fall into mediocrity. Buzz! After a while, the formation of the illusion killing platform was suddenly activated. Instantly, the runes on it began to wriggle strangely, and an extremely obscure energy fluctuation spread out. As this energy wave spread out, Lin Hao's body was actually covered by a curtain of light. However, the parrot Sibao on his shoulder was blown out and could not enter the illusion with Lin Hao. This is trouble. Noticing this scene, Lin Hao's heart sank slightly. There's no pet to help, and I can't see. When it came to killing the enemies in that illusion, he suddenly lost confidence in whether he could surpass Yin Fengjun's ranking. In an instant, Lin Hao's vision fell into darkness. But soon, he was surprised to find that the vision in front of him gradually became clear from hazy. Moreover, this vision did not come from the shared vision of the four treasures, but from his own eyes. Lin Hao's heart was shocked, and he realized something at that moment. "I can see now." Lin Hao suddenly felt his heart surge, and he looked around. However, the environment here is still on the fantasy killing stage. It was just that the surroundings were silent, and there was no one in the audience, as if they were isolated from the world. Obviously, he is now in a fantasy world. Being able to see things with his own eyes for the first time, Lin Hao felt an irrepressible excitement. He never expected that this illusion could be so magical as to filter out the defect in his eyes. In this way, his overall combat power will undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. After all, in the past we relied on the shared vision of pets, and the angle of vision was obviously different from that of our own eyes. Therefore, when performing martial arts or fighting with others, your brain needs to judge the deviation of visual angle in advance so that you can make quick adjustments. Lin Hao took a deep breath, and everything within his field of vision became clear at a glance. That feeling is like rebirth from nirvana, extremely refreshing. Swoosh! At this moment, Lin Hao discovered that a green light suddenly appeared out of nowhere not far ahead. Then, the light and shadow gradually condensed, and in just a few breaths, it formed a human warrior holding a long sword. Is this guy the enemy in the illusion? Lin Hao's eyes narrowed slightly, feeling the fluctuations of the other party's breath. Just like his cultivation level, he was a level 4 warrior. It seems that the setting of this fantasy killing platform is still very user-friendly, and it won't cause a master to appear all of a sudden, thus dampening the enthusiasm of the testers. He had heard Raymond say before that in the illusion, one could imagine any weapon that he had touched before and use it for his own benefit. Thinking of this, Lin Hao's mind moved slightly, and he tried to imagine the appearance of the weapon in his mind. Immediately, almost in the blink of an eye, a light flashed in front of him, and an AK-47 assault rifle appeared. It really works. Seeing this, Lin Hao's eyes lit up, and he excitedly grabbed the AK-47. In his previous life, he had a buddy who was an international mercenary. When he returned home, he privately showed him an AK-47. Out of curiosity, Lin Hao took his AK-47 into the mountains and fired a few shots. In this case, corresponding to the rules in the illusion array, it can also be regarded as a weapon that is touched personally. Looking at the AK-47 in his hand, Lin Hao's lips curled up with an intriguing smile. Since this is a bet that involves one's own interests, it is naturally impossible to follow the rules, so it is necessary to cheat. Call. At this time, the illusion warrior remained silent for a few seconds, then moved and rushed towards Lin Hao. He was extremely agile, like a nimble cheetah, rushing over suddenly. At the same time, a powerful spiritual energy burst out from his body and poured into the sword. And his first move was a killing move. Bang! Lin Hao didn't even try to dodge, but shot directly at the opponent's forehead, and a loud gunshot was heard. In an instant, the bullet burst out suddenly and shot directly through the head of the illusion warrior, killing him instantly. The warrior in the illusion was not a real person. His eyes before death were still cold and mechanical. He was not shocked by the military weapons that did not belong to this world. Immediately, his body lying on the ground gradually became nothingness until it disappeared. Then, light and shadow flickered, and a phantom mirror warrior appeared again. But this time, it wasn't just one. The number has increased to 2, and their cultivation is at the level of 4th-level warriors. However, just as the 2 illusion warriors were about to take action, Lin Hao had already performed the dragon step, moved behind them, and quickly pulled the trigger. Suddenly, a series of thump-thump sounds were heard, and the 2 illusion warriors were shot dead in an instant. Interesting. Lin Hao held an AK-47 in his hand, looking excited. Although the martial artists in this world mainly absorb spiritual energy to temper their bodies. But no one with flesh and blood can resist such powerful weapons. Unless the speed of dodging is faster than the firing speed of the bullet, or the strength of the body reaches an astonishing level, it will be impossible to resist. At this time, outside the illusion killing array, the crowd watching all looked in disbelief. They all looked in surprise, looking at the 3 red rays appearing above Lin Hao's head, their faces filled with shock. As everyone knows, the number of enemies killed by the illusion killing array will be displayed outside the tester's body. In other words, Lin Hao had just entered and had already killed 3 illusion warriors. Moreover, in terms of cultivation, they are all level 4 warriors like Lin Hao. You know, Lin Hao had just entered for less than 5 minutes, and he had already killed 3 warriors of the same level. Such an incredibly fast speed of killing the enemies is truly amazing. Yin Fengjun in the crowd had an ugly look on his face at the moment, his eyes fixed on the 3 red lines that appeared on Lin Hao's body, hoping that he had seen it wrong. Even when facing a fantasy warrior of the same level, he can still kill him. But in terms of speed, he is not as terrifying as Lin Hao. Chapter 95, Exiting the Illusion. After the 3 illusion warriors were shot to death, the next light and shadow that appeared was not a human, but the outline of a demon beast. Roar. Soon, along with a ferocious beast roar, the beast's shadow also completely solidified. What a huge spider! Lin Hao's eyes narrowed slightly, and when he saw the appearance of the monster clearly, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Black armored spider, a 4th-level monster. But this monster was huge in size, and its body was covered with layers of dark red armor. Especially the 2 fangs at the corners of its mouth, which are sharp and long, and look very ferocious and terrifying. At this moment, its pair of scarlet eyes were locked on Lin Hao's figure, and its cold eyes were mixed with a strong, bloodthirsty intent. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Without any hesitation, the black-armored spider appeared and pounced towards Lin Hao. The 8 sturdy legs beneath its body moved at the same time, at an astonishing speed. Seeing this, Lin Hao slammed his feet against the floor, retreated violently, and suddenly opened fire with the AK-47 in his hand. Instantly, a series of bullets shot towards the black-armored spider as if tearing through the air. However, the bullets that had previously been ineffective against the illusionary warriors suddenly became completely ineffective. The bullets seemed to hit the metal steel plates, making a clang-clang sound, but they could not cause any damage to the black-armored spider at all. What a strong defense! Looking at this scene, Lin Hao couldn't help but take a breath. I am quite surprised by the black-armored spider's shell defense. Bang! 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 Lin Hao pulled the trigger again and fired dozens of bullets in succession. However, under the fierce shooting of the AK-47, the black-armored spider was not injured. Instead, its ferocious animal nature was aroused, and it roared and pounced towards Lin Hao. Lin Hao was secretly shocked by this. Obviously, no one expected that the shell of this black-armored spider was so abnormal that even bullets could not cause any damage to it. I just don't believe that the next heavy machine gun won't kill you. As his mind turned, a hint of madness appeared on Lin Hao's face. Then, at the moment of flashing light, the AK-47 assault rifle in Lin Hao's hand was replaced by a machine gun. Next to it, there's a long chain of bullets. Gatling gun. This is a 6-barreled revolving machine gun. Its lethality is extremely terrifying. Once the trigger is pulled, bullets will be fired continuously at a high frequency in an instant. The power is terrifying. Lin Hao held the heavy machine gun in both hands, and the madness in his eyes became more and more intense. Bang! 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 In an instant, deafening gunshots suddenly exploded in the illusion. Blue fire gushed out of the gun barrel, and huge bullets were fired out continuously with powerful explosive force. Under this crazy sweep, the black-armored spider that pounced over was blasted back, letting out a shrill scream. In just a dozen breaths, the huge body of the black-armored spider was blown into a hornet's nest, and it died heroically. The Gatling gun is really powerful. Lin Hao's mouth curled up with excitement, and he exclaimed with satisfaction. In his previous life, although he had never actually used a Gatling gun, he had at least had the opportunity to touch and feel it, including some grenades. Lin Hao passed the 4th level of illusion again. Outside, when the number of red lines above Lin Hao's head increased again, the onlookers couldn't help but be secretly shocked. Although the testing and practice of the illusion killing array is endless, every time an enemy is eliminated, the next wave of illusion enemies will be stronger. However, now, the number of red lines above Lin Hao's head means that he has killed the 3rd wave. Most of the people present had practiced on the illusion killing platform, and they were very familiar with the 3rd wave of illusion enemies. That is a magical beast with the same level of strength as the tester, which means that Lin Hao is facing a 4th level magical beast just now. But everyone knows that Warcraft is naturally ferocious, and its body is obviously much stronger than human flesh and blood. If you hit it, it probably won't do much harm. But if you're bitten by it, you will either die or be injured. This is why, in most cases, even if their strengths are equal, Warcraft at the same level are stronger than human warriors. However, Lin Hao only took a few minutes to pass the level easily. How on earth did he do it? Thinking of this, everyone's heads were already a little numb. Lin Hao's combat power had risen to an unimaginable level. At that level, even Yin Shun, who ranks 1st in the stone world, may not be able to reach him. At this moment, Yin Fengjuan's face was as ugly as it could be. He couldn't help but take a look at the Wanjin card and the black jade knife that Gu Yunla had already taken away, and couldn't help feeling a little distressed. I didn't expect this kid to be so secretive. It would be foolish to become his enemy again. Yin Fengjuan's eyes darkened slightly, and as soon as he thought about it, he had another idea. King Yin is now old, and ever since the crown prince died for no reason 10 years ago, he has yet to appoint a new crown prince. This also led to many princes beginning to covet the throne, and they've been fighting openly and secretly in the court, and even divided into several major factions. In order to attract talents, the princes spent a lot of money to raise a group of death warriors to be ready for emergencies at any time. So at this moment, after Yin Fengjun discovered Lin Hao's huge potential, he did not feel jealous at all, but instead admired him more in his heart. Recommend him to Big Brother. This kid will definitely be a great help in the future fight for the throne with that bastard Yin Shun. Yin Fengjun showed a sneer on his face and was very sure of his own vision. He and the eldest prince were different from the other princes in that they were brothers from the same father and mother. Therefore, when it came to the faction fighting for the throne, he stood on the side of the eldest prince. If his eldest brother ascends the throne in the future, he will also be able to gain many benefits from it. They were even granted titles and honors, and were given a fertile territory. Even if they did not have the throne, the territory was like a country within a country, and they were allowed to do whatever they wanted. The more Yin Fengjun thought about it, the more excited he became. He was determined to recruit Lin Hao as his subordinate. More importantly, if Lin Hao is really on the ranking stone this time, he will squeeze out Yin Shen's #1 position and recruit him as his subordinate. That situation undoubtedly put a lot of pressure on Yin Shen. Of course, there were many people who shared the same idea as Yin Fengjun, and some had even secretly burned talismans to pass the message to their respective masters. At this time, Lin Hao began to face the fourth wave of enemies in the illusion and killing realm. This time, a man and a beast appeared. The 4th level warrior swordsman, and a 4th level monster blue shadow wolf. The difficulty level has obviously increased a bit. If it were in reality, without the help of the system pet, even if I could win by using all my trump cards, I would probably still have to fight hard against this man and this beast. However, the situation is completely different. Bang, bang, bang! Lin Hao was seen holding a Gatling machine gun, and the dense bullets were madly sweeping forward like a rainstorm. Although the human warrior had a quick reaction and was swinging the sword in his hand, he was quickly defeated by the heavy bombardment of bullets and died on the spot without any suspense. As for the green shadow wolf, due to its magical talent of wind attribute, it was extremely agile. As it leaped and ran, it turned into a series of green afterimages and dodged several waves of bullets. However, due to the rules set by the illusion, no matter whether it is a human or a monster that appears, neither will escape. In this way, the green shadow wolf dodged the bullets while looking for an opportunity to approach Lin Hao. Every jump it makes brings the two sides closer. Finally, when the green shadow wolf flew to an area several meters away from Lin Hao, a cold light flashed in its eyes, and it grinned with its mouth full of sharp teeth and pounced on Lin Hao head-on. If Lin Hao was bitten by this one, half of his head would be cracked on the spot. Finally here, Lin Hao's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he had been waiting for this opportunity. At that moment, he leaned back on the ground, holding the Gatling machine gun in both hands, and swept fiercely at the green shadow wolf that pounced from above. Bang, bang, bang! In an instant, the green shadow wolf was blown away without any suspense and disappeared in a bloody mess. The next 5th wave of illusion enemies suddenly increased to 2 level 4 warriors and 2 magical beasts. With this number of enemies, the Gatling gun alone can no longer produce much effect. Lin Hao's mind moved slightly, and as he imagined the shape of the weapons, a large number of grenades suddenly appeared in front of him. At that moment, Lin Hao swept the area with a gun in one hand and picked up a grenade in the other hand, pulled the fuse and threw it directly. One of the monsters opened its mouth and pounced, and the grenade was thrown right into its mouth. Bang! A shocking explosion sounded. The monster's head was blown to pieces in an instant. Bang! 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 Following closely, the other 2 warriors and the green shadow wolf were also bombarded by grenades one after another, and were almost completely unable to resist and turned into a bloody mess. The 6th wave of illusion enemies. Looking at the 8 flashing lights appearing in front of him. 4 warriors, 2 green shadow wolves, and 2 black-armored spiders. Sure enough, it doubled again. Lin Hao was right. No wonder the higher the ranking of a person, the more they could define the level of their comprehensive combat capability. The ranking list on the fantasy killing stage is undoubtedly a test of everyone's actual combat against the enemy. Thump, thump, thump. Bang, 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 bang. For a moment, the sounds of machine gun fire and grenade explosions rang out one after another in the illusion, and it was like smoke everywhere. Due to the increase in the number of enemies, even though Lin Hao had a cheat, he was beginning to be overwhelmed. Especially the coordinated combat between the 4 monsters and the 4 warriors became more difficult. In the end, Lin Hao was forced to use the ape transformation and activate the dragon warrior form. His aura soared instantly. The powerful dragon scale arm punched the black-armored spider hard. Bang! The air exploded under his fist. The shell, which was as hard as steel, was penetrated directly, leaving a bloody hole. Lin Hao's strength has skyrocketed, and his combat power is comparable to level 5, so is quite smooth to deal with. Those human warriors and magical beasts at the fourth level could no longer threaten him. Immediately, he made a concerted effort, using the weapons and munitions from his previous life, and quickly killed all the enemies in the illusion with ease. It's a pity that I've never come into contact with a rocket launcher before, otherwise it would definitely be a devastation in this illusion. Lin Hao sat on the ground, breathing slightly hard, sighing while waiting for the next wave of illusion enemies to arrive. The breakthrough has reached the seventh wave. This was also the result where Yin Chun stopped in the illusion. Although he didn't make it through in the end, he still ranked first in the ranking stone, and his fame at Tianyin Academy shocked everyone. He was even rewarded by King Yin for this. At this time, the surrounding lights and shadows flashed, and the seventh wave of challenges was about to begin. When Lin Hao saw the condensed phantom enemies and their dense numbers, he couldn't help but take a breath. This was because these enemies, undoubtedly corresponding to his increased strength after his transformation into a dragon, were all level 5 warriors and level 5 magical beasts. And the dense number of them is absolutely enough to make one's scalp tingle. Roar! A ferocious beast roar was heard, and dozens of green shadow wolves, black-armored spiders, and other unknown species of magical beasts all jumped up in an instant. They opened their bloody mouths and ran towards Lin Hao with a rumble. At the same time, the group of level 5 warriors, holding various weapons, performed martial arts moves one after another and attacked Lin Hao violently. Bring it on! Seeing this scene, Lin Hao looked dauntless, with more than 100 grenades piled up around him. The spiritual energy on Lin Hao's body spread and directly pulled the fuse of all the grenades. Bang! The next moment, a shocking explosion sounded. The terrifying flames raged wildly like a volcanic eruption, instantly engulfing the surrounding illusion warriors and monsters. Among them was Lin Hao. All of them turned to ashes in an instant. When his mind returned to his body, Lin Hao opened his eyes with a pale face, only to find that the vision in front of him had become dark again. Obviously, when he returns to the real world, his eyes will fall into darkness again. While Lin Hao sighed inwardly, he also activated the shared vision of the 4 treasures. Look, Lin Hao has regained consciousness, and he has come out of the illusion. Noticing Lin Hao's sigh, everyone present was suddenly in an uproar. Immediately afterwards, countless gazes were directed towards the ranking stone next to the illusion-killing platform. They were also quite excited and curious about the ranking that Lin Hao would see on the stone wall next. If Lin Hao's ranking is lower than Yin Fengjun, then according to the previous bet, Lin Hao must run around the phantom-killing platform. However, judging from Lin Hao's performance just now, that situation is obviously extremely slim. What they are most concerned about now is undoubtedly Lin Hao's ranking, whether he can surpass the top position on the ranking stone and ascend to the throne. Buzz! Just as everyone was eagerly waiting, the runes on the ranking stone flashed and began to ripple with an obscure energy fluctuation. Seeing this scene, everyone looked a little stern and stared at it with burning eyes. The ranking results are finally going to be announced. Chapter 96 Final Result. Most of the students who had received the news rushed over to the Huansha platform, just in time to witness the results that were about to be announced on the ranking stone. Buzz! Suddenly, runes flashed on the stone wall, and at the very bottom, the name Chun Dachui gradually faded away, as if it was erased by an invisible force. Then, the 2 words Lin Hao suddenly appeared. Lin Hao's name appeared. Seeing this scene, everyone stretched their necks and stared closely. They all knew that Lin Hao's appearance on the ranking stone meant that the next step would be to rush to the top of the list. Just as they expected, after a few moments of silence, the name Lin Hao at the bottom suddenly fluctuated and finally began to exert its strength. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Under the gazes of countless people, Lin Hao's name, like a madly galloping beast, rushed directly to the top of the ranking stone. Before everyone had time to be surprised, Lin Hao had already surpassed Yin Fengjun, who was ranked 788th, and directly pushed him down 1 place. However, Lin Hao's momentum had not weakened at all, and with the help of the rune light, he continued to surge upwards. More than that, Lin Hao has won the bet. Seeing this, everyone's eyes flickered. That look seemed to be a matter of course. After all, Lin Hao's performance at the illusion-killing arena at the beginning had already made them prepared. As for Yin Fengjun in the crowd, although he felt a little unhappy when he saw his ranking dropped, his eyes became more and more burning. We must take down that bastard Yin Shun. He stared at the ranking stone with blazing eyes, a hint of perverted excitement on his face. I can't wait to see the pleasure of seeing my half-brother being knocked off the top spot. In the end, Lin Hao's momentum did live up to his expectations. He rushed to the top, forcing out Yin Chen's name and firmly occupying the top spot. At the same time, Lin Hao's name suddenly became several times larger and flashed with a scarlet light, dazzling. The new king of the fantasy killing platform is finally born at this moment. First place. Oh my god, he really did it. This is incredible. When everyone present saw Lin Hao's ranking, they immediately gasped. Shocking screams were heard one after another. You know, Yin Chen's name has been on the ranking stone for nearly 2 years. Moreover, that process did not lead to the top of the list in one go. It took more than 10 times in total to achieve this result. However, today Lin Hao had just come to the illusion killing platform to test his training, but he suddenly rushed to the top of the list. This guy is such a monster. Of course, there was still a small number of people who still stared at the ranking stone, as if they could not believe the ranking results displayed on the stone wall. Could there be something wrong with this ranking stone? Although Lin Hao has the ultimate talent for cultivation, he is a blind man. How can his overall combat power be that strong? That's impossible. The ranking stone was cast by the first dean who founded Tianyan Academy. There has never been a problem over the years. For a moment, there were doubts and rebuttals in the crowd, and the atmosphere was quite lively. As Lin Hao walked down from the fantasy killing platform, the discussions finally stopped. Everyone's eyes were suddenly focused on Lin Hao. They all had awe for the new champion of the fantasy killing stage rankings. Brother Hao, your fighting ability is beyond my imagination. Gu Yunle immediately walked over excitedly with a look of admiration on his face. Here, this is your trophy. Immediately, he handed the black jade knife and the Wanjin card in his hand to Lin Hao. Thank you very much. Lin Hao smiled indifferently and then unceremoniously transferred all the more than 60 million balance in the Wanjin card to his own card. As for the black jade knife, Lin Hao felt it was a bit chilly when he held it, and there was a faint fluctuation of dark spiritual energy in the air. It's a good knife. After briefly sensing the material of the black jade knife, Lin Hao nodded secretly. Originally, I just wanted to come to the fantasy killing stage to practice today, but unexpectedly, I made a lot of money instead. This trip was worth it. Lin Hao, you're a martial arts genius worthy of admiration. This time, I am willing to admit defeat, and the spoils will belong to you. At this time, Yin Fengjun came over with a smile on his face, praising Lin Hao highly. Hearing this, the people around were suddenly stunned. They couldn't help but feel that the second prince changed his expression too quickly. He had been speaking harshly to Lin Hao before, but unexpectedly he is so polite now. What on earth is going on? Lin Hao was quite surprised by Yin Fengjun's sudden change, and secretly kept an eye on him to prevent him from plotting anything. In a few days, it will be the winter sun season. My brother, the eldest prince, and I will host a banquet at the Prince Taiwei's mansion. I specially invite you to attend. I suddenly remembered that I have something else to do, so let's just make it a deal for now. After saying that, Yin Fengjun did not give Lin Hao time to reply or refuse, and immediately turned and left. No matter how dumb the people around you are, they can see it. The second prince undoubtedly took a fancy to Lin Hao's ability and wanted to turn his enemy into a friend, so he extended an olive branch. TSK, TSK. The eldest prince is the most powerful among all the princes today. Lin Hao is having a banquet with the eldest prince. He's going to make a big splash this time. Instantly, many astonished eyes were cast on Lin Hao, and they all felt extremely envious of the latter's luck. Brother Hao, you're not bad. After you come out of the illusion killing stage, you'll make this narrow-minded second prince look at you with new eyes. Gu Yunle reached out and patted Lin Hao's shoulder, saying with a smile, Haha, I'm impressed. Lin Hao smiled calmly and said, If it's the Hongmen banquet, then it's another matter. Hongmen banquet. Hearing this, Gu Yunle blinked his eyes and asked curiously, What is that? Is it delicious? Lin Hao smiled and shook his head. How could the people in this world know about the so-called Hongmen banquet that was widely circulated in the previous life? Simply put, it was actually a banquet that involved conspiracy or bad intentions. If you go to this kind of banquet, you have to obey no matter what. Otherwise, you will face fatal disaster. He knew that ever since the crown prince died without cause, various factions within the palace had been turbulent, and the princes had even gone to the extent of killing each other in their fight for the throne. The fight for the throne in every dynasty has always been extremely cruel. If you stand in the wrong position, you will definitely not have a good ending. Lin Hao naturally didn't want to get involved in this muddy water. I have something else to do. Let's talk another day. As there were many people around, Lin had to not explain too much to Gu Yunle. After saying hello, he left alone. Little did he know that, because he had won the top spot on the ranking stone list, the people present had already passed the news on using sound transmission notes. As the news spread, this kind of public opinion instantly erupted throughout the Tianyan Academy. Therefore, at this moment, a number of figures are rushing towards the fantasy killing platform, intending to see with their own eyes whether the names on the ranking stone are true. Chapter 97 New Mission. Look, Lin Hao is there. Then why are we running? We can find out the result by asking him first. Halfway through, those people noticed Lin Hao, who was walking towards them, and immediately surrounded him one by one. Lin Hao, have you really reached the first place in the ranking stone of the illusion killing platform? We just received news, is this true? For a moment, many noisy sounds bombarded Lin Hao's eardrums. You'll know for yourself if you go and see for yourself. Faced with so many people coming, Lin Hao was also feeling overwhelmed. So after he left behind a few words, he immediately used the dragon steps to quickly shuttle through the crowd and soon disappeared without a trace. Tisk, you're gone so quickly, I guess the news is probably fake. It's more than 80%, definitely 100%. Look, he doesn't even have the courage to face it. Yes, let's go check it out now. Seeing Lin Hao suddenly run away, the students became even more suspicious, and most of them showed contempt on their faces. They did not disperse immediately, but continued to run towards the phantom killing platform. Obviously, they were upset because they didn't see the truth of the matter. Just like that, in the narrow path on the mountain, a long stream of people densely advanced towards the fantasy killing platform. When arriving at the destination, countless eyes were almost simultaneously directed towards the huge green stone wall. First place, Lin Hao. They stared blankly at the two large red characters at the top of the ranking stone, and suddenly there was a continuous sound of gasps. All those who rushed to the fantasy killing platform were stunned at this moment. The two words, Lin Hao, on the ranking stone were so dazzling that they attracted everyone's attention. The expressions on their faces suddenly changed from initial doubt to a look of intense shock. Soon, some academic instructors who heard the news also rushed here out of curiosity. When they saw this result, everyone was surprised. 2 years ago, Yan Chen's performance on the fantasy killing arena was enough to shock the world. But now, Lin Hao has directly surpassed Yan Chen and taken the top spot. You should know that the scores recorded on this ranking stone are not those of this year's Tianyan Academy students. These are the names of all the students from the founding of the school to the present. In other words, Lin Hao's comprehensive combat power test in the fantasy killing arena completely surpassed all previous students in the academy. Such brilliance has completely refreshed an era. This boy is indeed a hidden dragon. In the crowd, teacher Wu Qi's eyes flickered. He felt that having Lin Hao as his student was the most glorious thing in his life. After all, if Lin Hao becomes a saint and a god in martial arts in the future, he, as his mentor, will be able to brag about it. You see, that strong man named Lin Hao was once a student I taught. Just thinking about saying this in person makes me feel very proud. Old Wu, you have found a treasure this time. A bald teacher next to him said with envy. Based on Lin Hao's performance in the illusion killing stage, you, as the class teacher, will definitely receive a reward. Aha, this is all because Lin Hao is diligent and studious. I'm just giving him a hand. Wu Qi looked modest, but the smile on his face couldn't be concealed. Next month will be the grade competition assessment for the academy. I don't know how Lin Hao will perform. I'm really looking forward to it. The bald instructor glanced at Wu Qi and said meaningfully, although Lin Hao's overall combat power is extremely good, he is still not the top in terms of cultivation among his peers. Hearing this, Wu Qi nodded and immediately said with a smile, "You don't have to worry about this. I believe in Lin Hao's ability. This kid can always bring me unexpected surprises." Oh, really? The bald instructor smiled and said, "Li Changfeng in our class, although he only has high-level talent, seems to have had some kind of adventure, and his cultivation is not inferior to that of the ultimate talent. Moreover, he has already broken through to the 5th-level warrior a while ago. Not to mention the first-year students, even the second-year students probably have few who can compete with him." When Wu Qi heard the name, Li Changfeng, his eyes darkened slightly. It seems that if Lin Hao meets this person in the grade competition next month, it will obviously be a bit tricky. No, I will spend a lot of money in this month to help Lin Hao. Wu Qi pondered in his heart, stopped talking to the bald mentor, and turned around and left. At this time, Lin had already returned to the dormitory. No one knew where Qin Yu and Lei Meng had gone, and the dormitory was empty. Recently, Raymond has been almost led astray by Qin Yu. Lin Hao shook his head and smiled secretly, because he discovered that Raymond, a naive young man from the mountains, had now begun to learn a few tricks to pick up girls and had even hooked up with a pure and beautiful girl from the class next door. As for whether she had lost her virginity, Lin Hao was not so nosy as to ask. On the contrary, Qin Yu was encouraging Raymond all day long to take the first step boldly, as he would feel absolutely great after tasting the forbidden fruit. While daydreaming, Lin Hao walked into the dormitory. Whoosh! However, when he stepped into the room, the storage ring on his finger suddenly flashed. Immediately afterwards, a sound transmission note suddenly flew out on its own and quickly burned. Lin Hao's expression was slightly stern, and he immediately listened attentively to the next message. Mission: assassinate Ma Shuoyang, the identity of the prey, the minister of the Ministry of Revenue, a third-rank official. Recent activity location: 3 days later, at the residence of Grand Commandant Wang in the west of the city, to attend the winter sun season banquet. Reward: 50 million. Zia's cold voice rang clearly in Lin Hao's mind. After nearly 4 months, the mission finally arrived. After listening to the mission information, Lin Hao immediately became alert. For the past 4 months, he has been receiving a fixed salary of only 40 million. Unexpectedly, this mission would be worth 50 million. For Lin Hao, it was like a spring breeze. The prey's activity location 3 days later will be at the residence of General Wang. Lin Hao muttered to himself in a low voice, and couldn't help but think of the banquet that Yin Fengjun had invited him to attend before, which happened to be there. It seems at this time, even if it is the Hongmen banquet, I have to go. There was a hint of coldness on Lin Hao's lips, but there was no fear at all in his heart. Moreover, he discovered that the targets of Yin Wang's recent assassination attempts seemed to be officials in the court. In this situation, in addition to finding evidence of treason and rebellion, there is another possibility, which is a major purge of factions in the court to pave the way for the next new king to ascend the throne. Otherwise, once the old king passes away and the new king is unable to control the power of the court, the end result will only be the destruction of the country. This is also the bloody storm that always occurs when the royal power changes in every dynasty. As he was guessing, Lin Hao secretly shook his head, feeling that he had unknowingly gotten tangled up in the muddy waters of the royal power struggle. Chapter 98, The Fourth Prince Yanchen. The sudden new task made Lin Hao feel motivated. There is money to be made, which is undoubtedly very energizing. Immediately, Lin Hao locked the dormitory door and sat cross-legged on the bed, preparing to use the savings of the past few months to evolve his pet. Next to him, there came the sound of the little white ape snoring in his sleep. Since the beginning of winter, Lin Hao has discovered that Xiaobai's sleep time has become longer and longer. Lin Hao was a little worried at first about this hibernation-like state. However, later, when he looked up information about Warcraft in the library of Tianyan Academy, he was somewhat surprised, because, judging from the information recorded in the books, Xiaobai is now in a stage of growth and evolution. Once transformed, its overall strength will increase tremendously. In this regard, Lin Hao is looking forward to Xiaobai's next changes. After all, among the pets he has now, Xiaobai can be said to be the weakest one. However, Xiaobai's potential is the greatest. The unicorn ape with ancient bloodline. If that kind of ferocious beast grows up, it will definitely be a terrifying existence that can make the animal world and even the martial arts world tremble. Immediately, Lin Hao checked the deposit in the Wanjin card. A few months ago, he confiscated Yang Qingji's gold, silver, and jewelry and sold the proceeds, as well as the 50 million in wages accumulated in recent months. There's also the nearly 70 million that I won from Yin Fengjun today. All added up, it's about 240 million. 3 days later at the Winter Sun Banquet, Lin Hao couldn't predict what unexpected events might occur and felt it necessary to improve the combat effectiveness of several pets. In that case, at least there will be more protection. Thinking of this, Lin Hao whispered, "System, I want to evolve animals." Ding. Host, please select the animal that needs to evolve. As the system voice sounded, a light screen of a pet list suddenly appeared in Lin Hao's mind. Now, the pet list includes Kung Fu Fly, Wolf Spider, fire scale tiger, and 4 treasures. The levels of the 4 pets are respectively A-level king, C-level king, and B-level king. Among them, although the fire scale tiger has the lowest level, its combat power of 35,000 is comparable to that of the A-level king wolf spider. This is the difference brought about by the high and low species of animals. If the fire scale tiger also evolves to the A-level king level, the wolf spider will definitely not be able to compare with it in terms of combat power. However, due to the large size of the fire scale tiger, it is not suitable for assassination missions, such as assassination. Therefore, Lin Hao has always focused his evolution on the kung fu fly and the wolf spider. As for the 4 treasures of parrots, they are used by them as tools for visual sharing. Because of this, Bao's exposure rate is too high, and he is not suitable for carrying out assassination missions. Otherwise, if others discovered the 4 treasures, they would naturally suspect him. This is also why Lin Hao has never focused the evolution on the 4 treasures. After all, he is short of funds now, and can only use his limited resources on pets that can create greater profits. When I have money in the future, I will upgrade them all one by one. Lin Hao even had an idea to create more pet forms and then build an army of animal killers. Then, Lin Hao restrained his thoughts and began to think about the assassination plan 3 days later. There may be some powerful warriors among the participants of this banquet, so we should first improve the ability of the fire scale tiger. As his mind turned, the spiritual body in his mind condensed a finger and lightly tapped the pet totem of the fire scale tiger. Immediately afterwards, Lin Hao spent 31 million without any reservation and directly upgraded the fire scale tiger from C-level king to A-level king. Ding! Successful advancement. Congratulations to codename 003 Pet Fire Scale Tiger for evolving to the A-level king level. Its combat power has been comprehensively improved. Congratulations to Pet Fire Scale Tiger, codename 003, for obtaining a special talent, the Blue Flame Beast Body. As the Fire Scale Tiger evolved into the A-rank king level, Lin Hao was surprised to find that the Fire Scale Tiger totem on the grid was flashing with light, and when he took another look, it had changed dramatically. But the evolved fire scale tiger was surrounded by flames, tall and mighty. Moreover, the flames on its body were not as red as before, but were flashing with a faint blue glow and filled with even hotter energy fluctuations. It is not difficult to see that this is the symbol of the blue flame beast. Handsome. Lin Hao was slightly startled. Then he couldn't help but secretly praise. I am very satisfied with the fire scale tiger's transformation. Immediately, Lin Hao moved his mind and called up the attribute panel of the Fire Scale Tiger. Fire Scale Tiger. Code 004. Owner, Lin Hao. Combat power, 45,000. Level, A-level king. Skills, Flame Light, Flame Crit. Talent, Blue Flame Beast Body. The information in the property panel is not complicated and is clear at a glance. Compared to the A-rank king Kung Fu Xiaoying, his combat power is a full 25,000 more. Although the wolf spider stats are not low, its combat power of 35,000 is not enough compared to the fire scale tiger at this time. This is the difference in the bloodline of beast species. Lin Hao could only hope that in the later evolution, Kung Fu Fly and wolf spider will be able to acquire some kind of bloodline talent. In this way, their evolutionary path can be more perfect and developed. There's a little over 200 million left. Why don't we spend it all at once? Thinking of this, Lin Hao, with a trial mentality, planned to use all of his energy to evolve the 2 greatest contributors to the pet killer team. Above level A is level S. If it increases tenfold, it means that 1 pet would cost 100 million. The 200 million balance in his card is just enough to cover the expenses of the 2 beasts. Therefore, at this moment, Lin Hao did not hesitate at all and upgraded the Kung Fu Fly and wolf spider one after another. Ding! Successful advancement. Congratulations to codename 002 Pet Wolf Spider for evolving to S level. Its combat power has been comprehensively improved. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Hao immediately checked the property panel. However, the wolf spider's combat power suddenly soared to 40,000 points, equivalent to the level of an 8th level warrior. Unfortunately, however, during this advancement, wolf spider did not gain any innate skills or the high-level bloodline he expected. Fortunately, the wolf spider's body remains short and compact and has not grown larger. This did not affect the killing skills that Lin Hao had given it. What's more, what made Lin Hao feel strange was that a tail shaped like a spike actually grew behind the wolf spider's butt. The tail was pitch black all over, and its surface was covered with a layer of fine barbs. It could actually stretch and retract freely with a slight swing. As Lin Hao watched curiously, the system's electronic synthesized sound rang out again. Ding! Successful advancement. Congratulations to Pet Code 001 Kung Fu Fly for evolving to S level, and its combat power has been comprehensively improved. Congratulations to Kung Fu Xiaoying for advancing to a pet talent. Iron Armorized Scythe. Instantly, the totem square of Kung Fu Fly suddenly flashed with light. Immediately afterwards, Lin Hao saw that Kung Fu Fly's body was like steel with a hard metallic luster. Looking down, I saw its claws, which were as sharp as sickle blades and covered with a layer of fine ice blue scales. Faintly, there was an extremely cold aura of energy in the air. Seeing this, Lin Hao was quite curious and called out, "Little fly, come out." The next moment, Kung Fu Fly suddenly disappeared from the box of the system pet list and appeared in front of Lin Hao. Today, Kung Fu Xiaoying exudes a hard and cold temperament. Judging from the overall image, he looks more and more like a cold-blooded killer, especially its pair of compound eyes, which are sharp and cold, as if hiding murderous intent. Lin Hao stretched out a finger, and the Kung Fu Fly immediately flew over obediently and landed on his finger. Try with a light stroke. While Lin Hao issued the order, he hurriedly mobilized the spiritual energy in his body and gathered it on that finger, ready to be prepared for any possible injuries at any time. He must personally experience Kung Fu Fly's new state in order to more accurately understand the level of his current evolved abilities. Upon receiving the order, the little fly did not hesitate at all and swung its claws and made a light stroke. In an instant, the spiritual energy on the surface of Lin Hao's finger flesh dissipated instantly, and a wound was cut on the finger flesh. Kung Fu Xiaoying controlled his strength quite well, and the wound was not deep. However, just as the blood was about to seep out, a layer of ice blue frost suddenly covered it. At the same time, an extremely cold air suddenly rushed into his body through the wound, causing Lin Hao to shiver. What made Lin Hao even more shocked was that the cold air corroded the meridians and blood vessels along the way at an extremely fast speed, freezing them. Immediately, Lin Hao hurriedly mobilized all the spiritual energy in his body to resist the cold. Lin Hao couldn't help but be secretly shocked by the sudden scene. I didn't expect that such a small wound could cause such terrible coldness to enter the body. If the wound was bigger, wouldn't the erosion of the cold air be even more terrifying? Thinking of this, Lin Hao suddenly felt his heart surge. He was quite surprised and pleased with Kung Fu Fly's new ability. Although this evolution, like the wolf spider, did not gain any advanced blood, but as long as the skills are effective for assassination, it is considered very good. However, the assets he had accumulated for nearly half a year suddenly became clean and smooth. Money is not enough after all. Lin Hao sighed inwardly and felt more and more that he should explore some more profitable ways. Because if the little flies and the others are upgraded to SS level in the future, the consumption will not be 100 million, but will directly increase to 1 billion. When he thought of the huge amount, Lin Hao couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling. Afterwards, Lin Hao slightly adjusted his thinking and put Kung Fu Fly back into the system's pet backpack space. "Master, what about me?" However, at this moment, the voice of the parrot Zhao suddenly sounded. The sour tone made the meaning very clear. After all, Lin Hao evolved the other three buddies but only missed it. Just be my eyes for now. Hearing this, Lin Hao couldn't help but smile. He now only has 9 million left in the card, and upgrading the 4 treasures to A level requires 10 million. He is completely powerless. Yes, master. Although Zhao was jealous, he did not ask for anything more due to his complete loyalty to Lin Hao. Lin Hao smiled faintly and shook his head. If these system pets were not under his control, with their intelligence, once released into the wild, they would surely grow into overlords of the Warcraft world. Crack! Just then, Lin Hao heard the sound of the dormitory door outside opening. Obviously, Qin Yu and the others are back. But judging from the voice of the other person, it seems that he is not Raymond. The male voice was clear, bright, and full of energy. "Lin Hao, are you there?" Outside the dormitory, Qin Yu tapped on the door and asked. "I am here." Lin Hao responded and walked over to open the door. The two people caught Zibao's sight. One was Qin Yu, and the other one, as he expected, was not Raymond, but a handsome young man with heroic features. Lin Hao noticed that the young man was wearing the purple school uniform for third graders. Lin Hao, this is my friend. He just came back from training in the Warcraft Mountains. As soon as they met, Qin Yu introduced them with a smile. Although you have never seen him, you should know his name, Yin Shun. Besides, he is Yin Xinyue's fourth brother. The princess' fourth brother? Isn't that the fourth prince? Hearing this, Lin Hao raised his eyebrows slightly, and he was indeed not unfamiliar with the name Yan Shen. Because just over an hour ago, the name Yin Shun was pushed down from the top spot on the ranking stone of the fantasy killing platform by him. I didn't expect that the handsome young man standing in front of me was Yin Shun, who had dominated the charts on the fantasy killing stage 2 years ago. However, the leading position is now occupied by Lin Hao. When the two of them met at this moment, the atmosphere was intriguing. I just got back home and heard about your achievements on the phantom killing platform. Yin Shun looked at Lin Hao for a few times, then smiled and said, others may not know, but I know very well how terrifying the enemy behind in the illusion is. You deserve my admiration. After hearing such humble words, Lin Hao couldn't help but have a good impression of the fourth prince. After all, those royal family members, believing themselves to be of noble blood, have always looked down upon others. How could they say words of admiration that would lower their own status? It was just a fluke. Immediately, Lin Hao smiled back. And he was not lying. If he could not imagine the technological weapons and ammunition of his previous life in the illusion, it might be difficult to say for sure if he could occupy the top spot on the ranking stone list based on his own strength. So, in his opinion, all this was just luck. His main purpose at the beginning was simply to win the gambling money. Next time if I have a chance, I will secretly go to the Phantom Killing platform to test it again to see what the real level of comprehensive combat power is. However, when Yin Shin heard this, he felt that Lin Hao was humble and not arrogant. Low-key and introverted, this is a rare talent. Yin Shin was thoughtful and re-examined Lin Hao's character. Lin Hao, the winter sun season will come in 3 days. We're going to hold a banquet so that everyone can have fun together. Qin Yu grinned and invited Lin Hao warmly, as if he wanted to bring him and Yin Shin closer. Chapter 99, Indispensable. Winter Sun Season Banquet. Lin Hao was slightly startled and obviously did not expect that Qin Yu and the others would also hold a banquet. Because 3 days later, it was the time when Ma Shuoyang went to the residence of Tai Wei Wang to attend a banquet. Under such circumstances, it was undoubtedly the best time to assassinate the prey. As his mind turned, Lin Hao asked, where are you holding it? This time, Qin Yu did not rush to reply. Yin Shin smiled and said, I have a private residence in the imperial capital. The environment is elegant. You can drink and chat as much as you want. Hearing this, Lin Hao seemed to be thinking about something. It seems that the reason why these princes held a banquet during this winter season is not for the sake of wine, but must have important political significance. Their main purpose is most likely to identify the supporting members of their respective factions. After all, they're not of our race, so their hearts must be different. If someone does not come to the banquet, the meaning is naturally very obvious. That is, they do not want to be in the same camp with you. Judging from the relationship between Qin Yu and Yin Shun, it seems that the Qin general's mansion has chosen Yin Shun among the princes competing for the throne. Although he didn't want to get involved in this mess, if he rejected Yin Shin's invitation and instead went to attend Yin Fengjuan's Winter Sun Festival banquet, this choice might cause Qin Yu and others to misunderstand and think that I'm standing on the opposite side of them. Thinking of this, Lin Hao couldn't help feeling a little helpless. However, Lin Hao did not hesitate and said bluntly, I'm sorry, I happen to have an appointment that night. What? You have a date? Qin Yu was stunned, then looked at Lin Hao flatteringly and asked, did you get back together with Zhao Linger? Of course not. Lin Hao smiled faintly and shook his head. Speaking of Zhao Linger, Lin Hao couldn't help but think of that beautiful face. He has not been to Ling Miao Temple's magic class for some time. Counting the days, the two have not seen each other for more than 3 months. Who are you dating then? Hearing Lin Hao's denial, Qin Yu couldn't help but ask again. However, he seemed to have a bad premonition in his heart. But Lin Hao replied calmly. In fact, today, at the Huansha stage, I won 100 million taels of gambling money from Yin Fengjun, but he invited me to the banquet instead. Hearing this, Qin Yu's expression suddenly changed. Obviously, he had a great aversion to Yin Fengjun. A hint of strangeness also flashed across Yin Chen's bright eyes. I have been invited, so I cannot go back on my word. I hope you can understand. When saying this, Lin Hao had a calm expression, showing no guilt or apology at all. If the relationship between everyone deteriorates because of different camps, Lin Hao feels that there is no need to maintain such friendship. Unexpectedly, Qin Yu smiled carefreely, patted Lin Hao on the shoulder, and said, "Since you have already promised others, you really can't go back on your word. How about this? Let's adjust the time of our banquet so that we can all wait for you in the second half. How about that?" Qin Yu's tone was very sincere, and there was no trace of alienation in his words towards Lin Hao's choice. Beside him, Yin Shun echoed with a smile, "Yes, we'll wait for you." Hearing this, Lin Hao couldn't help but be slightly startled. Immediately, he also grinned and nodded without hesitation. Okay. Seeing Lin Hao agree so readily, Yin Shin's suspicion was slightly alleviated. In his opinion, perhaps Lin Hao really didn't have any other ideas and was just purely accepting the invitation. Okay, it's settled, huh? Qin Yu immediately laughed, quite satisfied with his impromptu arrangement. Of course, the most important thing is that Lin Hao is willing to come and party with them. Even if it's a little later, it doesn't matter. Because they're the iron triangle of dormitory number 008, and none of them can be missing. By the way, why don't we see Raymond very often recently? What is he doing? Lin Hao asked with a faint smile. That thing is so moist now. Speaking of Lei Ming, Qin Yu waved his hand and said, he got a girl a while ago. He practices with her every day. It's so sweet. However, I hope he doesn't get too emotionally involved, otherwise it will not be worth it. Having said that, the smile on Qin Yu's face faded slightly, and he spoke lightly. Hearing this, Lin Hao was slightly surprised and asked, "What's going on?" Qin Yu said calmly, "As far as I know, the girl's name is Yin Hong, and her family skills are also strange and evil." Beside him, Yin Shen also nodded and said, "I have also heard some rumors about the Yin family. The reason why their family's martial arts is so lewd is because it requires a man and a woman to practice together. The man absorbs the woman's yin energy for nourishment, while the woman absorbs the man's yang energy to increase the speed of cultivation. It is completely for their own benefit, without regard for the safety of the people practicing dual cultivation." Listening to Qin Yu and Yin Shen's stories, Lin Hao couldn't help but show a hint of surprise on his face. If this is really the case, then by then, when Raymond and the Yin family woman develop to the point of practicing both physical bodies, wouldn't that be? Thinking of this, Lin Hao frowned. If I find out that she has bad intentions towards Raymond, I will not let her go. Qin Yu's voice was cold, and his expression gradually darkened. Well, if you notice anything wrong, be sure to notify me, Lin Hao said solemnly. He knew Raymond's character very well, although he was wild in combat and had good martial arts skills. However, because they used to live deep in the mountains and had little contact with the outside world, their minds were relatively simple. In the hearts of Lin Hao and Qin Yu, they have long regarded Raymond as their younger brother and will never tolerate Raymond's life being ruined because of a woman. "Brother Hao, brother Yu, you're back so early." Just then, Raymond walked into the dormitory. Lin Hao and the others' conversation was also brief and to the point, and they found that Raymond did not come alone. There was a woman in purple beside him. Lin Hao's mind moved slightly, and he looked at the woman in purple with the help of Sibao's vision. Although she is not stunningly beautiful, she has a pretty face and a well-proportioned figure. But that pair of eyes, with long eyelashes blinking, was full of charm. There is no doubt that this woman is Yin Hong that Qin Yu just mentioned. "Xiaolei, you came at the right time. It will be the winter sun season in a few days. We are planning to hold a banquet." Qin Yu immediately returned to his usual cheerful smile, as if nothing had happened. Hearing that there was a party, Raymond's eyes lit up and he grinned. "Okay, can I bring my friend along?" As he spoke, Raymond introduced everyone. "This is my friend. His name is Yin Hong. Nice to meet you guys." Yin Hong smiled faintly and nodded slightly to Lin Hao and the others. When his eyes swept across Qin Yu, Yin Shun, and Lin Hao, he paused for a moment and looked at Lin Hao twice more. Immediately, Qin Yu also briefly introduced Yin Shun to Raymond. Then he looked at Yin Hong, raised his eyebrows, and said in a joking tone, "If you want to be our sister-in-law, you must be honest." Hearing this, the honest Raymond blushed immediately and didn't know how to interrupt, but he also liked to hear the word sister-in-law. However, when Yin Hong heard these words, she frowned slightly, but soon relaxed her brows and nodded shyly, pretending to hide her shyness. Under Sibao's attention, All these subtle changes in expression were captured by Lin Hao's mind. This woman really has some impure thoughts. Lin Hao shook his head secretly, feeling more and more that Raymond would be confused in the future. But now, Raymond has probably already fallen in love, and it is difficult to tell. Lin Hao didn't want to interfere too much in this regard. Only through personal experience can Raymond be deeply tempered and grow faster. I suddenly remembered that I have something else to do, so I'll leave now. Facing Qin Yu, Lin Hao, and others, Yin Hong seemed a little uncomfortable and wanted to leave. Okay, I'll take you there. Raymond immediately showed his macho image and took the initiative to see the guest off. As the two left, the smile on Qin Yu's face slowly turned cold, and he whispered, "She is indeed not an ordinary woman." Lin Hao said calmly, "Let him handle Raymond's matter first. Although he looks simple and honest, he is not stupid." Hearing Lin Hao's suggestion, Qin Yu nodded and said, "I understand, but it is necessary to remind him." The fourth prince, Yin Chun, stood aside, but remained silent. After a while, Raymond, who had seen off the guests, walked back to the dormitory. As soon as he entered the dormitory, he grinned at Lin Hao and the others and asked, "How does she look?" "Yes, she can be considered a beauty." Qin Yu immediately took over the conversation, and then reminded meaningfully, "Xiao Lei, do you know what kind of skills the Yin family practices?" Hearing this, Raymond smiled and nodded. "Brother Yu, I know what you want to say." "What?" Qin Yu was slightly startled and looked at Raymond in surprise. "Is your mind-reading ability that good?" "You know what I want to say." Qin Yu couldn't help but be a little surprised and asked with a suspicious look on his face. Raymond nodded and said, "The Yin family's Hahuan secret has always been based on dual cultivation between men and women, but the recipient usually doesn't have a good ending." Hearing Raymond say this, Lin Hao and the others nodded secretly. It seems that this guy is not someone who dares to act recklessly without knowing anything. Since you already know, there's no need for me to waste any more time. Qin Yu smiled awkwardly, then reached out and patted Lame Meng on the shoulder, admonishing him. "As for the matter of dual cultivation, try not to touch it if you can help it. If you really can't help it, you can also solve it with your hands." At the end, Qin Yu winked at Lame Meng, as if to say, "You understand. Solve it by hand?" Raymond was stunned. It sounded like the other party was very experienced. Lin Hao couldn't help but laugh secretly at Qin Yu's advice and funny behavior. Sometimes using your hands is indeed the best way. "Brother Hao, Brother Yu, don't worry, I know what to do." Raymond looked serious, then laughed. However, no one noticed that the smile on his face contained a subtle hint of coldness. No one knows what Raymond is thinking. Then, after everyone chatted for a while, Yin Chun left the dormitory. Qin Yu seemed to have something private to discuss with Yin Chun, so he followed him out. Lin Hao had no intention of guessing what the two would talk about, and returned to his dormitory to sit cross-legged and meditate. Only by strengthening your own strength can you face any difficulties and be the most important guarantee. On the way, Yin Chun looked indifferent as he leisurely walked out of the first-year dormitory area. "Chun, I haven't had many friends since I was a child. Lin Hao is my brother, and I have no other intention in introducing you to him this time." When walking out of the dormitory gate, Qin Yu glanced at Yin Chun and said in a low voice, "We hope that he won't be involved in our plan." Hearing this, Yin Chun suddenly stopped. He looked at Qin Yu calmly and said calmly, "Everyone in the world is striving for their own interests. Since you are brothers, why don't you work together for the benefit and share the hardships?" Hearing this, Qin Yu's eyes darkened slightly, and he naturally understood the meaning of Yin Chen's words. No wonder this guy tried to inquire about Lin Hao's news as soon as he returned to Tianyin Academy today and asked to bring him to meet him. It turned out that he had ulterior motives and wanted to win over Lin Hao by taking advantage of his relationship with him. Since ancient times, the fight for the throne has always been extremely dangerous. If you bet on the wrong thing, there will be no recovery. Therefore, Qin Yu did not want Lin Hao, including Raymond, to be involved in the mess of the succession of the throne. Because the water is so deep, you might lose your life at any time. Moreover, with Lin Hao's current ability and talent, even if he did not take advantage of this fight for the throne, he would be able to create an unmatched realm in martial arts in the future. However, Qin Yu, as a general, had no choice. "Do you think that Lin Hao has any plans for the banquet he was invited to by my two royal brothers?" Yin Shin asked with a faint smile on his face as he looked at Qin Yu. Hearing this, Qin Yu smiled and said, "Don't worry about this. Lin Hao will never be lured away by Yin Fengjun and his men." "Oh, what do you mean?" Yin Shen's eyes moved slightly, trying to understand more about Lin Hao from Qin Yu's words and reduce some of his suspicion. Although Lin Hao is usually taciturn and acts in a mysterious way, he is a person who is unrestrained and loves freedom. Qin Yu couldn't help but reveal a sincere smile when he talked about Lin Hao and said, "Besides, now that he knows our relationship, he will not join the first prince and his men and go against us." "Really? That's great." Hearing this, Yin Chen's expression changed slightly. He then sighed and muttered to himself, "But it seems difficult for me to use this kind of talent. What a pity." Beside him, Qin Yu fell silent, not wanting to talk too much with Yin Chen about Lin Hao. Otherwise, with Yin Chen's extremely cunning character, he would definitely try many means to try to win over Lin Hao to work for him. And if he is involved in the dispute over the succession of the throne, with Lin Hao's current popularity in Tianyan Academy and the lack of any powerful family background, he will probably only bring disaster upon himself. Chapter 100: Attending the Banquet. The magnificent imperial palace, the East Palace. At this time, in a study room inside the palace, two men were playing chess at a table. These two people, one old and one young. The younger one had an elegant temperament and facial features that were somewhat similar to those of Yin Fengjun and Yin Shun, but his complexion and figure were obviously weaker. This person is the third prince, Yin Hongyi. The other old man had white hair and beard and a pair of bright eyes. His name was Yang Zhe. He was once a tutor assisting the crown prince and held a high official position. But a few years ago, after the death of the crown prince, he turned to the third prince. His daily life was like that of a retired man, playing chess and drinking tea with the third prince, and no longer participating in external affairs of state. "Ah, Your Highness the third prince, you made another wrong move. Are you worried about something?" Yang Zhe smiled faintly. As he spoke, the chess piece in his hand fell onto the chessboard. This time, the area in the upper right corner of Yin Hongyi was completely blocked and turned into a dead chess piece, resulting in heavy losses. Yin Hongyi looked at the chessboard, smiled, and shook his head, saying, "It has been 3 years, and your chess skills are still unfathomable. I have never won against you in chess. So, even if I didn't make a mistake in my chess moves, winning or losing is only a matter of time." As he spoke, Yin Hongyi calmly put away all the killed chess pieces in the upper right corner of the chessboard. "Oh, really?" Yang Zhe laughed hoarsely and said meaningfully, "The chess field is like a battlefield. Even if you know you can't win, you can't lose your fighting spirit and backbone." Hearing this, Yin Hongyi nodded with an expression of being taught. Teacher is right. He deeply agrees with Yang Zhe's wisdom and experience. The government and the country are in turmoil now. If the third prince wants to protect himself, he must maintain the status quo and wait and see what happens. Yang Zhe put down the chess piece in his hand and suddenly changed the subject. Hearing this, Yin Hongyi was slightly startled. Then he sighed and said, "I went to see my father today, and his health seemed to have weakened a lot." Yang Zhe's eyes darkened slightly, and he said no more, because he knew what Yin Hongyi was worried about in his heart. The current king, Yin, is becoming increasingly weak due to his health, and he probably no longer has much deterrent power in the court. When the time comes for the throne to be passed on, it will depend on the abilities of the princes. The eldest prince, Yin Peng, has always been ambitious. Moreover, he is the eldest brother of all the princes, so he may not be willing to be a slave who submits to his younger brother. The second prince, Yin Fengjun, is like the eldest prince. Both are brothers born of the same mother and have the closest relationship. Therefore, Yin Fengjun has always followed Yin Peng's lead. In the fight for the throne, he is undoubtedly a great help to the eldest prince. As for the fourth prince, Yin Shun, he is very talented in martial arts and is highly appreciated by King Yin. He is also very cunning and skillful. In just a few years, he had established a faction to fight for the throne. Just like Qin's general's mansion, it was enough to give him the confidence to compete with the eldest prince and the second prince. However, Yin Hongyi is the third prince. Whether in terms of personal martial arts or the power he controls, there's a big gap between him and the other 3 princes. If he starts a dispute, his chances of winning are extremely slim. However, there are many precedents of fighting for the throne throughout the dynasties. Behind the supreme royal power is often killing and blood. At that time, blood ties, family ties, and friendship all became a joke. Yin Hongyi is well aware of this, so he has always tried his best not to cause trouble. Even though he has a talent for martial arts that is not inferior to that of the fourth prince Yin Shun, he is very slow in martial arts practice. Even Yin Hongyi didn't exercise regularly and always attended various occasions with a weak look. As a result, the other princes sneered at him and felt that he posed no threat. Otherwise, he won't be able to save his life. That situation was just like the sudden and innocent death of the prince 3 years ago. I heard that there is a very talented freshman in Tianyan Academy this year. Immediately, the chess piece in Yang's hand fell on the chessboard and continued chatting. Oh, genius? Who is he? Yin Hongyi's eyes flickered as he asked curiously. His name is Lin Hao, Yang just said with a faint smile. Lin Hao? Yin Hongyi nodded and said with a smile. This name is very meaningful. The word, Hao, represents vastness and boundlessness. No wonder he became famous. Hearing this, a hidden light flashed in Yang's eyes, but then he shook his head secretly. It seems that the third prince usually lives in the palace and rarely goes out. He knows nothing about the news from the outside world. Lin Hao's fame had already spread during the Tianyan Academy's admissions examination several months ago. Until he was ranked first on the fantasy killing stage rankings 2 days ago, his fame had completely exploded, and the news had spread to almost every street and alley in the imperial capital. However, Yin Hongyi is still completely unaware of this until now. It seems that His Royal Highness, the first prince's guess, was correct. This third prince is really a waste and has no desire to compete for the throne. The thoughts that had been secretly watching Yang deep in his heart were suddenly relieved. Obviously, the reason why he chose to come to the East Palace in the past 3 years, seemingly to assist, was actually for ulterior motives. Yang's real identity is a two-faced man sent by the eldest prince Yin Peng to monitor him secretly. After such a long period of testing and spying, he found that Yin Hongyi's daily life was indeed very monotonous, and he had no ambitions. In this regard, Yang was already certain that Yin Hongyi had absolutely no hope of winning in the fight for the throne. Your Highness, I remember that I have something else to do, so I'll take my leave now. Thinking of this, Yang suddenly stood up and said with a smile. Although his eyes were still calm, deep down, he couldn't wait to leave this boring life. Teacher, take care. Yin Hongyi also stood up with a smile on his face, without any airs of a prince. However, when Yang's old figure stepped out of the door, the smile on Yin Hongyi's face slowly faded. As his smile faded, the black chess piece in his hand fell onto the chessboard. As the black chess piece fell, the situation that was originally doomed to fail was turned around. He unexpectedly surrounded the white pieces on Yang's side, turning them into a dead end, and directly won the game. The chess field is like a battlefield. I have been patient for many years. It's time to change the situation. A smile appeared on Yin Hongyi's handsome face again. However, this time his smile was undisguised and clearly contained a hint of coldness. That night fell. The residence of General Wang in the west of the imperial capital was brightly lit. There were many luxurious carriages parked on the streets on both sides of the palace gate. The family emblems on it are all of the nobles in the city. At this time, a young figure appeared in front of the gate of the mansion. May I ask who you are? The servant of the palace who was welcoming the guests saw that the young man was wearing the uniform of Tianyan Academy and had a parrot on his shoulder. He seemed to have guessed something and hurried to greet him. Lin Hao. There is no doubt that this person is Lin Hao who came to the banquet, he said lightly. After confirming the identity of the visitor, the palace servant was startled at first, then became more respectful. Please come in. Lin Hao did not enter the mansion immediately. He secretly controlled Sibao's vision and scanned the luxurious carriages parked nearby. As he glanced around, he discovered that there was a gold-inlaid carriage with the emblem of the Ma family on it. Apparently, his prey tonight, Ma Shuoyang, has arrived. I don't know if there are any experts in this mansion. Let's find out the bottom first before taking action. Lin Hao was thoughtful, and then stepped into the gate of the palace. Generally speaking, in official social interactions, no matter what kind of banquet it is, there will be reciprocity. The servant who was responsible for welcoming the guests and leading the way, as per his habitual action, wanted to present a gift to Lin Hao. But he found that the latter had nothing in his hands and had no intention of taking out a gift from the storage ring. Lin Hao didn't care about this. He remained calm and followed the servant to the reception hall. He went to the banquet to kill someone. Any socializing was unnecessary and uninteresting to him. As soon as I entered the living room, I heard a noisy sound. However, this bright and spacious hall was extremely lively and full of people. It is not difficult to see that those who were invited by the eldest prince are all celebrities from all walks of life or influential figures in the imperial capital. They were all dressed in gorgeous dresses, holding wine glasses and chatting about various topics, and their every move showed aristocratic etiquette. Tianyin Academy. Master Lin Hao is here. Seeing Lin Hao coming in, the MC who received the message shouted, as if it had been planned in advance. In an instant, Lin Hao, who originally wanted to keep a low profile here, undoubtedly became the focus of attention of everyone present. Inside the hall, hundreds of eyes were all looking towards the door and falling on Lin Hao. Facing the gazes of so many dignitaries from the imperial capital, Lin Hao walked into the hall slowly with a calm expression. The Tianyin Academy uniform he wore tonight was relatively ordinary compared to the gorgeous costumes of the nobles in the field. However, after practicing both combat and martial arts for a period of time, Lin Hao's energy and spirit are extremely abundant. Therefore, even though he was dressed in ordinary clothes, the sharp aura emanating from his body was particularly dazzling among the crowd. So he is Lin Hao. He really looks very impressive. The ultimate cultivation talent, #1 on the Phantom Killing Stage ranking list. Wow, it's incredible. I heard that he has both eyes missing, but how come he looks normal except for his pupils being different from those of normal people? You don't understand this, do you? The blind swordsman from Tianyin Academy. Do you think he's powerful? Lin Hao's arrival immediately attracted everyone's attention, and all the topics revolved around him, making him the protagonist of this banquet. Brother Lin Hao, you are finally here. At this time, Yin Fengjun walked out of the crowd and walked towards Lin Hao with a very eager expression. Hearing the words, Brother Lin Hao couldn't help but feel a strange feeling in his heart. If you want to build relationships, you can't get too excited so quickly, right? Even Qin Yu and Raymond, who have known each other for such a long time, don't usually call each other brothers. Next to Yin Fengjun, Lin Hao found a burly man standing there. He has a resolute face, and his facial features are slightly similar to Yin Fengjun's, but he is much more mature and is about 30 years old. Lin Hao secretly guessed that this guy should be the eldest prince Yin Peng. At the same time, that Lin Hao used the Four Treasures vision to secretly observe the other party. Yin Peng's eagle-like sharp eyes were also looking at Lin Hao. Young, calm, and indifferent. Very good. The person my second brother chose this time is indeed a talent. This was Yin Peng's impression of Lin Hao when he first met him. As for Lin Hao's missing eyes, he didn't care at all. If a person with excellent talent in martial arts grows up and wants to observe the movements around him, there are naturally many ways to do it. For example, the blind swordsman from Tianyin Academy is like this. Lin Hao, the person standing next to me, is my eldest brother, Yin Peng. Yin Fengjun introduced with a smile. I'm very happy to be invited to the Grand Prince's banquet. Lin Hao was neither humble nor arrogant, and spoke politely with a smile. While speaking, Sibao's eyes were secretly looking around, searching for Ma Shuoyang in the crowd. Soon, the prey was found. His official position was Vice Minister of the Ministry of Revenue. As we all know, the Ministry of Revenue is the agency in charge of household registration and finance, and it has a lot of money. Look at this fat guy, wearing gold and silver. He must have made a lot of money. In this regard, Lin Hao likes this kind of wealthy prey very much. After completing the task, he can make some money by the way. However, Ma Shuoyang also seems to be afraid of death. But he was accompanied by a guard, and judging from his aura, he should be at the level of a 7th level warrior. Lin Hao, I already know about your performance in all aspects of Tianyin Academy in recent times. After seeing you today, I found that you are indeed different from others. The eldest prince, Yin Peng, looked at Lin Hao for a while, and then said with a deep smile. His voice was deep and powerful, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. It was obvious that he was a man who had been tempered on the battlefield. The methods used by such people in power are extremely cruel and brutal. Thank you for the compliment, Your Highness. Lin Hao still had a smile on his face, but he was thinking about how to carry out the next assassination secretly. At least, you must never let yourself show any signs of doubt. 10 years ago, I also studied at Tianyin Academy. So, we are senior and junior students. Yin Peng was obviously very satisfied with Lin Hao, and his tone of voice was full of strong social skills. I'm very curious about how you killed the 7th wave of illusion enemies in the illusion of the illusion killing platform and got the top spot on the ranking list. It's too noisy here. If you don't mind, come with me to the study and I'll explain. Yin Peng's face was quite excited. On the surface, he seemed like a martial arts fanatic who wanted to discuss the battle on the Phantom Killing platform with Lin Hao. But those present were all veterans who were well versed in officialdom, and anyone with a discerning eye could tell at a glance that the eldest prince was planning to change the venue and privately win over Lin Hao. Chapter 101, Toilet Attack. Hearing that Yin Peng wanted to move to the study, Lin Hao naturally understood what he meant. He suddenly had an idea. This way, he could create evidence that he was not at the scene. Wolf spiders and kung fu flies can also carry out their assassinations with impunity. Okay, it's my honor to talk to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Thinking of this, Lin Hao undoubtedly accepted it with pleasure and immediately nodded with a smile. Yin Peng was very satisfied to see Lin Hao agreed. I feel that Lin Hao is a very sensible person. Beside him, Yin Fengjun also had a smile on his face. I think there's hope if we can win over Lin Hao this time. As long as Lin Hao is greedy for profit, they can satisfy him no matter what kind of resources it is, whether it is martial arts, wealth, or treasures. General Wang, please lead the way. Yin Peng waved his hand. His attitude seemed polite, but his words were commanding. Your Highness, the study is in the inner courtyard. Please come this way. Facing Yin Peng, the strong General Wang immediately nodded respectfully and stepped forward to lead the way. This scene, through Sibao's vision, all appeared in Lin Hao's mind. It seems that this eldest prince is quite good at controlling people. After all, the position of Grand Marshal is a military officer position of considerable importance in the court. However, in front of Yin Peng, he was as submissive as a dog, completely lacking the demeanor of a military officer. The second prince, Yin Fengjun, did not leave and continued to greet everyone here. Lin Hao followed Yin Peng, Wang Taiwei, and others to the study. Little spider, little fly, you stay here and act according to circumstances. As he stepped out the hall door, Lin Hao's mind moved slightly, and he quietly released the wolf spider and the kung fu fly. As soon as they landed, they immediately hid in the gap at the threshold, waiting for the perfect opportunity to assassinate. In this way, Lin Hao walked calmly all the way and came to the inner courtyard of the palace with Yin Peng and others. In the study, there are various famous books and classics from the Sankong continent. Since General Wang served as a military officer, there were many books on military strategies and the like on his bookshelf. Lin Hao often watched some stories about the three kingdoms in his previous life, so he had some interest in things like military manuals. Your Highness, please take your time chatting. I will take my leave now. General Wang was very good at observing people's expressions. After noticing Yin Peng's eyes, he left on his own accord and closed the door. Suddenly, Lin Hao and Yin Peng were the only ones left in the huge study room. The atmosphere suddenly became quite quiet. Lin Hao, I heard that you made a bet with my second brother a few days ago and won his black jade sword. Yin Peng stared at Lin Hao and said with a deep smile, it was just luck. If the second prince wants it back, you can return it to him at any time. Lin Hao smiled faintly and said casually. Hearing this, Yin Peng waved his hand and said calmly, although my second brother is reckless and impulsive, he is also very trustworthy. Since he lost his things to you, he will be willing to accept the defeat. Yin Peng, who had spent several years on the battlefield, spoke in a very straightforward and generous manner. Moreover, every gesture and movement of his was accompanied by a kind of majesty that could not be disobeyed. Then I will accept it with pleasure. Lin Hao smiled and nodded without saying anything more. If you feel that the knife is not suitable for you, I have other types here. As Yin Peng spoke, he waved his hand. The golden storage ring in his hand flashed with light, which suddenly spread to the table in front of him, and then several weapons appeared out of thin air. Sword, knife, spear, bow, axe, dagger. Almost all major types of weapons are available. And looking at the materials, they're all high-quality, high-end goods. Obviously, he had already gotten to the point and wanted to bribe and win over Lin Hao, the martial arts genius. Seeing this, Lin Hao laughed secretly in his heart. You think you can bribe people with just a few broken weapons? That's really too much of an insult to yourself. His dragon-devouring sword is enough to kill these guys in seconds if he just takes it out. I have enough weapons. I appreciate your kindness, Your Highness. Thank you very much. Lin Hao declined with a smile on his face. No problem. Seeing that Lin Hao was indifferent, Yin Peng was not in a hurry to express his opinion. If you want to control someone, you must seize his weakness. Only in this way can we completely control it and play with it at our fingertips. Born into an imperial family, he often followed his father and, through the influence of his father, became well versed in this art since childhood. Your Highness, this place is quiet and peaceful. It's quite suitable for playing chess. Are you interested in playing a few games? Lin Hao suddenly suggested, looking very interested. Now the time to assassinate the prey is not yet ripe. In order to create evidence of his absence, he has to use this to delay time. Oh, do you understand? Hearing this, Yinpeng was slightly surprised and stared at Lin Hao with a puzzled look on his face. Although he knew that a blind person could use the sound of his ears to determine the position, he had never heard of a blind person playing chess. After all, the structure of the chessboard is extremely complex, and only by watching can you grasp the overall situation. Your Highness, rest assured, I am not joking. Lin Hao didn't care about Yin Peng's questioning and directly picked up a long sword from the table. The powerful spiritual energy infused into the sword body, and suddenly light flashed, and the sharp sword energy surged wildly. Seeing this, Yin Peng's eyes became slightly stern. At the same time, an extremely powerful aura appeared in a dark corner somewhere and instantly locked onto Lin Hao's body. Lin Hao also felt the sudden breath in an instant. At that moment, his heart sank slightly. There's a martial arts master hiding in this area. Lin Hao also quickly realized that he was holding a weapon, which might be mistakenly considered to be detrimental to Yin Peng. The mysterious master then released his aura to shock himself. It seems that there is a powerful master guard behind the eldest prince, protecting him in secret. Han Tian, there's no need to be too sensitive. Yin Peng waved his hand slightly and said lightly. As soon as he finished speaking, this powerful aura suddenly disappeared. In response, Lin Hao's expression did not change at all. Now that the evolved fire scale tiger is as powerful as a 9th level warrior, he has nothing to fear. Seeing that Lin Hao remained calm, Yin Peng couldn't help but admire him in his heart and admired him more and more. What he lacks most now is talents who are fearless and calm in the face of danger. And Lin Hao's performance just now is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. Immediately, Lin Hao took the sword in his hand and swung it quickly towards the ground. Under the inscription of sword energy, a square chessboard shape appeared in a short while. Immediately afterwards, Lin Hao's spiritual energy spread out and suddenly covered the entire chessboard. This approach clearly allows one to completely control every movement on the entire chessboard. Great swordsmanship. Upon discovering the reason why Lin Hao held the sword, Yin Peng was slightly stunned and couldn't help but admire it. Obviously, he did not expect that Lin Hao's way of playing chess was so unique. And this method does solve the problem of the eyes being unable to see the chess game. Next, Yin Peng, who didn't have any mysophobia, sat cross-legged on the ground just like Lin Hao. Lin Hao chose the black chess piece. Yin Peng is the white chess piece. The two of them began to calm down. Under the coverage of spiritual energy, the chessboard on the floor appeared in Lin Hao's mind like a holographic projection. Even without the help of the 4 treasures shared vision, he could accurately observe the entire direction of the chess game. In the intervals of playing chess, Lin Hao also separated a strand of mental power to connect with the situations of Kung Fu Fly and Wolf Spider. At this time, the atmosphere in the front yard living room was still extremely lively. Celebrities from all walks of life were discussing national affairs and economic trends. Kung Fu Fly was lying on the wall above the threshold, looking down at the fat figure of Ma Shuoyang with a pair of cold compound eyes. As for the wolf spider, it always hides in the dark corner of the door. Its stealth skill has a time limit of only 180 seconds. The role played is mainly to achieve the unexpected effect at the most critical moment. This wait did not last long. Soon, Kung Fu Xiaoying discovered that Ma Shuoyang seemed to have drunk too much and was already drunk. He felt like urinating and was about to leave, heading towards the toilet. However, the 7th level swordsman guard was still following closely behind Ma Shuoyang. Seeing this scene, Kung Fu Fly and Wolf Spider immediately took action and followed quietly from behind. The toilet is not far away, located in the back alley area of the living room. Perhaps because the smell here is too strong, there are no palace guards patrolling around, which makes it a favorable environment for assassination. Okay, that's enough. Ma Shuoyang had a big belly. When he walked to the door of the toilet, he waved to the swordsman guard behind him. Perhaps because he was followed by guards all day long, but nothing happened, he gradually became a little lax about it. Besides, he needs to poop and pee now, and it is inevitable that he will feel uncomfortable with someone standing next to him. In this heavily guarded residence of General Wang, Ma Shuoyang didn't believe that the assassin really had the courage to sneak in. Immediately, Ma Shuoyang took off his pants and squatted down. There was a crackling sound, and immediately the word cool came out his mouth. Hearing this sound, the long-haired swordsman outside the toilet frowned slightly and moved away a little bit with disgust. Little did he know that the wolf spider had already turned on its stealth mode, quietly circling around him, and then crawling towards the toilet where Ma Shuoyang was at an extremely fast speed. However, although the invisible wolf spider could not be seen, the crawling movement still made a subtle sound, which was immediately noticed by the long-haired swordsman. This strange sound instantly made him more alert. Could it be a nocturnal animal like a mouse? But when I looked, I couldn't see anything. Strangeness. The long-haired swordsman suddenly looked surprised and suspicious. However, this guy's reaction ability is extremely fast. He moved his ears slightly, and with his keen hearing, he locked onto the direction in which the wolf spider was crawling. Immediately afterwards, there was a clang sound, and the long sword in his hand was unsheathed. He suddenly swung out a sharp sword energy and rushed out violently. Swish! The kung fu fly, which had been ready for a long time, immediately rushed over. As it swung its iron-like foot blade, it was able to block the sword energy. Now that kung fu fly has evolved to S level. Its combat power has soared to 40,000, which is equivalent to the early level of an 8th level warrior. At this moment, it was more than enough to deal with the long-haired swordsman. What? It's a fly. When the long-haired swordsman saw that it was a fly that resisted the sword energy, a look of shock suddenly appeared in his eyes. Moreover, if you look closely, the shape of this fly is obviously very different from that of ordinary flies. In the moonlight, the small body with a hard metallic luster looked extremely strange, especially the pair of claws on the front limbs, which exude a heart-pounding ice-blue coldness. Oh no, Master Ma is in danger. As soon as the thought came to his mind, the long-haired swordsman's face changed drastically, and he soon realized that something was wrong. At that moment, he immediately rushed towards the toilet with sword in hand. Bang! However, how could Kung Fu Fly let him succeed? He immediately flapped his wings and used his second skill, Shadow Light Wings. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! In an instant, tiny blades of light with sharp momentum suddenly shot towards the long-haired swordsman. Seeing this, the long-haired swordsman's pupil shrank. He dared not rush forward anymore and hurriedly raised his sword to block. At this time, the wolf spider had already crawled in through the crack in the door under the toilet. Strange? Why is there a fight outside? Ma Shuoyang, who was defecating freely, frowned slightly and suddenly felt something was wrong. Just as he was about to pull up his pants and go out to see what was going on, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in the flesh of his buttocks, as if he had been bitten by something. Ah! Ma Shuoyang suddenly screamed in pain. He just stood up, but his steps became unsteady and he fell forward, directly crushing the door of the toilet. Perhaps because he was too fat, the venom did not spread quickly and he was still able to move. Assassin. There's an assassin. Help, someone come quickly. But Ma Shuoyang was so scared that he was pissing his pants and crawling forward, shouting hysterically. However, before he could crawl a few steps, his chest was pierced directly by a black tail covered with barbs. When a wolf spider evolves to S level, its derived tail is not only able to retract freely, but also contains deadly toxins. As a result of this puncture, Ma Shuoyang's heart was instantly filled with poison and he died on the spot. His shouting also stopped abruptly. Master Ma, the long-haired swordsman who was trying his best to resist the attack of Kung Fu Fly, caught a glimpse of this scene from the corner of his eye and couldn't help but scream in surprise. Hateful! The long-haired swordsman cursed angrily and tried to withdraw to go for the rescue. Laugh! But just as he was distracted, a cold light suddenly flashed across his throat. Before the blood from the wound seeped out, an extremely cold air rapidly invaded the body. Well, the long-haired swordsman opened his mouth, but no words came out. Immediately, a stream of cold air gushed out of his mouth, and he fell straight to the ground and died. Next to him, Kung Fu Fly licked his ice-blue paws lightly with an indifferent expression. The scream came from the toilet. Go check it out. At this time, the guards of the palace in the front yard heard the noise and immediately rushed here with great momentum. However, when arriving at the scene, looking at the two bodies with strange deaths, they couldn't help but secretly gasp, their faces full of horror. Chapter 102. Get away. Under the cover of night, many figures were rushing to the area around the toilet in the palace. This kind of environment is so lively for the first time. Isn't this Ma Shuoyang, the minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Lord Ma. And that one is his personal bodyguard. How could he die here? What on earth happened just now? Looking at the two bodies with tragic and strange deaths, everyone was suddenly shocked and horrified. Damn it, an assassin actually sneaked into our palace. Wang Taiwei was shocked and angry. He immediately looked at his subordinates and said sternly, "Seal off the mansion immediately. We must find the assassin no matter what." Yes. Instantly, the servants and guards of the palace all took action fully armed. Once Ma Shuoyang dies, I'm afraid it will have a significant impact on the implementation of our plan. In the crowd, Yin Fengjun frowned and thought to himself, "No, I must inform my eldest brother as soon as possible." With a change of mind, Yin Fengjun immediately turned around and left. Although Yin Peng was trying to win over Lin Hao as his subordinate at this time, there might be some obstacles if he went there rashly. But this incident was of great importance, so he couldn't care less. At this time, in the study room in the inner courtyard of the palace, Lin Hao obtained information through the shared vision of Kung Fu Fly and learned that they had successfully killed their prey. At the moment, he was in a good mood. Lin Hao, although you have excellent talent in martial arts, you are still a little lacking in chess. The eldest prince, Yin Peng, shook his head and smiled. The white chess pieces in his hand continued to invade the territory on the chessboard, forcing Lin Hao's black chess pieces into a dead corner step by step. Oh, really? Lin Hao raised his eyebrows slightly. Since there was no need to delay any further, Lin Hao placed the chess piece in his hand and completely reversed the chess game that had been set up long ago. All of a sudden, the situation was turned from defeat to victory. Seeing this, Yin Peng frowned slightly, and the smile on his face was completely restrained at this moment, with a hint of gloom in his eyes. He originally thought that Lin Hao was planning to use this chess game to submit to him in disguise. Unexpectedly, in the end, I was slapped in the face by him. As the eldest prince, he lost a game of chess to a blind man. If this matter were to get out, he would surely be laughed at. It seems that even if this boy's intention is not stated explicitly, it is already very obvious. Thinking of this, the coldness in Yin Peng's eyes became more intense. Since it can't be used by me, then, brother, something urgent happened. At this moment, Yin Fengjun suddenly pushed the door open and said with a heavy face. However, when he saw Lin Hao and Yin Peng playing chess and the game in which they turned defeat into victory, he suddenly felt something strange in his eyes. "Second brother, why are you so impatient?" Yin Peng stood up suddenly. He was already in a bad mood, and his tone was slightly reprimanding. Just now, Ma Shuoyang, the minister of the Ministry of Revenue, was assassinated in the toilet of the mansion, including his personal guards. Yin Fengjun didn't think much about it and replied quickly. "What?" Hearing this, Yin Peng's face changed. "Who is so bold as to cause trouble at this prince's banquet? Have you found the assassin?" As he spoke, his eyes became cruel and furious. When we arrived, Ma Shuoyang and the other two were already dead, and there was no trace of the killer. Yin Fengjun shook his head, feeling quite shocked and puzzled about what happened tonight. Hearing this, Yin Peng frowned and said in a deep voice, "Seal off the entire mansion immediately. No matter who they are, any suspicious person must not be let go. Brother, please rest assured. After the incident, I had Commander Wang seal off the mansion and investigate everyone present." Yin Fengjun nodded. Immediately, he turned his gaze to Lin Hao in the room and said, "As for Lin Hao, is he playing chess with you here tonight?" Hearing Yin Fengjun's question, Yin Peng looked at Lin Hao deeply and said coldly, "Well, he doesn't need to be investigated. Thank you, your highnesses, for your trust." Lin Hao also stood up at this time, with a polite attitude, but neither humble nor arrogant. Moreover, he had been playing chess with Yin Peng here and had never left the study. According to common sense, if Ma Shuoyang was assassinated, he could be said to be the least likely suspect. This sword is very handy. If your highness is willing to part with it, I am willing to buy it with money. Lin Hao picked up the sword that he had used to carve the chessboard and said with a smile. After a short period of getting along, Lin Hao already had a general understanding of the eldest prince's temperament. If he leaves without any greed this time, he will definitely be suspected by others. Therefore, when Lin Hao took the sword away, he made it impossible for the other party to figure out his true thoughts. As expected, just as Lin Hao expected, Yin Peng's originally gloomy expression suddenly eased a lot. "We are all friends. If you like it, take it and use it. Talking about money means you are looking down on this prince." Yin Peng laughed deeply and said generously, Since your highness is so forthright, I will gladly accept it. Lin Hao nodded and smiled faintly, then directly put the black iron sword into the storage ring. Seeing this, Yin Fengjun next to him was secretly happy. If Lin Hao could be won over, the loss of Ma Shuoyang tonight would be nothing. Because Lin Hao's value of use is much greater than that of that fat pig. After what happened tonight's banquet, I don't think we can continue. I remember that I have something else to do, so I'll take my leave now. Lin Hao said calmly. As the mastermind of the assassination, he was naturally eager to escape at this moment. The longer you stay here, the more dangerous it will be. After all, Yin Peng's mysterious guard was hiding in some dark corner. If that guy notices anything, it will undoubtedly be difficult to escape. So it's better to leave first. Okay, second brother. Please see the guest off and don't let the servants in the mansion disturb Lin Hao. After Yin Peng pondered for a moment, he turned his gaze to Yin Fengjun and gave special instructions. Obviously, he had no interest in continuing to hold the banquet at this moment. I know. Facing Yin Peng's request, Yin Fengjun almost obeyed his orders and did not feel the slightest bit dissatisfied because he, the second prince, had to personally see the guests off. Just like that, with Yin Fengjun seeing him off, Lin Hao was not checked by the palace guards and could be said to have left the palace unhindered. As Lin Hao left, a black figure, like a ghost, suddenly appeared behind Yin Peng. Han Tian, what do you think? Yin Peng said gloomily, his eyes. The black shadow shook his head and replied in a slightly hoarse voice, I can't be sure. The samsara, I, is 1 in a million, and those who have awakened will more or less exude aura. But I didn't feel any fluctuations from that guy just now. Hearing this, Yin Peng frowned slightly. So what you mean is that he doesn't have the samsara eye, but is just a pure blind man. The shadow said indifferently, that may not be the case. There is another possibility, that is, he has not yet awakened the samsara eye. Oh, I see, Yin Peng muttered to himself, then fell silent as if thinking about something, with an amusing expression slowly appearing on his face. Chapter 103, Falling into a Trap. Under the dim moonlight, Lin Hao turned a corner and made sure that there were no suspicious people following him nearby. Only then did he let down his guard and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Tonight's assassination may seem simple, but it is actually extremely dangerous. Fortunately, the eldest prince called him to the study and used the delaying tactic of playing chess to create proof of his alibi. And Yin Peng is the best witness. Otherwise, once the investigation begins, he, an outsider who has just entered the eldest prince's faction, will inevitably be suspected. After all, most of the people who were able to go to the palace to participate in the banquet were close confidants of the first and second prince's factions. As long as we conduct a thorough investigation, we can quickly eliminate irrelevant people. Buzz! At this moment, the wolf spider flew over riding on the kung fu fly and landed on Lin Hao's shoulder. But I saw that the wolf spider's pedipalps were hooked with a ring with dark golden patterns. The wide ring is obviously the size that an obese person would wear. There is no doubt that this is Ma Shuoyang's personal storage ring. After killing him, the wolf spider also took it away. Well done, Lin Hao praised, then took the storage ring and put Kung Fu Fly and the others into the system's pet backpack space. Looking at the storage ring in his hand, Lin Hao was not in a hurry to explore the wealth inside and quickly put it into the inner pocket of his clothes. It is better not to expose this kind of stolen goods as much as possible. Otherwise, this small storage ring could bring him fatal disaster. As for Ma Shuoyang's death, it was not like Yang Chengji's, which required any evidence. Even if the underworld organization did not need to investigate, the news of the death would quickly spread throughout the imperial capital. After all, the rank of the vice minister of the Ministry of Revenue was not low, and the sudden assassination of a third-rank official in the court was enough to cause a huge sensation. However, there was one thing that Lin Hao always felt was a little wrong. He felt that since Yang Qingji was a remnant of treason, it was reasonable for King Yin to mobilize the power of the underworld to kill him. However, Ma Shuoyang was an official serving the imperial court and a supporter of the eldest prince's faction. He should not have affected the foundation of the great Yin dynasty. But why would Ming Ge want to assassinate him? Could it be that the person chosen by King Yin to succeed the throne is not the eldest prince? The assassination tonight was intended to shock Yin Peng and Yin Fengjun and to warn them that it was time to stop. Lin Hao's thoughts became active in his mind, and he kept pondering the direction of the plot of this royal power struggle. Recently, He had heard Qingyu talk about the current situation in the court. Now, the eldest prince and the second prince have formed a faction, and relying on the influence of their mother's family, they have gathered nearly 1/3 of the ministers in the court. The fourth prince, Yin Shun, was extremely intelligent and had excellent martial arts skills, and was admired by many military officials. The most important thing is that he has obtained the support of the Qin general's mansion and is fully capable of competing with the eldest prince and his men. As for the third prince, Yin Hongyi, it was said that he had been weak and sickly since childhood and often stayed at home in the palace. It seemed that he had no interest in the fight for the throne. So, according to the current situation analysis, if the Ming organization acted under the order of King Yin, they would assassinate the supporters of the eldest prince's faction as a warning to others. Then, the situation is undoubtedly very clear. King Yin undoubtedly prefers the fourth prince Yin Shun as the candidate for the next throne. Is the third prince really that weak? Lin Hao muttered to himself. In his previous life, he had watched many movies and read many novels about palace power struggles. Among them, there were also some princes who were extremely patient and always appeared to be in a weak position. However, he just watched the princes kill each other and reap the benefits in the end. Therefore, in Lin Hao's opinion, if the third prince is really this kind of person, he would undoubtedly be very scary. I just accept the mission and don't care how they fight. The more Lin Hao thought about this struggle for imperial power, the more complicated his mind became. Then he smiled coldly with an indifferent look on his face. Then, after adjusting his mood slightly, Lin Hao walked towards the gathering place that Qingyu had mentioned earlier. Yan Shen's private residence is located in the north of the city. The distance was a bit far, so Lin Hao naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to walk there. There happened to be a carriage on the side of the street, so he walked over. The driver was a middle-aged man, and perhaps because he had been pulling carts for many years, he was in good health. But he was a man with one missing eye, and a piece of black cloth was tied around his left eye. "Little brother, where do you want to go? The price is negotiable." Seeing Lin Hao coming, the one-eyed coachman immediately grinned and greeted him. Lin Hao asked, "How long does it take to get from here to Jiyuan Pavilion in the north of the city?" "About half an hour," the one-eyed driver replied without even thinking. Lin Hao didn't think much about this. After all, if a rickshaw driver who often picks up passengers is not familiar with the geographical location, how can he do his job? "Okay, let's go to this place." Lin Hao walked straight into the car and sat inside. Then, a creaking sound was heard from the carriage, and it started to move. As the journey would take half an hour, Lin Hao was bored, so he simply closed the shared vision with Bao and meditated quietly. After several months of practice, his attainments in magic are no longer as novice as they were before. His spiritual power cultivation also increased to the level of a third-level magician. During this kind of meditation, Lin Hao quickly entered into an ethereal state of cultivation. With Bai and Bao guarding him, he was not worried about a sneak attack. What's more, since he came to the imperial capital, he has been keeping a low profile and has not made any enemies, so he doesn't need to worry about enemies seeking revenge. In this way, time passed by minute. However, after half an hour, Lin Hao suddenly came to his senses and his face suddenly became alert, because he found that the carriage's journey suddenly became bumpy. Logically speaking, the streets of the imperial capital are well connected and the roads are smooth, so it is impossible for such violent bumps to occur. This situation only occurs on the dirt road outside the city. Lin Hao frowned slightly, feeling more and more that something was wrong. He immediately reached out and opened the curtain of the carriage. Bao also stuck his head out. In an instant, what came into view was a desolate night. This kind of environment is nothing like the bustling streets in the imperial capital. There is something wrong with this driver. Lin Hao's heart sank, and he immediately realized that he had fallen into someone else's trap. Chapter 104, Threatening Lin Hao. Outside the city, the carriage moved farther and farther away, about 10 miles away from the imperial capital behind. Lin Hao immediately became alert and shouted coldly, "Driver, stop! Drive!" However, when the driver heard Lin Hao's voice, he not only did not stop, but instead quickened his pace. In an instant, the car speed suddenly increased and rushed directly into a bamboo forest. Lin Hao's face changed, and the dragon-devouring sword suddenly appeared in his hand, and he swung it out fiercely. Swish! The sword energy swept across, splitting the carriage violently in half, and then jumped off the carriage with Bai. Ouch! The one-eyed driver immediately pulled the reins, then turned around and looked at Lin Hao with a cold gaze. Who are you? What is your purpose in bringing me here? Lin Hao said coldly, holding the broken sword in his hand. Pa pa pa. The one-eyed driver did not answer, but at this moment, strange applause suddenly sounded. Immediately afterwards, a black figure slowly walked out from the depths of the bamboo forest. It is indeed not easy for a blind person to have such sharp reactions. The black-clothed man's voice was slightly feminine, and his laughter had a sinister feeling. With the help of Si Bao's vision, Lin Hao looked at the man in black who suddenly appeared. But the other person had a pale face, an oval face, and smoky makeup around his eyes, giving the impression of a sissy. Stop talking nonsense. Lin Hao had a cold expression on his face and asked in a cold voice, Who are you? The man in black laughed sinisterly and said, It doesn't matter who we are. What matters is whether you are willing to work for us. Hearing this, Lin Hao's heart sank slightly. It seems that these guys had planned in advance to bring him to this place. Moreover, they seemed to know their whereabouts very well. After all, how come there happened to be a carriage parked at the corner of the street near the palace? I also guessed that he would hire a carriage because the journey to the north of the city was long. All these actions, like playing chess, have been planned in advance. This is the case unless someone exposes his whereabouts. As Lin Hao's mind turned, 4 faces suddenly appeared in his mind. They are Qin Yu, Lei Meng, the 4th Prince Yan Shun, and Princess Yan Xinyue. Because, except for these 4 people, no one knew that he would go to the north of the city to participate in the second half of the banquet. Only these 4 people know his schedule tonight. Who could it be? Lin Hao frowned. He didn't expect that he would be betrayed. As for who it was, Lin Hao didn't have the mind to analyze it at this time. Now these 2 mysterious guys of unknown origin must be dealt with first. Don't think about running away. In this bamboo forest besides us, there are many experts hiding. Seeing that Lin Hao remained silent, the man in black smiled sinisterly and said, The reason I came to you this time is not to hurt you, but to cooperate with you. Hearing this, Lin Hao raised his eyebrows slightly and said calmly, What cooperation? What's the benefit for me? The black-clothed man raised his lips slightly, then stretched out a finger, shook it slowly, and said, Don't be impatient. Listen to me slowly. I'm in a hurry. If you have to fart, do it now. Seeing the sissy's expression and actions, Lin Hao felt quite disgusted and directly fought back. The man in black smiled sinisterly and said, Compared to the important matter we are going to discuss next, it is better not to go to such a meaningless banquet. Hearing this, Lin Hao's heart sank slightly. As expected, just as he had guessed just now, these guys didn't know his whereabouts. Thinking of this, Lin Hao's face turned cold and he asked, How do you know that I'm going to attend the banquet later? Hearing Lin Hao's sudden question, the man in black was slightly stunned, and then he realized that he seemed to have let something slip. However, even so, what can Lin Hao do to him? A small student of Tianyan Academy, although he possesses the ultimate talent for cultivation, that is only the top level of talent, and he has great potential in martial arts. Therefore, in terms of strength, before Lin Hao grew up, he was still as small as an ant in their eyes. With our abilities, it would be easy for us to track your whereabouts. A playful smile appeared on the pale face of the man in black. Since you are in a hurry, I won't say any more nonsense. Immediately, he changed the subject and continued. We want to get information about the eldest Prince Yin Peng and his men from you. So, if you can join the first prince's faction, you can get some inside information. After hearing this, Lin Hao suddenly realized what these guys' purpose was. It turned out that he was attracted by the fact that the eldest prince and his men appreciated him, so he planned to intercept them halfway. Simply put, he is to be a spy, mainly to provide intelligence information. Sorry, I'm not interested in this. As for the benefits, there's no need to waste your breath. Lin Hao sneered and directly rejected the other party. Although he didn't come from a powerful family, he wasn't someone who could be ordered around by others to be a spy. That kind of position is not only troublesome, but also very frustrating. Unlike assassins, they can complete the mission by simply sending out a team of pet killers to kill the prey, which is very leisurely. The man in black shook his head and said, Although I am disappointed with your choice, I can give you 5 minutes to reconsider it. Don't let me down again this time. The man in black seemed to be accustomed to this kind of rejection, and his cold voice carried an undisguised threat. As soon as the words fell, dark shadows suddenly emerged from the bamboo forest in the area and directly surrounded the open space. Such a lineup blocked all of Lin Hao's escape routes. Lin Hao frowned slightly. It seemed that this guy had come here well prepared and was determined to win. He discovered that the warriors around him all had powerful auras, and their strength was at least at the level of level 5 fighters. As for the sissy man in black, he should be a level 7 warrior. If it were an ordinary person, the deterrent effect of such a lineup would probably scare them into submission and obey on the spot. However, for Lin Hao, who has many trump cards, it is not so easy to use such tough measures against him. The man in black was very patient. He stared at Lin Hao with a playful look and waited quietly for the 5-minute consideration time limit he had set. In this way, time passes by every second. In the bamboo forest shrouded in night, Lin Hao stood there, remaining silent. Next to him, Xiaobai opened his palms, and each claw on his fingers shone with sharp cold light under the moonlight, ready to strike at any time. The atmosphere at the scene seemed to freeze at this moment. Chapter 105, A Mysterious Person Helps. Time's up. How about reconsidering it? The man in black suddenly spoke. He stared at Lin Hao with a teasing look in his eyes, like a cat playing with a mouse. Obviously, he is very confident in his own strength and the lineup he brought this time. Even if Lin Hao practiced both combat and magic, it would not be easy for him to escape from the eyes of so many people. Therefore, the only choice is to obey. My boy, he who knows the times is a hero, so he won't suffer. The one-eyed driver stared at Lin Hao with a ferocious expression and sneered. Otherwise, we have all kinds of ways to deal with you. Hearing this, Lin Hao said calmly, Okay then. Hearing this, the eyes of the man in black and others moved slightly. This kid is really a servile person who only responds to tough situations and won't respond to soft words. Under such coercion, he finally chose to obey. However, Lin Hao's next words made their faces suddenly become gloomy. Lin Hao continued, Don't get me wrong, I'm the kind of person who prefers to endure hardships. The man in black narrowed his eyes and said coldly, If that's the case, then we can only use some tricks. As he spoke, his slender fingers reached for the storage ring and took out a small bottle filled with dark green liquid. Seeing this, Lin Hao was slightly startled. The appearance of this bottle of liquid seemed somewhat familiar. Boy, have you heard of Minga? This poison is specially used by Minga to control the members of the organization. The man in black stared at Lin Hao with a gloomy look and sneered. The poison has entered the blood. Even if you use your spiritual energy, it cannot be eradicated. Moreover, it will relapse once a month. If there is no antidote, the blood vessels in your body will feel like being bitten by thousands of insects, and you will not want to die. Hearing this, Lin Hao also smiled coldly. So this is your method? It is really vicious enough. One Eye, stop wasting time with this guy. Take him down. The man in black suddenly waved his hand, no longer giving Lin Hao any chance to delay time. Yes. At that moment, the one-eyed driver let out a vicious laugh and pounced on Lin Hao like a wolf pouncing on its prey. At the same time, a powerful spiritual energy comparable to that of a 6th-level warrior suddenly burst out from his palm. However, the next moment his forward steps suddenly stopped, and then his body moved back several feet like a spring. Swoosh! Just as the one-eyed rickshaw driver was stepping back, an arrow glowing red suddenly shot out from the bamboo forest without any warning. Then it shot hard at the ground in front of the one-eyed rickshaw driver. The tip of the arrow dug deep into the ground, and the tail shook violently. The surging flames instantly transformed into a circle of fire and spread out, burning the grass within a radius of several feet into a charred black. Seeing this scene, a look of horror emerged on the one-eyed driver's face. If I had not dodged in time and been hit by the arrow, I would have been burned to a charred corpse by the flames on the spot. This archery skill is really terrifying. Looking at the flaming arrow stuck in front of him, the man in black's eyes darkened slightly, with a hint of fear in his eyes. You actually blocked our plan. I want to see how you're going to explain this to the master later. The man in black snorted coldly. Although the archer did not appear, his expression seemed as if he was very familiar with the mysterious man. Boy, you're lucky this time. There's a nosy guy who saves you. The man in black looked at Lin Hao gloomily and said coldly, Next time, it won't be so easy. Withdraw. After the voice fell, the man in black snorted again, then turned and left. The one-eyed rickshaw driver and his men seemed to be quite frightened of the mysterious archer and left the place in a hurry. Lin Hao couldn't help but be surprised by the sudden change. May I ask who helped? Can you come out and see us below? Lin Hao looked at the flaming arrow, then turned and looked behind him. Deep in the dark bamboo forest, there was total silence, without any response. See Bao, fly over and check it out. Lin Hao was puzzled and immediately gave orders. Yes, master. After receiving the order, the parrot Seabow flapped its wings and flew towards the depths of the bamboo forest. According to the arc of the arrow, the distance is at most 100 meters. Seabow quickly flew to that area, but there was no trace of anyone around, as if they had already left. Lin Hao felt more and more suspicious about this. If he is someone I know, why doesn't he come out to see me? On the other hand, how can anyone help someone if they don't know him or her? Who could this person be? A series of questions suddenly arose in Lin Hao's mind. What happened tonight was really too strange. Moreover, those guys just now seemed to be quite afraid of him. Forget it. Since he doesn't want to come out, we won't force him. As his mind changed, Lin Hao took a deep breath and stopped thinking about it. Anyway, the result was not bad for him. Then, Lin Hao looked at the black horse not far away. Fortunately, the one-eyed coachman did not take it away. Otherwise, it would be a bit depressing to walk back to the imperial capital. After all, the fire scale tiger is his trump card to protect himself in critical situations. Unless it is important, it is better not to expose it. Gee, just like that, Lin Hao rode his black horse out of the bamboo forest and headed towards the imperial capital. And when he left, a burly figure walked out of the bamboo forest with steady steps. He wore a red metal mask on his face. Although his face could not be seen clearly, the longbow on his back was very noticeable. There is no doubt that the person who just helped was him. If Lin Hao were here at this moment and saw the shape of this bow, he would definitely recognize it at a glance. Because this bow was the cloud-piercing bow that Raymond often carried on his back. At this time, the masked man was also heading towards the imperial capital. His pace was neither fast nor slow. He always maintained an effective distance from Lin Hao, who was riding a horse in front of him, so that he could not be detected. In this way, the two of them entered the city one after another. As it is already the middle of the night, the bustle of the winter sun season is gradually coming to an end. Many shops on the street are mostly closed and deserted. Lin Hao ran almost nonstop in the streets late at night. About 10 minutes later, he finally arrived at Jiyuan Pavilion in the north of the city. This was the place where Qin Yu had invited him to attend the banquet, and it was also a private residence purchased by the fourth prince Yin Xian in the city. "Brother Hao, are you here just now?" And just at this moment, a rough voice sounded. Seabao's eyes followed Lin Hao's movements, and he looked sideways. Looking at his burly figure and honest face, it is undoubtedly Raymond. Chapter 106 Banquet Joy. "Zhao, you just arrived too?" Seeing Raymond coming towards him, Lin Hao was slightly surprised. "I've been here for quite a while." Raymond grinned. "But the red wine at the banquet is not to my taste, so I just went to buy a few bottles of white wine." After saying that, he took out an extra-large bottle of white wine from his storage ring. Judging from the alcohol concentration label, it is obviously very strong. Oh, I see. Lin Hao didn't think much about this. He knew that Raymond always liked to drink stronger liquor. Since there was none at the banquet, it was reasonable for him to go out and buy some by himself. "Brother Hao, everyone is waiting for you. Let's go in together." Lei Minghan smiled and greeted, then walked into the door first. Looking at Raymond's tall back and the cloud-piercing bow tied behind his back, Lin Hao's heart suddenly moved. I suddenly remembered the mysterious man who was shooting arrows in the bamboo forest outside the city. Zhao Lei is only a 5th-level warrior now. It should be impossible for him to intimidate those people. As his mind changed, Lin Hao shook his head secretly, denying the idea that suddenly popped up. After all, with Raymond's current strength, he can no longer compete with that sissy man in black. What's more, there was also a level 6 fighter and dozens of level 5 fighters present at the time. Unless, of course, Raymond is a martial arts master with hidden strength. But this possibility is extremely low, because in a recruitment assessment at that time, under the detection of the test steal, Raymond's Earth-level talent and strength and cultivation displayed were difficult to fake. Therefore, Lin Hao felt that the mysterious archer in the bamboo forest should be someone else. Thinking of this, Lin Hao took a deep breath and suppressed all his chaotic thoughts. Then he followed Raymond's footsteps and walked into Jiyuan Pavilion together. Inside the hall, the so-called banquet was not as large and lively as the one held by the eldest prince. The only members present were Qin Yu, Yin Shun, Yin Xinyue, and Raymond's girlfriend Yin Hong, and several beautiful ladies, all of whom are students of Tianyin Academy. What surprised Lin Hao was that Gu Yunlo was also invited. At this moment, he was staring at the table full of delicious food, as if he had waited too long and was already very hungry. Lin Hao, you're finally here. Seeing Lin Hao coming back with Raymond, Qin immediately greeted them with a smile on his face, then stretched out his hand and hooked it on Lin Hao's shoulder. Lin Hao, I'm glad you can come and join us at this party. Yinshan also came over with a smile on his face. Although it was a bit late, Lin Hao was undoubtedly very happy that he could attend the banquet. At least, Lin Hao did not really choose a side and was won over by the eldest prince. I usually do what I promise, Lin Hao said with a smile, without telling him what had just happened outside the city. I just heard the news that Ma Shuoyang, the minister of the Ministry of Revenue, was assassinated in the palace. Lin Hao, are you okay? Qin looked at Lin Hao and asked with concern. Hearing this, Lin Hao was a little surprised. It seemed that these kings, princes, generals, and ministers were quite well informed and had obtained first-hand information so quickly. Don't worry, I'm fine. Lin Hao shook his head and smiled faintly. That's good. Raymond went out to buy some wine just now. I was planning to follow him to the palace to find you. Qin saw that Lin Hao was fine, so he laughed and said, this drunkard is not interested in the high-end red wine I prepared. He really deserves a beating. Beside him, Lei Ming smiled and picked up the bottle of white wine in his hand, grinning and saying, I have no choice but to drink this. You guys talk a lot. Can we start now? Guyan stood up and urged with a pout. Since Lin Hao had not arrived yet, no one had started eating, so he had no choice but to hold it in. Now my stomach is so empty that I can even fart. Sorry for keeping you waiting. I'll punish myself with a drink first. Lin Hao smiled apologetically, then took the bottle of white wine from Raymond and poured himself a glass. How can this be possible? However, at this moment, Qin suddenly said, it is the end of the winter sun season now. We should all toast together. Good. Let's do it together. His proposal was undoubtedly recognized by Yin Shun, Raymond, and others. At that moment, everyone picked up their wine glasses and filled them with red or white wine according to their preference. Forget it, I don't know how to drink, so I'll just use chicken instead of wine. Gu Yunla chuckled, then picked up a roasted chicken leg on the table and bit into it without caring about his image. The way he ate so voraciously seemed as if he had been hungry for a long time. For a moment, the atmosphere in the hall became lively and laughter continued. Immediately, everyone raised their hands to clink their glasses and then drank it all in one gulp. As the strong liquor went into his stomach, Lin Hao suddenly felt his body quickly warm up and feel comfortable. Although, this banquet was not as lively as the one held by the eldest prince. But most of the people present were acquaintances, and they could talk and laugh without any scruples. This atmosphere made Lin Hao feel very comfortable and warm. Lin Hao's barbecue skills are great. Why not ask him to show us his skills again? Yin Xinyue suddenly suggested with a smile. Because of drinking, her fair and smooth face now had a blush on it, making her look extremely beautiful and charming. Fifth sister, Lin Hao is a guest. How can we let him cook and barbecue? Yin Chen shook his head, feeling that this was a bit rude. However, there was no rebuke in his words for his sister's doting, and there was always a hint of smile on his face. Chun, you don't know that our fifth sister's stomach has been captured by Lin Hao's barbecue and grilled fish last time. At this time, Qin Yu was cheering from the side. Hearing this, Yin Xinyue's face suddenly became redder. Damn, Qin Yu, you're making fun of me again. She stared at Qin Yu with her big eyes and said coquettishly, I'm telling the truth, I'm not kidding. Qin Yu spread his hands and said jokingly, I remember yesterday, you seem to have hinted to me that you should ask Lin how to make some more barbecue to try. As soon as these words came out, Yin Xinyue's face became even more blushing, like a stunning flower that had been moisturized, looking delicate and charming. Seeing Qin Yu teasing his cousin like this, Lin Hao couldn't help but smile and said, barbecue is fine, but you have to be my assistant and help me. Okay, no problem. As soon as Lin Hao finished speaking, Yin Xinyue nodded happily without even thinking about it. There was absolutely no intention of rejecting the princess because of her noble status. Seeing this scene, Yin Chan was slightly surprised. Obviously, he did not expect that the relationship between the fifth sister and Lin Hao had developed to such a familiar level. Afterwards, the banquet venue was moved to the yard outside. The yard is quite spacious and has a small pond where some green carps are raised. Although it was late at night, the full moon was hanging high in the sky, and the pale moonlight enveloped the entire courtyard, which combined with the elegant surroundings, was extremely poetic. Lin Hao set up the barbecue grill with ease. Next to him, Yin Xinyue also rolled up her sleeves without any hesitation and helped Lin Hao add charcoal to start the fire. This time, Lin Hao also used local materials and caught a few green spirit fish from the pond, one for cleaning and one for grilling. The two of them cooperated very well. Just like this, the yard in the night. The fragrant smell and the sound of laughter are filled with the youth of these young people. Chapter 107, Four People Become Brothers. Until the early hours of the morning, most of the people present were already drunk. Yinshin was also drunk and fell asleep on the stone table in the yard. However, his steady breathing made it difficult to tell whether he was truly drunk or pretending to be drunk. Only Qinyu, Lei Meng, and Lin Hao were still firm and clinked their glasses with each other. As they drank cup after cup, there was obvious drunkenness in the eyes of the three men. Xiaolei, brother Hao, even though we haven't spent a long time together, we seem to get along very well. Qinyu muttered drunkenly, looking at Lin Hao and Lei Meng and laughing. How about we become sworn brothers? Hearing this, Raymond was slightly startled, but he just smiled foolishly and said nothing. You could be sworn brothers, but I'm the oldest and must be the boss. Lin Hao was also drunk at the moment and thought Qinyu was joking, so he laughed along. Well, Qinyu scratched his nose with his fingers and then grinned. Of course, no problem. What? Are you going to play Sworn Brotherhood? Can I be included? At this time, Gu Yunla, who was lying on the ground holding a wine bottle, suddenly raised his head and laughed drunkenly with a red face. That's perfect. You can come over to support our Xiaolei and be the fourth one. Qinyu glanced at Gu Yunla and laughed without refusing. After saying this, the guy knelt on the ground, looked up at the sky, and said drunkenly, God, I am Qinyu. Seeing this, Lin Hao was slightly stunned. Is this kid serious? I am Gu Yunla. Immediately afterwards, Gu Yunla also knelt on the ground with Qinyu's knees. After Raymond hesitated for a moment, he also knelt down and said solemnly, I, Raymond. Seeing this scene, Lin Hao's mouth twitched slightly, and he suddenly felt as if there was no way out. Brother Hao, what are you still standing there for? Seeing that Lin Hao was still standing there unmoved, Qinyu couldn't help but urge him, do you think you don't have to kneel if you want to be the boss? Yeah, God is bigger. Gu Yunla also said with a smile. Raymond remained silent. Although he didn't say a word throughout the whole process, his actions showed his feelings. Staring at the three people in front of him, Lin Hao took a deep breath, suppressed any distracting thoughts in his mind, and then knelt on the ground with them. I am Lin Hao. Lin Hao said sincerely. Next, for voices were heard in the yard. Today, the four of us are willing to become brothers. I don't ask to be born on the same day, month and year, but I hope to die on the same day. The heavens and the earth bear witness to my heart. We share happiness and adversity together. As the voice fell, the four of them kowtowed to the ground almost at the same time. With the completion of the formal process, the four of them undoubtedly became sworn brothers. If they wake up tomorrow and find out that Lin Hao has become their sworn leader, I wonder how they will feel. Thinking of this, the smile on Lin Hao's lips became more and more weird. Sure enough, the next morning, Qinyu, who was the first to react, slapped his head with his hand, stared at Lin Hao and the others, and said stiffly, Lin Hao, did I play the Sworn Brotherhood game with you guys last night? Gu Yunla's pupils turned, and then he nodded and said, It seems to be the case. Indeed, Raymond said with a simple and honest face. Seeing how serious you look, it's hard for us to refuse. Stop talking nonsense. From now on, I am your boss. If anyone calls me by my name again, I will get angry with them. Lin Hao cursed with a smile, intending to take advantage of this opportunity. Hearing this, the muscles at the corners of Qinyu's mouth twitched slightly. His biggest fault is not that he is a philanderer, but that he likes to have fun after drinking. Unexpectedly, this resulted in 3 more sworn brothers for no reason. But fortunately, these 3 people are all good friends. In that case, I have no choice but to accept it. Next, the 4 of them were ranked in order of age. Lin Hao is the eldest, Qinyu is the second, Lei Meng is the third, and Gu Yunla is the fourth. At this point, the 4 of them had formed a lifelong brotherhood in this chaotic situation. Until many years later, when the 4 of them stood at the top of various forces in the Sky Continent, when they looked back on that scene, they couldn't help but smile. It seems like I missed something last night. Yinshin walked over and said with a smile, It's a good thing you didn't join us. Otherwise, we would not only be cousins, but also sworn brothers. Qinyu waved his hand, disagreeing and making a joke at the same time. Hearing this, Lin Hao and the other 3 nodded secretly. It is inevitable that one would feel a little uncomfortable becoming sworn brothers with a prince. However, Yinshin always had a smile on his face. In the current situation in the court, his greatest reliance is the Qin general's mansion. In this succession of the throne, Qin Yu undoubtedly supported him to the end. At this time, Lin Hao, Lei Ming, and Gu Yunla, as the three more outstanding freshmen in Tianyin Academy, became sworn brothers with Qin Yu. With this relationship, even if Qin Yu is in trouble, he will definitely help. From another perspective, it can be regarded as standing on the same side as them in disguise. Qin Yu felt a little depressed when he noticed the smile on Yin Chen's face. How could he not guess what the other party was thinking? From now on, the four of us can just share the good times and not the bad times. Let's see who lives longer. So at that moment, Qin Yu laughed, but deliberately made things clear in front of Yin Chen. There's no doubt that he did not want to involve his three brothers in the political disputes of the royal family because of their sworn brotherhood. Yin Chen sighed inwardly and naturally understood the meaning behind Qin Yu's words. That's easy. I'm the youngest, so I'll naturally live longer than the three of you, Gu Yunla said with a grin and a smug look on his face. Beside them, only Lin Hao and Raymond were silent, each thinking about something in their hearts. In Lin Hao's opinion, even if he did not have this relationship with Qin Yu, as a member of the Ming organization, he would not be able to avoid the fight for the throne. Since the situation has developed to this point, why not choose someone to assist in taking the position and reap some benefits from it? The eldest prince Yin Peng and the second prince Yin Fengjun did not leave a very good impression on him. As for the third prince Yin Hongyi, he has no power or influence and probably has no hope of competing for the throne. Therefore, the best candidate for the prince at the moment is undoubtedly the fourth prince Yin Shun. While Lin Hao was thinking, Raymond next to him had a shifting look in his eyes, as if he was also thinking about something. However, no one knew his thoughts. Chapter 108: The Calm Before the Explosion. On the way back to Tianyin Academy, I happened to pass by the bamboo forest from last night. Lin Hao frowned slightly and couldn't help but think about it. Who were those guys last night? He was actually asked to serve as a spy for the eldest prince Yin Peng, mainly to provide intelligence. This situation is undoubtedly a hostile force to the faction of the eldest prince. In the current situation in the court, the only person who can compete and contend with Yin Peng is the fourth prince Yin Shun. However, Lin Hao felt that it should be impossible for this person. After all, Yin Shin hoped that he could be won over and form a faction with him. In addition, relying on Qin Yu's relationship, how could he do such an unnecessary thing? So, the only possibility is that there must be someone else. Who could it be? While Lin Hao was thinking, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. The third prince. Could it be him? According to the palace warfare movies and novels that I had read in my previous life, in many cases, the most ignored princes were the ones who just endured. In the carriage, besides Lin Hao, there were Raymond, Gu Yunla, and Qin Yu. Lin Hao turned to Qin Yu with some doubts in his heart and couldn't help asking, "Second brother, does the third prince usually stay in the palace?" Qin Yu nodded almost subconsciously and said, "Yes, the third prince rarely leaves the palace." "Oh, then tell me about his deeds," Lin Hao said lightly. Hearing this, Qin Yu was slightly startled and looked at Lin Hao in surprise. It seemed that there was something strange about the topic that Lin Hao suddenly brought up. Beside him, Raymond's eyelids drooped slightly and a strange light flashed in his eyes. "Boss, do you know the third prince?" Qin Yu looked at Lin Hao puzzled. Lin Hao smiled calmly. "No, I'm just a little curious about him." "I see." Qin Yu nodded suddenly and said without thinking too much, "The third prince has been taciturn and unsociable since he was a child. I have not had much contact with him. Although he has a good talent for martial arts, he prefers a leisurely life and has never asked a martial arts master to teach him martial arts. He spends his days planting flowers and playing chess in the palace. He has never had any disputes with any of the eldest princes." After listening to Qin Yu's story, Lin Hao nodded thoughtfully. It seems that the third prince is the kind of person who does not seek to compete with the world. He just lives the life he wants, easily and comfortably. However, if this kind of temperament is pretended, it would be really scary. After all, no matter how much a person disguises himself, over time, some clues will inevitably be revealed. However, that guy was able to hide for so many years without being discovered by others. Isn't that scary? For a moment, Lin Hao's thoughts became complicated again. Lin Hao couldn't help but sigh in his heart about this. The water of this royal dispute is indeed unfathomable. If you don't have the skills and rush in to get involved, you won't know how you will die. just like Yang Chengji and Ma Shuoyang, who was assassinated in the toilet of the palace last night. Their reactions before death were perhaps a little unbelievable that they would eventually be killed by two animals. The carriage went farther and farther away, and when it returned to Tianyin Academy, Lin Hao received a sound transmission note from his boss Ziyi. Mission completed, reward transferred. Hearing Ziyi's cold voice, Lin Hao's mind immediately moved, and he checked the balance of his Wanjin card. The 50 million yuan reward has indeed arrived. In response, Lin Hao nodded secretly with satisfaction. Minj, as the secret power of King Yin, is almost the richest man in the entire Yin dynasty. Working under his organization, there is no need to worry about defaulting on debts. The days that followed were peaceful. Perhaps because the news of Ma Shuoyang's assassination spread, the various factions in the court that were originally turbulent all calmed down tacitly. King Yan's threat to scare the enemy did have a certain effect. However, this kind of silence is known to most people who know the inside story. This is just the temporary calm before the volcanic eruption. Lin Hao didn't think too much about this. He is very clear about his current position, and the only fundamental thing is to enhance his strength. Therefore, he spent 10 million yuan to exchange 1,000 contribution points from Tianyin Academy and prepared to practice in various major training venues. This time, he planned to go to the Hanling Spring to soak and temper his body. It is said that the Hanling Spring was originally a natural spring. After being transformed by runes, the water in the spring became extremely cold and icy. Soaking in this cold spiritual spring has a miraculous effect on tempering the body. However, because the spiritual spring is too cold, many students generally cannot hold on for too long and choose to leave. The site of Hanlingquan has no surrounding walls and is overgrown with vegetation, giving a feeling of practicing in the wild. But outside, it is covered by a hazy light curtain, ensuring that the practitioners are not disturbed or have privacy. The two deacons in charge of registering people to enter the training grounds are second-year students, a man and a woman. The man has an ordinary appearance and a dark face. The woman has a pretty face and fair skin, and can be considered a beauty. At this time, the male butler was trying to please the woman by being attentive and telling all kinds of jokes. However, the female deacon was yawning, lying in front of a stone table, looking quite bored. As it is winter now and the weather is cold, there are almost no students visiting the Hanling Spring. No need to queue, which is exactly what Lin Hao wants. Please help me arrange it. Lin Hao walked closer and said with a smile, The female deacon raised her eyes, and when she saw the parrot's sea bow on Lin Hao's shoulder, she immediately perked up. There is no doubt that the four treasures have now become iconic symbols to identify Lin Hao's identity. I recognize you. You are Lin Hao. The female steward looked at Lin Hao with a twinkling gaze and said excitedly, Your performance in the illusion-killing arena a few days ago has made you a celebrity in our Tianyin Academy. Hearing this, Lin Hao smiled faintly and said nothing without bragging. The male steward obviously recognized Lin Hao. His eyes narrowed slightly, with a hint of jealousy in his eyes. No matter how he tried to please the female deacon just now, it was of no use. Unexpectedly, as soon as Lin Hao appeared, the effect was so great that it surpassed him by a large margin. This gap is really enviable. Brother Lin Hao, are you planning to enter the Cold Spirit Spring to practice this time? The female deacon looked Lin Hao up and down and asked curiously, Yes, please help me register and open the entrance to practice. Lin Hao smiled and nodded, then took out a school badge. Yeah, okay. Although the female deacon is a senior student, she has some respect for Lin Hao's recent performance in all aspects of the academy. No matter in which world, the stronger a man is, the greater the temptation he is to girls. Chapter 109, Swallowing the Starry Sky. To enter the Cold Spirit Spring, you need 10 contribution points per hour. While the deacon was speaking, she also took the opportunity to check Lin Hao's school badge. However, when she learned that there were 1,000 contribution points in it, she took a deep breath. It costs 10,000 taels to exchange one contribution point. The 1,000 points in Lin Hao's badge are equivalent to a total cost of 10 million. For a moment, the female deacon stared at Lin Hao with shining eyes, as if she had seen her true love. This guy not only has excellent talent in martial arts, but is also very rich. Seeing the female butler's infatuated expression, the male butler couldn't help but snort. So what if you are rich? So what if you have a talent for martial arts? In the end, you're still a blind person and can only live in a dark world. Brother Lin Hao, how many hours do you want to practice? I will help you deduct it now. The deacon suppressed her excitement and asked politely. Don't bother. Just deduct as much as I need to practice. Lin Hao smiled and shook his head. This was his first time to practice at the Cold Spirit Spring, and he didn't know how long he could last. So, it would be more convenient this way. Oh, junior brother Lin Hao is really generous, but based on my past experience, I don't think you can last more than 2 hours. When a male deacon saw Lin Hao's behavior, he finally couldn't help but tease him. He himself was a 5th-level warrior, and in order to show off his masculinity in front of the female deacon, he usually soaked in the Cold Spirit Spring. But the longest he could hold out was only 2 hours, and he managed to hold on by secretly swallowing a pill. Therefore, in his opinion, Lin Hao, a 4th-level warrior, could not last more than 2 hours. Oh, really? Hearing this, Lin Hao said calmly, You don't need to worry about this, senior. If you can't hold on, I will come out by myself. That's right, junior brother Lin Hao is so amazing. How can he be compared with you guys? The female deacon next to him nodded in agreement, and her words actually raised Lin Hao's level to a higher level. Seeing Lin Hao's indifferent expression and the girl he secretly loved praising him so much, the male butler felt even more jealous. I want to see how long you, a blind man, can last. He couldn't help but hum secretly, but his movements became extremely agile. He wished that Lin Hao would quickly roll into the Hanling Spring and not have any contact with the female deacon again. Lin Hao didn't waste any time trying to figure out what the male deacon was thinking. So when he saw the light curtain entrance to the Hanling Spring appear, he stepped straight in. As he entered, Lin Hao suddenly felt that the scene in front of Zhao suddenly changed. That kind of change was like entering an independent space, where any disturbance from the outside world could no longer be transmitted in. With the help of Zhao's vision, Lin Hao discovered that there was a spiritual spring about 10 feet ahead. The water in the spring is extremely clear, filled with spiritual energy and a chill. Obviously, this is the Hanling Spring. Its area is not large, but it is extremely deep, and in its depths, the cold air is extremely strong. If an ordinary person fell into here, he would probably be frozen into an iceman in an instant. Immediately, Lin Hao took off his outer clothes, taking into account that the gravity armor on his body had defensive properties, which might offset the cold air entering his body and affect the tempering of his body. So Lin Hao took it off, revealing his strong muscles. At the same time, Lin Hao's body suddenly felt lighter. Without the suppression of the gravity armor, he suddenly felt as if his whole body was full of strength. Then, Lin Hao concentrated his mind slightly, mobilized the spiritual power in his body to the extreme, then lightly tapped his toes and jumped into the cold spiritual spring with a nimble figure. With a plop sound, Lin Hao fell into the spring in an instant. A whirlpool instantly formed on the surface of the spring, and streams of extremely cold air quickly gathered together. It's so cold. Suddenly, a strange cry was heard. But Zhao flapped his wings and flew out, his body wet and shivering with cold. Lin Hao was soaking in the cold spring and couldn't help shivering. He clearly felt a bone-chilling chill rushing from the outside in, madly into the pores of his body, and his muscles were constantly shaking and twitching. This Hanling Spring is indeed extremely cold. While Lin Hao was secretly amazed, he hurriedly mobilized the spiritual power in his body and closed the pores all over his body. He first used the cold air to temper the surface of his body and maintain the rapid consumption of heat by his body. After a while, Lin Hao's body gradually adapted to the coldness of the spring water surface, and he began to swim towards the central area. Here is where the cold air in the spring is most concentrated, and it is also the coldest area. Lin Hao only felt that the spring water around him was like countless cold needles, piercing his body madly and fiercely. But under this kind of tempering, his skin is also becoming increasingly tougher. About 2 hours later, Lin Hao felt that all the nerves in his body had been numbed by the cold. Lin Hao understood this. No wonder the male steward had joked that he couldn't last more than 2 hours. Because if this continues, the blood flow in the body will freeze and solidify, which is very likely to threaten life safety. However, at this moment, Lin Hao had no intention of stopping at all. Ape transformation. His face was slightly stern, and he directly practiced the body-refining martial arts. Instantly, the dragon ape blood in his body began to vibrate wildly. In the blink of an eye, Lin Hao's muscles swelled all over his body, and a horn extended from his forehead. The dragon soul is activated. Immediately afterwards, the skin on the surface of Lin Hao's muscles all over his body began to move rapidly, and a layer of dense dark scales suddenly appeared. The moment the dragon warrior transformed, his aura suddenly soared with an extremely violent wave. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the Hanliang Spring contains extremely cold air. If it were just now, he would not dare to absorb it into his body at will. But right now, it is completely different. With Lin Hao's current dragon-transformed warrior form, his physical strength has reached a terrifying level. The cold that seems terrifying to others is no longer very dangerous to him. I wonder if the spiritual energy in this cold spring can help me break through to the 5th level of cultivation. Lin Hao muttered to himself, and suddenly a bold idea popped up in his mind. Obviously, he wanted to use the energy in the cold spirit spring to impact the 5th spiritual vein, swallow the starry sky, and absorb everything. Lin Hao's mind moved, and the spiritual power in his body surged, forming a circle of black holes behind him, which spread out slowly and strangely. Boom! In an instant, an extremely terrifying, devouring force suddenly burst out from the black hole. This set of martial arts was undoubtedly the incomplete heavenly level skills that was obtained from Yang Qingji's storage ring when he assassinated him several months ago. Swallowed Star. Chapter 1, 10 New and Old Geniuses. Huff, huff, huff. As the black hole appeared out of nowhere, the water in the Hanliang Spring suddenly began to fluctuate violently. Immediately afterwards, the water surface seemed to be attracted, forming a whirlpool-like tide, which rushed towards Lin Hao madly from all directions. With that kind of noise, an ordinary level 4 fighter would probably be scared away on the spot. However, when Lin Hao saw this scene, the excitement on his face became even more intense. This was because the spiritual energy contained in this cold water was undoubtedly the best tonic for nourishing the spiritual veins in his body at this moment. Boom! In an instant, the black hole suddenly burst out with an extremely ferocious, devouring force. The surrounding cold spiritual energy rushed into the black hole at an astonishing speed and then poured into Lin Hao's body. The impact of such a huge amount of cold air would probably be difficult to withstand even for warriors above level 5. If it were his previous human body form, Lin Hao's blood vessels and meridians would probably have been frozen, solidified on the spot. But at this moment, he who had transformed into a dragon demon warrior was fully confident that he could use this method to draw a large amount of cold air into his body. Then, Lin Hao's mind moved, and the swallowing black hole began to wriggle rapidly. Under this wriggling, the violent cold air contained in it was directly digested by the black hole. In the end, the energy that flowed into Lin Hao's body was the purest spiritual power of heaven and earth. While absorbing it madly, the cool spiritual power was also constantly tempering Lin Hao's bones, muscles, and every cell. Lin Hao could clearly feel that his body was gradually becoming stronger under this cleansing and tempering. That feeling is like a rough piece of jade being slowly carved into a beautiful jade. 3 hours passed. Lin Hao remained unmoved. Boom, boom. In the Hanliang Spring, waves surged on the water surface, and waves of cold and gloomy spiritual energy surged wildly. The devouring black hole was like a bottomless pit, absorbing greedily. Under Lin Hao's control, the violent cold energy turned into streams of pure spiritual power, surging through his body. With this infusion, the 4 spiritual veins in Lin Hao's body are gradually becoming full. Even the volume of each spirit vein itself began to expand and toughen due to this expansion. At this time, the 2 deacons outside were secretly surprised to see that Lin Hao had not shown any signs of coming out. That kid not only lasted 2 hours, but now it's already been 3 hours, and he still hasn't planned to come out. The male butler couldn't help but swallow his saliva. A look of surprise appeared on his face. Thinking of what he had said to Lin Hao before, he couldn't help but feel like he had slapped himself in the face. TSK, a warrior with ultimate cultivation talent, is indeed different from others. Looking at the light curtain of the area where the cold spirit spring is located, the female deacon's eyes flickered, and she exclaimed with a crazy look on her face, "Junior brother Lin Hao, you are really amazing." At this time, 3 young men dressed as first-year students came over. "Senior, we are here again. This time, please help us start a 1-hour trial." As they came closer, one of the young men spoke confidently. Last time, they could only last half an hour in the handling spring. However, after recent training, my strength has increased significantly, and I feel I should be able to hold on for a while. You have to wait for a while, because someone is using the cold spirit spring now. The deaconess turned to face them and said with a smile, "Oh, no problem. How long will it take?" The three of them nodded, and they understood the rules of waiting in line. "I'm not sure, because there is no time limit for this trial repair." The female deacon replied with a faint smile. She was actually surprised that Lin Hao could hold on in the handling spring until now. "Oh, it's unlimited time." Hearing this, the three of them were slightly surprised. The one in the middle couldn't help but ask curiously, "Senior, who is inside now?" "His name is Lin Hao. I'm sure you all know him." The deacon raised the corner of her lips slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. "What?" "The person that senior sister was talking about is Lin Hao. Lin Hao is actually practicing in handling spring? This is such a coincidence." When they heard it was Lin Hao, their faces changed slightly, and then they were shocked. A while ago, when Lin Hao was taking part in the trial on the illusion-killing arena, he made a stunning debut and rushed to the top of the ranking stone. Will there be another miracle this time? Thinking of this, the three first-year students looked excited. Spread the news quickly. Therefore, at that moment, the three of them hurriedly took out the sound transmission talisman and quickly informed the people they knew about Lin Hao's cultivation here. Just like that, one person told 10 people told 100 people. In just a short moment, almost all the students in Tianyin Academy had learned about this. For a moment, the Hanlinquin training ground, which was originally sparsely populated, suddenly became lively. Moreover, this excitement is just foreplay. Soon, other senior students who had heard the news also came one after another. They are also quite curious about this newcomer who has suddenly emerged like a dark horse recently. These guys came here, obviously, because they wanted to see with their own eyes whether Lin Hao is really as powerful as the rumors say. Just like that, the outer area of Hanling Spring was surrounded by water in an instant. The densely packed figures were so numerous that the scene was even more lively than the annual grade competition. Even Qin Yu, Lei Ming, and Gu Yunla came to watch. This also includes spies for various forces. I heard that Lin Hao has been in the cold spirit for 5 hours. He is really enduring. 5 hours isn't that impressive. According to past records, Bai Yujie reached 10 hours last year. Yes, Bai Yujie is now a third-year student. It is said that his cultivation has just broken through to the 6th level warrior level. Even the senior students in the 4th grade are afraid of him when they see him. It's a pity that Bai Yujie has never been to the illusion-killing arena for trials. Otherwise, his results would definitely be comparable to Lin Hao's. In the crowd, as someone mentioned the name Bai Yujie, everyone's topics suddenly became lively. Almost half of the topics revolve around him, and some even thought that Lin Hao was able to get the top spot on the fantasy killing arena because Bai Yujie did not have any trials. Because Bai Yujie is currently recognized as a genius in Tianyin Academy. In terms of combat power, in previous grade competitions, among those at the same level, he can be said to be invincible. Even in the grade competition 2 years ago, Bai Yujie was still a sophomore student, but he dared to challenge the 3rd grade champion. On both sides, one is a level 5 fighter and the other is a level 6 fighter. That fight was remarkable and very exciting. In the end, Bai Yujie, with his inferior skills, managed to defeat his opponent by leaps and bounds, shocking the entire audience. However, since then, Bai Yujie has entered a state of seclusion, no longer showing up and being extremely low-key. Perhaps in his opinion, none of the students in Tianyin Academy could arouse his interest, because the 3rd grade champion who was defeated by him has now been promoted to the 4th grade. In other words, although Bai Yujie has now been promoted to a 3rd-year student, all the 4th-year students are no match for him if they fight alone. Whoosh! Just as everyone was talking, a sound of breaking wind suddenly came from the sky behind them. Everyone's heart trembled, and they all turned to look. But there, a bright white light, like a meteor streaking across the sky, suddenly came flying in the air. Almost in the blink of an eye, the white light appeared above the crowd. At that moment, all surprised eyes were focused on the white shadow above. When everyone looked closely, they were surprised to find that the white shadow was actually a giant eagle with a completely snow-white body and extremely majestic. Its wings were huge, and when they flapped, there was a sound like wind and thunder, which was terrifying. There's someone on the giant sculpture. Then, everyone's eyes quickly shifted to the figure on the back of the eagle. The man was dressed in a white shirt, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were full of coldness and arrogance. This kind of temperament is extremely free and easy and extraordinary. This person is Bayuje. Looking at the young man in white on the giant eagle, except for the freshmen, almost all the senior students above the second grade recognized him at a glance. For a moment, everyone was surprised. Once Bayuje appears, no matter how talented Lin Hao is, he will be nothing more than a rookie. Those old students even felt proud, and their eyes were burning. This is because since the arrival of this class of freshmen, many rising stars have emerged, and this group of old students have undoubtedly been suppressed. For example, Yu from the magic class, who has a heavenly talent for cultivation, and Raymond, Gu Yunla, and others from the warrior class, all have excellent aptitude in martial arts. Especially Lin Hao, the ultimate genius, who stole the limelight on the day of the test deal for recruitment and assessment, and took away the elixir rewards for the top 3 places in the second-year season. Of course, although the Lord of the Mansion later gave them the prizes they deserved, they were still upset about the incident and were looking for an opportunity to save face. However, Lin Hao's performance on the fantasy killing stage a while ago undoubtedly shattered all their thoughts. Therefore, at this moment, when they saw Bayuje appear, the old students present all transferred their hopes of regaining their face to the former. Bayuje stood proudly on the giant eagle. His calm eyes looked down at the many figures below, and he had an air of looking down on the world. Then he turned his gaze and looked at the light curtained deep in the training field. There is the enclosed area of Hanling Spring, and the person who was practicing in it was exactly the person he came here to focus on this time. He was looking forward to the emergence of a genius who could inspire him to fight during his last year of school. Otherwise, it would be a bit monotonous and boring. TSK, this is really high profile. Those rumors outside are indeed all false. Yu glanced at Bayuje above him, then looked away, laughing indifferently. Indeed, everyone is here, and they're standing on the back of the eagle to show off. Gu Yunla stretched out a finger, picked his nose, and murmured, "If it were me, I would feel embarrassed." Raymond, who was standing next to them, couldn't help but grin at what the two said, but he didn't refute them out loud. In fact, the 3 of them had come to Hanlinquin to practice before. If one had not intentionally restrained oneself, 10 hours of soaking would have been more than enough. Therefore, apart from the difference in cultivation, they did not take Bayuje, the so-called senior genius of the academy, seriously at all. You guys should just forget it. Bayuje is actually very powerful. My 4th brother once said that even if we fight him alone, we may not be his match. Seeing Yu and Gu Yunla looking disdainful, Yin Xinyue, who was obviously unaware of the situation, reminded them deliberately. "Fifth sister, you are taking this for granted." Yu immediately shook his finger and retorted, "Yin Chen can't beat him, but that doesn't mean we can't beat him." That's right. Any one of our 4 brothers can show him what it means to be better than the master. Gu Yunla raised his head and agreed with a grin. It must be said that he and Yu really have the same taste. When they talk, they have a tacit understanding and complement each other. Okay, you're the only ones who are blue, and everyone else is green. Yin Xinyue couldn't help laughing, but she didn't argue with Yu and the others because of an outsider. Princess Xinyue. At this moment, Bayuje, who was in the sky, caught a glimpse of Yin Xinyue's graceful figure from the corner of his eye, and a hint of heat suddenly surged in his eyes. At that moment, he jumped directly from the eagle's back and landed on the ground. The crowd where he landed immediately scattered. Under his fierce aura, everyone looked a little fearful and quickly and consciously left a small space. Bayuje really enjoyed the awe-filled looks from those around him, just like a strong man standing out from the crowd. "Princess Xinyue, it's been several months since we last met. How have you been lately?" Walking closer, Bayuje greeted him enthusiastically. The burning gaze directed at Yin Xinyue did not conceal the admiration in his eyes at all. "Yeah, that's good." Yin Xinyue pursed her red lips slightly, and her words were neither too intimate nor too rude. Yin Xinyue's grasp of the scale of the relationship between the two was very appropriate. "Fifth sister, so you two know each other?" Seeing Bayuje suddenly come over to say hello, Yu raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, "A few months ago, my eldest brother invited me to a banquet, and I met him once." Yin Xinyue nodded. Hearing this, The arc of Qin Yu's eyebrows couldn't help but widen a little. Then, as if he had guessed something, he sneered in his heart. This eldest prince really does everything he can to attract talents. He even used his own imperial sister as a means of communication to gain power. What a scumbag. Beside him, Bai Yujie was still staring at Yin Xinyue with burning eyes. As long as you can establish a good relationship with the eldest prince, you will undoubtedly be the first to get the moon. He was determined to get the beautiful princess, Yin Xinyue. Chapter 111, Tough Brothers. Outside the Hanliang Spring, there were people moving around, and the place was bustling with activity. Everyone was eagerly waiting to see whether Lin Hao would set a new record and break Bai Yujie's 10 hours. At this time, in the area within the Hanliang Spring, Lin Hao was soaking in the cold spring, controlling the devouring black hole and continuously absorbing energy. If people outside could see that kind of noise, they would be shocked. After all, soaking the body and tempering it while enduring the stinging pain brought by the cold air is an extremely torturous and painful process. If it were inhaled into the body, the severity would certainly be even more terrifying. However, Lin Hao relied on his star-devouring technique and was not affected at all during the entire process. This is the domineering aspect of the dark, devouring martial arts. Everything in the world can be swallowed. Of course, although with the assistance of the devouring martial arts, this does not mean that Lin Hao can absorb energy endlessly, because swallowing black holes provides him with energy conversion, and all the energy obtained from swallowing must be borne by himself. If he absorbs too much, his body will not be able to accommodate it. The final result will be energy backlash, which is extremely dangerous. In this situation, to put it simply, the swallowing black hole is like a water pump, and Lin Hao's body is a water tank. The energy in the Hanliang Spring is extremely powerful, but Lin Hao's water tank will always be filled up. Once it is full, if you continue to force more, the cylinder will eventually explode and be destroyed, and all your efforts will be in vain. Knowing this, Lin Hao's absorption speed this time was not as greedy and crazy as before. Instead, it slowed down its speed, gradually digesting the energy while mobilizing excess energy to temper the body, killing two birds with one stone. Under the balanced absorption of this rhythm, Lin Hao's breath gradually rose. Moreover, at this moment, even if he had removed his dragon form, he could still withstand the icy power around him. But the blue veins on the surface of his skin were slowly wriggling, and every tremor seemed to contain an extremely powerful feeling. Time passes by every second. Another 5 hours pass like this. Including the previous 5 hours, Lin Hao has now been strong in the Hanliang Spring for a full 10 hours. 10 hours. This amount of time is already the same as Bai Yujie's. Yeah, and there's no sign of it coming out yet. Could it be that it's going to break the record again? Outside, the crowd suddenly erupted in surprise. While they were surprised that Lin Hao could hold on in the Hanliang Spring until now, many of them also cast their eyes on Bai Yujie, who was present. However, the latter had a calm expression on his face, but his slightly gloomy eyes vaguely showed a hint of fighting spirit. His endurance is pretty good, comparable to mine, but I don't know how good his actual combat ability is. Bai Yujie raised the corner of his mouth slightly, as if because Yin Xinyue was beside him, he said this deliberately to elevate himself. However, his words were very harsh to the ears of Qin Yu, Lei Ming, and Gu Yunle. Since you want to compete, why don't you compete with our boss and you will know? Gu Yunle spoke bluntly without any hesitation. There was a piece of grass in the corner of his mouth, which gave him a kind of unruly taste. Your boss. Hearing this, Bai Yujie raised his eyebrows and looked at Gu Yunle in confusion. Our boss is Lin Hao. Qin Yu also stood up and directly exposed his relationship with Lin Hao. However, if you want to compete with our boss, you have to get past the three of us first. Raymond stood by and smiled innocently, but his words were filled with undisguised provocation, and he seemed to dislike Bai Yujie. They knew in their hearts that Bai Yujie came here to observe Lin Hao today with a purpose, which was to compete with Lin Hao. However, as sworn brothers, how could Qin Yu and the other two just sit there and do nothing? They all wanted to help their boss deal with the trouble. That look seemed to be saying, you are not worthy enough to compete with our boss. Compare with you? Hearing this, Bai Yujie's lips curled up with a playful smile. The look he gave Qin Yu and the other three was clearly filled with disdain. 2 years ago, He relied on his level 5 warrior's cultivation to defeat the grade champion who was a level 6 warrior. Now, his cultivation has increased, and he has reached the level of a 6th level warrior. He has absolute confidence that no warrior of the same level can match him. And now, Qin Yu, Lei Ming, and Gu Yunle, the 3 freshmen. One is a 5th level mage, and the other 2 are 5th level warriors. Among the first-year students, he is considered an outstanding leader. But in Bai Yu's eyes, it is still not good enough. Therefore, at this moment, when he heard the provocative words of Qin Yu and the others, he couldn't help but feel a little ridiculous, and a hint of sarcasm welled up in his eyes. Are those 3 guys stupid? They actually dared to provoke Dean Bai Yushua. TSK. Being overconfident is like overestimating one's own abilities. Yeah, even if the 3 of them joined forces, I'm afraid they would all be beaten by President Bai Yushua. Seeing the situation here, a burst of mocking discussion suddenly broke out in the crowd. Everyone knows that Bai Yuji is recognized as the #1 genius in Tianya Academy. However, Gu Yunle, Lei Ming, Qin Yu, and the other 3 are just freshmen with excellent cultivation talents. With this kind of qualifications, is he qualified to compete with Bai Yuji? It's so funny. Interesting. I haven't stretched my muscles for a long time. Since you are interested, I will accompany you with reluctance. Listening to the flattery from the many students around him, Bai Yuji's pride grew even more. As the voice fell, a hint of fighting spirit suddenly ignited in his eyes, and he looked at Qin Yu and the other 3 with a playful look. Just what I want. Gu Yunle chuckled, looked at Lei Ming and Qin Yu beside him, and said, "There's an order of seniority. Why don't I go first? Old 4. Since you know that there's a hierarchy of seniority, it must be me, the second oldest brother, who should take action first." Qin Yu raised the corner of his mouth slightly, wanting to grab this spot. "How about we do rock, paper, scissors?" Raymond grinned, also not giving up. Seeing this scene, everyone present was stunned. They originally thought that Raymond and the other 2 would panic and shrink back when they heard that Bai Yuji wanted to compete. Unexpectedly, the performance of these 3 guys was completely beyond the expectations of all of them. In such a situation, he was actually vying to compete with Bai Yuji and didn't take the other party seriously at all. This is simply too arrogant and too presumptuous. Come on, start. Don't cheat, best of 3. What's even more exaggerated is that these 3 people actually started playing finger-guessing games, vying for a spot in the competition. Seeing this, Bai Yuji's face suddenly became extremely gloomy at this moment. He felt that his dignity had been seriously challenged. Beside them, Yin Xinyue couldn't help but have a strange look on her pretty face when she saw Qin Yu and the others like this. But as someone who grew up in the palace, she knew very well that women should not interfere in matters between men. Therefore, Yin Xinyue did not intervene in the whole process and just stood aside silently. Besides, she was very clear about her cousin Qin Yu's strength. Although this guy usually seemed lazy, he actually had unimaginable real strength. As for the other 2, Raymond and Gu Yunle, she didn't know much about them. But to be able to fight like this, he probably has some hidden cards. At least in their eyes, Bai Yuji might really be nothing. These 4 brothers are all freaks. Yin Xinyue was quite surprised when this thought suddenly popped up in her mind. As a human being, it's better to know yourself. No need to fight. All 3 of you come at me together. Bai Yuji stared at Qin Yu and the other 3 with a cold look in his eyes and said arrogantly, "That's great. Let's solve it all at once." Boom! As he spoke, an extremely powerful spiritual energy wave suddenly burst out from his body, and the energy generated in his body made a whirring sound. Such fierce momentum has a very deterrent effect. Look, Master Bai Yu is serious. TSK, they're dead now. They actually dared to anger Senior Bai. They really will suffer the consequences. Seeing Bai Yuji releasing a powerful aura, the crowd present immediately burst into exclamations of surprise and praise. He wants to compete with the 3 of us? What do you think? Gu Yunle was delighted when he heard it. Since he insists on doing this, it will also help to avoid any damage to the relationship between the 3 of us. Qin Yu, who had just lost the scissors game, naturally agreed immediately. Raymond, the winner, had no choice but to nod his head as a sign of acceptance. Immediately, the 3 of them stood side by side. When they get serious, their eyes change subtly in an instant, and their aura becomes restrained and steady. I hope that after a while, you can still be as eloquent as you are now. Bai Yuji snorted coldly. Bang! The next moment, he took a step forward, and his agile figure rushed straight towards Qin Yu and the others like a tiger emerging from the mountains. At the same time, powerful spiritual energy fluctuations suddenly erupted between his palms. And at the moment Bai Yujie took action, Raymond, Guyunla, Qin Yu, and the other three also launched attacks at the same time almost in an instant. Bang! 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 For a while, the sounds of fierce fighting rang out one after another in the area outside the Hanling Spring. And this time, Lin Hao in the Hanling Spring was still immersed in it, unmoved. Fortunately, there's a light curtain covering this place, so the sound of fighting outside will not be heard here. Otherwise, with such interference, Lin Hao might not be able to practice so peacefully. Boom! As the devouring black hole absorbed more and more energy and poured it into its body, at a certain moment, Lin Hao's body shook violently. The barrier film on the surface of the fifth spiritual vein around the Dantian acupoint was broken through almost instantly. Instantly, streams of pure spiritual energy surged in, as if opening up a new world. Lin Hao's aura also soared wildly in an instant. Breakthrough! There was a gleam of light in Lin Hao's eyes, and he laughed loudly towards the sky. Although he has the support of the ultimate cultivation talent, his cultivation speed is much faster than that of ordinary warriors. But if you want to impact the fifth spiritual vein, it will take at least several months or even half a year. But now, with the help of the energy in the cold spirit spring and the martial arts skills of devouring the stars, it only took Lin Hao 10 hours to be promoted to the level of a 5th level warrior with unstoppable force. This is the result of resources. Many poor warriors, even if they have decent talent in martial arts, will not be able to achieve much in martial arts without the assistance of various resources. Level 5 is still too weak. Lin Hao clenched his fists, feeling the increasingly powerful force in his body, but his heart was not greatly disturbed. Although the feeling of increased strength is wonderful, Lin Hao knows that his current cultivation level is still far from enough. Because compared to the Dark Eagle, the leader of the underworld who forced him to take poison, and the sissy man in black in the bamboo forest a while ago, if there were no help from the system pets, no matter which one of them, Lin Hao would not be a match for any of them if fighting alone. Moreover, Lin Hao realized that he seemed to have been involved in the imperial power struggle of the Great Yin dynasty without realizing it. If you don't want to become cannon fodder, you have to strengthen your own strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the system suddenly disappears one day, the situation he will face will undoubtedly be even more dangerous. This sense of self-protection constantly drives Lin Hao's radical desire to become stronger. Crash! Then, Lin Hao jumped out of the water, his body like a flying swallow, lightly tapping the water's surface with his toes, and flew directly to the shore. After quickly putting on the gravity armor and clothes, Lin Hao turned and walked out of the light curtain. Zhao flapped his wings and flew to Lin Hao's shoulder and stood still. The moment he stepped out of the light curtain, Lin Hao was suddenly shocked by the bustling crowd in front of him and the noisy screams. So many people. Seeing this scene, Lin Hao was slightly surprised and couldn't help feeling a little unbelievable. Just as Lin Hao was feeling surprised, a scream suddenly rang out. Immediately afterwards, he saw a white figure falling towards him in a panic. Bang! The white shadow hit the light curtain, and suddenly a heavy sound was heard. With the help of Bao's vision, Lin Hao took a closer look. The white shadow was discovered to be a young man in white. But at this moment, this guy looked extremely miserable. His originally handsome face was now swollen and purple in many places, and several of his front teeth were knocked out. The blood and saliva at the corners of his mouth mixed together, staining his white clothes red. Who is this? How could he be beaten so badly? Seeing this, Lin Hao couldn't help but show a hint of surprise on his face. He didn't know this person. However, everyone present recognized him. This person is Bai Yujie, Senior Bai Lost. How is this possible? The three of them actually beat Senior Bai. When they saw Bai Yujie was defeated, everyone was shocked. The development of the war situation was completely beyond their imagination. Look, Lin Hao is coming out. At this time, everyone also noticed Lin Hao walking out of the light curtain. For a moment, everyone's attention was focused on him. You are Lin Hao. Bai Yujie fell to the ground, looked up at Lin Hao, and spoke with difficulty. Watches up. Lin Hao nodded, somewhat confused by the question from the man in white. If the other party asked for help, Lin Hao had even thought about refusing. I will never compete with you again. After saying this, Bai Yujie finally couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. Chapter 112 News from the Ancient Tomb. Seeing Bai Yujie fainted beside him after he finished speaking, Lin Hao felt confused. What? You won't challenge me again? Could this guy be here to scam people? Lin Hao was slightly surprised, then looked at the dense crowd around him. However, with so many witnesses at the scene, there shouldn't be any problems. Boss, we are here. At this time, Lin Hao heard a familiar voice coming from the crowd. It was Gu Yunla and the others. The people around quickly stepped back to make way. Soon, Qin Yu and the other three were seen walking towards Lin Hao. In the battle with Bai Yujie, just now, the ferocity and terror of these three people have deeply shocked all the students present. Therefore, when they saw Qin Yu and the others passing by, no one dared to block the aisle, and they all made way in awe. This is the rule of the martial arts world. The strong are respected. Did something big happen here? Looking at Qin Yu and the others who were approaching, Lin Hao couldn't help but ask. Nothing. Everyone just came to watch you soak in the cold spring. Gu Yunla, still holding a piece of grass in the corner of his mouth, replied with a grin. Hearing this, Lin Hao's face was slightly stunned. There are so many people coming to watch me just taking a bath in the hot spring. Isn't it weird? He looked at Bai Yujie, who had fainted beside him, as well as the slightly fearful looks and discussions of the surrounding students. Even if Qin Yu and the others hadn't said it, he could have guessed it roughly. The young man in white who was beaten all over was actually the one who was attacked by Qin Yu and the other two. Lin Hao couldn't help but feel quite surprised about this. He had heard of Bai Yujie's name during the 6 months he had been at Tianyan Academy. However, no one expected that this recognized top talent in the school would be so vulnerable in the hands of Raymond and his friends. From this we can see that it's not that Bai Yujie is incapable. The real abilities of his 3 sworn brothers are truly beyond one's imagination. Boss, I heard that Fu Jingxuan launched a new signature dish today. Let's go try it. Gu Yunla spat out the grass in his mouth and grinned. I'm really hungry after the fight, so I'll treat you, old two. What? Why am I treating again? Upon hearing this, Qin Yu suddenly became anxious. He opened his eyes wide, stared at Gu Yunla, and scolded with a smile. Old four, since we met until now, you only know how to eat for free. This time, no matter what, you have to treat me. However, Gu Yunla didn't care. He spread his hands and pouted. I can't help it. My father is too strict and has always made me practice hard. This time when I leave the family, I only have a few tens of thousands of taels of silver for my travel expenses. Seeing Gu Yunla's puzzled expression, Lin Hao and the others all looked a little strange. They knew that the Gu family was the oldest and most powerful ancient martial arts family in the Great Yin dynasty. There is even the Gu family's exclusive territory, and even King Yan's power can hardly extend there. However, for such a powerful ancient martial arts family, Gu Yunla's father is so stingy. My own son came all the way to Tianyan Academy to study, and he was just given a few tens of thousands of taels to send off. You know, a high-end restaurant like Fu Jingxuan would cost at least tens of thousands of dollars a time. With the money Gu Yunla had, he could only eat some ordinary dishes. If I want to sustain my 4-year academic career, this is probably far from enough, and I can only live frugally. Poor baby. Qin Yu shook his head, looking helpless. Are you going to Fu Jingxuan for dinner? Count me in too. At this time, Yan Xinyue came over with a smile, pointed her thumb in the opposite direction of herself, and said generously, It's my treat. Really? That's great. Gu Yunla's eyes lit up immediately, and he praised, The 5th princess is indeed very smart, beautiful, and generous. Stop talking nonsense, and let's go. Yan Xinyue seemed a little embarrassed to be praised like this in front of so many people. She glanced at Lin Hao quietly, then turned around and walked out of the crowd. Immediately afterwards, Lin Hao and his 4 brothers left here, chatting and laughing. Looking at the 4 figures traveling with Yan Xinyue, the male students present all had envious expressions on their faces. It would be wonderful if Princess Yan could invite me too. Yes, those 4 guys are not only strong, but also very lucky. There were even some sour voices. In the crowd, a graceful figure stood, staring quietly at Lin Hao's receding back. After a while, she opened her red lips slightly and sighed softly. This woman was Lin Hao's ex-wife, Zhao Linger. It has been half a year since I entered Tianyan Academy. Although Zhao Linger and Lin Hao were in the same school, they had not communicated with each other since their divorce. During the past 6 months, Zhao Linger clearly discovered that Lin Hao was becoming more and more outstanding. However, she also vaguely felt that the distance between her and Lin Hao was gradually becoming farther and farther. Even in the future, maybe there will be no intersection anymore. The crowd in the venue has dispersed. Only Zhao Linger was still standing there, letting the cool evening breeze blow on her. The long black hair fluttered in the wind, seeming to carry a hint of loneliness. In the evening, Lin Hao and his group of 4 men and 1 woman gathered at Fujingshuan and booked a private room. Perhaps in order to avoid some political factors from getting involved, the 4th prince Yin Shun was not invited to this dinner. As for Yin Xinyue, although she is also a member of the royal family, as a princess, she will generally not have any political influence. In this way, everyone ate and chatted, talking about almost everything, and the atmosphere was extremely cheerful and comfortable. During this period, Lin Hao also learned from them the details of why they joined forces to beat up by Yujie today. It turned out that the guy not only wanted to compete with him, but also coveted Yin Xinyue. These 2 points made Qin Yu and the other 3 feel very displeased. That's why the scene he saw later happened. You 3 seem to be hiding your true colors. Lin Hao picked up a piece of beef tendon and said with a smile. Qin Yu grinned and said meaningfully, compared to the boss, our hidden abilities are probably just a drop in the ocean. Hearing this, Lin Hao smiled faintly and said nothing. Raymond, Qin Yu, and Gu Yunla all smiled and did not continue talking about this topic. Although everyone present is not an outsider, they all have their own responsibilities for their secrets. Therefore, the 4 brothers showed great tacit understanding with each other. What a bunch of freaks. Seeing this, Yin Xinyue, who was sitting at the same table, muttered to herself. She was a smart woman and was tactful enough not to ask any more questions. However, among these 4 people, the one who made her feel the most mysterious was only Lin Hao. She didn't know why she had this feeling. Perhaps this is what women call their natural sixth sense. By the way, I recently heard that someone discovered an ancient tomb in a Monster Mountain range. Qin Yu suddenly said after drinking a glass of red wine. Hearing this, Lin Hao, Raymond, and the others were all intrigued and asked almost in unison, what ancient tomb? Since ancient times, countless people have died in the Tsankon continent, so it is not uncommon to find ancient tombs. But the key point is the identity of the person buried in this ancient tomb. After all, the burial objects of a powerful and noble person must be so precious that they will drive people crazy. Chapter 113, Tomb of the Holy Land. How is it? Are you interested in the ancient tomb? I have first-hand information. Seeing everyone's excited look, Qin Yu raised his eyebrows slightly and asked, Stop talking nonsense and speak quickly. Gu Yunla urged incoherently while biting a roasted chicken leg. Seeing that everyone was already waiting in awe, Qin Yu smiled and said, Actually, I got this news from my father's deputy general. It is said that the ancient tomb existed very long ago. The owner should be a Saint Domain strongman who built a tomb for himself. If he fails in his cultivation and transcendence, he will die in the tomb. It can be considered a place for burial. A powerful saint. Hearing these 4 words, Lin Hao and the others couldn't help but show a hint of surprise and were quite shocked. Lin Hao now understands the level divisions among martial artists. In the early stages of martial arts, a warrior refines 9 spiritual veins, and every time a breakthrough is made, he is promoted to a higher level. For example, the 5 spiritual veins he has now opened up make him a level 5 warrior. Once all 9 spiritual veins are connected, one can impact the realm of the Holy Land, draw the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to the Dantian acupoint in the body, and condense the spiritual infant. When you reach that realm, you will step into another world of martial arts, the Holy Realm. However, the Holy Land also has a clear hierarchy, and the Holy Land Spirit Infant Realm is the first stage. Further up are the Star Realm and the Divine Sea Realm. However, no matter which realm, as long as one can cultivate into a holy realm, he will almost be famous. Such a strong man will be treated with great courtesy in any dynasty. In addition to warriors, the same is true for the sanctuary realm level of mages. Thinking of this, Lin Hao felt secretly surprised and curious. Are you sure that ancient tomb is real? Lin Hao couldn't help but ask. Qin Yu nodded solemnly and said, This matter is first-hand information obtained by our Qin General's mansion, so it should not be false. Raymond wondered thoughtfully. If it's true, I'm a little surprised. Why didn't the guy who first discovered the ancient tomb take all the treasures in the tomb and spread the news? Yu chuckled and said in a pretentious manner, "Third brother, you don't understand this." "What do you mean?" Raymond was slightly surprised. "Because there's a rune formation restriction outside the ancient tomb. Without absolute power, it is impossible to break the rune seal." Having said this, Yu licked his lips as if he was craving for alcohol. He picked up the wine glass, couldn't help but take a few sips, and then continued. "There are many traps in the tomb. Even if we break the trap and enter, we will probably die before we see the treasure. So that guy's not stupid. If he spreads the news, he can at least attract a lot of warriors to take risks and come here so that they can work together to break the seal of the ancient tomb, and maybe they can get a share of the pie in the end." After listening to what Yu said, Lin Hao and others suddenly understood. At the same time, they also understood that there would certainly be a lot of warriors who would go on an adventure to search for treasures. The burial objects of that powerful Saint Realm Master in the tomb will probably cause a fierce fight among those people. Then, Yu told some more information about the ancient tomb. According to the rumor, the warrior who first discovered the ancient tomb will appear at night 10 days later. Perhaps for self-protection, he will not actually show up. Instead, it sent out a signal of phosphorus flame from the location of the ancient tomb in the Warcraft Mountains, guiding everyone to the tomb to search for treasure. It is not difficult to see that Lin Hao felt that the adventurer was extremely shrewd. Although this method is a bit troublesome, it can at least ensure that the location of the ancient tomb will not be exposed in advance and forcibly occupied by other masters. After all, when so many warriors arrive, even if there are some tyrannical and powerful ones among them, they will not be able to compete with all the people who go to hunt for treasure. Unfortunately, I have something to do recently, so I will not be able to go treasure hunting in the ancient tomb. Yu smiled with a hint of helplessness and a hint of regret. His affairs were nothing more than the plans of the faction of the fourth Prince Yinshan. Now that Prince Yan's health is getting weaker and weaker, he is yet to appoint a crown prince, which makes it clear that he wants to let several princes fight for it. I will give my position to whoever is more capable. And for a king who was born under such circumstances, the whole process was undoubtedly extremely bloody and cruel. If Dad knew that I didn't stay in Tianyan Academy to study and went to look for an ancient tomb, my pocket money would probably be deducted from me in the future. Gu Yunle shook his head and also gave up the idea of going to the Warcraft Mountains to search for treasure. Their Gu family has had powerful saints in every generation and has many treasures. Therefore, the so-called Holy Tomb is not actually very attractive. Me too. There will be a grade competition in about a month. I plan to strive for a place and bring honor to my hometown. Raymond reached out and touched his head, grinning. There was a hint of obscurity on that honest face. It looks like I'll have to go on this adventure alone. Seeing that the three of them were not interested, Lin Hao couldn't help but laugh. "What? Boss, you're going?" Hearing this, Yu, Gu Yunle, and the others were slightly stunned and looked at Lin Hao in surprise. Lin Hao nodded and smiled faintly. "Anyway, there haven't been any missions from the underworld recently, so I might as well take advantage of this free time to go to the Warcraft Mountains for some training." Moreover, Lin Hao is very clear about his own background. He is not like Gu Yunle and Yu, who have a strong family background. The Lin family's limited resources are simply not enough to support his current cultivation efforts. Therefore, only fighting on his own is Lin Hao's way of cultivation. As for the grade competition that Raymond mentioned just now, Lin Hao actually had no interest in that so-called competition. And if he was lucky enough to get some great opportunity in the ancient tomb, perhaps it would be able to support the huge consumption before he was promoted to the Holy Realm. With this in mind, Lin Hao had already made a decision. "Boss, when are you going to leave?" Seeing that Lin Hao seemed to have made a decision, Yu and the other three did not stop him. "Tomorrow," Lin Hao said without even thinking. "Zulfast." Hearing this, everyone's face was slightly stunned. Yan Xinyue's beautiful eyes looked around, seeming to be a little worried about Lin Hao's thoughts. After all, Lin Hao's eyes are damaged, and it is too dangerous for him to go to the Warcraft Mountains alone for adventure and training. The Warcraft Mountains are vast, so it's better to get familiar with the route ahead of time. Lin Hao looked carefree and said calmly, "Don't worry, with Sibao acting as my eyes, there won't be any problems." When the parrot Sibao heard his owner mention him, he immediately raised his head with a proud look on his face. It feels that among all pets, it is the most capable assistant to its owner. Just like that, After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, they paid the bill and left Fujingshuan. After returning to the dormitory, Lin Hao also began to plan tomorrow's training schedule. Chapter 114: Arrival at the Mountains. The next morning, with the farewell of Qin Yu, Lei Ming, Gu Yunle, and others, Lin Hao walked out of the gate of Tianye Academy. Boss, if there is any danger, don't force your way into the ancient tomb. Qin Yu frowned slightly, as if he regretted telling the news about the ancient tomb last night. Otherwise, Lin Hao wouldn't be so excited to go out and experience treasure hunting. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Lin Hao nodded and smiled faintly. The path of martial arts cultivation is full of unknown dangers. If you have to worry about everything you do, then there is no point in practicing martial arts. Qin Yu and the other three were all aware of this, so after giving a concerned reminder, they did not try to dissuade him any further. After all, everyone has his or her own martial arts. They are unable to follow the martial arts that Lin Hao is pursuing now. Take care, boss. We'll be waiting for you to come back. Gu Yunle and the other three said in unison. Well, I won't waste any more time talking nonsense. Goodbye. Immediately, Lin Hao waved his hand and turned away casually. The little white ape also imitated Lin Hao's bye-bye gesture and immediately followed Lin Hao. Little did he know that this farewell would be the biggest turning point in his life. The forces in the court also underwent unexpected and huge changes. However, that's all in the past. 8 days later, Lin Hao brought Zhao by and finally arrived at the destination. Warcraft Mountains. At a glance, countless mountains rise and fall, stretching endlessly. At this time, Lin Hao was not wearing the school uniform of Tianyan Academy, but had changed into the assassin costume of Jing Ku. The ferocious dark golden mask completely covered his face. The pair of gray-white pupils that appeared gave people a weird feeling. Here we go again. Looking at the giant mountain range in front of him, Lin Hao's lips curled up into a smile of emotion. Half a year ago, he passed by here on his way to Tianyan Academy. However, in the middle of the night, a flood caused by a rainstorm washed him out of the Warcraft Mountains. So in fact, he had only stayed in the Warcraft Mountains for a few days and was still not familiar with the terrain here. Xiao Bai, who was standing next to him, looked at the huge mountain range covered with forests with a twinkling gaze, a hint of excitement and nostalgia in his eyes. Although it doesn't know who its parents are, it grew up in the Warcraft Mountains since childhood. This place is not only its home, but in a sense, is also the most precious place for it to grow up. Now that he is back in the Warcraft Mountains, Xiaobai can't help but feel a warm feeling. Master, there is someone there. At this moment, Sibao's voice suddenly sounded. Lin Hao immediately shared Sibao's vision and looked to the left. But not far away, there were dozens of figures walking on the grass towards the Warcraft Mountains. These people, all holding weapons, are obviously a group of warriors. At the same time that Lin Hao noticed them, those guys were also extremely sensitive and noticed Lin Hao's presence. At this moment, wary glances were cast towards Lin Hao. However, when they saw that Lin Hao was alone with two seemingly low-level pets, the vigilance in their eyes weakened a little. Immediately, after these people looked at Lin Hao for a few seconds, they ignored him and hurried towards the Warcraft Mountains. However, among the team, there was a man with a scar who smiled at Lin Hao with a mouth full of yellow teeth, and his palm moved towards his throat, making a provocative gesture towards Lin Hao. Seeing this, Lin Hao looked calm and ignored it. Not long after those entered the Monster Mountain range, another group of warriors appeared. It seems that those who have received news about the ancient tomb have begun to arrive one after another. Lin Hao murmured to himself, not thinking that these guys were just adventurers who came here purely for training. There are still 2 days before the signal is transmitted. We can use this time to look for rare treasures in the mountains. While thinking, Lin Hao stepped on the ground covered with dead leaves, and his figure also swept into the mountains. In the evening, as night falls, the Warcraft Mountains take on a chilly and dangerous feel. In the silent forest, roars of animals could be heard from time to time. That roar, hungry and ferocious, was extremely terrifying to hear in such a dark environment. Therefore, those adventurers who had entered the mountains in search of treasure no longer dared to wander around. Instead, they each found an area they considered safe and set up camp to be on guard. At this time, Lin Hao also found a huge rock, then sat cross-legged with his back against the rock. With his previous experience in jungle survival, Lin Hao did not make a fire here to avoid attracting the attention of monsters. Of course, if there really were monsters that dared to attack him, he would have nothing to be afraid of, whether it's the fire-scaled tiger, the kung fu fly, or the wolf spider. If you release any one of them, it will definitely be a powerful beast. The night was long. In such a dangerous mountain range, Lin Hao naturally had no intention of relaxing. He simply meditated and practiced. The pure spiritual power in his body, under his control, operates on its own according to the method of devouring the stars. Although this martial art is a fragmentary one, as he practiced and studied it, Lin Hao discovered that it contained extremely powerful magical benefits. Devouring can not only absorb energy and enhance one's own skills, but also enable attack. However, up to now, due to the limitation of his cultivation, Lin Hao is still unable to perform the attacking moves of the devouring martial arts and can only absorb energy. By absorbing energy, he was able to achieve twice the result with half the effort in his cultivation. For example, before in the cold spirit spring of Tianyan Academy, there was the refining of the devouring power. Lin Hao absorbed the energy from the spirit spring and was not corroded by the cold air at all. That kind of effect is extremely useful. As for the 9-character sword technique, since it was a heavenly level technique obtained through a system lottery, he had already fully mastered it and did not need to practice to comprehend it. In terms of sword style, he can almost move at will. While Lin Hao was practicing, Xiaobai flew into the bushes not far away to hunt. Lin Hao not stopped this. Xiaobai was originally the cub of an ancient ferocious beast, but he followed him in human society every day and ate ready-made food. Gradually, it will lose its original wildness as a ferocious beast sooner or later. Therefore, returning to the Warcraft mountain range this time is a good opportunity for it to relive the ferocity of the primeval forest and achieve the benefits of growth. About half an hour later. My eyes scratched. This damn beast must be caught. Chase after them. The sudden screams and curses woke Lin Hao up from his practice. He frowned and listened to the noise. It seemed that someone was hunting monsters. Where's Xiaobai? Lin Hao looked around and found no sign of Xiaobai. Master, it hasn't come back yet. Parrot Sibao replied immediately. Could it be that the noise just now was? Hearing that Xiaobai had not returned yet, Lin Hao was slightly startled and had a bad feeling. Chapter 115, Total Annihilation. Whoosh! Just as Lin Hao had this thought, a white shadow suddenly jumped out from the bushes not far away. With the help of Sibao's vision, Lin Hao immediately looked over and found that it was Xiaobai. At this time, it had a dead hair in its mouth, which was obviously the prey it had just captured. Xiaobai, what's going on? Seeing Xiaobai coming back, Lin Hao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and asked with concern. Boss, there are so many people who want to arrest me. Xiaobai put the hair in his mouth on the ground and said breathlessly, Those guys are so powerful, I can't beat them. Hearing this, Lin Hao frowned a little. It's okay as long as the boss is here. Lin Hao touched Xiaobai's head to soothe its frightened heart. Now Xiaobai has not reached adulthood, and his strength is at most that of a 4th-level warrior. Facing the siege of a group of warriors, it would certainly not be able to resist, but being able to escape unscathed is already very good. Chase it. I just saw it running away from here. At this moment, dozens of figures rushed out from the bushes. They all looked ferocious, holding swords and looking around with sharp eyes, as if they were looking for something. Immediately, the eyes of these people were all fixed on Xiaobai, who was standing next to Lin Hao. Ha, here it is. You little beast. Let's see how you run this time. Seeing that Xiaobai actually hid here, the warriors laughed excitedly, with ferocious looks on their faces. Lin Hao's face darkened slightly. He had some impression of these people's faces. They were the first group of adventurers we met when we first arrived at the Monster Mountain range today, because the scarred man who had pointed his palm at his throat in provocation was among them. But at this time, the guys left I was covered in blood. Judging from the scars, they seemed to be caused by animal claws. Lin Hao looked at Xiaobai's paws, which were stained with blood. There is no doubt that the scar man's eyes were scratched by Xiaobai. You damn beast! When I catch you, I will tear out your tendons, skin you, and dig out her eyes. The scarred man had a scowl on his face and cursed in a very vicious tone. Don't be impulsive. This beast is full of spiritual energy. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a spiritual beast with the bloodline of an ancient fierce beast. The middle-aged strong man in the lead said in a deep voice, If we capture it alive and sell it to those ancient martial arts families, we brothers will definitely make a lot of money. As he spoke, he stared at Xiaobai with flickering eyes, and the greed in his eyes became more and more intense. The middle-aged, sturdy man's prestige in the team was obviously not low. After hearing this, the scarred man did not act as badly as before, but just snorted angrily. At this time, the middle-aged strong man turned his gaze to Lin Hao. Perhaps it was because Lin Hao was wearing a mask. That mysterious look made the middle-aged man feel a little worried. After looking at it for a while, he said calmly, "Little brother, this white ape is the prey we chose first. If you know what's good for you, don't interfere." Lin Hao sneered. "If I insist on intervening, what can you do to me?" Hearing this, the middle-aged man's face suddenly turned gloomy. The scarred man and others around him were also immediately enraged. "Brother, this guy is too arrogant. I suggest we kill him to stop him from getting in the way." The scarred man's eyes were injured, but he couldn't hurt the spirit beast, so he was undoubtedly full of anger. Therefore, at this moment, when he saw Lin Hao's tone, he was like a bomb. The anger in his chest was instantly detonated, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Well, that's fine. Scar, take some brothers with you to deal with him first." The middle-aged man was obviously also a butcher who killed people without hesitation. He said indifferently, "Others, help me to capture the little white ape." Yes. In an instant, their team split into two. "Boy, since you want to die, it's your wish." The scarred man held an iron axe in his hand, stared at Lin Hao with a cold gaze, and grinned. "Superior." As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed out first, and the iron axe in his hand, with a fierce gust of wind, chopped towards Lin Hao fiercely. At the same time, the 6 warriors who were following him immediately followed with ferocious looks on their faces. Roar! However, the next moment, a ferocious beast roar suddenly sounded. A huge fiery red beast shadow appeared out of nowhere without any warning. "What?" The scar man's face suddenly changed drastically with fear, and before he could react, half of his head was bitten off. Laugh! Scarlet blood mixed with brain matter spurted out, and he died on the spot. The 6 warriors behind hurriedly stopped their forward steps and looked at the terrifying monster that suddenly appeared in horror. But what I saw was a giant tiger with flames all over its body, covered with scales, with long and sharp fangs in its mouth, and it exuded the terrifying aura of a king-like beast. What's going on? When did this monster appear? Seeing this scene, the middle-aged strong man and others who were about to capture Xiao Bai also looked horrified, although they had no idea what level of species the fire-scale tiger was. But the fact that the scarred man could kill a level 6 soldier with just one bite was enough to prove it. The level of this fire beast is at least above level 7 magical beast. If it is above level 7, then it must be a level 8 monster, or maybe a 9th level monster. Thinking of this, the middle-aged strong man and the others couldn't help but take a breath of cold air and were filled with shock and doubt. According to common knowledge, high-level magical beasts are usually found deep in the mountains and rarely wander around the outskirts. And this is the outskirts of the Warcraft Mountains. How could such a powerful Warcraft appear here? Could it be that boy? The middle-aged man became more and more afraid the more he thought about it. When he looked at Lin Hao, his eyes were filled with deep fear. "I thought I could bully this kid at will, but I didn't expect that this time I would hit a hard iron plate. Retreat quickly." Therefore, at that moment, everyone acted decisively and fled in all directions in fear. However, before he could run a few steps, a cold light suddenly flashed past as fast as lightning. Ayahak! In just a few breaths, except for the middle-aged strong man who ran the fastest, everyone else had their throats cut to death. In midair, the kung fu fly licked its blood-stained sharp claws and showed no signs of chasing the middle-aged man, because the wolf spider had already been lurking in front at a faster speed. As the middle-aged strong man ran closer, the wolf spider opened its mouth and sprayed out a silk cocoon. Puff! The moment the silk cocoon exploded, it suddenly spread out into a huge silk net with thousands of layers, directly covering the middle-aged man. Spider webs are not only extremely sticky, but also contain highly corrosive toxins. The middle-aged man was caught off guard by the sudden attack. Under the corrosion of the spider web, his flesh made a hissing sound and rotted quickly. "Asshole!" The middle-aged, sturdy man roared, raised his sword with all his strength, and chopped wildly, cutting the spider web in half. However, at this time, the wolf spider in invisible form was hanging down from the branch by a spider silk. A pair of sharp teeth bit into the middle-aged man's throat, delivering a fatal blow. Behind, Lin Hao walked over indifferently and took away the storage ring from the corpse. Looking at the dozens of storage rings he had collected in his palm, a cold arc appeared on Lin Hao's lips. In this environment where the strong prey on the weak, it is a great place to make quick money, and his system pet is undoubtedly the best tool. Chapter 116: The Origin of the Ancient Tomb. Holding the dozen storage rings in his hand, Lin Hao was about to check if there were any valuable items inside, but suddenly a burst of dense footsteps was heard. Apparently, the fighting here just now attracted the attention of some adventurers nearby. At that moment, Lin Hao put all the storage rings into his shirt pocket and put the fire scale tiger and the others into the system pet space. As for the four parrots that originally served as shared vision, they were now replaced by Kung Fu Fly. All along, he has been Lin Hao in Tianyin Academy, and Sibao has been inseparable from him every day. As long as he sees it, he will undoubtedly recognize it at once. Therefore, now that the identity of Jing Ke has been used, there is naturally no need for Sibao to appear again. Kung Fu Fly lay on Lin Hao's shoulder with an indifferent expression, looking very cool. It looked as if he was saying, "It's finally my turn." After a while, three figures cautiously emerged from the bushes. So many dead bodies. When they saw dozens of corpses scattered all over the ground, the three men gasped in horror. With the help of Kung Fu Fly's compound eye vision, Lin Hao could also see the appearance of those people clearly. Two men and one woman. They were all young people, and they were all wearing the same school uniform. However, he's not a student of Tianyin Academy. The badge on their uniforms was a totem of a long sword piercing the sky. And below the badge totem, there are four golden fonts. Jianyun Academy. Seeing this, Lin Hao was not surprised. Jianyun Academy is located in the Xingyu Empire, just across a river from the Great Yin Dynasty. Although they are neighboring countries, the relationship between the two countries has not been friendly in recent years, with frictions and wars often occurring. However, the Xingyu Empire is an imperial power with relatively strong military force. The Great Yin Dynasty has always been on the defensive, resisting the attacks of enemy countries. The Jianyun Academy is not far from the Monster Mountain range. If these three people get the news about the ancient tomb, they will definitely be able to arrive here within 10 days. Were all these people killed by that mysterious person? The short-haired woman among them stared at the corpse on the ground with her beautiful eyes wide open. Then she secretly glanced at Lin Hao again and whispered with a surprised look on her face. The handsome young man next to him looked tense, and after looking at Lin Hao curiously for a while, he denied in a low voice. It shouldn't be possible. Although he is dressed mysteriously, his clothes are neat, and his complexion is calm. It doesn't look like he just finished a fight. The burly young man also nodded in agreement. Yes, look at the corpse with half of its head bitten off. It is clearly the wound from a monster. Hearing this, the short-haired woman looked in the direction he pointed. But I saw that the head was bald, half of it was bitten off, and the blood and brain matter were mixed together, which was extremely bloody. Seeing such an exciting scene, the shock in the short-haired woman's beautiful eyes became even more intense. But she soon regained her composure and discovered that the corpse's head did have bite marks from a large beast. On the other hand, Lin Hao was alone, with only a little white monster by his side. At this time, Xiaobai put on his hat again, and his eyes no longer showed their former spirit, but deliberately became a little dull. As if it had just experienced the sinister scene of human nature again, it has learned to disguise itself. Lin Hao noticed this subtle change and couldn't help but feel secretly relieved. Immediately, he ignored the three students from Jianyun Academy and turned away in silence. As for Lin Hao's departure, the short-haired woman and others did not dare to ask this seemingly strange and mysterious man. It was not until Lin Hao disappeared from their sight that the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. The burly young man looked at the corpses all over the ground and suddenly grinned, with undisguised greed in his eyes. He just ran to the bodies and started searching. However, the result was disappointing to him. It's such a waste of effort. I don't even get anything valuable. The burly young man cursed in disappointment. Could it be that the guy just now got there first? Thinking of this, the burly young man frowned. The expression on his face showed both displeasure and reluctance. Chen Wu, forget it. It's inhumane to make money from a dead person. The handsome young man shook his head and advised. Remember, the purpose of our trip is the ancient tomb. When the burly young man named Chen Wu heard the word ancient tomb, his eyes suddenly lit up and he remembered the important matter. That's right. Chen Wu nodded solemnly, then looked at the short-haired woman next to him and said excitedly, Feng Xiaoka, if the ancient tomb in the Magic Beast Mountain range is really the burial place of your Feng family's ancestors, we will be rich. Seeing Chun Wu's greedy and excited expression, Feng Xiaoka sighed in his heart. I don't know if it was right to tell my two cousins the news about the ancient tomb. Hundreds of years ago, the Feng family could be said to be a well-known first-class family in the Xinyu Empire. Just because a powerful saint was born, he was treated with great courtesy by the royal family and enjoyed endless resources of all kinds. However, later on, that ancestor failed in his attempt to reach a higher realm and his lifespan was about to run out. So he died in the Demon Beast Mountains and was buried in the ancient tomb that had already been built. At the beginning, the Feng family was wealthy and powerful, so they had no interest in the resources stored in the ancient tomb, intending to keep them for future emergencies. Unexpectedly, with the death of the ancestors, various enemies came to the door one after another. From then on, the Feng family fell into complete decline, and even the treasure map of the ancient tomb was lost during the escape. And now, she is the only woman left in the Feng family's direct lineage. A while ago, Feng Xiaoka heard that someone had found the remains of an ancient tomb in the Warcraft Mountains, and he immediately remembered the ancient tomb of his ancestors that his father had mentioned. But she only had the cultivation level of a 4th-level wizard, and going into the Warcraft Mountain range alone would undoubtedly be dangerous. Therefore, I told my two cousins from other families about the Feng family's ancient tomb, hoping that they could help me get there. Xiaoku, even if the rune seal of the ancient tomb is opened, outsiders cannot enter the core area of the tomb. The handsome young man turned his gaze to Feng Xiaoka and couldn't help but ask. Feng Xiaoka nodded and said, well, according to the family tree, the real core secret room of the ancient tomb cannot be entered by anyone without our Feng family bloodline. It seems that blood essence needs to be dripped onto the rune, and then the formation will activate the stone door of the secret room. Hearing this, the handsome young man and Chun Wu fell silent. Although they both have different surnames, strictly speaking, they have more or less Feng blood from their maternal ancestors. But they were also unable to determine how the rune formation set up in the core secret room of the ancient tomb was determined. Otherwise, he would never agree to assist Feng Xiaoka this burden, but instead come here privately and take over all the treasures in the Feng family tomb. As the thought changed, the handsome young man and Chun Wu looked at each other secretly and nodded in tacit understanding. The only thing he could do now was to take Feng Xiaoka to the ancient tomb first, and then discuss the allocation of resources. Little did they know, a strange little fly suddenly buzzed away from here. This fly is undoubtedly the Kung Fu fly. The conversation between the three of them just now was naturally transmitted to Lin Hao. Chapter 117, Complete Outburst. It turns out that ancient tomb actually has a core secret room. At this moment, Lin Hao, who had already walked far away, suddenly stopped and a look of surprise appeared on his face. When he left just now, he was on guard against the three people behind him who might follow him or have some bad intentions. So he let Kung Fu Fly stay where he was and watch for a while. But he didn't expect that he would overhear such interesting information. We must not lose these three people. While thinking in his mind, Lin Hao already had a plan. Little Fly, don't come over yet, keep following them. Immediately, Lin Hao issued an order. Yes, master. When the fly was halfway along the way, it suddenly turned around and flew towards Feng Xiaoka and the others again, watching them from distance. Given its small size and fly-like appearance, if it were to hide intentionally, it would be difficult for ordinary people to detect it. Without Kung Fu Fly around, Lin Hao could only summon the wolf spider as a substitute for sheer vision. In this way, Lin Hao relied on his Kung Fu skills to follow stealthily behind all the way. When the Feng family fell into disaster and fled, the treasure map of the ancient tomb was lost. Therefore, at this time, they can only wait for the signal from the warrior who discovered the location of the ancient tomb tomorrow night. What made Lin Hao feel fortunate was that those three guys probably knew that they were not very capable and did not rush around and cause any trouble. He found a giant tree on the outskirts of the Warcraft Mountains and used it as his home. Lin Hao did the same. He jumped onto a big tree not far away and lay down to rest. As the second day approached, the flow of people in the Warcraft Mountains undoubtedly increased several times compared to yesterday. Obviously, because of the ancient tomb, this mountain range, which was previously sparsely populated, has suddenly become lively and bustling. As far as the eye can see, Human activity can be seen in various areas of the jungle. From time to time, there were some screams, and I didn't know whether they were attacked by monsters or killed and robbed by other human warriors. After all, in this kind of environment, all laws and rules are completely useless. Only strength is the most primitive and brutal essence of survival in the Warcraft Mountains. Time passes slowly in the tense atmosphere. Finally, night fell. As the night deepened, adventurers who had been hiding in various places in the mountains and forests began to emerge one after another. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, one figure after another, almost all at the same time, flew to the top of a nearby tree, looking forward to the fire signal that will be emitted from deep in the mountains. Fang Xiaoke and the other two who were being watched by Kung Fu Fly did the same and quickly flew to the top of the tree. Only by climbing high and looking far away can they see the specific direction where the signal was transmitted. As for Lin Hao, he was still leaning on the tree branch, and there was no need to worry about anything. There's so many people waiting for the signal. Why not just follow the flow of people, right? Until late at night, a loud explosion was suddenly heard deep in the jungle. There was a loud bang, and a dazzling fire suddenly burst out. The eerie red and blue light bloomed like fireworks in the dark night sky, extremely conspicuous. Southeast direction. As the signal was sent out, everyone's eyes became heated, and they quickly locked onto the approximate location. Hurry over there. Don't let anyone else get there first. For a moment, the originally quiet forest burst into huge noise again. In the darkness, countless figures, all with the same goal, rushed madly towards the southeast. It's time for us to get going, too. On the giant tree, looking at the terrifying crowd of people rushing into the depths of the mountains, the handsome young man narrowed his eyes slightly and said calmly, after saying that he was the first to rush under the tree. Fang Xiaoke and Chun Wu followed closely behind. The three of them maintained a leisurely pace among the crowd. Anyway, the core secret room of the ancient tomb needs the essence and blood of the direct descendants of the Fang family to open. Therefore, the three of them were not so anxious and did not need to worry about the treasure being taken away by others first. Kung Fu Fly was also behind, flapping its wings and following quietly. Finally, we can set off. Lin Hao stood up on the tree branch behind him and stretched. Immediately, he used the direction and image transmitted by Kung Fu Fly and quickly followed, using the dragon step. Although the Warcraft Mountains are more dangerous at night and full of wild beasts, they are now under the strong temptation of the Holy Tomb. That so-called danger is undoubtedly covered by human greed. However, this kind of greed will come at a heavy price. Soon, as a large number of people rushed into the depths of the mountains, they attracted the attention of many high-level monsters, and they came out in droves. In their eyes, humans have not only intruded into their territory, but are also delicacies delivered to their doorsteps. After a moment, shrill screams and the ferocious roars of wild beasts mixed together and continued to sound in the mountains and forests. Everywhere around, there were scenes of human warriors fighting monsters. Lin Hao, who had been following behind the crowd, was not so lucky either. He was now being targeted by a group of demon wolves. There are quite a few of them, more than 100. The scarlet wolf eyes were all fixed on Lin Hao, who seemed to be alone, and pounced forward ferociously. In order to keep up with Fang Xiaoke and others, Lin Hao naturally would not stop to fight. Xiaohu, I'll leave it to you to cover our retreat. Lin Hao's mind moved slightly, and the fire-scale tiger suddenly rushed out from the system pet backpack space fiercely. Roar! In an instant, the fire-scale tiger and the group of demon wolves engaged in a fierce battle. With the fire-scale tiger's current evolved level king form, its combat power is comparable to that of an early-stage 9th-level warrior. At this moment, facing these wolves, which are only level 5 magical beasts, even if he is fighting one against many, is more than enough. But I saw its huge beast shadow surrounded by flames. Like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, its attack was fierce and powerful. With the fire-scale tiger covering his back, Lin Hao's speed did not slow down. He continued to move forward at a leisurely pace according to the direction sent by Kung Fu Fly. In a chaotic battle between monsters and human warriors, Fang Xiaoke and others were not so lucky as they were spotted by a level 7 monster. It was a golden-horned violent bear, extremely powerful. If you're hit by a bear's paw, you will definitely suffer broken bones. From the visual image of Kung Fu Xiaoying, Lin Hao discovered that the handsome young man who was traveling with him, in order to protect Fang Xiaoke, was unable to dodge and was hit on the head by the golden horned violent bear, killing him instantly. Taking advantage of this gap, Fang Xiaoke and Chun Wu successfully escaped with grief and indignation on their faces. But then, Lin Hao, who happened to be along the way, was undoubtedly targeted by the golden horned violent bear and became a substitute. Because the fire scale tiger was being held back by a group of demon wolves, it couldn't get away for the time being. Kung Fu Fly is monitoring and tracking in the front, and is also unable to turn around and come back to assist. In other words, the situation Lin Hao is facing at the moment requires him to fight with the wolf spider. Dry. Lin Hao frowned, and while he cursed, the dragon-devouring sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Chapter 118. Holy Land Martial Madness. Roar. As soon as the golden horned bear set its eyes on Lin Hao, it rushed forward with a roar without any hesitation. Lin Hao's figure flashed, and amid the flickering fire, he used the dragon step to retreat quickly. Puff, puff, puff. At the same time, the wolf spider on its shoulder sprayed out strands of spider silk, shooting towards a golden horned bear. However, the big guy had thick skin, and the spider silk could not penetrate it, just like scratching an itch. Although its body looks bulky, its speed is not slow at all. As he stepped forward, he was able to catch up with Lin Hao's dragon step. Lin Hao couldn't help but be secretly surprised by this. Call. Just as Lin Hao was surprised, the golden horned violent bear had already swung its huge palm, bringing with it a fierce gust of wind, and slapped him hard on the head. The handsome young man had his head smashed to pieces in an instant by the bear's paw. It is conceivable that if one is hit by this palm, the consequences will be extremely terrible. At that moment, Lin Hao did not dare to hold back at all. With a thought, he immediately activated the dual combat forms of ape transformation and dragon transformation. Instantly, his aura surged, and he raised the dragon-devouring sword violently, trying to block the bear's paw that was coming down on him. Bang! The bear's paw slapped the black broken sword, and a heavy sound was heard immediately. Lin Hao only felt an extremely violent force rushing into his arm, causing his muscles and bones to become numb and painful. If it were an ordinary iron sword, it would probably be shattered in an instant under the terrifying force of the golden-horned violent bear's palm. However, as the broken sword that seals the soul of the evil dragon, it can be called a divine weapon. To that extent, it is almost indestructible. The sharp sword blade even cut the golden-horned bear's giant paw, leaving a bloody wound so deep that the bone was visible. Lin Hao took this opportunity, grasped the broken sword, and pulled a hard laugh. Instantly, hot blood splattered. The golden-horned bear's paw was cut off in half. Roar! The golden-horned bear suddenly roared in pain, opened its big mouth full of sharp teeth, and bit towards Lin Hao. However, at the critical moment, the wolf spider sprayed out a silk cocoon, which instantly spread into a web and covered the face of the golden-horned bear. The venom on the silk screen suddenly emitted a strong corrosive effect, burning the big face of the golden-horned bear. While the golden-horned bear was roaring and shouting madly, the wolf spider had already pounced over on it, hanging on a spider's silk and biting the wound on the bear's paw. Instantly, deadly poison was released from its two fangs. Under the erosion of the deadly poison, the huge body of the golden-horned bear trembled and its eyes suddenly became dazed. However, the wolf spider's combat power is obviously slightly weaker than that of the golden-horned bear. In addition, the latter's body is huge, and the amount of deadly toxin is undoubtedly difficult to kill it. 9 talismans suppress. Taking this opportunity, Lin Hao immediately mobilized his spiritual power to infuse the dragon-devouring sword in his hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the broken sword trembled, 9 rune lights flashed brilliantly. Immediately, Lin Hao swept the sword across, and with a sharp sword force, he suddenly slammed towards the golden-horned violent bear. At that moment, 9 rune sword energies with different energies all bombarded the bear, causing terrifying fluctuations of spiritual power. Bang, bang, bang. There was only a series of explosions, and then the body of the golden-horned violent bear was seen in a bloody mess. In particular, a blood hole the size of a bowl appeared at the heart position in its chest, and blood was flowing out. This injury alone is enough to cause him to suffer a fatal blow. The golden-horned bear let out an unwilling roar, then fell straight to the ground, motionless. In order to prevent the golden-horned bear from faking its death, Lin Hao asked the wolf spider to turn on its stealth mode, crawled close to it, and stabbed its sharp tail into its head. As expected, the moment the sharp tail pierced into the head, the golden-horned bear, which had been motionless just now, suddenly let out a scream. With his head stabbed by the wolf spider and corroded by the poison, he is sure to die this time. But I saw its huge body lying on the ground, shaking violently, and, after a few breaths, it completely lost its life signs. It's a shame to waste such top-grade bear meat. Looking at the bear corpse in front of him, Lin Hao sighed inwardly. Because of the tarantula venom, bear meat is naturally not edible. However, there is something that has value. Lin Hao used the dragon-devouring sword in his hand to directly cut open the bear's head and dug out a beast core from it. This beast core is about the size of a fist, with bloodstains on the surface, but it still cannot hide the naturally formed runes on the beast core. Faintly, it emits a light yellow light, magical and mysterious. This is the biggest difference between Warcraft and ordinary wild beasts. It possesses an innate rune beast core that can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and continue to evolve and become stronger. The higher the level of the magical beast, the more powerful and pure the energy contained in its core. Xiaobai, this is for you. Lin Hao threw it backwards casually. Xiaobai understood and immediately jumped up, opened his mouth, grabbed the beast core, and swallowed it directly. As the beast core entered his stomach, a surge of energy suddenly exploded in Xiaobai's body. If a low-level magical beast swallowed this kind of high-level beast core, it would not be able to withstand the huge energy contained in it and would probably explode and die on the spot. However, as Xiaobai is an ancient, ferocious beast, the unicorn ape, this level of beast core is undoubtedly a great tonic for it. Roar! For a moment, as the powerful energy circulated and was absorbed in his body, Xiaobai couldn't help but let out an excited roar. As the roar sounded, its body began to undergo amazing changes. But I saw that the fluffy white hair fell off quickly, and a new layer of white hair grew, each of which was as hard as a steel needle. The originally skinny monkey's body has become much taller and has strong muscle lines. The current form seems to be full of powerful strength, and its pair of scarlet beast eyes also showed subtle changes. The dark red pupils actually had a hint of golden lines, and there was a hint of violence in the eyes. It is not difficult to see that as Xiaobai grows by absorbing high-level beast cores, the blood of ancient ferocious beasts in his body is gradually awakened. If and when it completely transforms to the growth stage, the blood of the ferocious beast will completely erupt. Thus, it becomes a truly bloodthirsty, violent, and ferocious beast. Thank you, boss. Xiaobai held the ape's paw, feeling the increased strength in his body, and looked at Lin Hao with joy. Perhaps it was because of growth. Lin Hao clearly noticed that Xiaobai's voice was no longer as pure and shrill as before. Instead, it has a slightly lower tone, which is more penetrating. No need to say thank you to the boss. Lin Hao smiled faintly. Seeing Xiaobai have such a change, he was happy from the bottom of his heart. Xiaobai, try punching me now. In order to test the extent of Xiaobai's current strength increase, Lin Hao gave the order. Xiaobai has followed Lin Hao for half a year, and they have already developed a tacit understanding with each other. So at that moment, it understood what he meant, clenched its fist, and punched towards Lin Hao. The fierce fist wind made the air make a sharp roaring sound. Lin Hao was in dragon-like fighting form at the moment. He was not afraid at all and grasped the ape fist. Bang! When the fists and palms touched, a dull sound was heard. Lin Hao was startled and felt a violent force rushing into his body from his palm. The feeling of the shock of that kind of power is very similar to that of the golden horn violent bear just now. Moreover, this level of attack is already comparable to that of a level 7 magical beast. What a powerful evolution! Lin Hao couldn't help but be secretly surprised by this. Obviously, he didn't expect that Xiaobai only swallowed a level 7 beast core and completely converted and absorbed the energy in it. What if it swallows the beast core of an 8th or even 9th level monster? Isn't it possible to reach the power of a demon beast? Thinking of this, Lin Hao's heart was filled with emotion. The bloodline inheritance of ancient ferocious beasts is indeed extraordinary. However, the power of the 8th level monster is extremely ferocious and terrifying. It is not easy to hunt it if you want to obtain its core. Moreover, at this time, More than half of the warriors have successfully escaped from the beast-tide attack and are moving quickly towards the ancient tomb. Fang Xiaoke and Chun Hu, who were being monitored by Kung Fu Xiaoying, were also kept at a considerable distance from each other due to the delay just now. Therefore, Lin Hao has no extra time now, so he lets Xiao Bai try to hunt the 8th level monster. Xiao, come back. After a change of mind, Lin Hao decisively gave up the idea and directly summoned the fire scale tiger. Roar! In the back, the fire scale tiger that was fighting a group of monsters did not delay at all after receiving the order from its master. It roared violently and opened its mouth to spit out a stream of burning flames. In an instant, a gap suddenly appeared in the wolf pack that formed an encirclement formation. The fire-scaled tiger rushed out fiercely and quickly arrived beside Lin Hao. Lin Hao jumped up and rode directly on the back of the beast, then quickly chased after it according to the route transmitted by Kung Fu Xiaoying. After a while, Lin Hao, riding on the fire-scale tiger, finally arrived at the location of the ancient tomb. A vast valley. It is surrounded by mountains and dense forests. If you look down from high altitude, it looks like the mouth of a huge bowl. This place is located deep in the mountains, and its geographical location is quite special. For some unknown reason, the valley was filled with energy fluctuations of thunder and lightning. There are many magical beasts lurking among them. It seems that due to the energy of thunder, the monsters living here have mutated and evolved into a kind of thunder beast. They have extremely strong attack power and can not only release thunder, but their speed is also as fast as lightning. It is more difficult to deal with than the monsters outside the valley. Lin Hao's mind moved slightly, and he learned from the image transmitted by Kung Fu Xiaoying. In order to avoid attacks from the monsters in the valley, Fang Xiaoke and Chun Wu did not follow the crowd and went deeper into the valley from the front. Instead, he quietly sneaked into the woods along the edge of the valley. Little did they know that the two of them had never noticed the Kung Fu fly that had been following them from beginning to end. This kind of situation is like the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind it. It's a bit smart. A slight smile appeared on Lin Hao's lips. Otherwise, if these two people rashly advance into the ancient tomb and encounter danger, he will have to help solve the problem for the treasure in the core secret room of the ancient tomb. After locking down its whereabouts, Lin Hao put the fire-scale tiger into the system's pet space, and then sneaked quietly along the outskirts of the valley. The thunder-type monsters in the valley seemed to have a very strong sense of territory. When they discovered that a large number of humans had suddenly broken in, they immediately rushed out in droves. Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly, angry roars continued to sound. A fierce fight between humans and beasts broke out again. Lin Hao was lurking in a tree not far from Fang Xiaoke and the others, also quietly watching the battle in the valley. It has to be said that among the adventurers who came to the ancient tomb to search for treasure, there were quite a few human masters with extremely strong combat capabilities. Among them are 5 powerful humans, each forming a faction and accompanied by a team. Moreover, the members of the 5 teams were obviously carefully selected warriors and mages. When fighting each other, they cooperated very well. Wherever the formation passed, those scattered monsters were all annihilated. It seems that our trip to the ancient tomb this time may be a bit tricky if we want to obtain the treasure. Looking at the 5 powerful teams, Fang Xiaoke frowned slightly, a solemn look emerging on her pretty face. What are you afraid of? Chun Wu snorted coldly, and then sneered. If this is really the Fang family's ancient tomb, without your blood essence, it is impossible to open the core secret room. Let alone these guys can get the real treasure from the ancient tomb. So, we must protect ourselves and try not to get into conflict with others before we reach the core chamber of the ancient tomb. At the end of his speech, Chun Wu grinned, his eyes full of greed. If one could obtain the treasures in the ancient tomb and then rely on one's own advanced cultivation talent, it would undoubtedly be easy to be promoted to the Saint Realm in the future. Okay, I understand. Fang Xiaoke nodded solemnly. Chun Wu glanced at Fang Xiaoke's serious expression from the corner of his eye and couldn't help but smile grimly in his heart. Fortunately, the guy who was in the way was slapped to death by the golden horned bear. Otherwise, the wish of gaining both money and people will not be realized. Thinking of this, the smile on Chun Wu's lips became more excited. After waiting for more than half an hour, all the monsters in the valley were finally repelled. However, most of the human warriors who came to adventure and search for treasure were killed or injured. Compared with before, the number has dropped by 2/3. At a glance, bodies with broken limbs and arms can be seen everywhere. In this way, the surviving adventurers headed straight into the depths of the valley. When you reach the cliff at the end, a huge ancient stone gate is vaguely visible in the night. Behind the stone gate is a tomb that has been sealed for hundreds of years. Is this the ancient tomb of that powerful Saint Realm Master? At this time, Lin Hao was already mixed in the crowd, looking at the ancient stone gate covered with moss, muttering to himself. But on the top of the stone gate, there was a line of characters that seemed to be carved out with sword energy. This is the tomb of the holy Lanwu Kuang. Anyone who enters will be killed. Lin Hao raised his eyebrows slightly. This tone is really arrogant. Everyone stared at the extremely intimidating characters on the stone gate, and all of them felt a little nervous. If it were an ordinary ancient tomb, these martial artists might have disdained it. However, the owner of the ancient tomb is a powerful saint who has transcended the mortal body. Such a powerful strength still retains a certain residual power even after death. Martial madness. Fang Xiaoke was stunned and immediately remembered the record of that ancestor in the family tree. He had a nickname, which was called Wu Kuang. We have finally found the ancient tomb of our Fang family's ancestors. Fang Xiaoke's beautiful eyes flashed with joy as she looked around. Lin Hao, who had been watching secretly, noticed the look of surprise that could not be concealed on Fang Xiaoke's pretty face, and he was already certain in his heart. The truly important character in this ancient tomb is undoubtedly Fang Xiaoke. If this woman dies, the real treasures in the ancient tomb will be completely sealed underground. Chapter 119, Opening the Entrance. In front of the stone gate of the ancient tomb, a large group of people gathered. Although there had been many casualties in the previous fight with the monsters, the warriors present were still densely packed. At a glance, there were at least 700 or 800 people. Therefore, the competition for treasure hunting in this ancient tomb is still fierce. Outside, you only need to guard against attacks from monsters, which is relatively simple. However, once you enter the ancient tomb, things become much more complicated. Not only do you have to be wary of other people, but you also have to be alert to the various mechanisms in the tomb. The degree of danger is undoubtedly more difficult. It's just an old stone door. Watch me chop it open with my axe. At this time, a bearded man, holding a big axe, walked confidently towards the stone gate of the ancient tomb. He is tall and fat with dark skin, obviously a warrior. As he walked, the strong fat on his body shook, exuding a sense of powerful strength. Call. When he got closer, the bearded man didn't say anything. He swung the huge axe suddenly, bringing up a fierce gust of wind, and smashed it hard on the stone gate. Bang! Suddenly, a heavy voice was heard. The stone door trembled, but instead of cracking, a rune light array flashed. And when the light pattern emerged, an extremely obscure energy fluctuation suddenly surged. The bearded man's face changed drastically, and his body was immediately rebounded by the energy, causing him to retreat repeatedly. Sure enough, there is a seal. Seeing this scene, everyone present was shocked. They finally understood why the adventurer who first discovered the ancient tomb was willing to spread the news of it. After all, just relying on the rune seal on the stone gate, even a 9th-level warrior would find it difficult to break it easily. As for the original adventurer, perhaps he has already mingled with the crowd, waiting to reap the rewards. While thinking in his heart, Lin Hao raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and his indifferent expression was not as urgent as those of others. In his opinion, the current seal of the stone door is just the beginning. The real key belongs to the direct descendant of the Fang family, Buzz. At this time, Kung Fu Fly had flown back to Lin Hao's shoulder, his eyes always on Fang Xiaoke not far away. At Chun Wu's suggestion, the two of them stood at the back of the crowd. Although this position is not an advantageous one for searching for treasures when rushing into the ancient tomb, but safety is the best aspect. At this time, the leaders of the 5 more powerful teams in the crowd came out one by one. Looking closely, Lin Hao could see some totems or emblems marking certain forces from their clothing. These people did not come from any dynasty, army, or academy. Rather, they are famous mercenary groups, ancient martial arts family forces, and members of martial arts schools. They're the Sky Eagle Martial Arts School, the Crazy Blade Martial Arts School, the Ma family, the Long family, and the Golden Feather Mercenary Group. Although its influence is not as strong as that of the royal family and academic institutions, It also produces many talented people. The 5 leaders of the team are older, and their strength is at the level of 8th level warriors. He could be considered as one of the top warriors who came to the ancient tomb to search for treasure. Haha, since everyone is here, let's work together to break the seal of the entrance to the ancient tomb. The person who spoke was Xie Ying, the owner of Tianying Martial Arts School. He is a bald man in his 60s with a slightly hunched figure, but his fingers were unusually thick, perhaps because of years of practicing eagle claw kung fu. As for how to distribute the treasures in the tomb, it will all depend on your ability. Xiang looked at the other 4 team leaders with sharp eyes and laughed hoarsely. No problem. The 4 team leaders seemed to know the bald old man, and they didn't say much, but nodded in approval. As for the other warriors present, perhaps because they were a weak group, they all wisely remained silent. I just hope that when the entrance to the ancient tomb opens, I can get a chance from it by chance. Since everyone has the same goal, I won't waste any more words. Now let's work together to break open this stone door. After saying this, the powerful aura from the bald old man suddenly spread out. Immediately, he took the lead. His palms in the shape of eagle claws, green light surged, and the powerful spiritual power condensed into a green eagle shadow in front of him, with a fierce momentum. Spiritual power takes shape. Seeing this, the warriors around were stunned. Spiritual power taking shape can only be achieved by practicing earth-level techniques. The attack power is much stronger than ordinary martial arts. At this time, the leaders of the other 4 forces also displayed their respective martial arts. As the powerful spiritual energy surged, the energy form of the martial arts practiced also condensed, emitting heart-pounding fluctuations. In order to get a piece of the pie, the warriors in the rear all took the initiative to attack. One after another, martial arts attacks blasted towards the stone gate of the ancient tomb with terrifying force. Bang, 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 bang. For a moment, heavy bombardment sounds continued to ring out in the valley. Boss, I'll go up and help too. Seeing that most people on the scene offered to help, Xiaobai suggested excitedly. At this moment, its height was nearly as high as Lin Hao's shoulders. After putting on clothes, if its face was not exposed, it looked just like a teenager. No need, just watch. Lin Hao shook his head, looking satisfied. Moreover, even if he did not take action, once the entrance to the ancient tomb was opened, I'm afraid everyone would rush in to look for treasure. How could I have the time to care about who didn't contribute? Just like that, Lin Hao stood behind the crowd with a comfortable look on his face, waiting patiently for the stone gate to be blown apart. Bang, bang, bang. Hundreds of warriors attacked at the same time. The intensive and fierce offensive caused the stone gate to shake violently, and the light of the rune formation also dimmed rapidly. After a while, cracks began to appear on the stone door that was as solid as a mountain. Upon realizing this, everyone's eyes suddenly became fanatical and their attacks became more fierce. Bang! Then, with another wave of bombardment, the stone gate finally collapsed completely with a loud bang. The seal is broken. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces suddenly showed ecstasy and couldn't help cheering. However, the members of the Sky Eagle Martial Arts School and other forces who had been standing at the front had stern expressions on their faces, and instead all scattered and retreated. As far as I know, Senior Wu Tian was the ancestor of the prestigious Fong family in the Xingyu Empire hundreds of years ago. Xiang stared at the entrance of the stone gate with vigilant eyes and said calmly, he is not only a martial arts master, but also has a high talent for the art of refining talismans. So I guess there might be talisman guards in this ancient tomb. You better be careful. Hearing this, the members of the Sky Eagle Martial Arts School all nodded with a wary look on their faces. The so-called Fu puppet is actually a lifeless fighting machine. In the Sky Continent, the talisman puppet master is considered a relatively niche type of warrior. Since their own martial art skills are not good enough, they refine talisman puppets to enhance their strength. Moreover, the talisman puppet does not feel pain or fatigue. As long as it has sufficient energy, it can continue fighting until death. TSK, the ancient tomb has existed for hundreds of years. Even if there really is a talisman puppet, it would have rusted a long time ago. The fat man with a beard who first attacked the stone gate came out with a big axe in his hand and sneered with disdain. Since you are afraid of death, I will leave first, haha. As he spoke, he laughed fearlessly and then rushed towards the entrance of the ancient tomb. Chapter 120, Level 9 Talisman Puppet Beast. Seeing someone get there first, the warriors around became nervous and started to get ready to make a move. Soon, dozens of warriors, finally unable to suppress their greed, rushed towards the entrance of the ancient tomb. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the dark passage. Roar! However, just as these people rushed into the entrance of the ancient tomb, a ferocious roar suddenly sounded from inside. Ayahak! Immediately afterwards, shrill screams were heard one after another. This ancient tomb is really not that simple. At the sudden change, everyone's pupils suddenly shrank, and they couldn't help but secretly thank themselves for not being impulsive just now. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. For a moment, the warriors present retreated quickly like frightened birds, and their bodies fell on the surrounding rocks and trees. Seeing Fong Xiaoke hiding not far away under the protection of Chun Wu, Lin Hao followed naturally. It's him. Chun Wu's eyes darkened slightly as he looked at Lin Hao's outfit in surprise, obviously having recognized him. Yesterday, when he was at the outskirts of the mountain range, Lin Hao's mysterious attire and the dozen or so corpses left a deep impression on him. However, the situation on the field was tense at this time, and the crowd scattered and hid. Chun Wu did not suspect that Lin Hao had any intention in hiding with them. There's a monster! Run away! As the warriors outside retreated, dozens of figures rushed out from the dark passage at the entrance of the ancient tomb. They ran around in panic, their faces filled with fear. Obviously, the monster in the tomb had just given these people a great shock. However, before they ran far, a beam of purple lightning suddenly burst out from the ancient tomb. Squeak! The pillar of lightning was filled with extremely violent energy fluctuations. Any low-level warrior who was touched by the lightning would have his body torn apart almost instantly. As for those warriors above level 5, although their bodies were protected by spiritual energy, they were instantly defeated by the thunder and turned into charred corpses. Hiss! Seeing the terrifying power of that pillar of lightning, the expressions of the warriors outside suddenly changed drastically, and there were sounds of people sucking in a breath of cold air. Seeing this scene, Lin Hao's face slowly became solemn, corresponding to the roar of the beast just now. It seems that the guardian of this ancient tomb should be a very ferocious beast. Roar! Just as everyone was suspicious, a huge purple beast shadow rushed out with a roar. But it turned out to be a giant lion beast, with lightning flashing all over its body and surrounded by thick purple arcs of electricity. It stood in front of the entrance of the ancient tomb like a loyal guardian, its whole body filled with an extremely fierce and terrifying aura. This is the purple thunder lion? Everyone stared at the thunder beast with horror on their faces and immediately recognized its species. Level 9 magical beast, the purple thunder lion. Moreover, judging from its tall and powerful figure, it is obviously an adult purple thunder lion. Even for a human expert who is a 9th level warrior, it would be extremely difficult to defeat an adult purple thunder lion. However, what was weird was that the eyes of this purple thunder lion were empty, and apart from the fluctuations of thunder energy on its body, there was no trace of life at all. And the claws on its limbs are not made of flesh and blood, but sharp claws made of metal. Could this be a Fu puppet beast? Xie Ying and others, who were well-informed, suddenly narrowed their eyes and sensed the clues of this purple thunder lion. As I expected, there is indeed a Fukui beast in Senior Wu Kuang's ancient tomb. A smile appeared on Xie Ying's lips, as if he was a little proud of his rich experience. But this pride made him feel very stressed at the moment. The talisman puppets refined by the 9th level magical beasts are more ferocious and difficult to deal with than the living magical beasts. After all, conscious monsters will cry out when they are in pain and run away when they are injured. However, Fukui completely blocked out this cowardly consciousness. Their only thought is to guard the ancient tomb until they can no longer move. Thinking of this, everyone's expressions undoubtedly became more solemn. Looking at the talisman puppet beast, Lin Hao raised his eyebrows slightly, estimating in his mind that if the fire scale tiger with the 9th level combat power fought against this guy, he wondered what chances he would have of winning. Although Lin Hao thought about it, he remained indifferent throughout. Of course, he was not so naive as to summon the fire scale tiger to help. After all, there are so many warriors present, and we can't let anyone take advantage of us for free. Everyone, this beast is fierce and powerful. If we want to get a piece of the pie from the tomb, we have no choice but to join forces to set up a formation and trap and kill it. Xie Ying is obviously still strong and was the first to express his position. How to set up the formation. The person asking the question was the owner of the Kwang Dao martial arts school. He was a burly man with a golden sword tied to his back. Although he was also an 8th level warrior, he was still powerless against the 9th level purple thunder lion. But if they want to obtain the treasures in the ancient tomb, they must kill this Fukui beast, and they have no way to avoid it. I have brought with me a jade slip of formation. Xie Ying's eyes were slightly stern, and he said solemnly, "All you need to do is pour your spiritual power into the formation without reservation." After saying that, he reached for the storage ring with his right hand and took out a rune jade slip. Bang! Xiang didn't say any more nonsense and directly crushed the jade slip in his hand, which immediately emitted a mysterious rune light. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Then, the light split into strands, which quickly connected with each other as they spread, and in the blink of an eye formed a huge light array in the void. And above the light array, 5 large golden characters appeared. 5-sided killing formation. The formation that Master Xie brought is actually the 5-directional killing formation. Looking at the mysterious formation that appeared out of nowhere, everyone was overjoyed. With the help of this killing formation, dealing with this 9th level talisman puppet beast is no longer that difficult. Buzz, buzz, buzz! Led by Xie Ying, the members of the Sky Eagle Martial Arts School suddenly burst out with spiritual energy pouring into the light array. Instantly, the runes of the giant light array began to wriggle rapidly, emitting a heart-pounding energy fluctuation of the array. This killing array is quite powerful. Lin Hao is slightly surprised. It can be seen that the old man from the Sky Eagle Martial Arts School came well prepared this time. Roar! The Fukui beast clearly felt the threat from the killing formation and immediately opened its huge, ferocious mouth. The thunder energy in the body instantly turned into a thick arc of lightning and shot out violently from his mouth. Bang! Arcs of lightning containing terrifying energy slammed heavily into the enveloping light array. Under the impact of the power of thunder, the light of the runes on the formation dimmed a bit. Everyone come and help. Seeing that the others were still indifferent, Xie Ying was so angry that his face turned red, and he shouted coldly, "Unless this beast dies, none of you can enter the ancient tomb." Chapter 121, Entering the Ancient Tomb. Bang! Under the thunder bombardment of the Fukui beast, the 5-directional killing formation shook violently, and the rune energy also suddenly decreased a lot. With this level of terrifying attacks, if there are a few more, the light formation supported by the dozen people of the Sky Eagle Martial Arts School will surely collapse. Seeing this, the other 4 forces and the surrounding warriors all hesitated. After all, no one is stupid, and this kind of formation consumes a lot of energy. If too much energy is consumed, it will naturally affect the combat effectiveness, which will not be beneficial for entering the ancient tomb later. However, what Xiang said just now hit the nail on the head. As long as this beast is not dead, no one can enter the ancient tomb, let alone gain any benefits. Therefore, for the overall benefit, everyone hesitated and finally decided to help. Buzz, buzz, buzz! Instantly, powerful spiritual power suddenly erupted, and beams of spiritual power light rushed up from all directions and all poured into the light array. With the influx of energy, the giant light array that was about to be destroyed by the Fukui beast suddenly burst into light. The faint runes also became solid again, emitting energy fluctuations that were dozens of times stronger than before. Trapped and killed, Xiang was suddenly overjoyed. Full of confidence, he immediately controlled the light array to cover him. In the blink of an eye, the Fu puppet beast was trapped and unable to escape. 5-sided decisive attack, suppression. A cold shout was heard, and Xie Ying's hands quickly changed seals, activating the formation energy gathered by hundreds of warriors. 5 terrifying spiritual light pillars instantly condensed from all directions of the formation and shot fiercely at the Fukui beast. Bang! 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 There was a series of explosions, blasting wildly. Under such a powerful formation attack, the huge body of the Fukui beast was suddenly covered with wounds by 5 spiritual light beams. However, the Fukui beast is not a living being. Despite such severe damage, it didn't even let out a roar of pain. As a talisman puppet, as long as the energy core in the body is not damaged, it still possesses immeasurable combat power. Roar! After withstanding this wave of formation attacks, it opened its ferocious mouth, and the power of thunder spread wildly, turning into a thunderstorm. Then, this thunderstorm, like a tornado, swept towards the surrounding warriors madly. Ah! All of a sudden, all the warriors who were caught in the thunderstorm had their bodies torn apart by the ferocious thunder and screamed in agony. This Fukui beast is too ferocious. Looking at this tragic scene, Lin Hao licked his lips. His expression seemed to indicate that he was quite interested in this type of talisman puppet beast. The talisman puppet of Saint Domain Expert is indeed extraordinary. Xie Ying's brows were furrowed, and the solemnity in his eyes became more intense. The power of the Fukui beast was completely beyond his expectations. Unexpectedly, even with so many warriors joining forces in the trapping formation, they still couldn't get rid of it quickly. I want to see how you can withstand the next wave of formation attacks. Immediately, Xie Ying's old face showed a bit of ferocity. His hand seals changed rapidly again. In an instant, the spiritual energy in the formation surged wildly. Soon, a huge mountain shadow condensed in the sky, filled with terrifying spiritual power fluctuations. Kill! As Xie Ying's roar rang out, the giant peak formed by spiritual power shook violently. Then, with a terrifying force that was enough to kill a 9th-level warrior, it suddenly roared down and smashed heavily on the body of the Fukui beast. Boom! Amid the violent energy surge, the entire valley began to shake like an earthquake. Then, the dust in the sky dissipated. A huge deep pit appeared in everyone's sight. Hundreds of eyes were fixed on the bottom of the deep pit. However, the Fukui beast had been shattered into pieces and completely destroyed. It's dead! It's dead! Many warriors immediately showed ecstasy on their faces. Then, a series of gazes were cast towards the entrance of the ancient tomb not far away. Without the talisman puppet beast blocking the way, the treasure inside will soon be within reach. Thinking of this, everyone's eyes were once again filled with burning greed. Wah! Xiang and the forces, including the Kuang Dao martial arts school, no longer lingered but rushed into the stone gate of the ancient tomb. Following closely behind, the other warriors also rushed towards the entrance. Suddenly, the scene became lively again. Behind the crowd, Lin Hao also began to act. However, his steps were not like those of others who just rushed forward recklessly. He locked onto the figures of Fang Xiaoke and Chun Wu and slowly entered the ancient tomb. After entering, Lin Hao couldn't help but feel amazed at the architectural layout here. The entire layout of the tomb is extremely vast, as if the interior of the entire mountain was hollowed out. Hundreds of people poured into the passage at the same time, without any crowding at all, because at the end of the entrance passage, there is a fork. The dozens of passages that branched out were like a spider web, leading to various parts of the tomb. Perhaps to avoid conflict, the Sky Eagle Martial Arts School, the Mad Blade Martial Arts School, and other powerful teams all had a very tacit understanding and did not choose the same treasure hunting route. After all, the 5 forces are almost evenly matched. If they were to fight in the ancient tomb, it would only end up in a situation where both sides would suffer losses. Instead of this, it is better to separate and keep out of each other's way. As for the treasures, it depends on who has better luck. Brother Wu, which direction should we choose? At the fork in the road, Fang Xiaoke looked at the many passages in front of him and felt a little overwhelmed for a moment. The core secret room is probably located in the deepest part of the tomb. After Chen Wu pondered for a while, he said, "So we just pick a passage and go to the deepest part." Hearing this, Fang Xiaoke nodded and said, "Okay." So, the two of them randomly chose the 3rd passage on the left and walked quickly. But when they rushed into the passage, they were completely unaware that a figure was following them like a ghost. This figure was undoubtedly Lin Hao. The reason why he tracked so smoothly was actually not because the 2 people in front of him were not vigilant enough. The reason is that there are too many warriors searching for treasure in the ancient tomb. In the passage, besides the 3 of them, there were other warriors as well. Therefore, Lin Hao's tracking never aroused the suspicion of Fang Xiaoke and Chen Wu. There are many closed stone houses on both sides of the passage. At this moment, one can see that the warriors who entered first, in groups of 3 or 5, are attacking the stone gate fiercely. They were so impatient and greedy, just like a pervert who had abstained from sex for many years and suddenly came across a naked woman and went crazy. Fang Xiaoke and Chen Wu ignored this throughout the whole process. The 2 of them ran quickly towards the deepest part with a strong sense of purpose. Naturally, Lin Hao did not hesitate at all and always followed closely behind. Just like that, the three of them walked one after the other, and the footsteps sounded hurriedly in the passage. Chapter 122, Collecting Ling Yang's Stone. As one goes deeper into the passage, the number of moving figures becomes fewer and fewer. In the end, only Lin Hao, Feng Xiaoke, and Chen Wu were left. That mysterious guy. Why do I feel like he's following us? At this time, Chen Wu finally noticed something unusual. His steps suddenly slowed down a bit, and he couldn't help but look back at Lin Hao, feeling a little strange. We're being followed. Hearing this, Feng Xiaoke's pretty face was slightly startled, and her eyes quickly looked towards Lin Hao behind her. Seeing this, Lin Hao had already anticipated this scene. He stopped immediately, right in front of a closed stone chamber next to him. No one is fighting over it here, which is good. Lin Hao pretended to laugh and muttered to himself. He immediately drew out a black long sword, and as its cold light flashed, a dark and cold aura spread out. This knife is called the Black Jade Knife. It was this earth-level sword that he won by betting with the second prince, Yin Fengjun, during the test on the fantasy killing platform at Tianyan Academy a few months ago. The sword could cut through iron like mud. With the precious sword in hand, Lin Hao chopped the stone gate directly with the sword to dispel the suspicion of the two people in front of him. Bang! There was a loud thud, and a crack suddenly appeared on the stone door. Such a strong spiritual energy. Lin Hao suddenly felt a stream of spiritual energy seeping out from the crack. Immediately, his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that there's some treasure hidden in this stone chamber? Thinking of this, Lin Hao couldn't help but feel secretly happy. I was just pretending, but I didn't expect to get such an unexpected gain. We may be overthinking it. Let's go. Chen Wu's eyes narrowed slightly, and after looking at Lin Hao for a while, he saw that there was nothing suspicious about him. So he took Feng Xiaoke and continued to move deeper. Little spider, follow. Seeing the prey running away, Lin Hao's heart moved slightly, and he immediately gave orders. At this moment, the wolf spider's 8 tentacles quickly crawled towards the 2 figures that were gradually moving away. Wolf spiders can use stealth mode, so they shouldn't be easy to spot. Lin Hao's mouth curled up slightly, and he felt like he was in control of the situation. With the wolf spider following him, Lin Hao was no longer in a hurry to follow. Otherwise, if they noticed it again, it would definitely arouse their suspicion and vigilance. Immediately, Lin Hao used the vision of Kung Fu Fly, and his gaze fell on the stone gate in front of him again. Through the crack, you can vaguely see that there's a red color inside. That scene was like the light of some treasure appearing. Bang! While he was guessing in his mind, Lin Hao directly chopped with a knife. As the blade was swung, the stone gate suddenly turned into countless pieces of gravel that fell to the ground like tofu. A stone chamber of neither too big nor too small was completely in Kung Fu Xiaoying's sight. Lin Hao stepped in, only to see that most of the stone chamber was filled with jade stones, flashing red light. These jade stones are about the size of duck eggs. Each one is smooth and obviously of excellent quality. Moreover, the jade contains extremely rich fire spiritual power, which fills the stone chamber with scorching energy fluctuations. Is this Ling Yang's stone? Lin Hao's face was filled with surprise. He stared blankly at the pile of red jade and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Judging from the number, there are at least tens of thousands of these Ling Yang stones. Converted into money, it is worth hundreds of millions. The last time, when Lin Hao was in his hometown Tianwu City, he assassinated an old rich man and obtained 3,000 Ling Yang stones. After absorbing the energy, he directly broke through to the level of a 4th-level warrior. But now, he is already a 5th-level warrior. If he absorbs all of this large amount of Ling Yang stones, the huge energy should be enough to impact the 6th spiritual vein. As his mind turned, Lin Hao's heart was filled with emotions. After a brief surprise, Lin Hao's actions were decisive. He mobilized his mental power to open the storage ring, and then began to collect the Ling Yang stones in the room. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, the Ling Yang stones in the stone house, under the coverage of spiritual power, flew up like a whirlwind and all fell into the space in the storage ring. Tens of thousands of Ling Yang stones, this huge sum of money, was undoubtedly a windfall for Lin Hao, who had just entered the ancient tomb. This trip is worth it. Lin Hao's eyes were fiery red, and he was very focused on collecting the Ling Yang stones on the ground quickly. Next to him, Xiaobai jumped into the Ling Yang stone pile with excitement, eating them like candies, crunching in his mouth. Lin Hao didn't mind this. Xiaobai swallowed and transformed the energy contained in the Ling Yang stone, which has a nourishing effect. Since there were so many Ling Yang stones, even if Lin Hao quickly mobilized his mental power to store them into the storage ring, it would be difficult to collect them all in a short time. Duh. At this moment, Lin Hao's ears moved slightly, and he clearly heard footsteps coming from outside. Hearing the noise, Lin Hao's heart sank suddenly, and he turned around. But I saw 3 figures standing at the stone gate. As soon as these 3 people appeared, their faces were shocked, and they stared blankly at the pile of Ling Yang stones in the room. So many Ling Yang stones. We are rich this time. Ha! Soon, the 3 of them came to their senses and laughed out loud with excitement, their faces filled with greed. Then they looked at Lin Hao with cold eyes and ferocious smiles on their lips. They all happened to see the scene where Lin Hao quickly collected the Ling Yang stones in the house just now. Boy, if you know what's best for you, hand over all the Ling Yang stones. Yes, maybe we brothers can spare your life. The 3 men were obviously accomplices. After exchanging glances, they blocked the door and threatened ferociously. The temptation of tens of thousands of top-grade Ling Yang stones makes killing people and stealing their wealth the most satisfying. Lin Hao remained indifferent. Judging from the aura of the 3 people, they were all at the peak level of level 5 warriors. If they joined forces, even a level 6 warrior would find it difficult to defeat the enemy. However, in Lin Hao's eyes, this lineup was completely not good enough. Xiaobai, I leave them to you. After saying this, Lin Hao turned around calmly and continued to collect the Ling Yang stones. The Kung Fu fly was still lying leisurely on Lin Hao's shoulder. It would not take any action without the order of its master. As for Xiaobai, he had just swallowed so many Ling Yang stones, so of course he had to work. How dare you ignore us, you bastard! Seeing Lin Hao being so arrogant, the 3 men immediately became furious, and the long swords in their hands suddenly burst out with sharp sword energy. Roar! However, just as they were about to take action, Xiaobai rushed out roaring. As it ran, the black cloak hood on the little white animal's head fell back, revealing its hideous and ferocious animal face. What? Upon seeing this, the 3 warriors' faces changed drastically. Obviously, no one expected that this little guy in human clothes was actually an ape. In panic, they hurriedly mobilized their spiritual power and swung their swords to fight back. However, Xiaobai's speed is so fast that it is almost impossible to catch it with the naked eye. Bang! As the white shadow passed by, the chest of one of the warriors was immediately pierced by Xiaobai's fist. But I saw a bloody hole in the chest, blood gushing out, and the heart seemed to have exploded. Chapter 123, 5 Spiritual Weapons. After Xiaobai smashed one of the men's heart, he did not stop moving at all, but then it stretched out its ape-like paw and suddenly grabbed the other person's throat. There was a loud crack sound, and the larynx was crushed directly. Seeing that his 2 companions were killed in the blink of an eye, the last warrior, in fear, actually reacted by attacking. The sharp sword chopped fiercely towards Xiaobai's head. He infused all his spiritual power into this sword, and it was full of energy. If it hits a monster with flesh and blood, its head will fall off on the spot. However, at this critical moment, Xiaobai's head moved slightly. The sharp sword blade with surging spiritual energy just happened to chop the horn on the forehead, and immediately there was a sound like the clashing of metal. The iron sword suddenly broke into pieces. Looking at this scene, the warrior was stunned. Unexpectedly, even though he used all his strength to strike with the sword, he was unable to cut off the beast's horn, and instead the sword was broken. This animal horn is too strong. Roar! Just as the other party was horrified, Xiaobai roared, and his ape palm brought up a fierce gust of wind and hit his head. Instantly, the head exploded like a watermelon, with blood and flesh splattering everywhere. When the last man fell to the ground and died, all the Ling Yang stones in the stone house were put into Lin Hao's storage ring. The speed at which the 2 sides fought and retreated was perfectly coordinated. There's some movement over there. Let's go check it out. Just as Lin Hao was about to leave, hurried footsteps were heard again in the passage outside. Soon, dozens of figures blocked the door. However, when they saw the 3 tragically dead bodies on the ground, their hearts skipped a beat and they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Then these people looked at Lin Hao in the stone house and Xiaobai, who had put on his clothes again, with fear. What on earth happened just now? The dozen or so warriors blocking the door couldn't help but be secretly surprised. They had some impression of the faces of these three corpses. When they had fought with monsters outside the ancient tomb, they were all powerful level 5 swordsmen. However, in just a short while, they were all killed. The only possibility in this situation is a struggle caused by vested interests. Under the surprised gazes of the crowd, Lin Hao had an indifferent expression and walked towards the door. Behind him, Xiao Bai, with the bloody smell all over his body, followed closely. When they saw Lin Hao and the others coming, those people suspected that some treasure might have been taken away from the stone house. But faced with Lin Hao and Xiao Bai's calm and composed aura, they did not dare to act rashly. After all, the tragic state of the three corpses on the ground is enough to show that these two guys are not good people. Therefore, as Lin Hao walked towards them, the crowd at the door immediately dispersed, leaving an aisle. Just like this, Lin Hao and Xiao Bai walked through the crowd at a leisurely pace, and then walked towards the depths of the ancient tomb. Their calm and composed appearance made the surrounding warriors look at each other in bewilderment, not daring to make the slightest move. When turning a corner, Lin Hao's mind moved slightly, and he called up the visual image of the wolf spider. However, it saw that Fang Xiaoke and others it was following had already run a long way and reached the end of the passage. There, it was obviously one of the convergence points of the diversion channels. And at the end of the convergence point, there's a transparent energy barrier blocking the way. With the help of the wolf spider's vision, Lin Hao discovered that the scene behind the energy barrier was actually a vast palace. At this time, warriors from other passages arrived one after another. When they saw the energy barrier blocking their way, those people started attacking fiercely without saying a word. Bang, bang, bang. For a moment, intensive and intense bombardment sounds rang out. The image sent by the wolf spider appeared in Lin Hao's mind, and he was slightly thoughtful. According to the route, this hall should not be considered the core area of the ancient tomb. Therefore, at this moment, Lin Hao's speed of advancement was not so urgent. After a while, Lin Hao finally arrived here, but the dense crowd just now had disappeared. Obviously, the energy barrier here has been broken by them, and all the energy is poured into the stone hall. As Lin Hao stepped into the entrance of the stone hall, he heard a series of heavy bombardments. This kind of noise was not the result of the warriors fighting each other. What appeared in Kung Fu Xiaoying's vision were hundreds of warriors who were greedily displaying their martial arts and constantly attacking the central area of the stone hall. But I saw that there was a layer of thunder and light net covering the place. Thick silver-purple lightning arcs danced wildly, making crackling sounds as they fell to the ground. If an ordinary person broke into such a scene, he would be torn into pieces by the ferocious power of thunder in an instant. At this time, the warriors who had rushed in here earlier were attacking this layer of lightning net, trying to create a gap in it. Is there any treasure in the lightning net? Seeing everyone so crazy, Lin Hao was slightly stunned. At that moment, he didn't even bother to use the wolf spider's vision to search for Fang Xiaoke. Instead, he controlled Kung Fu Fly's gaze and swept it towards the lightning light net in the central area. Through the flickering lightning net, Lin Hao vaguely discovered that there were 5 light balls suspended inside it. And inside the ball of light, there seemed to be something wrapped up. Lin Hao looked carefully and saw some shapes similar to swords, knives, guns, bows, and armor. Even though there was a net of lightning all around, one could still sense the rich spiritual energy emanating from that ball of light. Spiritual weapon. Seeing this, Lin Hao's expression changed slightly. In martial arts, no matter what kind of resources, there are different grades. Because grade means quality. The same is true for weapons. Ordinary grades are divided into 3 levels: low, medium, and high. They are common goods circulating in the market. Going up, there are the earth level and the heaven level. Both types of smelting and casting materials are rare metals and are expensive. Generally speaking, only families with strong backgrounds like ancient martial arts families and royal families can afford it. However, top-level weapons cannot be bought with money, because weapons of that level only belong to martial arts masters. Its grade name consists of just 2 words: spiritual weapon. The reason why the word Ling is included is because a weapon spirit has been derived from the weapon, which is completely beyond the realm of ordinary items. As long as it is not destroyed by external forces, it will not rust or age no matter how time passes. Just like the dragon-devouring sword that Lin Hao possesses now, there is a demon dragon spirit sealed inside it. When he obtained the sword, the evil dragon wanted to corrode Lin Hao's soul. Finally, under the suppression of the system, it was tamed and turned into the spirit of the dragon-devouring sword. As for the spirit of the dragon-devouring sword itself, Lin Hao has never been able to sense it. According to Lin Hao's guess, perhaps this sword was originally forged with the intention of sealing the dragon spirit inside and refining it into a weapon spirit. Unfortunately, it failed later, so he had to get a piece of strange stone and insert the broken sword inside to seal it completely. As his mind turned, Lin Hao used the vision of Kung Fu Xiaoying to stare closely at the 5 light balls in the lightning net. I didn't expect that the owner of the ancient tomb was so wealthy. Just in terms of collections alone, there are 5 spiritual weapons. Any spiritual weapon here is much more valuable than the Lingyang stones that Lin Hao just obtained. Then, wouldn't the treasure sealed in the core secret room of the ancient tomb be even more precious? Thinking of this, Lin Hao's heart started beating wildly. He immediately turned on the wolf spider's shared vision and searched for Fang Xiaoke. Chapter 124. The mantis stalks the cicada, but the oriole is behind. As her vision opened, Lin Hao suddenly discovered that she and Chun Wu had quietly bypassed the lightning net area, entered the passage behind the stone hall, and continued to head straight into the depths of the tomb. Just 5 spiritual weapons. Compared to the treasures in the core chamber, they're simply not worth mentioning. Chun Wu looked back at the crazy scene outside and snorted in disdain. Although he was also very jealous of those spiritual weapons, there were many warriors present, and the 5 forces of the Sky Eagle Martial Arts School were also among them. By then, even if the lightning net is breached, a fierce battle will surely break out. With the strength of him and Fang Xiaoke, it would undoubtedly be a fantasy to want to snatch a spiritual weapon from it. Instead of that result, it would be better to take this opportunity to reach the core secret room first, then open the seal and get the treasure. Xiaoku, now is the time to hurry and get to the secret room of the tomb as soon as possible. As his mind changed, Chun Wu urged Fang Xiaoke, who was traveling with him, and the speed of their running suddenly increased a bit. Seeing this scene, Lin Hao glanced at the 5 spiritual weapon light balls in the lightning net, and without much hesitation, he had already made a decision. Xiaobai, let's go. After saying that, he moved, used the dragon step to quickly bypass the crowd, and ran directly towards the passage behind. In Lin Hao's opinion, the dragon-devouring sword he possesses now is a top-level magical weapon. Although the 5 spiritual weapons in the Thunder Net are valuable, they're quite useless even if he manages to get them. Therefore, this kind of temptation is not as strong as the mysterious treasure in the core secret room. In this way, Lin Hao continued to follow Fang Xiaoke and Chun Wu secretly according to the previous plan. As he moved forward, Lin Hao clearly noticed that the direction of the passage began to tilt downward, as if it led directly to deep underground. About 10 minutes later, the man and woman in wolf spider's sight finally stopped, because at this moment, there was a wall blocking the way in front of the 2 of them, which seemed like a dead end. The structure of the wall is somewhat strange. Judging from its material, it should be made of some rare high-grade metal, pure gold all over. Moreover, there are extremely mysterious runes engraved on it, which form a formation runes and emit a vague, obscure energy fluctuation. Compared to the stone door seal outside the ancient tomb, the level of defense here is undoubtedly more solid. Could this be the entrance to the tomb in the core area? Fang Xiaoke's eyes flickered as he looked at the metal wall in front of him and said with a slightly delighted expression, "Are you sure?" Chun Wu was slightly surprised and asked, Fang Xiaoke nodded and murmured, "I remember my grandfather once told me that if we want to enter the secret room of our Fang family's ancestors' tomb, we need to open a rune metal wall as a prerequisite. And the key is the blood essence of our Fang family's direct lineage. So I think this wall should be it." As he watched, Fang Xiaoke became more and more certain of his guess. After all, this place is already a core area, but now it is a dead end, with no other passage leading to the secret room. How do I open it? Chun Wu suppressed his excitement and asked. Fang Xiaoke stretched out her slender finger and pointed at the center of the rune formation on the wall. There was a concave area at the center of the formation, about half an inch square. If my guess is correct, this might be where the infiltration begins. Hearing this, Chun Wu's eyes lit up and an unconcealable look of ecstasy welled up on his face. Let's try it without further ado. Immediately, he couldn't help but urge. As he spoke, he even took out a dagger. That impatient look made Fang Xiaoke frown slightly. Especially when Chun Wu took out the dagger. Fang Xiaoke didn't know why, but felt a vague sense of instinctive alertness. We are cousins. Brother Wu won't hurt me. Fang Xiaoke took a deep breath, comforting herself while also dispelling her guard. Immediately, she took the dagger and lightly slashed her wrist. After a while, scarlet blood slowly seeped out from the wound on the wrist. Seeing this, Chen Wu's eyes darkened slightly. It seems that this method of scratching is too light, and there is too little blood to start it. What should I do? Because there's a clear difference between essence blood and ordinary blood. Only those who practice martial arts can condense the body's essence and blood, which contains the warrior's longevity and cultivation, and is extremely precious. This is also the reason why he personally came here to protect Fang Xiaoke along the way. Then, Fang Xiaoke immediately mobilized the spiritual power in his body, condensed the blood from the wound into a drop of thick blood essence, and floated up. Although the drop of essence and blood was small, it was filled with a faint spiritual fluctuation and even seemed to have vitality, slowly wriggling. It's just the last step. Seeing the essence and blood condensing, the excitement and greed in Chen Wu's eyes became more and more intense. If Fang Xiaoke wasn't still needed for the moment, he would have been unable to suppress his restraint and revealed his true face long ago. Immediately, under Fang Xiaoke's control, the drop of red blood floated towards the depression of the array's eye on the wall. As it penetrated in, the drop of essence and blood suddenly melted away. Immediately afterwards, the runes around the center of the formation began to spread rapidly like scarlet blood threads as the blood spread. In just a few breaths, the entire formation was covered. Suddenly, the metal wall shook violently. There was a loud bang, and the entire wall slowly rose from the ground. It's open. Seeing this scene, a surprised smile suddenly bloomed on Fang Xiaoke's pretty face. Next to him, Chen Wu looked at the metal wall rising slowly in front of him, and a cold arc slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Brother Wu, let's go in. Fang Xiaoke was in a very good mood and took the lead to walk forward. However, after taking just 2 steps, she felt a pain in her chest and immediately looked down in horror. But I saw a long sword piercing through the heart in my chest, and scarlet blood slowly flowed from the tip of the sword. Behind him, Chen Wu sneered grimly and said, "My original plan was to get both the woman and the money, but seems too much trouble. With the treasure, what kind of woman can I not get? So, you're no longer useful and you can die." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Wu pulled out the sword in his hand. Such force immediately made Fang Xiaoke fall backwards to the ground with a scream in pain, blood gushing out of his chest. "Chen Wu, I curse you to die a miserable death." Fang Xiaoke was shocked and angry. She stared at Chen Wu with resentment. After she said the last sentence, she died completely. People die for money, birds die for food. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too naive. Looking at the corpse lying on the ground with its eyes open, Chen Wu grinned grimly, his face full of viciousness. However, before he could finish his words, a black light suddenly swept over and pierced directly through Chen Wu's neck and throat. It was a black tail covered with scales, and its source was actually a wolf spider that had been attached to Chen Wu's back at some point. The sudden attack made Chen Wu so frightened that before he could figure out what was going on, he suffocated and fell to the ground and died. And in the passage at the back, steady footsteps were heard. Immediately afterwards, 2 figures, one big and one small, walked over slowly. Those 2 figures were undoubtedly Lin Hao and Xiao Bai. Walking closer, Lin Hao looked at the 2 corpses on the ground indifferently, with a sneer on his lips. This plan of the mantis stalking the cicada while the oriole waited behind ended perfectly. Chapter 125, Mysterious Shadow. Originally, I just wanted to share resources with you, but since you were so greedy, I have no choice but to kill you. Lin Hao looked at Chen Wu's body with indifference and said lightly. Immediately, the Kung Fu Fly's compound eyes turned to Fang Xiaoke's corpse. Since he had just died, the spiritual energy in his body's spiritual veins had not yet completely dissipated. In order to ensure the treasures in the secret room, Lin Hao wondered whether he needed the blood essence of the Fang family's direct lineage. He suddenly used the technique of swallowing the stars. As spiritual power surged, a circle of black holes appeared out of thin air in Lin Hao's right palm, filled with a heart-pounding, devouring power. Lin Hao squatted down and pressed his palm on the wound on Fang Xiaoke's chest. A black light flickered between his palms, and all the blood and spiritual energy in the corpse were devoured. Then, under Lin Hao's control, a large drop of thick essence and blood was quickly condensed. The slowly wriggling vitality and the fluctuations of spiritual energy were exactly the same as the essence and blood that Feng Xiaoke had condensed earlier. The only difference is that the portion size is larger. Lin Hao took out a small bottle from the storage ring and put the essence and blood into it. At this moment, the metal wall in front of him, after rising to the top, began to sink automatically. Obviously, the rune formation on this wall has the function of automatic opening and closing. Walk! At that moment, Lin Hao brought Xiaobai in. To prevent any accidents, the wolf spider and the kung fu fly were not put into the system pet space, and each stood on Lin Hao's shoulders. The entrance behind the wall is not a passage or a stone door. There was a layer of hazy light, and as you stepped in, the whole person was immediately sucked in. Whoosh! The metal wall sank at a steady pace and was about to touch the ground. A black shadow suddenly passed through the gap. He raised his head, revealing a pale face without any blood and a pair of narrow eyes that were filled with coldness. Looking at Lin Hao's figure that had been sucked into the hazy light layer in front of him, the man in black did not rush in, but stood there silently. That behavior was similar to Lin Hao's previous behavior of stalking a mantis while catching a cicada, unaware of the aureole behind it. At this time, Lin Hao had already passed through the light layer. Kung Fu Xiaoying's vision was blurred for a short time, then gradually became clear. Lin Hao stared and saw that there was actually a huge secret room inside, which was completely enclosed on all sides. In the center of the stone chamber, there's an inlaid, night-shining pearl, which is round and large, emitting a soft light. Moving the eyes to the depths, there is a standing sarcophagus. Faintly, there was a powerful and oppressive aura spreading. It seems that the owner of this sarcophagus should be the ancestor of the Fong family. Looking at the somewhat creepy sarcophagus, Lin Hao whispered in slight surprise. Although that powerful Saint Realm warrior had fallen hundreds of years ago, the aura emanating from this sarcophagus still retained some residual power. Under the cover of this holy aura, Lin Hao clearly felt that the spiritual power flowing in his body had slowed down slightly. However, what Lin Hao found a little weird was that next to the sarcophagus, there were 4 stone animal statues lined up. Their hideous faces and ferocious shapes are lifelike, and they are entrenched around the sarcophagus like guardians. Thinking of the Fu puppet beast outside the ancient tomb, Lin Hao couldn't help but be secretly on guard and did not rashly step forward to test it. Especially on the ground at the bottom of the sarcophagus, one can vaguely see some traces of rune formations. This arrangement is not just for decoration. Where is the treasure? Immediately, Lin Hao controlled the vision of Kung Fu Fly and Wolf Spider and scanned the secret room. After searching, nothing was found, because the secret room is very large and looks empty at first glance. Almost clear at a glance. Is it in the sarcophagus? Lin Hao's gaze fell on the sarcophagus in front of him again, and he couldn't help swallowing. Although he had killed many people, he had never seen an ancient corpse that had been dead for hundreds of years. After such a long time, we still don't know what the corpse looks like. Isn't that scary? While thinking in his heart, Lin Hao's face turned stern and he called out, "Xiaoying, go open the sarcophagus." Faced with the master's order, the Kung Fu Fly did not disobey at all. It immediately flapped its wings and flew towards the sarcophagus. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the quiet stone chamber, the sound of the flying Kung Fu Fly was extremely clear. Under Lin Hao's observation with the wolf spider's vision, he saw the Kung Fu Fly quickly fly close to the stone board. The whole process was smooth and nothing unusual happened. The Kung Fu Fly flew to the side and pushed its claws towards the coffin lid. Now that the Kung Fu Fly has evolved to S level, its combat power is comparable to that of a peak 8th level warrior. Although the coffin lid is heavy, it is easy for it to lift it. There was a pop sound and dust flew everywhere. The sarcophagus that had been sealed for hundreds of years finally opened slowly at this moment. Lin Hao's heart suddenly became tense and alert. At the same time, under the stimulation of his mental power, the function of the defensive runes on the gravity armor on his body was suddenly activated. Although what he is about to face is just an ancient corpse, its strength is that of a powerful saint from hundreds of years ago. This alone made Lin Hao have to be vigilant. Then, the sarcophagus was completely opened. A human skeleton suddenly appeared in Lin Hao's sight. The skeleton was gray all over, and the clothes on it had long faded and were even a little tattered. Faintly, there seemed to be a strange fluctuation of spiritual power emanating from the skeleton. Seeing this, Lin Hao's throat rolled, and he couldn't help swallowing. At this moment, in this quiet secret room, facing such an ancient corpse without any flesh and blood, one can't help but feel a little creepy. As he observed, Lin Hao discovered that there seemed to be a flash of light inside the clothes on the ancient corpse's abdomen. Faintly, there was a strange energy fluctuation seeping out from it. "Little fly, take off your clothes." Lin Hao was quite curious and gave the order immediately. With a slight scratch of the kung fu fly's claws, the layer of clothes on the abdomen was instantly cut open. Instantly, a flaming spirit appeared before my eyes. Its shape is like a little baby sitting cross-legged. Its entire body is red, and it is filled with extremely strong and pure fire spiritual power. Could it be a spirit baby? Seeing this, Lin Hao took a deep breath, and his mood suddenly surged. He was already certain that this ancient corpse had definitely been a powerful saint realm figure in his lifetime. As we all know, after the 9 spiritual veins in a warrior's body are opened, he can draw the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the body and condense a spiritual infant in the Dantian acupoint. However, it is extremely difficult to condense a spirit infant, and it is also a huge gap between the 9th level of martial arts and the holy realm. Even if one is a genius with great talent and cultivation, it still takes a lot of time to condense it. Once it is successfully refined, not only will the strength become unimaginable, but the body functions will also transcend the mortal body, and the lifespan will be increased by at least 300 years. For example, the blind swordsman Mo Lao of Tianyin Academy is now over 200 years old. Even the mansion lording Yuanzi was a student taught by old Mo when he was young. Moreover, after the death of a strong man in the saint realm, most of the spirit infants in his body will remain. For warriors below the saint realm, this can be said to be a magical pill that accelerates their cultivation. Its value is inestimable. Even if Lin Hao used all his current wealth, he probably wouldn't be able to buy it. It is precisely because of the rarity of spirit infants that when those who heard the news about the ancient tomb of the Holy Land, they all risked their lives to break into the Warcraft mountain range. The spirit infant of the ancient corpse was filled with rich fire energy, and it was obvious that it had practiced fire-based martial arts during its lifetime. The properties of this energy are violent and fierce. If he could absorb it, Lin Hao's progress on the path of fire-based martial arts would surely increase day by day, at least before breaking through the holy realm. Compared with this spiritual infant, the spiritual tools and treasures out there are really nothing. As Lin Hao muttered to himself, the smile on his lips became more and more fanatical. It is understandable that Chun Wu and Feng Xiaoke before were not moved at all when faced with the Lingyang stone, spiritual weapons, and many other treasures in the ancient tomb. It turns out that this is where the real treasure is hidden. "Little fly, take out the spirit baby." Under Lin Hao's command, the kung fu fly flew away suddenly without any delay. "Call out." However, just as kung fu fly's claws were about to touch the spirit baby, a sword beam suddenly shot out from the right. The sharp sword energy struck Kung Fu Xiaoying as fast as lightning. Laugh! Kung Fu Fly reacted instantly to the sudden attack. His eyes flashed red, and he suddenly shot out a red laser. This is its third skill, Laser Compound Eyes. Bang! In an instant, the laser and sword energy collided with each other, and fierce flames burst out in the void. The sharp bombardment sound suddenly echoed in the stone chamber. However, even though Kung Fu Xiaoying defended himself in time, the powerful force that bounced back from him still made him fly backwards and hit the stone wall behind him. Haha, it's really like searching for something in vain, but it finally came to me without any effort. There really is a spirit baby in here. After the Kung Fu Fly was knocked away, a cold laugh was heard behind Lin Hao. "Call out." Immediately afterwards, a black shadow rushed over from behind like a ghost. His speed was astonishingly fast, and the sudden change also made Lin Hao's heart tremble. He suddenly felt a cold, murderous aura coming from behind him, and all the spiritual power in his body burst out in an instant. At the same time, he held the dragon-devouring sword in his hand, and without even looking at it, he decisively chopped it hard behind him. As if sensing the strangeness of the dragon-devouring sword, the black shadow let out a cry of doubt, and did not dare to touch the dragon-devouring sword with the attack from his palm. At that moment, he stepped on the ground, jumped up suddenly, and landed on the stone beast statue next to the sarcophagus. The wolf spider immediately locked onto the position of the man in black, and Lin Hao also faced the latter with a cold expression. Xiaobai bared his sharp teeth, ready to fight at any time. Boy, you're really smart in catching the cicada while the oriole is behind. But it's a pity that you forgot about me, the eagle. The man in black looked down at Lin Hao from above, a playful smile appearing on his pale face. After saying this, spiritual energy surged from the black-clothed man's body, and he suddenly burst out with an extremely powerful aura. This guy is very strong. Lin Hao's heart sank. This powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy has at least reached the level of a 9th-level warrior. Lin Hao was quite surprised by this. Obviously, he didn't expect that while he was following Fang Xiaoke and Chen Wu, there was someone following him from behind. Moreover, he never noticed it. This secret following undoubtedly has a purpose. Could it be that this man in black also knows that the secret chamber in the ancient tomb can only be opened by the direct bloodline of the Fang family? As Lin Hao's mind turned, he seemed to have guessed something, and a sudden flash of inspiration came to his mind. If I'm not mistaken, you were the one who spread the news about the ancient tomb mansion, Lin Hao said in a cold voice. Although he was somewhat shocked at the moment, his voice was still calm and composed. Hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in the black-clothed man's eyes, but then he laughed. Then guess again why I want to spread the news about the ancient tomb. The man in black looked at Lin Hao with a teasing smile on his lips. Lin Hao said indifferently, I guess when you discovered this ancient tomb and saw Senior Wu Kuang's name, you knew that it was the Saint Domain strongman of the Fang family's ancestor. But the core secret room can only be opened by the direct bloodline of the Fang family, and you don't know where the Fang family is, and you are too lazy to look for it. That's why you deliberately spread the news of the ancient tomb to attract the Fang family members. At this point, Lin Hao sneered and asked, Do you think my guess is reasonable? Yes, you're very smart. The man in black laughed, stared at Lin Hao with a cold gaze, and said contemptuously, However, your cultivation is too weak, so it's useless no matter how smart you are. Really? If you have the ability, you can give it a try. Lin Hao sneered, the broken sword in his hand, under the infusion of spiritual power, emitted a cold black light. The man in black was somewhat surprised at Lin Hao's confidence. He looked at Lin Hao with a gloomy gaze. How could a level 5 warrior with such low cultivation level have the confidence? Could it be those 3 pets? And that broken sword? The man in black narrowed his eyes slightly, and naturally saw at a glance that Wolf Spider, Kung Fu Fly, and Xiao Bai were unusual. However, what made him feel a little afraid was the dragon-devouring sword in Lin Hao's hand. The cold energy fluctuations emanating from the sword felt extremely dangerous even to the man in black, who was a 9th-level warrior. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to fight back with the sword that Lin Hao had just swung out. As he looked at it, the man in black felt that the broken sword was more and more strange, and an unconcealable greed emerged in his eyes. Boy, I am very interested in the broken sword in your hand. He stared at Lin Hao, his tone teasing like a cat playing with a mouse. If you hand it over voluntarily and then cut off one of your arms, I might be able to spare your life. How about that? However, Lin Hao's next answer made the teasing and smile on his lips disappear instantly. Idiot. With just 2 words, the black-clothed man's expression was undoubtedly gloomy to the extreme at this moment. The atmosphere in the stone chamber suddenly became tense. Boy, you are very courageous, but people like this often die the fastest. The man in black stared at Lin Hao with cold eyes, and his voice was filled with murderous intent. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed out violently. At the same time, an extremely powerful spiritual power fluctuation burst out from his palm, forming a huge palm shadow, which slammed towards Lin Hao. Chapter 126, Deadly Mechanism. Boom! The green palm shadow condensed into Shashuan, which directly exploded the air and attacked Lin Hao head-on. That kind of terrifying power fluctuation would probably explode in a powder on the spot, let alone a body of flesh and blood, even a piece of steel. Facing the attack from a level 9 expert, Lin Hao had almost no way to avoid it. He immediately mobilized all his spiritual power, swung the broken sword in his hand quickly, and performed the 9 talismans sword technique. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, 9 gorgeous rune sword energies flashed up, exuding a strong momentum. a sword thrust out. 9 runes with sharp sword force attacked the huge palm shadow that was sweeping over. And at the same time, Lin Hao took action. The Kung Fu Fly's pair of compound eyes suddenly shot out red lasers. The wolf spider opened its mouth and spurted out a huge silk web. As for Xiao Bai, he obviously also has his own innate skills. But the runes on the horn on its head were flashing, and the strange fluctuations it emitted were causing the surrounding space to distort. Immediately afterwards, it suddenly condensed into an invisible space wave and violently rushed towards the green palm shadow. Bang! 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 With 4 against 1, the moment the attacks from both sides collided, they both exploded. The huge stone chamber suddenly shook and a dull sound was heard. Under this kind of resistance, the surging energy fluctuations suddenly formed a storm that swept across. The bricks on the ground around were immediately blown away by the energy storm and exploded into powder. A 9th-level warrior is only 1 step away from the Holy Realm. Warriors in the Spirit Vein stage can be said to be the top ones. However, at this moment, Lin Hao actually relied on his cultivation as a level 5 warrior and the assistance of the 3 beasts, including Kung Fu Xiaoying, to resist the powerful attack of the man in black. However, although he managed to resist the palm shadow attack, the terrifying force that bounced back still caused Lin Hao to retreat again and again. As he retreated rapidly, strange explosions continued to be heard from his body. In that situation, it was obvious that an extremely violent force had invaded the body, and the gravity armor played a defensive role. The red-gold runes surging on the armor became increasingly dimmer under the erosion of external forces. Finally, it couldn't bear it anymore and exploded. Puff! The remaining aftermath of the force directly caused the blood and energy in Lin Hao's body to surge violently, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Although he spat out a mouthful of blood, there were no signs of serious injuries on Lin Hao's body. The power of a 9th-level warrior is indeed terrifying. Lin Hao reached out to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, secretly surprised. Unexpectedly, the 3 beasts, Kung Fu Fly, Wolf Spider, and Xiao Bai, could only barely resist the opponent's attack when they joined forces with him. In response to this, Lin Hao's face not only did not show any fear, but instead a hint of madness surged up. This was his first time fighting against a 9th-level expert. The gap in cultivation between the 2 sides was huge. Although it was difficult to win, Lin Hao finally understood. What is the level of a warrior at this level? You were able to block one of my attacks. A hint of surprise flashed across the black-clothed man's eyes, and he stared at Lin Hao with a gloomy gaze. Recalling the rune light that flashed on Lin Hao's body just now, he seemed to have guessed something. He sneered and said, "So you have a treasured armor to protect you. No wonder you were only slightly injured by the impact of that energy gust. But I want to see how many times you can block my attacks next." After saying this, the man in black took a step forward. Spiritual power surged throughout his body, and suddenly an extremely dazzling vortex of spiritual light burst out. That aura was at least several times stronger than before. Thunderpalm. He seemed disdainful of using weapons to deal with a warrior of Lin Hao's level. As the cold shout rang out, his figure suddenly rushed out. Boom! In an instant, a giant palm shadow appeared out of thin air again. However, the palm shadow at this moment was not as monotonous as before. Thunder flashed above the palm shadow, filled with an extremely violent and terrifying wave. Immediately, a strong wind swept past, and the shadow of the thunder palm suddenly exploded the air and slammed towards Lin Hao fiercely. Go to hell! A ferocious look emerged on the black-clothed man's face. Obviously, he was extremely confident in the power of this palm strike. Even a warrior of level 8 would be seriously injured if not killed if hit hard. What's more, Lin Hao is just a level 5 warrior. In his eyes, he is as small as an ant. However, just as the man in black launched his attack, he found that Lin Hao showed no signs of dodging, and instead a mocking smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Roar! Before he had time to think, a ferocious beast roar suddenly rang out. Immediately afterwards, the man in black was surprised to see a beam of fire shooting out without warning and colliding with his thunder palm shadow with a loud bang. Bang! Fire and thunder are inherently a kind of overbearing and violent energy. Therefore, at the moment when the 2 attacks collided, terrifying energy waves were suddenly stirred up and swept out wildly. After only a few breaths of freezing, the thunder palm shadow collapsed instantly, and a beam of fire shot directly at the man in black behind him. What? Seeing this scene, the man in black's face changed drastically. At this speed and distance, it is impossible to escape unscathed. At that moment, the man in black stretched out his hands and took out a red gold shield from his storage ring. Bang! The next moment, a beam of flame came rushing over and slammed into the shield. The man in black groaned and was knocked backwards, hitting the stone wall behind him. Puff! His body fell to the ground, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. What kind of monster is this? The man in black raised his head, with an expression of disbelief, staring at the huge beast shadow that suddenly appeared. But it turned out to be a tiger-like monster, with red scales all over its body, surrounded by flames, and emitting a ferocious aura that made people's heart palpitate. Fire scale tiger. As he observed, the man in black was shocked and couldn't help but gasp. As far as I can remember, the fire scale tiger is at most a level 4 magical beast. But in the confrontation just now, the flame energy fluctuations of the fire scale tiger at least reached the level of a 9th level magical beast. How could it be so powerful? Moreover, how did this terrifying monster appear? He knew very well that in previous tracking, among the pets accompanying Lin Hao, there had never been any trace of the fire scale tiger. But now, it appeared out of thin air like a ghost. At this time, the fire scale tiger stood quietly beside Lin Hao. Although there was no movement, the mighty form revealed a powerful aura that was shocking. Compared with humans, Warcraft has unique advantages in strength, speed, and defense. The combat power of a 9th level monster of the same realm is undoubtedly stronger than that of a 9th level human warrior. Therefore, at this moment, the man in black stared at the fire scale tiger with fear, and his face was extremely solemn. It turns out that this demon beast is your trump card. The man in black turned his gaze to Lin Hao and said gloomily. With the appearance of the fire scale tiger, the situation in which he had previously played Lin Hao around was completely beyond his control. Lin Hao did not comment and said indifferently, "Next, you plan to get out by yourself. Or do you want us to chase you away?" Facing a level 9 warrior, even though Lin Hao had the trump card of the fire scale tiger, he was not completely sure that he could kill it. If you push the issue too far, both sides will suffer in the end, which is not very rational. Hearing this, anger surged in the black-clothed man's eyes, and his desire to kill Lin Hao became even stronger. However, when he looked at the fire scale tiger beside Lin Hao again, he had to suppress the murderous intent in his heart. Although the fire scale tiger looked like a mutant beast, he already knew that if a fight really came to a head, the fire scale tiger alone would probably make him pay a heavy price. Besides, Lin Hao and 3 other strange pets were standing nearby, eyeing them covetously. No matter how the situation develops, it will be extremely disadvantageous to him. However, how could the man in black be willing to give up the treasure that was about to be obtained? If one could obtain the spirit infant of the ancient corpse, it would undoubtedly be a natural step for him to break through to the saint realm in the future. As his mind turned, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and no one knew what he was planning. Boy, don't be so arrogant. A mere level 9 magical beast can't act recklessly in front of me. The man in black snorted coldly, staring at Lin Hao with a gloomy look, and said grimly, "If you force me into a corner, you won't get any benefit at all." Hearing this, Lin Hao also sneered. It depends on who has the ability to get the holy domain spirit infant first. The moment the voice fell, Lin Hao did not hesitate at all. He moved and rushed toward the sarcophagus first. Boy, you dare. Seeing Lin Hao's actions, the man in black suddenly became furious. However, just as he was about to make a move to snatch it, he suddenly saw 3 animal shadows rushing towards him out of the corner of his eye. There was no doubt that the 3 animal shadows were the fire scale tiger, Kung Fu Fly, and Xiao Bai. Bang, 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 bang! For a moment, fierce fighting broke out again in the stone chamber. The man in black couldn't get away from the fight with the fire scale tiger. At this time, Lin had already used the dragon step to come to the side of the sarcophagus. The wolf spider on the shoulder shifted its gaze towards the abdomen of the ancient corpse. Looking closely, one can see that the spirit baby's eyes are tightly closed, and the surface is covered with dense, tiny lines. These lines seem to be tempered by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, magical and natural. Faintly, there was a vast and surging aura and pressure emanating from it. Lin Hao looked stern and ignored the pressure. Immediately, he curled his palm into a claw shape, stretched it out suddenly, grabbed the spirit infant directly into his palm, and pulled it out forcefully. However, as the spirit baby separated from the ancient corpse, a strange scene occurred. The spirit baby's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and then it opened its mouth and bit Lin Hao's palm. Lin Hao was shocked to see that the bitten palm was bleeding and was actually eaten by the spirit baby. Seeing this, Lin Hao's face changed drastically. He quickly loosened his hand and retreated rapidly. The spirit baby did not fall to the ground, but instead floated in the air. Its body is covered with flickering lines, emitting a terrifying aura that makes people's heart palpitate. Then, a vigorous voice suddenly came out from the mouth of the spirit baby. I'm the spirit infant of the Wutian Holy Land. I'm the heir of the Fong family's bloodline. If you are not of my race, I will kill you. When the voice sounded, the runes on the ground of the sarcophagus seemed to open and suddenly flashed with light. Then, a strange energy quickly spread out, blocking Lin Hao so that he could not move. Lin Hao was extremely shocked by the sudden change. I didn't expect that the spirit baby would bite people and even swallow their blood to detect whether they were the descendant of the Fong family. This is even more accurate than blood test. Just when Lin Hao was about to be puzzled, countless small holes suddenly appeared on the four walls of the stone house. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The next moment, countless metal arrows shot out from those small holes without warning. There were thousands and thousands of arrows, as if they had spirituality, and they all shot towards Lin Hao. At this moment, Lin Hao's body was imprisoned by the energy released by the spirit infant, unable to move, and he couldn't avoid it at all. Dry. Lin Hao was shocked and cursed angrily. Puff, puff, puff. At the critical moment, the wolf spider, which was not restrained by energy, immediately spit out dozens of silk webs around it. Now that the wolf spider has evolved to the S level, its web is as strong as steel wire. Although the arrows that shot at it were pierced through in an instant, it also increased the resistance. Just like that, layer after layer of silk screen exploded rapidly, until the last layer, the power of the arrows had been completely weakened, and they fell to the ground one after another. That was a close call. Seeing this, Lin Hao took a deep breath, and cold sweat had already appeared on his back.